As a modern city planner parachuted onto a battlefield where human lives are as expendable as grass, her sole weapon is her expertise. Will she choose to save lives or be saved herself? Amidst the corpses strewn across the battlefield, a dying young Uchiha opens his crimson Sharingan and utters the first question. Who are you? In response, she provides an engineer's answer using a branch and a belt. Will she choose to be nurtured or to nurture others? Without chakra, she is deemed worthless in the world of ninjas. Her choice is to carry away all the worthless and venture to a death buffer zone that even the Senju and Uchiha disdain. This is not a tale of ninjutsu supremacy. It is a story of order, survival, and a civilization's descent into chaos. Chapter 1. The Grief of a Strange World. Pain. It feels as though someone is relentlessly sanding my bones with a rusty file. The acrid sense of rust, decay, and blood violently intertwine, constricting my olfactory senses like a noose. I suddenly open my eyes. The sky is a dull gray, resembling a filthy rag discarded carelessly. I'm still alive. I did not perish in the construction site collapse. This realization brings no joy. Rather, it drenches me in icy dread, as if a bucket of frigid water has cascaded over me, chilling my very soul. Surrounding me are corpses, mutilated, contorted, like tattered dolls carelessly piled together. The black earth is soaked with blood, congealed into a repugnant dark red. A few crows perch nearby, croaking hoarsely as if applauding this macabre feast of death. This is a battlefield, a theater of slaughter in an age of cold weapons. My stomach churns violently, and I force myself to turn away, biting my lip to suppress the wave of nausea. I cannot afford to vomit that I in such a cursed place. Any loss of bodily fluid could be fatal. I am Lin Xiaoya, a city planner. Rationality is my greatest asset. I command myself to remain calm. The first step is to assess the situation. I attempt to move my limbs, but a sharp pain shoots through my left arm. Looking down, I see a half-foot-long wound, the flesh torn and oozing blood slowly. There are no living souls around. For now, I am safe. The second step is to treat the wound. I tear a strip of relatively clean fabric from my modern attire and stagger towards a murky stream nearby. As I wash the wound with the stream water, excruciating pain nearly causes me to black out. This water is too filthy. Risk of infection, tetanus. A barrage of lethal medical terms bombards my mind. In this era, even a minor infection has a nearly 100% mortality rate. I scan my surroundings and finally fixate on a metallic flask at the waist of a corpse. I approach cautiously, holding my breath, and carefully retrieve it. Upon opening the cap, a potent odor of liquor wafts toward me. Excellent. It is strong alcohol. I pour the liquid onto the wound. The searing pain elicits a muffled groan as I nearly bite my own teeth to shatter. With the torn fabric, I exert all my strength to tightly bandage my arm. Having completed this arduous task, I nearly exhaust my energy, collapsing against a tree, gasping for breath. I must leave this place swiftly. The scent of blood will attract beasts or another wave of headhunters. Just as I prepare to rise, an extremely faint groan pierces my ears like a cold needle. I freeze instantly. Is there still a living soul? My first reaction is not sympathy, but fear. In this place where lives are as cheap as dirt, a living person may pose a greater danger than a pack of beasts. I hold my breath, akin to a startled cat, and follow the sound. Amidst the gaps between several corpses, a boy in black combat attire curls up. His leg is grotesquely twisted at an odd angle, blood gushing from the inner thigh, forming an ever-expanding pool beneath him. A ruptured artery. My mind swiftly delivers a cold judgment. At this rate of blood loss, he will succumb to exsanguination within 5 minutes. To save or not to save? Reason dictates that I should flee immediately. He is armed and bears calloused hands, unmistakably a ruthless killer. If I rescue him, the first thing he might do upon regaining consciousness is to stab me, this oddly dressed woman. But that pale face, drained of blood, appears to be merely 16 or 17, a mere reflection of my younger brother, who just entered university and incessantly complains about the cafeteria food. Damn it. I curse under my breath for my ill-timed compassion. Yet, my feet move of their own accord. I'm not a doctor, but I am an engineer. The human body, to a degree, is a complex machine composed of bones, muscles, and blood vessels. What I must do now is to repair a critical pipeline leak. I extract a belt from a corpse and pick up a sufficiently sturdy branch from the ground. Approaching him, I hesitate not, seizing his ankle and using all my strength to realign his leg. The boy emits a muffled groan of pain in his unconscious state, but does not awaken. Good. I swiftly locate the pressure point at the top of his thigh, tightly wrapping the belt around it before inserting the branch into the loop, twisting it like a wind-up toy with great force. A textbook-level makeshift tourniquet is complete. The flow of blood visibly slows, finally reducing to a trickle. I collapse onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. I look at him, his black hair, pale yet handsome face. Even in unconsciousness, his brow is tightly furrowed, as if he is trapped in a nightmare. What is the purpose of this damned war? Just then, his long eyelashes flutter slightly. Then those eyes slowly open. They are black orbs, unfathomable like the deepest night. In the center of those eyes, 3 black tomo spin with an eerie rhythm, exuding a disquieting beauty that sends chills down my spine. His lips part, uttering a few hoarse, fragmented words. Who are you? Chapter 2. The Flickering Ember. Those 3 black tomo feel like scythes suspended above my heart, spinning and harvesting the warmth from my very core. These are not eyes that belong to humanity. In my 2 lifetimes, I have encountered the most intricate city designs, yet I have never witnessed such an ominous organ. His question drops like a stone into an icy lake. Who are you? I do not respond. My mind, my once proud rationality, now sounds alarms at an astonishing rate. Danger, unknown, abnormal. I must distance myself. That I slowly rise, retreating step by step, the sticky sound beneath my feet a symphony of mud and blood. He remains motionless, staring at me with those peculiar eyes, magnetically drawing my figure closer. He is too weak, lacking even the strength to rise. Yet I do not dare take the risk. Once at a safe distance, I cast one last glance at the makeshift tourniquet on his leg. A belt and a branch. A rough yet effective combination. At least I have not allowed him to die immediately. I placed the stolen metal flask on a stone between us. The liquor within may help him endure a little longer. Or perhaps not. This serves as my final act of mercy, a boundary drawn for myself. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. I turn away, not glancing back. The wound on my arm throbbed faintly, a grim reminder of the harshness of this world. I must seek a truly safe haven, a source of clean water and food. Following the murky stream, I ventured upstream, reasoning that the water would be pure there. Time slipped away, and as dusk approached, the dizziness from blood loss intensified. Just as I felt I could endure no longer, I heard voices. I immediately crouched down and hid in the bushes, my heart racing. Several figures emerged into view, clad in rudimentary leather armor, roughly dragging a body together. They were scavenging the battlefield. Suddenly, one of them screamed and collapsed, a black shuriken embedded in his calf, a trap. His companions rushed to his side. One pulled out the shuriken and hastily grabbed a handful of dirt to press against the wound. My pupils constricted. Had they lost their minds? Were they trying to kill him with tetanus and infection? Stop. My voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity in the silence of the battlefield. All heads snapped towards me, several gleaming blades aimed in my direction. A burly man, presumably the leader, barked, "Who are you?" I stood up from the bushes, raising both hands high. "Don't use dirt. It will kill him." I pointed at the injured man, forcing myself to remain calm. "If you want him to survive, listen to me." The men exchanged doubtful glances. The leader scrutinized my peculiar attire, then glanced at the professional bandaging on my arm, pausing in silence for a few seconds. "What do you want?" "To save him." Under their oppressive gaze, I approached the injured man, tearing a corner of his clothing and commanding another, "Press down hard here, at the top of his thigh." "Haven't you eaten?" "Press harder." As I directed them, I quickly examined the wound. Fortunately, it hadn't struck a major artery. I tightly bound the area above the wound to slow the bleeding, then used the last bit of alcohol to clean it before bandaging it up. My movements were as practiced as if I had rehearsed them 1,000 times. Once I finished, I stood up to meet the leader's scrutinizing gaze. "You have no chakra," he began, his tone peculiar. "How do you know these things?" "Saving lives does not require chakra," I replied coldly. He stared at me for a long time, long enough that I thought he might order my execution at any moment. Ultimately, he waved his hand behind him. "Take her with you." I did not resist. This was the price of my gamble. They escorted me back to a makeshift camp. A few tattered tents were pitched by the river. Mingling sewage and food scraps emitted a sour stench. A crude pit served as a latrine, less than 20 meters from their water source upstream. My stomach churned anew. My heavens! This was a perfect breeding ground for bacteria. Given a single source of infection, within 3 days, half the people here would perish. My mind, almost instinctively, began to race. Planning, zoning, sanitation, epidemic prevention. Words formed automatically in my mind as a rudimentary blueprint for camp renovation rapidly unfolded. The leader brought me to a pile of blood-stained armor and weapons, gesturing with his chin. "We do not keep idle people," he said gruffly. "Before dawn, clean all this up. Otherwise, you'll be thrown back into the pile of corpses." I cast a glance at the heap of rusty metal. Beneath the bloodstains lay crude craftsmanship and fatal design flaws. Such armor wouldn't even pass a security check in my world. My gaze shifted from the armor to the nearby latrine pit, then back to his face. "Cleaning these items is feasible," I began, my voice low yet instantly silencing the surroundings, "but I have a question." The leader raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that I dared to negotiate. "Speak. Do you often experience diarrhea, high fevers, and then inexplicably die?" The leader's expression changed instantly. One of the men beside him couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you cursing us to death?" I ignored him, calmly meeting the leader's gaze. "The place where you fetch water is over there." I pointed upstream. "And the latrine is over there." I indicated the pit. "The straight line distance is less than 20 meters, and the latrine is upwind, upstream from your water source. Each time it rains, or someone carelessly kicks the dirt, the filth from the feces will flow into your drinking water." I paused, using the simplest, most straightforward language to give these people, who lived in a primitive society, a basic lesson in public health. Those invisible pathogens, once ingested, will cause you to vomit and have diarrhea, leading to dehydration and fever. Those with strong constitutions may survive, while the weak, like that unfortunate soul who nearly suffocated in mud, will await their demise. A profound silence enveloped the area. Even the man who had cursed me stood with his mouth agape, staring vacantly at me, then at the pit, his complexion shifting from green to pale. The leader's gaze grew exceedingly complex as he regarded me, as if observing a monster. "Who exactly are you?" "A person who can help you all survive." I met his gaze firmly, articulating each word. "Allow me to manage this, and within 3 days I can transform this death camp into a place that can at least shelter its inhabitants. As for this junk," I contemptuously kicked a nearby breastplate, producing a dull thud. "Rather than waste time cleaning it, why not consider how to modify it so that your brethren aren't stabbed through the heart while wearing it?" Chapter 3. The Choice of a Buffer Zone. The leader's expression fluctuated, like a rusty iron plate being repeatedly scrubbed. My words had struck a hammer blow to his accustomed worldview, yet they had not fully forged his trust. "You know too much." He finally spoke, his voice hoarse, like two stones grinding together. "More than someone your age ought to." I remained silent. The more I spoke, the more I could air. "Boss." The man who had previously insulted me could no longer hold back. "Don't listen to her nonsense. She doesn't have a shred of chakra flowing through her. She's worthless. Why keep her? A waste of food." At his words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. All eyes turned to me, unreservedly appraising me. In their world, lacking chakra equated to being socially condemned, a mere burden in need of protection. I guessed correctly. They had examined me. "He's right," I replied calmly, meeting the leader's scrutinizing gaze on the battlefield. "I am indeed useless." My honesty stunned everyone into silence. "I cannot fight, nor do I run fast. If I encounter an enemy, I would be the first to die, potentially dragging you down with me." I continued, my tone flat and matter-of-fact, as though stating an objective truth. "Unrelated to me. Keeping me in the camp means you must allocate a portion of your rations to me daily. It's not worth it." The leader's frown deepened. He failed to grasp my intention. "So, there's no need for you to drive me away." I took a deep breath, revealing my ultimate aim. "Give me a place, a location that neither you nor the enemy desires. Allow me to take those in the camp who are equally not worth it to that place to fend for themselves." The camp fell into a profound silence. In a corner, a young woman cradling a child suddenly lifted her head, incredulous as she gazed at me. Beside her, a veteran with a severed arm, pallid and ashen, showed a flicker of light in his murky eyes. They were all not worth it individuals. "Oh, you wish to venture into the buffer zone?" The leader instantly grasped my intent, his expression contorting into one of incredulity, as if gazing upon a lunatic. The periphery of the battlefield between the Senju and Uchiha, There, one finds nothing but stones and beasts. Scarcely a blade of grass dares to grow. Are you seeking death in that forsaken place? To remain is to await demise. To venture forth may offer a chance of survival. I refrain from responding directly to him, instead addressing the individuals huddled in the corners, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. My voice, though soft, resonated like a pebble cast into a still pond, creating ripples across their stagnant hearts. Indeed, if they stayed, they would be regarded as burdens, remnants of a dwindling food supply, destined to be among the first abandoned when the next battle approached. Each day, they languished in the disdain of others and the weight of their own despair, biding time until death's embrace. To walk alongside me was to embark on a path fraught with peril. Yet, within that peril lay a glimmer of possibility for survival. "Boss, let her go," a man exclaimed with fervor. "Let her take those idle mouths with her. Just think of how much food we could save." The leader fell silent. He scrutinized me, then surveyed the frail, the elderly, and the women and children. He was a pragmatic leader, weighing the costs and benefits of this transaction. Ultimately, the turmoil in his eyes transformed into a cold, steely resolve. "Very well," he uttered. "All those in the camp lacking combat capability shall be yours. I will provide you with rations for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you live or die is of no concern to us." He raised his hand, gesturing towards a desolate landscape of jagged rocks beyond the camp's perimeter. "That place is a graveyard neither the Senju nor the Uchiha dare tread upon. It shall be your tomb or perhaps your new home. The choice is yours." The bargain was struck. I felt no elation, only a chilling weight settle upon my shoulders. Turning away, I found behind me a mother clutching a frail child, a veteran with a severed arm, and 2 gaunt girls who appeared scarcely 12 or 13 years old, standing silently in my wake. This was my entire cadre, a collection of the forsaken, awaiting their inevitable end. They gazed at me with hollow eyes, a mixture of fear and a faint flicker of hope ignited by desperation. I met their gaze, nodding in acknowledgement, then turned first towards the barren expanse of shattered rocks. Chapter 4. Location and establishment behind me lingered foreshadows, burdened by despair. The grave at the leader's collar was a barren, rocky slope. The wind swept down, carrying a chill so penetrating it felt as though it could strip the very warmth from one's bones. A desolate place, indeed. The maimed veteran halted, his murky eyes gazing upon the desolation, releasing a resigned sigh from deep within his throat. The mother cradling her child also shut her eyes in hopelessness. I did not pause. In my mind, a rudimentary topographical map had already taken shape. The direction of the wind, the incline, the distribution of vegetation, all data calculated swiftly, converging on an optimal solution. This way, I gestured toward the side of the slope without looking back. Silence ensued. There was nothing there. A faint, trembling voice emerged from the mother, tinged with a whimper. "There is nothing here." Finally, I stopped and turned to face them. Only wind and stones. "Follow me. There is water, wood, and shelter from the wind. If you wish to live, keep up." I offered them no choice, for they had none. Under their hesitant gaze, I turned once more and ventured deeper into the jagged rock face. Behind me, the sound of hurried footsteps followed. Half an hour later, we discovered it, a natural, inward curving stone cove, like the outstretched arms of a colossal beast, shielding us from the harshest of winds. A slender stream trickled from the towering cliff, pooling into a clear pond below. Not far from the cove stood a sparse yet resilient grove of trees, nestled against the mountain, facing water, with resources at hand. It was easily defensible. This would be my new settlement. The young mother knelt by the pond, cupping water in her hands as if verifying a cherished dream. The 2 little girls stared vacantly at this small paradise, their faces finally regaining color. "Do not rest," I commanded, shattering the brief tranquility. "Before nightfall, we must find a place to sleep." I began assigning tasks, speaking rapidly and devoid of emotion. "You," I pointed to the mother. "Take your children and gather dry leaves and soft grass. Collect as much as you can. You," I directed my gaze toward the one-armed veteran. "Your experience surpasses ours. Seek the sturdiest branches and sharpen them. We require weapons as well as stakes." He paused momentarily, then nodded with renewed vigor, a glimmer of light igniting in his murky eyes. "And you?" he inquired. "I will craft tools." I stepped into the thicket, my feet sinking into the thick layer of humus. My mind raced, sifting through all available resources. Resilient vines could serve as rope, straight trunks could become supports. And what I needed most were stones, not just any stones. I sought a hard, dense flint to serve as an axe blade, along with a heavy, rounded hammerstone. This marked the first step of human civilization. The veteran worked swiftly. With one hand, he deftly fashioned several rough wooden spears with his small knife. He handed one to me, a temporary means of defense. I accepted the spear with a nod, then directed my full attention to the two stones in my hands. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound echoed through the silent valley. With each strike, tiny sparks flew, leaving a scattering of stone chips. This task demanded immense patience and skill. My ability to visualize blueprints calculated each blow's angle and force with precision. An hour later, a palm-sized, sharp-edged stone axe emerged in my grasp. As darkness enveloped the land, a rudimentary shelter leaned against the rock face, constructed from vine-bound branches and layered with thick hay and leaves. Though crude, it at least offered protection from the elements. A fire blazed before the shelter, the orange flames dispelling the cold and illuminating the weary faces of my companions. The mother holding her child began to hum an off-key lullaby. The one-armed veteran silently polished his only weapon. The two girls huddled together, watching the flickering flames. Their eyes no longer vacant. This was our first day here. We had survived. I took up the partially finished stone axe and continued to refine its edge by the firelight. The veteran approached, picking up the black flint I had chosen as the axe blade and rubbing it in his palm. He did not meet my gaze but stared intently at the stone as if it were something forbidden. This black flint, he murmured, his voice low, reminiscent of sandpaper on wood, can only be found in the mountains west of the Land of Fire. It belongs to the Uchiha clan's hunting grounds. Chapter 5. The first harvest. My actions ceased. The crackle of the fire became acutely jarring in that moment. The Uchiha hunting grounds. These 6 words struck like a cold poison dagger pressed against our throats. The mother cradling her child turned pale, desperately covering the child's mouth as if the mere utterance of Uchiha were a curse that could consume us. The two girls shrank together, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. The flicker of hope that had barely ignited was crushed by this harsh reality. We are on Uchiha territory? The young mother stammered, her voice quivering. They will kill us. Silence. The veteran barked, his remaining eye fixed warily on the depths of the forest, filled with dread and vigilance. If you wish to survive, do not make a sound. Panic is a contagious plague, capable of destroying a team faster than any enemy. I disregarded their fear and placed the half-finished stone axe down, turning to the veteran. You are familiar with these woods. This was not a question but a statement. The veteran swallowed hard, his gaze returning from the darkened trees to meet mine. I've faced them before. Every inch of this land bears the blood of Senju and Uchiha. Our current position is their unofficial buffer zone, but it is also their backyard. Therefore, there are things here they overlook, I replied calmly. The veteran paused, considering my words. Patrols do not frequent such a desolate cove. They have fixed routes. I continued, my mind rapidly updating the mental map based on this new information. Their concern lies with the Senju ninjas, not with a few refugees lacking chakra. As long as we do not cause a disturbance or encroach upon their core territory, we shall remain safe. My words acted as a sedative. While they could not eradicate fear, they temporarily quelled the spread of panic. But food, the mother murmured, gesturing toward our meager supplies. Thus, we must act swiftly. I rose, surveying our pitiful group. From now on, everyone shall follow my lead. Anyone with objections may leave. Silence enveloped us. Leave? Where would they go? Back to that camp, discarded like refuse, or into the Uchiha forest, to be slain as intruders? They had no choice. Very well. I turned to the veteran. Your experience is invaluable. At dawn, inform me of what is edible nearby and what is poisonous. Also, we need traps. You. I addressed the mother, tend to the child, and then with the two girls, weave vines into ropes, collect as much as you can. And you? The veteran asked again. I will procure food. At the break of dawn, I ventured into the forest with the veteran. He proved to be seasoned, quickly identifying various edible roots and medicinal herbs. The Uchiha are proud, he murmured as we walked. They only hunt large beasts, deeming rabbits and pheasants beneath their notice. This was precisely what I sought. In my elaborate blueprint, a lasso trap utilizing gravitational potential energy and the resilience of vines has taken shape. I directed the veteran to swiftly set up 3 rudimentary traps along several paths he deemed frequented by beasts. The wait was excruciating. Upon returning to the camp, the atmosphere remained stifling. 2 little girls were twisting vine ropes, while their mother held her child, gazing vacantly into the forest. As dusk approached, a faint rustling sound emanated from the edge of the woods, causing everyone to stand in astonishment. We had captured a plump wild rabbit. When the freshly prepared rabbit was placed over the fire, the fat dripping and sizzling, I noticed the smallest girl involuntarily swallow. The aroma of meat wafted through the cold, desolate valley. It was a scent that symbolized survival. I used my knife to cut off a rabbit leg and first handed it to the mother with the child. She was taken aback, looking at me and then at the piece of meat, hesitant to accept it. The child needed nourishment, I stated succinctly. Then, I offered the other leg to the veteran. You are our only fighting force. The remaining rabbit meat was divided into 3 portions. I gave one to each of the little girls and kept the smallest piece for myself. Silence enveloped us. The mother quietly tore the meat apart, feeding her frail child in small bites. The veteran silently gnawed on his rabbit leg, yet his shoulders no longer sagged as before. After we finished our meal, I resumed polishing my stone axe, while the veteran picked up his sharpened wooden spear and silently sat at the entrance of the shelter, resting the spear across his knees, its tip directed toward the unfathomable darkness of the Uchiha forest. Chapter 6. An encounter by the river. 1 rabbit, 5 mouths, cannot last 2 days. To survive, we must find a more stable food source. Water. Where there is water, there are fish. Where there are fish, there is a chance for life. The stream seeping from the rocky bay is too small. Its source lies in a river deep within the valley. I shall go alone. I picked up a sharpened wooden spear, meeting the veteran's anxious single eye. It is too dangerous, he croaked. The riverbank is open, with no cover. If we encounter a patrol from Uchiha, 2 people become larger targets. I interrupted him, assuring him that I would only scout the vicinity and not venture deep. Keep watch here and manage the smoke from the fire. My calm demeanor brooked no dissent. The veteran eventually nodded silently and handed me his small knife. I cautiously followed the trace of the stream deeper into the forest. The closer I approached the water source, the denser the vegetation became. My mind raced, meticulously recording the plants, terrain, and animal trails I encountered, constructing a map of resource distribution. Half an hour later, the sound of rushing water became distinct. I parted the last large frond of a fern and beheld a river more than 10 meters wide. The water was crystal clear, shimmering in the sunlight. Here lies the source of life, yet it is also a crossroads of danger. I did not approach immediately, but chose a concealed vantage point behind several large stones and bushes. My blueprint ability was scanning the entire riverbank, analyzing the optimal water collection points, potential fishing locations, and the safest escape routes. Just then, I heard light footsteps and hushed voices drifting along the water. I instinctively crouched down, my heart racing. Are they from Uchiha? I held my breath, peering through the crevices of the stones. 2 youths appeared. One had long black hair, clad in a dark, form-fitting combat suit, emblazoned on his back with a red and white fan. Uchiha. The other had straight black hair, wearing a simple blue jacket, with the signature bangs of the Uchiha clan. They appeared no older than 20, standing side by the river, playfully splashing water, stones skipping across the surface, creating ripples. The atmosphere was alarmingly relaxed for such a bloody land. Yet my mind was sounding the highest alarms. A Uchiha youth and an unidentified boy meeting here in secret? This was inherently abnormal. I had to leave immediately. I carefully began to back away, attempting to retreat silently into the depths of the bushes. Crack! A faint snap rang out as I stepped on a dry twig. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The laughter by the river ceased abruptly. The next second, a chilling intent to kill enveloped me like a tsunami. I had no time to react. A shadow appeared before me, blocking all light. It was the Uchiha youth. In his hand, he held a gleaming shuriken, pressed firmly against my throat. The icy touch sent shivers across my skin. I could not breathe, not from fear, but from the pure, unadulterated killing intent radiating from him. As if an invisible hand were constricting my windpipe, freezing my blood. This is a ninja. This is Uchiha. Stop, Madara. The straight-haired youth rushed over, gripping his companion's wrist with urgency. Look closely. She is just an ordinary person. The Madara he mentioned, with his crimson, kaleidoscopic eyes, scrutinized me like an eagle, devoid of any compassion, only vigilance and scrutiny. I forced myself to remain calm. My brain buzzed from lack of oxygen. Yet my blueprint ability was furiously analyzing the predicament before me. To flee would mean death. To resist would mean death. To plead for mercy might lead to an even swifter demise. The only path to survival was to prove my harmlessness. Slowly, I raised my hands, palms open, signaling that I bore no weapons. Then, I placed the crude wooden spear and the veteran's knife gently on the ground. Throughout the process, my gaze never left the shuriken pressed against my throat. We are merely passing refugees. I finally regained my voice, though it was hoarse and dry, yet steady. We mean no harm. The Uchiha boy named Madara remained silent, his crimson Sharingan slightly rotating, seemingly assessing the truth of my words. The oppressive killing intent did not wane in the least. You see, Madara, I told you, the straight-haired youth sighed in relief, attempting to ease the tension. There are often refugees fleeing war around here. Let us not frighten her. As he spoke, he offered me a reassuring, albeit somewhat foolish smile. Yet, Madara's shuriken remained unwavering. He scrutinized me with those all-seeing eyes, as if trying to pierce through my very soul. Who are you? He finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Chapter 7. The Gaze of the Demon. Who are you? This question was colder than the shuriken against my throat. My mind, the intricate system known as blueprint analysis, was currently operating with an efficiency akin to burning life itself. Variable 1. Uchiha Madara, armed and brimming with murderous intent, capable of killing me in an instant. Variable 2. The unidentified straight-haired youth, relatively mild-mannered, a potential counterbalance. Variable 3. A secret meeting. This was their greatest flaw and my only chance. They did not wish to be exposed. Conclusion. Demonstrating my harmlessness and lack of value is the sole solution for survival. I did not dare to meet those crimson Sharingan eyes, for that would betray my trepidation. My gaze fell upon the metal pressing against my skin, feeling its coldness, and I strained to control my vocal cords. A person who wishes to live. My voice was soft but steady. We are refugees fleeing from the border. Our camp was destroyed by bandits, leaving only a few women and children. We merely sought sustenance and never intended to intrude upon anyone's domain. I candidly revealed our plight. For weakness is often the finest guise. The youth known as Ban appeared to scrutinize me with an ever-accelerating gaze, as if analyzing the logical chain behind each of my utterances with those inhuman eyes. Ban, enough, the dark-haired boy, Hashirama, interjected, firmly restraining Ban's wrist with an undeniable resolve. She possesses no chakra. She is merely an ordinary person. We have pressing matters and cannot squander time here. Pressing matters? Uchiha Ban scoffed, yet the frigid aura of menace that had nearly paralyzed me diminished slightly. He finally averted his gaze from me, casting a glance at his companion. Our pressing matter is that not a single living soul must remain. Hashirama grew anxious, imploring, she will not speak a word, will she? His last words were directed at me, filled with earnestness and a hint of naive hope. I did not nod immediately. A hasty nod might betray my anxiety. Instead, I regarded him quietly before returning my gaze to Uchiha Ban, calmly stating a fact. I do not know who you are or what you are doing. All I know is that my companions await my return with food. If I perish, they shall not survive either. I spoke the truth. Panic and despair can be far deadlier than hunger. Ban fell silent, his insightful eyes seemingly intrigued by my extraordinary composure. An ordinary vagrant, under the blade of Uchiha, ought not to exhibit such a reaction. Where was the fear? The screams? The tears and pleas for mercy? I possessed none of these, for my mind dictated that such displays would only hasten my demise. You are most intriguing, he finally remarked. The kunai withdrew from my throat, and the suffocating pressure vanished abruptly, nearly overwhelming me with the urge to gasp for breath. Yet, I restrained myself, gradually and stiffly moving my numb neck. I hope we do not cross paths again. Uchiha Ban sheathed his weapon and turned, the hem of his dark attire slicing through the air with a chilling arc. Hashirama exhaled a long sigh of relief, casting me an apologetic yet kindly complex smile before hastily following after Ban. Hey, Ban, wait for me. The figures of the two youths swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest, as if they had never existed. Only when the soothing sound of flowing water returned to dominate the world around me did my tensed body finally relent, leaning against the massive stone behind me. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. I raised my hand and gently touched my neck, where the lingering coldness of metal and a faint red mark remained. Just moments ago, I had been but a breath away from death. Uchiha Ban, Senju Hashirama. My mind instinctively linked these names to the Senju and Uchiha clans spoken of by the veteran. The heirs of these two feuding families had clandestinely convened here. This revelation was monumental, akin to a mountain pressing down upon me, suffocating my very breath. It was not an opportunity. It was a calamity potent enough to reduce our fragile little group to dust. I must act as though I knew nothing. I retrieved the wooden spear and small knife from the ground, straightened my posture, and proceeded toward the clear river. Food. Water. My companions awaited my return. I could not allow fear to shatter me. Just as my hand was about to graze the icy river water, a sharp and urgent cry echoed through the valley's breeze. It was the voice of the veteran, filled with terror and alarm. Chapter 8. The revolution of sanitation. The scream pierced my taut nerves like a needle. It was not Uchiha Ban, it was the veteran. His voice bore no malice, only a profound sense of terror, as if he had been utterly crushed. My heart plummeted into a chilling abyss. Something had happened. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the wooden spear and summoned every ounce of strength to dash back to the camp, my mind a blank slate, yet flickering with countless possibilities. As I burst through the final thicket, the scene that unfolded before me halted my steps. No ninjas, no blood, only the putrid stench of rotting food mingled with filth, and the suffocating sound of weeping. The smaller girl huddled in the corner of the shelter, her body resembling a smoldering ember, emitting painful groans. Her sister knelt beside her, futilely wiping the sweat from her forehead with a tattered cloth. The mother cradling another child bore a pallid countenance as she held out a cracked bowl, attempting to offer water to her ailing child. The liquid trickled down the cracked corners of the child's mouth, yet she could not manage even the simplest act of swallowing. What is happening? I strode forward, placing the back of my hand against the girl's forehead. Scorching heat radiated from her, alarming to the touch. Her lips were parched and cracked, her eyes sunken deep into their sockets. My gaze swept across the camp, taking in the scattered fruit pits, remnants of food, and the small pond nearby that had been repeatedly used. All the clues coalesced into a fatal thread in my mind. She has been vomiting and suffering since noon. The mother's voice trembled, laced with despair. She cannot eat anything. Do not give her that water. My voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. The mother flinched at my words, her hand frozen mid-air with the bowl. Ignoring her astonishment, I turned to the one-eyed veteran, speaking with undeniable authority. 50 paces from the camp, downstream from the water source, dig a pit 1 meter deep. The veteran stared, bewildered. Dig a pit? That is a latrine. I replied succinctly. From now on, all excrement shall be disposed of there, covered with earth afterward. He was no fool, and he quickly grasped my intention. His weathered face flushed a deep hue, seemingly insulted. I pointed toward the slightly older girl. Gather all leftover scraps, dispose of them in the pit, and burn them. You. I turned my gaze to the now distraught mother. Go boil water. Fetch water from the pond, and bring it to a boil. From this moment forth, every drop of water we consume must be boiled and then cooled. A profound silence enveloped the group. My orders likely sounded as mad as the ravings of a lunatic to them. What nonsense are you spouting? The mother finally broke. Her eyes reddened as she shouted at me, my child is dying. You refuse to seek herbs and instead instruct us to dig a pit and boil water? Are you trying to kill her? If you do not wish for her to die, you must follow my instructions. I stared at her, enunciating each word. The one responsible for her demise is not me. It is the water you drink, the refuse you discard. It is you. Water cannot harm. She protested, unable to comprehend or accept my words. The veteran furrowed his brow, his voice hoarse. Young lady, food and firewood are precious. Burning them is wasteful. Moreover, the Uchiha, I interrupted him, my voice imbued with a chilling calm that unnerved them. Even if they come, we shall not perish at their hands. I surveyed the pitiful souls ensnared by their primitive means of survival, resolved to impart a lesson in the most direct and brutal manner. There exists an enemy we cannot see or touch. My words silenced everyone. It is more terrifying than any ninja, swifter than the blade of Uchiha. It lurks in unclean water, in decaying food, in the refuse you produce. I deliberately employed the most vulgar terminology, striking their fragile perceptions like a hammer. These unseen parasites will burrow into your bellies, hollowing out your insides, causing you to vomit and defecate until every last drop of water is drained from your body, leading to a painful death. This little girl is merely the first. My gaze swept from the somewhat listless face of the infant cradled in her arms to her and the veteran. Soon, it would be the next one, and then another. Each of us would be consumed by this invisible parasite, one by one. My words struck like a cold chisel, breaking apart the ignorance that clouded their minds. The mother froze, instinctively clutching her child tighter. For the first time, A profound fear of the unknown flickered in the veteran's single eye. He had spent his life battling visible foes, yet had never imagined that death could arrive in such a silent and insidious manner. Boiling water could eradicate those parasites. I offered the only means of salvation, a clean campsite, where they would have nowhere to hide. If they wished to survive, they must heed my words. Otherwise, we could dig our own graves right now. No one dared to oppose me any longer. The veteran silently picked up a sharpened stick, grumbling as he moved toward the spot I had designated. Damn it, fighting invisible parasites. This is a first for me. The mother wiped her tears, trembling hands beginning to rebuild the makeshift stove for boiling water. As evening fell, I handed the first bowl of cooled boiled water to the mother. She gazed at the clear liquid as if it were a sacred elixir of life. When her fingertips brushed the rim of the bowl, they trembled violently. She cautiously brought the water to her ailing daughter's lips. Yet the girl was too weak to swallow, and the water trickled down the corners of her mouth once more. The flicker of hope in the mother's eyes was instantly drowned by a tide of despair, eliciting a suppressed sob. The atmosphere around us plunged back to freezing point. I stepped forward, my expression impassive as I uttered a few words. Pinch her nose. The mother abruptly looked up at me, her gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. You want me to kill my daughter? She questioned, her voice a desperate howl. I am teaching you how to save her, I replied, disregarding her emotions, merely repeating. Pinch her nose. Time stretched in that moment. The veteran's solitary eye darted between my face and the dying child. The mother holding another infant instinctively took a half step back, as if I were the true, invisible, lethal plague. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over her feeble logic. Trembling, the mother extended her other hand, steeling herself, and pinched her daughter's tiny nose. The girl instinctively began to struggle, feeble yet resolute. Unable to breathe through her nose, her cracked lips parted, issuing a silent protest. Feed her water, I commanded, the second directive. The mother, as if awakening from a dream, mechanically brought the bowl to her daughter's lips, slowly pouring the warm water inside. A faint gulp echoed in the deathly silence of the campsite, as clear as thunder. The water was indeed swallowed. The mother's grip faltered, almost letting go. Continue, I urged, my voice steady, until half the bowl was emptied. She dared not question me further. Once the bowl was finally emptied, the girl erupted into a violent fit of coughs, quickly followed by deep gasps for air. This time, her breathing, though rapid, seemed stronger than before. The mother stared blankly at the half-empty bowl, then at her daughter's pale, yet slightly moistened lips, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, burying her face in her knees as she released the pent-up, intense sobs. This was not a cry of despair, but rather a cathartic release, a celebration of survival. From that moment onward, a new order emerged in the campsite. My order. Boiling water, centralized sanitation, and uniform waste disposal. These actions, as natural as breathing in modern society, here felt like sacred and stringent commandments. The veteran no longer voiced any doubts, even taking on the dirtiest and most laborious tasks voluntarily. The slightly older girl became silent yet efficient. As night descended, while I once again inspected the perimeter of the campsite, a faint alarm echoed in my mind, the blueprint simulation system alerting me. On the western side of the campsite, near a thicket of ferns used for camouflage, a flat stone I had deliberately placed as a marker had been moved 3 centimeters. A minuscule displacement. No one would notice. Yet my mind had accurately mapped the 3-dimensional model of the entire campsite down to the centimeter. This mistake stood out like a glaring red dot on a perfect blueprint. It was neither the wind nor a beast. The wind cannot move stones, and a creature's passage would leave a more chaotic trail. This was human intervention. Someone had been here. While we were preoccupied with battling death, a pair of eyes had quietly observed us from the shadows. Was it Uchiha Madara? The name coiled around my heart like a cold, venomous serpent. I kept my thoughts to myself. Panic would solve nothing. I approached the veteran, who was whittling a stick, and spoke in a hushed tone. From tonight on, we will take turns keeping watch. 2 people per shift, changing every hour. The veteran paused his work, raising his single eye, a glimmer of understanding mixed with a hint of murder flashing in his murky gaze. Is there someone? Possibly. I did not make a definitive statement, leaving room for uncertainty. I called over the older girl, instructing them on the simplest way to set up a perimeter. We used vines to trip over thin, dead branches hidden in the grass. If anyone stepped on them, they would make a faint crackling sound. Once all was completed, darkness enveloped us completely. The first watch was assigned to the veteran and me. We concealed ourselves behind a large rock at the edge of the campsite. The night breeze carrying a chill through the forest, rustling the leaves. Time passed second by second, and apart from the chirping of insects, silence reigned. The veteran's breathing was steady and deep, like a slumbering beast. Just as I thought the night would pass without incident, a faint, crisp sound resonated from the trap I had set on the eastern side. It was two small stones suspended by a thin vine. Someone had triggered that vine. My body tensed instantly, cold sweat forming in my palms as I gripped my wooden spear. The veteran heard it too. He silently stood up, and we exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. In the darkness, silence enveloped everything. The one who had triggered the trap stood there, motionless. That was not human. In the shadows, a pair of green eyes suddenly flared to life, and a startled wild fox sprang from the underbrush, vanishing into the deeper night. The veteran and I remained still. It was only when we confirmed that no other creatures lingered nearby that a hint of relaxation flickered in his single eye, though it was quickly replaced by a deeper vigilance. He muttered a curse under his breath and crouched back down. The rest of the night passed without further incident. Yet both the veteran and I understood that the string of safety had snapped. The following morning, as I scooped a thin porridge with a wooden spoon and carefully fed it to the ailing girl, she did not spit it out. Instead, she labored to swallow small sips. Her high fever had subsided somewhat. This small change sent visible ripples through the stagnant atmosphere of the campsite. The mother's gaze toward me was no longer purely one of fear, but now mingled with reverence and a desperate reliance. My order was beginning to take effect. The campsite's water supply was dwindling. I had to venture to the river once more. My mind issued a warning, the risk level marked in bright red, predicting a survival probability below 60%. But the demands of survival overshadowed all else. Water, an irreplaceable strategic resource. I clutched a clay pot, walking alone towards the dense forest that had nearly become my grave yesterday. This time, I proceeded more slowly and cautiously. My mind calculated every possible course of action the two boys might take: ambush points, retreat routes, mapping out the theoretically safest path to the water, steering clear of open areas. Yet, plans are perpetually outpaced by change. As I parted the final fronds blocking my way and caught sight of the figure by the riverbank, my heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. Uchiha Madara, alone. He was not clad in the agile attire from yesterday, but wore a dark kimono that signified his family's status. The sleeves adorned with delicate fan patterns that stood out prominently in the morning light. He did not glance my way, merely standing expressionless by the river, repeatedly tossing flat stones onto the water's surface. The stones skipped across the water, each leap infused with a suppressed fury, as if yearning to tear something apart. It was not a game of stone skipping. It was an expression of pent-up frustration. My mind raced. Variable 1. Uchiha Madara, alone, in an unstable emotional state. Assessed as highly dangerous. Variable 2. Myself, solitary, armed only with a worn dagger at my waist, with the primary objective of collecting water. Variable 3. Why was he here? Agitated? Or waiting for someone? Conclusion: maintain distance, complete the task, and depart immediately. I silently moved 10 meters downstream, crouching to slowly immerse the clay pot into the icy river water. The sound of water filling the pot was jarring amidst the rush of the current. His stone skipping ceased, and he turned his head. Those crimson Sharingan eyes were more ominous than yesterday. The kaleidoscope within them spun slowly, resembling two bloodthirsty abysses. "You're still alive," he spoke, not as a question, but as a statement of an unexpected fact. I remained silent. My mind warned that any superfluous words could ignite the powder keg. I focused intently on my pot, waiting for it to fill. My silence only served to heighten his agitation. He sneered, "Ants like you, even if you evade the ninja's blade, will not survive this winter. What is the point in struggling?" I lifted the filled pot from the river, droplets cascading down its rough surface. Finally, I raised my gaze to meet his. Instead of answering his question, I uttered a completely unrelated statement. Children should not be on the battlefield. My voice was flat, as if remarking on the pleasantness of the weather. This statement pierced through to a hidden nerve within him. The mockery on his face froze, replaced by an offended malice. "This is destiny." He enunciated each word, as if persuading me and himself that being born an Uchiha dictated their fate. Destiny is the excuse of the weak. I interrupted. In that moment, the air became utterly still. The sounds of the flowing river and the rustling leaves seemed to vanish. The Tomo in his Sharingan abruptly halted, fixated on my face. There was no murderous intent, only an unprecedented scrutiny laced with shock and absurdity, as if my words were not mere speech but an incomprehensible incantation from another world. Inside my mind, the probability of survival flickered wildly, plummeting from 55 to 49. This could have gone awry. I refrained from looking at him again. I hefted the heavy pot and turned, retracing my steps with deliberate steadiness. My back was entirely exposed to his gaze, a cold sweat threatening to soak my clothes anew. Each step I took upon the dry leaves echoed like the thudding of my own heartbeat. Yet he remained still. It was not until my figure was about to vanish into the trees that his cold voice resonated behind me, imbued with an inquisitive and perilous undertone. "What is your name?" I did not pause nor look back. "A person who wishes to survive." I left him with the same answer as yesterday, then vanished into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. He stood by the river for what felt like an eternity. The stone he had been tossing, now reduced to a fine powder in his palm, slipped away with the wind through his fingers. Chapter 11. Assistance in the shadows upon returning to the camp. The sky was completely dark. The water jug was heavy, pressing down on my shoulders, yet my mind was unusually alert. A person who wishes to survive. This phrase was directed not only at him, but also served as a reminder to myself. However, what awaited me was not the tranquility that comes after a narrow escape, but a silence that could consume a person whole. The veteran sat alone by the fire, the flames dancing across his weathered face, making him appear like a piece of bark stripped of its moisture. A mother huddled in the corner with her 2 children, too fearful to lift her head, trembling uncontrollably. What happened? My heart sank. The veteran's lips moved, producing a dry, hoarse sound. "The meat. We smoked the jerky." He did not continue, but the implication was painfully clear. It was all gone. In my mind, the three-dimensional model representing the camp's supply reserves lit up with alarm. Those precious pieces of game, painstakingly cured with salt and smoke, hung between 2 tall trees, meant to last through the winter. Now, the section representing food reserves had transformed into an alarming void. Cleared out. Stolen by beasts. The veteran spat angrily on the ground, his single eye bloodshot with frustration. He had heard movement in the woods during his watch last night, but never anticipated such audacity. The despair felt colder than the winter night's wind. The mother could no longer contain herself, silent tears streaming down her face. She had just emerged from the shadow of her daughter's illness, only to be cruelly thrust back by harsh reality. The fragile order that had been tenuously established over the past few days crumbled under the iron fist of survival. "Have we angered the gods of the mountains?" she murmured to her children, her voice laced with a near-delusional fear and confusion regarding our bizarre attempts to build toilets and centralize waste disposal. I had no desire to entertain her wild imaginings. The gods do not consume smoked meat. I placed the water jug down heavily, producing a dull thud. The sound, though not loud, was akin to a stone dropped into still water, drawing everyone's gaze towards me. It's bears or wolves that consume smoked meat. I strode directly to the 2 trees, looking up at the severed vines. The break was marked by rough tearing, and some dark fur not belonging to the vines lay scattered. Our defenses had vulnerabilities. I stated the fact in the calmest tone. "Tomorrow, we will fortify the defenses and dig traps underneath, setting up spikes." My composure stood as the only rock amidst this ocean of despair. The veteran lifted his gaze, a flicker of struggle crossing his single eye, before he nodded firmly. That night, no one could sleep soundly. Hungry stomachs churned in protest, while a greater fear loomed like an unseen monster lurking in the darkness, watching every soul. The next morning, just as the camp's inhabitants were on the verge of madness from hunger and despair, a larger girl came tumbling back from the woods. "Meat. Huge meat." She gasped for breath, her face flushed with excitement and exertion, pointing towards the direction outside the camp. The veteran was the first to react, snatching up a polished bone spear and rushing out, and I followed suit immediately. In a clearing less than 100 steps from our camp, a massive wild boar lay quietly. The leaves beneath it were stained a deep crimson, and a trace of warm blood still seeped from its wounds. It was dead, having succumbed not long ago. An uncontrollable cheer erupted within the camp. "The heavens have smiled upon us." An old soldier rushed over, kicking the boar's enormous body with fervor, his face flushed with excitement. "This is a bounty bestowed by the mountain god." The mother could no longer contain herself, collapsing to her knees with hands clasped together, fervently murmuring words of gratitude to the divine. They were utterly immersed in the ecstasy of regained fortune. But I was not. My mind blared an alarm, sharp and piercing. An internal probability model churned wildly, concluding that the natural occurrence rate of such a colossal wild boar, fortuitously found near the camp and deceased for no more than 2 hours, was less than 0.01. I pushed through the jubilant crowd and knelt beside the beast. My gaze was fixed intently upon its neck. There lay a single wound, an unnaturally smooth incision, precisely from the trachea to the carotid artery, neither too much nor too little. There were no signs of animal bites, no secondary injuries from struggle, and even the surrounding bristles seemed deliberately untouched. A clean kill. The precision of the action resembled that of an art form. My mind instantly matched this wound against all known weapons and methods in the database. A kunai. Or perhaps a blade, even sharper. I lifted my hand, my fingertips involuntarily brushing against the cold, mirror-like edge of the wound. At that moment, a familiar aura surged through my fingertips, an intoxicating blend of supreme arrogance and ferocity, akin to an electric current. It was the boy from the riverbank, capable of crushing stones to powder with ease. Uchiha Madara. Thus, the one who pilfered our cured meat last night was no beast at all. It was he. He took away our means of sustenance and returned to us, at dawn, an even larger and fresher prey. This was not a gift, nor was it mercy. It was a cat-and-mouse game, a proclamation from a lofty height. He was conveying to me, your fate lies in my hands. Chapter 12. The winter trial. We processed the boar's meat with utmost care. Each piece was meticulously coated with salt and hung on a rack. Smoked day and night with damp wood. The camp was permeated with a fragrant blend of fat and wood smoke, temporarily dispelling the shadow of death. Yet my brain, that blueprint simulation system, continued to emit new alarms. This time, the source of the alarm was neither ninjas nor invisible insects. It was winter. The first snow fell without warning. Tiny ice crystals, carried by the northern winds, pierced through every crevice of our meager shelter like countless tiny needles. The fire flickered erratically in the wind, its meager warmth completely consumed just half a foot away from the flames. The recently healed little girl began to cough again. A series of harsh sounds that pierced through the stillness of the night. The old soldier wrapped himself in all the animal skins he could muster. Yet his lips still turned purple from the cold. For the first time, his weathered face displayed a look of helpless despair. If this continued, we would freeze solid before the coldest days arrived. He rubbed his hands together, his voice hoarse, and the white breath he exhaled was instantly scattered by the icy wind. My gaze swept over what we called home, a few wooden beams, some vines, covered by a sparse layer of thatch and leaves. Its sole purpose was to remind us that we had a camp. In the face of temperatures plummeting to below 10 degrees, this structure was no more substantial than paper. My mind began to race. Thermodynamic models, architectural structures, and material mechanics generated countless blueprints in my mind, running simulations only to be dismissed. There was but one conclusion. I stood up and walked to the center of the camp, drawing a rough rectangle in the frozen ground with a stick. We would move our home underground. My words left everyone in stunned silence. What madness are you spouting now? The old soldier was the first to react, pointing at the frozen earth. Dig a hole? This ground is as hard as rock. Why waste energy on this when we could chop more firewood? Are you trying to dig our graves? Firewood merely delays immediate freezing. I looked at him, my tone calm, though warmth would escape from every crevice. We are like a leaky bowl. No matter how much hot water we pour in, it will cool instantly. So what do you propose? He asked gruffly. Bury the bowl in the ground. I pointed to the rectangle on the ground, suggesting we dig down 1.5 meters, reinforce the sides with wood, and cover the top with thicker timber, topped with a thick layer of earth and thatch, leaving only an entrance and a flue. The temperature underground is always higher than at the surface. Wind cannot penetrate. As long as we kindle a small fire inside, we shall be as warm as spring. I explained the principle of a semi-subterranean dwelling in the simplest terms. The old soldier's single eye was filled with skepticism and struggle. His lifetime of experience told him that winter should be spent in caves or tightly wrapped in thick animal skins, not burrowing underground like a groundhog. The mother held her child close, watching me timidly, afraid to speak. My authority wavered for the first time in the face of such a command that completely subverted their understanding. Those who do not wish to dig may remain here. I did not force them, but merely stated an impending reality. I was only responsible for distributing food to those who worked. Hunger is a whip that commands more effectively than any reasoning. The old soldier's face twitched as he stared at me for a full 10 seconds before he spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground. Damn it. In my life, I've fought against men, beasts, and even invisible insects. Today, I must battle the earth. He seized a sharpened wooden stake and, with all his might, struck down at the line I had drawn. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. The frozen ground was as hard as iron, leaving only a shallow white mark. His hand was numbed from the impact, but he swore and swung the stake down once more. The work had begun. The larger girl and I used shards of pottery to excavate the loosened soil, while the old soldier, like an unyielding bull, relentlessly drove the stake into the earth with his one arm. By evening, we had finally dug a pit approximately 1 meter deep, 3 meters long, and 2 meters wide. In the center, according to my design, we left a space for a fire pit, alongside a small flue leading to the surface. When the last beam was placed and thick layers of earth and thatch covered it, an unsightly, yet sturdy underground fortress emerged before us. All of us were caked in dirt, our hands smeared with blood. I tossed the first handful of tinder into the central fire pit. The dry kindling ignited instantly, casting an orange glow that illuminated the small, warm space. Silence fell over us. Outside, the north wind howled, yet within, we experienced an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. Smoke wafted gently through the designated flue, its ascent devoid of any choking sensation. The old soldier extended his dirty, blood-streaked hand above the fire. Feeling the stable warmth radiating from it, something flickered in his lone eye. The mother clutched her child tightly, and under the firelight, the child's face glowed with a healthy flush for the first time. She looked at the flames, then back at me. Suddenly, she thrust the child into the arms of her eldest daughter and knelt before me, her forehead touching the ground with a resounding thud. I refrained from assisting her, for I understood that in this moment, I was no longer merely their leader. In their eyes, I had transformed into something far closer to the divine. Yet, amidst this warm and tranquil atmosphere, the mother who had just bowed her head lifted it once more, her voice trembling with a mix of profound awe and deep-seated fear as she inquired, "What exactly are you?" Chapter 13. The Silent Offering. I remained silent. The flames before me danced, casting flickering shadows upon her face, which was a tapestry of reverence and dread. Not just her, but the veteran huddled behind her, the eldest daughter cradling her siblings. Everyone's gaze converged upon me. In this almost ethereal underground shelter, our shadows elongated and warped upon the earthen walls, twisting like a congregation of lurking phantoms. One person's doubt was sufficient to ignite a wildfire of panic among all. I could feel the fragile trust, forged from blood and sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse. "I am the one who can ensure your survival," I finally spoke, my voice soft yet resonant, like a stone cast into an icy lake, shattering the pervasive fear in an instant. The mother's trembling frame froze in place. She gazed at me, her fear still palpable. Yet something deeper surged forth, overwhelming all else. She bowed her head low, akin to a tamed beast, no longer daring to meet my eyes. The veteran swallowed hard, turned away, and spat toward the fire pit, muttering something indistinct, though his tensed shoulders relaxed. A new order had been silently re-established on a deeper level. The snow had sealed the mountains, falling relentlessly for 3 days. The entire world was blindingly white, and the wind's howl had dulled into a mournful wail emanating from the depths of the earth. The cave insulated us from the biting wind, yet it could not stave off the penetrating cold. Our stockpile of firewood diminished at an alarming rate, and the meager clothing we wore offered little defense against the chill that seeped into our bones. The little girl's coughs grew more frequent, each one twisting my heart a little more. That morning, the sky remained shrouded in gray as it was the veteran's turn to keep watch at the cave entrance. Suddenly, he tumbled through the narrow opening, bringing with him a gust of icy wind and the scent of earth. "Outside, there is something out there." His voice trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement, his one eye gleaming with a terrifying light. A heaviness settled in my heart as I grasped the wooden spear beside me and crouched low to exit. The frigid wind hit me like a slap. Just a short distance from our cave's entrance, the snow had been swept aside, revealing several meticulously cleaned animal pelts, neatly arranged. They were bear and wolf skins, thick, glossy, exuding the fresh scent of the wild. The largest bear pelt could easily envelop 2 adults. The mountain god has manifested once more. With a thud, the veteran knelt in the snow, his singular eye fixated on the skins, tears of warmth streaming down his creased face, freezing into ice upon contact. The mother rushed out, and upon witnessing this scene, she too knelt, bowing repeatedly towards the dark forest, murmuring indistinct words of gratitude. Their joy was genuine, their faith unwavering. Yet, my mind was frantically sounding another alarm. I stepped forward, crouching down to caress the most intact bear pelt. Its fur was smooth, the edges cut with precision, devoid of any excess fat. Such craftsmanship was chillingly professional, reminiscent of the style used on the disemboweled wild boar. A new parameter was forcibly added to my mental model of Uchiha Madara's existence. He had stolen our meat as a warning. He had sent a wild boar as a declaration of sovereignty. Now he gifted us with pelts for warmth. This was not an act of charity nor a miraculous manifestation of a mountain deity. It was a form of captivity. He was undeniably asserting control over our lives, encompassing us within his domain, his possessions. Our efforts to dig a shelter and struggle for survival were, in his view, akin to small beasts attempting to construct a more comfortable den. Occasionally, out of amusement, he would toss us food and bedding. Our lives and deaths remained subject to his whims. Yet, unlike the anger I felt upon receiving the wild boar, a peculiar warmth flickered in my heart. In this desolate expanse of snow, where only death and despair reigned, one individual, in his twisted, arrogant, and even insulting manner, was attending to our plight. I slowly rose, ignoring the two survivors still enraptured by the miracle behind me. I took a few steps towards the depths of the forest, the direction he might have come from. The snow was deep, swallowing my knees with each step. The wind and snow lashed against my face like countless tiny blades. I inhaled deeply, summoning all my strength to shout into the empty, white wilderness, "Thank you." My voice pierced through the tempest, traveling far before being completely devoured by the relentless wailing. Silence enveloped me. The forest offered no reply. I smiled self-deprecatingly, turning to return. Just as I did, my gaze froze. At the edge of my vision, beneath a massive pine tree some distance away, lay an extremely faint imprint in the snow, not a footprint, for it was too shallow. As if something had merely stood there briefly, lacking even an inch of depth. Despite the fierce storm, that mark remained eerily distinct, as if the figure had just departed. And it seemed to convey a message. He had heard me. Chapter 14. The growing settlement. The snowmelt finally receded from the earth, heralding a spring that arrived sluggishly and with a sticky warmth. Life in the cave was sufficiently warm, yet it also left one feeling stagnant. I sketched the first blueprint on a cracked piece of pottery with charcoal, envisioning the future of our camp. Cultivating land, channeling water for irrigation, establishing a rudimentary cycle of production. However, before I could complete my initial plans, uninvited guests arrived. Two individuals who emerged from the woods like rabbits pursued by hunting dogs, their bodies smeared with mud and blood. Yet, the unmistakable aura of a ninja, ingrained in their very bones, could not be concealed. The veteran immediately raised his bone spear, forming a protective barrier behind him as he shielded us. Upon seeing us, the two men tensed, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. But soon, their meager fighting spirit was overwhelmed by deeper exhaustion and hunger. One, a burly man with a gruesome scar running from his brow to his lip, appeared particularly menacing. The other was smaller, keeping his head bowed, making it difficult to discern his features. They fixated hungrily on the dwindling supplies of wild boar jerky hanging from our smoke rack, their throats bobbing with primal desire. "We mean no harm," the scarred man rasped, his voice gritty like gravel. "We just seek a sip of water and a place to rest." My mind began to analyze the situation. Variable 1. 2 rogue ninjas. Combat abilities unknown, in poor condition. Variable 2. Our group consists of one veteran, a woman, children, and myself, a non-combatant. Conclusion: accepting them bears high risks, but expelling them may lead to direct confrontation. I stepped out from the cave, moving past the veteran's tense back, and regarded them calmly. Water may be offered, but to reside here, one must adhere to my rules. The scarred man's gaze reluctantly shifted from the jerky to me, a flicker of unmasked disdain crossing his face. "Rules? Your rules?" He scoffed, as if hearing the most ridiculous jest. "Little girl, there is but one rule in this world, the strength of one's fist." As he spoke, he advanced towards me, the oppressive aura of a ninja enveloping the air. The old soldier's single eye flared with rage, his arm muscles coiling, ready to fight. The mother, frightened, clung tightly to her child, her breath momentarily stilled. Those with hardened fists do not find themselves chased like dogs across the mountains. I did not retreat. This statement struck the scarred man like a bucket of icy water poured over him. His footsteps halted, the ferocity in his expression morphing into humiliation and fury. You seek death. He lunged, fingers clawing toward my throat. Yet, he grasped nothing but air. In the second before he acted, my mind had already calculated the trajectory of his exhausted movements. I simply sidestepped, allowing him to stumble past me, nearly losing his balance. Meanwhile, I calmly continued my proclamation. My rules are simple. First, everyone, including you, must work. Second, all food will be distributed uniformly. Third, and most crucial, I fixed my gaze on his clenched fist, enunciating each word with precision. Here, no one is permitted to strike. Those who do shall either be expelled or perish here. The air fell into a deathly silence. The scarred man's chest heaved violently. He had not anticipated that a seemingly frail woman would dare speak thus to him. He certainly did not expect his intended strike to miss. Just as he prepared to erupt once more, the previously silent, slender man finally raised his head. He regarded me, then glanced back at the cavern behind us, and the greasy jerky, his eyes betraying a complex calculation. We agree to your terms, he spoke. His voice clearer than the scarred man's. We shall work. Alyang. The scarred man bellowed. Are you bowing to a woman? I do not wish to starve. Nor do I want to freeze to death. The man named Alyang replied swiftly. What she says may be right. Scar brother. We lack the strength to run any longer. The situation shifted in an instant. My mind provided a new assessment. A balance of internal power structures had emerged, momentarily stabilizing the chaos. I disregarded the still fuming scarred man and turned to Alyang. Very well. From this day forth, you two shall be responsible for cultivating the southern patch of land. I tossed him a sharpened wooden stick, hardened by fire. It would serve as their tool. Before nightfall, I expect to see results. Alyang silently accepted the stick. The scarred man shot me a fierce glare, but ultimately followed Alyang reluctantly toward the barren land. Order was forcibly established. By evening, as I approached them with 2 pieces of roasted sweet potato and a bowl of meat soup, I found that the previously overgrown plot had been cleared to a small extent. They lay on the ground, exhausted like 2 dead dogs. Alyang devoured the food ravenously. The scarred man hesitated but ultimately succumbed to hunger, overriding his pride. Just as I prepared to turn away, an alert from my internal blueprint simulation system flickered in yellow, signaling an anomaly. I halted, my gaze instinctively settling on the slender man, Alyang. He was tearing apart the sweet potato with remarkable speed. My pupils dilated momentarily. His hands. Those hands were thin, with pronounced knuckles, yet the calluses on his palms and fingers were oddly placed. They were not the result of wielding weapons, but rather indicative of fine, meticulous work. For instance, threading a needle, or performing surgical sutures. My gaze drifted from his hands upwards to the worn ninja tool pouch at his waist. There, alongside shuriken and kunai, lay a small, meticulously wrapped object in oiled cloth. Its outline was recognized by my mind in a mere 0.1 seconds. It was a set of surgical knives. A fugitive ninja, a seemingly calculating and frail man, carried such items with him. He was not an ordinary ninja. He was a medical ninja. Thus, the reasons for his flight likely intertwined with either saving or harming others. Chapter 15. The raid of the bandits. The arrival of the 2 newcomers shattered the camp's previously fragile tranquility. The scarred man was an obvious threat. Yet my mind marked Alyang as a figure of even greater potential risk. He was too quiet, too observant. During the day, while clearing the land, I took the opportunity to observe him as I delivered water. His stance while wielding the wooden stick was clumsy, his strength causing him to stagger. Wholly uncharacteristic of a ninja. But each time he leaned on the stick to catch his breath, his fingers would instinctively curl and stretch, performing subtle, mimicking actions akin to threading a needle. My hypothesis was being infinitely validated. This undercurrent of tension was abruptly shattered at dusk on the 3rd day. A piercing whistle sliced through the camp silence. The old soldier's alarm. I was inspecting the drying meat at the cave's entrance when my heart lurched. In the next moment, the old soldier tumbled down from our makeshift watchtower, his single eye wide with terror. Bandits. A whole damn horde. My brain shifted into high gear. The blueprint of the camp's defense system unfolded in my mind, illuminating the locations of traps, blind spots, and personnel configurations. Women and children into the cave. Block the main exit. I shouted at the stunned mother. Scarred man, left side of the woods. Trigger the rolling stone trap. Liang, guard the cave's ventilation. Do not let anyone slip inside. My commands were swift and urgent, devoid of any emotion. The scarred man hesitated, muttering a curse. But survival instinct propelled him to seize a bone knife and dash toward his assigned position. Liang exchanged a glance with me, his expression inscrutable, before silently retreating into the cave. Amidst the chaos, the old soldier remained steadfast by my side like a rock. I grasped a sharpened wooden spear, and together we guarded the cave's sole entrance. The sounds of battle surged closer, a pack of ragged men brandishing rusty blades charging toward us, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the scarred man successfully triggered the trap. Several bandits at the forefront were crushed, their bodies mangled, unable to scream. Damn, it actually works. The scarred man's voice rang out from the woods. But this only halted them for a moment. More surged around, lunging toward us. The battle erupted instantaneously. The old soldier wielded his bone spear with lethal precision, each thrust simple yet deadly. My mind raced, calculating the trajectories of the enemy's assaults. My body reacting quicker than thought. Step left, crouch. Lunge forward, stab the throat. I became his eyes and brain. Yet, we were but two. A bandit flanked our defenses, roaring toward the cave's entrance. The mother screamed, using her body to block the way, her two terrified children behind her. A rusty machete fell unimpeded. Thud. Blood sprayed forth. The mother swayed, slowly collapsing. In that moment, the previously silent Liang suddenly burst forth from the cave. His hands bore no weapon. A soft, green light emanated from his palm, aimed at the wound behind the mother. Medical ninjutsu. However, the injury was too deep, nearly cleaving her in two. The green light flickered a few times before extinguishing helplessly. On Liang's face was an unmistakable expression of despair and powerlessness. The ambushing bandit was swiftly dispatched by the scarred man, his blade piercing the throat, causing the lifeless body to slump down. Yet, it was too late. The skirmish concluded almost as quickly as it began, with the bandits abandoning 7 or 8 corpses in their hasty retreat. Silence enveloped the camp, a stillness akin to death, pierced only by the heart-wrenching cries of 2 children. The veteran and the scarred man, both injured, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Liang knelt beside his mother's lifeless form, his hands drenched in blood, lost in despair. I approached the 2 children, who had cried themselves hoarse, and crouched before them. Then, I addressed everyone present. Dispose of the bodies. Our fallen comrade deserves a grave. My voice was calm, yet it sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The scarred man attempted to speak, but upon seeing my impassive expression, he swallowed his words. We hastily dug a shallow grave, laying to rest the woman who had sacrificed her life to protect her children. There were no rituals, no eulogies. I merely stood at the edge of the grave, surveying the gathered crowd. Today, we lost one of our own. She did not perish from hunger or disease, but rather, from our inadequacy. Starting tomorrow, everyone, including the children, will undergo combat training. I shall teach you how to lay traps and how to kill with efficiency. Here, to survive, one must transform into a wolf capable of biting, rather than remain a lamb awaiting slaughter. Having spoken, I grasped a handful of earth and scattered it into the grave. At that moment, as the soil fell, a familiar, chilling gaze, one that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, flashed from the forest beyond the camp. My body stiffened. Uchiha Madara. He had been watching all along. Chapter 16. Despair and the descent of heaven. The death of that woman pierced our fragile collective like a cold dagger. The combat training I had mentioned commenced without delay, devoid of mercy. Clang. The wooden spear in my hand struck precisely against the side of the scarred man's bone blade, sending a jolt through his grip, forcing him to stagger back. Your strength may cleave through stone, but killing is not akin to chopping wood. I drew back the spear, my tone unwavering, urging him to employ his intellect in seeking out weaknesses, the neck, the eyes, the heart, any vulnerable spot that could deliver a fatal blow. The scarred man, panting heavily, his face alternately pale and flushed, ultimately fell silent, re-establishing his stance. Nearby, the eldest daughter, bereft of her mother, was compelled to grasp a sharpened stick. At merely 7 or 8 years old, she was as frail as a sprout, her hands trembling as she clutched the weapon. Yet, within her eyes, there were no tears. Only a hollow, scorched hatred. The veteran, with his remaining arm, tirelessly instructed her in the simplest thrusts. Steady your hands. Focus ahead. The enemy will not spare you simply because you weep. Liang, meanwhile, was tasked with organizing the herbs we had collected. He knelt in a corner, his fingers stained with dried blood, meticulously sorting the herbs, his concentration and methodical nature further reinforcing my suspicions. This camp resembled a war machine, forcefully set into motion, creaking as it advanced toward an uncertain fate. Yet, we, this hastily assembled pack of wolves, had yet to learn how to bite when true wolves arrived. A piercing cry, unlike any normal bird-esque call, sliced through the forest, striking the eardrums of everyone present. The veteran-esque face drained of color. It's an eagle-esque call. Damn it, it's a ninja scout. No sooner had he spoken than a volley of poisoned arrows whistled through the air from an unexpected direction. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows found their mark, embedding themselves in the smoke vent of our burrow, a disguised lookout point, and a defensive blind spot near our water source. Our defensive arrangements appeared as mere childlike doodles before the enemy. This is bad. My mind screamed in alarm. They are not bandits. Quick, into the burrow, the veteran bellowed, attempting to usher the children inside. But it was too late. A man clad in a standard ninja vest had silently materialized at the center of our camp, as if he had always been there. Behind him, a dozen menacing bandits emerged from the woods, sealing off all our escape routes. The ninja leader surveyed our meager encampment, his gaze eventually landing on me, filled with disdain and mockery. This pathetic little camp aspires to claim a territory? He scoffed. A woman in charge, no wonder. He licked his lips and issued his command. Surrender all food and women, and should I be pleased, I might consider leaving you with intact corpses. I cursed his ancestors. The scarred man roared, charging forward with his bone knife aimed at the enemy leader's head. The ninja leader did not even flinch. He merely sidestepped slightly and delivered a kick. Bang! The sound echoed like a ruptured drum. The scarred man was sent reeling, his body curling up like a shrimp, crashing against a tree, vomiting a copious amount of blood mixed with internal fragments, struggling to rise. An overwhelming display of power. The veteran's single eye burned with rage. Yet his grip on the wooden spear trembled uncontrollably. Despair settled deeper than before, an unfathomable abyss. My mind raced, overloading with calculations. But all paths led to the same conclusion, annihilation. The ninja leader relished our despair, slowly advancing toward me, his kunai spinning at his fingertips, tracing a chilling arc. Now, what are your rules? He inquired, towering over me. I remained silent, for it had already lost significance. The kunai rose, aimed at my throat. Just then, the ninja leader's actions abruptly halted. His eyes widened in sheer terror. He lowered his gaze gradually. A hand, a gloved hand, emerged from his chest. That hand was disturbingly clean, unmarred by even a drop of blood. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the next moment, that hand withdrew violently. The ninja leader's body crumpled like a statue deprived of its support, collapsing to the ground. Behind him, an unknown figure had appeared. A man clad in black, with dark hair, stood quietly. Uchiha Madara. He did not even glance at the fallen corpse. His obsidian eyes swept over the remaining bandits, who were now paralyzed with fear. No seals, no ninjutsu. He simply moved. His form blurred into a shadow, weaving through the crowd. This was not combat. It was a harvest. Each flicker was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and the cries of those whose lives were forcefully extinguished. In less than 10 seconds, the world fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of the wind and our labored breaths. He stood amidst the pile of corpses, turned, and looked at us. His gaze traversed the astonished veteran, swept past the scarred man who struggled to rise, and ultimately settled upon me. I forced my rigid body to move, stepping forward slowly to meet his soul-freezing gaze. My mind was blank, all models and blueprints rendered irrelevant. Before him, all calculations were meaningless. I halted 3 steps from him. He spoke, his tone as flat as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Just passing by, found it noisy. I looked at him, my heart pounding violently within my chest, nearly leaping from my throat. I managed to speak, my voice dry and hoarse. Thank you, regardless. He offered no reply. Those fathomless eyes simply regarded me in silence. Then, he moved. He stepped past me, making his way toward the faint, flickering campfire at the center of our encampment. He paused beside the fire, bending down to retrieve a half-squashed, undercooked sweet potato from the ashes. It was one of the items dropped by a child during the earlier chaos. Holding the filthy tuber, he gazed at it with an impassive expression. Chapter 17. Formal communication time seemed to stand still. The air was thick with the sense of blood, charred flesh, and a deeper, more profound aroma of despair. The old soldier leaned against a tree trunk, his one arm gripping a bone spear as if he were a statue on the brink of shattering. Scarface lay nearby, his chest caved in, each breath releasing pink froth from his lips. Liang knelt on the ground, curled up, too frightened to lift his gaze. The two children, paralyzed by fear, clung to each other like abandoned chicks. My mind, that once proud blueprint simulation system, had crashed entirely. All models, data, and logical chains had disintegrated into the most absurd scribbles before him. He was not a mere variable. He was an entity capable of overturning the entire equation. At last, he moved. He released his grip. The food we had cherished, the sweet potato that could prolong a child's life by a day, fell lightly back into the ashes, producing a soft thud. Then he turned to me. I forced my rigid throat to articulate words, each syllable scraping against my throat like coarse sandpaper. What do you intend to do? He did not respond immediately. His obsidian eyes, resembling bottomless ancient wells, calmly surveyed our dilapidated camp. They swept over the corpses, the wounded, the precariously standing makeshift shelters. It was an appraisal, akin to a craftsman examining a heap of haphazardly piled, worthless debris, pondering what could be made of it. His voice was devoid of mockery or contempt, merely a flat statement of fact. Rubble. What we had fought for with blood and sweat was reduced to those two words in his mouth. My heart tightened, not from humiliation, but a sense of absurd affirmation. He would not kill us. He wished to observe, as one might watch a tedious play, witnessing how a colony of ants constructs its ludicrous nest. Anger, fear, and relief churned within my chest, ultimately settling into a chilling calm. As long as we could survive, it mattered little how we were perceived. I expected him to depart. Yet he did not. He strode past me toward the corpse of the ninja leader he had just slain. He halted, bending down to inspect the pristine cavity in the dead man's chest. Your medical ninja cannot save him. This statement was directed at me. My pupils dilated sharply. In the corner, Liang, who had been keeping his head down, trembled violently. Uchiha Madara did not even glance at him, as if merely stating a physical law. Then, he added, his hands are shaking. Madara's voice was soft yet pierced the deathly silence of the camp like a searing iron spike. That sentence was intended for me. Yet every word lashed at Liang like a whip. In the corner, the small man who had been keeping his head down shuddered uncontrollably, his hands, stained with dried blood, trembling more violently, as though manipulated by invisible strings. Uchiha Madara's form vanished. No warning, no sound, as abrupt as his arrival. The chilling aura he had brought dissipated slowly with his departure. The wind began to stir once more. The leaves in the forest rustled. The mingling scents of blood and earth became pungent again, almost suffocating. The survivors, as if their bones had been extracted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the hard-won, bloody air. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing shattered the post-catastrophe stillness. It was Scarface. He lay beneath a tree, his sunken chest a ghastly sight. Each breath seemed to draw upon a dilapidated bellows, pink froth continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. He was near death. My brain, that blueprint simulation system which had just rebooted from a crash, delivered a harsh assessment. Multiple broken ribs had pierced his lungs. Severe internal bleeding ensued. Given our current circumstances, the mortality rate was 100%. The only variable was Liang. I shifted my gaze to the corner where he remained kneeling, his head bowed deeper, nearly touching the ground, trembling all over, his teeth chattering softly. He was caught in a state of self-collapse. The old soldier struggled to rise, moving beside Scarface, observing the blood frothing from his lips, his one eye reflecting a soldier's sorrow for the fallen. He turned to me, his voice hoarse. The girl cannot be saved, can she? I did not reply. I walked slowly toward Liang, crouching to meet his trembling body at eye level. He is dying, I stated in the calmest tone possible. Liang's body shook even more violently. You are a medical ninja, I continued. This was not a question, but a certainty. A suppressed, whimpering sound escaped his throat. In your tool pouch, there is a set of surgical instruments, wrapped in oilcloth, well maintained. Your hands bear the calluses of long practice in intricate suturing. When you handle herbs, your classification is precise, your logic rigorous. This is proof of systematic training. Each of my statements sliced through his facade with the precision of a scalpel. He suddenly lifted his head. His face, obscured in shadow, was drenched in tears and sweat. his eyes reflecting profound pain and terror. Useless, useless, he cried out, his voice sharp and despairing. My hands cannot save anyone. They only tremble, only tremble. He raised his shaking hands, quivering like leaves in the wind, as if to compel me to acknowledge this utterly useless tool. Why? I gazed into his eyes, asking. My calmness starkly contrasted with his breakdown. Why? He seemed to find the question ludicrous, laughing bitterly. You ask me why? He pointed toward the corpses of those mercilessly slaughtered by Uchiha Madara, toward the coughing Scarface, toward this blood-soaked camp. This is why? On the battlefield, I watched my captain, my comrades, torn apart before my eyes. Their entrails spilled onto the ground. They begged me to save them. They cried my name. I held the scalpel. My hands trembled just like now. I couldn't even stitch them up. I watched them die before me. He broke down, curling into himself as if trying to retreat back into that nightmare filled with blood and despair. Since that day, I have been worthless. A medical ninja who cannot even hold a knife steady. A coward. A waste. So that is it. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. My mind instantly matched the term to a modern medical diagnosis. It is a mental illness that cannot be cured through simple admonitions. The old soldier and the two children gazed at this scene in terror, unable to comprehend why this seemingly taciturn man had suddenly lost his composure. I fell silent for a moment. Then, I reached out, grasping his trembling wrist. His hand was icy, the frequency of his tremors piercing through my skin and into my palm. Liang, I called his name. He raised his tear-streaked face, looking at me in bewilderment. I do not require a perfect medical ninja. I do not even need you to save him. I pointed at the scarred face in the distance, my voice devoid of any emotion. He is now a man on the brink of death. If you do not intervene, he will perish. If you attempt to save him and fail, he will still die. His demise is a predetermined outcome. Yet, my gaze sharpened. Too many have died here. The mother who sacrificed herself to protect her child, and those bandits slain outside. Now, another scarred face is about to join them. I need to ascertain whether the tool I hold can still serve a purpose. I must know if there exists a medical ninja within my team. Even one trembling with fear and burdened by a high failure rate. His life is now your crucible. Let his body reveal whether you are a healer capable of saving lives or merely a wretched soul haunted by nightmares. The air hung heavy with silence. Liang's trembling momentarily ceased as he stared at me in confusion, grappling with the harshness of my words. Yet deep within his eyes, the smoldering ashes of despair were pried open by my utterance, allowing a faint glimmer of hope to struggle for entry. I released my grip, rising to my feet and choosing not to look back. The choice is yours. I turned towards the two frightened children, enveloping them in my embrace. Offering what little warmth remained in my body, I entrusted the decision to him, as well as the life of the scarred man to his trembling hands. Behind me lay a prolonged, suffocating silence. Then, a staggered, dragging sound broke through. Liang stood up, wiping the tears from his face, step by step. He approached the scarred figure lying in a pool of blood, his breath almost imperceptible. His hand still shook, but his expression transformed. Chapter 18. The Crisis of Izuna. Liang's hands trembled violently under the glow of the fire. He poured forth a set of meticulously wrapped surgical tools from his ninja pouch. The metallic clinks resonating with a crisp, yet chaotic sound. The blades shimmered ominously in the firelight, sending chills coursing through one's very being. He grasped the thinnest scalpel, trembling as he reached towards the tattered clothing of the scarred man's chest. Time and again, the blade failed to steady, unable to even slice through the fabric. I am worthless. I am indeed worthless. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he repeated this mantra, his form appearing as though it might crumble at any moment. I remained silent, merely observing. The veteran beside me wore a frantic expression, his eyes bloodshot, yet he remained powerless to act. The two children had long since cowered behind me, their small hands clutching my clothing tightly. Time slipped away with each increasingly faint breath of the scarred man. Suddenly, Liang raised his other hand, seizing the scalpel without hesitation, and with a fierce slash, he cut deep into his own left arm. Blood gushed forth instantly. He let out a low howl of pain, veins throbbing at his temples. Yet, that incision seemed to sever some invisible shackle. The violent tremors in his right hand miraculously stilled. No longer hesitating, he bent down, the blade precisely slicing through the flesh of the scarred man's chest. It was not a healing act, but rather a dissection that bore a chilling calmness. My mind raced, dissecting each of his movements into streams of data. Incision depth, 37 centimeters. Error 0, 1 millimeter. Avoiding the aorta angle, 153 degrees. Force applied to fracture bone. Constant 12N. His technique was flawlessly textbook, yet his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Blood gushed from his left arm, staining it crimson, dripping steadily to the ground. He seemed oblivious to it, pressing down on the wound with his other hand, mumbling indistinct syllables, as though he sought to hypnotize himself with pain. At last, he extracted the most lethal fragment of rib that had pierced the lung. Clank. The bone shard was tossed into a nearby metal tray. The scarred man's body convulsed violently, and then, astonishingly, his labored breaths became somewhat steadier. Aelion collapsed, utterly drained, gasping for air, yet his eyes fixated on his bloodied hand, now devoid of tremors. He had succeeded. The taut atmosphere in the camp had just begun to ease. At that very moment, a chilling presence, seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss, enveloped the entire encampment without forewarning. The flames of the campfire shrank inward, their light dimming to the brink of extinction. The sounds of insects and the wind vanished simultaneously. Silence reigned. Uchiha Madara. He stood at the entrance of the camp, his black cloak motionless in the still air, as if he were an integral part of the darkness itself. He had not arrived alone. In his arms, he cradled another figure with utmost care. It was a slightly frail young man, his disheveled black hair cascading down, his handsome face devoid of color. Sinister. Creeping black patterns snaked from his neck to his cheeks. Madara's movements were astonishingly gentle as he laid the figure down upon the freshly cleared ground. This action starkly contrasted with the cataclysmic aura surrounding him. His gaze pierced through everyone present, akin to two blades of ice, locking onto Aelion, who had just risen from the ground. The color drained from Aelion's face in an instant, and the body he had struggled to steady began to tremble uncontrollably once more. Madara pointed to the young man on the ground and uttered two words. Save him. It was not a request, but a command. An edict from a deity to mere insects, unyielding and absolute. Aelion staggered forward, glancing once before recoiling in terror, collapsing onto the ground. No, it cannot be. This is the decaying corpse of the Senju clan. There is no hope. Any contact will lead to putrefaction. It is utterly impossible to proceed. Madara's expression remained inscrutable. Yet the air around him began to warp. A tide of overwhelming killing intent surged forth, crashing upon Aelion, who was on the verge of complete collapse. I say this once more. His voice was colder than the winds of eternal winter. Save him. I cannot. I truly cannot. Aelion crumpled to the ground, babbling incoherently, the foul odor of fear emanating from him. The veteran and the two children were suffocated by this aura of death, their faces turning pale, on the brink of fainting. My mind, too, blared alarms under this terrifying pressure, buzzing incessantly. Warning. Detected a fatal threat. Survival probability, 0.01. Immediate evacuation recommended. Yet this time, I did not retreat. I forced my stiff legs to move, step by step, until I stood before Uchiha Madara, placing myself between him and Aelion. I crouched down, ignoring his gaze that seemed capable of tearing one asunder, and scrutinized the young man named Izuna on the ground. The black patterns writhed beneath his skin as though they possessed life. Necrosis, nerve paralysis, ultimately leading to the heart's erosion until it ceased to beat. My blueprint simulation system surged into action, cross-referencing these symptoms with the vast knowledge in my mind. Fungal infection? Rejected. Bacterial decay? Rejected. Cellular toxin? Rejected. Comparison complete. This phenomenon is a chakra-based cellular-level attack, defined as unknown parasitic life form. Madara's patience had evidently run its course. I could sense that the killing intent coalescing behind him had materialized into a tangible force, permeating the air with the scent of rust and death. Just as he prepared to act, I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes, ablaze with destruction and impatience. This poison I cannot resolve, I said calmly. In that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted to the most perilous pinprick, and the atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming aura of hostility. Yet, my subsequent utterance halted that surging malevolence, frozen in the instant before its eruption. However, I comprehended its essence. I extended my finger, tracing the bizarre black patterns on Izuna's face through the air. It was not venom. Rather, it was a living entity parasitizing your brother's chakra. Chapter 19. Midnight Plea, a living entity? Uchiha Madara echoed the words, devoid of inquiry. only a chilling sense of transgression and latent menace. I could distinctly sense that his palpable malice had not dissipated in light of my words. On the contrary, it seemed to have found a more precise target, converging from all directions like countless invisible needles, all aimed squarely at me. He did not seek comprehension. He only demanded a resolution, a parasitic form of chakra life. My mind raced, formulating the most succinct conclusion in the plainest terms. It feeds on your brother's chakra. Any conventional medical ninjutsu would not be healing for him, but merely feeding. In the corner, the slumped alien clung to his last shred of hope, expending every ounce of his strength to shout, "Indeed. That's it." When I used chakra to probe earlier, those black entities became more active. Yet Madara's gaze remained fixed solely on me, entirely dismissive of the dying medical ninja. His obsidian pupils were locked onto me. A bottomless whirlpool that seemed intent on drawing in, crushing, and then meticulously dissecting my very soul. How do you know? This was not a question, but a judgment. My knowledge differs from yours, I replied calmly. In the brief seconds of our standoff, Izuna, lying on the ground, suddenly convulsed, emitting a muffled groan of agony. The strange black patterns on his neck appeared to awaken like venomous serpents, visibly slithering towards his heart, spreading ominously. "Izuna!" Madara's voice erupted in a strained, low growl, laced with palpable panic. At that moment, his cataclysmic aura spiraled entirely out of control. A gust of wind surged from nowhere. In the next instant, he lunged before me, seizing my shoulder with a grip that felt like a burning iron clamp, nearly crushing my bones. "Save him." For the first time, he employed the word save rather than issuing a command to treat. His face was mere inches from mine, and I could see the kaleidoscope of his dark pupils swirling frantically, reflecting my unnaturally calm visage. There was no malice within them, only pure, desperate anxiety and fear. Forced to the brink. In that moment, he was no longer the deity looking down upon all. He was merely a brother on the verge of losing his only kin. He had, for the first time, laid bare his singular, fatal vulnerability before an outsider. I repeat, save him. His voice trembled, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. Tinged with blood. Any condition. My mind, the blueprint deduction system, was overridden by my judgment. He had relinquished all pride and entered in absolute bargaining mode. Very well. I refrained from glancing at his hand, still poised to crush my shoulder, nor at his Sharingan that could shatter any ninja's resolve. I simply regarded him, observing the despair of a mortal man, standing atop the ninja world, now laid bare. Then, I spoke softly. "I require none of your conditions." My voice was gentle, yet struck him like a hammer, freezing all his movements. I lifted my other hand, resting it on the cold back of his hand gripping my shoulder. The tension in his hand momentarily eased, as if my words had pierced through his fury. "I need you to listen to me." At that moment, the air felt as if it had been entirely siphoned away. Madara's wildly spinning Sharingan paused for an instant. He looked at me, his gaze for the first time revealing something beyond scrutiny, as if reassessing the power of the seemingly defenseless woman before him. I did not shy away. I met his gaze and reiterated, each word deliberate. "From this moment, here, regarding Izuna's fate, you will heed my words." Chapter 20. The weight of life. Uchiha Madara remained motionless. His hand, still gripping my shoulder like a vice, relaxed ever so slightly in silence. The surrounding air, once tumultuous with his uncontrolled malice, settled in an eerie manner, congealing into an oppressive stillness. Time stretched into an interminable, silent standoff. His blood-red Sharingan fixated on me, dissecting my soul inch by inch with the precision of the world's most intricate instrument, probing the foundation behind my audacious declaration. I did not flinch. In my mind, the red alert symbolizing his emotional turmoil flashed violently, yet the main interface of the blueprint deduction system remained clearer than ever. Game module activated. Opponent's core demand, save Uchiha Izuna. Our core leverage, the only viable technical solution. Conclusion, deal established. At last, he relinquished his grip. It was a reluctant action, as though he were tearing flesh from bone. Good. He squeezed the word from his throat, then stepped back, granting me access to Izuna's side. I wasted no time. I immediately knelt down to conduct a more thorough examination of Izuna. This time, free from the soul-freezing malice, my mental processing accelerated to its peak. "Alien," I commanded without turning. The cowering figure in the corner flinched. "Water, boiling." Put all the metallic instruments from his bag in to sterilize. The fire must be fierce. "Old soldier, clear a patch of ground and scorched the surrounding earth. No one is to approach but me. My orders were clear, concise, and devoid of emotion. The old soldier sprang into action, while Ailiong, like a whipped top, scrambled to tend to the fire, his hands still trembling, yet he began to work. Uchiha Madara stood 3 paces away, a silent statue exuding an ominous aura. He watched me as I carefully cut open Izuna's clothing with a small knife. Observing the writhing black patterns beneath his brother's skin, saying nothing. My blueprint system whirred into action. Target, parasitic chakra life form. Characteristics, spreads along the host's meridian system. Consuming chakra for sustenance, exhibiting a positive feedback to conventional medical ninjutsu. Vulnerability analysis. The main structure is fragile, yet regeneration capabilities are exceedingly strong. If the core is excised, residual parts will regenerate the core within 180 seconds. Plan deduction. It is imperative to suppress its regenerative ability with a substance while excising the core. My knowledge base lacked direct data on chakra, forcing me to rely on comparative analysis. This parasite resembled a form of anaerobic fungus with an accelerated metabolism. I needed a potent inhibitor capable of disrupting its cellular structure while inflicting minimal harm to the host. Suddenly, a plethora of herbal molecular structures flashed through my mind. I require a few items: the rhizome of nightshade, the flower core of the ghost needle flower, and the spore powder of the earth dragon fern. They must be fresh. Madara's obsidian eyes flickered slightly. He did not inquire about the nature of these items, nor where to seek them. In the next moment, his presence abruptly vanished from the spot. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flames of the campfire to dance wildly. He had departed. The tension in the camp lightened considerably. Both Ailiong and the veteran collapsed almost simultaneously, gasping for breath. I paid them no mind. Approaching the pot of boiling water, I watched as Ailiong tossed the surgical instruments inside. "Can your hands still function?" I asked. Ailiong gazed at his hands, barely visible through the steam, still trembling slightly, and let out a bitter laugh, perhaps only suitable for cutting herbs. "Not sufficient," I interrupted. "For the upcoming surgery, I require an assistant." He recoiled in terror. "I cannot do it. I simply cannot." "I am not asking you to cut," I replied, my voice as cold as ice. "I merely need you to utilize your chakra to sustain his most basic vital signs. Do not employ medical ninjutsu. It must be the most rudimentary chakra transfer, akin to refueling a nearly extinguished lamp. Can you manage that?" He was momentarily stunned, staring at me blankly. "Can you, or cannot you?" "I can," he almost instinctively responded. "Excellent." I no longer regarded him, turning my focus to the boiling instruments as I marked the surgical site on the chest of the patient, Quan Nai. My mind constructed a 3D model of the entire surgical process, simulating each step and detail repeatedly. Warning: the core of the parasite is too intricately fused with the meridians. The smallest unit is below 0.1 millimeter and cannot be fully discerned by the naked eye. Surgical detachment failure rate, 97.3. The failure rate was far too high. I paused, realizing I required a microscope or at least a high-powered magnifying glass. Yet, there was nothing available here. My gaze inadvertently drifted toward the direction where Uchiha Madara had vanished. The Sharingan, said to pierce through all ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Its essence lay in the ultimate insight into dynamic vision and chakra flow. A mad, unprecedented notion thundered into being within my mind. Just then, a shadow appeared, bringing with it a scent of blood and earth, re-emerging at the center of the camp. Uchiha Madara had returned. He dropped something wrapped in leaves onto the ground before me. Inside were the 3 herbs I had mentioned, each glistening with morning dew, fresh as if just plucked from the earth. He bore some dirt upon him, yet his speed was astonishing. Then, he looked at me and uttered 2 words. I slowly straightened, meeting his gaze, now ablaze with the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. I pointed at Quan Nai, lying on the ground, then gestured toward him. "This surgery cannot be accomplished alone. I require your eyes." Chapter 21. The surgery. The air became dense with tension. Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed intently upon me, his emotions swirling within, shock, absurdity, and a hint of madness that one must contemplate when pushed to the brink. "My eyes," he repeated, his voice gravelly, akin to 2 pieces of metal grinding together. "Yes, your eyes." I did not relent, maintaining a steady gaze. My naked eyes could only perceive skin and flesh. But this parasite operated on a chakra level, its essence possibly thinner than a strand of hair. If I could not see it, I could not excise it cleanly. I paused, gesturing toward his blood-red eyes. Yet you can. You can perceive the flow of chakra, discern its most minute structures, identify where it takes root, and observe how it spreads. I extended my hand, palm up, revealing the thinnest surgical blade, just retrieved from the boiling water. For this surgery, I shall wield the instrument. You shall serve as my eyes. This declaration utterly upended the understanding of a ninja, compelling the leader of the Uchiha clan, a pinnacle of strength within the ninja world, to assist an unarmed, ordinary woman? Absurd. Yet he had no alternative. The groaning form of Quan Nai on the ground emitted another painful sound. The dark markings on his face creeping forward once more. This was the final straw that broke the back of his pride. Fine, he forced the word through clenched teeth. Game successfully negotiated. Surgical control established fully. A cold notification echoed in my mind. Position yourself opposite me. I immediately issued the command, bending down so he could clearly observe every detail beneath my knife. If it moves, inform me of its direction. If it sprouts a tendril, tell me how long. He silently complied, following my directives. A man radiating a divine presence thus lowered himself, transforming his proud bloodline limit into a living microscope at my service. Liang and the veteran had retreated to the far edge of the camp, watching this scene in horror, forgetting even to breathe. Commence. I uttered the two words. I bent down, pressing my left hand against Quan Nai's chest while my right hand grasped the knife, aiming it precisely at the heart where the dark markings were densest. Report. The core lies 3 centimeters beneath the skin. The main meridian connects to the heart valve, with 374 minute branches extending along the meridians. Uchiha Madara's voice reached me, steady, clear, devoid of emotion, as though he had truly become a machine. 374. My heart sank. It was far more than I had anticipated. I am about to cut. I warned him. The blade's tip pierced the skin with precision. At the moment the blade made contact with the core of the parasite, an anomaly erupted. It resisted. All branches simultaneously absorbed chakra. Quan Nai's vitality was waning. Uchiha Madara's voice grew frantic for the first time. The body of Quan Nai, lying on the ground, arched violently, resembling a fish out of water, violently expelling clots of black blood. Subdue him, I shouted at Uchiha Madara. He immediately extended his hand, a torrent of chakra surging forth. Do not use chakra, I commanded sharply. Physically restrain him with your hands. My order stilled the nearly erupting chakra in his palms. He hesitated for a moment, then firmly pressed both hands onto Quan Nai's trembling shoulders. Warning. Post-vital signs have dropped by 12. The parasite has entered a state of frenzy. Correction. Conventional detachment surgery has failed. A higher precision excision method must be employed. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from the limits of my body. My mind could calculate operations at a nanometer level, yet my hands could only manage millimeters. Not sufficient. Far from it. I gazed into Uchiha Madara's frantically spinning Sharingan, and that wild thought resurfaced, now crystal clear. Release him, I commanded. He appeared perplexed but complied. I discarded the surgical knife and lifted my gaze to him. Can your chakra manifest into a form? For instance, a blade? His pupils contracted. Yes. How fine can it become? As I will it. His response carried the absolute confidence of the Uchiha clan. Excellent. I seized his right hand, guiding his index finger toward the wound on Quan Nai's chest. Now, follow my instructions. Condense your chakra, shaping it into an invisible blade, finer than a needle's tip. I need you to sever it personally. His body stiffened like stone. I raised my head, meeting the overwhelming astonishment in his Sharingan. Your eyes can see it. Your chakra can sever it. Uchiha Madara. The one who can save your brother now is not I. It is you yourself. His fingertip trembled slightly beneath my palm. Chapter 22. Night Watch. The moment Uchiha Madara's finger withdrew, I felt almost depleted. That blade of chakra, condensed to its utmost form, silently dissipated into the air. Warning, bodily functions have reached their limit. Adrenaline levels have dropped by 90. Immediate entry into sleep mode is advised. My mind is issuing its final alarms. Yet I cannot succumb. It is not over yet. I brace myself and retrieve a suturing needle and thread from a nearby basin. Liang, come here. The medical ninja in the corner shudders, as if he has heard the call of the devil, but he still approaches unsteadily. Disinfect and hand me the needle and thread. My voice remains steady, though my hands tremble. It is not fear, it is weakness, a physiological response to the dual exhaustion of both mind and body. Uchiha Madara stands silently beside me, observing as I stitch together the wound on Izuna's chest with my shaking hands. He does not offer assistance, nor does he urge me on. He merely watches, resembling a statue reassessing the world. His Sharingan has faded, reverting to an unfathomable black. With the final stitch secured, I knot it and cut the thread. I discard the tools from my hands, leaning back heavily against the ground. The world spins. The veteran and the two children have gathered around, their faces reflecting a dazed relief from surviving the ordeal. Did he make it? The veteran's voice is hoarse. The first step is complete. I lean against a wooden crate, gasping for breath. The next 12 hours are critical. Any hint of infection could cost him his life. I glance at Uchiha Madara. We will take turns keeping watch. I will sleep for 3 hours, then it will be your turn. This is a command, not a suggestion. He does not respond, but moves to Izuna's side, extending a hand to check his brother's breath. The steady, warm flow of air softens his entire demeanor for a fleeting moment. He slowly sits down, positioning himself on the opposite side of the campfire, distant yet connected to me. This tacit agreement settles between us. I close my eyes, forcing myself into a shallow sleep. The cerebral blueprint simulation system is forcibly shut down, leaving only the most basic vital sign monitoring. The surroundings are tranquil, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire and Izuna's steady breathing. These two sounds compose the most extravagant peace amidst the chaos of the warring states. I do not know how long I have slept, perhaps only an hour, or maybe just 10 minutes. I awaken to a chill, the night deepening, the fire's glow diminishing, and the wilderness wind carrying a biting cold. Instinctively, I wrap my arms tightly around myself, seeking warmth. At that moment, something warm, accompanied by a faint scent of dust and rust, falls over me. It is heavy, Uchiha Madara's black, armor-clad cloak. I jolt awake. He has somehow positioned himself before me, his tall figure casting a shadow that shields me from most of the night wind. He has just completed the act of draping the cloak over me, his hand lingering in the air. The firelight dances across his face, casting both light and shadow. You are awake, he states. Yes, I reply. It is your turn now. With that, he turns and returns to Izuna's side, resuming his position and closing his eyes once more. The entire sequence flows seamlessly, as if the act of covering me with the cloak had never transpired. I look down at the battle-worn garment enveloping me. The rough fabric, marked by years of conflict, is stained with the earth he collected in search of herbs. Yet it is warm. I pull at the cloak, wrapping it tighter around myself. The scent unique to Uchiha Madara envelopes me, a comforting presence in the cold night. Chapter 23. Awakening. I hold tightly to the cloak belonging to Uchiha Madara. The coarse fabric, mingled with the scent of rust and earth, is not pleasant, yet it dispels the biting chill of the deep night. The flickering campfire casts shadows on Madara's profile as he stands motionless beside Izuna, resembling a statue melded with the night. This brief moment of peace between us is as fragile as a thin layer of ice, precariously acquired at the cost of Izuna's life. The cold, emotionless voice of the system reverberates in my mind. Physical functions restored to 37. Shallow sleep has been interrupted. At some point, the horizon has begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn. I rise, carefully folding the cloak and placing it on the nearby wooden crate. The warmth that belonged to him dissipates rapidly from the fabric, silently declaring that our unexpected bond has reached its conclusion. At that moment, a faint, suppressed cough pierces the morning stillness. It is Izuna. Before I can react, a shadow darts past me. Uchiha Madara has already bent over Izuna's bed, moving with such swiftness that it stirs the air. Izuna. His voice carries an urgency I have never heard before, as if he cradles a precious treasure, fearful that it might shatter with a single blink. I hasten to his side, crouching down to assess the situation. The boy lying there trembles violently, as if grappling with an unseen weight. Finally, he slowly opens his eyes as dark as Madara's. First, there is confusion, but upon recognizing his brother, that confusion quickly transforms into complete reassurance and reliance. Brother, he utters, his voice hoarse, nearly inaudible, as if it has been worn away by sandpaper. I am here, Madara replies, grasping his hand with utmost care, as if it were fragile porcelain. However, Izuna's gaze shifts beyond his brother, landing squarely on me. In that instant, the warmth that had just surfaced in his eyes freezes into ice, replaced by a sharp vigilance and scrutiny. He struggles to sit up, the movement aggravating his wound, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. Do not move. Madara instantly supports him, allowing him to lean against his chest. Yet Izuna disregards his brother's soothing words. His full attention fixated on me, the strange woman clad in unfamiliar attire and unarmed. System update triggered. New variable introduced. Uchiha Izuna. Stance analysis. Hostile. Threat level. Moderate. The system in my mind delivers its assessments with dispassionate clarity. Moderate? I nearly scoff in disbelief. A boy who has just clawed his way back from the brink of death, now struggling to breathe, is deemed a moderate threat? Does my system have a gross misunderstanding of the term threat? Or is it that a scion of the Uchiha clan, even on the edge of life, is inherently more dangerous than an ordinary ninja? After laboring for hours to stitch him up, nearly sacrificing myself in the process, this is what I receive. I should have demanded a deposit up front. Ancient wisdom holds true. Izuna does not regard the wound I stitched, nor does he sense his chakra stabilizing. He simply stares at me and, mustering all his strength, utters his first complete sentence upon awakening. His voice, though faint, slices through the fragile piece like a knife. Kill her. Chapter 24. The Uchiha's gratitude that command, kill her, pierces the stillness of the camp like a cold needle. I cannot even muster the energy to lift my eyelids. Very well, the farmer and the serpent, a classic tale, a recurring theme. After enduring hours of labor, nearly burning out my own CPU, this is what I receive in return? Had I known, I would have insisted on full payment up front. For the final installment is always the hardest to collect. Event assessment, typical betrayal. Risk level, manageable. The system within my mind calmly presented black text, devoid of exclamation marks, exuding an air of nonchalance. Controlled. Of course, it was controlled. My wager was never on Uchiha Izuna's conscience, but rather on Uchiha Madara's intellect. As expected, Uchiha Madara remained unmoved. He didn't spare me a glance, instead lowering his gaze to his frail and panting brother, whose breath was labored with weakness and resentment. His voice was as grave as a tombstone. Silence. Just 2 words. No explanations, no reassurances, only an irrefutable command. Izuna's body froze, his beautiful black eyes suddenly filled with hurt and confusion. Brother, this woman is of unknown origin. I said, be silent. Madara interrupted him, his voice laced with a dangerous rasp. He extended his hand, devoid of any tenderness, and forcefully pressed Izuna back onto the rudimentary bed. You need to rest now. The brief and absurd trial concluded just like that. Madara stood up and finally turned towards me. Between us lay a dwindling campfire, his towering figure casting a long shadow in the morning light, enveloping me entirely. You go rest. Another command. I did not respond, silently turning to the edge of the camp, finding a tree to lean against as I sat down. Every muscle in my body protested, and every neuron in my brain screamed for shutdown. I closed my eyes and instantly fell into chaos. I lost track of time, until a rapid footfall jolted me awake. The veteran stood before me, his expression taut, lowering his voice. They have arrived. Following his gaze, I looked towards the center of the camp. 3 Uchiha ninjas had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The leader was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his face lined with deep creases that seemed carved by a knife. His expression grim, as if he were attending a funeral rather than delivering a token of gratitude. Madara stood beside him, now clad in clean black attire, reverting to his cold and distant demeanor as the Uchiha clan leader. The elder, at Madara's gesture, slowly approached me. His gaze swept over the ragged children behind me, then over the rudimentary camp I had hastily established. Finally, his gaze settled on me, carrying an air of condescension. You saved Lord Izuna, he stated, a declaration rather than an expression of gratitude. Then, he waved his hand. The 2 ninjas behind him brought forth a heavy wooden box and placed it heavily before me. The box opened, revealing neatly arranged supplies that emanated a tantalizing allure in the morning light. Bags of grain, cured meats, pristine medical kits, and even several pieces of refined steel suitable for crafting tools. Resource assessment, sufficient for 50 individuals to sustain basic survival for 3 months. Strategic value, high. My mind rendered a rational judgment, while my stomach provided a more honest reaction. The Uchiha clan never shortchanged those who rendered service. The elder looked at me, finally articulating his purpose. Your abilities should not be squandered in such a place. Join the Uchiha, and you and your people will receive true protection. Recruitment. I raised my head, looking beyond him to the silent, iron-like statue behind him. Madara was watching me, his black pupils devoid of emotion. I withdrew my gaze, looking at the elder, and calmly replied, I appreciate your generosity, but it is not what I seek. The deep-set wrinkles on the elder's face seemed to deepen. Is that so? He made no further attempt to persuade me, merely casting a meaningful glance at the supplies in the box. These provisions could sustain you for 3 months. But the winter in the land of fire lasts far longer than that. He paused, turning away as if speaking to himself, yet his words were directed at me. The Senju clan has also been restless lately. I hope your peace can withstand their blades. With that, he and his companions departed, not looking back. The camp was left with only me, the open wooden box, and the ever-silent Madara standing not far away. I gazed at the life-saving provisions within the box, fully aware that this transaction was only now truly concluded. One hand exchanged a person, the other delivered goods. Warning, reward has been acknowledged. Survival mission activated. Winter is coming. Countdown 90 days. Chapter 25. Madara's promise. The Uchiha departed like a gust of black wind sweeping across the wilderness, leaving behind an open wooden box. The camp was enveloped in a deathly silence. The veteran, Ailion, and the few half-grown children stared at the contents of the box with a mixture of awe and fear, glancing at me, none daring to step forward. The box seemed less like supplies and more like an offering to the mountain god. Whoever touched it would perish. I paid no heed to their myriad expressions. My mind raced, deconstructing the contents of the box into cold, calculated data. Inventory: 30 bags of polished rice, sufficient for 50 people for 90 days. 50 kilograms of cured meat. A source of high-quality protein. 5 medical kits, containing antibiotics, bandages, and disinfectants. 3 pieces of refined steel, suitable for forging tools or basic weapons. Assessment conclusion: essential for survival. However, insufficient. Winter preparations were far from adequate. Behind me, a shadow descended silently. The familiar, bone-chilling aura tightened my spine. He had not left. Uchiha Madara stood directly behind me, like a silent statue awaiting judgment. I did not turn around. The transaction had concluded. I calmly stated the facts. I have accepted your token of gratitude. That was not a token of gratitude. His voice resonated from above, deep and hoarse, like a blade scraping against stone. That was an advance payment. My actions halted. Game module emergency activation. Intent analysis failed. Warning: current dialogue exceeds a single transaction model. I slowly turned to face his unfathomable black eyes. In the dim morning light, those eyes were more silent than eternal night. There is no business here that requires an advance payment. There is. He uttered a single word, stepping forward. The invisible pressure thickened the surrounding air, causing the veteran and Ailion to instinctively retreat a few steps, nearly pressing against the edge of the camp. Izuna's life, I have noted. He looked at me, enunciating each word. The Uchiha clan repays its debts. I met his gaze without flinching. So, what will you offer in return? I had expected him to mention more supplies or money, things that were tangible and useful. Instead, he offered something else. This buffer zone. He raised his hand, not pointing at me, but outlining a circle that encompassed our small, pitiful camp and the vast wilderness surrounding it. From this day forth, Uchiha ninjas shall not set foot here. I listened quietly, knowing this was merely the first half of his statement. Indeed, he shifted his tone, and in his black eyes flickered a hint of the unmasked ferocity that belonged to the strong. However, those from the Senju clan, or anyone else who wishes to covet this place, must first ask themselves if they possess the means to escape the Uchiha's patrols alive. The air became utterly still. The veteran and Ailion gasped, their faces expressing sheer shock and disbelief. Agreement analysis: unilateral verbal accord. Content: provision of exclusive military protection. Contracting party: Uchiha Madara. Binding force: extremely high. Cost of breach: the reputation of the Uchiha clan, along with Madara's own pride. My mind delivered a cold conclusion. Good heavens. This was a declaration of sovereignty. He didn't even bother to inquire about the rental fee. Do you mean to say that when I speak, my voice is so flat that this land has become your private possession? He did not deny it. You may interpret it that way. He finally uttered the pivotal words: survive. Before the winter concludes, do not let me feel that saving your life is a losing business deal. He spoke of saving your life, not just the life of Quan Nai. The moment his words fell, his figure abruptly vanished, leaving no trace, as if he had never existed. The tension within the camp dissipated instantaneously. What does he mean by that? The old soldier approached, trembling, his face etched with the bewilderment of having survived a calamity. Are we under the protection of Uchiha? I remained silent. I bent down and scooped a handful of rice from the heavy wooden box. The grains were plump and weighty, pressing against my palm with an extraordinarily tangible sensation. I gazed at this life-saving sustenance before lifting my eyes to the distant, mist-shrouded forest, fraught with peril. An invisible dome descended upon us, firmly enclosing us within. This was both protection and imprisonment. He had granted us a chance to live, and bestowed upon me a reason to survive. I opened my hand, and the grains of rice slipped through my fingers, cascading down. 90 days. Each grain felt like a countdown ticking away. Chapter 26. The budding of a system. The protection of Uchiha Madara left an indelible mark on our small camp, like a searing brand. The wooden box sat in the center of the camp, untouched by anyone. The veterans, Scarface, and Aoyang merely observed from a distance. Their faces contorted with a mixture of elation and terror, as if the contents were not food, but a box that would unleash demons upon opening. I approached, maintaining a stoic expression, and opened a bag of rice. With a rustle, the plump grains spilled forth, shimmering with a pearlescent sheen in the sunlight. The aroma of food finally overpowered the fear. From today onwards, food will be distributed uniformly. I declare that each person shall receive their portion based on the work completed daily. The camp fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, including the veterans, was taken aback. Workload. Scarface was the first to break the stillness, pointing to the wound on his chest still seeping blood. I nearly lost my life guarding this place. And now I have to work to eat? Indeed, I replied, unwavering. Injured individuals can receive basic rations to aid recovery. I interrupted his curse. My voice steady yet clear enough for all to hear, but only that. If you desire meat, if you wish to eat your fill, engage in tasks within your capacity, tending to wounds, weaving ropes, crafting wooden spears. There will always be work for you. My gaze swept across each individual. I will not support idlers here. Establishing management model, preliminary framework, distribution based on labor, risk assessment, potential for short-term dissatisfaction, long-term benefit, enhanced productivity, and organizational discipline. But how will we keep track? Aoyang inquired softly, always adept at pinpointing the crux of an issue. I turned to him. You shall maintain the records. I retrieved a brand new medical ledger and a charcoal pencil from the box, tossing them to him. Each day, document who did what and how much. In the evening, based on your records, I will allocate food. Aoyang caught the ledger, his fingers instinctively brushing over the smooth surface of the paper, nodding in understanding. At that moment, a hoarse, aged voice emerged from the corner of the crowd. What if someone slacks off? The speaker was a recently joined elder who had sheltered in a cave during the bandit raid, and scathed. His murky eyes glinted with a hint of cunning calculation and unease. Or what if the one recording favors their own? Upon utterance, all eyes subtly shifted between Aoyang and me. The seeds of suspicion, once sown, would burgeon uncontrollably. I refrained from responding immediately. Instead, I approached the eldest daughter who had lost her mother. She was attempting to mimic the veterans, stabbing the air repeatedly with a stick. Her movements clumsy yet imbued with a fierce determination. I crouched down and pressed a piece of cured meat into her hands. This is for you today. You practiced the thrust 300 times. The girl froze, staring blankly at the jerky in her hands, then back at me. I stood and faced everyone once more. I shall reiterate. My voice grew colder. The records are not for punishing anyone, nor for catching anyone slacking. They serve to illuminate the fruits of your labor. They are meant to make you aware that here, an extra effort equates to an extra meal. Everything you contribute to this camp will not be forgotten. As for fairness, I scoffed, patting the ledger in Aoyang's hands. This record will be made public daily. Who did what, who received what, will be crystal clear. If any of you find it unjust, you are welcome to approach me at any time. I only seek results. The outcome of survival. The elder fell silent, retreating quietly into the crowd. Scarface sneered, but the malevolence in his eyes had lessened considerably. Budding system. Preliminary framework of contribution points established. Stability of the crowd. 5. The camp finally began to function again, like a rusty machine creaking back to life. Distributing supplies, reinforcing traps, treating wounds, all proceeded in an orderly manner under a newly quantified regime. I leaned against a tree, my mind rapidly processing data and planning the next infrastructural blueprint. Water supply systems, sanitation systems, upgrades to fortifications. Just then, the interface in my mind flickered unexpectedly with blinding red light. Warning, high threat unit approaching. Chakra attribute identification, water, Earth. Affiliation determination, Senju clan patrol team. Distance, 3 kilometers. Closing in. My heart sank heavily. Almost simultaneously, a sharp eagle's cry erupted from the forest perimeter. That was Uchiha's alarm. Chapter 27. Contribution points. The Uchiha alarm pierced through every mind like a poisoned dagger. The little vitality the camp had just regained was instantly drained away. Scarface's freshly bandaged wound burst open again. He clutched his bone knife tightly, staring intently at the forest's edge. Alyang tucked the ledger into his coat to shield the children, his face ashen. Senju. That surname bore more weight than 100 bandit gangs combined. Threat assessment updated. Encounter target, Senju clan. Conflict prediction, 98 probability of lethal engagement. Our survival rate, 0. The unemotional verdict in my mind declared our death sentence. I did not move, standing still, forcing myself to analyze calmly. The Uchiha alarm served as both a warning and a deterrent. It signaled the presence of enemies while also informing them that we were being watched. Indeed, figures began to emerge at the forest's edge. They moved slowly, their steps synchronized, making not a sound, a standard ninja reconnaissance team. The leader donned deep blue samurai armor, a long sword strapped to his back, his face devoid of expression. They halted 50 meters from our camp, the optimal range for archery. They did not attack immediately. The leading ninja simply raised his hand, halting the movements of his comrades. His gaze was like a cold ruler, meticulously measuring our camp inch by inch. He observed our reinforced traps, our sharpened wooden spears, and the open wooden box emblazoned with the Uchiha fan emblem. Finally, his gaze locked onto me. The air thickened. This is a pressure that starkly contrasts with that of Uchiha Madara. Madara embodies absolute, sovereign arrogance, while this individual exudes calmness and precision, scrutinizing everything as analyzable data. We are akin to butterflies pinned to an experimental table, with time slipping away, each second feeling like a century. At last, he moved. He merely tilted his head slightly and gestured for retreat. There was no communication, no shouting. The Senju ninjas withdrew silently into the shadows of the forest, vanishing as quietly as they had arrived. The air in the camp seemed to take an eternity to resume its flow. Have they left? The voice of an old soldier trembled. Why? Scarface looked bewildered. They just left like that? I offered no response. Approaching the wooden box, I extracted the notebook and charcoal pencil from Alyang's grasp. For now, we are the dogs of the Uchiha. Methodically, I inscribed 3 bold characters on the first page of the notebook with the charcoal pencil. Contribution points. I slammed the notebook onto the wooden box. From this moment forth, everything in this camp, including your lives, will be exchanged for this. Everyone was taken aback by my action. What the hell? Scarface furrowed his brow. Hunting a rabbit earns 5 points. Digging a trap yields 10 points. Patrolling for an hour grants 8 points. Ignoring him, I continued to announce. 1 point can be exchanged for a roasted sweet potato. 10 points can be traded for a piece of jerky. 100 points can procure a new bone knife. I picked up several scraps of bamboo from the ground. Alyang, your task is to turn these into tokens and distribute them to everyone. Record how many points each person earns for their contributions. Isn't this treating people like livestock? A newly joined man could not help but exclaim. I raised my gaze to him. Indeed, my calm response left him speechless. Here, survival is the only value. As you all witnessed today, why did the Senju refrain from killing us? Because they believed that slaying the dogs of the Uchiha would tarnish their blades. If you wish not to be treated as dogs, if you desire the Senju to hesitate when they next encounter us, then let us transform this camp into a fortress. I took the charcoal pencil and inscribed my name in the notebook, Lin Xiaoya. Following that, I wrote, plan the camp's defense system, establish management procedures. I looked at Alyang. How many points is this worth? Alyang was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at me. Without waiting for his answer, I directly retrieved the largest piece of jerky and 2 sweet potatoes from the box. This is my share for today. I handed the jerky to the small girl, who had been silently staring at me, having lost her mother. You practiced the thrust 300 times. This is your 5 points. The girl stiffly accepted the still fragrant piece of jerky, and for the first time, a glimmer shone in her hollow eyes. Chapter 28. The prototype of the market. The contribution point system spread like ink dropped into stagnant water, swiftly permeating the camp. It transformed. No longer did we languish, waiting for the next meal. Every pair of eyes sparkled with a newfound light, a calculating gleam. Scarface no longer spent his days polishing his bone knife. Instead, He devoted his efforts to chopping wood and digging pits, for those tasks yielded the most points and the most meat. The girl who had lost her mother took excellent care of her younger siblings, gathering safe wild fruits marked by us in the forest beyond her training sessions. The points she earned were sufficient to feed all three of them. A week later, the changes became intriguing. At dusk, in the central clearing of the camp, the elderly man who had once doubted me sat cross-legged, deftly weaving a basket from supple vines. His hands were skillful, his movements unhurried. But the basket he crafted was both sturdy and beautiful. He could not perform heavy labor, receiving only the most basic rations each day, enough to stave off starvation, but not enough to satisfy hunger. Scarface concluded his day's work and collected his ample food ration of 20 points from Aelion. He tore off a large piece of smoked meat, but did not rush to eat it. Instead, he approached the elderly man and offered him the meat. "Hey, old man. This piece of meat is yours in exchange for that basket." The old man raised his head, his murky eyes glancing at the shiny piece of meat before shifting to the basket in his hands. He shook his head, not interested in trading. Scarface was taken aback. "Why? Can your wretched basket be eaten?" "The basket can be sold to Aelion for 5 points." The old man replied slowly. 5 points could be exchanged for a piece of meat, with some left over for a sweet potato. Your meat is simply meat. Establishment of a rudimentary market economy model. Value recognition begins to diverge. Tangible value versus monetary value. Scarface's mind evidently struggled to process such complex issues. He cursed and took back the meat, finally exasperatedly shouting, "Fine, fine, fine. 5 points. Give me the basket." Aelion approached, erasing 5 marks from Scarface's bamboo token and adding 5 new marks to the old man's bear token. The transaction was complete. Like a signal, more and more people gathered around. Soon, the girl who had lost her mother timidly approached with a small handful of herbs she had gathered that day. A man who had lost an arm in the last battle walked over and exchanged his freshly earned points for her herbs. Here, a small market spontaneously formed. Some traded the sandals they had woven for points. Others exchanged sharpened bone needles for points, while some, having nothing to offer, squatted and shouted, digging out the burrow. 2 points each. Huesin. Life. A chaotic yet vibrant life thrived in this precarious camp, growing wild and untamed. I did not intervene. I merely leaned against a nearby tree, observing quietly. In my mind, an invisible network began to unfold. Each point's flow and every completed transaction marking a glimmering data point on this network. Social division of labor is becoming refined. Contribution points are beginning to exhibit monetary functions, medium of exchange, measure of value, means of storage. This is the order I sought. Not one dictated solely by me, but one in which everyone can discover their own means of survival within the established rules. Just then, a minor dispute shattered this harmony. A tall man snatched the remaining wild fruits from the girl's grasp, tossing her a bamboo token marked with a single point. Worth just 1 point. The girl clutched the bamboo token tightly, her eyes reddening, yet she dared not speak. I was about to step in when a gruff voice interrupted. "Stop." It was Scarface. He stood in front of the man, cradling the newly acquired basket. The wild fruits she gathered were recorded by Aelion. A handful is worth 3 points. "What sort of man are you, bullying a little girl?" The man's expression changed. I have no points left." "Then you can owe her." Scarface roughly shoved him toward Aelion, instructing him to record a debt of 2 points owed to the girl. "You'll work it off tomorrow." The man dared not resist, shamefacedly allowing Aelion to record his first debt in the ledger. I watched this scene unfold, and somewhere within me, a subtle shift occurred. The rules were beginning to be upheld by them. Night deepened. The camp fell silent, save for the crackling of the campfire. As usual, I reviewed the day's accounts with Aelion. He was responsible for recording, while I verified the entries. This was the final safeguard to ensure fairness. He collected all the bamboo tokens exchanged and received today, stacking them on the wooden box. Today, a total of 320 points were dispersed, while 315 points were reclaimed. Aelion's voice was somewhat weary, yet clear. "That is not right." My mind instantly grasped the number. "Why is there a discrepancy of 5 points?" "I don't know." Aelion's face reflected confusion. "I counted 3 times, and there are indeed 5 points unaccounted for, as if they had appeared out of thin air." He pushed the pile of bamboo tokens toward me. I reached out, sifting through the assorted tokens. Then, my fingers halted. I picked up one of the bamboo tokens inscribed with the number 5. The sensation was wrong. I held it up to the firelight. The texture of the bamboo was coarser than those we produced uniformly. Most importantly, the anti-counterfeiting grooves carved along the edges displayed extremely subtle deviations in depth and angle. My mind buzzed. This is counterfeit currency. Chapter 29. The scrutiny of ban. This is counterfeit currency. The bamboo token in my hand felt as cold as a poisoned shard of ice. Liang leaned closer, his mouth moving, but no words came forth. The color drained from his face in an instant. My brain disregarded his disarray, as the chilling data stream began to surge wildly. System error detected. Counterfeit currency. Risk level, extremely high. This will directly lead to the collapse of the contribution point system and the reversion of camp order to a violence-dominated primitive state. Primary objective. Mitigate losses, rebuild credibility. Someone is undermining the rules. I stood up, my voice not loud, yet it resonated like a stone cast into water. The once bustling market fell silent for a moment, before erupting into a cacophony of chatter. All eyes focused on the small bamboo token in my hand. What? Counterfeit points? Look at what I'm holding. The crowd stirred, anxiously pulling out their recently exchanged or unused bamboo tokens, nervously scrutinizing them. Scarface charged through the crowd like an enraged bull, snatching the counterfeit currency from my hand. He merely glanced at the rough etchings, and the scar on his neck turned a furious shade of crimson as he roared with rage. Who was the blind fool responsible for this? Find them. I'll chop them up and feed them to the dogs. His voice thundered, ringing painfully in the ears of those nearby. Chop them up, and then what? I retorted coldly. Today it's one. Tomorrow will there be a second? A third? Can you kill them all? Scarface was momentarily stumped by my words. The veins on his thick neck bulging, his grip on the bamboo token tightening with no retort forthcoming. My gaze transcended him, over the agitated crowd, and cast into the boundless darkness beyond the camp. That scrutinizing, frigid will resurfaced. Uchiha Madara. He had not departed. He was there, like a lofty deity, observing how the sandcastle I had painstakingly erected would be obliterated by the first wave. He must find it quite amusing to manipulate a band of desperate souls. A horde of beasts struggling for survival in this apocalypse, with such childlike trinkets. Comparison model established. Uchiha Madara's rule. Absolute force. Creation of fear. Enslavement of all. My method of governance. Establishing rules. Distributing benefits. Releasing humanity. Deductive conclusion. Fear cannot create. It can only annihilate. What I desire is the creativity of all. A living order capable of self-repair and self-evolution. In a flash, my thoughts crystallized. Starting tomorrow, all bamboo tokens will be uniformly recalled. I raised the counterfeit currency, illuminating every flaw under the firelight, ensuring everyone could see clearly. We will issue new tokens. The new tokens will be stamped with a unique seal using fire wax. The crowd erupted in disbelief. This is too troublesome, right? What about the points I just exchanged today? A woman shrieked. Exactly. What if there's a dispute during the exchange? Silence. Scarface bellowed, his fierce glare sweeping over the crowd, finally diminishing the clamor. I turned to Liang. Moreover, starting tomorrow, all point transactions must be registered with Liang and settled face-to-face. Private transactions using bamboo tokens will no longer be permitted. This is tantamount to establishing a rudimentary central bank. Clumsy, inefficient, but secure. A slender man murmured in the crowd. Damn, we used to hide from the government. Now we're hiding from the treasurer. Huh? The person beside him immediately nudged him to silence. Liang tightened his grip on the ledger, understanding my intent and the sudden weight that had been placed upon his shoulders. He looked at me, nodding gravely, his gaze now devoid of confusion. The elder who had previously questioned me now bore an expression of understanding in his murky eyes. He comprehended, although Scarface still wore an unsatisfied expression. He no longer shouted for blood. He merely slammed the counterfeit currency onto Liang's wooden box and, like an iron tower, stood beside Liang and me, glaring down anyone who dared to stir trouble. The chaotic market, under the new, stricter regulations, gradually regained order. People dispersed in small groups, their faces reflecting a complex mix of discontent and relief. As night fell, that penetrating sense of scrutiny, as if it could see through one's soul, slowly receded. He has departed. I could imagine the emotions swirling in his dark eyes as he turned away. Perhaps disdain, or perhaps a hint of something novel that even he had yet to recognize. I lowered my gaze to the counterfeit currency resting on the wooden box. The carving technique was clumsy yet patient. The individual responsible for this was not merely a brutish fool. He possessed craftsmanship, intellect, and an acute need for contribution points. I handed the bamboo token to a Liang, whose face remained pale. Bring me the transaction records for everyone today. My voice was calm. A Liang shuddered, but I fixed him with a steady gaze. I need to know from whose account these 5 points have appeared out of thin air. Chapter 30. Ban's approval. The ledger lay open on the rough wooden table, the glow of the oil lamp casting flickering shadows on a Liang's face. His fingers traced the bamboo slips, each pause striking my taut nerves. This individual named Ishida exchanged 2 points for a bone knife today. This one, named Maisie, traded 5 points for 3 days' worth of smoked meat and a piece of cloth. And there, my mind operated like a high-speed computer, linking, reorganizing, and filtering these scattered data points. Data model under construction. Objective: trace the anomalous 5 contribution points. Screening condition 1. Transaction amount greater than or equal to 5. Screening condition 2. Transaction counterparty is a non-core member. Information is obscured. Screening condition 3. Transaction item is non-essential, prone to impulsive consumption. The clues tightened like a spider's web. Ultimately, all pointers led to one individual. The elderly man who wove baskets from vines. He exchanged 1 basket for 5 points with Scarface. This was the only transaction today involving unofficial goods that amounted exactly to 5. If he is the counterfeiter, he would need an opportunity to launder this counterfeit into genuine currency. A brutish man, eager to flaunt his wealth, would be the perfect target. Scarface exchanged 20 points for food, then traded 5 points for a basket that held no utility for him. This transaction defied logic, unless the value of that meat, in Scarface's perception, was far less than 5 points. And that basket represented some new order he had only just begun to grasp, yet desperately wished to integrate into. Logical chain closure. Elder counterfeits 5-point bamboo token, seeks impulsive buyer, selects Scarface who recently acquired abundant points. Scarface completes transaction with counterfeit currency. Elder successfully launders counterfeit into circulation. I found it. I uttered 2 words. A Liang shot his head up, bloodshot eyes wide with urgency. Who is it? I did not respond. I stood, pocketing the counterfeit currency, and patted his rigid shoulder. Go rest. There is much to be done tomorrow. Watching a Liang stagger away, I felt no inclination toward sleep. Capturing a scheming elder is easy. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is simple too. But that does not resolve the fundamental issue. The man lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing my every move, was not interested in how I would apprehend a thief. He sought to witness how my system would collapse in the face of human greed. I stepped out of the wooden cabin. The night breeze carried a refreshing chill, dissipating the remnants of the campfire's warmth. The camp was enveloped in a blanket of silence, punctuated only by the sounds of snoring. I refrained from approaching the old man's tent, instead veering towards the edge of the camp, where the dense forest lay, a place no one dared to approach. From my pocket, I retrieved a small ceramic jar, containing the fruit wine I had attempted to brew from wild berries and honey. The taste was far from exquisite. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, it was a luxury. On the cliff's edge by the forest, a dark figure stood like a statue, blending into the night. Uchiha Obito. I took 3 steps back, halting at a respectful distance. He did not turn, as if I were merely a fleeting breeze. I uncorked the ceramic jar, releasing a faint fruity aroma mixed with the scent of alcohol. I extended the jar towards him. At last, he moved, turning to face me, his Sharingan devoid of any emotion under the moonlight. He glanced at me, then at the jar in my hand. Without a word or hesitation, he accepted it. He tilted his head back and took a sip. I could hear my own heartbeat in the suffocating silence. I could not fathom his thoughts. My mind struggled to analyze him. He was an anomaly, surpassing all my cognitive models. After a prolonged silence, he returned the empty jar to me. You have transformed this wretched place, he spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, akin to sandpaper rasping against stone. My mind momentarily blanked. Uchiha Obito, evaluation increased. Threat level assessment data insufficient. Relationship model adjustment. Shifting from observer to potential collaborator. This was the first untainted utterance I received from him since arriving in this world. As our fingers brushed during the exchange of the jar, I felt his cool thumb intentionally glide across the back of my hand. Chapter 31. A scout from the Senju. After that night, Uchiha Obito never reappeared. He vanished like a gust of wind, completely slipping from my perception. The camp, under new regulations, stumbled into operation. The wax seals and central registration system acted as clumsy yet sturdy locks, momentarily restraining the greed of humanity. The market opened only for 2 hours each evening, with all transactions requiring passage through Ailiong's wooden box. Goods were exchanged for coins, while Ailiong meticulously recorded each transaction on bamboo slips. Gradually, the murmur of complaints dwindled, as everyone understood that every single point circulating was as clean as a mirror reflecting one's image. Order was re-solidifying at a visibly accelerated pace. That afternoon, an unfamiliar figure approached the camp. He appeared disheveled, clad in faded linen garments, staggering out from the woods as though he had been starving for quite some time. Scarface, on patrol, instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his knife upon sighting him. "Halt! What do you want?" The man stumbled to a stop, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. He raised his head, revealing an unremarkable face, save for his unnaturally calm eyes. "I am fleeing. I heard this place takes in people." Scanning model activated. Physiological indicators analyzed. Heart rate stable, breathing even, no signs of muscle atrophy from prolonged hunger. Conclusion: disguise. My mind instantly rendered a judgment. Scarface, too, sensed something amiss. He advanced 2 steps, exuding an intimidating aura. "We don't harbor idlers. Leave." "Wait." I emerged from the shadows of the wooden cabin. All eyes turned towards me. The man stared as well, his gaze devoid of the desperation or fear typical of a refugee, replaced instead by a fleeting flicker of scrutiny. I approached him. "We have a rule here. As long as you are willing to work, you will have food." He paused in silence before nodding slightly. "I can do anything." "Excellent." I turned to Scarface. "Register him and assign him to the cleaning crew. He will be responsible for clearing the southern muck ditch. It's the dirtiest and most laborious task." Scarface hesitated for a moment, but complied, saying yes. The man was taken away without uttering another word. Ailiong leaned closer, lowering his voice. "This man feels off." "I know." "Then why? Why not accept a healthy labor force?" I watched the man depart, data streams racing through my mind, and I was curious about what he sought to uncover. Over the next 3 days, the man, who introduced himself as Kenta, exhibited impeccable performance. He worked diligently without complaints, his efficiency in clearing the muck ditch surpassing that of 2 ordinary individuals. He spoke little but was adept at conversing, exchanging a piece of his saved flatbread for snippets of others' dialogue. He inquired about our food sources, the allocation of weapons, and the specific value of contribution points. Each question precisely targeted the lifeblood of the camp. On the evening of the 3rd day, Ailiong presented me with the latest ledger. Kenta had exchanged 6 points he had accumulated over 3 days for a pair of straw sandals and 2 whetstones. My fingers lightly tapped the ledger. Consumption behavior analysis, target items, straw sandals, facilitating long-distance movement, whetstones for weapon maintenance. Behavioral motivation deduction, non-residential intent, preparedness for departure while maintaining combat readiness. What else did he ask? He asked me why no one goes to the cliffs on the eastern side of the camp. Ailiong replied. I told him it's a forbidden area. Scarface forbids anyone from approaching. The eastern cliffs, the place where Uchiha Obito once appeared. Logic chain completion, reconnaissance information gathering in core area. Identity confirmed. Scout from the Senju clan. This conclusion was cold and clear. The Senju had indeed noticed this place. They would not tolerate an uncontrollable third-party force emerging in the buffer zone between themselves and the Uchiha. I closed the ledger. Ailiong. Yes. Go tell Kenta he has performed admirably. Tomorrow, assign him a new task. My voice remained calm. Send him east to investigate the water sources and return with a simple map. Just say it is a direct assignment from me. Ailiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Send him to the forbidden area? His voice quivered, yet I offered no explanation. I simply gazed at him, reiterating, this is an order. Ailiong's lips moved, but he ultimately swallowed all his questions, gripping the bamboo slips tightly as he nodded heavily. Yes. He turned to leave, his footsteps heavy. I picked up the counterfeit bamboo plate from the table, slowly rotating it between my fingers. The cold touch sharpened my thoughts. A scout's findings depend on what I wish for him to see. The Senju seek intelligence. I shall provide them with information sufficient to lead them to erroneous judgments. Chapter 32. The scout captured the following day. Kenta did not return. This outcome was anticipated. However, the camp erupted in chaos, not due to the disappearance of a new laborer, but because of where he had vanished, the forbidden zone to the east. Fear spread like a plague among the crowd, and rumors of malevolent spirits haunting the cliffs resurfaced with fervor. I sat in the wooden cabin, calmly polishing my ceramic jar until a mighty shout pierced the cacophony of the camp. We caught him. It was Scarface's voice. I set the jar down and stepped outside. Scarface dragged Kenta, bound and helpless, into the clearing like a lifeless pig. Kenta bore several bruises, yet his eyes remained unsettlingly calm. The entire camp gathered around, their gazes towards Kenta brimming with anger and fear. This man didn't scout for any water source. Scarface stepped onto Jinta's back, pulling out a roll of coarse parchment from his bosom and slamming it down before me. He had sketched a defensive map of our encampment, plotting an escape route from the eastern cliffs. The parchment unfurled, revealing erratic charcoal lines that precisely marked the watchtower, the storehouse, and the patrol routes. Risk assessment of information leak, moderate. Core facilities unexposed, but defensive vulnerabilities partially revealed. The crowd erupted in chaos. He is a spy? Kill him. He must be slain. Is he from the Thousand Hands clan? Or the UE clan? Kill him. Hang his head at the camp entrance. The tide of rage nearly overwhelmed me. They clenched their fists, their eyes glinting with a lust for blood. This is the instinct of a tumultuous era. The most immediate response to an unknown threat is to obliterate it entirely. Scarface drew a bone blade from his waist, its edge glinting coldly in the sunlight. Boss, give the command. He gazed at me, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. There is only one rule for dealing with spies. He spoke the truth. In the warring states, this is the sole tenet. I did not look at him, instead bending to retrieve the map. I scrutinized every mark upon it, then lifted my gaze to the ground where Jinta lay. Killing him would be simple. My voice was soft yet clear, resonating in everyone's ears. And then, Scarface froze. Then the Thousand Hands clan would send a second, a third spy. Once they discerned all our secrets, it would not be spies that came, but an army. I folded the map and stowed it away. A dead spy only brings war. A living spy, however, can convey messages. Messages? Scarface's brow furrowed into a knot. What messages do we have to convey? To tell them we are easy prey? No. I shook my head, scanning the faces around me, filled with righteous fury. To tell them we have our own rules. I approached Scarface. Lock him up. Scarface's pupils constricted suddenly. He could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? I said. Lock him up. I repeated, my tone brooking no argument. We do not kill indiscriminately here, even if he is a spy. He will face interrogation and await his fate. What the hell kind of rule is that? Scarface finally erupted, brandishing his bone knife, spitting words in anger. Are we to see everything we have worked hard to build destroyed by your ridiculous mercy? They will think us weak. They will only think us unfathomable. I coldly interrupted him, for we have done something they cannot comprehend. Fear arises from the unknown. I want them to be unable to understand us. Group emotion analysis. Anger level 85, fear level 60, confusion level 30. Key decision point. Must suppress violent impulses, reshape behavioral norms. I stepped forward, locking eyes with Scarface's bloodshot gaze. Here, who holds authority? Scarface's chest heaved violently, the veins in his hand, clutching the knife, bulging. Several patrol members behind him instinctively gripped their weapons. The air seemed to solidify. After a long pause, he appeared deflated, lowering his arms, gritting his teeth to utter a word. You. I nodded. Then let us proceed as I have said. Take him away, confine him separately. The crowd parted in silence, creating a path. Jinta was roughly seized by two patrol members, dragged toward the hastily constructed wooden prison. Throughout, he did not struggle as he was taken away. He cast a profound glance at me. In his eyes, there was no longer scrutiny, but a thick, impenetrable confusion. The commotion subsided, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet each heart harbored a seed of doubt. Aoyang approached me, his expression fraught with concern. They do not understand. They will understand. I gazed at the map in my hand. A brand new system must inevitably see some bloodshed. But whose blood, and how it flows, is for me to decide. Just as I prepared to stow the map away, Aoyang suddenly pointed at the back of the parchment, his voice trembling. Wait, look at this. I flipped over the map. On the rough parchment's reverse, drawn in the same charcoal, was a hasty yet strikingly clear image. A leaf, marked by a swirling pattern, the symbol of Konoha. Chapter 33, The Arrival of Tobarama. Konoha. This word detonated in my mind like thunder. Data model corrupted, unable to parse symbols. Associations, Thousand Hands. Associations, Uchiha. Associations, a village that does not exist. My heart skipped a beat. This was not something of the Warring States period. This was the totem of the future. The ultimate embodiment of Hashirama Senju's dreams. Why would a spy, an ordinary member of the Thousand Hands clan, draw this? Unless he is not an ordinary spy. Or perhaps the significance of this symbol runs deeper and earlier than I imagined. Boss. Aoyang's voice pulled me from the chaotic data stream. He observed my countenance with worry. I abruptly closed the parchment and clenched it in my fist. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the tranquility above the camp. It was the watchtower's alarm. The highest level of alert. The entire encampment shifted from a dead silence to a distinctly different kind of panic. People burst from their tents, fear etched on their faces. Scarface had just imprisoned Jintao when he heard the alarm and charged out with his blade, his eyes bloodshot with rage. What is happening? To the east. In the woods to the east, there are people. The sentinel on the tower shouted hoarsely, not just one. A whole squad. Scarface's countenance turned ashen. It is the main force of the Thousand Hands. Someone cried out in despair. This statement ignited the crowd's fear like a spark. It's over. They have come for revenge. We captured their spy. They will come to annihilate us. Everyone, shut the hell up. Scarface roared, exuding murderous intent as he grasped his weapon, ready to confront the enemy. His shout temporarily quelled the chaos, but fear continued to spread. I hurried to the camp's entrance, crossing the makeshift wooden barrier to gaze into the dense forest to the east. They emerged. About 20 of them. No bloodlust, no pre-battle charge. They moved in unison. Their formation precise, like a drawn blade, cold and glimmering, slowly advancing upon us with an irresistible aura of oppression. At the forefront was a man with striking white hair, clad in blue armor, his face marked by 3 vivid streaks of red paint, resembling some ancient and perilous insignia. He strode forward. The people behind him maintaining a meticulously fixed distance. Target scan, Tobarama Senju. Threat level assessment, extremely dangerous. Comprehensive combat power analysis, overwhelming. My mind delivered the coldest, most straightforward judgment. Scarface and his men blocked the entrance, bone knives drawn, assuming a posture of desperate combat. Within the camp, every able-bodied man spontaneously gathered, their faces a mixture of fear and fearless defiance. The group halted 30 paces from the camp, uniform, without a trace of superfluous movement. Tobarama Senju took 2 steps forward, his gaze traversing the tense figure of Scarface to fix directly upon me. What a gaze it was. No anger, no intent to kill. Only a dissection-like scrutiny, as if he aimed to analyze every inch of me, inside and out. I am Tobarama Senju. He began. His voice as cold and hard as his demeanor. One of my clansmen has gone missing nearby. Someone saw him enter here. His words were a statement, not a question. Scarface was about to unleash a tirade, but I raised my hand to stop him. I stepped forward, meeting Tobarama Senju's gaze amidst the crowd. Welcome, Lord Senju. My voice remained calm. Your clansman is currently my guest. The moment those words escaped my lips, not only did the scarred face and the camp's inhabitants find themselves momentarily stunned, but even the expressionless ninjas behind Senju Tobarama exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment. Tobarama's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a barely perceptible reaction. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, denial, conflict, or even a humble plea for mercy. Yet, he had never anticipated this response. A guest? He echoed, a hint of derision lacing his tone. He was a ninja on a mission, not a visitor to this remote backwater. Here, there were neither ninjas nor civilians, only those who adhere to the rules and those who violate them. I fixed my gaze upon him, articulating each word with precision. Your clansman has breached our rules, thus he is undergoing an investigation. Diplomatic maneuvering initiated. Core strategy, establish judicial sovereignty, transforming military conflict into a conflict of principles. Senju Tobarama fell silent, his piercing crimson eyes lingering upon me for an extended moment. Rules? He seemed to find the notion somewhat ludicrous. In this land, brute strength dictated the rules. That is your rule, I countered, unwavering, not ours. I could sense the chakra of the ninjas behind him beginning to stir, and Scarface's grip tightened. The air felt as if it had solidified into ice. After a long pause, Tobarama suddenly stepped forward, surveying our modest yet orderly camp, taking in the sight of those armed with wooden spears and bone knives who dared to stand against him. At last, his gaze returned to me. You've constructed quite a cage, he remarked abruptly, an expression devoid of mirth curving his cold visage. Yet a cage is meant to be broken. Chapter 34. The contest of wits. A cage is designed to protect those within. My voice was soft, yet it resonated like a stone cast into a still pond. The cold curve of Tobarama's expression faltered. The chakra fluctuations of the ninjas behind him became even more pronounced. Scarface regarded me with an incredulous stare, as if witnessing madness. Escalation of the game, transforming threats into opportunities for display. Risk assessment, high. Yet, the potential rewards are greater. A reconfiguration of his cognitive model is imperative. I took 2 steps forward, positioning myself at the gap in the camp's wooden fence. A mere 10 paces from him, a distance from which he could strike me down in an instant. Lord Tobarama has traveled a long way. Why not step inside and take a look? I gestured invitingly, as if inviting a neighbor over to see whether this cage was worth breaking with his own hands. Scarface's breath hitched. The men behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, knuckles paling from the strain. Tobarama remained motionless, his red eyes scanning me, assessing the expressions of everyone behind me. He was evaluating my intentions, discerning the traps hidden within my invitation. Boss, Scarface growled behind me, filled with urgency. I ignored him, maintaining calm eye contact with Tobarama. Finally, he took a step forward, alone. The ninja squad behind him remained still, yet their tension was palpable, like a bowstring drawn taut. He crossed the symbolic barrier, breaching the psychological defenses of every onlooker. Lead the way, he commanded icily. I nodded and turned, leading him into the camp. I did not take him to the storeroom, nor to the watchtower, or even to the wooden prison where Kendo was held. The first place I brought him to was the newly constructed public restroom and sewage channel tucked away in a corner of the camp. Tobarama halted, observing the rudimentary stalls separated by wooden planks and the stone-paved channel leading to a distant depression. His brow furrowed. A pure, technical confusion manifested upon his ever-stoic face. A warrior should perish on the battlefield, not succumb to diarrhea from drinking contaminated water. I pointed at the simple yet effective system. Here, survival is the foremost rule. Showcasing foundational logic, survival precedes combat. A healthy populace is the most efficient resource. He remained silent, yet his scrutinizing gaze shifted from me to those facilities. He was contemplating, deciphering this unfamiliar logic. Next, I led him to the central notice board of the camp. The wooden surface was inscribed with charcoal, brimming with tasks. Patrol, 1 hour, 2 points. Weaving linen, 1 bolt, 5 points. Repairing tools, 1 item, 1 point. On another side, it read, black bread, 1 loaf, 1 point. Clean water, 1 jar, half a point. This is the contribution point system, I elucidated. Here, no one is born noble, nor is anyone born base. Your worth is determined by what you contribute to this collective, rather than your surname. Exhibiting the core of the system, contribution replaces lineage. This fundamentally subverts the ninja clan system. Tobarama remained silent for an extended period, his gaze sweeping over the crooked letters as if he were deciphering an intricate scroll. The camp's inhabitants watched from a distance, bewildered by my actions, yet sensing an intangible clash unfolding between this formidable outsider and their leader. You are quite intriguing. He finally spoke, his voice imbued with a sense of inquiry. Yet I do not believe an ordinary refugee could conjure such ideas. What is your true intention in establishing a city and system here? Are you merely a puppet of the Uchiha? The pivotal question has emerged. The response will define our stance. It must be a severance, yet not a sign of weakness. This question struck like a poison blade, piercing straight to the core. Scarface's expression contorted into a snarl, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. I met Tobarama's gaze without flinching. We merely seek a sanctuary amid this chaotic world. We harbor no desire to make enemies. I paused, enunciating each word carefully. If reliance must be spoken of, we rely solely on one another and the rules established here. Tobarama's face revealed no discernible emotion, his deep crimson eyes inscrutable. Suddenly, he turned, retracing his steps back to the notice board. His fingers, adorned with cold metallic armor, glided over the task list before finally pausing at an inconspicuous task. Repair the eastern fence, 3 points. He turned back to me. My clansman requires sustenance and lodging during the investigation, does he not? My heart raced, yet my expression remained placid. According to the rules, yes. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his otherwise indifferent face. Very well. I shall accept this task. Chapter 35. Release and warning. Tobarama proclaimed his acceptance. The entire camp fell into a profound silence. Scarface's mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit within. The expressions of the refugees behind him shifted from fearless defiance to sheer bewilderment. Even the elite ninjas accompanying Tobarama visibly wavered, several instinctively taking a half-step forward, only to be anchored in place by an invisible discipline. They gazed at their commander, the man who embodied death on the battlefield, now truly turning to approach the damaged wooden fence. There lay a pile of materials and tools for repairs. He bent down, grasping a rough iron hammer and a plank of wood. Without hesitation, without doubt, behavioral pattern analysis, Senju Tobarama is an extreme pragmatist. When the cost of adhering to rules is lower than that of breaking them, he opts for compliance. Game victory. Cost, unknown. Reward, initial establishment of rule authority. Through his actions, he was proving to himself and to all present the resilience of this cage. The first clang of the hammer shattered the stillness of the air. The sound, though not loud, resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Thud, thud. His movements were deft, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. As if he were not a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world, but rather a seasoned carpenter. I gazed at him, taking in his striking white hair and rigid silhouette. He was not submitting. Rather, he was achieving his aims, taking away his kin while meticulously probing my secrets at minimal cost. With each nail he drove, he left an imprint of his own upon my established order. Scarface, I spoke. Huh, boss. Scarface seemed to awaken from a dream. His tone altered. To the wooden prison, bring our guest out. Scarface hesitated for a moment, then nodded emphatically before swiftly departing. Before long, Kenna was brought forth. He appeared unharmed, though his spirit was waning, and his face bore the lingering terror of shock. Upon seeing the white figure repairing the fence at the camp's entrance, his expression froze, a profound shock of a shattered worldview. Lord Tobarama, he muttered, hardly believing his eyes. Tobarama paid him no heed, his hands continuing their work. I approached Kenta. The investigation is concluded. My voice was calm. You have caused no substantial harm here, nor have you acquired any intelligence that poses a threat to us. I turned to Tobarama. Lord Senju, your kin may take their leave now. Thud. That was the final sound of the hammer. He secured the last wooden plank, casually tossing the hammer to the ground. Standing upright, he faced me, his crimson eyes locking onto mine. We welcome friends. I met his gaze, articulating each word with clarity. Yet I would deliver a crushing blow to any adversary. I paused, allowing my words to settle. I hope that next time, the envoy from the Senju clan comes bearing goodwill, not daggers. The ninjas behind Tobarama felt an immediate surge of chakra, their murderous intent almost palpable. Yet, he merely raised a hand, and in an instant, all hostility evaporated. He regarded me with a penetrating gaze, as if he intended to etch my very essence into his memory. I shall remember you, he stated, his voice still icy. And this place. With that, he turned away, addressing the still-dazed Kenta coldly. Keep up. The group departed as swiftly and silently as drawn blades, vanishing into the eastern thicket as if they had never existed. Only when their figures had completely disappeared did the taut strings within the camp snap, releasing a collective sigh of relief, many collapsing onto the ground. Scarface approached me, his face a mixture of awe and confusion. Boss, how did you manage to make him repair the fence? His question echoed the bewilderment of everyone in the camp. They witnessed the outcome, but could not fathom the process. They saw a strong man bow, yet failed to understand that it was not submission but a superior form of conquest. I did not compel him to repair it, I replied, glancing at Scarface and then at the faces behind him, still shaken. I merely required him to adhere to our rules. He chose the most efficient means himself. Scarface nodded, half understanding. Remember, I spoke softly yet distinctly, ensuring every ear caught my words. Here, rules are mightier than any individual's fists, whether we or the likes of Tobarama. It holds true. The crowd fell silent, absorbing my words as their earlier joy transformed into something deeper, thought and hope. An elderly man trembled as he stepped forward, the first spark of light igniting in his murky eyes. Can we truly survive here? No longer fleeing like wild dogs? This question ignited the deepest desires within everyone. To live. Yes, to live. But mere survival was insufficient. We needed a name, an identity. A symbol that could unify our ragtag assembly into a cohesive whole. A banner proclaiming who we are and what we aspire to achieve. The need for cohesion peaks after a crisis, I declared, and we require a symbol to solidify our collective identity and establish a common goal. I ascended the makeshift platform in the center of the camp, all eyes upon me. Today, the Senju clan has come. Tomorrow, it may be the Uchiha or any other clan. I surveyed the faces, some lost, some fearful, others hopeful. This world resembled a dark forest. We had lit a small fire, attracting both weary travelers and lurking beasts. We cannot remain nameless drifters forever. I paused, allowing my words to resonate within each heart. We need a name that belongs to us. Everyone held their breath. This place protects us, provides us with sustenance and dignity. It deserves a name worthy of its essence. My gaze swept over the rudimentary latrine, the board filled with contribution points, and finally settled on each face. I propose we call it Peach Blossom Paradise. The words Peach Blossom Paradise floated lightly, yet carried an extraordinary enchantment. They painted a vision starkly contrasting the blood-soaked chaos of our times, void of slaughter and hatred, filled only with tranquility and toil. It was a homeland they had not dared to dream of, even in their sleep. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the air. Then, Scarface's raspy voice trembled as he became the first to utter the name. Peach Blossom Paradise. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Peach Blossom Paradise. A young woman cried, tears streaming down her face. It is our home. Peach Blossom Paradise. Peach Blossom Paradise. Peach Blossom Paradise. The chant began with one voice, then multiplied to 10, ultimately swelling into a roar that enveloped the entire camp. People embraced, wept, and laughed, repeatedly voicing this new name. It was a declaration of their identity, a crystallization of their dreams. A spiritual community was beginning to take shape. I stand atop a lofty platform, gazing down at the seething throng below. Yet within me, there exists a profound and frigid tranquility. My gaze pierces through the jubilant crowd, precisely fixating on the exceptionally fortified section of fencing to the east. Can you hear it? The voice of the thousand-handed door? Information has been conveyed. Target, thousand-handed door. Content, Peach Blossom Paradise. Chapter 37. Defense upgrade. The clamor of cheers rises like a tide, repeatedly washing over this modest encampment. Peach Blossom Paradise. This name, akin to a seed, instantaneously takes root and sprouts in the parched hearts of all. On their faces, tears and smiles intermingle, representing a euphoric sense of belonging. Yet I do not smile. My gaze surpasses the fervent crowd, firmly anchored on that newly repaired fence. The eyes left by the thousand-handed door are faithfully recording all of this. This collective force, this sudden eruption of hope, will it be a more enticing nectar for him, or a more perilous omen? Target emotion analysis, collective fervor, potential risks, complacency, self-satisfaction. Current priority task, transform mental cohesion into tangible defensive capability. I descend from the platform, and the ecstatic crowd instinctively parts to create a path for me. A scarred face rushes before me, his weathered visage reflecting an almost reverent expression. Boss, Peach Blossom Paradise. We have a home. Home requires walls and locks. My voice, though soft, strikes him like a cold splash of water upon his fervent heart. He is momentarily taken aback. Gather everyone who can move. I do not afford him time to ponder, issuing my command directly. In moments, the excited refugees stand before me once more. Their smiles have yet to fade, but confusion now clouds their eyes. Peach Blossom Paradise, a splendid name. I survey them. Yet a mere name cannot shield against the shuriken of a ninja, nor can it silence the roar of a tailed beast. The crowd falls silent. The thousand-handed door has departed. Yet he is merely the first shark to sense the scent of blood. Today we have repelled him. Tomorrow, we may face 10 or 100 like him. My words slice through the beautiful illusions they have just constructed like a cold blade. Panic begins to creep back into the crowd. What do we do now? A young woman trembles, cradling a child in her arms. We will build a true Peach Blossom Paradise. I walk to the center of the encampment, drawing a circle in the earth with my toe. A spiked haven. One that will shatter the teeth of all who covet it. Crisis awareness successfully injected. Next step, release specific construction plan. Countless blueprints for defensive structures flash through my mind, rapidly combining and optimizing. Defense system upgrade proposal generated. Phase 1. Construct 3 layers of barriers. Scarred face. Here, organize personnel to dig the first trench 50 meters from the camp's perimeter, 3 meters deep and 4 meters wide. At the bottom of the trench, lay sharpened bamboo stakes. Yes, the rest shall be divided into 2 groups. One group will enhance our existing wooden fence, installing barbed wire at the top. The other group. Follow me. I lead a group of relatively strong men and women to the corners of the encampment. Here, Here and there. I mark 4 points on the ground with a branch. We shall erect 4 watchtowers. Each must surpass the treetops of the eastern forest. A collective gasp escapes the crowd. Higher than the treetops? How tall must the wood be? How much manpower will this require? Boss, can this even be done? Someone whispers doubtfully. I do not respond. Instead, I crouch down and swiftly sketch the structure of the watchtower in the mud with that branch. From the foundational mortise and tenon structure to the cross supports of the tower body, and finally to the lookout platform above, every detail is crystal clear. This is not a rough sketch. It is a precise blueprint ready for immediate construction. The onlookers, who were initially skeptical, are now rendered speechless by astonishment. They may not comprehend the intricate structures, but they can feel the wisdom contained within, surpassing their understanding. Knowledge barrier is the best assurance of initial authority. Building according to this blueprint will not only ensure sturdiness, but also conserve materials. I rise, dusting off the earth from my hands, and declare, do you still doubt? Silence ensues. After a brief pause, a surge of determination ignites. Let us get to work. The scarred face bellows, infused with newfound vigor, for Peach Blossom Paradise. For Peach Blossom Paradise. Just moments ago, those basking in the joy of our naming erupt with an even more astonishing energy. They rush into the forest to fell trees. They seize tools to excavate the land. Each person is working fervently, as if pouring their very lifeblood into the walls of this home. I do not partake in the labor. I walk to the eastern edge of the encampment, directly facing the direction the thousand-handed door departed, from a man sharpening wooden stakes. I take the thickest post and a hammer. Here, the foundation of the first watchtower shall be established. It will be driven firmly into the ground, declaring our existence. I can feel the icy gaze from the fence, coldly fixated upon me. Thousand-handed door, are you watching? Are you listening? I raise the hammer, summoning all my strength, and bring it down with force. Thud. The post sinks nearly half a foot into the earth. I turn to the scarred face beside me, my voice steady yet cutting through the wind. This tower, I want it to be the first to witness the sunrise. Chapter 38. Uchiha Madara's reaction. Thud. 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 The heavy post, under the tremendous force of the hammer, inches deeper into the solid ground. Each strike resonates like the heartbeat of this nascent home. Sweat obscures my vision, and the muscles in my arms have long since grown numb, yet I do not cease. This post is not merely the foundation of a watchtower. It is a declaration of war against all who would spy upon us. Suddenly, an overwhelming and frigid chakra envelopes the entire encampment without warning. Clank. The sounds of shovels and axes dropping echo in succession. The once lively worksite falls into an instant silence. The people who were so fervent moments ago now seem like chickens with their throats constricted, frozen in place, their ignited hopes extinguished and replaced by ash and fear. This is an absolute suppression, arising from the very essence of life itself. I halt my hammering and slowly turn around. At the entrance of the encampment, an ominous figure has appeared at the fence. Long black hair, dark armor, and those eyes, vividly crimson even in the shadows. As if they could draw in one's very soul, the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara. He has arrived. Threat assessment, top-tier combat strength. Hostility unclear. Current optimal strategy. Maintain the status quo and observe. He does not regard the trembling refugees. His gaze pierces through the crowd, locking onto me directly. He moves slowly. Yet each step feels like a heavy tread upon the hearts of all present, oppressive and suffocating. The scarred face pales, instinctively wanting to shield me. But the invisible pressure renders his legs weak, unable to move even a step. Madara halts a mere 3 steps before me. The thousand-handed door has been here. His voice is not a question, but a statement, low and resonant, akin to metal scraping against metal. He has. I respond calmly, even finding the leisure to adjust the hammer in my grip. He assisted in repairing the fence. His craftsmanship is commendable, albeit somewhat wasteful of wood. Madara's brow furrows imperceptibly. In his scarlet eyes, 3 Tomo rotates slowly, as if scrutinizing an anomaly that should not exist. He evidently cares little for the fence itself. Are you injured? No. Good. He utters those 2 words, then turns his head, his gaze sweeping over the terrified refugees for the first time, finally resting upon the section of the fence that had been mended by the thousand-handed door. If Senju dares to set foot here again, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Uchiha had no qualms about further staining the land of the fire country with blood. The words war and conflict loomed like two colossal mountains, crashing down and shattering the nascent paradise that had just begun to blossom. The people who had recently reveled in the joy of having a home now bore only despair and numbness upon their faces. They fled the battlefield. Yet the specter of war relentlessly pursued them. Madara, I called his name. He turned to me, his Sharingan firmly fixed upon me. The murderous intent within it palpable enough to be felt. War does not resolve issues. I gazed into his eyes. Articulating each word with clarity, it only creates more ruins and more refugees, just like them. Game theory analysis. At this stage, a full-scale conflict with the Senju clan would lead to the immediate demise of the Paradise Plan. Uchiha Madara's protective instincts must be redirected from external aggression to internal construction. What do you wish to convey? I stated firmly. I do not require your protection through warfare. My voice was calm. I needed time. I gestured toward the people laboring diligently around us, indicating the half-dug trench and the nascent watchtower. Look at them. They do not need a more formidable backing, but rather a higher wall, a sturdier lock. A name cannot shield them, Madara coldly retorted, evidently referring to the paradise. But a homeland can. I met his gaze, asserting, a home that allows them to eat, dress warmly, and live as human beings possesses greater power than any vengeance or conquest. He fell silent. In his crimson eyes, the tumultuous clash of murderous intent and icy logic raged fiercely. I sensed him weighing my words, evaluating this entity called paradise that he had never encountered before. After a lengthy pause, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually receded, though the frostiness remained. He spoke no further, instead striding towards the spot where I had just laid the foundation. There, in the mud, my sketches of the watchtower lingered. He crouched. His black armor, a symbol of slaughter and destruction, stood in stark contrast to the vibrant construction site. He scrutinized the intricate blueprint with a focus akin to deciphering a top-secret scroll. Those around us held their breath in anticipation. I observed his silhouette, feeling the taut string of my heart loosen slightly. He extended a finger clad in black gauntlet, not touching the earth, but hovering just above a connection point on the blueprint. Here, he began, his voice returning to its usual deep timbre. With an additional mortise and tenon, it can withstand a 7-grade wind. After speaking, he rose, casting a glance at me, his expression complex. Do not perish. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Only a group of bewildered refugees remained, along with the construction plans I held, which had been personally guided by the Shura of the ninja world. I looked down at the indicated structural point, then glanced toward the direction Madara had disappeared, unable to suppress a smile. The pinnacle of ninja prowess offering complementary technical guidance. This was a win. Chapter 39. Shared concerns. The shadow of Uchiha Madara was darker than the night itself. The once bustling construction site fell silent at last, weary souls drifting into slumber, perhaps dreaming of high walls and warm soup. Yet, my mind was unnaturally alert. The fervor of the day faded, and the cold reality reclaimed my thoughts. The watchtower had but a single foundation, and the trench remained a half-finished mire. This so-called paradise was now nothing more than a fragile bubble, ready to burst at the slightest touch. At that moment, I sensed it, the weighty chakra, as tangible as lead, descending once more. Without looking back, I set down the blueprint and walked toward the edge of the camp, facing the endless dark forest. Uchiha Madara stood there, precisely where I had driven the first stake during the day. He did not gaze at me, but instead stared into the distant flickering campfires, as if surveying his territory. It's too bright here, he remarked, his voice somewhat ethereal in the night breeze. A fire in the darkness is always better than no fire at all. I stepped beside him, maintaining a distance of 3 paces, a space neither too close nor too distant. Fire may attract beasts, but it can also deter them, I calmly replied. Finally, he turned to me, his Sharingan glowing like 2 ghostly flames in the night, the kaleidoscope swirling slowly, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to penetrate the soul. Your fence cannot deter the Senju, nor can it stop any ninja clan seeking a share. His words were as cold as ice, devoid of reverence for the so-called rules you adhere to. So, I queried, are you suggesting I allow a detachment of Uchiha to garrison here? His tone left no room for negotiation, as if he were announcing an established fact. My heart sank heavily. Accepting Uchiha's military protection? And then what? Branding this place with the Uchiha emblem, making it a thorn in the side of the Senju, a splinter in the flesh? forcing these individuals who had barely escaped into yet another war? And then what? I pressed, transforming this into a new battlefield for Uchiha and Senju. Sacrificing my people upon the altar of your so-called power? I fixed my gaze upon his eyes, emphasizing each word. I do not need your sword for protection. His brow furrowed slightly, the scrutiny in his eyes intensifying. I need blacksmiths capable of forging plows, not ninjas wielding shuriken. I need farmers capable of discerning quality grain, not patrolling soldiers. I pointed toward the slumbering camp behind me, asserting, they do not require a stronger backing, but rather a home that empowers them to grow stronger themselves. The weak have no right to negotiate conditions, he coldly stated. Yet the strong must consider the costs. I held my ground against his gaze, unwavering. To protect us, you must invest manpower and bear the risks of direct confrontation with the Senju. What do you gain? A burden and a stronghold that could be raised at any moment. He fell silent, the kaleidoscope within his Sharingan spinning faster, seemingly calculating the pros and cons of my proposition. The air felt thick, and I could almost sense the faint aura of murderous intent surrounding him, weighing the cost of erasing my existence. Give me 6 months. I seized the moment of his hesitation, casting my wager. In 6 months, this place will yield sufficient grain and forge fine agricultural tools. By then, we will not be your burdens, but partners you can trade with. I locked eyes with him, emphasizing my words. Partners who can provide stable logistics, relieving you of concerns for your clan's livelihood. War is not merely about lives, it is also about resources. Uchiha had fought incessantly. The strain on logistics must be well understood by him as the clan leader. He regarded me for what felt like an eternity, long enough for me to believe he would resort to absolute force to shatter my unrealistic hopes. Ultimately, he merely snorted softly through his nose. Naive. Yet he did not bring up the matter of stationing troops again. He turned away, his black armor blending seamlessly with the night, seemingly preparing to depart. The soil in the western area is too alkaline. It cannot yield the wheat you desire. An object flew from his sleeve, tracing a clean black line through the air. I instinctively reached out to catch it. It felt slightly heavy in my hand, a small scroll sealed with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem in wax. I was taken aback. Records of the Uchiha clan's soil improvement and crop rotation methods. His voice drifted back to me, tinged with an impatience that was nearly palpable. Do not waste my time. Before his words had fully faded, his figure had vanished entirely into the boundless night. I looked down at the weighty scroll in my hand, which still seemed to carry the cold and dry warmth of his touch. Records of the Uchiha clan's soil improvements? I clutched the scroll, momentarily lost in thought. So, the Shura of the ninja world, the war maniac, Uchiha Madara had just given me a lesson in agriculture? Do not waste my time, he said, his tone reminiscent of someone claiming, this is my investment, do not ruin it for me. Uchiha Madara, my first angel investor? I couldn't help but chuckle, finding the world increasingly fascinating. Chapter 40. Undercurrents and glimmers. The scroll from Uchiha Madara burned in my palm like a searing iron, sending a tingling sensation through my hand. I inhaled deeply, carefully unfurling it. The ancient paper was densely inscribed with characters that leapt out at me, sharp as blades, exuding an undeniable authority. There was no pleasantry or superfluous chatter. It was all substance. From how to neutralize soil acidity with wood ash, with precise ratios for different ashes, to planning crop rotation based on sunlight and moisture, even detailing the optimal angle and depth for irrigation ditches on varying slopes. The discourse was exhaustively thorough. Knowledge base update. Agricultural technology improvement plans from the Warring States era, Uchiha edition. Comparing with existing knowledge systems, optimization in progress. In an instant, the blueprints in my mind whirred into a frenzy. This ancient wisdom acted as a catalyst, colliding and merging with the modern principles of soil science and hydraulic engineering stored within my brain. The Uchiha clan was engaged in such research. I had always believed they were solely focused on how to kill more swiftly and efficiently. It felt akin to a top-tier arms dealer suddenly revealing a treasured edition of postpartum care for sows. The incongruity was overwhelming, yet it possessed an inexplicable allure. Strangely, this care manual was precisely the lifeline I needed at that moment. At dawn the next day, as the first light of day broke, I summoned all the literate refugees, breaking down the scroll's content into simple, direct instructions. Scarface, take a team to the western field. Mix the wood ash we burned last night into the soil according to this ratio and turn it over deeply, at least 3 times. Old Wong, you were a carpenter, right? Here's a new blueprint. Head into the woods to find this iron birch wood. We need a batch of new plows, crafted just like this. Old Wong peered at the drawing, confusion clouding his murky eyes. My lord, this plow head looks rather odd. Will it work? Trust me, just build it. This part here will save you half the effort. Old Wong left, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The crowd initially murmured restlessly, whispering among themselves. In their understanding, farming relied on the whims of nature. When had it become necessary to attend to such detailed care? What are you all standing around for? Scarface bellowed, his voice booming with newfound authority, a commanding presence etched on his fearsome face. If you don't want to go hungry, do as the Lord says. Get your hands moving. The crowd quieted instantly, commencing their tasks. They may not have comprehended the intricacies of soil neutrality, but they understood the pangs of hunger. Uchiha Madara's venture capital began to show results within mere days. The barren alkaline land in the west transformed visibly, becoming rich and fertile. Newly dug irrigation ditches snaked like docile silver serpents, uniformly watering every planned ridge. The new plows, reinforced with iron birch, effortlessly broke through the hard earth, increasing efficiency manifold. The numbness on the faces of the people gradually receded, replaced by a genuine, heartfelt joy. During dinner, someone even hummed an unknown folk tune from their homeland. That faint melody drifted through the camp like a warm waft of smoke, enveloping every ear present. This was the glimmer of hope. However, light inevitably attracts the gaze of lurkers in the darkness. That evening, a child tasked with gathering firewood from the forest returned, rolling and scrambling, his pale face betraying terror. Lips quivering. My lord, I saw a strange bird. I set down my water bowl, my heart sinking. Calm down, speak slowly. What kind of bird? It was white, very large, and had no beak. The child panted, fear evident in his gestures. Its eyes were on its wings. My heart plummeted. A creature with eyes on its wings? That was not a bird. It was a reconnaissance puppet. The wind howled from the recently constructed watchtower, rustling my cloak. From this vantage point, I could see the burgeoning semblance of Peach Blossom Village below. The flickering campfires illuminated the weary yet peaceful faces of the people sleeping soundly. The outlines of the trenches were stark against the moonlight, the fields neatly divided, all filled with hope. Yet my gaze drifted beyond this warmth, into the boundless, beast-like darkness of the forest lurking outside the camp. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, and the lurking observer now concealed in the shadows. This small paradise I had painstakingly crafted was unknowingly placed on a chessboard, with more than one player at the opposing end. In the depths of night, it felt as though countless eyes were greedily and coldly watching the first glimmer of light that had ignited here. Chapter 41. A new threat. The word puppet struck my mind like two blocks of ice, instantly extinguishing the warmth and commotion within the camp. I swiftly grasped the trembling child, squatting down to steady my voice. Besides the eyes on its wings, what else did you see? Did it fly high? Was it fast? No, it didn't fly high. It stayed at the treetops, the child recalled. It flew slowly, as if searching for something. When I yelled, it darted into the woods. Threat assessment. Low altitude, slow reconnaissance unit. Technical level. Crude, but highly purposeful. Likely user. Non-mainstream ninja clans, possibly rogue mercenaries or large bandit groups. My mind raced, arranging all possibilities. The reconnaissance of the Senju and Uchiha clans was akin to that of eagles, insects, eyes that melded with nature, silent, efficient, and lethal. In stark contrast, this crude puppet paraded its arrogance and greed openly, like a vulture that cared not for being detected by its prey, for in its eyes, the prey was already a corpse. Scarface. I rose, a chill creeping into my voice. Scarface, who was directing the reinforcement of the fence, rushed over. My lord, what is the matter? Gather all the squad leaders for an immediate meeting in my tent. Now, I issued the order without explanation. Moreover, from this moment forth, the camp is on high alert. No one is to leave the confines of the fence without permission. Teams gathering firewood and water will double their guards. Scarface, noting my unprecedented seriousness, glanced at the still quaking child. A flicker of ferocity crossed his fearsome face. He asked no further questions, nodded firmly, and turned to relay the orders with his booming voice. Soon, my humble tent was filled with people. They were the core members promoted from the refugees. Sweat and fatigue etched on their faces, yet their eyes shone with the spirit of responsibility. I briefly recounted the situation regarding the reconnaissance puppet. The air within the tent thickened with tension. Damn it! Who else is watching us? A hot-tempered man slammed his fist on the table. We've barely enjoyed a few peaceful days. Is it the Senju? Or the Uchiha? Whoever it is, the last time they came, they didn't dare utter a word. If they dare come again, I'll fight them. The crowd was incensed. Their recently ignited hopes would not be extinguished by anyone. Neither. I tapped the table to quiet them. Whether it's the Senju or Uchiha, they seek territory and people. But this time, it may be different. I surveyed the room, enunciating each word deliberately. They only want possessions and lives. A suffocating silence enveloped the tent. Everyone is not a fool. They have escaped from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they deeply understand the weight of this statement. What shall we do, my lord? The voice of the scarred-faced man was somewhat hoarse. With so few of us and hardly any decent weapons, how can we fight? To confront them head-on is to seek death. I unfurled a recently drawn defensive map of the camp, highlighting several weak points with red circles. Our trenches are only half dug, and the palisade might not even deter wild boars. If the opposing force consists of professional bandits, our defenses are virtually non-existent. My fingers slowly traversed the map, eventually resting on a recently improved plot of land to the west. Their objective is our food, our tools, our very existence. This is a war of plunder, not a mere test of endurance among clans. Strategic analysis. In the face of pure, violent plunder, any conciliatory strategies will prove futile. The adversary's decision-making logic does not include options for cooperative benefit. Optimal solution. Before the enemy completes their assembly, demonstrate defensive capabilities and retaliatory resolve that exceed their expectations, thereby increasing their plunder costs and forcing them to abandon or delay their attack. I require you to undertake 3 tasks. My voice was icy. First, expedite the construction of the trenches and watchtowers, working day and night. Second, gather all tools that can serve as weapons, axes, sickles, sharpened sticks, and distribute them. Third, before I could finish, the tent flap was abruptly thrown open. A young man responsible for the night patrol stumbled in, his face devoid of color, his voice trembling uncontrollably. My lord. To the west. Wang Er. My heart stopped abruptly. We all rushed madly toward the western fields. Wang Er lay on the ridge, his eyes wide open, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. A thin, deep line of blood marred his neck, severing his windpipe and life. There were no signs of struggle. He had died instantly. In his hand, he clutched a glimmering sickle, while in the palm of his other hand lay a small carving, a wooden wolf's head. The craftsmanship was crude, yet it exuded a savage, bloody ferocity. This was not a warning. It was a label of spoils. Chapter 42. The storm approaches. The air inside the tent was colder than the lifeless body of Wang Er. I did not weep. Anger and sorrow were luxuries I could not afford at this moment. The small wooden wolf's head sat on my desk like a taunt from the depths of hell, reminding me that the land we had painstakingly cultivated, the hope we had just ignited, was, in their eyes, merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter and spoils to be divided. My lord, the scarred man's voice was hoarse. He wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. The squad leaders behind him clenched their fists tightly, their eyes ablaze with fury yet overwhelmed by deep helplessness. To confront them directly is to seek death. I had uttered those words, and now, death had come knocking. Tactical analysis initiated. The enemy comprises highly mobile raiding units, primarily cavalry. Objective: quick resolution, seize supplies, and eliminate all resistance. Our advantages: familiarity with the terrain, incomplete defensive fortifications, and the fury of being driven to the brink. My mind raced with thoughts. Countless red tactical routes flashing through my consciousness, yet each endpoint almost invariably led to annihilation. At that moment, a sentinel atop the watchtower suddenly sounded a piercing gong. The sound was a harbinger of the highest alert. A figure tumbled down from the tower. It was the village's finest hunter. He burst into the tent, his face devoid of color. My lord. To the south. The birds in the woods have all taken flight. He pointed southward, breathless, and there's smoke. Low on the horizon, like a yellow dragon. Another seasoned soldier turned pale. That's not ordinary smoke. It's the dust of countless hooves. Inside the tent, a deathly silence ensued. All eyes turned to me, fear, despair, and a flicker of last hope reflected in their gazes. I rose and kicked over the table in front of me. The wooden wolf's head rolled to the ground. Initiate the emergency protocol. My voice was devoid of emotion, as cold as ice. All women, children, and elders, immediately to the cellar. Scarred Face, you lead the escort, ensure their safety. Old Wong, distribute all weapons. Sickles, axes, sharpened sticks, one for each person. If anyone lacks a weapon, go to the kitchen and grab a knife. All combat personnel, take your positions. Those in the trenches, only show yourselves when I command. Orders flowed from my lips, clear and unambiguous. The panicked crowd seemed to find their anchor, though still terrified. They began to mechanically and swiftly execute the commands. The camp erupted into a flurry of activity, but it was not chaos. Rather, it was a tense yet orderly mobilization. Children were tightly held by their mothers, rushing toward the cellar. Men silently accepted rudimentary weapons from Old Wong and hurried toward the incomplete palisade and trenches. Their expressions were complex, determination akin to a march toward death mingled with a deep love for their families behind them. This is my army, farmers who can scarcely feed themselves, refugees who have only just picked up arms. I ascended the watchtower swiftly, the frigid night wind almost knocking me off balance. To the south, the yellow dragon grew ever closer, ever clearer. The earth seemed to tremble at its edges. Estimated enemy contact time, 15 minutes. Integrity of our defensive line, 35. Optimal strategy simulation failed. Secondary strategy simulation in progress. I gripped the railing of the watchtower tightly, my knuckles turning white from the strain. I could see clearly every gap in our defenses, the shallow trench, the sparse palisade, fragile as paper before the impending tide of steel. The camp gradually quieted down. Everyone had taken their positions. Waiting is the most torturous of trials. Time seemed to stand still. Each second felt like a century. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle tore through the night air. An arrow. It soared through the darkness, over our fragile defenses, propelled by a fierce force. Thud. It struck the wooden post before me, less than 3 inches from my cheek. The shaft quivered violently, emitting a mournful hum. Attached to the arrow was something else, a bloodied head, carelessly wrapped in cloth. It belonged to the scout dispatched to the outer perimeter. His eyes remained wide open. Chapter 43, Pre-battle deployment. That arrow pierced through the last vestige of hope within the camp. Fear spread silently through the thin air like a plague. I could hear the chattering teeth of those behind me, feel the icy fog of despair rising from the crowd. I did not turn back. My gaze remained fixed on the round-eyed head. Blood trickled down the wooden post, creating a viscous, dark line in the moonlight. Threat level escalation, decapitation deterrent. Objective, to undermine our morale. Assessment result, failure. Reverse motivation effect, significant. My mind raced with frantic reconstructions of the blueprints. The lines originally drawn for irrigation and field divisions were suddenly erased, replaced by crimson arrows representing the enemy's advance routes. Countless simulated battle scenarios flickered in and out of existence within my mind, each leading to a bloody conclusion. Yet amid the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I discovered a single, fragile glimmer of hope, one that required the lives of all to wager. I turned and descended the watchtower, my steps steady. All eyes were fixed upon me, akin to a throng of drowning souls desperately clutching the solitary piece of driftwood that was my presence. Approaching the wooden pillar, I reached forth and withdrew the arrow, along with the head it bore. Blood splattered across my hand, warm at first, then swiftly turning cold. With it in hand, I strode toward the assembled crowd, their spirits shattered yet gathered. The scarred face attempted to advance, but I halted him with a mere glance. I raised the severed head high, ensuring that every gaze could discern the visage twisted in terror. They all beheld it. My voice, though not loud, pierced the silence like an icicle, embedding itself in the ears of the assembly. This was the image they wished us to witness. They believed that upon seeing this, we would kneel, weep, and surrender all that we had painstakingly built. No one uttered a word. A deathly silence enveloped us, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. They were mistaken. I cast the head to the ground, as one discards refuse. We did not flee to this place merely to face death anew. We wielded our hoes to cultivate, not to sow grain for marauders. We erected fences, not to corral ourselves like lambs awaiting slaughter. My gaze swept over each face, contorted by fear and rage. Behold what lies behind you. In the cellar are your wives, your children. Look beneath your feet. Every inch of this land has been wrought from our sweat and blood. And now, gaze upon your hands. I raised the long arrow, its tip glimmering with a cold light. This is our weapon. From this day forth, it holds more value than your very lives. for it can safeguard your existence. Protect your kin. We have no retreat. I was nearly bellowing, for behind us lay hell, and we could only charge forward, to carve a path to survival. Among the adults, a man trembled as he spoke. Can we win? I regarded him coldly. I did not know. I spoke the truth. But I understood that if we did not fight, we would surely perish. Not just us, but every soul in the cellar would meet the same fate. Today, we fight not for myself, nor for anyone else. With every ounce of strength, I thrust the long arrow deep into the earth before me, its tail buzzing in resonance. We fight for our homeland. We fight to survive. Roar. It was unclear who first emitted a primal growl. It was the scarred face, eyes ablaze. As he seized an axe from a nearby hand and raised it high. Fight to survive. Fight to survive. The pent-up fear erupted in that moment, transforming into the most primal and ferocious of wrath. The crowd began to roar, brandishing their rudimentary weapons, sickles, axes, sharpened sticks. The fierce spirit surged, momentarily dispelling the oppressive presence from the south. Morale assessment, critical threshold reached. The plan of no return is executable. Everyone, obey my command. I spoke again, and this time, all roars ceased instantaneously. First and second squads, enter the western trench. Remember, without my command, do not raise your heads even if the enemy approaches. Third squad, secure the front of the fence. Douse it with all the oil you can muster. Old Wong, take the archers to the lookout tower. Keep a close watch on the enemy leader. Scarred face, you lead the remaining men as a reserve, hidden in the center of the camp. Be ready to support any breach. Orders were issued one by one, and the crowd began to move swiftly and orderly. Fear had not dissipated, but anger and discipline temporarily subdued it. I ascended the lookout tower once more, the wind now more biting than before. On the southern horizon, the head of the yellow dragon had transformed into a surging tide of black steel, each moving dark spot a cavalryman wielding a glinting blade, eyes alight with ferocity. The sound of hooves melded into a thunderous roar, pounding against my chest, nearly rupturing my eardrums. Battle damage forecast, 97. Survival probability, 0. Final outcome of the no-return plan, annihilation. The cold, clinical system prompts in my mind felt like a preordained sentence. The meticulously constructed blueprint I had devoted myself to was now frozen, every arrow pointing toward the same grim destination, death. My so-called plan had been a gamble of lives for an ephemeral tomorrow, a complete farce. The wind ceased abruptly, not as if it had stopped, but because another presence had materialized beside me. The figure was so familiar that my mind momentarily rejected the information. Clad in dark crimson layered armor, he stood in stark contrast to this world, his long black hair flowing in the night breeze, exuding an air of detached superiority. My heart felt as though it had been grasped by an unseen hand, halting its rhythm. All calculations, all deductions, all resolute decisions and solemnity crumbled in an instant, leaving only a void. How could he be here? Why was he here? Uchiha Madara. He did not gaze at me, nor did he regard the armed villagers below, brimming with dread and determination. He merely cast a casual glance at the torrent of murderous intent surging on the horizon, akin to observing a tedious farce. Then he spoke. It seems you have attracted quite a few flies. His tone was flat, devoid of any ripple, as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Flies? A dry croak escaped my throat. I glanced at those villagers wielding sickles and sticks, faces etched with fear and desperation. Then at the distant cavalry capable of reducing us to dust. Flies. I suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Warning. Unresolvable supervariable detected. Warning. Logic unit overload system error. Deduction system failure. My once proud blueprint shattered for the first time, like a mirror struck by a hammer, splintering into a cascade of meaningless data streams. Sir, they are charging. Below the lookout tower, Old Wong's voice quavered with terror, tinged with a cry. The Bloodwolves cavalry was already charging with full force. The leading one-eyed giant brandishing a gleaming scimitar, unleashing a roar unbefitting of a human. Kill. The deafening battle cry crashed against our fragile defenses like a tangible wave. I could see young militiamen in the trench trembling uncontrollably, struggling to maintain their grip on their wooden spears. The apocalypse had arrived. And beside me, Uchiha Madara finally moved. He did not reach for the military fan at his back, nor draw the long blade at his waist. He simply took a slow step toward the edge of the lookout tower. He stood before me, his towering figure enveloping me entirely. The sounds of wind, hooves, and battle cries seemed to fade away, leaving only his broad, silent back before me. What was he intending to do? In the next moment, his eyes ignited in the darkness. They were a pair of crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Crimson and frigid, 3 black Magatamas slowly revolved within, resembling 3 unfathomable whirlpools intent on utterly shattering and draining the very essence of one's soul. My thoughts came to a standstill, leaving only the ominous red alert of system failure, flickering futilely like a malfunctioning traffic light. All blueprints and deductions had transformed into a heap of indecipherable gibberish. It was over. This singular notion consumed me. Whether I perished under the blade of the Blood Wolf core or before him, it seemed inconsequential. Kill. The thunderous cries of battle once more yanked me back into reality, striking my heart like a death knell. I could even smell the heavy, metallic scent of blood and earth exhaled by the warhorse at the forefront. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained still. He did not transform into the black lightning I had envisioned, charging into the enemy ranks to unleash a one-sided massacre, nor did he draw his iconic military fan from behind. He merely tilted his head slightly, his crimson eyes locking onto me from mere feet away. There was no malice, no scrutiny, not even a hint of emotion. It was a pure, almost mechanical waiting. He was awaiting me, awaiting my command. This realization struck me like a thunderclap, reverberating through my blank mind. My heart, having momentarily ceased, began to pound furiously as if desperate to escape the confines of my chest. The searing blood surged back into my cold limbs, bringing with it a stinging numbness. I was neither a lamb destined for slaughter nor a devotee awaiting divine salvation. In this moment, I remained the commander of this camp. He acknowledged my position. The collapsed system blueprint was forcibly cast aside in my mind, replaced by my rudimentary and primal battle map, one wagered with countless lives. A new variable had been introduced, one capable of overturning everything, named Uchiha Madara. I could not allow him to engage directly. That was the approach of a brute, not one wielding an unparalleled divine weapon. He was the sharpest sword, meant to pierce the enemy's most vulnerable points. Mr. Madara, my voice emerged, surprisingly calm to my own ears. He did not respond, merely gazing at me, the Magatama in his eyes seemingly ceasing their rotation. I raised my trembling hand, gesturing toward the sparsely wooded area to the west of the camp. Please provide support in the left-wing forest area. It is most suitable for you to leverage your speed advantage. I was astonished that I had just issued a command to Uchiha Madara, even providing tactical reasoning. Were I to speak of this, no one would likely believe me. I dared not glance at his reaction, immediately turning to the restless crowd below, roaring with all my might. Everyone else, proceed as planned. My voice became the sole directive, overpowering the sound of galloping hooves. Scarface and Old Wong were momentarily stunned, yet the ingrained obedience compelled them to grip their weapons tightly and refocus on the front lines. The silhouette before me stirred. No acknowledgement, not even a nod. In the next instant, that towering figure vanished into thin air, like a droplet of water dissolving into the sea, or a gust of wind scattering the dust. Only a slight tremor from the lookout tower beneath my feet attested to his having stood there. I immediately fixed my gaze on the left wing. The main force of the Blood Wolf Corps cavalry surged toward us, yet on their left flank, dozens of riders had already plunged into the border of the woods to widen their encirclement. The cacophony of battle cries was deafening. Meanwhile, our position remained eerily silent. Everyone, like me, awaited the impending judgment in a blend of fear and anticipation. In the next moment, a chilling scream erupted abruptly from the left-wing forest. It was not a singular voice, but a chorus. The sound was sharp, brief, filled with an incomprehensible dread, then abruptly ceased. It was as if someone had drawn a massive curtain, suddenly enveloping that area and its life force, swallowing it whole. Chapter 46. The charge of the Blood Wolf Corps. That silence was more disconcerting than any battle cry. It felt as though an invisible hand had seized the throat of the entire battlefield. The advancing tide of cavalry visibly faltered. The foremost riders instinctively tightened their reins, casting uncertain glances toward the woods that had devoured their comrades. This disturbance lasted less than a second. Roar! The one-eyed dragon leader's bellow erupted once more. He struck the rear of a nearby warhorse with the back of his curved blade, causing the horse to rear in pain, which propelled the cavalry to accelerate again. You useless lot! What are you afraid of? Charge! Crush them! His furious roar acted as a stimulant, dispelling the flicker of doubt that had arisen in the cavalry's hearts. Indeed, it was merely a handful of people. What storm could they conjure? Perhaps it was merely a trap. The black tide surged again, this time with an even more ferocious intent, crashing against our fragile wooden wall. Boom! The first row of cavalry, horse and rider alike, collided with the trench we had dug and the sharpened stakes. The dying whinnies of horses, the dull thuds of stakes piercing flesh, and the crisp snaps of bones under hooves instantly melded into a hellish cacophony. My heart sank alongside that impact. The trench had only delayed them for less than 3 seconds. The subsequent cavalry, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades and horses, surged forth as easily as if crossing a shallow puddle. The curved blades in their hands glinted with a bloodthirsty sheen under the torchlight. "Hold! Hold!" Scarface shouted hoarsely from behind the defense line. He pressed his body firmly against a crude wooden shield as a blood-wolf cavalryman charged him, blade and all. The tremendous force nearly buckled his legs, threatening to bring him to his knees. Old Wong was beside him, exerting all his strength to thrust a pitchfork into the horse's belly. Yet it was in vain. The cavalryman's heavy armor easily deflected the feeble agricultural tool. With a maniacal grin, he retaliated with a blade aimed at Old Wong's neck. It was over. My mind grew cold. All calculations and struggles felt as fragile as parchment before the overwhelming force. Yet, the lethal edge did not descend. The high-mounted cavalryman's malicious grin froze forever. A faint sound of air being split, swift to the point of elusiveness. In the next instant, the massive head of the one-eyed dragon leader soared into the air. Blood erupted like a fountain from his severed neck, staining the night sky crimson. His headless body maintained the posture of swinging a blade, carried forward by the warhorse for several meters before crashing to the ground. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence once more. All action ceased, whether from our desperate villagers or the blood-wolf cavalrymen who had breached the defenses. They all stared in horror at the twitching headless corpse. The leader is dead? How did he die? My gaze frantically scanned the battlefield, not from the left-wing woods, which remained silent. Then where did he come from? My pupils dilated sharply. A figure, a silhouette, unbeknownst to me, had appeared behind our breached front line, right among the incoming cavalry. He stood with his back to me, the dark red layered armor appearing as profound as blood in the firelight. He merely stood there quietly, as if he had always been so. Those few blood-wolf cavalrymen who had broken through the defenses now resembled wild beasts caged in a pen. They turned rigidly, confronting the man who had suddenly appeared behind them, their faces etched with terror and confusion. "Who are you?" barked the nearest burly man with a scarred face, his voice a facade of bravado. No answer came. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide before gently closing them. A series of almost inaudible thuds echoed, and the once menacing cavalrymen, now devoid of spirit, tumbled from their horses like sacks emptied of their contents. Each bore a small, unfathomable blood hole in their foreheads. In their last moments, they were oblivious to the manner of their demise. The wind stirred, carrying a scent of iron and death. Uchiha Madara stood amidst the fallen corpses, his garments untouched by a single drop of blood. He turned slowly, his crimson Sharingan piercing through the chaos, locking onto me, seemingly confirming whether his commander was safe. In the distance, the remaining blood-wolf cavalry, nearly 100 strong, had come to a complete standstill, caught in a dilemma of retreat or advance. They gazed in horror at the figure that seemed to embody the very essence of a specter, their steeds restlessly pawing the ground, snorting in trepidation. Fear spread among them like a contagion. The foremost cavalryman finally discerned the glowing eyes in the darkness. The color drained from his face, and his lips trembled as if he had encountered the most terrifying legend of all. "Those red eyes, it's the Azura?" His voice was barely a whisper, tinged with a sob, yet it resonated like a stone cast into a still pond, rippling through the hearts of all present. "The demon of the Uchiha." The last words escaped his lips as if pried from between clenched teeth, laden with a sense of impending doom. Panic erupted, shattering the previously orderly formation of cavalry. The rear ranks frantically turned their horses, seeking to flee from the man who exuded an aura of death, only to collide with their comrades in front, leading to a chaotic tumble. Disorder consumed their final vestiges of courage like a plague. I stood atop the watchtower, the cold night wind invading my throat. Yet it could not quell the fire raging in my mind. They must not escape. Should they flee and disseminate the news of this place, our nascent camp would be besieged by endless scrutiny and trouble, particularly regarding the demon of the Uchiha. My gaze swept over the disordered enemy ranks, landing on the figure who stood like a deity amidst the carnage. He remained still, as if awaiting my next command. My heart raced uncontrollably at this realization. I forced myself to look away, directing all my willpower towards the battlefield before me. Everyone, heed my command. My voice, amplified through a crude metal horn, reverberated across the camp, sharp yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Archers, fire at will, target the rear ranks of the enemy. Stone throwers, prepare. My orders sliced through the chaos like a scalpel. Old Wong and Scarface, after a moment of astonishment, swiftly regained their composure. They may not have understood the origins of the man in red armor, but they grasped the weight of my command. Release. With Scarface's furious cry, the villagers, who had long been ready, hurled sharpened wooden spears, pointed stones, and even flaming torches over the wooden barricade. The retreating Blood Wolf cavalry, taken aback by this unexpected assault from what they assumed were mere sheep awaiting slaughter, found themselves caught off guard. Thud, thud. The rudimentary spears failed to penetrate their leather armor, but the falling stones disoriented them, causing their steeds to bolt in panic, further unraveling their formation. Second wave. Release. Another barrage rained down. At last, a few cavalrymen, cornered with no escape, were ignited with ferocity. Let us fight back. Charge. A burly man, his face a mask of rage, brandished his curved blade as he led the last few riders in a desperate, suicidal charge towards our wooden barricade, determined to buy time for their fleeing comrades. Boom. This time, they collided squarely with the defense I had meticulously designed. The foremost steed fell with a pained whinny into the trench, impaled by the sharpened stakes below. The rider was flung off by the force, his body suspended mid-air, only to be pierced by another stake, left hanging like a ragged cloth. The subsequent cavalrymen had no time to halt, tumbling into the death pit one after another. The trench, the stakes, and the villagers' spears thrusting from behind the walls formed an unyielding meat grinder in the face of Uchiha Madara's overwhelming power. Within mere moments, the final assailants were consumed. Only the pit's anguished whinnies and groans of the wounded remained. The battlefield fell silent once more. The remnants of the Blood Wolf cavalry had fled to the distance, fading into indistinct shadows beneath the night sky, no longer daring to look back. We had won. Beneath the watchtower, jubilant cheers erupted, starting with a single voice choking on tears, swiftly swelling into a chorus of ecstatic shouts. Scarface tossed aside his shield, embracing a nearby young lad, laughing and weeping in equal measure. Old Wong leaned on his pitchfork, trembling all over, tears streaming from his murky eyes. They had survived. Yet, as I observed the relieved crowd below, my chest felt as though it were crushed beneath a boulder, devoid of joy. My plans, my defenses, my struggles, all appeared laughable in the face of absolute power. This victory belonged not to me, nor to the valiant villagers who fought with their lives. It belonged solely to one man. I turned slowly, directing my gaze towards the man who had scarcely moved an inch throughout the ordeal. He remained there, amidst the corpses marked by fatal wounds, his crimson Sharingan now veiled, returning to a profound black. He seemed to sense my scrutiny, and turned his head slightly. The flickering firelight cast shadows on his stoic visage, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Is this the order you seek? His voice was flat, as though stating an inconsequential fact. Is this the order you seek? Uchiha Madara's words resonated softly, yet struck me like a boulder crashing into the turmoil of my mind, stirring up a tempest of thoughts. I gazed down at the villagers, now embracing in tears of joy, then at old Wong's tear-streaked face, and finally at the soil stained with blood and bodies. Ultimately, my gaze returned to Uchiha Madara, standing amidst the carnage. No, this was not the order I desired. This was merely a precarious victory granted by overwhelming force. My plans, my defenses, my struggles had all become a complete farce at the mere raise of his hand. I could not even find a word to rebut his assertion. My throat felt as though it were stuffed with scalding sand, dry and painful. Scarface set the young lad down, playfully smacking the back of his head while grinning. Why are you crying? We won. Stick with your brother, and you'll have meat for every meal. Just as he prepared to say more, his smile froze, confusion washing over his face as he looked into the distance. Huh, why aren't those two running away? In the distance, beneath the shroud of night, among the nearly vanquished remnants of the Blood Wolf cavalry, two riders suddenly halted, turning their horses back to face us, standing silently 100 meters away. watching us from afar. These two dark figures felt like nails driven into my instinctive blueprint, signaling something amiss. An ineffable sense of danger seized my heart in an instant. In the next moment, one of the shadows raised both hands. His hands intertwined rapidly before his chest, forming a series of intricate seals I had never seen before. It was not any known martial art or technique. It was a ritual. What on earth was it? A shamanistic dance? Scarface scratched his head in confusion. But no one could provide an answer. The seal was completed. The shadow's chest visibly swelled, as if a colossal bellows were operating within him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A cold whisper pierced the night sky. A gigantic fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, materialized from thin air. It trailed a fiery orange tail, emitting a deep roar that distorted the very air in its wake, hurtling towards us. The entire camp was illuminated as if by a man-made sun. The villagers' ecstatic expressions instantly froze, transforming into a paralyzing silence of bewilderment and terror. What was this? The wrath of a deity? Or the sorcery of a monster? My mind buzzed, blanking out. The instinct for survival forcefully rebooted my thoughts. Blueprints whirled in my mind, attempting to calculate the trajectory, speed, and range of the fireball. The conclusion was singular. There was no escape. Boom! The deafening explosion nearly ruptured my eardrums. The wooden walls we had painstakingly erected were as fragile as paper before that fireball. The dry timber erupted instantly, turning to a shower of charred debris and sparks. The searing shockwave, mingled with splinters, spread outward in a frenzied circular motion. The nearest villagers, unable to even scream, transformed before my eyes into writhing torches. The defense was torn open, revealing a colossal, burning gap. A monster. It's a monster. The surviving villagers completely broke down. They discarded their weapons, crying and screaming, fleeing like headless flies towards the rear. The courage and order we had just established evaporated in that moment. Uchiha Madara moved. His figure flickered as he prepared to charge at the two enemies, unleashing those bizarre spells. Wait! I instinctively shouted, my voice raw with urgency. He halted, slowly turning his head. His eyes, now restored to their inky blackness, were more disquieting than the Sharingan. There was no anger, no intent to kill, only a pure, chilling void. Those eyes did not gaze upon a madman, but rather a lifeless stone. I need data. I forced myself to meet his gaze, my voice trembling from extreme tension. I must know the limits of an ordinary person facing such power. This was the truth, the only justification I could convince myself of at that moment. I had to know. Otherwise, the order I sought would forever remain a laughable castle built upon sand. He said nothing, merely staring at me in silence. Yet the enemy would not grant us the luxury of discussion. Another shadow completed his seal. Earth-style, earth-shattering palm. He slammed one hand onto the ground. Boom. The earth beneath us trembled violently. Centered around the breach made by the fireball, the ground seemed to be viciously torn apart by an invisible hand. Our dug trenches were effortlessly filled by the raging debris, and the sharpened stakes were snapped like toothpicks, buried beneath the chaos. Our final barrier had completely vanished. The remaining cavalry of the Blood Wolf Brigade, witnessing the pathway carved by divine power, reignited with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. Kill! They roared, spurring their horses down the deathly corridor towards us, the unarmed lambs, launching their final charge. Chapter 49. The Blade of Susanoo. The final charge commenced. I stood atop the watchtower, like a statue nailed in place, fixated on the hell below. The sounds of wind, cries, the thunderous hooves of horses, the dull thud of blades slicing flesh, the cracking of bones, all these noises twisted together, piercing my ears, yet seeming distant. My brain, that finely tuned instrument of calculation, now blared a series of sharp alarms. The blueprint system interface flashed with a torrent of data, ultimately coalescing into a line of crimson text. Error, unable to parse the current scenario. Error, logic unit overload. Suggestion, disable all senses, await reboot. Calculating, analyzing. How could I measure the distance a living person would be thrown by a direct impact from a 300-kilogram warhorse? How could I analyze the angle at which a descending curved blade would sever a throat to maximize the blood spray? I forced my eyes wide open, refusing to look away. Those few cavalrymen were like red-hot plows, and we were nothing but soft earth. Each collision, each swing of the blade, was a brutal turning of flesh and bone. Scarface, in a frenzy, pushed two bewildered women and children backward, seizing a battered wooden shield, roaring like a beast, charging headlong into the foremost cavalryman. He intended to trip that horse with his own body, to pit flesh against the tide of steel. A futile endeavor. My lips moved soundlessly, my throat felt clogged with sand, unable to produce a single syllable. I needed data. That phrase echoed like a malicious curse in my mind. But all I could see were faces twisted in fear and despair. I caught sight of old Wang, the elderly man who always smiled at me with his toothless grin. He lay on the ground, his murky eyes reflecting the increasingly massive hoofs. I saw the young boy, sheltered behind Scarface, grasping a stone and hurling it with all his might. The stone traced a feeble arc through the air, clanging harmlessly against the cavalryman's armor, leaving no mark at all. This was my data, cold, cruel, and worthless, purchased with the lives of the innocent. In the face of absolute power, the limit of an ordinary person amounted to nothing more than a senseless death. I was mistaken, utterly mistaken from the very beginning. Just as the first cavalryman's curved blade was about to cleave Scarface in two, time seemed to freeze. No, it was not merely frozen. The entire world was forcibly pressed to a halt by an invisible force. My gaze instinctively traversed the chaotic battlefield, locking onto that man, Uchiha Madara. He did not move. He merely raised his head slowly, his pitch-black eyes piercing through the thin veil between life and death, landing on me one last time. Within them, the chilling void remained. Yet something else flickered, as if asking me, "Have you gathered enough data?" Then he closed his eyes. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming energy erupted from him, as if the very essence of existence were unleashed. It was not fire, nor earth, nor any material I could comprehend. It was pure will, concentrated chakra. A colossal, dark red skeletal frame burst forth from his body. First, the menacing spine, then the crescent-shaped ribs, one after another, assertively stretching the night sky. This skeleton, though only the upper half, towered higher than the watchtower beneath my feet. It resembled an ancient demon rising from the depths of hell. Its mere presence made the entire battlefield tremble, thickening the air. Everyone came to a standstill. Villagers in flight, charging cavalry, all gazed upward, entranced by the colossal specter that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The scarred-faced man collapsed onto the ground, his shield falling to the side. His mouth agape as if a fist could fit within, drool trickling down the corner of his lips, oblivious to it all. His countenance, once fierce, now bore the mark of sheer bewilderment. Then, the demon stirred. An enormous hand, forged from energy and resembling a skeletal form, emerged from its ribcage. It grasped a chakra blade that materialized from thin air, extending several dozen meters in length. No preparation, no superfluous gestures. It simply swung forward with a gentle arc. At that moment, the world fell into a profound silence. There were no explosions, no roars, not even a whisper of wind. A pale blue blade of light sliced through the air with the precision of the sharpest scalpel, gliding silently over everything before it. The dozen or so cavalrymen of the Blood Wolf Brigade, both horse and rider, were cleaved cleanly in two. Their upper bodies retained their forward charge, faces frozen in bloodthirsty grins, while their lower halves remained forever anchored to the ground. The blade did not cease. It traversed 100 meters, accurately bisecting the two distant shadows that had been releasing ninjutsu. Their bodies, too, were severed at the waist. An absolute stillness endured for a full second. Then, like a dam bursting, blood gushed forth from dozens of severed limbs, erupting with frenzied force. Dismembered corpses and shattered horse carcasses rained down like a torrent of flesh, painting the earth before our camp a deep crimson. The dark red skeletal demon gradually dissipated into the air, as though it had never existed. Uchiha Madara remained standing. Not a single corner of his garment stirred. He slowly opened his eyes, turning his gaze back to me. "This is my order," he declared. Chapter 50, Defeat. This is my order. These words pierced through my last vestige of hope like a red-hot iron rod. I stood rigid, the stench of blood swirling violently into my lungs, my stomach convulsing painfully, yet nothing could escape my lips. In the distance, a few remnants of the Blood Wolf Brigade, fortunate enough to have escaped the carnage, had barely run 300 meters when they erupted into inhuman, anguished screams. Uchiha Madara did not turn back. He did not even glance in that direction. The screams rose and fell, each one abruptly silenced. The world was utterly still. Only the crackling of the wooden walls ignited by fireballs remained. With great effort, I turned my neck, shifting my gaze from the scarlet ground back to him. He stood there, his black robes fluttering in the night breeze, his form untouched by the bloodshed surrounding us, creating the most absurd contrast against the macabre scene of human carnage. He merely passed through, crushing a few bothersome insects along the way. I looked at him, and he returned my gaze. In his pitch-black eyes, the cold void seemed to dissipate somewhat. He did not question or mock me, but calmly awaited my final response to this impromptu lesson. On the blueprint system interface, the crimson error message finally dimmed, replaced by a screen of oppressive silence. My mind, my proud computational core, crashed entirely after processing that world-shattering sword strike. What was I to say? Thank you for saving us? Or chastise him for his excessive slaughter? I could not even convince myself. Every member of the Blood Wolf Brigade deserved their fate. My lips moved several times, yet no words emerged. He did not rush me, but stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time, each step feeling as though it pressed upon my very heart. He walked past the neatly severed remains, showing no sign of pause. He passed by the scarred man, who sat trembling on the ground, utterly terrified, even sparing him not a glance. The scarred man's lips quivered, torn between pleading for mercy and bowing in submission, ultimately producing only a series of incoherent gasps, like a broken bellows. At last, he halted before me, merely 3 steps away, a distance close enough for me to discern the length of his eyelashes. Order is not begged for, he began, his voice soft yet clear, resonating with absolute authority. The order of the weak is like a castle built of sand. A mere gust can scatter it. Each of his words struck me like a heavy hammer, shattering all my previous plans and efforts to dust. My strategies, my systems, my contribution points appeared as fragile as a joke in the face of that silent blade of light. Now, he regarded me, his eyes finally holding a glimmer of scrutiny. Your castle has collapsed. What do you intend to do? Boom. The crashed blueprint system quaked violently at his words. On the black screen, a flurry of garbled text flashed chaotically, akin to a catastrophic avalanche. Logic unit overload, forcibly restarting. Database correction detected unresolved core variables. Warning. Unresolvable core variables detected. Warning. Attempting to establish a new model. At the center of the garbled chaos, a singular point illuminated. It was a deep, dark red symbol, unlike any shape I recognized, yet it seemed to harbor the entirety of creation and destruction's mysteries. Upon its emergence, the entire system ceased its collapse, and all data streams began to rearrange and recombine around it. My order, my blueprint, all my calculations were forcibly integrated with a brand new variable of immeasurable weight. The variable's name was Uchiha Madara. I lifted my gaze to meet his. The gravelly sensation in my throat faded, and my trembling body regained control. I looked at him and clearly articulated, my castle has collapsed. Therefore, I shall rebuild it. This time, let your strength serve as the foundation. He gazed deeply into me, that icy void for the first time melting away, replaced by a budding spark of illumination. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds before a subtle arc formed at the corner of his mouth. It was not a smile. It was an expression of amusement at something exceedingly intriguing, imbued with both appreciation and a hint of playfulness. Very well, he uttered, but my power comes at a price. Chapter 51, Shadows After the Battle. My power comes at a price. The phrase was light, yet pierced my recently rebooted system like an icicle. Price? I nearly laughed aloud. In this wretched place, where lives were cheaper than weeds, what could possibly be more valuable, or, dare I say, more affordable than the power he had just displayed? He had annihilated the Blood Wolf Brigade, thus ensuring our survival. The logic was simple, brutal, and indisputable. I raised my hand, vigorously wiping the blood from my face with my dust-covered sleeve, my motion exaggerated as if to provoke someone. I will pay. He did not respond further. His dark eyes lingered on my face for a moment before he stepped back, merging once more into the shadows cast by the watchtower. He detached himself from this chaotic world, resembling a deity or demon unconcerned with mortal affairs. Meanwhile, I plunged back into the suffocating reality of the situation. The sounds of the wind, the crackling of the burning wooden walls, and the muffled cries from every corner of the camp surged back all at once. I descended from the watchtower, each step down the decaying wooden ladder eliciting a dying groan. The scarred man remained sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing me approach, he trembled, scrambling backward with hands and feet, a large stain spreading in his trousers, emitting a putrid stench. His gaze upon me was filled with a terror surpassing that which he had previously reserved for the cavalry of the Blood Wolf Brigade. I chose to ignore him. My sight drifted beyond him, landing on the figure of old Wang, sprawled on the ground, his skull bearing the imprint of a hoof, a dark abyss. His eyes, which had always held a murky mirth, were now wide open, staring vacantly at the night sky, painted a grim crimson by the flames, never to close again. The young lad, no more than a child, knelt beside old Wang, silent in his grief, using his small hands to repeatedly attempt to shut his grandfather's unblinking eyes. Yet, those eyes remained stubbornly open. This was my reality. This was the price I paid with my cold, unyielding thirst for knowledge. A tumultuous wave surged within my stomach, while rising to my throat, which I forcefully swallowed back. No room for expulsion. I lacked the right to do so. Scarface, I bellowed at the trembling man, my voice hoarse as if two stones were grinding against each other. Get up. He jolted at my shout, like a beaten dog, staring blankly at me. All of you men who can still move, rise. Gather the injured in the clearing. Women and children, fetch water. Tear up every piece of cloth that can serve as bandages. My voice, though not loud, lashed at every survivor's ears like a whip. The cries ceased, and the previously dazed, hopeless crowd began to move mechanically, as if jolted by an electric current. In her panic, a woman, unable to find cloth, began to tear at her already tattered garments, only to be restrained by those nearby. The chaotic camp, under my command, began to take on a semblance of order. I knelt beside a man whose chest had been pierced by an arrow, blood frothing from his mouth, gasping like a wheezing bellows. Drawing upon the first aid knowledge I had studied, I attempted to apply pressure to his wound, but the blood would not cease its flow. The warm liquid seeped through my fingers, winding its way down my wrist to my elbow, sticky and scalding. The man's breathing gradually weakened. He grasped my hand, suddenly tightening his grip, a fleeting glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. My wife, she's all right. I interrupted him. She and the children are alive. He smiled, a grotesque expression mingled with blood and tears. Then, his grip loosened, and he fell silent. I remained knelt, maintaining my pressure on his wound, motionless. My fortress lay in ruins. I told Uchiha Madara that I would rebuild it, but now, I could not even lift a single brick. My hands trembled, not from fear or exhaustion, but from a deep, soul-rending powerlessness. At that moment, a shadow loomed over me. Slowly, I lifted my gaze. Uchiha Madara stood before me, having appeared without my notice. He remained shrouded in shadow, pristine and untouched by any dust. He looked down at me, at my blood-soaked hands, and at the warm corpse beneath my feet. His expression remained inscrutable. Is this what you call a fortress to be rebuilt? His voice, neither high nor low, gripped my heart like a vice. I opened my mouth, yet no words emerged. Then, he extended a hand. That hand, defined by strong, clean joints, hovered before me, an artwork in its purity. Stand up. His voice bore no warmth. Or remain here, kneeling in your impotence, to accompany them in death. Chapter 52, Madara's consolation. That hand, clean and strong, lingered before me. It had just unleashed a cataclysmic sword strike, yet now it appeared immaculate, like a work of art. I fixated on that hand. My mind, a stream of recently rebooted chaotic data, froze at this singular gesture. Stand up, or kneel here, using your impotence to accompany them in death. His voice, devoid of emotion, was colder than the most vicious curse. I did not reach for it. My meager, shattered pride, crushed by reality, forbade me. I braced myself on my bloodied hands, gritting my teeth, attempting to rise. No sooner had my knees lifted from the ground than a violent dizziness overwhelmed me. Darkness clouding my vision, my body collapsing like a heap of mud, uncontrollable in its descent. This was it. I would fall face first into the dirt once more. Yet, the anticipated second fall did not come. A hand, not the one suspended before me, but another, shot out like lightning, grasping my arm with a grip as firm as a mountain. The force was gentle, yet unwavering. He steadied me, allowing me to stand awkwardly. The warmth of his hand lingering on my arm, fleeting as it was. He withdrew his hand, as if merely steadying a toppling object. He did not look back at me, but turned to face the chaotic camp. The flames danced in his dark pupils, reflecting no trace of human sorrow or joy. Death is the norm. His words were flat, like the declaration of a physical law. I jolted, staring at his retreating figure. What was this? Comfort? You saved most of them, he continued. My blueprint system, though still in a semi-paralyzed state, instinctively began to calculate. 137 survivors, 42 deceased. A survival rate of 76.5%, a figure that would be deemed miraculous in any disaster report. Yet behind this cold statistic lay the lives of 42 individuals. The gaping void left by old Wang's unblinking eyes, the man who clung to thoughts of his wife and children in his final moments. I had merely watched them perish. A burning sensation lodged in my throat, like a mass of scalding cotton, igniting an intense pain. But they are dead, he interrupted, his tone unwavering. Because your previous order was too weak. Because you are not strong enough. Each of his words struck me like a slap, harsh against my face. I could hardly refute him, for he spoke the truth. My plans, my systems, my self-righteous theories of modern management crumbled like paper before the absolute force of violence. In the camp, after the initial chaos, people began to spring into action. They followed my earlier commands, carrying the injured to the clearing, women tearing cloth strips, boiling water. The cries subsiding, replaced by muted movements and low moans. A woman who had lost her husband, tears still on her face, began to bandage a man who had lost his arm. The boy who had knelt beside old Wang had somehow risen, imitating the adults as he wiped the face of a child even younger than himself. They did not collapse, they did not scatter. Amidst this sea of blood and corpses, a semblance of order began to stubbornly emerge. My heart was struck by something profound, a pang of ache, warmth, yet also a strange power. Look, Uchiha Madara's voice echoed again. He did not turn back, but slightly raised his chin, urging me to observe those around us. Your fortress has not entirely crumbled. The foundation remains. He turned back to me, his dark eyes reflecting the distant flickering flames, mirrored against my blood-stained and tear-streaked face. His gaze assessed me like a tool, evaluating whether I still held value. Now, tell me, how will you use my strength to rebuild it? My strength. I gazed at him, this man. This monster who had single-handedly annihilated hundreds of mountain bandits. He is not a savior. He embodies war itself. And now, he is bestowing the authority of war into my hands. I took a deep breath, my chest filled with the metallic scent of blood and char. I raised my hand, hastily wiping my face with my sleeve, smearing away streaks of blood and grime. Then, I forced a smile, one more grotesque than tears. It was simple. My voice was hoarse, yet deliberate. First, you must heed my commands. Chapter 53. Contemplation of power. As my words hung in the air, time seemed to freeze. Uchiha Madara's obsidian eyes betrayed no surprise or anger. He merely regarded me with a calmness akin to observing a naive calf baring its teeth at a tiger. I could sense the cold sweat trickling down my back, soaking my thin garments. Just as I anticipated, he would demonstrate the true meaning of power in a more direct manner. A low, resonant sound emanated from his throat. It was not laughter. It resembled a crack in a block of ice, shattering in an unfathomable abyss. Very well, he uttered, his two words colder than the night breeze. As long as your commands are worthy of my attention. With that, he turned away, melding back into the profound darkness as though he had never existed, leaving behind his chilling words and me, standing amidst a sea of corpses. Commands worthy of his attention. My taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and I swayed, nearly losing my balance. A wave of belated, overwhelming fatigue washed over me. I had no time to ponder the depth of his statement. I turned back toward the chaotic camp. Scarface spotted me and rushed over like a tamed hound, his face a mask of mingled fear and obsequiousness. Sir, the wounded are gathered, but we lack medicine and cloth. I glanced at the groaning crowd sprawled on the open ground, my heart aching anew. Bring forth all the spirits. We will use them to disinfect the wounds. If there isn't enough cloth, strip the garments from the dead and clean them for use. My voice held no fluctuation. Scarface paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously and hastened to execute the order. The gazes of the surviving few shifted toward me. No longer were they filled with reliance and trust. Now, they bore an added layer of awe and profound fear. They were afraid of me, for I could coldly command the stripping of the dead's clothing. More so, they feared the presence behind me, a being capable of determining their fates in an instant. I offered no explanation. In this era, compassion is the most valueless commodity. I approached the boy who had lost his father. He had ceased crying, merely hugging his knees, staring vacantly at the cold corpse of his grandfather not far away. I knelt beside him and thrust a hard rice ball into his hands. He lifted his gaze, his once clear eyes now void of life. Eat, I commanded, and survive. To live is to earn the right to remember your hatred. He tightened his grip on the rice ball. A night of silence ensued. Or rather, a night devoid of respite, tending to the injured, comforting the living, and clearing away the dead. As dawn approached, the camp finally began to resemble a semblance of life. I found a corner to sit, my body feeling as though it were filled with lead. I closed my eyes, and on the pitch-black screen of the blueprint system, the dark red symbol representing Uchiha Madara pulsed slowly and powerfully like a heartbeat. All my previous plans appeared pale and laughable in its presence. Water conservancy projects? Agricultural improvements? Contribution point systems? These ideas would falter under the weight of absolute violence, unable to withstand even a second. The Blood Wolf Corps could obliterate them. Any passing formidable ninja could lay waste to them. My fortress was built upon a faulty foundation from the very start. I had attempted to construct a civilized city in a jungle teeming with man-eating beasts, neglecting to first erect sufficiently high and sturdy walls. And Uchiha Madara? He is not a wall. He is a nuclear weapon, a Damocles sword suspended over all. Deterrence is the sole passport to order in this age. My mind, in the throes of extreme fatigue, became remarkably clear. I do not need him to follow my commands to tend to the fields or construct the waterways. I require the essence of his power to become a part of the new order, quantified, regulated, and systematized. A fresh, audacious thought took root within my mind. I abruptly opened my eyes. On the blueprint system interface, the chaotic data streams began to rapidly restructure around that dark red symbol. I deleted all drafts concerning livelihoods and infrastructure. Then, I initiated a new project, an unprecedented, blood-soaked blueprint belonging solely to this era. Blueprint for Armed Forces Development. A line of cold text solidified in my consciousness. Just then, a ghostly voice emerged behind me. Dawn has arrived. Uchiha Madara had reappeared without my notice. Is your new castle designed? Chapter 54. Cultivating One's Power. I faced his scrutinizing gaze. The faint morning light casting sharp contours upon his hardened visage. It is completed. My voice cracked from a night devoid of sleep. But it was not the layout of the castle. He remained silent, his dark eyes seemingly deeper than the night behind him. It is the blueprint for the sword. I enunciated a multitude of swords. His throat moved slightly, as if digesting the meaning of my words. My blueprint system word to life. Refining and dissecting the freshly conceived blueprint for armed forces development. Uchiha Madara is nuclear deterrence, the Damocles sword looming over all. Yet, one cannot employ a nuclear weapon to catch a thief, patrol borders, or uphold the most basic order within a camp. I require conventional arms. Your power signifies declaration. I raised my gaze to meet his, proclaiming to the world that this land has an owner. Anyone daring to provoke will be eradicated. However, after the declaration, an executor is necessary to cleanse the foolish wild dogs and guards to fortify the authority you establish. I need time, a chance to forge more swords that, while weaker, are sufficiently effective, using your mightiest blade. He finally reacted, a near-silent scoff resonating from his chest, exuding an icy, condescending mockery. To use a swarm of ants to emulate a god? No. I shook my head, my tone resolute. It is to construct a wall strong enough to withstand the wolves. Built of countless stones. A deity need only appear once when the wall is on the verge of collapse. He fell silent. The scrutiny in his eyes gradually transformed into a pure, emotionless analysis, as if appraising the feasibility of my wall. After a considerable pause, he turned away, sinking back into the shadows. Your wall had better be sturdy. His voice drifted from another realm, imbued with the chill of a final ultimatum. I had no time to dwell on his words. I pivoted and strode toward the survivors who had just clawed their way back from the brink of death. Scarface. Scarface jolted, scrambling to my side, his fierce countenance now stripped of all but submission and fear. Gather all the men capable of wielding weapons and all boys aged 10 to 15. Now, Scarface's pupils dilated sharply. Sir, even the children? Did those mountain bandits discriminate between young and old last night? My words silenced all his doubts. His face turned ashen, and he dared not utter another word. Promptly turning to carry out the command. Soon, a sparse line of 31 individuals gathered before me. Half of them were old, frail, or ill, while the remainder consisted of gaunt, ordinary folk. This represented my entire resources. I spotted the boy who had lost his grandfather, standing among the crowd. His small stature and clenched fists betraying a fierce gaze fixed upon me, filled not only with sorrow but also a primal hatred. Excellent. I approached them, my cold gaze sweeping over each face. From this day forth, You shall no longer be refugees or survivors. My voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. You are my hands, my eyes, my blade. Remember, I have no need for the useless. Some among you may perish in the upcoming training, but those who survive will outlast anyone else. From now on, you are the wielders of the blade, not the ones whose necks will be severed. A suppressed commotion arose from the crowd. I disregarded them and walked directly to the boy. What is your name? He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. I asked you for your name. Little Stone. He managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. Good. I nodded and tossed a rough wooden sword at his feet. Pick it up. He stared at me defiantly, unmoving. I said to pick it up. My voice remained unwavering. His chest heaved violently, but he ultimately succumbed, bending down to tremble as he retrieved the wooden sword. Now, do you see that tree? I pointed to a nearby barren. Withered tree. Stab it 1,000 times. If you cannot finish today, there will be no food. What? A gasp escaped from the crowd, and a woman attempted to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Scarface. Little Stone abruptly lifted his head, disbelief flooding his reddened eyes. I did not look back at him nor acknowledge anyone's reaction. I simply turned away, presenting my back to him. Behind me, there was a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. A hoarse, anguished roar, infused with endless sorrow and hatred, erupted from the boy's throat. Clutching the wooden sword, he unleashed all his strength in a fierce stab towards the withered tree. Once. Again. My blueprint system interface displayed a cold stream of data silently streaming by. A new module was activated. Personnel training and assessment. A file was quietly established. Codename, Stone 01. Potential assessment, high. Driving force, hatred. Status, training initiated. Chapter 55. The visit of Izumi training continued for 3 days. Little Stone transitioned from his initial howls to a state of numbness, and now to silence. His sole daily task was to repeat the stabbing motion. The wooden sword was replaced with a dull iron blade. His palms were raw and calloused, only to become raw again. No one dared to plead for him. The entire camp was shrouded in an oppressive discipline. The survivors no longer bore sorrow in their eyes. Only a hardened numbness remained. They operated like the program machines I had designed, tending to the injured, distributing food, and reinforcing the camp's rudimentary outer barriers. For the first time, my blueprint system dedicated all its computational power to human subjects. Each individual's physical strength, emotions, and potential transformed into lines of cold data, rolling within my consciousness. This was a realm I had never ventured into, more intricate and bloodier than any engineering endeavor. I was turning humans into cogs. As I assessed the second batch of training candidates, an outsider entered the camp. He wore a clean, dark kimono adorned with a fan family crest, starkly contrasting the surrounding blood and mud. He was young, his features reminiscent of Uchiha Madara, yet lacking the overwhelming aura of destruction, possessing instead a sharpness akin to the edge of a blade. Uchiha Izumi. He had healed. He did not look at me, but proceeded straight to the rudimentary training grounds. Little Stone had just completed his final stab of the day, collapsing to the ground, gasping like a fish out of water. Uchiha Izumi stood before him, looking down with a furrowed brow, scrutinizing him as if assessing merchandise. I approached and stood beside him. He finally diverted his gaze from the nearly lifeless boy to my face. This is what my brother has chosen to trust? His tone dripped with unmasked skepticism and disdain. An ordinary person without chakra, a group of precarious refugees, and a child playing house. I ignored his derision. Is your injury fully healed? Thanks to you. He spat out those 4 words, lacking any trace of gratitude. The life of the Uchiha clan is not so fragile. He paused, retrieving a small scroll from his robe, tossing it to me. This is a token of gratitude. Inside are the commonly used healing ointments and some basic medical ninjutsu insights of the Uchiha clan. Your herbal poultices are merely suitable for treating superficial wounds. I caught the scroll but did not open it. The Uchiha clan's medical ninjutsu insights? The value of this far exceeds that of a mere life. He did not come to express gratitude. He came to probe, or rather, to evaluate my worth. The woman who had compelled his brother to take such unusual actions. Your methods are too slow and foolish. Uchiha Izumi's gaze returned to Little Stone, stating that hatred is the best catalyst, yet to squander his meager hatred in such meaningless repetition would only breed a useless dog. Is that so? I countered. Then what do you consider meaningful? He finally regarded me directly, his Sharingan spinning slowly, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Provide him with a real blade and throw him into a den of bandits. If he survives, he becomes a blade. If he does not, he is a waste. Simple and efficient. And then, I calmly met his gaze. To transform him into a blade that knows only vengeance and slaughter, sending him to kill the next bandit. The next enemy, until he is severed by an even stronger blade? Is this not the fate of a ninja? He scoffed, as if I were uttering absurdities. I shook my head. My camp does not require fate. What I need is order rules. The blade in his hand must know when to be drawn and when to be sheathed. His hatred is not fuel for destruction, but rather the cornerstone that drives him to uphold this order. Uchiha Izumi fell silent. The spinning tomo in his eyes ceased, and the pressure dissipated. He seemed to be reinterpreting every word I had spoken. After a long pause, he emitted an ambiguous hum. My brother's thoughts are always so naive. Though he spoke of naivete, his expression showed no sign of relaxation. He approached Little Stone, crouching down beside him. I remained still, merely observing. I could sense Scarface and several others responsible for guarding had already placed their hands on their weapons. Little Stone struggled to sit up. His eyes filled with a mix of fear and hatred as he warily glared at this suddenly appeared stranger of great strength. Uchiha Izumi disregarded his gaze, extending his hand to grasp Little Stone's battered palm, carefully examining the bloodied scabs and wounds. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Little Stone gritted his teeth, remaining silent. "Do you hate?" he inquired again. Little Stone's body trembled, the hatred in his eyes nearly spilling over. Uchiha Izumi released his hand, standing up, giving me one last glance. "Your walls are too low." With that, he made no further delay, turning decisively to leave, leaving behind that disjointed remark. I approached Little Stone, placing a rice ball and a small bottle of water before him. He did not immediately reach for it, but instead raised his head and asked me in a hoarse voice, "Who is he?" "A formidable blade," I replied. He lowered his gaze, staring at his palm, then clenched it into a fist. On my blueprint system interface, a new line of data silently emerged beneath the file of Stone 01. Status update, drive reinforcement. New objective, surpass the blade itself. Chapter 56. The transformation of my brother Uchiha Izuna's words struck my blueprint system like a nail. "Your walls are too low." Instantly, the module concerning camp defenses on my system interface was highlighted in red, as countless reinforcement strategies were frantically calculated. Should we raise the fences? Dig trenches? Set traps? No. I swiftly dismissed these purely physical interpretations. He was not referring to physical walls. He spoke of the barriers constructed from order and discipline that I relied upon to withstand this chaotic era of warfare. To a top-tier ninja like Uchiha Izuna, my modest resources and the 30 or so emaciated soldiers I commanded were pathetically fragile. He was informing me that my armed forces were unworthy of the blueprint I had envisioned. This realization did not dishearten me. Rather, it rendered me even more composed. The problem had been identified, and now it was time to resolve it. The camp's operations had fallen into a steady rhythm. I had devised a schedule, precise down to the very moment, when to patrol, when to train, when to distribute food, and when to tend to wounds. Everything functioned like a finely tuned machine, cold and efficient. No one cried anymore, nor did anyone engage in idle chatter. A state of numbness became the best camouflage and the most effective adhesive. As I surveyed the newly excavated drainage ditch, a fleeting glimpse caught my eye, an unexpected figure that should not have been there. Uchiha Izuna. He had changed into more casual attire, standing atop a high slope like a silent statue, overlooking the entire camp. He was not there to see me. His gaze transcended me, passing over the laboring crowd, directed towards the far side of the camp. Following his line of sight, I noticed Uchiha Madara as well. He was not concealed in shadows as usual, but casually leaning against a tree, observing Little Stone and several other slightly older children as they engaged in basic physical training. His very presence exuded an intangible pressure, causing even the most reckless of rogues to instinctively avoid him. At that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. A girl, around 5 or 6 years old, tasked with delivering water, tottered past with a wooden bucket far too heavy for her. As she stumbled, the bucket slipped from her grasp, spilling water everywhere and splattering Uchiha Madara's clothing. The air instantly thickened. The rogue's face turned pale. Several training youths halted, their bodies rigid. The girl fell to the ground, not crying, but staring wide-eyed in terror at the man exuding an aura of death. I clenched my fists, my blueprint system rapidly calculating the optimal route for me to intervene, along with the potential consequences. Uchiha Madara moved. He lowered his head to inspect his dampened clothing. Then his gaze fell upon the trembling little girl. I braced myself for a massacre, or at the very least, a cold rebuke. But he did nothing. He simply stood there, observing the girl for a full 3 seconds. Then he spoke. "Watch where you step." His voice remained deep, yet devoid of the soul-freezing malice it typically bore. After speaking, he did not cast another glance at the girl. He turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. It was only after his figure had completely disappeared that the girl broke down in tears. I released my nearly embedded nails, realizing I had unconsciously held my breath. I lifted my gaze to Uchiha Izuna on the high slope. The expression on his face was a complex amalgamation I could not analyze through data, shock, confusion, and a hint of incredulous inquiry. He had witnessed a side of his brother he had never known. Not the grim and cold clan leader from their homeland. Not the destructive avenger on the battlefield, but a living man capable of conversing with an ordinary little girl. He descended the slope and approached me directly. This time, his steps bore no hesitation, only a heavy, taut certainty. I remained still, rooted in place. He halted before me, a mere 3 steps separating us. He did not glance at me, but rather at the camp behind me, which had just begun to show signs of life. Brother is quite different here. This was no question. I did not respond. No, he finally turned his gaze to me, his Sharingan devoid of malice, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. "You did." He stepped forward. "You allowed him to step down from his pedestal." His words were soft, yet struck me like a boulder thrown into my heart. He brushed past me without pausing, leaving behind a barely audible remark. "You are more dangerous than any Senju." Chapter 57. The signal of acknowledgement. Uchiha Izuna's words were not an evaluation. They were a pronouncement. I remained still. The wind brushed past me, carrying the clean, potent scent of a true warrior. In my blueprint system, the term danger demanded quantification and dissection. The dangers posed by the Senju were known variables, calculable blades, and jutsu on the battlefield. I, however, represented an unknown function, a function altering his most significant and unstable brother. Was this a threat or an assessment? I inquired, my voice steady, as if confirming an engineering report. I required his definition. It would determine whether I categorized him as a troublesome variable in need of resolution or a communicable factor. A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan. He seemingly did not expect me to respond in this manner. There was no fear, no defense, only a near-cold pursuit of understanding. "It is a fact." He suppressed his surprise, his voice deepening. "The Senju only wish to kill us, whereas you seek to change us. Killing a man is simple. Changing a man is what is truly terrifying." His gaze transcended me once more, directed at the humble yet orderly camp. He focused on the girl who had just been comforted by her brother, now nestled in the arms of an adult, nibbling on a rice ball. "Brother values this place highly." This statement was no longer a question but a declaration, a conclusion he had been compelled to accept after observation and analysis. A new entry appeared in my system. Uchiha Madara's emotional weight was irreversibly shifting towards this camp. I remained silent, patiently awaiting his next words. I understood that his visit today was not solely for the purpose of defining a new danger. Uchiha Izuna was the eagle of the Uchiha clan. In the eagle's eyes, there were only prey, threats, and interests. He withdrew his gaze and refocused on me, assessing me with a perspective stripped of all personal emotions, purely driven by clan interests. "Your walls are too low. The proportion of straw mixed with the earth is incorrect. They will crumble at the slightest breeze. You have only 2 watchtowers, and the sentinels atop lack even the most basic reconnaissance skills. Your camp is a joke." He mercilessly criticized every aspect of my efforts, asserting that any wandering ninja team could infiltrate at night and slit the throats of everyone here. I listened, almost tempted to jot down notes. Yet, he chose this place. He shifted his tone, each word seemingly squeezed from between his teeth, infused with an undeniable sense of reluctance. Given that this was his choice, he paused as if grappling with an immensely difficult decision, the struggle in his eyes almost palpable. "Uchiha will continue to be your shadow." The term shadow instantly activated within my blueprint system, unleashing a torrent of related definitions and schemes. It is the watcher, the guardian, and also an invisible blade suspended over the enemy's head. It is neither an ally nor a partner. It is a unilateral, conditional extension of force, tethered solely to the will of Uchiha Madara. "I do not require your gratitude, nor do I seek any promises from you." Uchiha Izuna's tone regained its initial coldness and arrogance. You merely need to remember, this wall stands for my elder brother. Should it fall, or should you disappoint him? He left the threat unspoken, yet it resonated louder than any words. The Uchiha would raze this place to the ground with their own hands. Having said that, he did not spare me another glance. Turning away, his figure swiftly vanishing into the distant woods, clean and unencumbered. I remained in place for a long while, until Scarface, rubbing his hands nervously, approached cautiously and inquired in a voice reminiscent of a thief, "My lord, is that person an enemy or a friend? He looks even more terrifying than the last one." I glanced at him, suddenly finding it somewhat amusing. Consider him a new neighbor. A neighbor? Scarface's expression cracked wide open. Yes, I nodded, adding with utmost seriousness, he has a rather foul temper. I doubt he'll come knocking at midnight for soy sauce. Scarface gaped, utterly at a loss. I chose not to engage further, for within my consciousness, the interface of the blueprint system was undergoing a radical transformation. Underneath the highest level module labeled Armed Forces Construction Outline, a tag previously marked in bright red as External Threat, Uchiha blared an urgent alarm, flashing wildly. In the next moment, the alarm ceased. Data cascaded over the entire interface like a waterfall. The tag's color, once representing the utmost hostility in deep crimson, slowly faded to a neutral gray, embodying the unknown. Immediately alongside the gray tag, a new annotation was painstakingly typed out by the system. Status update, conditional alliance activated. Protocol codename, Shadow. My breath caught. It worked. However, before I could revel in my triumph for more than 3 seconds, the final line of small text leisurely emerged. Current alliance stability. 1. Chapter 58 The Blueprint of the Future. Current alliance stability. 1. This line flickered in my consciousness with a glaring red light, sharper than any alarm. A value of 1 signified that the so-called shadow agreement was fragile enough to be extinguished with a mere breath. Any hint of dissatisfaction from Uchiha Izuna, or the slightest wavering from Uchiha Madara, could reduce this number to 0 in an instant. I could not rely on it. I turned and walked back to the camp. Scarface had already gathered others, beginning to reinforce the ludicrous fence in accordance with the issues Uchiha Izuna had inadvertently pointed out. They mixed wet mud with fragments of grass, slathering it into the gaps between the wooden stakes, their movements clumsy yet meticulous. My lord. Scarface halted his work upon seeing me, his face a blend of reverence and confusion. What that gentleman said is absolutely true. Our wall is no better than paper. Then let us make it more than paper. I replied calmly. In my blueprint system, plans for fortifications had been simulated thousands of times. Yet, all solutions pointed to the same deadlock: insufficient materials, inadequate manpower, lack of technology. Most critically, time was short. I needed a future that everyone could see and would be willing to invest in. A future not merely for survival. I navigated through the bustling crowd toward the training grounds of the camp. Little Stone had completed today's training quota, leaning against the gnarled tree he had punctured countless times. Gulping down water. The contours of muscles were beginning to form on his arms, and the hatred in his eyes had settled into something more resilient. Upon noticing me, he did not shy away. Instead, he stood straight with silent resolve. A qualified component was being forged. However, what I required was not merely a component, but the cornerstone of this structure. I did not linger and continued deeper into the woods. In the blueprint system, the dark red symbol representing Uchiha Madara pulsed rhythmically not far ahead. He was there. I parted the last thicket of brush and beheld him. He stood with his back to me at the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the winding river below. The mountain wind stirred his long black hair and flowing robes, as if he were to merge with the vastness of the world. He did not turn around, fully aware of my presence. "Is your wall repaired?" he asked, his voice blending seamlessly with the wind. "It cannot be repaired." I walked to his side, mimicking his stance as I peered into the valley below. The stones were too few, and the mud was far too poor. He offered no response. I crouched down, picked up a dry twig, and sketched a square on the muddy ground. Here lies the current camp. Then, using this square as the center, I extended countless lines outward, straight, intersecting, circular. Here is the residential area. Each household's area, lighting, ventilation must be meticulously calculated. Men and women separated, the young and the old divided. Here is the main thoroughfare. It must be wide enough for 4 horses to run side by side, the surface compacted with gravel and clay. On either side of the road, A drainage system must be established. My twig moved swiftly across the ground. A grand and intricate vision unfurling bit by bit on the muddy earth. Here is the hospital. It requires independent isolation wards, an operating room, and a repository for medicinal herbs. I want the people here to survive even the smallest of wounds without succumbing to infection. Here is the school. I marked an area surrounded by greenery, deliberately emphasizing the lines. All children under the age of 10 must learn here, not merely literacy, but also arithmetic, history, and the basics of natural knowledge. I want them to understand that this world encompasses more than just killing. Here are the fields. Based on the sunlight and water sources in the valley, I designated different planting zones: rice, wheat, vegetables. We require a stable food supply. Here is the workshop. Smelting, woodworking, textiles. We need our own tools, our own weapons, our own fabrics. I finished in one breath, discarding the twig. A rough yet complete city planning map lay sprawled at Uchiha Madara's feet. It stood in stark contrast to this bloody, primitive era, appearing absurd yet tantalizing. I rose, my chest heaving slightly from the fervor of my description. I did not look at his reaction. This was my trump card, the most precious offering I could present as a planner. It was not a scheme of power, nor a decree of bloodshed, but the embryonic form of civilization. A promise of order. The wind howled in my ears. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stirred. He lowered his gaze, examining the chaotic patch of land I had sketched. In his pitch-black eyes, the mountains and rivers were not reflected, only the lines of a non-existent city. He gazed for a long time, so long that I feared he would scoff and trample this illusory blueprint into oblivion. More manpower is needed. At last, he spoke. My heart skipped a beat. He did not question its feasibility, nor did he mock my fanciful dreams. He bypassed all unrealistic fantasies and directly pointed out the core, most fatal flaw in this grand blueprint. Relying solely on these refugees was insufficient. His words, devoid of any emotion, merely articulated a chilling reality. I gazed at him. This man, who, after absorbing my description of an almost serene dream, did not respond with yearning or aversion. Instead, he commenced calculating the most fundamental resources required to realize it. People. The module concerning population growth within my blueprint system instantaneously illuminated, and countless data streams surged wildly, ultimately converging upon a colossal, crimson question mark. I understood. I spoke, my throat dry. But where do we acquire people? By seizing them. We lack the strength for that. By purchasing them, we lack the financial means. Uchiha Madara turned to face me directly. Where did the people you saved come from? He inquired. I hesitated momentarily, and the system promptly retrieved the relevant data. The battlefield, refugees from the nearby nations scattered by the Bloodwolf Corps. Then we shall go to the battlefield, he concluded. Simply and directly, with a chilling inevitability. We shall retrieve them from the battlefield. Chapter 59. A shared dream. Retrieve them from the battlefield. These 6 words were calm and ruthless, yet imbued with a primal, savage logic. Lin Xiaoya's mind momentarily blanked. All the plans concerning population acquisition in the blueprint system were overturned in an instant. War, in this era, was not synonymous with calamity. It represented the redistribution of resources and the forcible movement of people. And she intended to extract the capital necessary for establishing a new order from this vast reservoir of resources. The school I envisioned was situated right there. Lin Xiaoya did not respond to his brutal suggestion, but instead turned and pointed to the plot of land she had designated for the school. She took a step forward, descending from the cliff, returning to the muddy terrain. Uchiha Madara followed closely behind, neither too far nor too near. She halted at the designated area, which was flatter than the rest of the camp and closer to a water source. 3 rows of classrooms would be constructed here, built of brick and wood, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Lin Xiaoya did not look at him, only at the empty land before her, as if those buildings had already risen from the ground. Every morning, the children would begin with a run to strengthen their bodies, followed by lessons in literacy and arithmetic. In the afternoon, based on their talents, they would learn agriculture, craftsmanship, or chakra refinement techniques. Her words flowed steadily, akin to reading an utterly ordinary construction manual. They would learn that this world was not solely defined by the Uchiha and Senju. They would study the history of this land, understanding why rivers change courses and what crops to plant in different seasons. They would document their observations with pens, rather than wielding swords to sever enemies' heads in exchange for accolades. In this place, Ninjutsu would not serve as a tool for killing, but as a means of protecting their homeland. It would be used to clear paths, divert water for irrigation, and offer aid to companions in emergencies. Lin Xiaoya paused. She finally withdrew her gaze from that imagined future and turned towards the man beside her. He listened quietly, devoid of impatience or mockery. The somber and indifferent expression that often adorned his face revealed no extraneous movements at that moment. The mountain breeze tousled his dark hair, also stirring Lin Xiaoya's thin garments. In that instant, the terrifying aura that could wither all life dissipated. He was no longer the cataclysmic demon nor the lofty deity, but simply Uchiha Madara, standing on barren ground, listening to a woman describe a non-existent school. If there had been such a place in my childhood, he began, his words light, almost scattered by the wind. He did not continue, yet that unfinished sentiment carried more weight than any complete sentence. Lin Xiaoya's heart was gently struck by this fragmentary utterance. At that moment, her blueprint system emitted an unprecedented, vigorous fluctuation. In the center of the screen, a dark red symbol representing Uchiha Madara connected with her own pure white symbol through a golden data chain that formed instantaneously. Core consensus established. Next generation. Protocol shadow stability assessment in progress. Data streams flickered furiously. 1, 2, 3. The numbers ascended slowly yet resolutely, ultimately halting at the position of 5. Still fragile, yet no longer a number on the brink of collapse. There will be such a place, Lin Xiaoya asserted, not as a promise, but as a goal destined to be realized. Yet, it required a foundation, a sufficient number of people to build, safeguard, and perpetuate it. She redirected the conversation back to the most pressing issue, going to the battlefield to gather people. This plan bore significant risks. Lin Xiaoya analyzed calmly. Our camp possesses no combat capabilities. If discovered by any ninja forces, we would be swiftly annihilated. You need only tell me how to proceed, Uchiha Madara interrupted. He had detached from that fleeting reminiscence, regaining his absolute, unquestionable demeanor. We require intelligence. Lin Xiaoya immediately interjected. I need to know the time, location, and the clans involved in the next large-scale conflict. The larger the scale, the more chaotic the battlefield, thus increasing our chances of navigating through the turmoil. We need a frontline transfer station, one sufficiently concealed to rapidly handle the wounded and conduct preliminary screenings. We require a task force responsible for infiltrating the battlefield's periphery to extract those who can still be saved. This team need not be exceptionally strong, but they must absolutely obey orders and act swiftly. Most importantly, Lin Xiaoya gazed at him, we need you. Should the operation be compromised or we encounter insurmountable adversaries, you must intervene to eliminate threats and ensure the task force's safe withdrawal. She laid out the entire plan. It was a sordid, bloody scheme, rife with opportunism and exploitation. The destination they aimed for was a graveyard for countless souls, and their objective was to plunder the flickering remnants of life. Uchiha Madara listened without immediate response. He approached a withered tree, pockmarked by countless small stones, extending his hand to lightly touch a deep knife scar upon it. Hatred is the finest motivator, he suddenly uttered. A remark unrelated to the plan. Yet mere hatred is insufficient. A reason must exist to persist even after that hatred is burned out. He withdrew his hand and turned around. Your school is that reason, he concluded, then retrieved a scroll from his bosom and tossed it to Lin Xiaoya. It was not a ninjutsu scroll, but a rudimentary map sketched in charcoal. It depicted mountains, rivers, and several circles drawn in red ink, representing various clan influences. 3 days hence, Uchiha Madara's finger rested on the intersection of 2 red circles on the map. There, an open plain awaited. The Senju and the Uchiha clan would clash here. His words struck like a boulder into the tranquil waters. Prepare your task force. When the time comes, go and collect the stones you desire. Chapter 60. The dawn at the end of the scroll 3 days hence. The Senju and the Uchiha clan would engage in battle here. Collect the stones you desire. Uchiha Madara's words served as the final directive, input into Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system. The system interface instantly scanned the rudimentary charcoal map, transforming it into a 3-dimensional holographic sand table. Mountains, rivers, plains, all topographical data was meticulously modeled. The 2 red circles representing the combatants flickered at an alarming frequency, heralding the impending carnage. A new project has been urgently established under the outline for armed forces construction. Project codename, Scavenger. Objective, To recover population resources of survival value from the battlefield's edge without detection by any party. Risk assessment, extremely high. Lin Xiaoya rolled up the scroll without a moment's hesitation. She turned and strode back to the camp. Her actions served as the signal to the camp. Scarface, the man, who was reinforcing the fence, froze for a moment, instinctively rushing to her side. The fierce demeanor that once characterized his face had vanished, replaced by absolute obedience. Select 10 from your former brothers. They must be the swiftest, the most ruthless, and the darkest at heart. Lin Xiaoya issued her first command. Scarface's lips trembled slightly. He seemed poised to speak, but met with Lin Xiaoya's emotionless gaze. He swallowed his words. Yes, my lady. Also, summon Little Stone. Soon. A group of 10 rugged men and the slender figure of Little Stone stood before Lin Xiaoya. These men, all seasoned members of the Blood Wolf Brigade, had blood on their hands. Yet now they stood quivering like quail, afraid to breathe loudly. Lin Xiaoya approached Little Stone. The boy, having undergone inhumane training, had shed all traces of childishness. His body remained frail, yet he stood tall like a javelin, his eyes reflecting a haunting stillness not befitting his age. Your enemies are the mountain bandits, and they are already dead. Lin Xiaoya spoke, each word cold as steel. Now, I shall present you with new foes. Little Stone said nothing, merely gazing at her. It is hunger, disease, and all those who wish to destroy everything we have. Lin Xiaoya extended her hand, pointing to the ordinary people nearby repairing the fence, to the girl cradling her sister. Your blade is not for revenge. It is to ensure their survival. She tossed a cloth bag filled with herbs and bandages to Little Stone. In this mission, you are not a combatant. You are a medic. Your task is to ensure that those we recover can return here alive. Not a single one can be lost. Little Stone's body trembled slightly. He looked down at the bag in his hands and then up at the distant camp. For the first time, a hint of confusion flickered in his lifeless eyes. Beyond hatred, he was bestowed with the responsibility of guardianship. The blueprint system interface displayed an update on Stone 01. New variable added to the drive module reconstruction, Guardian. Without further explanation, she turned to the 10 desperados. Your task is simple. Lin Xiaoya's voice was low yet laced with a chilling intensity. Follow me and infiltrate the battlefield. I will designate the targets. Your responsibility is to bring them back alive. No sounds, no traces, and no unnecessary movements. Remember, we are the ghosts collecting refuse, not soldiers waging war. Should anyone expose our position, I will personally snap their necks. Understood? Understood. The 10 responded in unison. Their compliance born from absolute fear. The following day, the camp was enveloped in a peculiar silence and busyness. Lin Xiaoya devised 3 infiltration and retreat routes based on the simulations from the blueprint system. She instructed Scarface to prepare makeshift stretchers and ample supplies of fresh water and food. Each person in the camp was assigned a task. Women prepared medicinal concoctions, while the elderly wove ropes. No one knew their purpose, yet an impending sense of urgency tightened everyone's nerves. Uchiha Madara had yet to appear. However, he loomed like the sun in the sky, invisible, yet his presence was always felt. That intangible pressure was the only assurance that this audacious plan could proceed. On the eve of departure, Lin Xiaoya stood atop the highest point of the camp, conducting a final check of the maps and equipment. A shadow silently emerged behind her. Have the routes been planned? Uchiha Madara inquired. 3 main routes, 6 alternate evacuation points. Lin Xiaoya replied without turning, each point concealing water and food. Should we become separated, they will know where to regroup. Your team is merely a rabble. Uchiha Madara stated the fact. Should they encounter a small group of ninja scouts, they would be annihilated within 3 seconds. Therefore, my orders to them are to abandon everything and flee. Lin Xiaoya stood and faced him. Their lives are worthless. Intelligence holds value. As long as one can return and inform me of the enemy's location, your task is to eliminate them. She regarded her own life and those of her subordinates as calculable and expendable resources. Uchiha Madara observed her in silence. This woman understood the logic of war better than any ninja he had encountered. You'd better not die, he finally said. Your mind is more valuable than your life. Lin Xiaoya did not respond to this cold remark. The calculations regarding her survival rate in her system had already begun flashing red alerts. Yet what of it? The plan must be executed. On the 3rd day, at dawn, the sky bore a deep, slate-gray hue, the morning star not yet fully obscured. The camp was already stirring. Wisps of smoke curled up from the designated cooking area. Those responsible for breakfast carefully managed the fire and smoke. In the distance, on the rudimentary training ground, the second batch of trainees had commenced their routine physical training. Their restrained shouts were synchronized, imbued with a sense of strength forged by discipline. The women were counting the bandages prepared the previous night, while the children were gathered together under the watchful eye of the elders, sharing the meager food. Everything was orderly. Numbness and oppression coexisted with a resilient will to survive. Lin Xiaoya stood on the hillside, the morning breeze ruffling her hair. She gazed at the semblance of order she had painstakingly established, observing this island they had barely carved out amidst chaos, a haven they dared to call home. A figure quietly stood beside her. Uchiha Madara also gazed in the same direction. His presence made the air around them heavy, yet at that moment, the weight bore less of a destructive fury and more of a complex deliberation. Look, we have taken the first step. Lin Xiaoya spoke softly, as if stating an objective fact. Uchiha Madara did not turn his head. His dark eyes reflected the faint glimmers within the camp. Yes, he affirmed. This is just the beginning. Lin Xiaoya withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at the fragile dawn. She turned to face the east. At the edge of that horizon, a bloody slaughter awaited. Such was the norm of this era, and she was determined to venture into that meat grinder to seize the first cornerstone for her ideals. She bent down, lifting the prepared backpack filled with maps, rations, and survival tools. Let us depart. Chapter 61. The covert channel, the mingling of the scent of blood and the earth's musk became the unique badge of honor for the scavenger task force upon their return. Lin Xiaoya walked at the forefront of the group, undetectable to the stench that clung to them. Yet her blueprint system interface was inundated with red data streams representing casualties and material losses. Behind her were 12 barely living materials carried on makeshift stretchers. Further back were Scarface and his surviving 9 subordinates. They had set out as 10. Upon their return, one had been pierced through the neck by a stray arrow, while another had triggered an explosive tag laid by the Senju clan, leaving no trace of his remains. The survivors bore no semblance of relief from having escaped death. Instead, their faces reflected a profound emptiness, crushed by overwhelming fear. They stood at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing how Uchiha Madara silently and effortlessly obliterated a scouting team from the Yuhi clan, as if erasing a painting. Such utter disregard for life was far more chilling than the brutal carnage of the battlefield itself. Little Shirtu trailed beside the stretcher-bearers, mechanically replacing a damp cloth on the forehead of an unconscious victim. His medical supplies had been exhausted, with bandages and herbs entirely consumed. The child's face revealed no joy or sorrow, only an extreme fatigue and unwavering focus. He had saved 3 dying souls. This was his achievement. As the team approached the camp's perimeter, the watchful sentry did not raise a cheer, but merely sounded a brief wooden whistle. The camp's gates swung open. There was no welcoming crowd, only a procession of silent men and women, orderly pushing wheelbarrows and carrying stretchers, rushing forth to take charge of the injured. They categorized the wounded by the severity of their injuries, following the procedures established by Lin Xiaoya, directing them to different isolation tents. The entire process was quiet and efficient, reminiscent of a meticulously functioning anthill. Lin Xiaoya stood still, observing it all. On her blueprint system interface, the report titled Scavenger Project Summary quietly generated. Recovered viable population, 17. Our losses, 2. Resource consumption, 80 clean water, 95 rations, 100 medicinal supplies. Comprehensive assessment, far exceeding expectations. New population data entry initiated, potential assessment underway. She had succeeded. Exchanging 2 lives for 17 future laborers and soldiers was a transaction astoundingly profitable in this era. Yet, she felt no joy. The numbers within the system were mere figures, but the faces of those 2 forever lost subordinates remained vividly etched in her memory. Night fell. Lin Xiaoya did not rest. In the newly established planning room of the camp, illuminated by a dim oil lamp, she diligently revised the labor distribution chart. The addition of 17 individuals signified increased food consumption, but also meant she could launch the next plan, such as firing the first batch of bricks. A gentle breeze stirred the tent flaps. Lin Xiaoya did not look up. No one else could approach so silently. Uchiha Madara stood in the shadows of the tent, as though he had been there all along. Your Shirtu has been recovered, he stated matter-of-factly. Indeed. Lin Xiaoya continued to scribble on the paper. We lost 2, but the gain is greater. Next time, we can expand our operational range a bit more. She spoke of human lives in the tone of discussing material losses. Madara refrained from commenting on her words. He stepped out of the shadows. Izuna's life is worth more than a prescription for medicinal ointment, he suddenly said. Lin Xiaoya halted her writing. Looking up, Madara tossed a thicker scroll, sealed with a wax stamp bearing the Uchiha clan's crest, onto her table. The scroll thudded against the surface, producing a dull sound. What is this? A secret trade route of the Uchiha clan, he replied, leading to the capital of the Land of Fire. Unsavory goods traverse this path. Lin Xiaoya's breath caught for a moment. Upon hearing the words trade route and capital, her blueprint system erupted into intense calculations. External resource import module activated. Keywords: iron ore, salt, seeds, fabric, books. Countless terms representing the foundations of civilization flickered wildly in her consciousness. If the scavenger project provided her city with the bricks of humanity, then this trade route offered the cement to construct towering edifices. What price must I pay? Lin Xiaoya quickly regained her composure, posing the crucial question. None is required. Madara replied, gazing at her. This is your rightful reward. He paused and added, but the risks along the road are yours to bear. Be it banditry or assassination by the Senju, the Uchiha shall bear no responsibility. He delineated the gift and the associated risks with clarity. I understand. Lin Xiaoya reached out to grasp the weighty scroll. The moment her fingertips brushed its surface, a line of golden data resurfaced on her blueprint system interface. Core consensus enhancement, interest binding. Agreement shadow stability assessment underway. 567. The number finally settled at 7. Still fragile. Yet this was progress earned through the sacrifice of 2 lives and 17 wounded souls. Can this route procure iron, ore for me? She inquired. Yes. What about seeds and medicinal herbs? Yes. And books? On history, geography, and agriculture? Madara paused, seemingly perplexed as to why one would squander precious transport capacity on such trivial papers. Nevertheless, he answered, as long as the capital has it, you can acquire it. Lin Xiaoya unfurled the scroll. An extraordinarily detailed map unfolded before her, marked with crimson lines indicating a winding path that circumvented all major cities and ninja settlements, leading directly into the heart of the Land of Fire. Her blueprint system immediately began scanning and creating a 3-dimensional model of the map, rapidly analyzing all mountains, rivers, and passes. This route is safe most of the time, Madara spoke from behind her, but there is one area you must avoid. His finger pinpointed a specific region on the map, encircled in black ink, nestled deep within a dense forest along the trade route. It was neither a village nor a fortress, merely labeled by name, Managawa Shrine. Why? Lin Xiaoya queried, as her system highlighted the location in red. Location, Managawa Shrine. Data missing. Threat level, unknown. Initiating highest level risk protocol. No reason, Madara withdrew his hand. Remember my words, do not approach there. With that, he turned and melted back into the darkness outside the tent, silent once more. Lin Xiaoya paid no heed to his departure. Her entire focus fixated on the black circle on the map. What dangers lay hidden there, more perilous than the battlefields of Senju and Uchiha? She lightly traced her fingers over the 3 characters, Managawa Shrine. On the system's 3-dimensional map, this area marked as extremely dangerous emitted an unfathomable black light. Chapter 62. The application of new materials, Managawa Shrine. These 4 characters loomed on Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system as a black hole, perpetually absorbing light. Madara's warning was not mere advice. It was a prohibition. Lin Xiaoya refrained from gazing at it again. In her system, Managawa Shrine was designated as a high-threat black zone, logically isolated by a firewall. Until she possessed sufficient intelligence and strength, this name held no meaning for her. Her fingers drifted away from the black circle, resting on the winding crimson trade route. This was the present. This was the future. Scarface. Although she did not raise her voice, the tent flap was instantly lifted. Scarface's weathered visage bore an intensity of readiness to receive orders. Select 5 individuals. Lin Xiaoya's gaze remained fixed on the map. Not the strongest, but those most perceptive of facial expressions, the most clear-headed. Scarface was taken aback. This command exceeded all his previous experiences. Not to commit murder, nor to engage in robbery, but rather to read the expressions of others? Where are we headed? He inquired cautiously. To procure supplies. Lin Xiaoya picked up several relatively intact pieces of armor salvaged from the battlefield and tossed them at the feet of the scarred man. With these, we shall barter for iron. Iron. The scarred man appeared even more perplexed. My lord, we possess weapons. These are not weapons. Lin Xiaoya finally lifted her gaze. Her eyes devoid of any emotion, filled solely with pure strategy and calculation. What I require is iron or pig iron, any form of raw iron, and salt. Copious amounts of salt. Moreover, all the seeds of plants you can find that are unfamiliar to you. She stood and approached the scarred man. You are not bandits. Nor are you ninjas. This time, you shall act as merchants. Remember, your task is not to flaunt your might, but to complete the transaction. Should you encounter trouble, abandon everything and return. A life is worth more than iron. This was the first time she had expressed such a sentiment to the scarred man. He stood rigid, searching her face for any hint of jest, but found none. Yes, my lord. He picked up the armor fragments from the ground, responding somberly. As the merchant caravan departed, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the camp. Among the 17 new materials the scavengers planned to return with, 15 survived after initial treatment and selection. Most were civilians, displaced by the ravages of war. 3 were lower-tier ninjas from the Feathered Garment clan, deemed unfit for battle and abandoned by their families. Lin Xiaoya did not isolate or treat them preferentially. Instead, she integrated everyone, whether original refugees or newly wounded, into a unified point contribution system. Repairing fences earned 1 point. Handling the refuse of the injured earned 2 points. Fetching water from the source earned 3 points. Points could be exchanged for cleaner food, thicker blankets, and even a small amount of precious salt. There were no sermons, no comforting words, only the coldest and most equitable of rules. Initially, the 3 ninjas from the Feathered Garment clan resisted. They were ninjas, superior beings. How could they toil alongside these common folk? However, hunger proved to be a more honest instructor than any dignity. After 2 consecutive days of receiving only the thinnest rice gruel, the youngest among them quietly picked up a tool and joined the fence-repairing effort. With the first joining, there came a second. Lin Xiaoya observed all this, her blueprint system adjusting in real time according to the feedback. The primary contribution point system now covers 98 of the population. Assessment of individual integration is in progress. On the 7th day, the scarred man's caravan returned. They did not enter through the main gate, but stealthily approached via the back trail that Lin Xiaoya had designated. 5 men, all accounted for, yet each appeared gaunter, their faces etched with exhaustion and trepidation. The items they brought back were piled in the central clearing of the camp. No treasures of gold or silver, only heaps of dark, misshapen iron lumps, a few brand new iron pots, and a dozen gleaming black shovels and hoes. Beside them were 5 large sacks of coarse salt and several small bundles wrapped in cloth. Everyone in the camp gathered around, gazing at the items in bewilderment. To them, iron meant swords and spears. What could these dark lumps possibly do? An elderly man from the Blood Wolf group trembled as he reached for a shovel. He traced his fingers over the smooth surface, feeling its substantial weight. Good iron, he murmured. How much land could this turn over? His words awakened those in the crowd who had truly farmed. Their breaths grew heavy. Lin Xiaoya paid no heed to the commotion. She stepped forward to the scarred man. Was it successful? Not quite, he replied, his throat dry. My lord, we did not go to the town marked on your map. Along the way, we heard it had been slaughtered by a group of wandering ninjas. Lin Xiaoya's system interface instantaneously updated the risk assessment data regarding trade, the danger level rising by 2 percentage points. We took a longer route and found a settlement of mountain folk. The scarred man continued. They did not recognize the armor, but they needed iron pots and salt. We traded 1 pot for 3 bags of these black stones. He pointed to the pig iron. On our return, we encountered a band of samurai who questioned us. Following your instructions, I claimed we were transporting supplies for the Lord and showed them that wooden token you gave me, which allowed us to pass undetected. Lin Xiaoya remained silent. The token she had given the scarred man was nothing more than a piece of wood inscribed with a sketch of a minor noble-esque crest, purely a ruse. Each step of this plan was perilous. You performed admirably, she told the scarred man. This was the first time he had heard such praise from her lips. The fierce man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Xiaoya did not afford him time to indulge in his emotions. She turned to address all members of the camp. Starting today, food rations will increase by 10%. A suppressed, disbelieving cheer erupted from the crowd. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, silencing everyone. We shall undertake a new endeavor. She approached the pile of black pig iron and picked up a piece. We will use it, along with clay, to create a brand new kind of stone. No one could comprehend her words, yet all witnessed her subsequent actions. Under the precise guidance of the blueprint system, Lin Xiaoye directed the workers, utilizing the newly acquired shovels and soil, mixing in specific sand and straw to begin constructing a rudimentary kiln. She personally demonstrated how to control the heat and observe the color. 3 days later, the first batch of bricks emerged from the kiln. They were hard, reddish-brown blocks marked by fire, more uniform than stone and sturdier than wood. Lin Xiaoye picked up a brick and forcefully struck it against a stubborn rock on the ground. Bang! The rock cracked open, while the brick remained unscathed. Silence enveloped the crowd. In that moment, their understanding was utterly transformed. Today, Lin Xiaoye raised the brick high. Her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the clearing. We shall begin constructing the first house that will never be toppled by the wind. She outlined the foundation of the planned warehouse and future assembly hall on a cleared patch of land using lime. She prepared the most primitive mortar, took a new trowel, scooped up a lump of mortar, and evenly spread it at one corner of the foundation. Then, she took the first brick and firmly pressed it down. Having completed this, she handed the trowel to a man standing nearby. This man was one of the 3 ninjas from the Feathered Garment clan, rescued from the battlefield. He had silently worked over the past few days, earning his food, his face devoid of expression. He looked at the tool Lin Xiaoye offered, then back at her, remaining motionless. Your hands can kill, Lin Xiaoye said calmly. Now, I will teach you to use them to build a house. Will you learn? The man stared at her in silence for an extended moment. He extended his hand and accepted the pristine trowel. His movements were awkward, mimicking Lin Xiaoye's earlier actions as he clumsily scooped mortar and laid it beside the first brick. Then, he picked up the second brick, slowly aligning it into position and placing it down. When the 2 bricks rested side by side, he paused, looking down at his hands smeared with gray-white mortar. These hands had once only known how to form seals, how to cut an enemy's throat with shurikens. And now, they were laying the foundation of a wall. A drop of water fell upon the mortar on the back of his hand, spreading into a small, dark circle. He remained motionless, maintaining that posture as he gazed at the newly extending, reddish-brown wall. Chapter 63. The intimidation of shadows. The reddish-brown wall rose higher each day under the watchful eyes of all. The once silent feather-clad ninja, salvaged from the battlefield, had now become the finest mason within the camp. He no longer remained taciturn, occasionally reprimanding the novices for incorrect mortar mixtures or personally demonstrating how to lay the most even bricks for the children. His hands bore calluses, rough and distinct from those formed by wielding a blade. The camp was no longer merely a realm of oppressive order. A fervent hope named construction quietly fermented amidst the earth and sweat, until the first corpse appeared. It was an unfamiliar ninja, garbed in civilian attire, with a wound on his neck so fine it was nearly invisible. He was discovered by the patrol team in the peripheral thicket, less than 500 meters from the fence. Lin Xiaoye stood beside the corpse, the scarred face reflecting a grim expression. Adult, a swift kill. Our people detected no disturbances. The analysis report regarding the corpse's wound had already emerged on Lin Xiaoye's blueprint system interface. Wound analysis, high-density chakra blade, cutting speed exceeding the speed of sound. Database match at 998, Uchiha Madara. She said nothing, merely instructing the scarred face to remove the body and incinerate it. But this was not the end. In the days that followed, the patrol team discovered 1 or 2 such bodies in different locations almost daily. They were all spies, hailing from various clans, disguising themselves with different identities and harboring different intentions, seeking to glimpse this settlement that had seemingly emerged from chaos. And then, they all died, silently and without a trace. The atmosphere in the camp shifted from initial terror to an eerie numbness and reassurance. They did not know who was secretly protecting them, but they understood that invisible eyes were clearing away all prying gazes. This nascent home seemed enveloped by an intangible and absolute barrier of safety. Only Lin Xiaoye, observing the daily updates on the death reports from her blueprint system, felt a chilling dread deep within. This protection was poison. Alone, she ascended to the highest point of the cliff within the camp. She did not wait long. Uchiha Madara stood not far behind her in the shadows, as if he had been there since time immemorial. There are more and more spies. Lin Xiaoye did not turn around, merely observing the camp below, now taking shape, and the warehouse number 1, which had reached its pinnacle. Indeed, he replied, devoid of any emotion. You have cleaned up well, Lin Xiaoye continued. Thank you. Uchiha Madara stepped out from the shadows, standing beside her. The mountain wind tousled his black hair and billowed his wide sleeves. They are too noisy, he provided as a reason. Lin Xiaoya finally turned to face him. Your actions will lead them to believe this is Uchiha territory, is it not? He countered, his rebuttal carrying an undeniable strength. In his view, the place he sheltered was his own. The logic was simple and clear. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. It does not belong to Uchiha, nor to Senju, nor to any clan. This place belongs solely to every individual living here. Uchiha Madara remained silent, merely regarding her. In his pitch-black eyes, no emotion reflected, akin to two bottomless ancient wells. Your protection is appreciated. Lin Xiaoya's tone shifted, but this protection conveys a misleading message to all. They will perceive us merely as a flock of sheep raised by Uchiha. Our value will exist solely as a vassal to Uchiha. They will not fear us. They will only grow more reverent of Uchiha. On her blueprint system interface, the module for independence assessment flashed a glaring red alert. The external threat level diminished. Yet the internal autonomy value plummeted at an equal pace. The outcome remained the same. They do not dare approach. Uchiha Madara interrupted her. Not the same. Lin Xiaoya's voice suddenly rose, revealing an intensity of emotion she had not previously displayed before him. A camp that survives solely on the charity of others has no future. It could be obliterated at any moment due to your whims, or consumed by the decline of Uchiha. What I need is not a powerful guardian. I require time. The time for us to grow teeth and claws. Your actions will only make them believe we are easily bullied and unable to survive without Uchiha's protection. A vassal forever hiding behind others can never truly rise. The wind howled between the two. Uchiha Madara silently regarded her. This woman was rejecting his protection. In an era where lives were worth less than dogs, she was actually rejecting the free security offered by the pinnacle of martial prowess in the ninja world. Absurd. Yet, it was irrefutable. For in her eyes, there was no fear, no scheming, only a principle he had never encountered before. And what do you intend to do? He finally spoke. Allow those spies to infiltrate, revealing all your secrets? Let them uncover your brick kiln, your farmlands, your educational blueprints? And then what? He stepped forward, the invisible pressure rendering the surrounding air stagnant, waiting for them to gather forces and wage war once more upon your stones. I will establish my own defense system. Lin Xiaoya met his gaze unflinchingly. Traps, sentries, patrol teams. I will make them pay the price in my own way. I want all who wish to pry here to understand that this place has its own rules, its own armament, even if weak. Those who dare extend their claws must be prepared to be severed. Her words resonated with conviction. Uchiha Madara scrutinized her for a long time. This woman constantly constructed her world with a logic he could not fathom. Weak, yet obstinate, like a tree growing on a cliff's edge. Seemingly destined to be uprooted by the wind, yet firmly entrenched within the crevices of stone. Your teeth are those who cannot even steady a blade, he queried, a hint of imperceptible mockery in his tone. They will, Lin Xiaoya replied, just as that feather-clad ninja learned to build walls. They too will learn to defend their homes. That will cost many lives, Uchiha Madara stated, laying bare a chilling truth. Building a home always demands a price, Lin Xiaoya calmly responded. Better to pay with our blood than to rely on your benevolence. Uchiha Madara ceased to speak. He turned away, once more gazing at the camp below. The reddish-brown brick structure stood out conspicuously amidst the thatched roofs and wooden shanties, appearing both striking and sturdy. It was something she had constructed in her own manner. After a long pause, he finally spoke again, yet did not address her previous arguments. The next shipment of iron ore from the Scarred Faces convoy will be targeted. Lin Xiaoya's heart jolted. Who? A group of wandering ninjas. Uchiha Madara's profile, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared sharply defined. The Feather Clan has fallen, yet their vassal clan, the Shimura, is in need of a new protector. Robbing your supplies to offer to Senju would serve as a fine declaration of allegiance. He cast a bloody reality directly before her. This was an external, naked malice he would no longer intervene with. It was also a test. Your teeth had better be sharp enough. The figure of Uchiha Obito, upon uttering those words, transformed into a flock of crows, dissipating into the evening breeze, leaving only Lin Xiaoya standing solitary upon the precipice. Her blueprint system interface displayed a flurry of data regarding the Shimizu clan, wandering ninjas, and the ambush on the merchant road, culminating in a colossal, blood-red alert. Warning: the construction of independent armed forces has entered the enforcement phase. Projected casualty rate for our side, 73. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the glaring figure, her fists slowly tightening. Chapter 64, Cultivating Roots on the Cliff. The wind whispered tales of woe. The blood-red 73 on Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system screen burned into her consciousness like an unhealable wound. This was not merely a number. It represented the lives of countless individuals, futures barely glimpsed, now on the verge of being crushed. She did not linger at the cliff's edge for long. Turning away, she descended the worn earthen slope back to the bustling and vibrant camp. The brick kiln belched thick smoke. Children frolicked in the clearing, while women hung herbs to dry in front of the newly constructed warehouse. Everything appeared as it had when she departed, yet everything felt irrevocably altered. The malice of the Shimizu clan and the blood oath loomed like the sword of Damocles above everyone's heads, and Uchiha Obito had retracted his hand from the hilt. Scarred face. Lin Xiaoya's voice was soft, but it pierced through the air, catching the attention of Scarred Face, who was directing men to reinforce the barricades. He approached with a start. My lady, gather all the men who have seen battle, killed, or believe they can wield a weapon, and bring them to the open space in front of warehouse number 1. Scarred Face hesitated, his complexion paling. My lady, are we to go to war? Follow the order. Lin Xiaoya replied, offering no further explanation. Soon, 30 or so individuals stood scattered in the clearing, remnants of the Blood Wolf Brigade, newly recruited guards, and 3 retrieved feathered ninjas. Their expressions varied. The seasoned outlaws licked their lips, brimming with bloodthirsty excitement and unease, while the new guards were visibly tense, instinctively reaching for the short blades at their waists. The 3 feathered ninjas stood at the periphery, appearing out of place, particularly Uchiha, who had become an adept mason. The aura of a craftsman clashed with his current stance as a stoic ninja. Lin Xiaoya approached them, refraining from delivering a pre-battle speech. She simply bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone, and placed it in the center of the clearing. This is a ninja. Then, she selected 5 smaller stones and casually scattered them around the larger one. These are you. The crowd stared at her peculiar actions, bewildered. Now, I want you to tell me, how can these 5 small stones defeat this large one? Lin Xiaoya inquired. Silence enveloped the gathering. An elder from the Blood Wolf Brigade could no longer contain himself. My lady, how is that possible? The size difference is too great. Indeed, unless we were that large. Another echoed. Lin Xiaoya ignored their protests and turned to Uchiha. You tell me. Uchiha stood in silence, contemplating the stones, seemingly grasping Lin Xiaoya's intent. Speed, timing, and traps. He finally articulated, 1 to draw attention, the other 4 attacking from blind spots simultaneously at critical points. This was the logic of ninja combat. Excellent. Lin Xiaoya acknowledged with a nod. She extended her foot and nudged the 5 small stones together until they formed a tight cluster. However, my answer differs. With that, she lifted her foot and forcefully stomped down on the closely knit stones. A dull thud reverberated as the ground trembled. Under the immense pressure, the 5 small stones fused into a single entity, crashing against the larger stone. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the stone symbolizing the ninja split open with a distinct fissure. The 5 smaller stones, although scattered by the impact, remained intact. A profound silence fell upon the crowd. All breath was held. They gazed at the cracked stone, then at Lin Xiaoya, as though she were a creature of legend. Do you understand now? Lin Xiaoya retracted her foot, surveying each individual. I do not care if you were once mountain bandits, refugees, or esteemed ninjas. From this day forth, you must forget all notions of combat experience. I do not require heroes who can slay 10 foes alone. What I need is for you to unite, like these 5 stones, becoming a cohesive force. Your comrades are your strongest weapon. Discipline is your sole rule. Orders are the only thoughts you need to entertain. Her voice, though not loud, struck each heart like a heavy hammer. From this moment, you are no longer a disorganized rabble. You shall adopt a shared name. Lin Xiaoya paused, enunciating clearly, the Watchers, a name that connoted defense, restraint, and was incongruous with this era of violence. Your mission is not to conquer, nor to kill, but to safeguard our homeland and protect everyone behind you. She gestured towards the second brick house under construction, pointing at the curious children peering out. Now, form groups of 10 freely. Then tell me who among you runs the fastest, who has the sharpest eyes, who can endure the most punishment, and who fears nothing. The crowd stirred. They had never heard such theory, nor contemplated that combat could take such a form. Uchiha remained rooted, unmovable. He gazed at the cracked stone. then looked down at his hands, caked in mortar and calluses. Masonry. Binding bricks with mortar to form an unyielding wall. It echoed the prior lesson. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This woman had consistently employed the same logic to construct her world, be it in building houses or forming an army. He inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and gathered the other 2 feathered ninjas beside him, selecting 7 of the most formidable-looking men from the crowd. "My lady, we are a group," he declared firmly, marking the first time he asserted his stance since arriving at the camp. On Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system interface, Uichi's profile quietly updated. Sense of belonging module established. Loyalty assessment in progress, 35. In the ensuing week, the hills behind the camp became a forbidden zone. The first batch of members of the Watchers underwent grueling training there. There were no sparring matches, no physical exhaustion, only endless drills and formations and lines. Lin Xiaoya utilized the blueprint system to devise fundamental tactical hand signals and rules, compelling them to instill muscle memory within their minds. Signal left turn. Why did you all run right? No dinner for everyone tonight. I commanded you to disperse and conceal in 3 seconds. You there, your backside is still exposed in the grass. You are already dead. Scouts report, enemies ahead. What is your first response? Charge forward? Fools. It is to immediately establish a defensive formation to protect the message bearer. She was like the harshest of instructors, employing the coldest of rules to forge these unruly individuals into a cohesive unit. The process was fraught with pain and resistance, yet the results were equally remarkable. On the evening of the 7th day, Scarred Face approached Lin Xiaoya, who was evaluating the training outcomes, his face betraying an unmistakable urgency. My lady, the supplies we prepared are now loaded onto the carts. He paused briefly, struggling to speak. According to your plan, the caravan is set to depart early tomorrow morning. Lin Xiaoya nodded, her gaze lingering on the Watchers team engaged in a collaborative combat exercise not far away. Their movements remained awkward, and their coordination was riddled with flaws. They were far from being a competent unit. The casualty rate of 73 in the blueprint system resurfaced like a ghost. Scars on his face. He glanced at Lin Xiaoya's profile, gritted his teeth, and finally asked, "Are we truly sending them to their demise?" Lin Xiaoya did not turn around. She observed the group of Watchers striving to keep pace with her rhythm. After a long pause, she spoke. Her command was simple and clear, yet it left the scarred man frozen in place. "No. Unload all the goods. Tomorrow morning, we set off with empty carts." Chapter 65. The Return of the Thousand Hands. Dawn broke faintly. 3 unicycles creaked as they rolled out of the camp's gates through the morning mist. The carts were utterly bare, lacking even a covering tarpaulin. The scarred man personally oversaw the escort, accompanied by 4 of his sharpest subordinates, each armed only with a short knife and 3 days' worth of rations. They exhibited no signs of vigilance, appearing instead as though embarking on a leisurely outing, even exchanging soft laughter. Inside the camp, silence reigned. Everyone had been ordered to remain in their quarters. The newly constructed warehouse number 1 had become a temporary command center. Before Lin Xiaoya lay a massive sand table, meticulously crafted by her through the night, based on maps and reconnaissance reports. The roads, valleys, and rivers were rendered in exquisite detail. 30 Watchers were divided into 3 small teams, already stationed at the 3 locations marked with red flags on the sand table. Their mission was not to engage in battle, but to bear witness. They had but one task, upon the enemy's appearance, to detonate preset traps, creating maximum chaos, and then retreat immediately. No lingering, no looking back. This was a gamble, a test of the enemy's true strength using an empty trap, a demonstration of her resolve to the hidden observer, Uchiha Madara. The bait plan has been initiated. Estimated encounter time, 4 hours and 17 minutes later. Survival rate for our side in battlefield simulations, 92. Enemy casualty assessment, below 5. Warning, this operation cannot inflict substantial damage on the enemy, possessing only strategic deterrent value. Lin Xiaoya disregarded the system's assessment. What she sought was not victory, but attitude. Time ticked away. The air within the warehouse was so heavy it could be wrung dry. Suddenly, a sharp, brief whistle sounded from the lookout tower on the west side of the camp. It was not the horn of battle, but a signal indicating the approach of an unidentified individual. The communicator in the warehouse immediately looked to Lin Xiaoya, awaiting orders. A blood-red exclamation mark appeared beside the timeline of the bait plan on Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system interface. Unknown variable intervention. Risk assessment model under reconstruction. How many? Lin Xiaoya inquired. 1, the communicator replied, as an individual approached along the western path, making no effort to conceal his presence. 1. Lin Xiaoya stepped out of the warehouse. She reached the fence on the west side. The watchers assigned to guard duty had formed a defensive stance, bows drawn and blades unsheathed, nervously focusing ahead. From the forested path emerged a tall figure, walking leisurely. Clad in simple dark civilian attire, he had straight black hair cascading down to his waist. A plain forehead protector adorned his brow, devoid of any clan insignia. He approached with an unhurried gait, hands naturally at his sides, exuding no signs of wariness. His gaze fell upon the well-fortified camp, a genuine smile of astonishment and admiration spreading across his face. This smile rendered the tense standoff somewhat absurd. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xiaoya's system emitted the sharpest alarm it had ever produced. Warning: detected high-density life form. Chakra response exceeds threshold limits. Biological feature scan failed. Database unable to match. Threat level assessment catastrophic. Recommendation: avoid conflict with the target at all costs. Lin Xiaoya's palms began to sweat profusely. The man halted 10 meters from the fence. He did not regard the drawn bows, but looked directly at Lin Xiaoya, seemingly recognizing her as the authority here. Hello. He spoke, his voice warm and resonant, imbued with an unusual affinity. I mean no harm. I merely heard that a house was built here that would not be blown down by the wind, so I wanted to take a look. His words left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Who are you? Lin Xiaoya demanded, forcing herself to maintain composure. The man scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed to answer the question. My name is Hashirama. At the instant this name fell, Lin Xiaoya's world fell silent. Keyword match: Hashirama Senju. Identity confirmation: leader of the Senju clan. One of the pinnacle powers in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara's only rival. Core consensus conflict determination: 100. Hashirama Senju. Why was he here? How did he know of this place? Lin Xiaoya's mind raced, countless possibilities colliding and dissipating within the blueprint system. The leader of the Senju clan. Coming to my territory just to see a house? Lin Xiaoya spoke, her voice tinged with an unrecognized tension. Ah, you know me? Hashirama seemed surprised, then smiled knowingly. Of course, after all, I have my history with that guy Madara. In any case, I really just came to see. He gestured toward the already topped red brick warehouse. I have traveled to many places and have only seen burned villages and unclaimed graves. Here, from a distance, I saw the smoke of new life rising and heard the sound of piling. I am curious about what kind of person can build in such chaotic times instead of destroy. There was no hint of insincerity in his words. Lin Xiaoya fell silent. She could sense that this man spoke the truth. He was indeed a remarkably innocent man. Open the door, she commanded the guards beside her. The guards hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Hashirama stepped inside, curiously surveying everything around him. He observed the women drying herbs, the children playing in the designated open areas, and the second brick kiln being constructed in the distance. On his face, the genuine astonishment only deepened. There is order here, he murmured, and it is not order imposed by force. He even approached a man mixing mud, crouching down to watch with keen interest as the man combined earth, sand, and straw. The man was Uchiha. Uchiha sensed the gaze upon him and stiffened, recognizing the individual before him. The distinctive vitality of the Senju clan, which he had felt from afar on the battlefield. Yet, he neither fled nor attacked. He merely paused his work, silently observing Hashirama Senju. Are you creating a new type of stone? Hashirama asked, like an inquisitive student. Uchiha remained silent. Lin Xiaoya approached. We are building a house. I see. Hashirama stood, facing her. I have a dream of establishing a village where all children need not go to battle, where everyone can coexist without slaughtering one another due to familial hatred. I have shared my dream with many, and they all think I am a fool. He gazed at Lin Xiaoya, his deep-set eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, it seemed you were already engaged in this endeavor, executing it with greater finesse than I. I merely provide a possibility for survival. Lin Xiaoya replied calmly, stating that dreams require a solid foundation. Without food, without shelter, peace is merely an empty term. Senju Hashirama was taken aback, repeatedly mulling over Lin Xiaoya's words, his eyes growing ever brighter. Yes, the foundation, he exclaimed, clapping his hands with vigor. I always pondered how to cease the fighting, but never considered how to live once it stops. The look he directed at Lin Xiaoya transformed completely. no longer curious but infused with a profound recognition and admiration for a kindred spirit. "May I have the honor of seeing your foundation?" he earnestly requested. Lin Xiaoya led him to the highest point of the camp, a cliff from which they could survey the entire layout. The completed warehouses, the dormitory area under construction, the planned farmland, and the irrigation channels, the embryonic form of a city persevered against the desolation. "Incredible," Senju Hashirama marveled sincerely. "How did you manage all this alone?" "Not alone," Lin Xiaoya replied, "but with every individual who longs for a home." Senju Hashirama fell silent. The mountain breeze tousled his hair as he gazed longingly at the vibrant land below. "Perhaps my dream will indeed see the light of realization one day," he whispered. At that very moment, a cold, emotionless voice echoed behind them. "Your dreams should not be built upon my territory." Lin Xiaoya stiffened, and the smile on Senju Hashirama's face froze immediately. He slowly turned around. Uchiha Madara stood there, having appeared without notice. Clad in black attire, arms crossed over his chest. His crimson Sharingan eyes regarded Senju Hashirama with indifference. Atop the cliff, the wind stilled. In the air lingered the palpable tension of three individuals, each exuding starkly different auras, intertwining ominously. Chapter 66. Subtle Jealousy. Uchiha Madara's inquiry was not one of doubt, but a declaration. The smile vanished from Senju Hashirama's face. He regarded Uchiha Madara with eyes that typically radiated warmth, now tranquil as still water. The atmosphere atop the cliff shifted from frozen to a glass-like fragility. On the brink of shattering, Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system interface emitted a continuous, ominous hum, signaling the highest level of threat. Warning, energy field conflict detected. Uchiha Madara. Chakra activity increased by 320. Senju Hashirama. Chakra activity increased by 290. Conflict simulation. Upon eruption, energy counteraction will instantly vaporize all matter within a 300-meter radius. The shockwave will obliterate all non-chakra enhanced structures within a 5-kilometer radius. Estimated survival rate. 0. Lin Xiaoya stared at the glaring 0, feeling the ground beneath her tremble slightly from the invisible pressure radiating from the two men. "Madara," Senju Hashirama spoke first, "this is not a battlefield. Wherever you are, it is a battlefield," Uchiha Madara retorted, his response blunt and unyielding. "I merely came to visit this lady. I am intrigued by her endeavors," Senju Hashirama explained, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. "Her affairs are of no concern to you." Uchiha Madara stepped forward, positioning himself between Lin Xiaoya and Senju Hashirama. This action was laden with an unmistakable possessiveness. In that moment, Lin Xiaoya's mind became unnaturally calm. She observed Uchiha Madara's broad back. The man was declaring his dominion in his own manner. Such a proclamation could drag all her efforts into the abyss. She could not allow these two forces of nature to clash upon her foundation. Thus, she undertook an unexpected action that took both men by surprise. Lin Xiaoya stepped out from behind Uchiha Madara and positioned herself squarely between them. Her slender frame, caught between the two titans of the ninja world, appeared so diminutive it seemed she might be torn apart by the invisible energy field at any moment. "Gentlemen," she began, forcing her voice to remain steady. "This is my camp." She first looked toward Senju Hashirama. "Mr. Hashirama, I appreciate your commendation, but my camp is currently quite busy, and I fear there is no time to entertain distinguished guests. This is an eviction notice." Then she turned to Uchiha Madara. "And you, Uchiha Madara. My affairs indeed have nothing to do with Senju." She paused, adding the latter part, "nor with the Uchiha." The air fell utterly silent. Uchiha Madara's body stiffened. He slowly turned his head, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Lin Xiaoya. The look of surprise on Senju Hashirama's face was fleeting, quickly replaced by a deeper understanding and admiration. This woman dared to refuse both of them simultaneously. "I shall repeat myself." Lin Xiaoya did not flinch. She met Uchiha Madara's gaze. "What I require is time and an undisturbed environment, not two potential calamities ready to ignite." Her words were akin to pointing out the troubles to two deities. Uchiha Madara said nothing, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him gradually receded. Senju Hashirama suddenly laughed, not mockingly, but with genuine, heartfelt amusement. "I understand now." He retracted his imposing presence, reverting to the gentle, affable man he was. "My apologies." He bowed solemnly to Lin Xiaoya. "Ms. Lin, your foundation has truly opened my eyes. I shall not disturb you. However, I look forward to witnessing its completion one day." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Madara. "Madara, Do not trample upon the seeds that have only just begun to sprout. As his words faded, Senju Hashirama's figure vanished, leaving only a swirl of leaves dancing in the wind as they cascaded down the cliff. The calamity alert diminished by half. On the cliff remained only Lin Xiaoya and Uchiha Madara. The wind resumed its flow, lifting Lin Xiaoya's long hair and stirring the hem of Uchiha Madara's dark garments. Neither spoke. Lin Xiaoya waited, anticipating his outburst or his departure. Uchiha Madara, chakra activity has reverted to baseline. Threat level decreased. The system continuously refreshed its data. Yet Lin Xiaoya understood that the true trouble may have only just begun. After a long silence, Uchiha Madara finally spoke. You two seem to have quite the rapport. His tone bore none of the previous deadly intent, nor the usual indifference, but rather a strange, almost suffocating timbre Lin Xiaoya had never encountered. Lin Xiaoya blinked in surprise. She turned her gaze towards Uchiha Madara, who was not looking at her, but instead staring into the distance where Senju Hashirama had vanished, his profile taut with tension. He holds a deep appreciation for your foundation, Uchiha Madara remarked again, as if stating a fact, yet each word dripped with discontent. Lin Xiaoya suddenly found the situation absurd. She gazed at this man, who had just been intent on wreaking havoc with his rival, now appearing like a child sulking because someone else received praise for a toy. Her blueprint system could not analyze this emotion. Behavioral logic anomalous, unable to establish causal models related to threats or interests. Yet, as a living being, she instantly comprehended. You are worried about Senju Hashirama? She ventured to ask. He is not worthy of my concern, Uchiha Madara retorted immediately, his characteristic arrogance evident. Then what are you worried about? Lin Xiaoya stepped closer, standing before him, gazing up at him. Are you concerned he might steal my brick kiln blueprints? Or that he might learn how to build houses? Uchiha Madara found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at her, and for the first time, a complex blend of confusion and irritation flickered in his crimson eyes. He wanted to express that his concerns lay elsewhere. He simply disliked seeing her alongside Senju Hashirama and hearing her discuss shared dreams with him. That feeling made him sense that something he considered his own was being scrutinized by another. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate these thoughts, for he could not even comprehend the nature of this unfamiliar emotion. Lin Xiaoya observed his rare display of awkwardness and decided to stoke the fire further. Or is it that you worry about something else? Her tone rose slightly at the end, laced with a hint of playful mischief. Boring, Uchiha Madara retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly casting aside those two words. In an instant, his figure transformed into a swarm of black crows, scattering into the air and vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a few black feathers that drifted slowly to the ground. Lin Xiaoya stood still, watching him flee as if in panic, and could not help but chuckle softly. It turned out that the so-called Shura of the ninja world could also exhibit such childishness. On her blueprint system interface, a new annotation regarding Uchiha Madara's personal profile was being generated. New behavior pattern, irrational avoidance driven by unknown emotions. Emotional module analysis failed. Just as she prepared to turn and descend the mountain, a frantic figure rushed up the path from below. It was Uchiha, the now captain of the Watchers, the feather-clad ninja. He dashed to the cliff's edge, kneeling on one knee, breathless. My lord, there has been an incident with the merchant convoy. Chapter 67. The Alliance's vision. Uchiha's posture and the rapid rise and fall of his chest indicated the urgency of the situation. Lin Xiaoya detached herself from the earlier silent confrontation, her thoughts instantly shifting to commander mode. Speak. Her command was succinct. The convoy was ambushed at the designated Eagle's Cry Gorge. Uchiha's voice was hoarse from urgency. There were more than 50 attackers, well equipped. They must be the rogue ninjas gathered by the Shimura clan. Lin Xiaoya's heart remained steady. Everything was as anticipated. Casualties? She inquired, the critical question. Uchiha hesitated. Lowering his head, the Scarred Lord and the others followed your orders and fled before the enemy's encirclement could form, retreating to the designated safe point. Our squad, responsible for triggering traps and creating chaos, was pursued during the retreat. His voice faltered. 2 members of the Watchers fell, and 3 were severely injured. The makeshift medical area in the warehouse was thick with the scent of blood and herbs. When Lin Xiaoya entered, the 3 gravely injured Watchers had already received treatment, lying unconscious on rudimentary wooden beds due to excessive blood loss. The 5 lightly wounded were being bandaged by the women of the camp. The 25 survivors had gathered here. still bearing the dirt and smoke of the forest. Each face a mixture of fear from their near escape and an unprecedented exhilaration. They had succeeded. They had thwarted over 50 elite ninjas at the cost of 2 lives, delivering a resounding slap in the face to their adversaries. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoya enter, everyone instinctively straightened. Silence enveloped the room. Lin Xiaoya approached the 2 bodies covered by white cloth. She did not lift the cloth. She merely stood quietly. On the blueprint system interface, those 2 names in the casualty list turned gray. Bait plan completed. Final casualty assessment. Our casualty rate is 66. No substantial losses for the enemy. Strategic objective achieved. Successfully demonstrated our asymmetric combat capability and resolute counterattack will to the outside world. Internal morale module analysis. Honor and cohesion of the Watchers increased by 120. The system coldly declared the success of the mission through data. Yet Lin Xiaoya simply stared at the 2 white cloths. Behind her, the scarred man approached, his arm wrapped in bandages from a stone wound sustained during their escape. "My lord," he spoke softly, "they were commendable. The compensation will be paid at 3 times the highest standard to their families." Lin Xiaoya did not turn. "The camp will ensure their children are raised and their parents cared for. Yes, gather everyone outside the warehouse." In the open space, the surviving Watchers formed 3 uneven rows. Lin Xiaoya stood before them. "Today, you faced over 50 adversaries stronger and more experienced than yourselves. You felt fear, you fled, and some of you even wet yourselves." Her words were piercing. A few among the crowd bowed their heads in shame. However, she continued, her tone shifting, "You executed the orders. You triggered the traps, created chaos, and brought your comrades back. Your actions conveyed to those wolves that this is not a morsel they can freely sink their claws into. This is stone, which will shatter their teeth. Today, you are the Watchers. From this day forth, you are heroes." Upon concluding her speech, she bowed deeply to all. The crowd fell silent. Then, someone stepped forward, chest out. Soon, a second, then a third followed suit. Every individual's posture gradually straightened, as a sense of dignity emerged from within these once downtrodden wanderers and mountain bandits. After addressing the camp's affairs, night had fallen. Lin Xiaoya walked alone once more to the precipice. She knew he would come. Indeed, as soon as she steadied herself, Uchiha Madara's figure materialized from the shadows behind her. He still wore that black attire, yet the restlessness brought on by Senju Hashirama had subsided, restoring his usual indifference. "They are dead," he stated, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. "2 have perished," Lin Xiaoya replied. "Had I intervened, none would have died. But then, they would never learn to stand on their own." Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. "Now, they have learned. Though the cost was heavy, it was worthwhile." Uchiha Madara chose not to pursue that topic further. He merely looked at her, seemingly appraising the value of her victory. "Your teeth have bitten them. But next time, the adversaries may not be rogue ninjas, but the regular army of Senju." He articulated a future that was all but inevitable. "I know," Lin Xiaoya nodded. "Which is why I have come to find you." Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. "Do you wish for my assistance against Senju?" His words carried a hint of mockery. "Aren't you supposed to rely on yourself?" "I do not seek your help to confront Senju." Lin Xiaoya shook her head. "I wish to offer you an opportunity, a chance to bring this to a definitive conclusion." Uchiha Madara remained silent, his crimson Sharingan fixed upon her, awaiting her next words. Lin Xiaoya took a deep breath. On her blueprint system interface, a grand plan, conceived and simulated countless times, began to unfold, immense to the point of madness. New World Order Framework v. Madara. After so many years of fighting Senju Hashirama, have you ever pondered why? To avenge Izuna, to avenge my fallen clan. He answered without hesitation. And after that revenge? After killing Senju Hashirama and annihilating the Senju clan, then what? The Yuhi clan will fall, and there will be another Shimura. The Senju will fall, and new clans will rise to challenge the Uchiha. An endless cycle of vengeance, without peace. Is this the future you desire? Uchiha Madara fell silent. For Lin Xiaoya had articulated the very confusion he occasionally felt. You and Hashirama both aspire to establish a village, aiming to shield children from the battlefield. Lin Xiaoya continued, asserting that while this notion is commendable, it remains insufficient. A village, even one forged by the alliance of the Uchiha and Senju clans, is merely a larger encampment. It would still be vulnerable to external threats and would inevitably engage in conflicts with other villages over resources and territory. This is merely a superficial remedy, not a fundamental solution. She took a step forward, positioning herself before Uchiha Madara. Behind her lay the embryonic form of a bustling encampment, while before her stood the most formidable man of this era. What I seek is not merely a village, but an alliance. Madara's pupils flickered, imperceptibly narrowing. A new order, transcending all familial boundaries, upheld by shared rules and mutual interests. My encampment shall serve as the inaugural model. It will not belong to any clan. It will belong solely to every individual residing here. They will adhere to the rules, contribute their labor, and in return, they shall receive sustenance, shelter, and security. In the future, we may establish a second or even a third such settlement. And you, the Uchiha and Senju, will no longer need to deplete one another on the battlefield. You can become the guardians of this new order, the supreme armed force. Your might will no longer serve to annihilate one another, but to uphold the rules and deter any ambitious souls daring to disrupt the peace. This is the essence of true, everlasting peace, a grand system founded on rules and shared interests. On the cliff, the night wind howled. Uchiha Madara was left utterly stunned. He gazed at the woman before him. The vision she painted was infinitely grander and far more audacious than the simple dream he and Hashirama had of merely constructing a village. It was not a mere amalgamation of similar entities. It was the creation of an entirely new world. He observed her, and in her usually calm and rational eyes, a flame of ambition blazed. After a long silence, he finally regained his voice from the overwhelming shock. Your ambition surpasses what I had imagined. Chapter 68. The decision of Uchiha Madara's response was a question. On what grounds do you believe I would assist you in realizing your ambition? His words were laced with scrutiny and a sense of offended pride. Lin Xiaoye remained unfazed by his imposing presence. Because your options are limited. She calmly stated the facts. You could continue to engage with the Senju, exhausting the last drop of Uchiha blood in an endless cycle of hatred. Or, you could choose to personally bring an end to this era and become the founder of a new order, rather than a relic of the old world. She met his crimson Sharingan gaze directly. Madara, history will assign a place for everyone. Do you wish to be engraved on a tombstone, or inscribed in the prologue? Madara fell silent. His figure became indistinct in the night, ultimately vanishing entirely. Lin Xiaoye stood her ground, the mountain breeze rustling her garments. On her blueprint system interface, beside the Plan 4, New World Order Framework V10, a new branch appeared. Branch objective, persuade Uchiha Madara. Current progress, 15. Risk assessment, extremely high. Anticipated internal resistance from the Uchiha clan, 95. At the Uchiha stronghold, the air was thick with an oppressive gloom. Unlike the bustling construction site of the Paradise Village, everything here was shrouded in an ancient, heavy shadow. Madara's return elicited no stir. He walked directly to the secret chamber beneath the South He River Shrine. This was a place accessible only to the highest decision-makers of the Uchiha clan. The stone door slowly closed, sealing away all light from the outside world. In the darkness, pairs of crimson Sharingan eyes ignited in various corners. The elders of the Uchiha had long awaited him. Madara, you visited that woman's encampment. The speaker was Uchiha Shana, the eldest elder of the clan, his seniority surpassing even that of Madara's father. His words were not a question, but a statement. Yes. Madara's response was succinct. The forces gathered by the Shimura clan were dispatched by her with a few traps and 2 lives. Another elder interjected, incredulity lacing his tone. Our informants reported that it was not a battle at all, but a farce. You have already witnessed her methods. Madara surveyed his darkened colleagues. Just a woman with a bit of wit. Uchiha Shana scoffed. Madara, you have been spending too much time with her lately. Do not forget who our true enemies are. I certainly have not forgotten. Madara strode to the center of the chamber, where the Uchiha clan's fan emblem was carved. I am merely contemplating how to permanently eliminate all enemies. The elders fell silent. This had been their lifelong pursuit. I have found the method. Madara dropped a bombshell. All Sharingan eyes focused intently on him. From this day forth, the Uchiha will cease all external conquests and enter a period of comprehensive restructuring. A profound silence enveloped the chamber. What did you say? Uchiha Shana questioned, doubting his own hearing. We shall forge the deepest alliance with that encampment, namely the Paradise Village. Our strength will no longer be spent against the Senju, but will instead be used to uphold a brand new order. Madara's voice was soft. Yet within the confines of the chamber, it stirred a tempest. Absurd. Uchiha Shana sprang to his feet. Madara, are you insane? To ally with a horde of refugees and mountain bandits? To maintain their order for them? Where is the glory of the Uchiha? Glory cannot resurrect the deceased. Madara whirled around, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan locking onto Uchiha Shana with ferocity. A terrifying pressure engulfed the entire chamber. For decades, we have been at odds with the Senju. And what have we gained besides an increasing number of graves? Destroy the Senju today, and tomorrow a new clan will rise. If we continue this way, what future awaits the Uchiha? His inquiry struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The future lies on our blades. A young radical high-ranking member retorted. As long as we eliminate Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, the entire land of fire will be ours. And then what? Madara countered. Then the ninja from the land of wind will come, and the ninja from the land of earth will follow. Can you kill them all? That is still better than being a watchdog for a bunch of mud-legged vagabonds. Uchiha Shana was enraged. Madara, have you been enchanted by that woman? What benefits has she bestowed upon you to make you utter such treasonous words against the clan? Treason? Madara echoed the word, suddenly laughing. His smile was coldly mocking. I am seeking a path to survival for the Uchiha. Yet you wish to cling to the ancestral tablets and leap into the pyre together. He ceased to explain. He understood that to those whose minds were shackled by hatred and tradition, any words would seem futile. I have summoned you today not for discussion. Madara's demeanor shifted. The overwhelming, tyrannical aura of the Shura of the ninja world was unleashed without reservation. The stone walls of the chamber trembled slightly. I am here to inform you of my decision. He declared each word with precision. Henceforth, I will, as clan leader, mobilize 30% of our resources and manpower to support the construction of the Paradise Village. All Uchiha ninjas, without my command, are forbidden from engaging in any conflict with the Senju clan. Anyone who dares to defy this will be treated as a traitor. You cannot do this. Uchiha Shana's chakra surged. This is a betrayal of the clan's interests. I absolutely refuse. You lack the authority to refuse. Madara's figure suddenly appeared before Uchiha Shana. He made no move to strike, but simply regarded him calmly. Yet Uchiha Shana felt as if a great mountain had pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Madara, you are fracturing the Uchiha. Another elder cried out in indignation. You are the ones obstructing the advancement of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara did not turn back. I have not forgotten the vengeance for Izuna and the blood debts of my clan, not for a single day. Yet revenge does not equate to destruction. What I desire is a world where the Uchiha stand eternally unyielding. Is that the world envisioned by that woman? Uchiha Shana gritted his teeth and forced out the words. A world where the Uchiha are treated as weapons to fulfill her personal ambitions? Her ambition is my ambition. Madara's response shattered everyone's illusions completely. He was no longer the Uchiha Madara who fought solely for his clan. His vision had transcended the confines of the clan, glimpsing a grander, albeit more chaotic, future. A future that the elders could neither comprehend nor accept. I oppose your decision in the name of the Uchiha Elder Council. Uchiha Shana exerted all his strength to make a final stand. Unless you step over my corpse. The atmosphere in the secret chamber plummeted to freezing point. All high-ranking Uchiha held their breath. The conflict between the clan leader and the elders ignited at that moment, leaving no room for compromise. Madara gazed at the twisted, wrinkled face before him, a face that had once taught him how to wield fire release and had consoled him when he lost his father. Now, it had become the most stubborn stumbling block on his path forward. He remained silent, only slowly raising his hand. Outside the secret chamber, Uchiha Izuna, who had been guarding the door, sensed an ominous aura that seemed poised to break through the door. His body tensed. He knew his brother was making an incredibly difficult, yet necessary decision. Just at that moment, a Uchiha ninja responsible for vigilance appeared at the end of the corridor, his face etched with unprecedented panic. Lord Izuna. He rushed forward without regard for decorum. Members of the Senju clan have appeared outside our base. Izuna's body stiffened. How many? Is it Senju Hashirama? No, no, the ninja gasped, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. There is only one. It is Senju Tobirama. He has come alone without any guards. He claims he is not here to fight. The ninja swallowed hard, struggling to articulate the latter part of his message. He is here to negotiate on behalf of the Senju clan. Chapter 69, Pressure. Senju Tobirama. The name struck like ice into the boiling oil of the Uchiha's secret chamber. All sounds and breaths froze in an instant. Uchiha Shana's face, contorted with anger, became rigid. The chakra surging within him felt as though it were being choked by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless and crimson. Negotiate. The Senju clan has sent the one who despises the Uchiha most, Senju Tobarama, to negotiate alone? This is more absurd than a fairy tale. It's a trap. An elder croaked. It must be Senju Hashirama's scheme. Madara, you cannot go. Uchiha Shana reacted sharply, exclaiming, this is a ploy to lure you out. Madara paid no heed to the clamor behind him. His kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly turned, diverting from Shana's face to the direction of the stone door, as if he could penetrate the thick rock and glimpse the white-haired figure outside the base. Senju Tobarama. He knew well what kind of man he was, rational, cold, with hatred for the Uchiha that ran deep to the marrow. Such a person would never undertake meaningless actions. If he had come, he undoubtedly bore the will of the Senju clan. And at this moment, that will was certainly linked to that woman. I have summoned you not to discuss. Madara reiterated his earlier words, but this time the audience had shifted from the Uchiha elders to the ever-changing situation at hand. He turned and walked towards the stone door. Madara. Uchiha Shana roared behind him. Madara did not pause in his stride. The heavy stone door slowly opened before him, casting the light from the corridor, elongating his shadow. Uchiha Azuna anxiously awaited outside. Upon seeing his brother emerge, he immediately approached. Brother, Senju Tobarama. I know, Madara interrupted. Watch the inside. His command was succinct and clear. Izuna's body trembled. He glanced at his brother's resolute back, then at the ominous red eyes flickering beyond the door's crack, and nodded heavily. Understood. Madara strode purposefully down the long corridor. Every Uchiha clansman he encountered halted, bowing in respect, their gazes a blend of reverence, confusion, and tension as they watched him depart. The entire Uchiha base fell into an eerie silence at the arrival of that one individual. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere, as if a string had been stretched to its breaking point. Madara could sense it all, the hostility of his clansmen, the fury of the elders, and the heavy shackles of tradition. Today, in the secret chamber, he had endeavored to sever that chain. But he had failed. No, rather, he had been interrupted by Senju Tobarama. Outside the main gate of the Uchiha base, Senju Tobarama stood quietly, clad in combat-ready blue armor, without a forehead protector. His short silver hair swayed gently in the wind. Behind him lay vast open fields, while before him stood the heavily guarded Uchiha stronghold, ready to unleash hundreds of red-eyed ninjas at a moment's notice. Alone, he was the dividing line between the two clans. Madara's figure emerged beyond the gate. He did not command the guards to open the door, but instead locked eyes with his rival's brother from behind the heavy wooden barrier. Senju Tobarama, Madara initiated. Your audacity surpasses that of your brother. Senju Hashirama arrived with naive goodwill, while Senju Tobarama's arrival was a direct provocation. I am merely here to convey a message. Tobarama replied, arms crossed, his demeanor composed. My brother is very interested in Lady Lin's foundation. He believes it may be a potential resolution to end the chaos. Again, her. The pressure surrounding Madara diminished once more. Her affairs are the Uchiha's affairs, he reiterated with a declarative tone. Is that so? Tobarama smirked, a gesture more mocking than smiling. Yet she explicitly told my brother that her camp has nothing to do with the Uchiha. The words struck precisely at the place Madara most wished to avoid. He stood before Lin Xiaoya, asserting his claim. Yet that woman had, in his presence, pushed both him and Senju Hashirama aside. This matter had likely circulated among the higher-ups of the Senju. Madara was becoming the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. And so what? Madara's response betrayed no emotional fluctuation. She is currently on my territory. A territory that could be flattened by my brother at any moment? Tobarama retorted mercilessly. Madara, you cannot protect her. Your clan is her greatest threat. Are you instructing me on what to do? I am offering you a choice. Tobarama finally revealed his true intent. The Senju clan can choose not to regard the Peach Blossom Village as an enemy. We could even provide shelter for her foundation. His words stirred a tempest in Madara's mind. The Senju sought to reap the benefits. They recognized the value of the Peach Blossom Village and the potential of that new model. They did not intend to destroy it by force, but sought to incorporate it peacefully into their own system. What are the conditions? Madara inquired. Very simple. Senju Tobarama took a step forward and urged Lin Xiaoya to publicly declare that her Peach Blossom Village is a neutral area open to all clans, jointly supervised by the Senju and Uchiha to ensure its absolute neutrality. What a grandiose term it is, essentially. A means to extend their reach into the territory recognized by Uchiha Madara. What if I refuse? then the Senju would consider Peach Blossom Village as a subordinate force of the Uchiha. Next time, the only wanderers appearing at Eagle's Cry Gorge would not just be rogue ninjas. Senju Tobarama issued an ultimatum. My brother's patience is not boundless. After delivering his message, he said no more and turned to leave, seemingly confident that Uchiha Madara would not refuse, as he was beset with troubles both internal and external. Uchiha Madara remained still behind the door, watching Tobarama's white figure recede into the distance until it vanished on the horizon. A tremendous pressure surged from all directions. The Senju were pressing him, and his own clansmen were doing the same. He returned to the secret chamber where all the elders maintained their positions as if they were silent stone statues. Upon his return, Uchiha Shana was the first to stand. What unsavory deal did you strike with that Senju brat? His accusatory tone dripped with contempt. He wishes to co-manage Peach Blossom Village, Uchiha Madara stated calmly. An uproar erupted in the chamber. Absurd. Shameless. They are declaring war on the Uchiha. Madara, have you agreed? Uchiha Shana glared at him intensely. Uchiha Madara did not respond to the question, but surveyed the faces of those connected by blood, now contorted with rage and deep-seated hatred for the Senju. No one considered why the Senju proposed such a plan, or what Peach Blossom Village truly represented. They only saw the Uchiha's dignity trampled underfoot by the Senju. Enough. Uchiha Madara's voice, though soft, instantly quelled the clamor. He walked to the center of the chamber, standing atop the massive fan emblem of his clan. Senju Tobarama has given me a choice. Now, I offer you all a choice as well. He lifted his gaze, his crimson Sharingan devoid of any emotion. From this day forth, I shall take full control of all matters concerning Peach Blossom Village. It will become the Uchiha's sharpest blade and most formidable shield. Your only duty is to obey. This was the conclusion he had arrived at after much contemplation. He could not retreat, not from the Senju, nor from his own clansmen. He intended to indelibly imprint that woman's vision with the Uchiha insignia. You intend to bind the entire clan to that woman's chariot. Uchiha Shana trembled with rage. I absolutely disagree. I have stated, I am not here to negotiate. Uchiha Madara's presence intensified. The Uchiha Elder Council, in the name of our ancestors, rejects your decision. Uchiha Shana issued a final roar. Madara, you have been bewitched by that woman. You are no longer fit to lead. This declaration was tantamount to a coup. The air in the secret chamber turned icy. Uchiha Shana stepped forward, aligning himself with several of the eldest elders, their chakra merging to form a formidable pressure that could rival the clan leader. Either completely control that woman and her camp, making her a possession of the Uchiha for our use, or sever all ties with her and designate her as an enemy of the Uchiha. We give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, if you cannot provide us with a satisfactory response, he did not finish, but the ominous implication was clear. Uchiha Madara stood before them, silent. He felt as though he were caught between two monumental forces, the Senju on one side and the Uchiha on the other. That woman, far away in Peach Blossom Village, perhaps sketching new blueprints, was the root of it all. For days thereafter, he did not return to Peach Blossom Village. Chapter 70. Xiaoya's Resolve. 3 days passed. Uchiha Madara had not arrived. The construction of Peach Blossom Village continued unabated despite the absence of any individual. The rammed earth walls extended, the black smoke from the brick kilns never ceased, and new wooden houses rose on the planned plots. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Yet, something in the air had changed. The patrolling Watcher squad doubled their patrol frequency. UES face no longer bore the exhilaration of survival. Instead, it was marked by a taut vigilance. The voices of the refugees within the camp instinctively lowered. The silent standoff between the two titans of the ninja realm atop the cliff was akin to a boulder, creating ripples that lingered in the hearts of all. A storm was brewing. Lin Xiaoya stood at the highest point of the watchtower, gazing down at her hard work. A timer silently ticked away on her blueprint system interface. Uchiha Madara. Signal source has been absent for 78 hours. Last known location, Uchiha Stronghold. Status analysis, not in combat state. Not in high-speed movement state. Conclusion, target is in a restricted state. Lin Xiaoya did not focus on the data. She merely gazed toward the direction of the Uchiha Stronghold. She did not need the system's analysis to surmise what had transpired. Two towering mountains loomed. One was the Senju, the other the Uchiha. Senju Tobarama's solitary negotiation was not an olive branch of peace, but a knife handed over to exacerbate the internal strife within the Uchiha. He sought to force Uchiha Madara to choose sides, as well as compel the traditionalists of the Uchiha to pressure him. Uchiha Madara, a man of pride to his core, would neither bow to the Senju nor relinquish the grander vision he had just glimpsed. Thus, he found himself ensnared, caught between the family he wished to protect and the future he aspired to create. Lin Xiaoya's mind raced. Numerous branching models were simultaneously being simulated within her blueprint system. Option 1. Watch and wait. Simulation result. Uchiha Madara will resort to extreme measures to suppress internal dissent. With a 90 risk of Uchiha infighting, the Senju will exploit the chaos with a 75 risk. Peach Blossom Village will be passively drawn into war, resulting in failure of the plan. Option 2. Actively reach out to Senju Hashirama for protection. Simulation result. Peach Blossom Village remains temporarily safe, but becomes a complete vassal of the Senju, losing its independence. Uchiha Madara will perceive this as betrayal, leading to a fracture in relations. The framework for the New World Order, V10, will declare failure. Option 3. All options were marked in red as failures or high risks by the system, as every simulation was predicated on one premise. She, Lin Xiaoya, was a vulnerable entity in need of protection. Her Peach Blossom Village was a piece of meat requiring dependence on authority. Lin Xiaoya shut down all simulation models. She did not need them. She understood better than anyone that attempting to persuade a group steeped in hatred and tradition for decades to accept a wholly new world through blueprints was futile. They could not comprehend, nor did they wish to. She needed to present them with something tangible, something they could see, touch, and immediately pocket. Interests. Raw, unadulterated interests devoid of any idealism. She intended to provide Uchiha Madara with a weapon, not one for killing, but one to silence the elders. A bargaining chip that could momentarily overshadow their glory and hatred, allowing them to see only the benefits. Lin Xiaoya descended from the watchtower. Her pace was unhurried, yet each step was resolutely firm. Yu, who had been stationed at the base of the tower, immediately knelt on one knee. "My lord, summon Scarface. Furthermore, gather all those in our camp with knowledge of herbal medicine and bring them to tent number 3 in the warehouse area." Yes, without questioning the reason. Yu promptly turned to execute the command. Moments later, Scarface along with 7 or 8 men and women entered the designated tent. Among them were former mountaineers and vagabonds with a rudimentary understanding of medicine. They formed the temporary medical team of Taoyuan Township. The tent had been cleared out, leaving only a long wooden table at its center. Lin Xiaoya stood behind the table. "From this moment, this place is a restricted zone. No one shall approach without my permission." She first issued the order to Scarface, who nodded heavily in understanding. Then, she turned her attention to the anxious herbalists. "What do you usually use to treat wounds?" A timid older woman responded, "My lord, we use hemostatic plant ash and some crushed hemostatic herbs." "And how effective is it?" Lin Xiaoya inquired. "It works for minor wounds, but for more severe injuries, it's left to fate." The woman lowered her head. This was the level of medical knowledge in the Warring States period, rudimentary, crude, and filled with helplessness. "I know of a new formula for a wound medicine." Lin Xiaoya's words made everyone lift their heads. Its hemostatic effect exceeds that of hemostatic herbs by more than tenfold. It effectively prevents wound necrosis and accelerates healing. Most importantly, its cost is remarkably low. A profound silence enveloped the tent. Everyone gazed at her with an expression akin to reverence. Tenfold efficacy, prevention of necrosis, and low cost. This was not merely a remedy in an era where human life was as expendable as grass. This was salvation. However, the formula was intricate, demanding rigorous handling and precise ratios of the herbs. A single misstep could lead to toxicity. Lin Xiaoya's words doused their fervor with a cold splash of reality. "I need your assistance." She surveyed each individual, "Your eyes, your hands, and your familiarity with herbs. This is an absolute confidential project. Everything you see here and do here must remain undisclosed. Anyone who dares to leak this information." Scarface interjected, gesturing across his throat with a menacing glare. "No," Lin Xiaoya interrupted him. "I am not issuing a threat. This is an opportunity. Should this project succeed, you will become the most valuable asset of Taoyuan Township and even the entire Fire Nation. Your names will be inscribed on the first page of the merit book. Your children will take pride in you, rather than instilling fear through the specter of death." She inspired them with honor and the promise of a brighter future. Certain dormant aspects within these once marginalized individuals began to ignite with fervor. "My lord, We will follow your lead. Someone called out, the first to voice their commitment. We will follow your lead. Echoed in unison, a chorus of affirmation. Lin Xiaoya nodded. She unfurled a prepared scroll of parchment on the table, revealing an array of bizarre symbols and flowcharts drawn in charcoal. Distillation, extraction, separation. Crystallization, knowledge of chemistry that transcended a millennium. New project initiation, development of an efficient trauma medicine. Codename, Jinshuang San V10. Objective, to provide irreplaceable strategic value to allies and break the political deadlock. Lin Xiaoya picked up a freshly delivered herb. Let us begin with the first step, herb selection and pretreatment. Her voice resonated in the small tent, clear and steady. As night deepened, tent number 3 was patrolled rigorously. With guards every 3 steps and sentinels every 5. The tent was ablaze with light. Lin Xiaoya had spent the entire afternoon and half the night here, personally instructing each individual on how to cleanse the herbs, control the flame, and execute the most primitive form of distillation. Her forehead glistened with sweat. Her clothes stained with the essence of herbs and the scent of smoke. Yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, not fatigue, but an intense focus. A young boy responsible for tending the fire dozed off momentarily, nearly extinguishing the flames beneath the cauldron. Lin Xiaoya refrained from scolding him. Instead, she quietly approached, adding more wood to rekindle the fire. Turning back to the startled boy, she said, "Go wash your face outside and let someone else take your place. You may rest for 2 hours." The boy, at a loss for words, bowed deeply and hurried outside. Inside the tent, silence reigned. Yet everyone immersed themselves with heightened concentration in their tasks. Lin Xiaoya returned to the long table. The herbs, after preliminary processing, had been sorted into various ceramic bowls. She picked up one bowl containing a dark green medicinal paste, bringing it close to her nose for a gentle sniff. Component analysis, effective alkaloid concentration 37. Impurity content excessively high. Extraction efficiency inadequate. Optimization suggestion, increase distillation temperature by 15 degrees. Extend grinding time. Lin Xiaoya set down the ceramic bowl and turned to the mountain dweller responsible for grinding. For the next batch, grind for an additional 15 minutes until no granules are visible. Yes, my lord. Next, she approached the woman in charge of distillation. Make the fire a bit stronger. Yes. Maintain that. She functioned like the most precise instrument, continuously calibrating every facet of this rudimentary production line. As the night grew darker, the first barely acceptable extraction liquid slowly cooled in a ceramic jar, revealing a deep amber hue. Everyone in the tent held their breath. Lin Xiaoya dipped a clean stick into the liquid, opting not to test it herself. Instead, she approached a corner of the tent where a cage contained a test rabbit. Its leg marred by a fresh wound still seeping blood. Lin Xiaoya crouched down, carefully applying a small amount of the ointment to the rabbit's injury. All eyes fixated on that small wound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The blood, which had been oozing slowly, began to coagulate at a visibly accelerated rate. Chapter 71. Silent support. The blood coagulated, and the collective breath of the tent held fast. The herbalists stared intently at the oblivious rabbit in the cage, as if witnessing a miracle. It was not merely medicine. It was a divine blessing. We succeeded. Lin Xiaoya rose, exhaling a deep breath. Her body was utterly exhausted, yet her spirit soared with unprecedented exhilaration. Jinshuang San V10 laboratory sample successfully prepared. Purity of active ingredients, 114. Hemostasis efficiency assessment, excellent. Infection resistance assessment, moderate. Overall evaluation, far surpasses all known trauma medicines of this era. My lord, the oldest herbalist stammered, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. This is just the beginning. Lin Xiaoya did not allow them much time to revel in their astonishment. She turned to address everyone. From now on, Tent No. 3 is upgraded to a top-secret area. All participants will live and work here without leaving. Your families will be cared for by Scarface himself, with provisions doubled. I need you to master this process completely within 3 days. Then, we will commence mass production. Mass production. The term was unfamiliar to them. Yet they grasped the weight of Lin Xiaoya's words. Lin Xiaoya stepped out of the tent. The vigilant immediately stepped forward. Select the 20 most reliable guards from the Watchers and surround this place with 3 layers of security. Anyone who approaches within 10 steps without my order shall be killed without mercy. Yes. Yui's response was resolute and powerful. He sensed a force emanating from the small tent. a power potent enough to alter the course of the world. Lin Xiaoya did not return to her wooden cabin. Instead, she ascended the watchtower that had become a landmark of the Peach Blossom Village. The night breeze was chilly, dispersing the herbal scent and the lingering traces of smoke that clung to her, granting her racing mind a moment of calm. The medicine was the blade she handed to Uchiha Madara, a blade intended to sever the chains of antiquated shackles, not to take lives. Did the elders of the Uchiha not seek profit? She had now presented them with an irresistible offer forged from the lives of others. What was the most precious commodity in the Warring States period? It was neither gold nor land, but the lives of ninjas. A miraculous medicine that could significantly reduce casualties held a value capable of driving any clan to madness. Uchiha Madara could use it to win hearts, negotiate with other clans, and arm his direct descendants. This was power. This was leverage. This was what would enable him to silence all dissenting voices and forcibly establish a new world order. She had already extended the blade. Now, it remained to be seen whether he would take it. As the night deepened, the last shift of workers at the construction site of Peach Blossom Village concluded their labor. The entire camp fell into slumber, save for the patrolling torches and the unwavering light of the third tent. Silence enveloped everything. Suddenly, the sentinel station to the east emitted 3 short bird calls, the highest level of alarm. An intruder. In an instant, Yui and his elite team, lurking in the shadows, manifested near the eastern wall like phantoms. Everyone held their breath. There was only one visitor. He did not conceal his form, but strode forth from the dark wilderness into the illuminated perimeter, clad in the Uchiha clan's signature high-collared black attire. With the clan's fan emblem emblazoned on his back, he wore no forehead protector. His countenance was stern, and his steps were steady. The aura of an Uchiha elite was palpable even from a distance. Halt! Yui emerged from the shadows, blade at the ready. This is Peach Blossom Village. Who approaches? The Uchiha ninja paused, not looking at Yui, but lifting his gaze to the summit of the watchtower. His eyes precisely locked onto Lin Xiaoya, who stood at the top. On the orders of the clan leader, I have come to pay my respects to Ms. Lin. His words were concise, devoid of any emotion. Up in the watchtower, Lin Xiaoya's heart finally settled. He had come, albeit not in person. Descending from the tower, she was flanked by Yui and several sentinels, who remained on high alert. The Uchiha ninja waited until Lin Xiaoya stood before him before slightly bowing. This gesture signified equality, not subordination. Did Uchiha Madara send you? Lin Xiaoya asked directly. Yes. The man nodded. The clan leader instructed me to lead a small team to lie in wait around Peach Blossom Village and eliminate all potential threats. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. He had sent someone here long ago. Unbeknownst to her, he had already been safeguarding this place in his own way. In the past 3 days, we have dealt with 3 batches of infiltrators, 2 from the Shimura clan and 1 from within the Uchiha. The man calmly stated this astonishing fact. From within the Uchiha, the elders had grown restless, beginning to send people to probe her intentions. Yet, these threats had been silently eradicated by those dispatched by Uchiha Madara. The clan leader wishes to convey a message to you. The man retrieved a small scroll from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Lin Xiaoya accepted it and unfurled it. The contents were simple, comprising only 4 bold characters, the strokes powerful enough to penetrate the paper. All is well. Holding the scroll, Lin Xiaoya felt the tension that had gripped her for days finally dissipate. He was unharmed. He had withstood the pressure. That was enough. There is another message. A verbal one, the Uchiha ninja continued. He believes in your abilities. Lin Xiaoya raised her head. Thus, he has asked me to deliver this to you. The man bowed once more and retrieved a larger scroll sealed with wax from his ninja pouch, solemnly presenting it. This is a detailed inventory of all combat supplies of the Uchiha clan, including personnel, weapons, provisions, and reserves of medicinal supplies. Lin Xiaoya's breath hitched for a moment. This was not merely an inventory. It was a top-secret document capable of determining the very fate of a great clan. He had entrusted her with the Uchiha's foundation. The weight of this trust was suffocating. The clan leader believes that the new order requires precise calculations. And you are the best calculator. He conveyed Uchiha Madara's intentions clearly, word by word. A report detailing how to leverage this life-saving medicine to extract maximum benefit at minimal cost, thereby completely integrating the Uchiha and establishing absolute strategic superiority over the Senju. The lanterns in the tent still flickered, the aroma of the new medicine mingling with the freshness of herbs, wafting through the cold night air. The Uchiha messenger stood silently, awaiting her response. He was neither there to provide support nor to seek assistance. Uchiha Madara was, in this manner, informing her that he had placed her on equal footing as a strategic decision-maker alongside him. Your blueprint, I shall realize it. My predicament, you shall pen it. This game, we shall play together. Chapter 72, Feasibility Report on the Healing Medicine. Uchiha Madara required her to use this bloodstained secret to script a brand new future. As the night wind blew, the edges of the scroll trembled slightly. The Uchiha messenger stood like a statue, quietly awaiting her answer. His very presence exerted pressure, representing Uchiha Madara and the will of the man who stood at the apex of the ninja world. In that moment, Lin Xiaoya's mind raced at full capacity. What she held was not merely a list, but a wager. Uchiha Madara had staked the very lifeblood of his clan upon her. He declared his choice through this extreme measure. He did not choose between his kin and her. Rather, he chose to forcibly align his clan with her chariot. Your predicament, I shall pen it. This phrase was not spoken aloud, yet Lin Xiaoya could read it clearly from the scroll. She did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned and walked towards the third tent. Follow me. Her command was simple and left no room for argument. The Uchiha ninja followed without hesitation. Yui and several sentinels formed a tight protective circle around Lin Xiaoya, maintaining a vigilant stance and a subtle distance from the Uchiha ninja. The distance from the watchtower to the third tent was scarcely 100 steps. Yet tonight, this path felt exceedingly long, laden with tension and foreboding. The air was thick with anxiety. Surrounding the third tent, guards stood watch every 3 paces, every 5 paces a sentinel. Each observer had their hand poised on their weapons, their bodies taut, eyes fixed on the unfamiliar Uchiha ninja, as if he were a tiger intruding upon a sheepfold. The Uchiha messenger remained oblivious to his surroundings. His task was to heed Ms. Lin's commands. Only when Lin Xiaoya halted at the tent's entrance did he first exhibit a hint of curiosity. The tent was guarded meticulously. Through the seams of the curtain, the unyielding glow of lights spilled forth, mingling with a complex aroma of herbs, charred wood, and an unusual, delicate fragrance. Here lay the core secret of the peach blossom spring. You will stand guard outside, Lin Xiaoya commanded Yui. My lord, this is too perilous. Yui interjected anxiously. It defies reason to allow an unidentified elite Uchiha ninja to be alone with an unarmed lord. This is an order, Lin Xiaoya stated without further elaboration. Yui's body froze. He glanced at Lin Xiaoya's resolute profile, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, he bowed and retreated. Very well. Lin Xiaoya lifted the heavy curtain and stepped inside, the Uchiha ninja following closely behind. The sight within the tent momentarily halted him. It bore no resemblance to a mere tent. Rather, it resembled a crowded, intricate workshop. 7 or 8 individuals busied themselves around several makeshift long tables. Some were laboriously grinding herbs in stone mortars, while others meticulously controlled the flames beneath several clay pots, connected to rudimentary bamboo tubes, distilling substances he could not comprehend. The entire space was suffused with a humid steam and a potent herbal scent. Though drenched in sweat, their movements were precise, imbued with an almost reverential focus. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoya enter, they immediately ceased their tasks and bowed in unison. My lord, you may take your leave and rest, Lin Xiaoya instructed them. Declaring the day's work concluded, the others, puzzled yet obedient, exited in an orderly fashion. Inside the tent, only Lin Xiaoya and the Uchiha messenger remained. Lin Xiaoya approached the far end of the long table, where an unremarkable ceramic bowl rested. Within it lay half a bowl of deep amber, viscous paste. It lay there quietly, yet seemed to emanate the very light of the tent. This is the answer the clan leader seeks. Lin Xiaoya picked up the bowl and turned to the Uchiha ninja. The messenger's gaze fell upon the paste. He was an experienced ninja, accustomed to teetering on the brink of life and death. His understanding of healing balms was rooted in countless lessons drawn from blood. He had seen and used myriad herbs, but never had he encountered or smelled anything like this. It bore no pungent odor of blood or acrid scent of herbs, only a faint, peculiar fragrance. What is this? He inquired. I call it golden wound powder, Lin Xiaoya calmly stated, a new external injury medicine. She took a clean wooden stick from the table, dipped it into a small amount of the paste, and approached a cage in the corner. Inside, a rabbit with a wounded leg anxiously licked its injury. Lin Xiaoya opened the cage door and gently lifted the rabbit out. Without explanation, she applied the paste to the wound in front of the messenger. The messenger instinctively leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the bleeding wound. A miracle unfolded before him. The blood, which had been seeping slowly, ceased its flow the moment the paste made contact. A thin, translucent film rapidly formed over the wound's surface. The bleeding was completely halted at an astonishing speed he had never witnessed before. The messenger's breath momentarily caught in his throat. Unlike those unacquainted with the world of herbalists, he was an elite Uchiha, a battle-hardened warrior. He understood better than anyone what this meant. On a rapidly changing battlefield, the ability to halt bleeding swiftly meant preserving stamina, enabling continued combat, and ultimately, survival. Its hemostatic effect surpassed any available coagulant by more than tenfold. Lin Xiaoya's voice pulled him back from his astonishment. It can form a protective film over the wound, effectively isolating it from air and contaminants, reducing the chance of infection by 70%. Preliminary estimates suggest it can shorten the recovery time for a moderately severe cut by at least 3 days. Each of Lin Xiaoya's statements struck the messenger's heart like a heavy hammer. A 70% reduction in infection rate. A 3-day decrease in recovery time. What does this signify? It implies that the casualty rate of Uchiha ninjas, under the same combat intensity, would plummet dramatically. It suggests that the Uchiha's potential in warfare would soar to unprecedented heights. This is not merely a healing balm. It is a strategic weapon capable of altering the course of war. The clan leader desires a report, Lin Xiaoya said, her gaze steady on how to leverage this for maximum benefit. Now, you may inform him that the first word of this report has already been written. She handed the ceramic bowl, along with the experimental rabbit, to the messenger. Take these back to Uchiha Madara. Let him witness it firsthand. Tell him this is merely the first version. Its efficacy can be enhanced further. Its cost can be reduced. Its production can supply all Uchiha combat units. The condition is Lin Xiaoya left her statement unfinished, yet the messenger understood. The condition is that Uchiha Madara must have complete control over the situation. The condition is that the elders, who are preoccupied with internal strife and conservatism, must be silenced. The messenger remained silent. He extended his hands, moving deliberately and earnestly, accepting the heavy ceramic bowl. His grip was steady, yet Lin Xiaoya could sense the faint tremor at his fingertips. He carefully placed the bowl into a specially designed sealing scroll and secured the rabbit as well. Once he completed these tasks, he raised his head and met Lin Xiaoya's gaze deeply. It was an expression mingled with awe, shock, and fervor. He bowed once more, this time with greater solemnity and humility than ever before. I understand. Your will, I shall convey to the clan leader without omission. With that, he did not linger. Turning on his heel and striding out of the tent. Outside, Yu-E and the others quickly surrounded him. However, the messenger paid them no heed. His figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Lin Xiaoya remained in place, exhaling a long breath. At that moment, fatigue washed over her like a tidal wave. She leaned against the table, barely managing to steady herself. Strategic asset delivered. The internal power structure of the Uchiha clan is on the verge of tumultuous upheaval. Risk assessment, high. Benefit assessment, extremely high. The notification from the blueprint system echoed in her mind, yet it stirred little emotion within her. She approached the tent entrance, gazing into the frigid night. The wind had grown colder. She knew that from this night onward, the winds of the entire shinobi world would shift. Returning to the long table, she slowly unfurled the massive scroll containing all the clan's secrets that Uchiha Madara had entrusted to her. Dense lines of text and numbers instantly covered the entire surface. Personnel structure, weapon inventory, food consumption, base distribution, even the chakra attributes and jutsu specialties of each elite jonin. Uchiha Madara had truly laid the entire clan bare before her. Lin Xiaoya picked up a charcoal pencil nearby and unfurled a fresh piece of parchment. Her hand hovered above the paper. Feasibility report. These 5 words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. What she needed to do was not merely simple calculations, but to redesign the engine and transmission system of a colossal war machine. She aimed to deconstruct an ancient ninja clan using modern management and systems engineering knowledge, and then reshape it. New project initiated. Comprehensive strategic optimization plan for the Uchiha clan. Codename, Sharp Blade. Lin Xiaoya set down her pen. On the parchment, the title of this report was inscribed. Preliminary concept on utilizing Jinchuang powder to optimize the organizational structure of the Uchiha clan and strategically suppress the Senju. Chapter 73. A late-night visit. Feasibility report. These 5 words bore a weight heavy enough to crush a mountain. Lin Xiaoya's charcoal pencil hovered above the pristine parchment, lingering in the air without descending. Before her lay the entirety of the Uchiha clan, unfurled like a colossal scroll, reminiscent of a silent behemoth dominating the modest wooden table. Every word steeped in the essence of blood and fire. Personnel, weapons, provisions, medicinal herbs. Behind each cold numeral resided vibrant lives and brutal wars. Uchiha Madara had bestowed upon her a scalpel and a patient battered and bruised. What he demanded was not merely the suturing of wounds, but the reconstruction of sinews and bones. Project Blade, initiate. Analyzing Uchiha clan organizational structure data flow overload. Warning, detected 17 high-risk structural redundancies. 32 inefficient resource allocation nodes. Constructing optimization model. Lin Xiaoya closed her eyes, temporarily silencing the cacophony of the blueprint system's notifications. She did not require the system to elucidate the Uchiha's dilemmas. Those issues, like the afflictions plaguing all ninja clans of this era, were deeply rooted and terminal. The hierarchical power structure, a rigid meritocratic system, the superstitious reverence for bloodlines, and the stubborn adherence to tradition. Her task was to leverage a mere remedy to pry at this vast, obstinate cornerstone. Finally, she set her pen to the parchment. The tip of the charcoal pencil glided across the surface, producing a soft rustle. Preliminary concept on utilizing Jinshuang powder to optimize the organizational structure of the Uchiha clan and strategically suppress the Senju. Once the title was inscribed, she paused. The night had grown exceedingly deep. The lights of tent number 3 had long extinguished, and the clamor of the construction site had faded into silence. In all of Taoyuan village, only her modest wooden cabin still emanated a faint glow. She rubbed her throbbing temples. Days of intense concentration had elicited a protest from her body. A cup of hot tea was in order. Just as she rose, an almost imperceptible footstep, not belonging to the patrol, halted outside her cabin door. All of Lin Xiaoya's movements ceased. Alert. High-energy chakra reaction, non-hostile. Identifying match in database, Uchiha Madara. It was him. How could he come at this hour and in such a manner? Lin Xiaoya refrained from summoning the guards. She approached the door and opened it. Under the moonlight stood Uchiha Madara, clad not in the imposing black armor of the clan leader, but in simple clan attire. The pressures of recent days etched an unmistakable fatigue upon his austere countenance. He seemed less a visiting ally and more a weary traveler who had traversed through tempest and snow, finally seeking refuge. They gazed at one another, neither willing to break the silence. The stillness stretched across the cold night. Eventually, Lin Xiaoya merely turned aside, granting him passage. Uchiha Madara stepped inside, his gaze immediately drawn to the table cluttered with the massive scroll and parchment. Upon seeing the freshly inscribed title written in charcoal, he froze. Lin Xiaoya paid him no heed. She moved to the small stove in the corner, filled the kettle with water, and kindled the fire. Her movements were deliberate, each step clear and steady. The cabin was modest and unadorned. A bed, a table, a stove, and nothing more. It lacked the grandeur of the Uchiha estate, yet possessed a profound sense of practicality and tranquility unique to her. Uchiha Madara stood in the heart of this tranquility, observing her preparations for tea. The intense aura of lethality surrounding him seemed somewhat diluted by the warmth of the room. He did not inquire about the courier's arrival, nor about the efficacy of the medicine. He simply watched her. The water boiled, the bubbling sound the only noise in the hushed space. Lin Xiaoya poured the scalding water into a ceramic cup, allowing the tea leaves to unfurl. Carrying the steaming cup, she approached the table and gently set it before Uchiha Madara. The rising steam blurred the air between them. Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze, observing the tea leaves swirling within the cup. He remained silent for an extended duration, long enough for Lin Xiaoya to believe he might remain so indefinitely. "I will not give up," he declared. It was neither an explanation nor a promise, but a statement, one he made to himself and to her. Lin Xiaoya's heart settled completely. "I understand," was her equally simple response. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes, the crimson of his Sharingan, in the dim light, shedding its sharpness and scrutiny, revealing instead a pure, unfathomable focus. He regarded her, then glanced at the report title on the table. Blade. He uttered the code name she had assigned to this endeavor, an instrument for forging new paths. Lin Xiaoya corrected him. Uchiha Madara offered no rebuttal. He extended his hand, yet did not touch the cup of hot tea. His fingertips gently traced the parchment inscribed with the report title, a gesture imbued with significant symbolism. At that moment, he and her blueprint finally converged in reality. The tension in the room dissipated. The turbulent waves of recent days seemed to find a momentary reprieve within that cup of tea, that utterance, that touch. It was a rare instant to catch one's breath. However, in that very moment, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly stiffened. The atmosphere, recently eased, was instantly replaced by a more terrifying awareness. The fatigue in his eyes vanished, replaced by the sudden illumination of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. His gaze pierced beyond Lin Xiaoya. Fixated on the empty corner of the wall shrouded in shadows cast by the flickering light. Who was there? His voice was low, yet carried a chilling intent capable of freezing the air. Lin Xiaoya whirled around. Behind her lay nothing but a plain wooden wall and the flickering candlelight casting her own shadow. Yet Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spun wildly. What he perceived was far from emptiness. Chapter 74. Presenting the formula, the ominous red glow of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan illuminated the dim wooden cabin. A palpable aura of menace, chilling to the bone, emanated from him, almost solidifying the air into frost. Lin Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat as she followed his gaze, only to find behind her an empty space. Just the wooden wall and the flickering flame. There was nothing there. She attempted to calm him. No. Uchiha Madara's voice was low, each word dripping with undeniable certainty. There is something. His three tomos spun frantically, seemingly deciphering an extraordinary presence. I cannot see a physical entity, but there is a shadow. He struggled to articulate. A chaotic chakra, not of this world. It clings to the wall. No, it adheres to your shadow. Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank. Adhering to her shadow. Not an enemy. It was her system. Alert. High-energy chakra scanning core. Triggering highest-level counter-detection protocol. The process of information camouflage generation is currently underway. Harmless, chaotic, and devoid of autonomous consciousness energy remnants. A warning. The opponent possesses an acute insight, posing a risk of exposure to the camouflage. Uchiha Madara could astonishingly perceive the existence of her system through his Sharingan. This realization sent a shiver down Lin Xiaoya's spine, as it transcended all her contingency plans. Representing the most terrifying variable, she needed to halt him immediately. Madara, Lin Xiaoya called his name. Rather than retreating, she stepped forward, positioning herself between him and the empty corner. This action caused Madara's pupils to narrow ever so slightly, the murderous intent in his eyes fracturing. Do not be anxious. Lin Xiaoya urged herself to remain utterly composed. He was not an enemy. What is that? He asked, the pressure of his Sharingan undiminished. You may interpret it as a facet of my abilities, she replied, opting for an explanation that was closest to the truth, yet remained ambiguous. It lacks substance and malice. It has always been there. Madara mulled over those three words. His Sharingan remained fixated on the void. In his view, the chaotic shadow became increasingly animated with Lin Xiaoya's proximity, yet it cautiously retracted its presence, akin to a timid creature fearful of disturbing its master. There was no hostility, no murderous intent, only an incomprehensible order emanating from another dimension. Gradually, he retracted the crimson light from his eyes. The three tomo faded, transforming his scarlet gaze back to a profound black. The nearly solidified murderous aura in the room receded like a tide. Alert cleared. The opponent has ceased scanning. Lin Xiaoya released a long breath in her mind. Your abilities, Uchiha Madara spoke again, his voice somewhat hoarse, as if the confrontation had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya interjected, denying him the chance to probe further. She turned back to the table, reclaiming control of the conversation. As I mentioned, this is merely the beginning. She picked up the parchment on which she had just inscribed the title and slid it before Madara. Preliminary concept regarding the application of hemostatic powder to optimize the Uchiha clan's organizational structure and strategically suppress the Senju. Madara's attention was drawn back by this lengthy and impactful title. I require at least 3 days for the report, Lin Xiaoya stated. However, the essence of the report can be presented to you now. From within her garments, she produced a small, tightly bound parchment. In stark contrast to the large scroll on the table, which contained all the Uchiha clan's secrets, it appeared pitifully small. Yet Madara's gaze was firmly captivated by it. Lin Xiaoya placed the small parchment on the table. This is the complete formula for the hemostatic powder. Her voice, though soft, resonated with authority in the stillness of the wooden cabin. Each step of the process, from the selection of ingredients, pretreatment, distillation, extraction, to the final ratios and synthesis, was meticulously detailed within. Madara remained motionless, simply observing the diminutive parchment. He understood its significance. The sample brought back by the messenger had already stirred seismic waves among the Uchiha's medical ninjas. The unreasonable hemostatic effect. A miracle capable of overturning conventional wisdom regarding battle injuries, had plunged every witness among the Uchiha into fervor. It was a divine medicine, and now, the source of this divine remedy was laid before him with casual indifference. Why? He inquired. Because a mere report is insufficient, Lin Xiaoya met his gaze. You need a genuine weapon. A weapon not intended for killing, but for resolving internal issues. She paused before continuing. I am aware of your current predicament. Those elders, the conservatives, they comprehend nothing of the New World Order, nor do they care. Their sole concern is the honor of the Uchiha and the interests lining their own pockets. Then give them what they desire. Lin Xiaoya's fingers gently tapped the parchment. Bestow this formula, in your name, as a reward to the clan's apothecaries. Let them mass produce it. Equip the troops. Allow every Uchiha ninja to possess an additional chance at life on the battlefield. Let everyone see that following you, embracing your new ideology, yields tangible benefits. Interests are the finest leash. Honor, the best catalyst. Use it to win hearts, to arm your loyalists, to silence those old fogies. Tell them this is just the beginning. In the future, there will be treasures 100-fold more precious than the hemostatic powder. Lin Xiaoya's voice was calm, clear, yet imbued with a devilish allure. She was instructing him on the most effective means to consolidate power and dismantle deeply entrenched obstacles. She handed him the metaphorical surgical scalpel, named the blade, along with its operating instructions. Uchiha Madara fell silent. He gazed at the woman before him. Under the flickering light, her face appeared somewhat pale from extended fatigue. Yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Within them resided no schemes or calculations, only a pure, unwavering rationality aimed at achieving a grand objective. She had effortlessly handed him a wealth capable of driving the entire ninja world into madness. This was not a transaction, not an act of charity. It was a natural transfer between comrades. Your predicament, I shall pen. My blueprint, you shall pave the way. He finally grasped the depth of her intention. Uchiha Madara extended his hand. His motion was slow. Lin Xiaoya assumed he was reaching for the parchment. However, his hand bypassed the small scroll and the report detailing the blade's concept. Instead, he grasped her hand, the one that had just inscribed the report's title, still bearing traces of charcoal. His palm was broad, dry, marked by the calluses of years wielding a blade, exuding an irresistible force. Lin Xiaoya froze. Every model and simulation racing through her mind crashed at that moment. The blueprint system, for the first time, displayed meaningless garbled text. Uchiha Madara did not speak. He merely held her hand tightly. The strength of that grip conveyed more than 1,000 words. This was not gratitude. It was a promise, a weighty vow from a man standing at the world's helm to a companion standing alongside him. In the wooden cabin, the flames flickered. On the table lay one document chronicling the Uchiha clan's past and present, and another, a key capable of unlocking the future. And before the table, their hands remained tightly intertwined. Chapter 75. Transformation within the clan. Uchiha Madara's hand was dry and powerful. That irresistible strength caused Lin Xiaoya's rapidly operating models and simulations to collapse in an instant. He remained silent, responding to all her schemes and calculations in the most direct and primal manner. Promises, trust, and something deeper that words could not encapsulate coalesced within that handshake. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Madara who released her hand first. He picked up the small parchment containing the complete formula for the hemostatic powder, then glanced once more at the report's title, Preliminary Concept. I will return in 3 days to collect it, he stated, regaining his usual cold demeanor. Though the weight of the moment dissipated considerably, with that, he did not linger, turning back to the wooden door, his figure merging with the night outside. Lin Xiaoya stood still, gazing down at her hand, still warm from his touch. The traces of charcoal ash had already been partially rubbed off by the thin calluses on his palm. Logic module reboot successful. Emotional parameters fluctuating abnormally. Establishing new analysis model named Uchiha Madara. Lin Xiaoya disregarded the system's prompts. She slowly seated herself and picked up the charcoal pencil again. Outside the window, the presence of Uchiha Madara had completely vanished. Yet, beneath her hand, the report entitled Sharp Blade awaited the inception of its first word. Uchiha Outpost. In the underground chamber of the South Huchuan Shrine, the suffocating darkness persisted. The elders remained seated, their crimson Sharingan flickering in the shadows like a pack of lurking beasts. The news of the negotiations with Senju Tobarama had temporarily quelled the internal strife. However, the fuse had already been ignited. The fury of Uchiha Shina and the resistance of the traditionalists had reached a critical point. They were waiting for Uchiha Madara to return and provide an explanation. The stone door creaked open once more, lights spilling in to outline Uchiha Madara's towering silhouette. He entered, the heavy stone door slowly closing behind him, plunging the chamber back into darkness. Madara, regarding Senju Tobarama, an elder began to address him. "I have already handled it," Uchiha Madara interrupted, his stride unwavering as he advanced to the center of the chamber. "I have summoned you all tonight, not for the Senju." His words sparked immediate alertness among the assembly. But for this, Uchiha Madara tossed a small scroll of parchment onto the stone platform in the center, producing a faint sound as it landed on the rough surface. "What is this?" Uchiha Shina queried coldly. "Another pack from that woman?" "No," was Madara's terse reply. He offered no further explanation, merely turning to the darkness behind him and calmly commanding, "Come in." From beyond the stone door, several individuals who had been waiting stepped inside. Leading them was the messenger previously dispatched to the Peach Blossom Village, followed by 2 medical ninjas from the Uchiha clan. These 2 were authorities in treating combat injuries, having tended to countless wounds with their skilled hands. The atmosphere within the chamber grew increasingly eerie as the elders remained puzzled by Uchiha Madara's intentions. "Relay to the elders everything you have seen, smelled, and felt." Without omission, Uchiha Madara instructed the 2 medical ninjas. They exchanged glances, and the elder of the 2 stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "As you command, clan leader." He raised his head to face the crimson eyes shrouded in darkness and began recounting the details, from the ceramic bowl brought back by the messenger, to the peculiar fragrance it emitted, to the experimental rabbit and the wound that had ceased bleeding in an instant. His narration was straightforward, devoid of any embellishment. He articulated, from the perspective of a medical ninja, a miracle he struggled to comprehend. The droplets of blood had solidified upon contact with the ointment, forming a thin membrane over the wound that completely sealed it from the air. "We have never witnessed such a rapid hemostatic effect." Subsequently, we examined the rabbit. For 3 days, there were no signs of necrosis. The healing speed exceeded that of our finest secret medicines by at least a factor of 2. Silence enveloped the chamber. Only the slightly trembling and fervent accounts of the medical ninja echoed in the stillness. "This is impossible," an elder from the radical faction exclaimed. "What kind of medicine produces such effects? Have you been deceived?" "We conducted 12 repeated experiments on 3 different animals," the other medical ninja interjected, his voice equally agitated. "And each result was identical. This is not deception, elder. This is a miracle." The weight of the word miracle, uttered from a medical ninja who revered science and reason, was profoundly heavy. Uchiha Shina remained silent, but the tension in her body betrayed the turmoil within her. That woman referred to it as the golden wound ointment. Uchiha Madara finally spoke again, lifting the parchment from the stone platform and weighing it in his fingers. "And here lies its complete formula." Boom. It was as if a true bomb had detonated in the chamber. Every Sharingan was riveted upon the small scroll of parchment. Breaths grew heavy. "The formula?" Uchiha Shina's voice was dry and strained. "She gave you the formula?" "Not gave," Uchiha Madara corrected. "This is the sincerity of our alliance. It is a gift from Peach Blossom Village to the Uchiha clan. A gift. To present a formula for a miraculous medicine capable of altering the course of war as a gift was an act so grand that it left everyone feeling dizzy. Do you still think that allying with them betrays the interests of our clan?" Uchiha Madara surveyed the assembly. His inquiries no longer bore the weight of dominance and oppression. He merely presented an irresistible, monumental benefit before them. No one could respond. Honor? Tradition? In the face of absolute interests that could ensure the survival of their kin, these concepts appeared utterly pale. "I still do not believe it." Uchiha Shina clenched her teeth, making a final stand. "Unless I see it with my own eyes." "Very well." Uchiha Madara nodded. He looked at the elder medical ninja. "Prepare a batch on site following the simplest steps of the formula." "Yes." The medical ninja immediately stepped forward, cautiously unfolding the scroll of parchment. Upon a mere glance, his body stiffened. The document detailed not only the ratios of the medicinal ingredients, but also the precision requirements for distillation, extraction, and grinding. The entirety of a new system so intricate it bordered on the unfathomable. Clan leader, he raised his head, somewhat troubled. The conditions here do not allow for the completion of all procedures. Then do what you can, came Madara's calm directive. Understood. Soon, several basic medicinal ingredients were brought in. Lacking sophisticated instruments, the medical ninja resorted to the most rudimentary methods, grinding and mixing on the stone platform. All eyes were riveted upon his hands as time ticked away. When a potion, possessing neither the fragrance nor color of the sample but already taking shape, was finally concocted, Uchiha Madara cast his gaze upon the previously most vociferous young radical. You. He extended a finger. Step forward. The young radical paused. Draw your blade and make an incision on your arm. Uchiha Madara's command was simple yet cold. The faces of everyone turned pale. The young radical's face flushed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Clan leader, what do you mean by this? Did you not express your disbelief? Uchiha Madara regarded him calmly. I offer you a chance for personal verification. Do you not dare? Those words pierced through the young man's pride like a needle. He was an Uchiha. How could he possibly hesitate? Fine, he roared, drawing his short blade without a moment's pause and, without any hesitation, slicing into his own left arm. Blood gushed forth instantly. Uchiha Shina attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The medical ninja rushed forward, dipping a wooden stick into the crude ointment and swiftly applying it to the wound. Everyone held their breath. A miracle unfolded once more. Although not as rapid as the sample, the blood that continued to flow began to thicken at an astonishing rate and then gradually ceased. The bleeding stopped. The young radical stared blankly at the wound on his arm, feeling the searing pain replaced by a cooling sensation. His face, once a canvas of anger, resentment, and humiliation, now bore only the weight of profound shock. The chamber was enveloped in an oppressive silence, shattered only by Uchiha Madara's voice. This healing ointment will be prioritized for each of you present, as well as the elite under your command. I will personally oversee its mass production and allocation of resources. Its introduction will reduce Uchiha casualties by over 50% in the next decade. This is the lifeline I have found for the Uchiha clan. His words transformed from hollow ideals into tangible, compelling assets that stirred the hearts of all present. He regarded Uchiha Shineo, observing the astonished, somewhat dazed expression on the elder's aged face. Now, esteemed elder, do you still oppose? Uchiha Shineo opened his mouth, yet not a word escaped his lips. He had succumbed, not to Madara's martial prowess, but to the undeniable allure of self-interest. At that moment, a previously silent elder from the neutral faction slowly rose from his mat. He was Uchiha Tetsuho, responsible for logistics and resource allocation within the clan, a man of utmost pragmatism. Approaching Madara, he disregarded the gazes of others and deeply bowed. Leader, you are wise. Chapter 76. The formation of an alliance. Tetsuho's bowed form was emblematic of his practicality, aware of the terrifying value that the coarse ointment represented. How much is a clan member's life worth on the battlefield? What resources are required to cultivate a competent Uchiha ninja? These figures were quantifiable in Tetsuho's mind, and that ointment would drastically reduce these costs. Thus, he bowed, not only to Madara but to the future that represented survival. This gesture knocked down the first domino. Within the chamber, two more neutral elders gradually stood, bowing to Madara. Leader, you are wise. Their allegiance mirrored the Uchiha's interests. Now, Madara had thrust a substantial, palpable benefit before them. Uchiha Shineo's body quivered as he witnessed former allies unhesitatingly align themselves with Madara, the color draining from his aged face. He comprehended the ointment's value but was acutely aware that accepting this gift would equate to acknowledging a woman's position and all of Madara's unconventional maneuvers. The Uchiha clan's centuries of glory and pride would be utterly crushed before this ointment. You all, he stammered, his voice dry as if sandpapered. Yet, no one turned to him. The elders who once surrounded him now directed their attention to the man at the center of the chamber. The tide had turned. Since there are no objections, Madara's voice sliced through the eerie silence. He scanned the assembly, finally fixing his gaze upon Shineo. I propose that the Uchiha clan establish a formal, equitable alliance with Lady Lin's village, the Peach Blossom Land. An equitable alliance. The word struck Shineo like a resounding slap. I oppose. He nearly roared. Madara, have you lost your mind? Equitable? We are the Uchiha, the most powerful clan in the ninja world. Why should we stand on equal footing with an obscure woman from a village of refugees and craftsmen? This is an affront to the Uchiha bloodline. He exerted every ounce of strength to awaken the deeply rooted pride of his kin. Yet, silence was his only response. Even the most fervent young leaders, who once valued honor above life, now bowed their heads, staring at their own healing wounds in silence. An affront? Can an insult that saves lives truly be deemed an insult? Madara echoed the term, his tone devoid of emotion. He did not direct his gaze at Shineo, but rather at Tetsuho, who had just pledged his loyalty. Tetsuho, I ask you, what budget is required to maintain a 100-strong ninja unit against the Senju in a month of high-intensity conflict, considering losses, weapon consumption, and medical supplies? Tetsuho paused, then swiftly provided a precise figure, an astronomical sum that could bankrupt any minor clan. Now, Madara continued, if the healing ointment can be widely distributed, reducing recovery time by 3 days and decreasing decay rates by 70%, how much would that save on the budget? Tetsuho's mind raced, and moments later, he delivered another figure, one that drew gasps from the assembly, a figure that indicated nearly a 40% savings. 40%. This signified that the Uchiha could sustain nearly half a unit with the same expenditure, dramatically increasing their war potential. This was the value of the Peach Blossom Land. Madara's voice was as unyielding as iron. They may not fight, but they can save our people from death. They lack the Sharingan, yet they can ensure more of us live to wield it. They provide what the Uchiha cannot produce but desperately need, strategic resources. He turned to Shineo, his crimson eyes reflecting cold, emotionless logic. Elder, tell me, does an ally capable of saving 40% of our war budget and having our casualty rates not deserve equal standing with us? Shineo opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Madara's words were like a precise scalpel, cutting through all pretentious pride and laying bare the stark realities before all. Pride cannot nourish. Honor cannot resurrect the fallen. But this ointment can. This is merely the beginning. Madara's voice possessed a beguiling quality. You have all seen the report. Cement, irrigation, high-yield crops. This woman holds a system capable of generating value beyond our comprehension. The healing ointment is but a mere stepping stone. By allying with them, we stand to gain an unending supply of weapons capable of altering the Uchiha's fate, and all we sacrifice is the title of equality. This is the most advantageous deal I can conceive. The chamber fell into a deathly silence. Shineo's final bastion crumbled entirely. He surveyed his surroundings. Those who once stood beside him now wore expressions devoid of anger or resistance, replaced by a complex mix of astonishment, greed, and fervor. They had been swayed. No, they had been bought, effortlessly tempted by a woman with a prescription and the grand vision painted by Madara. Uchiha Shineo slowly closed his eyes. He understood that his era had come to an end. I have no objections, he managed to force out through clenched teeth. Having spoken, he felt as though all strength had been drained from him, slumping back onto his mat, refusing to meet anyone's gaze again. Madara paid him no further mind. Those in favor of forming an equal alliance with the Peach Blossom Land, please raise your hands. In the darkness, hands shot up, one by one, without hesitation or doubt. The motion passed unanimously. Uchiha Madara stood at the center of the secret chamber, feeling the power that converged, a force known as the will of the people. He had triumphed. In the manner of that woman, he had won a war without resorting to violence. Alliance established. Completion of the restructuring of Uchiha's internal power structure, 75. The first phase of the Blade Plan achieved. In Lin Xiaoya's mind, the blueprint system's notification sounded. Calm and devoid of any emotion, she stood before the newly built cement kiln in Peach Blossom Village, directing the workers as they completed the final touches. Sweat soaked her brow, and her face bore traces of dust, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. At that moment, Yu-E hurried over from a distance, his expression tinged with barely contained excitement. My lady, the Uchiha have arrived. Lin Xiaoya was not taken aback. Considering the time, results were indeed due. Is it a messenger? She inquired. No, it is not, Yu-E panted. It is a formal envoy, clad in the armor of the clan leader's guards, carrying an official treaty scroll. Lin Xiaoya halted her actions. She raised her gaze towards the village entrance. A Uchiha ninja, adorned in dark armor emblazoned with the clan's fan emblem, stood there. Unlike the previous messenger who had stealthily infiltrated using body flicker technique, he stood boldly at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village, representing the official will of the Uchiha clan. All the villagers and craftsmen, who had been laboring, paused to gaze at this unexpected visitor with uncertainty. Lin Xiaoya brushed the dust from her hands and approached him. The Uchiha guard met her gaze, exhibiting no trace of arrogance, and swiftly approached, stopping 3 paces from her. Then, before the eyes of the hundreds gathered in Peach Blossom Village, he knelt on one knee, raising a scroll wrapped in brocade high above his head. By the order of clan leader Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan officially recognizes Peach Blossom Village as an equal and esteemed ally. This treaty has been unanimously approved by the Uchiha Elder Council. It is sacred and unshakable. His voice resonated clearly, echoing throughout the valley. An immediate silence enveloped Peach Blossom Village, which was soon shattered by resounding cheers. Chapter 77. Celebration and undercurrents. The roar of jubilation erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. The entirety of Peach Blossom Village was ablaze with excitement. Villagers, craftsmen, those once displaced and filled with trepidation for the future, now embraced one another, laughing and weeping. The words "equal and esteemed ally," spoken by a representative of the Uchiha clan, carried the weight to shatter all their anxieties and insecurities. They were no longer mere refugees in the mountains. They were allies of the Uchiha clan. Lin Xiaoya stood before the jubilant crowd, observing the Uchiha guard still kneeling. She did not immediately take the scroll. Instead, she calmly accepted the gaze of everyone in Peach Blossom Village, as well as the will of the entire Uchiha clan that the ninja brought. "Please rise," she commanded, allowing the guard to stand. Then, she extended her hands to solemnly receive the treaty wrapped in brocade. The scroll felt heavy in her grasp. Alliance treaty confirmed. Uchiha clan relationship module updated. Formal ally. Warning: this alliance will significantly impact the existing power dynamics in the Land of Fire. External threat index raised to 85. New risk assessment generated. The likelihood of probing, infiltration, and even military strikes from other ninja clans within the next 3 months is as high as 92. The system's notification remained as composed as ever, starkly contrasting with the surrounding exuberant cheers. Lin Xiaoya handed the scroll to Yu for safekeeping. The Uchiha guard had fulfilled his mission. He bowed to Lin Xiaoya once more, uttering not a single word, and vanished using body flicker technique. His departure ignited the final spark of the celebration. Uncertain who initiated it, the people spontaneously emerged from their homes, bringing forth cherished food and homemade rice wine. A bonfire was lit in the central clearing of the camp. This was not a meticulously organized feast, but rather a heartfelt revelry. People gathered around the bonfire, sharing food and exchanging hearty laughter. Those craftsmen, who typically toiled diligently, now set aside their tools, linking arms with the patrolling guards as they drank the spicy rice wine. Lin Xiaoya did not intervene. She understood that they needed this thorough catharsis. The long-suppressed tension and uncertainty about the future required an outlet. Today, the Uchiha alliance provided the perfect justification. She stood on the periphery of the crowd, observing the excited faces, flushed with emotion. She noticed the elderly woman in charge of the storeroom distributing the last jar of salted meat to a group of children. She saw Yu, the usually reticent youth, now being urged to drink by several villagers, his face adorned with a rare, joyous smile. Everything here thrived with vitality, a vigor born from breaking free of old shackles and filled with boundless hope for a new life. This was the embryonic form of the world she aspired to create, a realm where people could labor for a brighter future and celebrate shared joy. "It seems you have done quite well." A familiar presence appeared behind her. Lin Xiaoya did not turn around. Uchiha Madara had arrived without her noticing. He was not clad in his heavy armor, but wore the simple clan attire, contrasting sharply with the jubilant scene around them. His gaze traversed Lin Xiaoya, resting upon the bonfire and the cheering throng. "They are very happy," he remarked. "Because they see hope," Lin Xiaoya replied. "A hope that requires Uchiha's might for protection." Madara's words were always incisive. While force ensured order, it was not the source of hope. Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. "The source lies within themselves. It is in the houses they built with their own hands, the fields they cultivated, the cement they crafted." Neither of them pursued the topic further. They both understood the foundation of this alliance. Madara's gaze returned from the crowd to Lin Xiaoya's face. The glow of the bonfire danced upon her features, infusing her ever-rational eyes with a touch of warmth. "The report," he began, "is 70% complete," Lin Xiaoya answered. "It will take 2 more days. There's no rush." Madara's response surprised her slightly. He seemed to have merely come to observe, to see what this ally, acquired through a precious medicinal formula, truly resembled. "Will you not join them in celebration?" he inquired. I am not the guest of honor. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Moreover, trouble will soon follow the festivities. Her words seemed to chill the surrounding joyful atmosphere. Madara showed no surprise. He was well aware of the troubles Lin Xiaoya referred to. For years, the Uchiha and Senju had been at odds, with the entire ninja clans of the Land of Fire observing. They have become accustomed to our mutual destruction. To feasting on the spoils from our corpses, Lin Xiaoya's voice dropped low. Now, we have called for a ceasefire. We have even formed an alliance. The might of the Uchiha is no longer constrained by the Senju, and Peach Blossom Village, a producer of healing ointment and cement, has become an ally of the Uchiha. We have become a unified whole, a formidable entity, powerful enough to disrupt the existing equilibrium of the Fire Nation. Lin Xiaoya gazed at Uchiha Madara. They would be afraid. Sarutobi, Shimura, Hyuga, Akimichi, every clan surviving in the chasm between Uchiha and Senju would feel trepidation. Fear breeds animosity. They would unite, test us, and even attempt to obliterate us before we have truly integrated. This is the cold warning provided by the blueprint system. And it is also the inevitable conclusion drawn by Lin Xiaoya, based on human nature and interests. Peace has never been a mere banquet. To establish a new order, one must inevitably disturb the vested interests of the old order. They would swarm like sharks sensing blood. Uchiha Madara listened to her analysis, his expression unchanged. He simply stared quietly at the flickering campfire. Does your report contain countermeasures? He inquired. Yes. Alliances, divisions, economic infiltration, military deterrence. Lin Xiaoya enumerated a series of terms, all of which required time and substantial resources from the Uchiha. Moreover, the probability of success does not exceed 60%. This is a rather bleak assessment. Their adversaries are no longer merely the Senju clan, but the entirety of the Fire Nation, excluding the Senju. Within the wooden hut, one could suppress the Council of Elders through interests and military might. However, facing the external world, this approach is not so easily effective. Uchiha Madara fell silent. The cheers from the valley continued unabated. The pure joy contrasted starkly with the cold and brutal future they were discussing. After a long pause, Uchiha Madara finally spoke again. He did not address the 60% success rate, nor analyze the complex plans. He simply uttered a statement characteristic of Uchiha Madara. Let them come. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. Uchiha Madara turned his head, and in his black eyes, a flame of ambition burned more fiercely than the campfire. The rats hiding in the shadows must be drawn out one by one. It is too tedious. Instead, let us seize this opportunity to gather them together. He raised his hand, as if to grasp something, allowing the entire shinobi world to see clearly who the true harbinger of the future would be. Chapter 78. The concept of the mission hall. Uchiha Madara's words carried an arrogance that threatened to consume everything. This was not an empty declaration, but a clear announcement of impending action. He intended to embrace the forthcoming peace with a war. Lin Xiaoya did not dispute this. She understood better than anyone that the collapse of the old order would inevitably be accompanied by blood and fire. Relentless retreat and compromise would not earn respect. They would only invite more avaricious wolves. Yet pure military force could not establish a stable new world. Then what? Gather them together. And then what? Lin Xiaoya asked. Shall we annihilate them all? If they resist, Uchiha Madara replied without hesitation. Eliminate one batch, and another will arise. An order built on fear is the most unstable of orders. Lin Xiaoya studied him. Madara, you require a weapon sharper than swords. Uchiha Madara remained silent, merely watching her, awaiting her continuation. A weapon that can undermine their foundations, win their hearts, compelling them to relinquish their resistance. Lin Xiaoya approached the campfire, picked up a piece of charred wood, and drew a simple rectangle on the ground. I wish to construct something. A building, an institution, a completely new system. Her voice was not loud, yet it cut through the surrounding cheers and clamor with clarity. I shall call it the mission hall. Uchiha Madara's attention was captured by this unfamiliar term. What does it mean? A centralized hub for all missions. Lin Xiaoya sketched several horizontal lines within the rectangle, simulating a wooden board. From D-rank pet searches to S-rank assassination of feudal lords, all missions would be clearly priced and listed on this board. The mission details, danger levels, required personnel, and reward amounts would be transparently displayed. Anyone with the requisite strength could accept tasks. Anyone? Uchiha Madara seized upon this keyword. Including ninjas outside the Uchiha? Yes. Lin Xiaoya confirmed, nodding. Rogue ninjas, those from small clans, even ninjas from the Senju clan. This idea was audacious to the point of madness. Yet Uchiha Madara showed no sign of surprise. He was rapidly contemplating the terrifying implications hidden within this proposal. When a feudal lord wishes to issue a bodyguard mission, whom would he seek? He would approach the nearest, most familiar ninja clan. This transaction is private, closed off. However, with the mission hall, he could post the task here. Any capable ninja could compete for it. The highest bidder would win, or rather, the one offering the best value would prevail. What will this disrupt? Lin Xiaoya pressed the charcoal firmly against the rectangle. It will dismantle the local task monopolies held by those small clans. Their livelihoods will be shattered. They must either choose to join our system or be starved in a fairer, more transparent competition. Uchiha Madara's breath momentarily halted. He understood. This was not about conquering through force. It was about consuming through rules, utilizing a more efficient, fairer business model to execute a dimensional strike. The heads of those small clans could no longer profit by leveraging personal relationships and geographic ties. They would be compelled to compete on the same platform against more determined and lower-priced rogue ninjas. And the architects of this platform's rules would be them. The rewards will be distributed by us, Lin Xiaoya continued, her pace steady, yet every word constructed a revolutionary future. We will extract 5% from each reward as a management fee. Simultaneously, we will introduce a service. She looked at Uchiha Madara and articulated a concept entirely foreign to this era. Ninja insurance. New concept module loading. Insurance and actuarial models. Generating preliminary scheme based on current productivity levels and societal structure. Uchiha Madara did not interrupt her. He simply listened, absorbed, and comprehended. Every ninja registered with us who accepts missions can voluntarily purchase this insurance. Each month, they need only pay a modest fee. If they are injured while executing a task issued by our hall, we can reimburse a portion of their medical expenses. If they use healing ointment, the reimbursement rate can be even higher. If they die, Lin Xiaoya paused. We will provide their families with a substantial sum as a death benefit. This amount will be sufficient for their families to live comfortably for 10 years in the land of peace or anywhere else. Boom. It was as though thunder had exploded in Uchiha Madara's mind. Death benefits. Paying death benefits for fallen ninjas. This notion, in an era where lives are as cheap as grass, is utterly unimaginable. When a ninja dies, it merely represents the loss of a combat unit for the clan. For the employer, a failed mission might necessitate reclaiming the deposit. No one cares about the deceased ninja and his family. But Lin Xiaoya does care. No, she is not merely concerned. She is using this money to purchase something more reliable than loyalty, human hearts. A rogue ninja, merely a life at stake. If he dies, his family will only sink deeper into despair. Yet now, someone tells him that if he joins my system, his life will hold value. His death will provide assurance for those he cherishes most. For whom will he fight? He will fight for this system until death. Can the heads of those small clans offer such a promise to their clansmen? Lin Xiaoya gazed at Uchiha Madara, contemplating their predicament. They were financially strained even when it came to paying the living, let alone the deceased. Thus, their clansmen would waver, betray, and willingly embrace our cause. We need not lift a finger. Their internal structure would disintegrate on its own. This, indeed, is the true weapon of killing without bloodshed. It does not assault the flesh, but rather undermines the foundational family structures that govern the entire ninja world. By exploiting interests, we corrode loyalty. Through guarantees, we win hearts. Uchiha Madara observed the woman before him. The flickering firelight accentuated her profile, rendering her features strikingly vivid. Though her face bore the dust of labor, she painted a grand vision capable of making the world tremble. He had believed his notion of unifying the ninja realm through war was sufficiently audacious. Yet he had underestimated her madness. She sought not mere unification, but a complete upheaval. Where should we establish the task hall? Uchiha Madara finally inquired, his voice dry, as if he had just endured an invisible yet exhausting battle. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, at all Uchiha strongholds and crucial transit routes. We must establish at least 5 in the initial phase. Lin Xiaoya promptly responded, we require the Uchiha to provide land and initial military protection. What about the funding? Madara posed the most pragmatic question, inquiring about the source of the startup capital. The Peach Blossom Village will cover it, Lin Xiaoya replied without hesitation. We will handle cement, building materials, and planning design. It is our forte. She paused briefly, adding, however, mass production of healing ointment must commence immediately. Its profits will serve as the lifeblood for this vast undertaking. Uchiha Madara fell silent, his gaze fixated on the rudimentary box on the ground. Through his Sharingan, it was no longer merely a box. It transformed into an expansive net unfurling before him. It would envelop the entire land of fire, ensnaring all ninjas, missions, and wealth within its grasp. He and she were the weavers at the center of this web. Very well, Madara uttered succinctly. He did not question the probability of success, nor did he doubt the plan's risks, for he perceived a path to the pinnacle of the world, more efficient and thorough than mere conquest. He turned away, no longer regarding the jubilant crowd. Tomorrow, I will send Uchiha Tetsubara to find you, he stated. Referring to the elder in charge of Uchiha logistics and resources, this was a direct action to manifest his support. You need not draft that report, he added. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. Why? Madara halted, glancing back at her. His dark eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. Because every concept in that report pales in comparison to what you just articulated. From this moment on, every thought of yours need not be written down. Convey them directly to me. He gestured to his mind. Here, they shall be executed. Chapter 79. The first S-class mission. Uchiha Madara's figure vanished into the night. Yet his last words lingered in Lin Xiaoya's mind like a warm echo. Convey them directly to me. Here, they shall be executed. Uchiha Madara's authority level has increased. The Blade Plan execution mode has shifted from submission approval to authorized execution. Warning, risk coefficient has simultaneously increased. The shortening of the decision chain will compress the margin for error. The blueprint system emitted a rational alarm, yet Lin Xiaoya stood still, absorbing the dissipating warmth of the bonfire and the calming night breeze that returned to the valley. Risks? Every endeavor she undertook, every step she took, was accompanied by immense peril. Yet she understood that what Uchiha Madara granted her was the most precious asset of this era, absolute trust and efficiency. The following day, at the break of dawn, Uchiha Tetsubara appeared at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village. He bore no escorts, clad in the simple attire of an elder, his demeanor stern, reminiscent of a strict overseer inspecting a construction site. He guided him to Lin Xiaoya's temporary office, a modest yet bright structure made of cement and wood. Ms. Lin, Uchiha Tetsubara commenced without any pleasantries, placing a thick scroll of parchment upon the table. This is a map of all Uchiha-controlled areas within the Land of Fire, encompassing land, minerals, trade routes, and the towns we have infiltrated. He unfurled the map, marked with a myriad of symbols in various colors. This was a core secret that could incite envy in any daimyo. Uchiha Madara had handed it over so casually. Lord Madara has instructed that I fully cooperate with all requirements of the plan. Uchiha Tetsubara's words were direct and clear. I need 5 locations. Lin Xiaoya replied without unnecessary elaboration, picking up a charcoal pencil and drawing 5 circles on the map. One was 30 miles outside the capital of the Land of Fire. Another on the transit route connecting to the Land of Earth. One at the former border of Uchiha and Senju, with the remaining 2 positioned along the 2 most crucial commercial routes in the north and south. These 5 points were like nails, precisely driven into the economic lifeblood of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Tetsubara scrutinized the circles, having managed logistics for years, instantly grasping the strategic significance of these locations. Controlling them would equate to seizing the throat of most resource flows within the Land of Fire. All these sites have Uchiha outposts. Yet establishing the task hall you mentioned requires clearing at least 5 miles of land around them. Uchiha Tetsubara raised the first question. Then we shall clear it. Lin Xiaoya responded. This will disturb the interests of many local families. Then let it disturb them, Lin Xiaoya replied, devoid of any emotional undertone. Uchiha Tetsubara fell silent. He sensed a quality in this woman akin to Uchiha Madara, yet fundamentally different. Madara's dominance was a blazing fire that consumed all, whereas hers was a cold, calculated rule that brooked no dissent. I require manpower, Lin Xiaoya continued. Initially, 500 skilled craftsmen, 1,000 laborers, and at least 50 Uchiha ninjas for preliminary security at each site. We can manage the craftsmen and laborers at Peach Blossom Village. But for the ninjas, I will arrange that, Uchiha Tetsubara promptly replied. Funding, Lin Xiaoya stated, addressing the final and most critical issue. I have simplified 3 versions of the healing ointment formula. She picked up several blueprints from the table, an efficient version, a standard version, and a rapid production version. The rapid production version's efficacy was only 30% of the standard version, but its cost was less than 1/10, with readily available materials. A competent medical ninja could master its preparation in 3 days. Uchiha Tetsubara's breath caught sharply. He fixated on the blueprint labeled rapid production version. He understood better than anyone the value of this creation, which could potentially surpass that of the complete formula. The full formula was a strategic weapon, while this rapid version had the power to instantly transform battlefield dynamics, serving as a tool for mass rescue rather than destruction. Its profits will sustain all our plans. Lin Xiaoya concluded calmly. I comprehend. Uchiha Tetsubara collected the map and blueprints, and for the first time, he slightly bowed towards Lin Xiaoya. Within 3 days, the first batch of supplies and manpower will be fully in place. With that, he turned and departed swiftly. A new, colossal war machine began to operate with terrifying efficiency. A week later, 5 uniformly styled square buildings, constructed of gray cement, rose simultaneously in 5 distinct locations across the Land of Fire. They bore no names. Only a code, the Task Hall. This establishment in Peach Blossom Village served as both headquarters and the first to commence operations. On its opening day, no ceremonies marked the occasion. At dawn, the wooden doors of the hall swung open punctually. Inside, the spacious and luminous hall revealed its most striking feature, a massive bulletin board crafted from black wooden planks, directly facing the entrance. Beneath this board stood several staff members clad in the uniforms of Peach Blossom Village, while the surroundings teemed with people. Among them were the village residents, stationed Uchiha ninjas, and a myriad of wandering ninjas dressed in diverse attire. Their faces reflected a spectrum of emotions: curiosity, skepticism, and a barely perceptible glimmer of greed. A young villager approached the bulletin board, clutching a stack of task sheets. He picked up the first one, D-grade task: locate the missing pet cat, Little Orange. Reward, 50 Ryo. A light chuckle rippled through the crowd. The Uchiha ninjas wore expressions of unabashed disdain. Was this the initiative of that woman? Sending ninjas to find a cat? Ignoring their reactions, the youth continued to post more tasks. D-grade task: assist villagers in repairing houses. Reward, 100 Ryo. C-grade task: escort a merchant convoy to the neighboring town. Reward, 500 Ryo. One by one, the tasks adorned the board, with rewards ranging from mere dozens to several thousands of Ryo. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, and the expressions of the wandering ninjas became increasingly intricate. These tasks were trivial and humble, yet the rewards were tangible currency, clearly listed for anyone to claim. Just then, Lin Xiaoya emerged from a side door of the hall, accompanied by the stoic Uchiha Madara. Instantly, all eyes converged upon them, and the once boisterous hall fell into a hushed silence. Lin Xiaoya approached the bulletin board, grasping the only scroll bound with red silk thread. Unraveling the thread, she unfurled the scroll and, with her own hands, pinned it at the top of the board in the area adorned with a golden letter S. Everyone held their breath. S-grade. The parchment bore only a few lines written in vivid red ink. S-grade task: exterminate the Blood Wolf Gang. Targets: Blood Wolf Gang leader Chiya and all core members. Identify and eliminate their supporting forces. Reward: cash 50,000 Ryo, or the honorary status of a resident in Peach Blossom Village along with a permanent domicile, or the priority supply rights for golden healing ointment for 10 years. Choose one. Requirements: none. The crowd erupted in chaos. 50,000 Ryo. Had they lost their minds? The Blood Wolf Gang? The notorious group that plagued the borders of the Wind Country, causing headaches for the feudal lord? No requirements? What did that mean? Anyone could take it? This was a trap. A scheme by the Uchiha? The expressions of the Uchiha ninjas shifted dramatically. A young elite Uchiha could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, urgently addressing Madara. Lord Madara, how can an S-grade task be open to everyone? It's far too dangerous. What if the intel leaks? Intel? Madara finally spoke, surveying the hall and the distorted faces reflecting shock, greed, and fear. This task requires no intel. It only demands corpses. Either the corpses of the Blood Wolf Gang or your own. His words were chilling, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Those capable of completing the task would be entitled to the reward, regardless of who they were or where they hailed from. As for those who perished along the way, Madara paused, they simply proved their unworthiness. This was the rule of the task hall, stark and primal, the law of the jungle. No one dared to speak again. Fear eclipsed greed. The allure of 50,000 Ryo was indeed tempting, yet it was a price to be paid with one's life. In the midst of this profound silence, a figure clad in a tattered cloak, obscuring their features, emerged from the edge of the crowd. They walked slowly, but each step resonated with an unusual steadiness. The surrounding individuals instinctively parted to create a path. The figure traversed the throng, heading directly for the enormous bulletin board. They disregarded the D-grade and C-grade tasks, raising their gaze to the very top, fixated on the vivid red S-grade task. The figure was enveloped in their tattered cloak. Yet the wandering ninjas surrounding them instinctively sensed danger. One who had truly faced life and death exuded an aura that could not be feigned. The individual extended a hand, gently brushing the parchment bearing the S-grade task. Madara remained silent, merely observing the person. Lin Xiaoya was also watching. In need of a specimen, someone to demonstrate to the entire ninja world that the task hall was not a mere benefaction of the Uchiha, but a genuine battlefield where the strong could reap rewards. I will take this task. The cloaked figure's voice was deep and raspy, akin to the grating of rusted iron. A collective gasp arose among the crowd. Insanity. This was the first thought that surged through everyone's mind. The Blood Wolf Gang was no minor adversary. They were a violent faction entrenched at the borders of the Wind Country, boasting at least 30 elite ninjas. Their leader, Uchiha, was reputed to have slain an elite ninja in direct combat. Undertaking such a task, even an Uchiha team could hardly guarantee their safe return. Yet, a wandering ninja dared to accept it? What is your name? Lin Xiaoya inquired. The cloaked figure paused for a moment before slowly removing their hood. A face marred by scars was revealed. A gruesome knife scar extended from the forehead to the cheekbone around the left eye, which was now blind. The eyelid sunken and grotesque. Mountain Ghost. He uttered 2 words, devoid of a surname or origin. This was commonplace in the realm of wandering ninjas. The past was the least valuable currency. Mr. Mountain Ghost, Lin Xiaoya continued in her calm voice. According to the rules of the task hall, you are required to pay a deposit of 100,000 ryo. Should you fail the task, the deposit will not be refunded. If you succeed, the deposit will be returned in full, along with the reward. 100,000 ryo. This figure caused several faces in the vicinity to blanch. It represented nearly a year's worth of income for most wandering ninjas. Mountain Ghost did not hesitate. He pulled a worn pouch from within his cloak and placed it heavily on the table before Lin Xiaoya. The pouch opened, revealing it stuffed with crumpled banknotes. Is this sufficient? He inquired. Lin Xiaoya instructed a staff member to count the money. After a brief moment, the young man nodded. Exactly 100,000 ryo. Lin Xiaoya retrieved a pre-prepared contract scroll from beneath the table and inscribed Mountain Ghost's name and task number upon it. The deadline for the task was set for 1 month. Should the Blood Wolf Gang still exist after 1 month, the task would be deemed a failure. If he returned with the head of Uchiha and proof of at least 15 core members, the task would be considered complete. She raised her gaze to Mountain Ghost. Are you certain? Mountain Ghost offered no reply, merely extending his calloused and scarred hand to press a vivid red blood imprint onto the contract. The transaction was established. He accepted a copy of the contract and turned to leave without hesitation, his silhouette disappearing into the sunlight beyond the hall's entrance. Inside, the atmosphere thickened with a profound and shocking silence. Someone had indeed accepted an S-grade task. An apparently destitute wandering ninja had wagered all his savings on what could very well be a death sentence. This madness, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples spreading outward. Soon after, the crowd began to stir. A young, patch-clad wandering ninja pushed his way to the bulletin board. He gazed at the D and C rank missions, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. I want to take this one, he declared, his finger trembling as it pointed to a C rank task, escorting a merchant caravan to a neighboring town. The reward was 500 ryo. The staff promptly handed him a registration form. With an almost reverent demeanor, the young ninja diligently inscribed his name, each character written with a shaky but solemn precision. He had no deposit, yet tasks below C rank required none. Only a promise sufficed. With the first, there would be a second. The crowd surged toward the enormous bulletin board like a flood breaching its dam. The Uchiha ninjas observed the scene with complex expressions. These wandering ninjas, whom they regarded as insignificant, now erupted with a fervent vitality. They fought over the tasks, even the most menial ones, such as searching for lost pets. Because that was money, clear, tangible money that could sustain their lives. Lin Xiaoya watched, her face devoid of expression, yet she understood. The seeds had been sown. The young Uchiha elite ninja approached Uchiha Madara once more. Is it truly all right, Lord Madara? His voice was low, tinged with an unmistakable undercurrent of anxiety. What do you mean? Madara retorted. If these wandering ninjas earn money through the mission hall and accumulate strength, will they not? The young ninja did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. Would they not pose a threat to the Uchiha? Madara regarded him with a look that seemed to perceive him as a foolish child. Do you know how a cage tames a wild beast? His voice was soft. Yet each word struck the young ninja's heart like a hammer. It is not by shackling its feet with iron chains, but by allowing it to grow accustomed to the meat it can consume within the cage. Over time, it will forget that it was once a hunter. The young ninja's pupils dilated as he turned to the frenzied crowd of wandering ninjas. They believed they had found a path to survival, yet in truth, they were willingly donning chains. The mission hall provided them with money, but it simultaneously dictated what they could and could not do. The rewards seemed substantial, yet they could only be obtained through tasks, the issuance of which lay firmly in whose hands? The paradise of the Uchiha. A cold sweat broke out on the young ninja's back as understanding dawned upon him. This was not a hall of charity. It was a vast cage woven from the threads of profit. Remarkably, those wandering ninjas might even feel gratitude toward this cage, as it offered them a glimmer of hope for survival. Madara paid him no further mind, turning to leave the hall, with Lin Xiaya following suit. They walked along the earthen path of the paradise, where the residents were busily transporting cement and timber. The second and third mission halls were concurrently under construction. Do you know Shankue? Madara suddenly inquired. Lin Xiaya shook her head. I do not. But do you think he will succeed? After a moment of silence, she replied. I do not know. She was honest. Yet, regardless of whether he lived or died, the reputation of the mission hall would spread. If he succeeded, everyone would know that this place could alter destinies. If he failed, they would also learn that this was not a charitable institution. Only true strength merited high rewards. In either case, it would not bode ill for us. Madara regarded her. You are cold-blooded. Lin Xiaya did not refute him. I am merely acting in accordance with what I believe to be right. Mr. Shankue has his own choices. I respect his decision, but I will not alter my plans due to his potential demise. She lifted her gaze to the rising smoke in the distance. The dead cannot establish peace. Only the living can. Madara fell silent, sensing that this woman before him was unlike anyone he had known. She was not a clan leader like Senju Hashirama, who held family honor above all else, nor was she an idealist who only sang lofty praises without proposing practical solutions. She was a being that seamlessly fused cold rationality with fervent ideals in a nearly perfect manner. 3 days later, the second mission hall officially opened on the thoroughfare 30 miles from the capital of the Land of Fire. On the opening day, over 200 wandering ninjas, and those from small clans flocked to the hall. Tasks were snatched up within a day. 5 days later, the third, fourth, and fifth mission halls commenced operations simultaneously. The entire ninja market of the Land of Fire began to tremble. Those small clans that had relied on geographical ties and personal connections to monopolize local missions suddenly found their clientele dwindling. With the introduction of the mission hall, a merchant could simply post an escort task and receive dozens of bids, selecting the one with the highest value for money, eliminating the need to pay exorbitant fees to the ninjas of small clans. The clan leaders of the small families were incensed. They convened to discuss countermeasures. Some proposed uniting to boycott the mission hall, declaring that all ninjas who joined the hall would be deemed traitors and opposed by all clans. This proposal garnered widespread support. However, just as they prepared to act, a message spread. Shankue had returned. He was alive. He brought back the head of Chia and proof of 18 core members of the Blood Wolf Corps. He had succeeded. The mission hall had fulfilled its promise. 500,000 Ryo in cash lay before Shankue, an entire box of silver notes. The crowd went wild. Chapter 81. Rising Prestige. It was a box of silver notes. 500,000 Ryo. Unsealed, unmasked, it lay open before Shankue. The sunlight reflecting off the papers that represented immense wealth, casting an almost ethereal glow. The entire mission hall fell into silence, every breath stilled. They had seen money, but never like this, so raw, so direct, so utterly breathtaking. This was not merely a transaction, it was a declaration. Shankue, the one-eyed wandering ninja, reached out to grasp a stack of silver notes. His movements were slow, filled with a hesitant sense of confirmation. It is real. The thickness and texture of the notes relayed through his fingertips to his brain. Then, the crowd erupted, not in cheers or discussions, but in a primal roar mixed with greed. jealousy, and fervor. My heavens. He actually received 500,000 Rio. He single-handedly annihilated the Blood Wolf Corps. What is next? What is the next S-rank task? The ninjas who had previously hesitated over D-rank tasks worth mere dozens or hundreds of Rio now had fire in their eyes, fixated on the enormous bulletin board. Their rationality incinerated by the sight of that box of silver notes. The mountain spirit paid no heed to anyone. Silently, he closed the box of silver bills, hastily binding it with a coarse hemp rope, and then, with his solitary eye, turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoye. Next task, he uttered, his voice still dry and raspy. Lin Xiaoye did not respond immediately. She merely observed the scene before her, one that was teetering on the brink of chaos. Reputation system activated. Current Peach Blossom Village reputation, emerging. Key event detected. First perfect delivery of an S-rank task. Reputation points are exponentially increasing. Warning, crowd density exceeds the safe threshold of 120. Resource consumption model predicts that existing reserves will be depleted within 3 days. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Currently, there were no new S-rank tasks. Lin Xiaoye replied to the mountain spirit. However, there are 3 A-rank tasks. Before she could finish her sentence, the crowd erupted once more, all pushing towards the bulletin board, eager to discern the nature of the 3 newly added A-rank tasks. The Uchiha ninjas were compelled to form a human barrier, struggling to maintain order. The young Uchiha elite wore a grim expression as he watched the seemingly frenzied rogue ninjas, feeling a surge of trepidation. These individuals were no longer human. They had become beasts driven by greed. And that woman, Lin Xiaoye, was the instigator of it all. Amidst the turmoil, several distinct figures squeezed their way in from the periphery of the crowd. They appeared weathered, yet lacked the despondency characteristic of rogue ninjas. Their strides were steady, their demeanor composed, exuding a seasoned vigor. Most striking were the faint, crossed-out marks of headbands upon their foreheads. One of them approached a Uchiha ninja tasked with maintaining order. Pray tell, do the tasks here have any requirements regarding one's lineage? The individual's accent bore an unusual rolled R, starkly contrasting with that of the locals from the Land of Fire. The Uchiha ninja regarded him warily. Who are you? The man smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Though the mirth did not reach his eyes. A man seeking to earn a living. He gestured to his forehead. Once, I made my way in the Land of Wind. Now, I wish to change my locale. The mention of the Land of Wind caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Although there was no direct animosity between the Uchiha and the Land of Wind, in the world of ninjas, national borders represented the most distinct divides. The young Uchiha ninja instinctively felt compelled to expel him. Welcome, a voice interrupted him. Uchiha Madara had, at some point, positioned himself at the entrance of the hall. He stood casually, yet an unseen pressure caused the previously raucous hall to quiet significantly. All eyes turned towards him. The ninja from the Land of Wind visibly stiffened for a moment. The name Madara was known throughout the ninja world. Lord Madara. The young Uchiha ninja hastily bowed. Madara did not acknowledge him. His gaze was fixed on the ninja from the Land of Wind. The only rule in the task hall is this. If you can complete the task, you shall receive your reward. It matters not who you are, where you hail from, or whom you have slain. Each word of Madara's resonated clearly throughout the hall. Of course, it also includes who has slain you. The ninja from the Land of Wind fell silent for a few seconds before deeply bowing to Madara. Thank you. After speaking, he turned and squeezed his way to the bulletin board, diligently studying the tasks. His companions also dispersed into the crowd. A sense of panic began to spread among the Uchiha ninjas. They could tolerate rogue ninjas, for those individuals were unrooted drifters. But now, even rogue ninjas from other great nations were being drawn in. Peach Blossom Village was transforming into a whirlpool of chaos. Lin Xiaoye exited the hall, followed closely by Madara. Trouble has arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Lin Xiaoye did not look back. This is not trouble. Madara's response carried a hint of playfulness. This is a catfish. Once placed in the pond, the sluggish sardines will be compelled to swim vigorously. The sardines he referred to were, of course, those who remained enshrouded in Uchiha glory, oblivious to the unfolding reality. Too many catfish will muddle the entire pond. Lin Xiaoye stopped, drawing a circle in the dirt with her foot on a piece of land that was still being planned. We require a filter. What do you mean? Identity verification. Lin Xiaoye raised her gaze to him. All ninjas wishing to register in the task hall must provide their basic information: name, age, type of jutsu they excel in, past experiences. They will not speak the truth. Madara cut straight to the point. They need not. Lin Xiaoya seemed to have prepared for this. We will issue each registered ninja a unique identification token, a small iron plate engraved with their number. In the future, to accept tasks, receive rewards, purchase insurance, or even consume in Peach Blossom Village, this token must be presented. We will document their every task, every expenditure. Success, failure, credit, everything will be recorded. New concept module loading, credit rating system. Constructing preliminary model based on current social environment. An image instantly materialized in Madara's mind. Countless ninjas would wear iron plates around their necks. Their every action would be recorded, quantified. The worth of a ninja would no longer be determined by their lineage or the family they pledged allegiance to, but rather by the cold numbers inscribed upon that iron plate. Those with good credit would receive more privileges, such as lower task deposits and higher loan limits. Conversely, those who declared bankruptcy would be permanently expelled from the task hall. In this system, they would find themselves utterly at a loss. Madara was finally moved. This was harsher than he had envisioned. This was no mere cage. It was an entirely new social system, independent of all ninja clans and nations. And the architects of this system were they. The Uchiha Iron Fire will cooperate with you, Madara resolved. I require one more thing, Lin Xiaoya added. A dedicated agency responsible for auditing, recording, and tracking. A name? Department of Order. Madara chewed on the word. Order. It was something he had pursued throughout his life. He had believed it could only be attained through war and illusion. Yet this woman sought to construct it through rules and data. Agreed, he said. Just then, Uchiha hurried over, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement and confusion. Lady Xiaoya, what is it? Uchiha handed her a task scroll he had just retrieved from the bulletin board. The scroll was crafted from fine silk, with polished obsidian embedded at both ends. Its very essence held considerable value. Lin Xiaoya unfurled the scroll. The writing was vigorous and authoritative. A-rank task. Seek the formula for the rapid production version of healing ointment and the construction plan for its production line. Client. The daimyo's office of the Land of Fire. Reward. Negotiable. The commotion that had recently subsided in the hall was reignited by the emergence of this new task. However, this time, it was not driven by greed and fervor, but rather a profound sense of awe and incredulity. The daimyo's office, the highest symbol of authority in the Land of Fire, had chosen to post a task on the bulletin board of Peach Blossom Village rather than directly contacting the Uchiha. The very act sent ripples that could potentially shake the entire Land of Fire. It signifies that, in the eyes of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the mission hall has emerged as a new force, independent of the Uchiha clan, deserving of equal recognition and actively seeking collaboration. Lin Xiaoya, clutching the scroll, stood at the center of attention among the crowd. She understood that the true game had only just begun, and in her hands lay an unexpected trump card. Chapter 82. The Vigilance of the Yu-E Clan. The words daimyo of the Land of Fire struck like a boulder into the recently bubbling cauldron of the mission hall. Instantly, all commotion and fervor froze. The ninjas, previously driven to madness by the prospect of 500,000 ryo, now seemed as if their throats had been constricted. Staring blankly at the silk scroll in Lin Xiaoya's grasp, it was not merely money. It was power, a gesture from the nominal supreme ruler of this nation towards Taoyuan Village and this newly established mission hall, conveying a sense of equality, even tinged with a hint of request. Uchiha Madara's gaze shifted slowly from the scroll to Lin Xiaoya's face. She displayed neither excitement nor surprise, merely holding the scroll with an air of tranquility, as if she were handling a routine architectural blueprint. This calmness unsettled Uchiha Madara more than any elation could have. It was as though everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. The voice of Lord Yu-E was somewhat hoarse. He was at a loss as to how to proceed. Should he accept or reject? The tasks from the daimyo's house were not trivial matters akin to finding a pet cat. Accept it, Lin Xiaoya declared, handing the scroll to Yu-E for registration. The client was the daimyo's estate, the mission rank was A, and the remuneration was to be discussed. She handled the matter with such decisiveness, as if there were no distinction between the daimyo and a neighboring villager. This disregard for worldly power itself epitomized a profound assertion of authority. Uchiha Madara observed her in silence, yet the young Uchiha elite behind him could no longer contain himself. Lord Madara, how can we accept this? The quick formula for healing ointment is our core secret. The daimyo's estate is testing us. Lin Xiaoya completed his thought. She turned to face the young Uchiha ninja, explaining that they were either the Uchiha's pawns or a cooperative independent force. If they were to engage in clandestine dealings through Uchiha channels, they would be the former. Yet, by posting the request on the wall like all other missions, they positioned themselves as the latter. Lin Xiaoya pointed towards the expansive bulletin board. The young ninja opened his mouth, unable to utter a word, overwhelmed by the icy political logic embedded in her statement. Respond to them. Uchiha Madara finally spoke, addressing Yui. The Order Department would dispatch personnel to negotiate regarding the remuneration. The Order Department, a newly established entity yet to have a single member, made its public debut, with its inaugural task being to negotiate with the daimyo's estate. The daimyo's commission served as a signal, affirming the mission hall's boundless potential. More individuals flocked in, not just wandering ninjas, but also heads of small clans, personally bringing their kin to register. Their interests now extended beyond mere C and D rank missions. They sought the platform itself, a stage upon which their names could stand alongside the daimyos on the same wall. On this day, Taoyuan Village's reputation reached unprecedented heights. However, when a tree grows too swiftly and conspicuously, there will always be those who wish to sever its branches. 3 days later, Uchiha Tiahua hurriedly approached Lin Xiaoya once more, his demeanor more serious than ever. There has been an incident. He slammed several pieces of intelligence onto the table. The Yu-E clan has allied with the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, along with over 15 smaller clans, to impose a complete blockade of supplies against us. Lin Xiaoya perused the intelligence, which conveyed a clear message. All merchants supplying medicinal herbs to Taoyuan Village had been visited by the Yu-E clan's ninjas. All caravans transporting ores and timber to Taoyuan Village had been turned back for various reasons. Even some farmers selling grain to Taoyuan Village faced tripled taxes imposed by local lords. This was a war without gunpowder, a precise strangulation of Taoyuan Village's lifeline. Yu-E clan, Lin Xiaoya pondered. Beyond the Senju and Uchiha, this was another ancient clan with a long lineage. They could no longer remain idle. Warning: supply chain integrity has dropped to 42. Core resources, dragon blood grass, black iron ore, star-patterned wood. Stock will be depleted within 7 days. Production line for quick healing ointment will be forced to halt. The second phase of the mission hall construction plan is expected to be delayed by over 60 days. The blueprint system in her mind blared an alarming siren. Lord Madara is already aware. Uchiha Tiahua's expression was grave. He asked me to inquire how many ninjas you require. He can lead a team to raise the Yu-E clan's main city. This was typical of the Uchiha, simple, direct, and effective. That would be futile. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Approaching the map, she surveyed the territory outlined in red by Uchiha Tiahua, which represented the Yu-E clan's influence. It formed an enormous net, enveloping the most prosperous plains and trade routes in the southern land of fire. Even if we eliminate the Yu-E clan leader, it won't resolve the issue. Those who are blockading us are merchants, farmers, and those small lords. The Yu-E clan merely provided them with a pretext. Can we eradicate all of them? Uchiha Tiahua fell silent. He could not. The Uchiha might conquer a clan, but they could not wage war against the entirety of the social structure of the Land of Fire. Then what should we do? He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Our cement workshop is already half operational. Without ore, we cannot produce many things. They are attacking us economically, and we shall respond in kind. Lin Xiaoya drew a larger circle on the map, encircling the Yu-E clan's territory in reverse. If they refuse to sell us medicinal herbs, we shall procure them elsewhere. We might even grow them ourselves. If they deny us access to their trade routes, we shall establish new ones. They have united to isolate us. Thus, we will transform their allies into our clients. Uchiha Tiahua was utterly bewildered. How do we do that? Through the mission hall. Lin Xiaoya picked up a charcoal pencil and swiftly began drafting on another sheet of paper. Special procurement mission: acquire dragon blood grass. At a price 30% above market value. Any ninja, merchant, or civilian may undertake this task. Trade route expansion mission: escort a caravan through Black Wind Valley to reach Nameless Town. Reward: 30,000 Rio. Requires a team of at least 10. Technical bounty mission: provide improved plans for water release water candy for agricultural irrigation. Reward: 50,000 Rio or honorary resident status in Taoyuan Village. She meticulously pinned each line, each one accurately addressing the dilemmas posed by the blockade. However, her method of resolution was not confrontation, but rather incentivization. She aimed to transform the blockade against Taoyuan village into a grand celebration for all grassroots ninjas and civilians throughout the Land of Fire. Are you insane? Uchiha stared at the exorbitant procurement prices and rewards. This will multiply our costs. We will be overwhelmed. That will not happen. Lin Xiaoya paused her pen, contemplating that the losses would be compensated from elsewhere. She slid a new blueprint across the table to Uchiha. What is this? It was a design for an improved plow and water wheel, significantly enhancing production efficiency to more than triple that of existing agricultural tools. The primary source of income for the Yu-E clan stemmed from the grain-producing regions under their control, where they sold farming tools and seeds at exorbitant prices to vassal families and lords. Now, we shall provide these blueprints for free. Lin Xiaoya gazed intently at Uchiha, enunciating each word. Any family or individual registered in the mission hall can claim a complete set of blueprints free of charge, along with remote guidance from artisans in Taoyuan. Uchiha's mind went blank. He finally grasped what Lin Xiaoya meant by transforming their allies into clients. This was not warfare. It was undermining their very foundation. At that moment, the distinctive footsteps of Uchiha Madara echoed from outside. He entered, casting a glance at the information on the table and the tasks Lin Xiaoya had just inscribed. The Yu-E clan must pay a price, he asserted, his words imbued with an unassailable menace. They will. Lin Xiaoya raised her head to meet his gaze. The price of war is blood, while the cost of economy is the future. I shall ensure that they bury their own future with their own hands. Clutching the task list that could incite an economic tempest, she turned to exit. Uchiha Madara did not obstruct her. He merely stood still, observing her retreating figure. Suddenly, he found himself filled with anticipation, eager to witness how she would wield paper and ink to dismantle a powerful shinobi clan that had endured for centuries. A quarter of an hour later, in a border town named Aoye, located in the southern region of the Fire Nation, the largest rice merchant in town respectfully affixed a notice, stamped with the Yu-E clan seal, in a prominent location. Notice, from this day forth, it is strictly prohibited for anyone, or any merchant group, to transport a single grain of rice or blade of grass to Taoyuan. Violators will be deemed enemies of the Yu-E clan. The townsfolk gathered before the notice, murmuring anxiously, their faces etched with fear. At that moment, a weary wandering ninja pushed through the crowd and approached the rice merchant. He slammed a task list, just retrieved from the leg of a carrier pigeon, onto the counter. The rice merchant looked on in confusion. The task list bore a single striking line: urgent transport task. Deliver 30 carts of grain from Aoye to Taoyuan. Reward, 20,000 taels. The merchant's hands trembled slightly. His name was Tianzhong, and he had been in business in Aoye for 20 years. He had encountered samurai collecting taxes from the daimyo and had seen wandering ninjas robbing passers-by. He considered himself somewhat courageous. Yet today he felt his bravery, along with the freshly affixed notice bearing the Yu-E clan seal, had become a mere jest. The ink on the notice was still wet, the threat resonating in his ears, while the reward amount on the task list, akin to a flame, seared his eyes. 20,000 taels for merely transporting 30 carts of grain. This price was not merely high. It was insane, sufficient to enable him to open 3 more rice shops in Aoye. This task, Tianzhong stammered, attempting to explain the orders from the Yu-E clan. The order is yours, the task is mine, interrupted the wandering ninja, who did not even glance at Tianzhong. His gaze swept over the townspeople and porters, equally captivated by the lure of 20,000 taels. I need 30 carts and sufficient manpower. Who will do it? His words were straightforward and unembellished. The crowd stirred, fear rapidly dissipating in the face of potential wealth. I have empty carts, a burly man exclaimed first. And I can pull 2 carts. 20,000 taels. If I complete this, I won't have to worry for half a year. Tianzhong watched this scene, his back suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He understood that he had no choice. Should he refuse, these impoverished men, blinded by greed, along with the wandering ninja, would not hesitate to storm his granary and complete the task themselves. In that case, he would receive nothing, and his rice shop might be dismantled. The threat from the Yu-E clan felt remote, while the greed of the people before him was immediate and palpable. I accept. He did not merely accept the task, he bowed to reality. The wandering ninja made no further gestures, simply retrieving a small iron plate from his pocket and tossing it onto the counter. Registration. Task number, TYSY0074. Carrier, Tianzhong's rice shop in Aoye. The plate bore a unique identification number, certifying it as a document from Taoyuan. Trembling, Tianzhong took up a pen. As he inscribed the first character, he realized that both he and Aoye were irrevocably bound to a war chariot with no turning back. In the makeshift office of the order department in Taoyuan, the atmosphere was oppressive and peculiar. Uchiha Tiahua perused a series of reports delivered by carrier pigeons from various locales, his expression shifting from initial seriousness to a state of bewilderment. Lord Xiaoya, Tianzhong's rice shop in Aoye has loaded up and set off. Expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. The Wang family consortium in Haiyanshi has accepted our procurement task, circumventing the Yu clan's trade routes, and is attempting to pass through Crying Canyon. Additionally, we have just received news that 7 vassal farming clans under the Yu clan have sent inquiries about acquiring the plow blueprints. Tiahua set down the reports, gazing at the woman calmly marking a large map at the table. He could not comprehend how a strangulation of Tao Yuan's economy could transform within a single day into a wave of betrayal directed at the Yu clan. Did those merchants and small families not fear retaliation from the Yu clan? Certainly, they did. Lin Xiaoya did not look up. She circled the position of Aoye on the map with a red charcoal pencil. But they fear poverty more. The Yu clan provided them protection, but also exploitation. What we offer is tangible wealth and the technology to fill their stomachs. When the stakes of survival are sufficiently high, loyalty becomes the most worthless of commodities. Current supply chain integrity is being restored. 5861. A significant influx of resources has been detected from the eastern region. Source, unknown. Analysis model indicates that this channel exhibits a high degree of organization and concealment, not a spontaneous civilian action. Lin Xiaoya gently tapped the eastern region of the map, the territory of the Senju clan, with her pen. She said nothing but understood that the man who loved to laugh had, in his own way, cast his lot. Hashirama had neither directly contacted her nor made a grand show of opposing the Yu clan. He had quietly opened the underground commercial network of the Senju clan for Tao Yuan's procurement tasks. He comprehended her strategy and willingly became the stabilizing weight outside the board. The office door swung open. Uchiha Madara entered, not sparing a glance at anyone, striding directly to the map. His eyes swept over the circles marked in red by Lin Xiaoya, each representing betrayal. Well done, he acknowledged, conceding the effectiveness of her method. However, he quickly shifted his tone. But the Yu clan will not let this pass unchallenged. They are a clan of warriors, not merchants. When their honor is at stake, they will wash it away with blood. Soon, Yu ninjas will appear along the routes of those merchant caravans, responding to your bounties with assassination and sabotage. The heart of Uchiha Taihuo suddenly quickened. This was the economic warfare he had dreaded. It would ultimately devolve into a bloody slaughter. They could kill. Lin Xiaoya's response was chillingly calm. She finally lifted her gaze to meet Uchiha Madara's eyes. They could eliminate Tanaka, but tomorrow there would be Li Zhong and Wang Zhong, continuing to transport supplies for 30,000 or 40,000 Rio. They could annihilate a merchant caravan, yet they could not obliterate profit itself. We are not fighting the Yu clan. Lin Xiaoya stood before Uchiha Madara, declaring, we are defining a new set of rules. Within these rules, the military threat posed by the Yu clan is rapidly depreciating. They believe they are besieging a village, attempting to trap us. But we are not a mere village. We are a vortex. The walls they erect will only intensify the torrent that is drawn into the whirlpool. Uchiha Madara silently regarded her. This woman was waging a war in a manner he had never comprehended. A war without armies that could dismantle alliances, lacking swords yet capable of undermining foundations. The best defense is not higher walls. Lin Xiaoya articulated each word with precision. It is the relentless pursuit of development. When the jobs we can offer, the wages we can pay, and the wealth we can create far surpass what they can provide, their blockade will merely be a jest. Just then, the office door was flung open with force. An Uchiha ninja responsible for intelligence rushed in, panic etched across his face. Lord Madara, Lady Xiaoya. His voice trembled with urgency. Something has happened. Chakra surged within Uchiha Madara's body. The main force of the Yu clan is mobilizing. Coming for us? Uchiha Madara's Sharingan instinctively manifested. The ninja shook his head violently, a profound confusion and fear etched on his face. No. Their target is Konoha town. Intelligence indicates that the second son of the Yu clan, Yu Jing, has personally led 50 elite ninjas, racing towards Konoha town. He intends to massacre the city. Chapter 84, Madara's Gaze. Massacre. These two words froze the air in the office before it erupted. What? Uchiha Taihuo exclaimed, disbelief coursing through him. The messenger ninja had collapsed to the ground, merely repeating, Yu-E Jing, 50 elite, target Konoha town. The red chakra emanating from Uchiha Madara became visibly turbulent. The ferocity of his murderous intent caused the wooden structure of the room to groan under the strain. They seek death. He uttered those 4 words. His form already a blur as he dashed out of the office. Stop. Lin Xiaoya spoke. Her command was light, yet it halted the impending shadow at the door. Uchiha Madara turned, his crimson Sharingan locking onto her fiercely. The aura of death felt like a tangible blade, slicing across Lin Xiaoya's face. You wish to stop me? You will not arrive in time. Ignoring the near-lethal pressure, Lin Xiaoya approached the map, her finger tracing the distance between Taoyuan village and Konoha town. Traveling at full speed. It would take at least a day and night. By the time you arrive, Konoha town will be a wasteland. Uchiha Taihuo felt his heart plummet. This was the harsh truth. The Yu-E clan's journey from their main city was considerably shorter than Uchiha Madara's from this location. What then? Just watch as they. Uchiha Taihuo's words dripped with despair. Lin Xiaoya did not respond. She turned to the now-dazed messenger ninja. How long has Yu-E Jing been on the move? Approximately 2 hours ago. The speed of intelligence transmission is once every hour. Thus, they have already been traveling for at least 3 hours. Lin Xiaoya calculated rapidly. How much longer could Konoha town endure? There is only a small team of genin. They could be breached in no more than half an hour. It's over. The dread of that phrase loomed in everyone's mind. Too late, Uchiha Taihuo murmured. Not yet. Lin Xiaoya interrupted him. She stepped in front of Uchiha Taihuo, seizing the charcoal pencil and blank scroll from his hands. Now, in the highest name of the order department, I declare an S-rank emergency mission. Her words flowed swiftly, yet everyone was crystal clear. Mission title, Defense of Konoha Town. Mission content, at all costs, defend Konoha Town until reinforcements from Taoyuan village arrive. Mission objective, repel all invading ninjas from the Yu-E clan. Uchiha Taihuo stared at her, utterly bewildered. Who is this for? Our people are. For everyone. Lin Xiaoya declared. All ninjas registered in the mission hall. Utilize the most urgent carrier pigeon channels to inform every single one. Why would they go? Uchiha Taihuo posed the crucial question. They were the elite of the Yu-E clan. Why would those wandering ninjas risk their lives? For the reward. Lin Xiaoya inscribed a line on the scroll. Eliminate a regular Yu-E ninja, reward 50,000 Ryo. Eliminate a Yu-E elite jounin, reward 200,000 Ryo. Capture or eliminate Yu-E Jing, reward 1 million Ryo. All ninjas participating in the defense of the town, regardless of outcome, may claim 10,000 Ryo in compensation or war funds from Taoyuan village post-battle with their identity token. Uchiha Taihuo gazed at the series of numbers, his breath hitching. Madness. This woman has completely lost her mind. This is a war fought with money. You intend to pit a group of mercenaries motivated by financial gain against a clan of elite ninjas with centuries of heritage? Uchiha Madara's voice carried an absurd incredulity. No. Lin Xiaoya raised her head, meeting his gaze. I am imparting a lesson to everyone. Why does the Yu-E clan intend to massacre the city? Because Tanaka Rice Shop accepted our mission. They aim to set an example. They wish to convey to all that defying the rules of Taoyuan village equals death. Therefore, we must win this battle. Moreover, it cannot be won by the Uchiha. Lin Xiaoya's hand pressed heavily on the map. It must be those merchants, porters, and wandering ninjas who accepted our mission that must secure victory themselves. We must show the entire ninja world that adhering to our rules yields wealth and a future, while those who attempt to disrupt the order will become prey for others seeking bounty. This is not merely a defense of a town. It is the safeguarding of the new order we have established. The office fell into a deathly silence. Uchiha Madara regarded her, observing this woman, who in the face of despair, exhibited no trace of panic, instead employing an icy rationality to swiftly construct a framework for counterattack. She had not even considered the lives of Konoha Town's residents. In her calculations, Konoha Town, the Tanaka Rice Shop, and even Yu-E Jing were mere variables within this grand transformation, mere weights to validate her rules. She was willing to sacrifice a town's destruction as a flag for her order. This ruthlessness, this determination, sent a shiver through Uchiha Madara. Yet, concurrently, It fostered an unprecedented sense of strong identification. This is the kind of person capable of changing the world. Not the naive idealism of Senju Hashirama, but rather someone who merges ideals with reality through the most brutal means, a true warlord. Taihuo, Uchiha Madara spoke. Yes, proceed as she instructed. Utilize all intelligence channels to disseminate this bounty proclamation to every corner of the Southern Fire Nation. Understood. Uchiha Taihuo accepted the command and dashed out with the scroll, which bore the potential to incite madness throughout the entire Fire Nation. In the office, only Lin Xiaoya and Uchiha Madara remained. Are you not afraid that those wandering ninjas will take the money and run, or that they might not even be worth the fight? Uchiha Madara inquired. I am. Lin Xiaoya admitted candidly, but this is a risk that must be taken. The establishment of a new system always demands bloodshed. She paused before adding, at least it is not our blood that is shed. Uchiha Madara suddenly smiled, a genuine expression of admiration. He approached Lin Xiaoya and picked up the scroll regarding the golden ointment from the daimyo's commission. The Yui clan is merely the beginning. In the future, many will seek to challenge your order. I know, she replied. You will need a sufficiently sharp sword to eliminate those who disregard the rules. Lin Xiaoya remained silent. I will become that sword, Uchiha Madara declared. This was not a suggestion, it was a proclamation. He gazed at her, no longer viewing her merely as a collaborator, but as a precious treasure he longed to possess. This woman would be his, not just for her intellect and plans, but for her very being. He intended to inscribe her with the Uchiha mark, to keep her by his side eternally, constructing an unending blueprint for his envisioned world. Lin Xiaoya seemed oblivious to the shift in his thoughts, her entire focus immersed in the vast strategic map unfolding in her mind. Warning, the probability of a collapse in the defense model of Konoha Town is 924. Variable injected, S-rank, bounty mission, re-evaluating, detected within a 50-mile radius. A total of 17 registered ninjas, including 11 genin, 5 chunin, and 1 special jonin. Analysis indicates that 7 will likely observe, 8 will attempt to approach, and 2 will engage directly. Model adjustment collapse probability, 81. The odds remained alarmingly high, yet there was a glimmer of hope. Just then, Uchiha Madara's figure vanished from her side. Where are you going? Lin Xiaoya instinctively asked. The air lingered with his final words, to watch a performance. To see if the beast driven by your gold can take down a true tiger. A quarter of an hour later, in the dense forest 10 miles outside Konoha Town, Yu Yijing signaled to the 50 elite ninjas behind him to halt. Ahead lay Konoha Town. A cruel smile curved his lips as he commanded, leave no survivors. I want everyone to witness the fate of those who betray the Yui. Yes. However, just as he was about to order the charge, a clan scout suddenly dashed back, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Lord Jing, something seems off. What do you mean? Jing furrowed his brow. What kind of people? Not the Uchiha reinforcements, the ninja hesitated, but a horde of stragglers. They are coming from all directions, some are lone wolves, while others are small groups. They seem to be converging towards Konoha Town. Chapter 85. The oath under the moon. The night was as deep as ink. In the makeshift order department office, the lights burned brightly. The air was saturated with the scent of ink and paper, mingled with a faint hint of blood. It wafted from Konoha Town, hundreds of miles away, carried by the wings of carrier pigeons. Lin Xiaoya stood before a massive map, the location of Konoha Town marked by a vivid red circle, surrounded by countless smaller dots. Each point represented a ninja responding to the bounty or a team motivated by gold. Preliminary review of the Konoha Town battle. Our side, 37 registered ninjas participated, approximately 150 armed civilians and merchant escorts. Enemy, 51 elite ninjas from the Yui clan, led by Yu Yijing. Casualty assessment. 12 of our ninjas perished, 21 were severely injured, and over 80 civilians lost their lives. The enemy was annihilated. Yu Yijing was besieged by 3 squads, leaving no trace. Conclusion. The bounty mission was successful. The deterrent power of the order has been initially established. Cost. Direct payments of bounties and compensations totaled 2.65 million Ryo. Konoha's economic system has collapsed, requiring at least 3 months for reconstruction. A stream of cold numbers flowed through Lin Xiaoya's mind. This was a Pyrrhic victory, one bought with gold and lives. She felt no joy. War was never an occasion for celebration, even for the victors. The door to the office was silently pushed open, and Uchiha Madara's figure merged with the shadows of the room. He brought with him the chill of the night and the scent of smoke. He had indeed witnessed the chaotic and bloody hunt unleashed by the beasts he had spoken of. What was the outcome? Lin Xiaoya did not turn around. The beasts killed the tiger. Uchiha Madara stepped beside her, standing together in front of the map. Though he too bore scars, his words were as succinct as ever. Imbued with a strange complexity, an astonishment at the greed and courage displayed by the wandering ninjas, coupled with disdain for the Yu-E clan's vulnerability. Was it worth it? He asked. To exchange over 2 million ryo and half a town for the life of a mere ninja clan's child and the so-called order deterrence? In traditional ninja thought, this transaction seemed a grave loss. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. What we acquired was not merely Yu-E Jing's life, but the confidence of all merchants, the ambition of all lower-tier ninjas, and the reassessment from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Most importantly, it is our future. Her words were clear and resolute. Uchiha Madara silently regarded her, the flicker of candlelight dancing in his profound gaze. The moonlight outside was cold as water, casting a surreal outline upon her. Suddenly, he found the atmosphere in the office somewhat stifling. The maps, the intelligence, the grand plans concerning the future, all became blurred at that moment. The only clarity lay in the woman before him. She was calm, rational, and powerful, leveraging the decaying world in ways he had never imagined. He desired her. This thought was no longer a vague admiration or a calculation based on interests, but a surging, primal desire to possess her, almost overwhelming. Stay by my side, Uchiha Madara declared, his words unembellished, direct, and domineering, akin to an inescapable decree. Lin Xiaoya paused slightly. New variable input, Uchiha Madara's emotional projection. Analyzing its long-term impact on the Peach Blossom Village plan. Risk assessment. Emotional attachment may lead to irrational decision-making, decreasing success rates by 173. Benefit assessment. Securing Uchiha Madara's complete loyalty and military support would enhance plan execution efficiency by 312. Lin Xiaoya dismissed the chilling analysis from her mind. This was not a project to calculate gains and losses. Uchiha Madara did not allow her time for contemplation. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them to a mere arm's length. The aura of a powerful man, mingled with his unique presence, enveloped her instantly. I will realize your blueprint, he promised. This was the highest acknowledgement of her intellect. I will safeguard your safety, he proclaimed, an absolute confidence in his strength. Any woman would likely crumble before such declarations, but Lin Xiaoya was not one of them. She merely observed him, maintaining her own rhythm amidst the almost suffocating powerful aura. After a long moment, she finally spoke. Madara. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in his ears. What you desire is an ally, a tool, or a companion who walks alongside you. Allies can betray, tools can be discarded, while a companion implies equality, a meeting of souls, and an absolute trust that allows one to expose their back to the other. This question, like the sharpest of blades, sliced through all pretenses of dominance, piercing directly into the depths of his true thoughts. Uchiha Madara's breath momentarily faltered. He had fought throughout his life, and never had anyone dared to question him in such a manner. He assumed that the protection and promises he offered were the ultimate bestowals. Yet this woman demanded something more fundamental from him. What she sought was not his protection, nor his power, but his acknowledgement, a recognition that stemmed from the soul, an acknowledgement of equality. The air seemed to thicken, becoming almost tangible. In the office, only the faint crackling of the burning candle remained. Uchiha Madara gazed at her, into those eyes illuminated by the moonlight, clear and resolute. In those eyes, there was no admiration, no fear, only an earnest exploration. Suddenly, he smiled, not with a cold, murderous grin, nor with amusement, but with the exhilaration of having found a kindred spirit. What I desire, he spoke slowly, each word imbued with an air of sovereignty, is for this world to bow at my feet. He did not respond to any of her options. Instead, he provided his own, a fourth answer. He stepped forward once more, extending his hand to gently grasp her wrist. Her wrist was slender, exuding a slight chill, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. Yet he merely held it. And you, he fixed his gaze upon her, his scarlet Sharingan swirling slowly, reflecting her small form. You are to stand by my side and witness all of this. This was neither a request nor a negotiation. It was his decree. He had reserved for her the sole position of equality in this world he was about to conquer. Under the moonlight, a vow was forged. Lin Xiaoya did not pull away. She simply raised her head to meet his crimson gaze, clearly articulating 4 words. Then you better be ready. Chapter 86, Madara's Answer. Then you better be ready. These 4 words, light yet bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, fell into the candlelit and moonlit office, stirring no echoes, only thickening the already stagnant air. Uchiha Madara's grip on Lin Xiaoya's wrist remained unyielding. His fingertips, rough from years of wielding weapons, caressed her delicate skin. It was an examination, a measurement, a probing attempt to see through her entirely. Throughout his life, he had been at odds with the world. He was accustomed to solitude, accustomed to being misunderstood. His strength served as both his armor and his prison. He once believed he would traverse this path forever, until all dissenters were crushed or he himself was reduced to ashes. Until this woman appeared. She presented to him a possibility he had never comprehended yet was compelled to acknowledge, not through greater force to destroy, but through superior order to replace. This question had long haunted him. Ally? Tool? No, neither. I once thought strength was everything. Uchiha Madara finally broke the suffocating silence. I can cause mountains to crumble and seas to rage, yet I cannot make anyone comprehend the path beneath my feet. His words lacked the usual dominance and bloodshed. Instead, they bore an untranslatable desolation, an isolation felt by one standing atop the world, yet utterly alone. They fear me, obey me, yet never understand me. That naive fool, Hashirama, believes love can change everything. But he does not grasp that peace without an iron fist is but a fragile bubble. He released her wrist, then lifted his hand to gently trace her cheek with his fingertip. This motion, in stark contrast to his brutal aura, exuded a strange tenderness that could almost be deemed cherished. But you are different. He gazed deeply into her eyes, where the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun slowly, as if attempting to absorb her very soul. You are the only one who can walk with me and see what I see. This statement was his answer, not an ally, not a tool, and certainly not a subordinate. She was a companion, the sole individual worthy of standing beside him, surveying the empire he was destined to conquer. Warning: significant deviation detected in Uchiha Madara's emotional model. Recalibrating partnership definition. Definition updated. Highest priority ally changed to bonded partner. Risk alert. This bond is irreversible and will fundamentally impact all future plans. Confirm? Lin Xiaoya's mind blared unprecedented alarms from the blueprint system. She remained silent. For in her own world, she had never had a companion. She looked at the man before her, the one later known as the Shura of the shinobi world, who ignited endless warfare. At that moment, he laid bare his most profound core, that solitude misunderstood by the world. And she understood. In the next instant, her world spun. Uchiha Madara grasped her nape, leaning down to kiss her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was one filled with a predatory intensity, imbued with a sense of declaration. It carried his unique essence, a mixture of iron and blood, along with the faint scent of ozone produced by the burning chakra, invading all her senses without hesitation. This was not a request. It was a brand, a means of inscribing his will, his existence, into her life in the most primal and direct manner. Lin Xiaoya's mind momentarily went blank. All calculations, all deductions, dissolved into a chaotic stream of data under this sudden impact. She did not struggle. Time lost meaning. Perhaps it was an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. Eventually, Uchiha Madara drew back slightly, his forehead resting against hers. Their breaths intertwined, heated and rapid. The air in the office grew thin and suffocating. At such proximity, she could distinctly see her reflection in his pupils, small, yet unique. From this day forth, your enemies shall be my enemies. His declaration rang with authority. Your blueprint is the will of the Uchiha. This was no longer a private promise. It was a vow binding her intentions to the future of the entire Uchiha clan, a covenant of souls. He offered her the sharpest sword to clear all obstacles. She would build the most solid nation for him, realizing his ambitions. Together, they would become the most indomitable community in this chaotic world. The air in the office began to flow again. The candlelight flickered, casting their shadows on the wall, intertwining in a manner that made them indistinguishable. He hesitated then. In a near whisper yet unwaveringly resolute, he completed the final piece of the puzzle. And you, Lin Xiaoya, you belong to me. System rebooting. Emotional binding protocol confirmed. Paradise plan core decision-making body restructuring. Risk assessment model collapsing and rebuilding. Warning, Decision-maker Lin Xiaoya's logic module exhibiting uncontrollable fluctuations. Warning, unknown variable detected, love. This variable cannot be quantified, analyzed, or predicted. Final assessment, success rate of the plan, unknown. Lin Xiaoya disregarded the cacophony of alarms echoing within her mind. She merely raised her hand to steady herself against the edge of the desk, bracing her somewhat weakened body. She gazed intently at Uchiha Madara, observing the profound depths of his Sharingan, heightened by the stirrings of emotion. She parted her lips, yearning to articulate her thoughts, perhaps to assert that he was overly domineering, or to declare that she was no one's possession. Ultimately, however, she found herself uttering an unexpected remark. Your kissing skills are rather lacking. For a fleeting moment, Uchiha Madara froze, seemingly caught off guard by such an evaluation during a moment so solemn and charged with conquest. He regarded her, noting the clarity and rationality returning to her eyes, now tinged with a hint of critique. A soft chuckle escaped him, resonating in his chest, rich with delight and a hint of indulgent resignation. Is that so? He murmured, leaning in once more. Then we shall practice more. This statement was not a question, nor did it allow for any negotiation. It was a conclusion, Madara's sole verdict on her claim of poor kissing skills. This time, the ferocity and aggression of their initial encounter had dissipated, replaced by a slow and meticulous exploration imbued with a sense of punishment. He was like the most exacting craftsman, inexorably correcting what he deemed her flaws, forcefully imparting his rhythm, his breath, his will upon her. The enormous map in the office, marked with red circles representing interests and conflicts, lost all significance within the suffocating intimacy. Lin Xiaoya's fingers tightened around the desk's edge. Warning, physiological indicators of the decision-maker show severe fluctuations. Heart rate, 132. Blood pressure, elevated. Cortisol levels, exceeding limits. Logic module overload. Immediate interruption of external high-intensity emotional input is advised. Attempts to reboot rational analysis unit failed. The alarms in her mind became distant and hazy for the first time. She found herself ensnared in a realm entirely dictated by another, devoid of blueprints, data, or future plans. Only the primal, malevolent strength of masculinity, powerful enough to instill terror. Finally, as the air in her lungs began to dwindle, Uchiha Madara released her. Though he did not retreat far, their foreheads remained pressed together, their heated breaths intertwining like an invisible web. And now? He inquired, his voice low, laced with a barely perceptible satisfaction. Lin Xiaoya did not respond. She simply gasped, striving to quell the tempest he had ignited within her. She raised her hand to rest against his chest, creating a slight distance, a gesture that granted her the freedom to breathe and reclaim a fragment of cognitive space. Are you always this domineering? She asked, her voice wavering with unsteady breaths. What I desire is undoubtedly mine, Uchiha Madara replied, as if it were self-evident, denying her the opportunity to pursue the topic further. He straightened, the suffocating pressure easing slightly. Then, he performed an unexpected act. From his collar, he produced a jade pendant tied with a black cord, an ancient, dark-hued jade that radiated a soft glow under the candlelight. Engraved upon it was a design she recognized all too well, a flame-shaped fan, the emblem of the Uchiha clan. This pendant was a hereditary token passed down by the Uchiha clan leader. Madara's expression hardened once more, as if the aggressive man from moments ago had been but a fleeting illusion. He held the pendant out towards Lin Xiaoya, signifying the highest command of the Uchiha. Only the clan leader and his recognized partner were entitled to wear it. After a momentary mental lapse, Lin Xiaoya's mind began to function once more. New object input, Uchiha clan leader's token. Permission level analysis, S. Represents absolute command over all Uchiha clan members, excluding the clan leader. Associated risk assessment. Possessing this token means becoming the primary target of all hostile forces against the Uchiha. Additionally, facing scrutiny and challenges from conservative factions within the Uchiha is inevitable. Risk coefficient, 987. Associated benefit assessment. Grants access to the Uchiha clan's military and resource authority. The execution capability of the Peach Blossom Paradise plan will experience exponential enhancement. Benefit coefficient, 7214. The risks were exorbitantly high, as were the potential rewards. She hesitated before reaching for it. Do you understand what giving this to me entails? She asked. It means that from this day forth, the power of the Uchiha is at your disposal, Madara stated, not allowing her a moment of indecision. He seized her hand, placing the jade pendant, warmed by his touch, into her palm. "To see this jade is to see me," he proclaimed, each word bearing the weight of mountains, crushing down upon Lin Xiaoya's heart. This was not merely a declaration of affection, but an authorization, a heavy burden entrusting the fate of an entire clan to her. She examined the jade fan nestled in her palm, small yet surprisingly weighty, enough to cause her hand to sink slightly. "The elders of the Uchiha will not agree." She voiced the most pragmatic concern. "An unknown woman, lacking lineage or achievements, has no right to supersede all Uchiha." "They will." Madara's response was resolute. He moved behind her, retrieving the pendant from her grasp before bending down to tie the black cord around her neck. His fingers inevitably brushed against the skin of her nape, a chill that made her shudder almost imperceptibly. The dark jade pendant dangled against her chest, the smooth stone pressing against her heart through her clothing. System protocol updated. Bonding relationship confirmed. Uchiha power module permissions unlocked. Warning: you have become the second-in-command decision-maker of the Uchiha. All your actions will directly influence the future trajectory of this clan. Please proceed with caution. Madara did not withdraw. He placed his hands on her shoulders, gently turning her to face the vast map. The candlelight in the office cast their shadows upon the map, elongating, twisting, until they merged entirely, covering the entire landscape of the Land of Fire. "I have said before, I want this world to yield." His breath warmed her ear. "And you shall stand by my side, witnessing it all." His hands on her shoulders were steady and powerful, a support that was impossible to refuse, as well as a restraint that could not be escaped. Lin Xiaoya raised her hand, clutching the jade pendant against her chest. The warmth of the stone had been tempered by her body heat. She gazed at the map, her eyes drawn to the red circle she had drawn around Konoha and further afield to the territories belonging to the Senju clan, along with the numerous markings representing countless smaller clans. She understood that from the moment she donned the pendant, her blueprint would no longer be solely her own. It would transform into the war machine of the Uchiha, crushing through this era, and she would be the one holding the reins, determining its course. "Tomorrow," Madara's voice broke through her reverie from behind her. "You will meet with the Elder Council." The words of Uchiha Madara fell like the final stone from a great height, shattering the lingering warmth and ambiguity within the confines of the office, leaving only the cold, unyielding reality of politics. He released his hand from her shoulder, turned, and strode towards the door without a backward glance or an extraneous word. The man who had just kissed her breathless seemed to be two entirely different beings from the clan leader who was now stepping into the night. The door swung open and then closed. In the room, only Lin Xiaoya remained. She maintained her stance facing the map, her body somewhat rigid. Against her chest, the dark jade pendant pressed against her skin through the fabric of her clothing, its warmth gradually being infused by the rhythm of her heartbeat. System protocol update complete. Uchiha power module, access granted. You have become the second-in-command decision-maker of the Uchiha clan. The prompts echoed in her mind, clear and cold, devoid of emotion. Lin Xiaoya raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the jade pendant, smooth, warm, and imbued with the residual warmth of another second-in-command decision-maker. This small pendant bore a weight heavier than any vow. She exhaled slowly, attempting to calm the chaotic rhythm of her breath and heartbeat. The logic module remained a chaotic array of red lights, unable to reboot. The unknown variable called love rampaged through her meticulously ordered world like an insidious virus. For the first time, she found herself incapable of making any effective predictions about the future. As night faded and dawn broke, the Uchiha estate stood solemn and imposing within the morning mist. Lin Xiaoya had not slept a wink. She did not dwell on how to confront the elder's scrutiny, nor did she strategize the next phase of economic expansion. Her mind was, unusually, a blank slate. Instead, she replayed every detail of the previous night, the predatory kiss, the declaration of possession, and the jade pendant that now lay quietly beneath her clothing. A gentle knock resonated at the door. "Lady Xiaoya, Lord Madara requests that you prepare yourself." Outside stood Uchiha Tetsahira, his voice laced with a deliberately lowered respect. "Understood," Lin Xiaoya replied. She approached the mirror. The woman reflected back appeared somewhat pale, yet her eyes remained clear and bright. She retrieved the jade pendant from her collar, allowing it to dangle freely. The black cord and dark jade contrasted sharply against her simple attire, making it strikingly prominent. This was the weapon bestowed upon her by Uchiha Madara. Her armor for the battlefield. She needed to ensure that all who beheld her recognized her banner at first glance. Upon stepping out of her room, Uchiha Madara awaited her in the courtyard. He had donned a more formal dark clan robe, the enormous fan emblem emblazoned on his back, radiating an aura of impending confrontation. He said nothing, merely cast a glance her way. His gaze lingering for half a second on the pendant at her chest before he turned and made his way deeper into the estate. Lin Xiaoya followed closely behind, the two moving silently through the corridor. The Uchiha clansmen they passed bowed deeply, their expressions mingling reverence with curiosity, stealing glances at the woman who trailed behind their clan leader, along with the pendant that could stop the heart of any Uchiha. The oppressive atmosphere thickened in silence. As they approached the doors of the Elder's chamber, a figure emerged swiftly from the side corridor. Brother. It was Uchiha Izuna. His steps were hurried, as if he bore urgent news for Uchiha Madara. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoya walking alongside his brother, his words faltered. His gaze swept over her face before abruptly freezing, fixating on the dark jade pendant at her chest. In that instant, the color drained from Uchiha Izuna's face. Brother, his voice trembled, heavy with disbelief. You possess the clan leader's insignia. He could not finish his sentence, for Uchiha Madara merely regarded him with an unwavering calm, an absolute tranquility that brooked no argument. My decision. Uchiha Madara spoke, 4 words that carried more weight than any explanation. They proclaimed that this was not an impulsive act, but a deliberate, irrevocable choice made after thorough contemplation. Uchiha Izuna's body swayed slightly. He understood better than anyone what the pendant represented. It was not merely a symbol of supreme command. Within the Uchiha clan, it held a deeper meaning, a testament to the clan leader's singular partner for life, irrevocably entwined with the fate of the entire clan. His mind buzzed. The woman who had saved his life, the one who had brought unimaginable wealth to the Uchiha through her remarkable means, the woman who had elicited emotions from his brother that he had never witnessed before. So, this was how far things had progressed. He yearned to question, to ask his brother if he had been bewitched by this enigmatic woman. He wished to inquire how reckless it was to entrust the future of the Uchiha to an outsider. Yet, when he gazed into Uchiha Madara's eyes, all words lodged in his throat. Those eyes held no madness, no confusion, only a profound sense of peace, as if he had found his sanctuary. It was something he had never seen in his brother before. A lengthy, suffocating silence enveloped them. The air seemed to thicken. Uchiha Izuna's gaze slowly shifted from his brother's face to Lin Xiaoya. He studied her, this woman standing calmly beside his brother, unperturbed as she adorned the highest insignia of the Uchiha clan. She offered no explanation, no defense, nor did she exhibit the slightest trace of anxiety. She simply stood there, as if she were destined to occupy that position. After a long pause, Uchiha Izuna gradually relaxed his tense shoulders. He comprehended, fully and completely, his brother had not been deceived. He had found a companion who could stand beside him and share in his towering ambitions. Uchiha Izuna slowly sheathed all his sharpness and scrutiny. He bowed deeply to Lin Xiaoya, a gesture that embodied the utmost respect of a subordinate to a superior, a clan member to the matriarch. Then he spoke, his voice clear and respectful. Miss Xiaoya. Chapter 89. The Judgment of the Elders. Miss Xiaoya. These words, articulated by Uchiha Izuna, resonated with clarity and respect, yet bore a stiffness as though forcibly contorted. They struck like a hammer, shattering the air that had grown so thick it seemed on the verge of freezing. Uchiha Madara did not turn to look at his brother. He merely continued forward. Lin Xiaoya offered no response to Uchiha Izuna's bow. She simply matched her pace with Uchiha Madara, walking side by side towards the ancient, weighty wooden doors that symbolized the core of Uchiha power. Uchiha Izuna straightened, gazing at their departing figures. His brother's silhouette remained broad and imposing, exuding an air of sovereign authority. In contrast, the woman's figure was slender and upright, yet seemed to embody the strength capable of supporting an entire sky. They walked together, hand in hand, without words. Yet, that profound sense of connection, an atmosphere that seemed impervious to the intrusion of the outside world, allowed Uchiha Izuna to, for the first time, genuinely comprehend his brother's decision. Perhaps, this truly was the optimal choice for the Uchiha clan. The doors of the Elder Council slid silently open, revealing a blend of aged wood and incense that enveloped the air. The ambience was dark and oppressive, a stark contrast to the bright and airy red brick edifices constructed by Lin Xiaoya. In the center of the room, 8 venerable elders, clad in dark kimonos, sat cross-legged. They embodied the living history of the Uchiha clan, guardians of its lineage and traditions. Each elder bore the weight of wars and the passage of time upon their shoulders. Though their chakra may have waned, the aura of authority they exuded remained palpable. As Uchiha Madara and Lin Xiaoya entered, the 8 scrutinizing gazes immediately converged upon them. Their eyes bypassed the clan leader, Uchiha Madara, like daggers aimed at Lin Xiaoya, particularly at the striking dark fan she bore upon her chest. Environmental scan, enclosed space. No physical traps. Biometric analysis. 8 targets. Average age 674 years. Chakra levels diminished, yet mental energy highly concentrated. Threat assessment. Political threat level S. Physical threat level C. Lin Xiaoya's blueprint system methodically assessed the predicament before her. Madara, you have returned, intoned the leading elder, his voice slow and deliberate. His gaunt visage and sunken eyes identified him as Uchiha Shana, the head of the council. He completely disregarded Lin Xiaoya, as if she were merely a wisp of air. Indeed, came Madara's terse reply. He did not assume his rightful position as clan leader, but instead positioned himself alongside Lin Xiaoya in the center of the room. This gesture alone was a declaration of intent. You must understand, the council meetings are strictly for the core bloodline of the Uchiha clan, another elder pronounced coldly. His gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoya without reservation. She is qualified, Madara responded succinctly. Qualified? Uchiha Jin scoffed, his laughter echoing harshly in the quiet chamber. What merit does an outsider woman possess to stand here? Is it merely the jade pendant you bestowed upon her? His gaze finally met Lin Xiaoya's. The clan leader's token is meant for a matriarch who can bring honor and a future to the Uchiha, not for a mere merchant who meddles with soil and gold. As his words hung in the air, the temperature in the room plummeted. A vast and violent chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara, his crimson Sharingan spinning wildly. The palpable intent to kill made the wooden structure of the room groan under the pressure. The bodies of the 8 elders involuntarily tensed. Confronted by the most formidable clan leader in Uchiha history, a man capable of standing against the entire ninja world. My decision is not open to discussion, Madara stated. Each word like a dagger forced through clenched teeth. I am here to inform you. From this day forth, to see her is to see me. Her will is the will of the Uchiha. Authoritative and unyielding, such was Uchiha Madara. Yet, in this tense moment, a hand gently pressed against his poised arm. It was Lin Xiaoya, who dared to intervene. Under the incredulous gazes of the elders, this woman had the audacity to touch a lion on the verge of rage. Madara hesitated, turning his gaze toward Lin Xiaoya. The fiery anger in his Sharingan began to miraculously subside as it met her calm eyes. Lin Xiaoya released her grip and stepped forward, standing alone before the 8 Uchiha elders. She did not direct her gaze at the leading elder, Uchiha Shana, but instead focused on the elder who had referred to her as a merchant. You are correct, she began, her voice cool, steady, devoid of emotion. I am merely a merchant. Therefore, I wish to settle accounts with you, esteemed elders. Settle accounts? The assembly was momentarily stunned. 3 months ago, the Uchiha clan incurred losses amounting to 3 million ryo for executing an S-ranked mission. Equipment replenishment cost 120,000 ryo. Intelligence expenditures were 80,000 ryo. The total is 5 million ryo. Meanwhile, the total income from tasks during the same period was 480,000 ryo. This means, each month, the Uchiha's glory incurs a loss of 200,000 ryo. Lin Xiaoya's voice remained unhurried, yet each figure she presented sliced through the Uchiha's polished exterior, exposing their precarious reality. The elders' expressions darkened instantly. These were the clan's most confidential secrets. How could this woman be so well-informed? Their gazes instinctively shifted to Uchiha Madara, who stood with crossed arms, offering no reaction, tacitly confirming her claims. And now, Lin Xiaoya continued. The agency rights for the medicinal powder yield us a net profit of 300,000 ryo per month. The salt trade brings in a monthly profit of 450,000 ryo. The recent military order commissioned by the daimyo included a down payment of 10 million ryo. With the soil and gold you disdain, I have generated nearly 20 million ryo for the Uchiha within a single quarter. This wealth could equip 1,000 Uchiha shinobi with the finest armor and weapons, reducing casualty rates by at least 30% in any conflict. It would ensure that every Uchiha child receives the best nutrition and education before entering the ninja academy. She paused, surveying the 8 frozen faces before her. Esteemed elders, do you still believe that wealth and glory are 2 separate entities? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Uchiha Jin regarded the woman before him. She had not contested her identity, nor emphasized the clan leader's favor, nor attempted to showcase any strength. She simply laid down the facts, binding their proud glory to the stark reality of profit with a series of cold, irrefutable numbers. She conveyed that what she brought was not an ethereal future, but tangible means to fortify the Uchiha and enhance their existence. After a prolonged moment, Uchiha Jin's frail body slowly leaned forward, his forehead touching the tatami mat before him. It was a posture of submission. The Uchiha needs you, he uttered, exerting every ounce of strength to voice the declaration. As this elder bowed, the remaining 7 followed suit, gradually lowering their proud heads. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Uchiha Madara observed this scene, witnessing the woman who single-handedly commanded the respect of the entire Elder Council. A tumultuous mix of pride and possessiveness surged within him. This was the one he had chosen. However, just as all believed the matter was settled, a discordant voice abruptly pierced the air. Wealth can be plundered. Hearts can be bought, came the words of a seated elder at the far end, his head bowed, yet laced with bitterness and sharpness. But the Uchiha bloodline is unique. Irreplaceable. He abruptly lifted his gaze, locking his eyes on Lin Xiaoya, and questioned each word with gravity. How can an outsider like you perpetuate this most revered bloodline of the Uchiha? Chapter 90. The expansion of the alliance, bloodline. The supreme bloodline. This term, akin to the most ancient and resilient vine, entwines itself around the very foundation of the Uchiha clan. The words of the last elder struck at the heart of all issues. Wealth can be generated, and hearts can be won. But the essence of the Uchiha lies in that pair of Sharingan, in the singular, millennia-old legacy of power. How can an outsider woman continue this lineage? This question rendered the atmosphere, previously subdued, once again sharp and tense. Uchiha Xuan, who had just bowed his head, felt the inclination to raise it anew. The other elders also tensed their bodies again. They could bow for profit, but they could never compromise on fundamental principles. The murderous intent of Uchiha Madara began to coalesce once more. This time, Lin Xiaoya did not intervene. She merely observed the elder who posed the question with calmness. What do you believe is the continuation of the Uchiha? She inquired. It is, of course, to give birth to stronger descendants who inherit our bloodline limit. The elder responded without hesitation. Then, may I ask, esteemed elder, Lin Xiaoya's tone shifted in the past century. How many children of the Uchiha with Sharingan have perished before the age of 15? How many esteemed clansmen have succumbed to infections from minor injuries sustained during missions? The elder's breath hitched. A clan that cannot ensure the survival of its members can hardly speak of continuation. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, her shadow elongated by the candlelight, nearly engulfing half the room. Continuation is not merely the act of reproduction. It is the survival of the entire clan. The wealth I bring is exchanged for fine armor, the best medicine, and ample sustenance. These can allow the Uchiha, who should have perished, to live on. Is this not continuation? The system I establish ensures that the risks of missions are precisely assessed, that logistical supplies are no longer delayed, and that every clan member's worth is acknowledged. This allows the strength of the Uchiha to be more efficiently transformed into victories, rather than senseless sacrifices. Is this not continuation? The future I envision will have secure towns, ninja schools that do not require killing from a young age, and an environment where every Uchiha child can grow up safely. Each of her words struck the elders like heavy stones, leaving them breathless. What you seek is the birth of a potentially powerful future, while what I offer is a present for every Uchiha. Lin Xiaoya withdrew her steps, returning to stand beside Uchiha Madara. She did not glance at the elders, whose faces had turned ashen. Instead, she surveyed the dim, stale room. The glory of the bloodline requires the living to carry it, otherwise, it merely becomes a fading surname on a gravestone. Having uttered this, she fell silent. The room descended into a weightier silence than death itself. The murderous aura surrounding Uchiha Madara had inexplicably dissipated. He gazed at the woman beside him. She had not employed any ornate language. She had simply laid bare the harshest of realities before everyone. She redefined continuation in a manner that was irrefutable and beyond challenge. My partner does not need children to prove her worth, Uchiha Madara finally spoke. His words served as the final verdict in this debate. Her intellect is the most precious bloodline of the Uchiha. With that, he grasped Lin Xiaoya's hand and turned, striding towards the door, offering not a single word more to the elders. As they exited through the heavy wooden door, basking once more in sunlight, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Tetsuhebe awaited anxiously in the courtyard. Brother, Miss Xiaoya, Izuna approached. It is resolved, Uchiha Madara stated succinctly. Uchiha Tetsuhebe immediately bowed. Lord Madara, Lady Xiaoya. The representatives of the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi clans have arrived and are waiting in meeting room 3. Understood, Uchiha Madara released Lin Xiaoya's hand. You may go. This is your battlefield. Lin Xiaoya nodded, offering no further words, and proceeded directly toward the newly completed administrative building. Uchiha Madara remained in place, watching her retreating figure. Izuna approached his side. Brother, regarding the elders. They will come to understand, Uchiha Madara replied. But concerning the bloodline. Izuna hesitated. Uchiha Madara interrupted him. Izuna, which do you believe is more vital for our clan at present? A mind capable of reducing the Uchiha's casualty rate by 30%. Or a descendant bearing the Uchiha bloodline? Uchiha Izuna fell silent. In the meeting room, bright and transparent, a massive round oak table replaced the traditional linear table that delineated hierarchy. The current clan leaders of the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi clans sat somewhat uneasily. They formed the Ino Shikicho, the most harmonious combination on the battlefield and the closest allies in private. Yet at this moment, they faced a vast and unknown entity greater than any adversary. The Peach Blossom Village, a faction led by the Uchiha and that mysterious woman, had swept through the southern underground economy of the Fire Nation in a manner they could scarcely comprehend within just a few months. They had grown weary of war. They had witnessed their clansmen die in countless feudal conflicts. Thus, they had come, carrying a glimmer of hope and an overwhelming sense of vigilance. The door swung open, and Lin Xiaoya entered, unaccompanied by any guards, standing alone. The dark Uchiha fan jade pendant around her neck was clearly visible in the sunlight. The bodies of the 3 clan leaders involuntarily straightened. That was the insignia of the Uchiha clan leader. This woman's status was higher than the rumors suggested. Esteemed clan leaders, I apologize for the wait, Lin Xiaoya said, taking a seat at an empty spot around the round table. Miss Xiaoya, Nara clan leader Nara Shikahisa, a man who always appeared as if he had just awakened, was the first to speak. We are here today to understand what exactly the Peach Blossom Village desires. His question was direct and precise. What I desire is the same as you 3, Lin Xiaoya replied. To ensure that our clansmen can live and thrive. Akimichi clan leader Akimichi Ding Tian, a robust man, inquired in a deep voice, on what basis should we trust you? You stand behind the Uchiha. Because what I offer is not the protection of the Uchiha, but a set of rules. Lin Xiaoya retrieved 3 bound documents from her bag, sliding them before the 3 clan leaders. This is the draft constitution of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance. The 3 men picked up the documents and began to flip through them rapidly. The Yamashiro clan leader, Yamashiro, read the fastest, as information processing was his specialty. The more he read, the faster his heart raced. The Constitution contained no clauses regarding allegiance to the Uchiha. Instead, it focused entirely on rights and obligations. Alliance members would enjoy shared trade routes and access to basic medical care and supplies. They would be obligated to collectively defend any member facing external threats. A council would be established, composed of the leaders of each allied family, to jointly decide significant matters. Most crucially, the Constitution explicitly stated, the alliance would not interfere in any family's internal affairs. This is not a treaty of conquest. This is an equal covenant. This is overly idealistic. Nara Shikahisa laid down the document, penetratingly stating, rules require enforcers. If the Uchiha do not adhere to the rules, who will hold them accountable? This was the crux of all issues. Trust. A voice resonated from the doorway. Uchiha Madara strode in. His imposing presence compelled the 3 clan leaders to stand upright, instinctively placing their hands on their weapons. Uchiha Madara paid them no heed. He approached Lin Xiaoya and paused beside her. Then, he directed his gaze toward Nara Shikahiko. I will vouch for this charter. Within the alliance, the rules reign supreme. He extended his hand, pressing it upon the charter laid before Lin Xiaoya. Anyone who breaches the rules, regardless of who they are. He paused, each word imbued with an undeniable weight. I shall kill. The three clan leaders were utterly taken aback. They had envisioned countless possibilities: intimidation, temptation, division, but this was one they had not anticipated. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world, was willing to place himself beneath a set of rules and had audaciously promised to be the most ruthless guardian of those rules. Nara Shikahiko glanced at Uchiha Madara and then at Lin Xiaoya, who sat calmly. Suddenly, he understood. This alliance was not Uchiha's. It belonged to that woman. Uchiha Madara was merely the sharpest sword in her hand. A prolonged silence ensued. Nara Shikahiko slowly withdrew his hand from his weapon and inclined his head slightly toward Lin Xiaoya. The Nara clan agrees to join the alliance. With his declaration, Yamenka Kazuchi and Akimichi Ding Tian exchanged glances and reached a decision. The Yamenka clan agrees. The Akimichi clan agrees as well. Lin Xiaoya's mind instantaneously refreshed with the blueprint system. New faction module integrated. Yamenka, Nara, Akimichi. The Peach Blossom Village Alliance is officially established. Faction rating: elevated from a regional organization to a strategic level force. Warning: you have become the core of a third-tier power capable of altering the warring state's landscape. On par with Senju and Uchiha, Lin Xiaoya paid no attention to the system notifications. She rose and extended her hand to the three clan leaders. Welcome to the Alliance. Chapter 91. The calm before the storm. The figures of the three clan leaders vanished around the corner of the administrative building. In the conference room, only Lin Xiaoya and Uchiha Madara remained. The three charters, freshly signed, lay on the table, the ink still wet. They rested there quietly, each character heralding the dawn of a new era, an era defined by rules rather than bloodlines. The alliance is fragile, yet the rules are not. Lin Xiaoya mused as she gathered the documents, neatly stacking them. She raised her gaze to the man before her. When all can benefit from the rules, they themselves will become the staunchest guardians of those rules. Uchiha Madara offered no rebuttal. He simply regarded her. This woman who had effortlessly subdued three formidable clans with mere pieces of paper. The rules she spoke of were more subversive than any jutsu he wielded. Peach Blossom Village Alliance faction integration in progress. Resource allocation model established. Internal trade barriers being dismantled. Comprehensive strength rating being recalculated. Lin Xiaoya placed the documents into a folder and turned to leave. Where are you going? Uchiha Madara inquired. War is approaching. Lin Xiaoya paused without turning back. I must prepare to welcome it. The news of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance's establishment swept across the land of fire like a tempest overnight. This was not a mere alliance. It was unlike any previous military coalition formed against a common enemy. Its charter had been deliberately leaked through various channels. Shared trade, shared healthcare, collective defense. Non-interference in domestic affairs. These terms held a lethal allure for those small clans struggling to survive in the cracks, ever at risk of being consumed by larger families. It painted a future they had never dared to imagine. At the Senju stronghold, Tobarama exclaimed, "This is a genius concept," as he paced excitedly around the room with the information in hand. Replacing endless strife with shared interests. Is this not the peace we have always sought? Miss Xiaoya has indeed discovered the means to achieve it. Senju Hashirama sat at the table, his expression solemn. He scrutinized the charter repeatedly, each word examined with utmost care. "Brother, you are too naive," he coldly remarked. "This is not peace. This is the most terrifying expansion of the Uchiha in history. Understand this, within the alliance, the rules are paramount. Uchiha Madara has pledged to be the enforcer of those rules, which means he will possess the legal authority to adjudicate over all clans within the alliance. Yamenka, Nara, Akimichi, they are not allies. They are the first to be shackled as prey." Senju Tobarama rose and approached the map. That woman has not sent a single soldier to the Uchiha, yet she has tripled their power overnight. She has woven a vast web of money and rules, and Uchiha Madara is the deadliest spider at its center. She has bestowed upon him a sword that can judge everyone. Hashirama's initial excitement began to wane. "Tobarama, you always envisioned the worst outcomes. I have faith in Miss Xiaoya and in Madara." "Faith?" Tobarama snapped back. "In battle, faith is the swiftest path to death. We must prepare, brother. When this web descends, we Senju shall be its final and greatest quarry." If the Senju's response was one of vigilance and gravity, then for the older, more traditional clans, this charter brought forth sheer terror. In the ancestral hall of the Ue clan, a chilling, ancient ambience permeated the air, redolent with blood and rust. Dozens of powerful figures flanked either side, the true apex predators of this warring era. Each surname, Yui, Kagaya, Kirigakure, represented a bloody history of conquest. The Yui clan leader, seated at the forefront, spoke with disdain and contempt. Now, this woman dares to use such trivial matters to dictate rules for the entire ninja world? It is utterly laughable. The Kagaya clan leader, a man adorned with bone spurs, sneered. I see it as a mere pen for slaughtering fat livestock. They possessed wealth, medicine, and fine armor. We need only seize it. His words garnered unanimous approval. In their world, there was but one rule. The strong possess everything, while the weak either submit or perish. That woman and Uchiha Madara had desecrated the very essence of a ninja's existence. The Yui clan leader rose, his shadow twisting in the candlelight. Ninjas are born to fight, not to languish in warm houses counting moldy coins. We must shatter this notion before it poisons everyone. Relay my orders. Assemble all vassal families to form a coalition. Let us call ourselves the guardians of the old order. We shall demonstrate to the entire ninja world that money cannot buy victory, nor can rules withstand blades. Peach Blossom Village, I shall turn it into a true graveyard, devoid of any survivors. Nightfall. At the top floor office of the Uchiha Administrative Building, the lights shone brightly. Lin Xiaoya stood before a large map. The regions representing the three clans had been painted the same deep blue as the Uchiha. The initial form of the alliance was beginning to take shape. The door swung open violently. Uchiha Taiho rushed in, breathless and bearing an unprecedented look of alarm. Lady Xiaoya. His voice trembled with fear. Urgent intelligence. The Yui Kagaya, Kirigakure, Yogetsu, and Mizunatsuki clans. 7. No. It has now been confirmed to be 9 ancient clans. They have amassed a formidable force at the border between the land of earth and the land of fire, known as the Old Order Coalition. Their objective is the Peach Blossom Alliance. In the office, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Warning, massive, high-intensity chakra gathering detected. Location, 348 kilometers northwest. Preliminary assessment of enemy forces. Over 15,000 ninjas, with more than 300 exhibiting Jonin-level chakra signatures. Threat level, nation annihilation. Risk assessment model is collapsing. Current coalition strength, Uchiha 4, 200, Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans combined 3, 500. Total, 7, 700. Victory probability simulation, 73. Warning, there is a 927 probability that the coalition will be completely annihilated in the first wave of a full-scale attack. The alarm ringing in her mind was piercing enough to nearly penetrate her thoughts. Uchiha Tiahua gazed at Lin Xiaoya. Her body, upon hearing the news, remained devoid of even the slightest tremor. He saw her merely extend her hand to retrieve a red charcoal pencil from the holder. The figure of Uchiha Madara silently materialized at the doorway, evidently having heard the news as well. The familiar, tyrannical chakra began to coalesce around him, saturating the room with the essence of impending war. He did not examine the map or look at Tiahua. His eyes were fixed solely on Lin Xiaoya's silhouette. Lin Xiaoya raised her hand and, with that red charcoal pencil, drew a large, grotesque circle in the northwest corner of the map. The circle encompassed the territories of 9 clans, resembling a blood-soaked cage meticulously prepared in advance. They desire war, Uchiha Madara articulated, each word infused with a burgeoning intent to kill. Lin Xiaoya did not turn back. She simply gazed at the glaring red circle on the map and calmly uttered 5 words. No, they seek death. Chapter 92. The line of death. The red circle on the map was striking. Uchiha Tiahua's breath nearly hitched. He stared at the circle, taking in the 9 clan territories within its confines. It was not a defensive mark, but rather a pen for slaughter. Lady Xiaoya, are you implying? Tiahua's voice trembled with disbelief. Lin Xiaoya set down the charcoal pencil, turned to face Uchiha Madara, and inquired, how many can you mobilize within 3 days? Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara replied, 4,500. And the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans? They have just joined the coalition. Their morale is unstable. They can muster a maximum of 3,000, Tiahua answered promptly. 7,500 against 15,000, with the enemy bolstered by the bloodline limits of 9 clans. This is a war destined for defeat. Any rational commander would opt for a defensive stance, awaiting internal discord among the enemy or seeking external assistance. Yet, Lin Xiaoya did not. She approached the desk, opening a drawer to retrieve a meticulously prepared document, densely filled with writing. What is this? Uchiha Madara took the paper, scanning it with eyes that suddenly widened in shock. It was a list, a chillingly detailed intelligence dossier on the internal structures of the 9 clans. Each clan's leader's name, age, chakra affinity, and mastery of ninjutsu were meticulously recorded, alongside the composition of their elders, faction distributions, and internal conflicts. Even their supply routes, grain storage locations, and weapon depot positions were clearly marked. When did you compile this? Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze to meet Lin Xiaoya's. From the very first day of the Peach Blossom Village's establishment, she replied with serene composure. I have been awaiting this day. Uchiha Tiehua leaned in to glimpse the list, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This woman had known from the onset that war would come. No, it was beyond knowledge. She had orchestrated the arrival of this war. You did this intentionally. Uchiha Madara's voice was low, as if forced from the depths of his chest. You deliberately leaked the coalition's charter, provoking those old clans. Because you knew they would unite to extinguish us. Lin Xiaoya did not deny it. A disjointed enemy cannot be decisively eliminated. Only by compelling them to unite can we ensnare them all. She pointed to the center of the red circle on the map. The residents of the Hain clan is here. They are the initiators and the core of the coalition. Once the Hain fall, the remaining 8 clans will disintegrate within 3 days. Uchiha Madara scrutinized the point on the map. It was a mountainous region, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The Hain clan had fortified their defenses over a century. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiaoya picked up another document from the desk. The Hain clan has 3 supply lines. The first transports grain from the land of Earth's border, requiring 7 days. The second procures weapons from the black market in the southern land of fire, needing 5 days. The third, she paused, a cold smile gracing her lips, transports funds from their own secret gold mine, which takes 3 days. Only the Hain clan leader and 3 core elders are aware of this route. Uchiha Tiehua inhaled sharply. You have even uncovered this? Lin Xiaoya did not respond, but merely handed the document to Uchiha Madara. At dawn tomorrow, a 20-person gold transport team will depart from here. Her finger traced a winding route on the map. They will traverse this forest, ambush them, and seize the location of the gold mine. Then, she lifted her gaze, her eyes finally revealing a genuine intent to kill. Burn it down. The temperature in the room plummeted. Uchiha Madara regarded the woman before him. Her tone, when she spoke of burning it down, was as calm as one discussing the pleasant weather. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a chilling rationality, more terrifying than any fury. If the gold mine is incinerated, the Hain clan's financial chain will fracture within 10 days, Lin Xiaoya continued. Without funds, the vassal clans they have hired will immediately turn against them. Without money, their ninjas will begin to question the purpose of this war. Without money, her voice was deliberate, they will simply be a mob awaiting death. Uchiha Tiehua swallowed hard, finally comprehending. This woman had never intended to engage the enemy head-on on the battlefield. Instead, she aimed to wage an economic war, a battle that would render the enemy incapable of drawing their weapons before they had already lost. I need your most elite Umbu squad. Lin Xiaoya turned to Uchiha Madara. 20 individuals, skilled in assassination and stealth. No problem, Uchiha Madara readily agreed. And, Lin Xiaoya faced Tiehua, notify the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to prepare all provisions and medical supplies. Tell them this war, we will not lose. However, they must be prepared for a substantial influx of prisoners. Prisoners? Tiehua was taken aback. In typical warfare, one fought until the enemy was terrified. Who prepares specifically for captives? Those hired ninjas from the smaller clans are not our enemies. Lin Xiaoya clarified. They are fighting for money. When they discover their employer cannot pay, they will make the right choice. What we must do is offer them a choice. Surrender, join the coalition, and live. Or, she left the latter part unspoken, yet all understood. Or die? Uchiha Madara gazed at Lin Xiaoya. This woman not only sought victory, she aspired to transform the enemy's army into her own. She intends to transform this catastrophe into the finest opportunity for the expansion of the alliance. You are insane, Uchiha Madara remarked, yet his eyes burned with an unprecedented excitement. I am merely making the most logical choice, Lin Xiaoya replied as she approached the window and pushed it open. The night breeze swept in, carrying the scent of impending war. Taihua, go relay the message. Yes. Taihua turned and quickly exited the office. The room was left with only Lin Xiaoya and Uchiha Madara. He stepped behind her and enveloped her in his arms. What if we fail? He murmured close to her ear. We will not fail, Lin Xiaoya responded without a trace of hesitation. I have calculated everything, the variables, the possibilities. This war has been lost since the moment we decided to unite. Uchiha Madara fell silent, tightening his embrace, drawing her fully into his hold. Her body felt light, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away, yet she bore a weight heavier than anyone could imagine. She intended to confront 15,000 with her 7,500. Against all odds, she aimed to win this war. She sought to demonstrate to the entire ninja world that rules possess greater power than blades. Aren't you afraid? Uchiha Madara inquired. Lin Xiaoya paused for a moment. Yes. She admitted her fear for the first time. But fear cannot deter me from doing what is right. Uchiha Madara lowered his head and kissed the crown of her hair. Then let us proceed. I will eliminate anyone who stands in your way. At 3 a.m, in the dense forest bordering the territory of the Yu-I clan in the northwest of the Land of Fire, 20 figures silently lurked among the treetops. They were the elite of the Uchiha Sambu, each one a killing machine capable of taking on 100 foes. Leading them was a jonin codenamed Crow, his Sharingan glowing ominously red in the darkness. The target will arrive at the ambush point in 5 minutes, reported a reconnaissance team member in a hushed tone. Prepare. Crow signaled. All at once, they vanished among the treetops. 5 minutes later, a group of 20 appeared on the forest path, clad in the uniforms of the Yu-I clan, each burdened with a heavy box on their backs. These boxes contained enough gold to sustain the Yu-I clan through a year of war. The leading Yu-I ninja scanned the surroundings warily. Increase your pace. We must reach the gold mine before dawn. Just as his words fell, a shadow descended from above. Blood burst forth in the moonlight, a ghastly spectacle. The leading Yu-I ninja had no time to let out a scream before a blade severed his throat. Enemy attack. The remaining Yu-I ninjas immediately entered battle mode. But it was too late. Uchiha's Umbu surged forth like phantoms from all directions. The red glow of the Sharingan pierced through the darkness like the gaze of death. The fight lasted merely 3 minutes. 17 of the 20 Yu-I ninjas fell dead on the spot. The remaining 3 captured alive. Crow approached one of the captives. Crouching before him, the Sharingan spun slowly. The location of the gold mine, he stated, devoid of emotion. The captive's gaze became vacant. There is an abandoned shrine 30 kilometers north of the Yu-I territory. With the desired information obtained, Crow rose and signaled to the remaining team members. The 3 captives collapsed simultaneously. No pain, no struggle, only a swift and clean death. Regroup. Target, the Yu-Yi's secret gold mine. The 20 figures vanished once again into the night. Behind them lay 20 corpses and 20 boxes filled with gold, quietly resting under the moonlight. Blood trickled through the seams of the boxes, staining the gold, symbols of wealth and power, with the color of death. Chapter 93. She plays a game of certain death in the Yu-I clan's patriarchal residence. The dawn had yet to break. A blood-soaked ninja stumbled into the hall. Patriarch. The gold transport team has been annihilated. The Yu-I patriarch leaped from his seat, his voice sharp with shock. What? How could this be? Only our core leadership knew that route. It's the Uchiha, the ninja struggled to say. They ambushed us as if they already knew our path. The patriarch's face turned pale. Intelligence had been leaked. No, it was not a mere leak. From the very beginning, every move they made had been under the watchful gaze of that woman. Immediately dispatch someone to the gold mine. The patriarch shouted. Secure it. We must not let the Uchiha approach. Yes. Several Yu-I jonin vanished from the hall. Unbeknownst to them, by the time they received the news, Uchiha's Umbu had already arrived at the location of the gold mine, an abandoned shrine, overgrown and dilapidated. No one would expect that such a desolate place concealed wealth sufficient to purchase half of the Land of Fire. Crow led his team silently into the shrine. The entrance to the underground passage was hidden behind a statue in the main hall. 2 guards barely had time to react before their throats were slit. The team descended the passage, the air growing increasingly damp. At the passage's end stood a heavy iron door, behind which sounds of commotion could be heard. The miners at work. Crow signaled. The team members swiftly set explosives at the door. Detonate. Boom. The explosion reverberated through the underground space. The iron door was blown off its hinges. As the smoke cleared, the sight before the Uchiha Umbu drew gasps of astonishment. It was a vast underground cavern filled with miners laboring under the dim light of torches, while mountains of gold shimmered dazzlingly in the glow. Eliminate all armed personnel, Crow ordered coldly. Do not harm the miners. The Uchiha Umbu descended like grim reapers. The Yui ninjas guarding the miners could not mount an effective defense and were slaughtered in an instant. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Crow moved to the center of the cavern, gazing at the trembling miners. "You are free," he declared. "Take your belongings and leave this place. Tell everyone, the Yui clan is finished." The miners exchanged glances, unable to believe that these reapers of death would spare them. But soon, some reacted, rushing toward the exit in a frenzied escape from this hell. Once all the miners had evacuated, Crow produced a scroll from his pocket. He bit his finger and pressed a blood seal onto the scroll. Boom! A massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Hundreds of jars filled with oil appeared on the ground. The Umbu members opened the jars and doused every corner of the cavern with the flammable oil. Wooden supports, piled ore, and transport carts. All were coated in the ignitable substance. Crow approached the cavern's exit, glancing back at the gold mine that had supported the Yui clan's glory for a century. Then, he tossed down a burning torch. Flames instantly engulfed the entire cavern, the sounds of explosions mingling with the roar of collapsing structures. Thick smoke billowed from every crevice of the abandoned shrine. Crow, accompanied by his team, vanished into the blaze. Behind them, the century-old wealth of the Yui clan was reduced to a sky full of ash. In the administration building of Peach Blossom Village, Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, wide awake. Since the moment she departed from the Uchiha Umbu, she had remained in this position, meticulously calculating the time and the potential variables of each segment. The door swung open, and Uchiha Tiehu entered. "Lady Xiaoya, we have received news from Crow. The mission has been accomplished." Lin Xiaoya felt her body relax slightly. "Casualties? None. Excellent." She turned her gaze to another document on the table, which contained intelligence regarding the remaining 8 clans. Inform the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to convene an emergency meeting. Understood. In 1 hour. In the conference room, for individuals gathered around a round table, Nara Shikahiko, Yamanaka Keiichi, Akimichi Dingtian, and Lin Xiaoya. Uchiha Madara was absent, mobilizing troops and preparing for immediate action. "Miss Xiaoya, you mentioned there are important matters to discuss?" Nara Shikahiko inquired, his face reflecting undeniable fatigue. Ever since joining the alliance, he had been anxious about when the so-called Old Order Coalition would arrive at their doorstep. "The Yui clan's gold mine has been destroyed," Lin Xiaoya stated calmly. The 3 clan leaders were taken aback simultaneously. "When did this happen?" "Early this morning." "How is that possible?" Yamanaka Keiichi exclaimed. The location of the Yui gold mine was their highest secret. "There is no intelligence that cannot be bought with money," Lin Xiaoya interjected. "As long as the price is sufficiently high." Nara Shikahiko inhaled deeply, finally comprehending her intent. This woman had never intended to confront the enemy directly. Rather, she aimed to wage a bloodless war. "The Yui clan has lost its source of funding," Lin Xiaoya continued. "The vassal clans they hired will soon realize they cannot receive the promised rewards. Our task is to provide them with a better option." She pulled out 3 pre-prepared documents from her folder. Nara Shikahiko accepted the documents. They were letters of surrender directed at the 3 weakest vassal clans within the Yui coalition. The letters outlined exceedingly generous conditions. Joining the Peach Blossom Village Alliance would not only absolve them of all war responsibilities, but also grant them trade privileges and medical support provided by the alliance. "You intend to incite their rebellion?" Akimichi Dingtian asked in a low voice. "Not incite rebellion," Lin Xiaoya corrected. "It is to offer them a chance at survival. When the Yui clan can no longer pay, these clans will naturally make the right choice. Our duty is to ensure they are aware of this choice." Nara Shikahiko examined the documents in his hands trembling slightly. This woman was not only intent on dismantling the enemy's economy, but also aimed to undermine their morale. She sought to cause the so-called 15,000 strong army to collapse without a fight. "I understand," Nara Shikahiko rose. "The Nara clan will be responsible for delivering these letters to the 3 clans. The Yamanaka clan will handle intelligence transmission." Yamanaka Keiichi also stood. "The Akimichi clan will prepare provisions." Akimichi Dingtian chimed in with a grin. "If anyone truly surrenders, they must be well fed." Lin Xiaoya nodded. 3 days. "I will give the Yui clan 3 days. If they do not surrender by then." She left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood. If they did not surrender in 3 days, Uchiha Madara would take action personally. At that point, it would no longer be about surrendering, but rather about slaughter. In the grand hall of the Yui clan leaders' residence, the atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. The leaders of the 9 great clans had gathered. Yet their faces bore no trace of the enthusiasm they had just 3 days prior. Uchiha clan leader. Did you not claim that you would cover all military expenses for this war? The Kagaya clan leader asked darkly. What is happening now? Why have our men not received their military pay for 3 days? Cold sweat dripped from the Uchiha clan leader's forehead. Please, remain calm. It is merely a temporary cash flow issue. A cash flow issue? The Hozuki clan leader scoffed. I heard your gold mine was taken by the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan leader's complexion turned ashen. That is a rumor. A rumor? The Yayue clan leader rose. Then show us the money. If you can pay the overdue military wages, we will believe you immediately. The Uchiha clan leader opened his mouth but could not utter a word. The destruction of the gold mine left him with insufficient liquidity to support such a large army's expenses. Just then, a ninja burst into the hall. Clan leader. This is bad. The Mizuki, Shimazuki, and Kazumori clans, they have turned against us. What? The hall erupted in chaos, everyone rising to their feet. They have accepted the Peach Blossom Village Alliance's offer of surrender. They are currently withdrawing their troops. The ninja's words struck like thunder, leaving the Uchiha clan leader reeling, nearly losing his balance. It's over. Completely over. The defection of 3 clans had stripped away at least 4,000 troops. Even more alarming was the potential for a chain reaction. When other hired minor clans observed that those who surrendered faced no repercussions and even received benefits, they too would waver. Uchiha, the Kagaya clan leader slammed his hand on the table. Do you have any money left? Can you fund this war? The Uchiha clan leader struggled to lift his head, meeting the gazes of his former allies, now looking at him as if he were already dead. He opened his mouth and finally managed to utter 3 words. There is none. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall. The next moment, the Kagaya clan leader turned to leave. The Kagaya clan withdraws from the coalition. The Hozuki clan also withdraws. The Yayue clan voices echoed one after another. In less than 5 minutes, the hall was left with only the Uchiha clan leader. He slumped to the ground, staring at the empty hall. The coalition, which boasted a flattening Peach Blossom Village with its 15,000 troops, collapsed without having experienced a single real battle. And all of this was orchestrated by but a single woman, a single fire, and 3 letters of surrender. The news of the coalition's collapse spread like wildfire throughout the land of fire overnight. Everyone was astounded. The army that claimed to defend the old order disbanded without ever laying eyes on Peach Blossom Village. The Uchiha clan, a family that had stood for a century during the Warring States period, became a laughingstock overnight. Meanwhile, the name of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance resonated through the ninja world for the first time in a truly significant way. Chapter 94. The blade at the negotiation table at the Uchiha encampment. The clan members gathered in the square to hear Tiehu read the battle report. The news of the coalition's collapse spread rapidly throughout the land of fire, leaving everyone in astonishment. The army that claimed to defend the old order disbanded before even seeing the shadow of Peach Blossom Village. The Uchiha clan, a family that had stood for a century during the Warring States period, became a laughingstock overnight. Meanwhile, the name of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance resonated throughout the ninja world for the first time. At the Uchiha encampment, clan members congregated in the square, listening as Tiehu proclaimed the battle report. Upon hearing the news of the coalition's collapse without a fight, a thunderous cheer erupted from everyone. Long live the Uchiha! Long live the clan leader! Long live Lady Xiaoya! Amidst the resounding cheers, Uchiha Madara stood upon the high platform, his expression devoid of emotion. He felt no exhilaration from this victory, for he understood that the true war had yet to commence. Lin Xiaoya stood beside him, observing the jubilant clansmen below with an unperturbed gaze. Are you not pleased? Uchiha Madara inquired softly. What is there to be pleased about? Lin Xiaoya retorted. We have gained nothing. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. The coalition has collapsed. The Ue clan is finished. Is that not sufficient? Not enough. Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. What I seek was never merely to defeat them, but to absorb them. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted slightly as realization dawned upon him. This woman's objective from the outset was not to win the war, but to transform the enemy into her own. The Ue clan is now but an empty shell, Lin Xiaoya stated calmly. Their gold mines have been destroyed, their armies scattered, and their allies betrayed. Now is the time to reel them in. She turned and descended from the platform, with Uchiha Madara trailing behind. What do you intend to do? He asked. Negotiate. Lin Xiaoya replied succinctly. I wish to have a word with the Ue clan leader. In the Yu clan leader's residence. The reception room was bathed in sunlight filtering through the wooden lattice, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The Yu clan leader sat in the main seat, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot. In merely 3 days, he had transformed from an ambitious initiator of the coalition into a pariah, beset by betrayal. The door creaked open as Lin Xiaoya entered, followed by Uchiha Madara and the leaders of the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans. The Yu clan leader rose, but quickly sank back into his seat, drained of energy. "Please, take a seat," Lin Xiaoya said, unceremoniously occupying the opposite chair. Uchiha Madara stood silently behind her, his imposing presence thickening the air with tension. "What is it that you desire?" The Yu clan leader rasped, his voice hoarse as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. "My life, or the legacy of the Yu clan." Lin Xiaoya shook her head. "I do not want your life." She retrieved a document from her folder and slid it across the table toward him. "I want you to join the Taiyuan alliance." The Yu clan leader was taken aback, momentarily stunned. "What? Join the alliance?" Lin Xiaoya reiterated, her tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "The Yu clan's ninjutsu legacy, medical expertise, and land resources will all be integrated into the alliance. In return, the alliance will provide financial support to help you rebuild what the war has ravaged. Furthermore, the leader of the Yu clan will become a member of the Alliance Council." The Yu clan leader gazed at the document, his hand trembling slightly. "You insult me," he managed to say, lifting his head, his eyes aflame with the last vestiges of defiance. "The Yu clan would rather die than surrender." "Then die." A voice echoed from the doorway. Uchiha Madara stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I could wipe out your entire clan right now and redistribute the Yu lands among the other families in the alliance." His voice bore no warmth. The Yu clan leader's complexion drained of color. He understood that this was no mere threat. Uchiha Madara meant every word. "Yet, that would be a waste." Lin Xiaoya interjected. "The Yu clan possesses a medical legacy spanning centuries, a well-established land management system, and a trained cadre of ninjas. These are resources the alliance requires." She regarded the Yu clan leader with eyes devoid of pity. "I offer you 2 choices. First, refuse and be annihilated by Uchiha Madara. Second, accept and ensure the survival of your clan within the framework of the alliance." The Yu clan leader's breath quickened as he glanced between the document and the imposing figure of Uchiha Madara behind Lin Xiaoya, caught in a prolonged silence. Nara Shikihiko observed the unfolding drama, suddenly realizing this woman was not negotiating. She was delivering a verdict. "I." The Yu clan leader opened his mouth, his voice strained. "I need time to consider." 1 hour, Lin Xiaoya stood. "I expect your answer in 1 hour." She turned and strode toward the door. "If your answer is a refusal, prepare for the aftermath." The door swung shut, leaving the Yu clan leader alone in the reception room. He slumped into his chair, staring at the document on the table. Joining the alliance would mean the Yu clan would lose their independence entirely. They would no longer be the formidable Yu of the Warring States era, but merely one of many members within the alliance. But to refuse? Refusal meant death, not just for him, but for the entire Yu clan, hundreds of lives extinguished. The Yu clan leader closed his eyes, the faces of his clansmen flashing through his mind. Children, elders, loyal ninjas, all awaiting his decision. An hour later, Lin Xiaoya pushed open the door to the reception room once more. The Yu clan leader stood before her, his back hunched, the pride he once bore utterly vanished. "I will sign," he said, picking up the pen from the table and inscribing his name on the document. Each stroke felt akin to carving into his own flesh. Lin Xiaoya accepted the document and glanced over it. A wise choice. She turned to the waiting Tieshin outside. "Inform the others. The Yu clan is now part of the alliance. A welcoming ceremony will be held in 3 days." Tieshin nodded and departed swiftly. Lin Xiaoya approached the window, gazing at the sky outside. New faction module integrated. Yu clan. Alliance composition: Uchiha, Yamashiro, Nara, Akimichi, Mizuki, Shimazuki, Kazuma, Yu. Faction rating: elevated from strategic level force to regional hegemon. Warning: your actions have aroused the heightened vigilance of the Senju clan. Warning: several ancient families now perceive the alliance as a survival threat. The system's notifications flashed through her mind, but Lin Xiaoya paid them no heed. She merely continued to gaze at the sky, calmly uttering a single phrase. "Next." Uchiha Madara, standing beside her, raised an eyebrow. "Kagaya?" "No." Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Kagaya is too formidable. The time is not right. She turned to the map. The next target is the Hozuki clan. Their water release legacy is vital to the alliance. Uchiha Madara remained silent, simply observing this woman before him, whose eyes held no trace of fatigue, only boundless ambition and an ever-expanding web. Lin Xiaoya spoke calmly, cutting straight to the chase. The Taoyuan alliance extends an invitation to the Akatsuki clan to join. The Akatsuki clan leader sat down, hesitating to respond. What if I refuse? He probed tentatively. Then we shall fight, Nara Shikahiko interjected. The alliance currently comprises 8 clans, with nearly 30,000 ninjas, while the Akatsuki clan has merely 4,000. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at the clan leader. This is not a fair war. The Akatsuki leader's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, calculating the odds of victory for his clan and the price of joining the alliance. What do you want? He finally inquired. The water release heritage of the Akatsuki clan? Or our land? Neither. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. What I desire is the future of the Akatsuki clan. She produced a planning document from her file. The alliance intends to establish a large-scale water conservancy project in the east, utilizing the water resources of this marshland to provide irrigation and drinking water for the entire alliance. This endeavor requires a significant number of water release ninjas. The Akatsuki leader took the planning document and quickly perused it. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. The document was exceedingly detailed, with solutions for every phase and technical challenge. If the Akatsuki clan joins the alliance, you will lead this project, Lin Xiaoya continued. The alliance will provide funding, manpower, and materials. The Akatsuki clan will become the cornerstone of the alliance's water management system. The Akatsuki leader fell silent. This is not conquest. This is cooperation. He raised his gaze to Lin Xiaoya. I need guarantees. Guarantees that the heritage of the Akatsuki clan will not be stripped away, that our land will not be encroached upon, and that we will have sufficient voice within the alliance. The charter of the alliance clearly stipulates such provisions, Nara Shikahiko interjected. Non-interference in domestic affairs, shared resources, and collective decision-making. He paused, glancing at Lin Xiaoya. Lady Xiaoya never breaks her word. The Akatsuki leader regarded Lin Xiaoya. This woman had vanquished the Ui coalition without bloodshed. She had subdued the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans with a mere charter. She had presented a vision that illuminated the future for the Akatsuki clan. Very well. The Akatsuki leader stood. The Akatsuki clan is willing to join the alliance. Lin Xiaoya extended her hand, and they shook on it. New faction module integrated, Akatsuki clan. Alliance scale continues to expand. Faction rating, regional overlord, stable. On the road, leaving the Akatsuki stronghold, Nara Shikahiko sat in the carriage, gazing out at the scenery. Lady Xiaoya, he suddenly spoke. You have been orchestrating this from the very beginning, haven't you? Lin Xiaoya did not respond. The appearance of the Ui coalition was no accident, Nara continued. It was a result of your deliberate guidance. You intentionally leaked the charter of the alliance, provoking those established clans. The goal was to gather them together and then ensnare them all at once. Lin Xiaoya turned her head to look at him. You are quite astute, she acknowledged. But you only see half the picture. What about the other half? Nara Shikahiko asked. The other half is to make everyone see clearly, Lin Xiaoya replied calmly. In this era, going it alone leads only to doom. Only by uniting can we survive. The collapse of the Ui coalition is the best proof of this. Nara fell silent, finally understanding. This woman was not waging a war. She was rewriting the rules of the entire ninja world, employing money, interests, and fear, gradually ensnaring all clans in her woven net. In the conference room of the Senju clan leader's residence, the atmosphere was tense. The Ui had surrendered, and the Akatsuki had joined. Senju Tobarama stood before the map, his voice icy. Now, the Taoyuan alliance controls vast territories in the eastern and northwestern regions of the Land of Fire. 9 clans, 34,000 ninjas. This number has surpassed that of the Senju. Senju Hashirama sat in the main seat, his expression grave. Tobarama, what do you believe Miss Xiaoya's true objective is? To unify the Land of Fire, Tobarama replied without hesitation. Perhaps even to unify the entire ninja world. She is gradually absorbing other clans under the guise of the alliance. When her net is fully spread, the entire ninja world will be hers. He turned to look at Hashirama. Brother, we must make a choice. Either join her, or destroy her. Hashirama remained silent. Lin Xiaoya's face flashing in his mind. This woman conducted the most brutal acts in the gentlest manner. What if we join? Hashirama asked. That would mean the Senju clan would lose its independence, Tobarama said coldly. We would no longer be the Senju, but merely a member of the alliance. But if we destroy her? Hashirama's voice faltered. That would mean we must go to war with the Uchiha and face the onslaught of the entire alliance. Tobarama nodded. Thus, it is a deadlock. Regardless of which path we choose, the Senju will lose much. Hashirama stood and walked to the window, gazing at the sky in silence for a long while. Relay my orders, he finally spoke. Summon all elite Senju ninjas. In 3 days. I will personally go to Taoyuan to have a thorough discussion with Miss Xiaoya. Tobarama's pupils constricted slightly. Brother, you wanna? I need to see what she truly intends to do. Hashirama turned, his gaze resolute. If her aim is indeed the peace of the ninja world, then I shall support her. But if she is merely pursuing her own ambition. He left the sentence unfinished, but Tobarama understood. If Lin Xiaoya were motivated solely by ambition, then Hashirama would unhesitatingly stand against her, even if it meant engaging in battle with Uchiha Madara. When the news spread, the entire ninja world trembled. Senju Hashirama was personally heading to Taoyuan. What did this signify? A negotiation? Or a declaration of war? Everyone awaited the answer. In the administrative building of Taoyuan, Lin Xiaoya was reviewing documents when she received the news. Hashirama is coming? She raised her head to look at Tiehua. Yes. In 3 days, Tiehua replied. How many people is he bringing? Only Tobarama and a few guards. Lin Xiaoya set down her pen, lost in thought. She understood Hashirama well. Idealistic, yet not foolish. Powerful, yet not bloodthirsty. His visit to Taoyuan was certainly not for war, but rather for a probe, to discern the true intentions of the alliance and the core figure behind it. Prepare for the highest level of reception, Lin Xiaoya instructed. Notify all council members that a meeting will be held in 3 days. The only agenda is one. She paused. Should the Senju clan join the alliance? Tiehua was taken aback. Lady Xiaoya, do you mean, I will have all council members vote in front of Hashirama? Lin Xiaoya stated calmly. Let him witness how the alliance operates, how the rules transcend individual desires. And then, a subtle smile graced her lips. Let him make his own choice. Chapter 96. The Joining of the Senju. 3 days later, in the conference room of Taoyuan, everyone had gathered. Uchiha Madara sat beside the main seat, his expression impassive. The clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans sat on either side. The leader of the Ue clan bowed his head, as if still engulfed in the shadow of defeat. The clan leader of the Ghost Lantern leaned back in his chair, surveying each individual in the grand hall. At the head of the table, Lin Xiaoya, adorned in a deep-hued kimono with her long hair elegantly pinned up, appeared as if she were preparing for a significant ceremony. In her hands, she held a document, the Charter of the Alliance. As the doors swung open, Senju Hashirama entered, flanked by Tobarama and several elite shinobi from the Senju clan. Instantly, all eyes gravitated towards him. Hashirama exuded an overwhelming aura. Even in silence, his mere presence altered the atmosphere of the hall to one of gravity. Lin Xiaoya rose to her feet. Welcome, clan leader Hashirama, she greeted, her tone as tranquil as if welcoming an ordinary guest. Miss Xiaoya, it has been a while, Hashirama remarked, nodding as he took his designated seat. Tobarama stood behind him, his vigilant gaze scanning the room. Lin Xiaoya resumed her seat. Today's meeting revolves around a singular topic, she announced, lifting her gaze towards Hashirama. Will the Senju clan join the Peach Blossom Village Alliance? A brief silence enveloped the hall. Everyone present understood the weight of the conversation at hand. This was no ordinary negotiation, but a dialogue concerning the future trajectory of the shinobi world. Hashirama did not respond immediately. He surveyed the clan leaders seated around him, Uchiha, Inuzuka, Ue, and Ghost Lantern, once independent families now congregated at the same table, united by a woman and a document. Miss Xiaoya, Hashirama began, his voice deep and measured. Before I respond to your inquiry, I wish to pose a question of my own. What is the true purpose behind the establishment of this alliance? Lin Xiaoya met his gaze. Peace, she replied succinctly. Hashirama was taken aback. The simplicity of her answer struck him as overly simplistic, almost a perfunctory lie. Peace. Tobarama scoffed. You crushed the Ue coalition through economic warfare and bribed countless clans. Is that what you term peace? Lin Xiaoya turned to Tobarama. Mr. Tobarama, what do you believe true peace should resemble? Tobarama fell silent, at a loss for words, for in this era, peace itself had become a luxury. True peace cannot be attained through bloodshed. Lin Xiaoya stood, moving to the center of the hall. In the past century, how many wars has the shinobi world endured? The Senju fought the Uchiha, the Yui clashed with Kagaya, powerful clans oppressed the weaker ones, leading them to unite in rebellion. War after war ensued, resulting in countless fatalities. She paused. But did these conflicts resolve any issues? No. For war itself is not a solution. It engenders more hatred and creates further problems. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. Lin Xiaoya's words resonated with undeniable truth, an unvarnished reality. And what then is your answer? Hashirama inquired. Rules, Lin Xiaoya declared. Replace war with rules. Substitute hatred with mutual benefit. Supplant opposition with cooperation. She turned to Hashirama. This is the essence of the Alliance's existence. It is not merely for the benefit of one clan, but for all clans involved, so that they may thrive and improve. Hashirama's eyes widened slightly. A realization dawned upon him. This woman's aspirations aligned with his long-held ideals, to establish a world devoid of war. But who shall determine these rules? Tobarama asked coldly. Will it be you? It will be the Council of the Alliance, Lin Xiaoya replied. All clan leaders who join the Alliance will be council members. Amendments to the charter require the consent of 2/3 of the members. Decisions will necessitate a majority vote. She regarded Tobarama. I am merely the initiator of the Alliance. I am not its master. Tobarama's pupils constricted slightly, taken aback by her assertion. In this era, all alliances were centered around the strongest. The strongest dictated the actions of all. Yet Lin Xiaoya claimed she was not the master of the alliance. I do not believe it, Tobarama stated. Then let us see. Lin Xiaoya returned to her seat, retrieving the document. Apart from discussing the Senju's potential membership, there is another topic for today's meeting regarding the adjustment of the alliance's foreign trade policies. She handed the document to Nara Shikahisa. Clan leader Shikahisa. Please present the proposal. Shikahisa stood, taking the document. According to the Nara clan's proposal, the alliance should ease restrictions on foreign trade, allowing clans to engage in external commerce independently, provided they do not violate the alliance's interests. Additionally, a unified trade tax system for the alliance should be established. He glanced at Lin Xiaoya. Lady Xiaoya, what is your opinion? All eyes turned to Lin Xiaoya, questioning whether she would acquiesce. Easing trade restrictions would grant clans greater autonomy. Yet it would also diminish her control over the alliance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiaoya stated, I oppose. A murmur of low discourse spread through the hall. Shikahisa nodded. Then let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of easing trade restrictions, please raise your hands. Shikahisa raised his hand. Yamaka Keiichi followed suit. As did Akimichi Ding Tian. The Ghost Lantern clan leader hesitated before raising his hand as well. For votes in favor, those against, please raise your hands. Lin Xiaoya raised hers. Uchiha Madara did not raise his hand. He simply observed Lin Xiaoya with a complex expression. The Yui clan leader bowed his head, refraining from voting. 2 votes against. Abstentions? Uchiha Madara raised his hand, followed by the Yui clan leader. 2 abstentions. Shikahisa announced the result. 4 votes in favor, 2 votes against, 2 abstentions. The proposal passes. Silence once again enveloped the hall. Hashirama watched in astonishment. Lin Xiaoya had genuinely opposed a proposal, and yet it had passed. This signified the truth of her words. She was not the master of the alliance. The alliance operated on rules. You have lost, Tobarama said, gazing at Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. No, the alliance has triumphed. She rose, addressing everyone. This is the true essence of the alliance, not dictated by one individual, but collectively determined by all. Hashirama took a deep breath and stood. Miss Xiaoya, I wish to ask one final question. If the Senju joins the alliance, what will we gain? Lin Xiaoya met his gaze. You will receive the protection of rules. No one will be able to oppress the Senju at will through sheer strength. You will gain access to the resources of the alliance, medical assistance, trade, intelligence, everything will be shared. You will obtain peace, no longer needing to fear whether an enemy will arrive at your doorstep tomorrow. She paused. However, you must also adhere to the rules. You cannot initiate war against other clans at will. You cannot defy the resolutions of the alliance. Personal will cannot supersede the established rules. Hashirama fell silent, turning to Tobarama, whose expression remained icy, though he refrained from speaking. Hashirama understood that this was a challenging decision. Joining the alliance would mean the Senju would forfeit some freedom, yet it would also secure greater protections. Refusal, indeed, signifies that the Senju must face an increasingly formidable alliance alone. After a long pause, Hashirama spoke, I agree. The Senju clan is willing to join the Toyama alliance. The hall erupted in a chorus of cheers. Lin Xiaya stepped forward, extending her hand in welcome. Hashirama grasped her hand firmly, their palms entwined. In that moment, the two most powerful clans in the ninja world officially united. The Toyama alliance transitioned from a mere regional force to a true hegemon of the ninja realm. Chapter 97. Tobarama's test. After the meeting concluded, Hashirama and Tobarama remained in Toyama. Lin Xiaoya arranged for their accommodation in a residence near the administrative building, specifically prepared for the high-ranking members of the alliance. The environment was serene, with robust defenses in place. That night, Hashirama stood in the courtyard, gazing at the moon above. Tobarama approached him. Brother, have you truly made your decision? His voice bore a hint of reluctance. Hashirama nodded. Tobarama, I understand your concerns. You fear the Senju will lose its independence. You worry that we will be assimilated by the alliance. But have you considered? He turned to face Tobarama. What awaits us if we do not join? Tobarama fell silent. Knowing the answer, should the Senju refuse to join the alliance, they would become the next target. In that scenario, the Senju would confront not merely one clan, but 10, amounting to 34,000 ninjas. It would be a war devoid of hope. But I refuse to accept this, Tobarama murmured. The Senju has stood proud for a century, never bowing to anyone. Now, we must join an alliance led by a woman. It is absurd. Hashirama regarded him steadily. Tobarama, you are mistaken. The alliance is not led by Miss Xiaoya, but governed by rules. You witnessed the meeting today. Her proposal was rejected. Yet she did not display anger or attempt to overturn the decision. She accepted it. Hashirama's voice carried a note of reflection. Such a person is worthy of trust. Tobarama fell silent, merely gazing at the night sky, his expression intricate. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya returned to her office, where Uchiha Madara awaited her. Why didn't you raise your hand earlier? Lin Xiaoya took a seat, meeting his gaze. Madara leaned against the window, remaining silent. Because you knew that proposal would pass. She answered herself. So you chose to abstain instead of supporting me. Madara turned to her. You wanted Hashirama to see that the alliance is not dictated solely by you. Hence you deliberately opposed that proposal, allowing it to pass. He approached her. You are performing. Lin Xiaoya did not deny it. But this performance is necessary. If Hashirama believes the alliance is merely my dictatorship, he will not join. Without the Senju, the alliance can never truly unify the land of fire. She lifted her chin. Meeting Madara's eyes, I need the Senju. Their strength, their reputation, and the exemplary effect their membership would bring. Madara fell silent, finally grasping her intentions. This woman calculated every step. Today's meeting seemed an ordinary vote, yet was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated performance aimed at convincing Hashirama that the alliance is equitable. Are you not afraid? Madara inquired. What if one day the council makes a decision you cannot accept? What will you do? Lin Xiaoya paused for a moment, then replied. Then I shall accept it. Her voice was eerily calm. Because rules are more important than anyone, including myself. Madara looked at her, and after a lengthy silence, sighed. You are truly a madwoman. Lin Xiaoya smiled, perhaps. The following day, news spread that the Senju clan had officially joined the Toyama alliance, sending shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Countless smaller clans dispatched envoys upon hearing this news, eager to discern the nature of the alliance, and why even a top-tier clan like the Senju would consent to join. The previously hesitant mid-sized clans began to waver. If the Senju could join, what reason did they have to refuse? At the entrance of Toyama, a line of envoys from various regions formed, awaiting an audience. Lin Xiaoya stood in her office, observing the throng below. Let it begin, she said, turning to Tiehua. Notify all council members. In 1 month, we shall convene an expansion meeting for the alliance. Agenda, the standards and processes for admitting new members. Tiehua nodded and swiftly departed. Lin Xiaoya approached the window, gazing into the distance, the heart of the land of fire, where the daimyo's estate resided. Soon, she whispered, very soon, it will be your turn. On the third day following the Senju's accession to the alliance, Tobarama visited the intelligence department alone, managed by the Yamashiro clan. All information regarding the alliance, both internal and external, would converge here. Yamashiro K was taken aback upon seeing Tobarama. Lord Tobarama, what brings you here? With an impassive expression, Tobarama replied. I wish to observe how the alliance's intelligence system operates. Yamashiro K hesitated. That would likely require Lady Xiaoya's approval. Not necessary. Lin Xiaoya's voice echoed from the doorway as she entered the intelligence department. The Senju is part of the alliance. Council members have the right to access all public intelligence. She turned to Yamashiro K. Show him. Yamashiro K nodded and turned to retrieve the files. Tobarama regarded Lin Xiaoya. Are you not afraid I will uncover the alliance's weaknesses? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. The alliance inherently has weaknesses. I have never concealed that. Tobarama narrowed his eyes slightly. Yamashiro K returned with a stack of documents, which Tobarama took and began to peruse swiftly, yet attentively. After 10 minutes, he looked up. Your intelligence network covers the entire eastern region of the Land of Fire. But the west and south are nearly barren. Lin Xiaoya nodded, because many clans in those areas have not yet joined the alliance. Our intelligence personnel cannot penetrate those territories. Tobarama continued. Furthermore, your medical system heavily relies on the Uchiha clan. If they encounter issues, the alliance's healthcare will falter. Lin Xiaoya did not dispute this. You are correct. Tobarama set the documents down. Miss Xiaoya, I do not understand why you are revealing these weaknesses to me. Lin Xiaoya met his gaze. Because I need your assistance in resolving these issues. Tobarama was taken aback. The Senju clan excels in medical ninjutsu, Lin Xiaoya elaborated. If you are willing, you could collaborate with the Uchiha clan to establish a more comprehensive medical system. Simultaneously, the Senju's intelligence network could be integrated into the alliance, helping us cover the gaps in the west and south. Tobarama fell silent, finally comprehending her intentions. This woman was not displaying weaknesses. She was assigning him a task, positioning him as an indispensable part of the alliance. You are quite astute, Tobarama acknowledged. But you are also quite dangerous. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Thank you for the compliment. As Tobarama turned to leave, he paused at the door. Miss Xiaoya, I shall assist you in refining the medical and intelligence systems. However, I will remain vigilant. Should you ever contravene the principles of our alliance, I shall be the first to oppose you. Lin Xiaoya nodded in acknowledgement. I await that day. After Tobarama departed, Yamashiro Iki approached Lin Xiaoya. My lady, are you not afraid that he might truly uncover the alliance's fatal weakness? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. He has already found it. Yamashiro Iki was momentarily taken aback. What? The alliance's fatal weakness is neither its medical nor intelligence capabilities. Lin Xiaoya walked to the window. It is I. If I were to perish one day, the alliance would disintegrate overnight. Yamashiro Iki's complexion turned ashen. My lady, you cannot say that. Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. Thus, while I still draw breath, I must fortify the foundations of the alliance, ensuring that even in my absence, it may continue to function. Her gaze sharpened. This is my true objective. Yamashiro Iki observed her, suddenly realizing that this woman contemplated far beyond the horizon of others. That night, within the residence of the Senju clan, Hashirama and Tobarama sat upon the tatama mats. What news? Hashirama inquired. Have you identified the alliance's weakness? Tobarama nodded. Indeed, I have found it. He paused. Miss Xiaoya is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Hashirama raised an eyebrow. In what manner? She laid bare all weaknesses before me, Tobarama explained, and then tasked me with resolving them. She is not merely guarding against me. She is utilizing me. Hashirama chuckled. Is that not splendid? The Senju can wield greater influence within the alliance. Tobarama regarded him. Brother, do you truly trust her? Hashirama pondered for a moment. I place my faith in the rules. As long as the rules endure, the alliance shall not become the plaything of any individual. And Miss Xiaoya, he lifted his gaze to the night sky. She comprehends this better than anyone else. Tobarama fell silent, his thoughts deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the western region of the Land of Fire, at the residence of the Kagaya clan, the clan leaders sat upon the main seat, with several core elders standing below. The Senju have joined. The Kagaya clan leader's voice was ominously deep. The Peach Blossom Alliance now controls all territories in the eastern Land of Fire, comprising 42,000 ninjas. This number surpasses the combined total of our clan and the remaining clans. An elder spoke up. Clan leader, what shall we do? The Kagaya clan leader rose and approached the map, observing the area marked as belonging to the Peach Blossom Alliance. Patience, he declared. Now is not the time to act. The alliance has just expanded. There must be many internal conflicts. We must wait for their infighting. Then, his hand pressed heavily upon the map. We shall strike decisively. Chapter 98, Crisis. On the 7th day since the Senju joined, the Peach Blossom Alliance faced an unprecedented crisis. An urgent military report, written in blood, was delivered to Lin Xiaoya's desk. Something has happened. For the first time, a look of panic crossed Ironfire's face. At the border of the Land of Fire, the 3rd Patrol Team engaged in a skirmish. Lin Xiaoya opened the military report, the acrid scent of blood assaulting her senses. The 3rd Patrol Team was among the first squads formed after the Alliance's establishment, composed of ninjas from multiple clans. The team leader was a Jonin from the Senju clan, with 3 Uchiha, 2 Senju, and 1 Yamashiro ninja as members. Now, 2 Senju and 1 Uchiha lay dead. Of the remaining 2 Uchiha, 1 had been captured and the other gravely injured. The Yamashiro ninja was in a state of shock, unable to articulate his thoughts. What is the cause? Lin Xiaoya inquired. Unknown, Ironfire replied, shaking his head. The report states that the Uchiha ninja struck first. However, the Uchiha side claims that the Senju leader provoked them by insulting the Uchiha Sharingan. 2 entirely different accounts, 1 mute witness, and 3 cold corpses. This was a ledger of blood destined to remain unsettled. Lin Xiaoya stood. Gather all council members for an emergency meeting. She approached the window, gazing out at the serene Peach Blossom Alliance. What was inevitable has finally arrived. The deep-seated enmity between the Uchiha and Senju, rooted for centuries, could not simply dissipate due to a mere treaty. The fuse had been lit the moment the Senju joined. Now, it had exploded. In the conference room, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama sat on opposite sides. One radiated an unmistakable aura of menace, while the other bore a countenance of sorrow. Tobarama stood behind Hashirama, resembling an unyielding block of ice. The clan leaders of Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and others sat rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe. All understood that the outcome of this meeting would determine the fate of the alliance. Miss Xiaoya, Hashirama began, his voice hoarse. The Senju require an explanation. Explanation? Uchiha Madara scoffed. One of my clan has also perished. Will you provide that explanation? Madara. Hashirama sprang to his feet. It was your clan who initiated hostilities. Nonsense. Madara slammed his hand on the table, the solid wooden surface fracturing instantly. Your clan was the one to insult us. Enough. Lin Xiaoya's voice, though not loud, cut through the chaos like a knife. She stood, surveying the room. Now is not the time to assign blame for who struck first, but to determine who shall address this matter. She fixed her gaze on Madara. How do you propose to handle this? Quite simply, Madara replied without hesitation. Release our captured member. As for the Senju who perished, that is merely the nature of battle. One cannot blame anyone. You are deluded. Tobarama stepped forward, chakra surging. A life for a life. That Uchiha must be executed. The air in the conference room felt almost solid. All eyes were riveted upon Lin Xiaoya. Supporting the Uchiha would provoke the Senju, while siding with the Senju would incite chaos among the Uchiha. The alliance stood on the brink of collapse. Uchiha Madara. Lin Xiaoya addressed him formally. I cannot agree to your demands. Madara's body stiffened. Lord Tobarama, Lin Xiaoya turned to him. I cannot agree to your demands either. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tobarama's face. This matter does not belong to the Uchiha, nor does it belong to the Senju, Lin Xiaoya articulated clearly. It belongs to the alliance. From the file cabinet, she retrieved the document known to all, the Peach Blossom Alliance Charter. She turned to a specific page. Alliance Charter. Part 3, Judicial Regulations, Clause 1. Any internal conflict resulting in casualties among Alliance members during the execution of Alliance missions shall be adjudicated by the Alliance Council. The involved parties shall be detained by the Alliance Guard and investigated by the Legal Department. Ultimately, a joint tribunal shall be formed by the Council for public trial. Her words resonated in the silent conference room, clear and authoritative. Thus, she concluded, closing the charter. I demand that the captured Uchiha ninja be handed over to the Alliance Guard. Simultaneously, I propose the establishment of a special investigation team, led by Nara Shikahiko, with Yamashiro Ikki responsible for conducting mental evaluations of the survivors to uncover the truth. During the investigation, no individual or family shall interfere. Everyone was stunned by her words. Resolving blood feuds through regulations? Such a notion is unheard of in the realm of ninjas. I object. An elder from the Uchiha clan stood forth. This is one of our Uchiha kin. Why should we entrust him to you? Simply because he is a member of the alliance. Nara Shikahiko rose calmly to respond. He donned the alliance uniform, received the alliance's remuneration, and patrolled the borders of the alliance. First and foremost, he is a ninja of the alliance. It is only secondary that he is of Uchiha lineage. The moment he raised his blade against his comrades, he must accept the judgment of the alliance. The Uchiha elder was rendered speechless. What if the verdict results in his execution? Uchiha Madara interjected, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Xiaoya. Then let it be execution. Lin Xiaoya replied without a hint of hesitation. If the judgment reveals that the Senju ninjas provoked first, then the Senju clan must publicly apologize to the Uchiha and provide reparations. She turned to Hashirama and Tobirama. Gentlemen, can you accept this? Hashirama closed his eyes and, after a moment's deliberation, nodded heavily. I accept. Tobirama remained silent, yet did not voice any opposition, thus implying his acquiescence. Now, all the pressure rested upon Uchiha Madara. The gaze of every individual in the conference room was fixed upon him. Would he acquiesce? Would he accept a so-called rule that could potentially condemn one of his own kin to death? Time passed, second by second. Uchiha Madara remained silent. Yet the overwhelming aura of killing intent that seemed capable of lifting the very roof began to gradually recede. Very well. He managed to utter a single word through clenched teeth. Lin Xiaoya felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Iron fire. She commanded. Relay my orders to dispatch the 1st and 3rd squads of the Alliance's guard to the border outpost to apprehend the suspect and secure the scene. Understood. Iron fire departed with purpose. The atmosphere in the conference room began to ease slightly. Yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The true trial lay ahead in the forthcoming investigation and judgment. It would mark the Alliance's first attempt to confront the deeply entrenched animosities within the ninja world using its own regulations. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Fire, the 3rd outpost, the area was completely sealed off by the Alliance's guard. The accused Uchiha ninja, named Uchiha Ken, was confined within the outpost's isolation chamber, bound by sealing chains on both hands and feet. Outside, a throng of Uchiha kin surrounded the isolation chamber, their presence impenetrable. They did not trust the alliance. They only believed in themselves. They would guard their kin until the clan leader issued new orders. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose. 2 squads of ninjas appeared on the horizon, clad in uniform black attire, the alliance guard. Leading them was the captain of the Shuangyue clan, followed by ninjas from various families such as Akimichi, Mizunakes, and Kazumaki. Yet there were no Senju or Uchiha among them. The guard halted before the isolation chamber. Captain Shuangyue stepped forward. By the command of the Alliance Council, we are here to transfer the suspect Uchiha Ken. Stand aside. The Uchiha ninja stationed at the entrance drew his blade. This is an internal matter of our Uchiha clan. You have no business intervening. Captain Shuangyue remained unmoved, merely gazing at his counterpart. I shall reiterate. By the command of the Alliance Council, transfer the suspect. Those who defy this order shall be charged with treason. The air instantly dropped to a freezing point. The Uchiha guards were expressions of struggle and fury. They had been ordered to hold this position. Yet the individual before them represented the alliance. He embodied the supreme regulation that even Uchiha Madara had acknowledged. Attack! A young Uchiha ninja shouted. They cannot do anything to us. We are Uchiha. Captain Shuangyue's hand rested upon the hilt of his blade. The alliance guard behind him stepped forward in unison, an aura of lethal intent enveloping the area. At that moment, a voice rang out from the rear of the Uchiha crowd. Let them pass. The crowd parted. Uchiha Izuna emerged, observing the standoff with an expression devoid of emotion. Lord Izuna. But, Lord Madara, Uchiha Izuna interrupted. This is Madara's command. It is also my command. He approached Captain Shuangyue. You may take the person, but I require one to accompany you. Izuna's gaze swept over the alliance guard. I wish to witness firsthand what your so-called judgment entails. Chapter 99. Shadows. Captain Shuangyue regarded Uchiha Izuna, and after a brief pause, he stepped aside to create a path. Lord Izuna, please. This is a compromise outside the rules, yet within the bounds of flexibility. The Alliance's regulations do not stipulate that relatives of the suspect cannot observe. Izuna said nothing further, merely following behind the guard. He resembled a drawn blade, silent yet sharp. Everyone felt the unmasked scrutiny and hostility radiating from him. The bound Uchiha Ken, upon catching sight of Izuna, exhibited the faintest flicker of emotion on his previously expressionless face. He opened his mouth but uttered no words, instead lowering his head deeply. The guard departed with the suspect, leaving behind the Uchiha kin who gazed upon Izuna's retreating figure with complex expressions. They had lost, not in brute force, but to an entity they could not yet fully comprehend, something called regulation. In the depths of the information department in the idyllic realm, a quiet chamber enveloped by the secretive barriers of the Yamashiro clan, isolating it from all external scrutiny, sat the sole surviving Yamashiro ninja. His eyes vacant as he trembled uncontrollably in his chair. Yamashiro Kiichi stood before him, hands forming seals. Clan leader Nara Shikihiko stood nearby. A rare gravity etched upon his features. Are you certain? His mental state is exceedingly unstable. Forcing a probe may lead to complete collapse. We shall have to try. Yamashiro Kiichi responded. He is the only witness. We must ascertain what transpired during those critical minutes. His hands gently pressed against the temples of the clan member. The secret art of mind transfer technique. Keiichi's body swayed slightly, and he closed his eyes. The quiet chamber descended into a profound silence. Nara Shikihiko and Lin Xiaoya waited outside. Time ticked by, second by second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Suddenly, the door to the chamber burst open. Yamashiro Kiichi stumbled out, his complexion as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as if he had just escaped from a nightmare. What happened? Lin Xiaoya rushed forward. I saw it. Yamashiro Keiichi's voice trembled. I witnessed everything. He haltingly began to recount the images he had perceived. An argument. Indeed, the captain of the Senju had employed extremely derogatory language, mocking the Uchiha Sharingan. He declared it a cursed eye, the source of calamity. Uchiha Ken was incensed. Yet he did not act immediately. He drew his blade, but the tip pointed downward. He merely intended to issue a warning. However, the Senju captain, seemingly oblivious to the blade in his hand, continued to provoke him with even more venomous words. And then, everything spiraled out of control. Not only that, Yamashiro Kiichi pressed his forehead, a pained expression crossing his features. In his memory, everything was chaotic and hazy. But what? There was something. Jingi diligently organized his thoughts. It was neither chakra nor any form of spiritual energy known to me. Instead, it was a pure malevolence, akin to a drop of ink dissolving in pristine water. It clung to Captain Senju's fury and to Uchiha Jien's humiliation, amplifying all negative emotions. I observed Captain Senju momentarily falter as he uttered those words, seemingly perplexed by his own utterance. At the instant Uchiha Jien drew his blade, a fleeting, shadowy figure flashed through his memory, formless and devoid of substance, reminiscent of a sentient mire. Jingi shuddered. I attempted to trace the origin of that shadow, but upon contact with it, I felt as though I were on the verge of being devoured. It exuded an ancient and chilling will that I had never encountered before. Lin Xiaoya remained silent, as did Nara Shikihiko. The black shadow, the living mire, the malevolence that magnified hatred. These concepts transcended their understanding of ninjutsu and the world. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Lin Xiaoya finally spoke, her directive clear and composed. Until the investigation yields results, your findings are classified. Jingi nodded, aware of the gravity of the situation. Publicizing such an inexplicable supernatural event would only serve to ignite an already tense atmosphere. Everyone would assume it was a fabrication by the Yamanaka clan to absolve Senju. Shikihiko, Lin Xiaoya turned to Nara Shikihiko. I need you to investigate something immediately. Approaching the map, she pointed to the location of the conflict at the Fire Country's border. Uncover the history of that land over the past several centuries, encompassing both official records and folklore. Leave no strange or inexplicable event unexamined. Although perplexed, Nara Shikihiko promptly accepted the task. He understood that Lady Xiaoya would not act without purpose. She must have uncovered clues he had yet to perceive. Once everyone departed, Lin Xiaoya remained alone in her office. She closed her eyes. Blueprint Simulation Module, Initiate. Input Variables. The millennial hatred between Uchiha and Senju. Input Variables. The conflicts arising from the formation of the alliance. Input Variables. Yamanaka Jingi's mental probe report on the shadow, amplified malevolence. Within her mind, streams of information began to converge, collide, and reorganize. Possibility after possibility was simulated, only to be dismissed. This was not a mere vendetta, nor was it a serendipitous clash. The aberration of Captain Senju and Uchiha Jien's loss of control pointed towards a common possibility. Someone, or rather, something, was intentionally inciting hatred. It did not wish for Uchiha and Senju to coexist peacefully, nor for the alliance to endure. This entity was the shadow Jingi had witnessed, a concealed third party lurking in the shadows of the ninja world. Warning: unknown variables detected. System overload. Unable to effectively analyze shadow. Threat level: unknown. Recommendation: highest alert level. Lin Xiaoya opened her eyes and approached the window, gazing at the distant mountains. A greater storm was brewing, and she did not even know the enemy's name. Just then, Tetsuhebe entered. Lady Xiaoya, Lord Uchiha Izuna requests an audience. Chapter 100. The Judgment in Lin Xiaoya's office. Uchiha Izuna stood, refraining from taking a seat. The aura of impending violence surrounding him had lessened since their last encounter at the outpost, yet he still resembled a blade poised to be drawn. I have seen the person, he stated directly. He is detained in the independent prison of the Alliance's guard and has not suffered any mistreatment. Lin Xiaoya nodded. This was the treatment he deserved, being a suspect, not a criminal, before the trial. Trial? Izuna echoed the word, tinged with a hint of barely discernible sarcasm. How do you intend to conduct it? An open trial, Lin Xiaoya replied. A joint tribunal composed of the Alliance's council will be formed, and all evidence and testimonies will be made public, including the findings of the Yamanaka clan. Izuna pressed. Lin Xiaoya met his gaze. Yes, but not entirely. Izuna's expression instantly chilled. What do you mean? The aspects concerning the conflict's progression will be presented as evidence, Lin Xiaoya calmly explained. But details regarding that shadow will not be disclosed for now. Why not? Because it cannot be substantiated. Lin Xiaoya stood and moved closer to Izuna. Izuna, let me ask you, if you were a member of the tribunal and heard testimony regarding a living mire and malevolence, would you believe it? Izuna fell silent. He would not. He would deem it nonsense, a fabrication by the Yamanaka clan to evade culpability, in a time when everyone is blinded by hatred. Introducing an unverifiable ghost story would only backfire, Lin Xiaoya asserted. It would lead Senju to believe we are shielding Uchiha, and Uchiha to think we are mocking them. Then what do you propose? Izuna inquired. The trial must rely solely on verifiable evidence, Lin Xiaoya articulated firmly. Captain Senju's provocation is a fact, as is Uchiha Jian's act of murder. So what? Do you wish for everyone to share the blame equally? No, Lin Xiaoya shook her head. What I seek is for all to witness how the rules function. Whether you are Senju or Uchiha, before the rules, all are treated equally. Izuna regarded her, speechless for a long while. This woman aimed to achieve something that transcended all his previous understanding. She was not merely addressing a murder case. She was using this bloody incident to lay a cornerstone for the entire alliance, a cornerstone named law. 3 days later, the largest conference hall in the Peach Blossom Village was transformed into a temporary tribunal. The audience was filled with representatives from various clans, with Senju and Uchiha members deliberately seated at opposite ends, separated by a wide aisle. Yet even amidst such arrangements, the air was thick with palpable hatred and animosity. At the tribunal, Lin Xiaoya occupied the center seat, flanked by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Further along the sides were the clan leaders of Inuzuka, Yuhi, and Hozuki, collectively forming this joint tribunal. Uchiha Jian was brought forth. His previous lifeless visage had given way to a complex calm. The trial commenced. Nara Shikihiko, as the head of the investigation team, read the report. From the origins of the conflict to the ensuing casualties, every detail was laid bare. Upon hearing Captain Senju's derogatory remarks, a stir arose in the Uchiha audience. When Uchiha Jian's fatal strike was recounted, an uproar erupted among the Senju. The tribunal instantaneously devolved into chaos. Silence. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama simultaneously commanded, their immense chakra subduing their respective clansmen. The hall fell silent once more. Next came Yamanaka Jingi's testimony. He recounted only the verbal and behavioral exchanges observed, refraining from mentioning the shadow. The chain of evidence became clear. Provocation preceded murder. The tribunal shall now deliberate, Lin Xiaoya announced. All eyes were fixated on the tribunal. Everyone understood that the true contest was only just beginning. Provocation came first. But the crime did not warrant death. Senju Tobarama spoke coolly from behind Hashirama. Murder must be met with death. It is only just. In the face of inadequacy, one meets their demise on the battlefield, and only their lack of skill can be blamed. An elder of the Uchiha clan retorted. Moreover, it was the adversary who first insulted the honor of our clan. The argument reignited, this time upon the judgment seat. The leader of the Kirigakure clan reclined in his chair, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans wore furrowed brows. Hashirama's face was etched with sorrow, his silence profound. Uchiha Madara's expression remained inscrutable, a mirror of still waters. Enough, Lin Xiaoya rapped the table. We shall now proceed to the final verdict vote. She surveyed the assembly. Proposal 1. Uchiha Ken, guilty of intentional murder, shall be sentenced to death. Proposal 2. Uchiha Ken, guilty of manslaughter, shall receive a long-term prison sentence and forced labor. Proposal 3. A ruling of task conflict, with fault on both sides, resulting in the acquittal of Uchiha Ken. She paused. I shall begin. I choose Proposal 2. The assembly fell into stunned silence, surprised that Lin Xiaoya would be the first to declare her stance, opting for the most moderate solution. I too choose Proposal 2. Hashirama spoke heavily. Tobarama's body stiffened for a moment, yet refrained from objection. Proposal 2. The leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans echoed in unison. The count now stood at 5 votes in favor of Proposal 2. All eyes turned to Uchiha Madara, whose vote was of paramount importance. Should he select Proposal 3? It would create division. If he chose Proposal 2, the resolution would be solidified. Madara remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the restrained Uchiha Ken below. After a long pause, he uttered 2 words, I abstain. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Abstention? This signified that he neither endorsed the judgment nor intended to overturn it as clan leader. He relinquished the choice to the rules themselves. Lin Xiaoya felt a weight lift from her heart. With 6 votes cast, 5 in favor of Proposal 2 and 1 abstention, I declare the verdict established. She rose. Uchiha Ken, having been provoked during a mission, acted in excessive self-defense resulting in the death of a colleague, is found guilty of manslaughter. He shall be imprisoned for 10 years and subjected to labor in the most arduous mines of the Alliance as penance. Furthermore, the court finds that the deceased, Senju Takashi, bore principal responsibility for provocation in this conflict. The Senju clan shall issue a public and formal apology to the Uchiha clan. At the moment the verdict was announced, the assembly fell into an eerie silence. No one was satisfied with the outcome. The Senju felt humiliated that the murderer would not pay with his life, while the Uchiha felt it was a grave indignity for their kin to be sentenced, only to receive a hollow apology in return. Yet, no one dared to voice their dissent, for this was the answer provided by the rules, the collective result of the council's votes. As the trial concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Xiaoya descended from the judgment seat, preparing to depart, when a figure obstructed her path. It was Uchiha Izuna, standing alone. The shadow you mentioned. Izuna began, fixing her with a deliberate gaze. I believe I have encountered a similar account in a forbidden Uchiha scroll. Chapter 101. Kurizetsu. Lin Xiaoya halted in her tracks, turning to face Uchiha Izuna. Forbidden scroll? Indeed, Izuna's expression grew serious. That scroll contains many of the Uchiha clan's most ancient secrets, most of which are dismissed as mere folklore. What does it say? It describes a certain entity. Izuna appeared to choose his words carefully. It bears no name, referred to only by a singular symbol, a black, spiraled sigil. The scroll states that this entity is the will of the earth, the embodiment of hatred. It was born in antiquity, predating even the sage of 6 paths. It lacks a physical form, resembling a spiritual parasite. Its favorite emotion is hatred, particularly the animosity between the descendants of Indra and Ashura. Izuna paused at this juncture. The scroll claims it lurks within the hearts of individuals, surfacing when hatred and anger peak, magnifying those emotions 1,000-fold, tempting one to commit the most extreme, irreversible acts. It then feeds on the consequences of that hatred, growing ever more powerful. Lin Xiaoya's heart raced. A parasite, amplifying hatred, feasting on the fruits of malevolence. This aligned perfectly with the descriptions provided by Yamashiro and her own deductions. Where's that scroll? It has been destroyed. Izuna shook his head. The clan leaders of several generations past deemed its contents too ominous, fearing it would destabilize the minds of the clan members, and thus ordered its destruction. I only remember these details because I had a good memory as a child and happened upon it by chance. Did the scroll mention its name? Lin Xiaoya pressed. Izuna pondered for a moment. It bore no formal name. However, at the scroll's conclusion, there was a note left by an ancestor from a certain generation. He stated that this entity is the darkness lurking beneath the world, the personification of despair. He referred to it as Kurizetsu. The 2 characters struck Lin Xiaoya's mind like thunder. Kurizetsu. It was he, the most profound schemer concealed throughout the annals of ninja history. The architect of the millennia-long conflict between Indra and Ashura, ultimately leading to the Fourth Great Ninja War. He had emerged. Or rather, he had always been present. New keyword input, Kurizetsu. Information database correlation matching in progress. Successful match, Uchiha Monument. Indra, Ashura, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Threat level determination error. Threat level correction, world-ending class. A chill coursed through Lin Xiaoya's spine, spreading throughout her entire being. She had always believed her greatest adversary to be the archaic family system of this era. The deeply ingrained ideology of hatred. She was mistaken. Her true enemy had never been human. Instead, it was a creature that had lived for millennia. Viewing the entire ninja world as its chessboard, the recent conflagration was not a mere coincidence. It was Kurizetsu's initial probing strike against the alliance. A test to gauge the fragility of this nascent coalition seeking to end the cycle of hatred. Xiaoya? Izuna spoke, noticing the change in her countenance. Lin Xiaoya snapped back to reality. Who else knows of this matter? Only you, me, and Madara, Izuna replied. I have already informed him. Good. Lin Xiaoya inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Izuna, you must immediately journey to the Senju headquarters. What? Izuna was taken aback. Seek Tobarama, Lin Xiaoya spoke rapidly. Relay everything you know about Kurizetsu to him, exactly as it is. He won't believe it. Izuna immediately countered. He will only think this is a fabrication by us Uchiha to absolve ourselves. He will, Lin Xiaoya insisted with unwavering confidence. Tobarama is the foremost researcher of this era. He values science and rationality. But precisely because of this, when a ghost story is supported by sufficient logic and circumstantial evidence, he will be more eager than anyone to uncover the truth. You are not going to persuade him. You are planting a seed of doubt in his mind. Then, Lin Xiaoya turned and strode swiftly toward the administrative building. I must meet with Hashirama and Madara in the conference room of the Senju clan's residence. The atmosphere was even more grave than that of the courtroom. Lin Xiaoya, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, the three highest authorities of the alliance, were convening for their first closed-door meeting. Lin Xiaoya articulated her conjectures and the intelligence she had gathered from Izuna in full. After absorbing her words, Hashirama's face was etched with shock and disbelief. Are you suggesting that a creature, having lived for over 1,000 years, has been orchestrating the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha? Indeed, Lin Xiaoya affirmed with a nod. Uchiha Madara remained silent, yet the chill emanating from him lowered the room's temperature perceptibly. He reflected on numerous memories, the evolving inscriptions on the Uchiha stone tablet that changed with the progression of the Sharingan, and the inexplicable, avoidable conflicts throughout his clan's history, which he had attributed to fate and curses. Behind those events lurked an unseen hand. I refused to believe it. A voice interrupted from outside. Tobarama Senju and Izuna Uchiha entered together, Tobarama's face rife with skepticism and scrutiny. What Earth's will, what embodiment of hatred, this is utterly absurd. He gazed at Lin Xiaoya. This sounds more like a myth concocted to explain unexplainable phenomena. And what of the shadow seen in the mountains? Lin Xiaoya countered. Is that also a myth? It could be some unknown spiritual technique, or perhaps a hallucination born under extreme stress. Tobarama retorted without yielding. Until we find a physical entity and conduct a vivisection and study, I will not believe any claims regarding Kagaya. Tobarama. Hashirama interjected to halt him. Brother, do you genuinely wish to believe in such ethereal nonsense? Tobarama queried Hashirama, his concern palpable. This could undermine the foundation of the alliance. We could fall into endless internal strife and suspicion over a mere ghost story. The room was once again steeped in tension. On one side were the Uchiha, who believed in ancient secrets, and the idealistic Hashirama. On the other stood the empirically minded Tobarama. Lin Xiaoya found herself positioned in the middle. She recognized the validity of Tobarama's skepticism, yet she was equally aware of the unequivocal existence of Kagaya. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Tobarama. He lifted his gaze, the crimson kaleidoscope of his Sharingan locking onto Tobarama's. What if I could let you see it with your own eyes? Tobarama was taken aback. Madara rose and approached the map beside Lin Xiaoya. The map delineated the territories and spheres of influence of the alliance. If this entity feeds on hatred, then its greatest desire is to witness the Senju and Uchiha clash anew, leading to the disintegration of the alliance. Madara's finger traced the map. Thus, It is certain to act again. The next time it appears. He turned to Tobarama. I shall expose it from the shadows with my own eyes. As his words fell, Lin Xiaoya suddenly felt a chill at her fingertips. She glanced down to find the cap of her pen had come loose. A drop of black ink having fallen onto her finger. The droplet seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing slightly before vanishing without a trace the instant she blinked, as if it had never existed. Chapter 102. The plan. That droplet of ink had twitched at her fingertip before disappearing, as though it were merely an illusion. Yet, in that moment, Lin Xiaoya felt her blood nearly freeze. Alert. Unknown higher dimensional energy entity contact. Distance 0. Threat assessment recalibrating. Target has disengaged. The alarm from the blueprint simulation module echoed sharply in her mind. It was not an illusion. It had just been there, in this very room, beneath everyone's noses. Listening to their discussion. Then it had touched her. Was it a display of power? Or perhaps a warning? Xiaoya? Madara's voice pulled her back from her chilling reverie. His crimson Sharingan was intensely focused on the spot where she had just looked down. What was that? His keen perception had detected a fleeting, discordant chakra fluctuation, transient yet cold enough to invoke instinctual wariness. It has been here, Lin Xiaoya replied, her voice icy and composed. She surveyed everyone present, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, Izuna, the four most formidable individuals of their era. Just now, that entity known as Kagaya was in this very room. The air in the conference room solidified instantly. If previously Kagaya had merely been a legend inscribed in ancient scrolls, a ghost story awaiting validation, now it had transformed into an invisible specter lurking among them. Where? Tobarama's chakra tensed instantly, akin to a poised leopard, scanning every corner of the room with heightened sensitivity. Yet, he felt nothing. No residual chakra. No traces of space-time ninjutsu. Nothing at all, as if Lin Xiaoya's words were mere fabrications of the imagination. It has departed, Lin Xiaoya stated. But it has heard all our plans. Hashirama's complexion drained of color. He sensed that fleeting malice, pure, unadulterated while reveling in destruction, far more terrifying than any adversary he had faced. It touched you, Madara stated matter-of-factly. His Sharingan had perceived a darkness at Lin Xiaoya's fingertip, deeper than ink itself. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Izuna instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself between Lin Xiaoya and the doorway, gripping the hilt of his blade. An entity capable of eluding all our senses, Tobarama analyzed with lightning speed. It either lacks a physical form, or its stealth capabilities have surpassed our understanding. It is not merely stealth, Lin Xiaoya corrected him. It may well be any inconspicuous object around us. She gestured towards the pen that had fallen to the ground. It could be a droplet of ink, a speck of dust, or even the shadows hidden deep within someone's heart. Her words sent chills through everyone present. This implied that they were perpetually under surveillance. Their so-called secret meetings were nothing more than public performances in the eyes of the entity. This is impossible, Tobarama immediately countered. Any material, as long as it exists, must possess a physical form and can be detected. What if its form is parasitic upon emotions? Lin Xiaoya suggested a more harrowing hypothesis. Tobarama was momentarily silenced. He could dissect corpses and study cells, but he could not dissect hatred. Madara, Lin Xiaoya turned to him. You just said you would expose it with your eyes. Yes. Now, the plan must be revised. Lin Xiaoya approached the map. It already knows we intend to confront it. Therefore, any conventional search and defense will be futile. It will simply burrow deeper like a mole. Then what do you propose we do? Madara inquired. Draw it out, Lin Xiaoya stated, her finger pointing to the center of the map, at the location of the hidden paradise. It feeds on hatred, so we shall provide it with a feast. Hashirama instantly grasped her meaning and sprang to his feet. No, this is far too dangerous. The alliance has only just stabilized. Even the slightest spark could ignite the entire powder keg. Brother, now is not the time for sentimentality. Tobarama rarely interjected to halt Hashirama. We have been driven to the edge of a cliff. This is an enemy without a physical form. Conventional warfare is ineffective against it. We must compel it to reveal itself. And how do we do that? Izuna asked, his hostility now fully directed at the unknown Kagaya. We need a conflict. Lin Xiaoya replied. A confrontation real enough to convince Kagaya that the alliance is on the verge of collapse. A semblance of a full-scale war is poised to erupt once more between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Her scheme is both audacious and reckless. Within the alliance, she orchestrates an insurrection so convincing that it blurs the line between reality and deception. Who shall take the stage? Uchiha Madara directly inquires at the crux of the matter. The individual must possess substantial gravitas. His fury must resonate with authenticity, and his actions must sufficiently agitate the nerves of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The gaze of all present instinctively falls upon two individuals, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. They stand as the most direct embodiments of the enmity that has festered between their clans for decades, overshadowed only by Hashirama and Madara. Tobirama fixates on Izuna, who meets his gaze in return. The air crackles with the echoes of their past battles. I shall take on this role. The two speak almost in unison. Izuna steps forward. I am the most fitting for this part. My previous opposition to the alliance has been witnessed by all. It would be least suspicious for me to instigate conflict. No, Tobirama shakes his head. You cannot. Your identity as Madara's brother means that any extreme actions on your part will be interpreted as his mandate. That would escalate the performance beyond control. He then turns to Lin Xiaoya. It should be me. As the second in command of the Senju, a staunch supporter of the alliance's principles, and also a relative of the deceased Senju Toku, as well as a direct adversary of the condemned Uchiha Ken. I am the one who can question the fairness of the judgment. I will publicly declare that the alliance's rules have shielded the murderer and insulted the Senju. Tobirama's words astonished Hashirama. He could hardly fathom his brother uttering such sentiments, even in the realm of pretense. You alone are insufficient, Madara interjected. This performance requires two protagonists. He glanced at Izuna. Tobirama, you will ignite the spark. Izuna, you shall fan the flames. You two must reenact the opposition of years past before all, employing the most venomous words and the most genuine rage to assail one another, targeting each other's families, until Black Zetsu is convinced that your hatred transcends the alliance's rules, compelling it to intervene personally and stoke the flames of this conflagration. This is not merely a performance. It is a perilous game, wagering the future of the entire alliance. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the four before her. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna. These age-old adversaries stand united against an even older foe, marking the dawn of a new era. She recognizes that at this moment, the curtain has genuinely risen on this grand spectacle, of which she shall serve as the master director. Chapter 103. The performance. The plan commenced the following morning, in the bustling central square of the Peach Blossom Village. The heart of the alliance and a hub of information, Senju Tobirama made his appearance. He donned the traditional garb of the Senju clan rather than the alliance's uniform, his countenance shrouded in an unmistakable gloom. He approached the bulletin board, where the judgment regarding Uchiha Ken from 3 days prior still lingered. 10 years of imprisonment? Tobirama's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of those around him. Is the life of a Senju Jonin worth merely a decade of hard labor? Is this the explanation the alliance offers us? His words struck like a stone cast into still waters. Ninjas from various clans, Senju, Uchiha, and others, halted in their tracks. Drawn to him, Lord Tobirama began a Senju ninja, attempting to interject. Silence. Tobirama's voice thundered. The glory of the Senju has been squandered by you spineless cowards. When others slay your comrades, you not only forego revenge, but accept this paltry verdict. Has my brother Hashirama been blinded by that woman? And now you two are lost in confusion? The mention of that woman sent a chill through the crowd, as he referred to Lin Xiaoya. It was the first time a high-ranking official had publicly referred to the supreme decision-maker of the alliance with such disrespect. The atmosphere in the square shifted dramatically. What do you mean, Senju Tobirama? Several Uchiha ninjas stepped forward, led by the elder Uchiha Shishina, an actor placed within this scenario. Is my meaning not clear enough? Tobirama turned to face him directly. This trial has been nothing but a farce, favoring the Uchiha from start to finish. Preposterous. Uchiha Shishina retorted angrily. It was your Senju who provoked first. The verdict demanding an apology is already lenient toward you. Apologize? Tobirama scoffed. The Senju clan owes no apologies to you, Uchiha. Do you dare speak of honor, having stolen it with your Sharingan? You seek death. Uchiha Shishina's chakra erupted violently, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. An icy aura emanated from Tobirama, the tension escalating toward inevitable confrontation. Surrounding ninjas recoiled in shock. Never before had they witnessed such a standoff between the Senju's second-in-command and an elder of the Uchiha at the heart of Peach Blossom Village. Stop. The alliance's guards finally arrived, led by Captain Xuanyue, placing themselves forcefully between the two. Gentlemen, please remain calm. This is Peach Blossom Village. Step aside. Tobarama shoved him aside. You cannot intervene in this matter. At that moment, a cool voice rang out. Let him speak. Uchiha Izuna emerged from the crowd, dressed in Uchiha clan attire. His signature long blade at his side. He approached Tobarama, reducing the distance between them to mere 3 steps. I am curious to hear what a dog, who only dares to scheme in the shadows, can bark about. Izuna's words were far more venomous than Tobarama's previous remarks. What did you say? Tobarama's murderous intent nearly materialized. Have I erred? A sardonic smile curled Izuna's lips. Had I not shown mercy back then, you would lack the standing to bark here today. Boom. Tobarama could no longer restrain himself. A colossal surge of water-style chakra erupted skyward. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. A ferocious water dragon materialized, roaring as it charged toward Uchiha Izuna. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Unflinching, Izuna formed hand seals, conjuring an immense fireball to meet the water dragon. Water and fire clashed violently at the center of the square, steam enveloping the area. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Uchiha Madara standing atop a distant building, his Mangekyo Sharingan scanning the emotional turbulence of each individual present. He was searching for that pure malice, one that did not belong to anyone, perhaps concealed within the crowd. Relishing this grand performance, Black Zetsu. In the top-floor office of the administrative building, Lin Xiaoya stood before the window, observing the unfolding events below. Conflict simulation initiated. Phase 1, public opinion ignition, completed. Phase 2, high-level opposition, completed. Current internal hatred index of the alliance, 784. Rapidly escalating. Her expression remained inscrutable. This performance was meticulously crafted by her own hands. Every line delivered by the characters, every conflict in each sequence, was calculated within her design. She understood the perilous dance she was engaged in. A single misstep could turn this charade into stark reality. Yet, she had no alternative. Confronting an adversary like Black Zetsu necessitated unconventional methods. Lady Xiaoya, Iron Fire entered, his face etched with concern. Is it truly unnecessary to attend to the situation over at the square? Let Hashirama handle it. Lin Xiaoya did not look back. It is time for our mediator to step forward. Indeed, downstairs, Senju Hashirama finally arrived upon hearing the news. Everyone, cease this at once. With a thunderous roar, dozens of massive wooden pillars descended from above, forcefully separating the two opposing sides. Tobarama, Izuna, what do you intend to do? Do you seek to destroy everything? Hashirama stood between them, his visage a portrait of sorrow and rage. His performance was the most genuine among them all, for half of his emotions were indeed real. He truly feared that everything might spiral out of control. Brother, step aside. Tobarama continued his act. Today, I must seek justice for our fallen kin. Justice cannot be achieved through private duels. Hashirama bellowed. This farce, involving the highest echelons of the alliance, was temporarily brought to a halt by Hashirama's powerful intervention. Tobarama and Izuna were forcibly pulled away by their respective clansmen. The square lay in disarray, yet all understood that this was merely the beginning. Pandora's box had been opened. That afternoon, news spread throughout the Peach Blossom Village. The Senju clan announced their temporary withdrawal from all joint missions of the alliance. Their ninjas retreated to their clan's territory. A fracture had appeared within the alliance, one that was expanding at an alarming rate. The day following the emergence of the rift, the atmosphere in Peach Blossom Village grew unbearably tense. On the streets, when Senju and Uchiha ninjas encountered one another, they would immediately part ways, separated by an invisible chasm. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Some smaller clans began to feel a sense of panic. They had joined the alliance seeking protection, not to be embroiled in the conflict between the two major clans. Several leaders of smaller clans discreetly approached the Inuzuka, contemplating whether it would be prudent to make early arrangements. The alliance, a colossal ship just setting sail, appeared to be taking on water. Beneath the Nage Shrine in the Uchiha territory, in a dimly lit chamber, only Uchiha Madara and Lin Xiaoya were present. A stone tablet stood silently in the darkness. I have found nothing. Madara's voice bore a hint of weariness. He had scarcely closed his eyes since yesterday. His Sharingan monitored the entire Peach Blossom Village, analyzing the emotional currents of thousands. He witnessed countless waves of stirred anger and resentment, yet could not locate its source, the parasite known as Kurizetsu. It is exceedingly cautious. Lin Xiaoya analyzed. The conflict between Tobarama and Izuna is too elevated. It may suspect this is a trap. What shall we do next? Madara inquired. Continue the charade? The Senju have already withdrawn from joint missions. If this continues, the alliance will truly disband. No, Lin Xiaoya shook her head. The actors' roles have reached their conclusion. She raised her gaze to meet Madara's. Now, it is time for the audience to take the stage. Madara's Sharingan slightly contracted. Kurizetsu's objective is not to incite a high-level conflict, Lin Xiaoya articulated with precision. Its aim is to sow the seeds of hatred within the hearts of every ordinary ninja. To instigate a bloodbath that is uncontrollable and arises from below. She retrieved a document from her bosom. This is a report just delivered by the Alliance's guard. Last night, at the eastern border's number 7 supply transfer station, a minor skirmish occurred. A drunken Senju lower ninja and an Uchiha guard clashed over a verbal altercation. No fatalities, but 3 were severely injured. Madara took the report and scanned it swiftly. This was a trivial matter, one that had transpired countless times over the past few centuries. Yet, at this juncture, it appeared glaringly conspicuous. You mean it is testing the waters, Lin Xiaoya stated. It has refrained from acting in the heart of Peach Blossom Village, knowing you are vigilantly watching. Instead, it has chosen a more remote, inconspicuous place, one that is more easily ignited. It wishes to see if this minor spark will ignite into a blaze. Lin Xiaoya approached the map in the chamber. This map was more intricate than that of the administrative building. It not only marked territories and strongholds, but also detailed the composition of ninjas in each area and their levels of animosity. The location of the No. 7 supply transfer station glimmered with a faint red dot. Who is in charge there? Madara inquired. A Chunin from the Yuhi clan, Lin Xiaoya replied. He has detained the 2 involved and is awaiting the council's decision. We cannot handle this according to the rules, Madara declared immediately. If we continue to suppress using the alliance's regulations, Kurizetsu will once again go into hiding. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya nodded. Thus, we must not only refrain from suppression, but also stoke the flames. She looked at Madara. I need you to go personally, in your capacity as the Uchiha clan leader. Visit your injured clansmen, and then present the most stringent and unreasonable demands to the Senju ninjas stationed there. Madara understood. Lin Xiaoya wanted him to stoke the fire further. To transform that small transfer station into a pressure cooker, one that would compel Kurizetsu to believe the time was right to lift the lid. I comprehend, Madara replied, turning to merge into the darkness. He was to assume a role he once knew intimately yet loathed, an Uchiha clan leader driven by hatred, devoid of reason. At the eastern border of the Land of Fire, the number 7 supply transfer station was shrouded in a grim atmosphere. Dozens of Uchiha ninjas and dozens of Senju ninjas stood in stark opposition, separated by an expanse of open ground. All hands rested upon their weapons. The Yuhi clan's leader was sweating profusely, anxious yet hesitant to approach. Just then, a suffocatingly immense chakra descended from above. Uchiha Madara appeared before the Uchiha ranks like a deity of wrath. He did not even glance at the Senju ninjas. He strode directly to the injured Uchiha guard. Who did this? His voice was devoid of warmth. It was the injured Uchiha ninja who pointed at the opposing Senju crowd. Madara turned around, finally setting his gaze upon the Senju ninjas. His crimson Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Hand them over, he commanded. Why should we? A young Senju ninja mustered the courage to shout. Your people started it. His words were cut short as an invisible mental pressure gripped his throat. Madara did not even form a hand seal. I will say this once more. Hand them over. Otherwise, you will all die here. Arrogance, tyranny, and a disregard for reason permeated the air. The Senju ninjas felt the looming threat of death, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Anger, humiliation, and fear intertwined within them. Among them, one Senju lower ninja trembled the most. His brother had perished in the 3rd Patrol's firefight, Senju Takomi. Old grievances and new hatreds were catalyzed by Madara's overwhelming pressure. His eyes began to redden, an unfamiliar chill of malice creeping up from the deepest recesses of his heart. He felt his anger magnified 100-fold. He yearned to obliterate everything before him. He wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. At the moment he was on the verge of losing control and charging forward with his blade drawn, a hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. This hand was warm and strong. Senju Hashirama had appeared behind him, seemingly from nowhere. This ends now, Obito, he said. Sorrow etched upon his face as he gazed at his once dear friend. Simultaneously, as Hashirama materialized, the oncoming chaos within the Senju Chunin was about to be consumed by malevolence. Uchiha Obito's Sharingan captured a glimpse of something ominous. He saw it. Behind that Senju Chunin, a shadow, formed entirely of pure darkness and devoid of any fixed shape, was slowly extending its hand toward the Chunin's vulnerable back. The living mire. It is here. In an instant, Uchiha Obito vanished from sight. He did not direct his attack toward Hashirama. Instead, he circumvented him and lunged at the sinister shadow lurking behind the Chunin. Kurizetsu clearly did not anticipate being exposed. It was even less prepared for Hashirama's presence to be a mere distraction. Obito's true target was it. The shadow emitted a silent shriek, swiftly detaching itself from the Chunin's body, attempting to burrow into the earth. But it was too late. Seal. Lin Xiaoya's voice resonated through a miniature communication device, echoing in both Hashirama and Obito's ears. The ground, already inscribed with a composite sealing technique personally modified by Tobarama, illuminated instantly. Dozens of golden chakra chains erupted from all directions, forming an intricate web that ensnared the dark mass at its center. For the first time, Kurizetsu was drawn from the shadows. Within the luminous cage, it thrashed violently, shifting through various forms. Ultimately, it halted, a face coalescing on its dark surface. A grotesque visage possessing a single spiraled yellow eye. It fixated on Uchiha Obito outside the cage, its solitary, irradiating an ancient and unadulterated malice. Chapter 105. Capturing Kurizetsu. The golden chakra chains constructed a prison of light. The amorphous black entity at the center ceased its struggle. The face, with its singular spiraled yellow eye, stared intently at each individual outside the cage. All present felt a bone-chilling dread, not from the temperature, but from a primal terror rooted in instinct. What lay before them transcended their comprehension. Is this Kurizetsu? Hashirama's voice was tinged with dryness. He had subdued tailed beasts with his wood release and fought against Uchiha Obito until the very earth fractured. Yet, he had never encountered such an uncanny entity. It lacked flesh and bone, seemingly a mere aggregation of pure malevolence and darkness. A monster. Uchiha Izuna uttered the words, his hand remaining steadfast on the hilt of his blade. Senju Tobarama remained silent, his cells clamoring to rush forth and dissect this entity, to unravel its structure. A being that had existed for millennia, devoid of a physical form, capable of parasitizing emotions? This fundamentally overturned all his scientific understanding. It was illogical. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Uchiha Obito took a step forward, the patterns within his Sharingan spinning wildly as it attempted to decode the enigma before him. Kagaya's will and Indra's curse, so it was you. His statement was not a question, but an assertion. The inscriptions upon the stone tablet, the distorted histories within their clan, the inexplicable animosities that had flared up countless times, all connected upon witnessing this entity. Kurizetsu's solitary eye shifted towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, it spoke, not through vocal cords, but as a thought resonating directly within their minds. Another wretched fool misled. You believe that with her, with your kind, you can shatter this millennia-spanning cycle? Its gaze turned to Lin Xiaoya, an alien soul, a variable that does not belong to this world. Do you consider yourself a savior? Lin Xiaoya disregarded its provocation. Her mind was racing at an astonishing pace. Target acquired, Kurizetsu. Form analysis. Non-material life form composed of high-density, in-release chakra, and unknown spiritual energy. Preliminary ability analysis. Mental parasitism, emotional agitation. Physical form transformation, capable of merging with natural substances, information manipulation. Weakness analysis. Current match, 0. Kill it, Uchiha Obito declared, his aura menacing. Leaving this entity alive is a threat. We cannot kill it. Senju Tobarama immediately countered. This is a unique research specimen. We must ascertain its principles, its composition, everything about it. If we kill it, we will forever lose the opportunity to uncover the truth. The truth? Izuna scoffed. The truth is that this entity has instigated conflict between our clans for millennia. It must perish. Foolish. Killing a phenomenon does not resolve the issue. Tobarama's emotions flared. We must address it fundamentally. Enough. Lin Xiaoya interrupted their quarrel. All eyes turned to her. Tobarama is correct. We cannot simply kill it. She regarded the Kurizetsu within the cage. A monster that has existed for millennia. Its worth lies not in its demise, but in the information it harbors. She turned to Uchiha Obito. Obito, I understand your desire for vengeance. However, killing it will not resurrect the fallen. Unraveling its schemes and exposing all it has done is the greatest tribute to the deceased. The malevolence radiating from Uchiha Obito gradually subsided. He comprehended Lin Xiaoya's intent. A mere execution would be too merciful. What do you propose? Hashirama inquired. Interrogation, Lin Xiaoya replied. I wish to know its origins, its purpose. And who else lies behind it? It will not divulge anything, Tobarama asserted with certainty. An entity of such existence likely possesses willpower beyond imagination. It will. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, facing Kurizetsu across the enclosure. For it is arrogant. A schemer who has orchestrated a plot spanning over 1,000 years. To it. We are but pawns that have strayed from its control. It will not concede to being quietly disposed of. It will speak. For it desires to witness the despair etched upon our faces once we learn the truth. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Kurizetsu's solitary eye. You are correct, young girl. It intoned once more. I can reveal to you, for the outcome will not change. It turned its gaze to Uchiha Obito. Do you wish to know the truth behind the stone tablet? I can disclose it. The content inscribed there was altered by me. It was I who guided the Uchiha step by step down the path of pursuing ultimate power. It was I who led you to believe that the end of the Sharingan was the eye of the moon. It was I who convinced you that infinite Tsukuyomi was the ultimate salvation for the Uchiha and this world. Obito's body stiffened. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The ultimate Jinjutsu he had once wholeheartedly believed in, even willing to sever ties with his dearest friend to realize. It had all been a ruse, woven by this very monster over centuries. Why? He inquired. There is no reason. Kurizetsu's thoughts carried a hint of delight. Watching you brothers turn against each other. Fathers and sons estranged, friends become foes. It is a most entertaining spectacle. Especially you, the reincarnation of Indra. Your pure hatred is the finest delicacy. It then shifted its attention to Hashirama. And you, Ashura. Your laughable, naive ideals have been shattered time and again by reality. You think that by establishing a village, you can usher in peace? As long as there is light, there will be darkness. As long as there is love, there will be hatred. This is the truth of the world. What you refer to as an alliance is merely a castle built upon sand, destined to collapse under the weight of a single wave. Each of its utterances strikes with precision at the most painful points of the multitude. My purpose? The body of Black Zetsu begins to writhe, transforming into a colossal black vortex. My aim is to resurrect my mother, the true deity of this land. The creator of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. This name, akin to a myth of creation, crashes into the minds of all present. Lin Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. She understood that the most profound secret was about to be unveiled. Everything here, including the very land beneath your feet, is merely nourishment prepared for the return of my mother. Black Zetsu's solitary eye swept across each individual present, finally resting upon Lin Xiaoya's face. And you are the only variable, a thief who should not exist, having usurped the world's authority. Chapter 106, The Split Body A Thief? Senju Tobarama was the first to react, stepping forward to shield Lin Xiaoya. Preposterous, is it? The thoughts of Black Zetsu echoed in everyone's minds, laced with mockery. Are you not curious? How does she possess such vast knowledge? Knowledge that transcends this era, those astonishing construction techniques, those intricate systems of design. Where does she hail from? Do you truly believe she is a descendant of some hidden clan? This question pierced each heart like a needle. Except for Madara. All had entertained varying degrees of speculation regarding Lin Xiaoya's origins, yet they had tacitly refrained from asking. Now, this taboo topic was laid bare by Black Zetsu. She is a parasite of this world. Black Zetsu continued. She is eroding the very foundations of this realm, altering the future that rightfully belongs to my mother. Silence. Uchiha Madara's chakra erupted violently. The skeletal form of Susanoo manifested behind him, the immense energy pressing upon the air, causing it to wail in agony. Speak another word, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Black Zetsu fell silent, sensing the unmasked intent to kill emanating from Madara. It understood that should the provocation persist, this reincarnation of Indra would indeed act without restraint. Lin Xiaoya raised her hand, pressing gently against Madara's arm. The warmth of her touch gradually dissipated the enormous skeletal form of Susanoo behind him. There is no need for contention. Lin Xiaoya remained composed. Her origins were her greatest secret, yet she feared not being exposed, for all her actions lay bare beneath the sunlight. Take it back, she commanded. Transfer it to the highest level confinement cell beneath the administrative building. Tobarama, increase the strength of the sealing technique by threefold. Understood. Tobarama immediately began forming seals. Several masters of sealing from the Senju clan stepped forward as well. Golden chakra chains enveloped the light prison in layers, ultimately transforming into a 1-meter cubic golden artifact. Hashirama, Madara. Lin Xiaoya turned to the two. You shall escort it personally. Very well. Hashirama and Madara positioned themselves on either side of the golden cube. With these two formidable forces present, no one could seize it. The escorting team traversed the now empty streets towards the administrative building. The farce at the transit station had been forcibly quelled following the appearance of Hashirama and Madara. All participating ninjas had their weapons temporarily confiscated and were detained. Yet, the air remained thick with tension and opposition. Lin Xiaoya walked at the rear of the group, side by side with Izuna. Do you believe its words? Izuna suddenly inquired. Which one? The one about you being a thief. I do not. Lin Xiaoya replied swiftly. But I believe it seeks to sow discord among us. Izuna fell silent. Indeed, each of Black Zetsu's statements was not intended to convey information, but to plant seeds of doubt and division. It sought to incite rivalry between Madara and Hashirama, to undermine their trust in Lin Xiaoya. This was an open conspiracy. Even knowing it was a trap, the thorn had already been embedded. In the deepest recesses of the administrative building, this place was designed by Lin Xiaoya in accordance with the nuclear defense standards of her past life, now serving as an excellent prison for holding Black Zetsu. The golden cube was placed centrally in the room, surrounded by walls, floors, and ceilings inscribed with Tobarama's latest composite sealing techniques. From this moment forth, this area is designated as a high-security zone, Lin Xiaoya announced to all present. Without the collective permission of the 5 of us, no one is allowed within 100 meters of this place. She referred to herself, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna. Tobarama. Your research may be conducted outside. Monitor all its data through sensors, but direct contact is strictly prohibited. I require time, Tobarama stated. I shall grant you time. Lin Xiaoya nodded. However, until your understanding is thorough, do not trust a single word it speaks. She gazed at everyone. We have just engaged in a high-stakes gamble and emerged victorious. We have captured an enemy that has lurked for millennia. Yet, the true war is only just beginning. It is confined here, but its will, its schemes, still permeate every corner of the alliance. The fire ignited by our performance shall not easily extinguish. As her words fell, Tetsuharu rushed in from outside, forgetting to knock. Lady Xiaoya. It's bad. His face was etched with urgency. There has been another fight at the square. What? Hashirama paused. Bewildered. Wasn't he already under control? Yes, it was the ninja who came afterward. Tetsuharu panted. The Senju and Uchiha clansmen. Upon hearing of the confrontation between Lord Tobarama and Lord Izuna at the transit station, became quite agitated. It began with harsh words, but later, I do not know who struck first, and the situation spiraled out of control. The guards are attempting to suppress it, but there are too many. Over a dozen have already been injured. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Their greatest fear had come to fruition. The charade was on the verge of becoming reality. Black Zetsu remained silent within the golden cube, yet Lin Xiaoya felt as though it was silently mocking them, ridiculing their naivety. At that moment, a vivid red alert suddenly popped up in Lin Xiaoya's mind from the blueprint simulation module. Alert. Weak signal from a high-dimensional energy entity detected. Source, Central Hospital. Signal characteristics match Black Zetsu. Judgment, split body. Lin Xiaoya felt every hair on her body stand on end. There is more than one. Chapter 107. The curtain falls. Central Hospital? Split body. Lin Xiaoya's heart sank heavily. Her first instinct was to glance at the golden cube in the center of the room. The seal remained intact, and the flow of chakra was stable and potent. The original entity inside was still present. So, what was the one in the hospital? When did it escape? Was it that drop of ink? The moment she touched that drop of ink, had it already split off a portion and hidden away? Or had it never been a complete entity from the very beginning? Countless possibilities flashed through Lin Xiaoya's mind. Xiaoya? Uchiha Madara sensed her unease. What is it? It has accomplices, Lin Xiaoya whispered, ensuring only the 4 beside her could hear. In the central hospital. What? Hashirama, Tobarama, and Izuna all paled simultaneously. After all their effort in orchestrating this grand play, they had merely captured one? This is impossible. Tobarama immediately refuted. If it is a split entity, the energy fluctuations of the main body must inevitably diminish. I have been monitoring it, and its total energy remains unchanged, unless Lin Xiaoya has taken over its communication. The split entity itself is exceedingly minuscule, so small that its energy can be disregarded. Alternatively, what has been split off may not be energy at all, but pure will. This conjecture left Feijian unable to refute it. What is in the hospital? Ban directly inquired of the core. I do not know, Lin Xiaoya shook her head. But that place is currently the most vulnerable in the entire Taoyuan township. The hospital is filled with the injured, some wounded during missions, others just recently harmed in skirmishes. Old wounds and new injuries, physical agony and inner resentment. It is a cauldron of negative emotions, akin to a buffet for kurizetsu. We must go there immediately. Hashirama decisively declared. Who will go? Izuna asked. This is a dilemma. The 5 of us are the pillars of the alliance, and the only ones privy to the truth of kurizetsu. The main body is here and requires guarding. The chaos in the square needs to be quelled, and the split entity in the hospital demands attention. We are stretched too thin. I will go to the hospital with my brother, Feijian promptly resolved. I am the developer of medical ninjutsu, and most familiar with the hospital. My brother's wood release can provide extensive calming and suppression. And what about the square? Izuna pressed. If this continues, the alliance will fracture. I will go, Uchiha-ban, who had remained silent, spoke up. He turned to Lin Xiaoya. You previously mentioned allowing Feijian and Izuna to reenact their opposition before everyone. Now, it is time for this drama to come to an end. My brother and I will provide an explanation to all. Lin Xiaoya instantly grasped Ban's intention. To resolve this turmoil, the leaders of both clans must personally intervene. No, Izuna immediately opposed. Brother Ban, you cannot go. The emotions are too volatile. Your presence will only stoke the flames. Izuna, Lin Xiaoya interjected. Trust in Ban. He is not there to exacerbate the conflict, but to assume responsibility. This drama requires someone to play the role of the one who has erred. Feijian and Izuna have completed the first act. Now, a figure of greater significance is needed to conclude this chapter. Uchiha Ban has voluntarily chosen this role. Very well, Lin Xiaoya made her decision. The plan is altered. Ban, you shall go to the square. Remember, your task is not to suppress, but to apologize. Hashirama, you will follow shortly. You two must work together to quell the unrest. Feijian, Izuna, you will accompany me to the hospital. Hashirama cast a worried glance at the golden cube. I have my arrangements, Lin Xiaoya assured. She pressed a button on the wall, and a heavy metallic door slowly opened. 3 figures stood outside, the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Yama Inazuka, Narashikaku, and Akimichi Choza. They were the final safeguard Lin Xiaoya had arranged prior to the plan's commencement. Unaware of the truth behind kurizetsu, they had been instructed to hold their ground, no matter what transpired. Lady Xiaoya, the 3 men bowed in unison. I leave this in your hands. Lin Xiaoya entrusted them solemnly. No one is allowed to enter this door before my return, not even me. Understood. With everything arranged, the 5 individuals swiftly divided into 3 groups. In the central square of Taoyuan Township, chaos had erupted into a battlefield. Hundreds of Senju and Uchiha ninjas clashed. Shurikens and kunai flying haphazardly through the air, and the brilliance of ninjutsu exploding intermittently. The alliance's guards were scattered, utterly unable to restore order. Just as the turmoil reached its zenith, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. A colossal blue Susanoo emerged, towering over the square. All movement ceased as everyone gazed in awe at the figure that resembled a deity. Uchiha Ban stood at the heart of the Susanoo, his Sharingan sweeping across the disheveled clansmen below. Enough, his thoughts resonated through chakra, reaching into the minds of each individual. Look at yourselves. You resemble a pack of rabid dogs, blinded by fury. Is this how you choose to discard the honor of the Uchiha? His words compelled all Uchiha ninjas to bow their heads in shame. Lord Ban, a young Uchiha, emboldened by frustration, began to protest. Silence, Ban interrupted sharply. He deactivated the Susanoo and descended slowly to the ground, landing in the war-torn earth. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, he, the leader of the Uchiha clan and one of the most powerful ninjas of this era, deeply bowed to all the Senju clansmen. This conflict arose from my failure to maintain discipline within the Uchiha. I, Uchiha Ban, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, apologize to all Senju who have suffered in this incident. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback. An apology? Uchiha Ban, offering an apology? At that moment, another figure emerged from the crowd, striding purposefully towards them, Senju Hashirama. He approached Ban's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. then bowed as well to all the Uchiha. No, it is my fault. I failed to properly restrain Feijian and to resolve the internal conflicts of the alliance. I, Senju Hashirama, as the creator of the alliance, apologized to everyone. Two men, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, bowed their proud heads before all their clansmen. This scene delivered a shock far more profound than any cataclysmic battle could muster. Just as the chaos in the square began to quell, in a modest hospital room, a young Uchiha shinobi, whose leg had been broken during the skirmish, lay in bed, unable to sleep due to excruciating pain. Beside his bed, a cup of water sat. In the shadow of the cup, a small patch of darkness, deeper than mere shadow, silently slithered toward the nape of his neck. It had found a new host. Chapter 108. Separation. The hospital, which was meant to symbolize life and hope in Lin Xiaoya's blueprint, was now filled with groans, curses, and uncontainable resentment. The air was thick with a nauseating mixture of blood and medicinal herbs. The corridors were crowded with people, injured individuals just carried down from the square, still stained with blood, and anxious family members who had rushed in, faces etched with worry and anger. The Senju and Uchiha clans occupied the corridor's two sides, their animosity unabated even in this place. Each exchanged glance threatened to ignite new sparks of conflict. Lin Xiaoya, Feijian, and Izuna navigated through the throngs of people. Their presence momentarily silenced the previously raucous corridor. Lord Feijian, Lord Izuna, the ninjas of both clans instinctively gathered, clamoring to accuse each other of atrocities. Step aside. Izuna's low growl radiated with the pressure of a jonin, causing the gathered Uchiha to instinctively take a step back. Feijian was more direct. He did not even glance at the Senju, but strode forward, the crowd parting automatically for him. This is not the time to address these matters. High-dimensional energy signal has been locked. Third floor, Block B, Room 307. Vital signs match. Uchiha Jian, a genin age 24. Suffers from a comminuted fracture of the left tibia and moderate chakra disturbance. Lin Xiaoya's mind calmly processed the information relayed by the blueprint module. It is him, the Uchiha genin injured in the brawl. The trio hastened to the entrance of room 307. The door stood ajar, allowing a clear view of the scene within. Uchiha Jian lay on the bed, his body twitching from excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His emotions were tumultuous. Anger, resentment, and trepidation regarding his future simmered within him like a cauldron of boiling poison. A perfect host. What shall we do? Izuna lowered his voice, hand resting on the hilt of his blade. I'll enter, cast a genjutsu to put him to sleep, and then retrieve that thing. No, Tobarama immediately countered. His gaze swept across the medical equipment within the room and the patrolling guards outside. This is a hospital, not an interrogation chamber. Any significant fluctuation of ninjutsu would attract immediate attention. How will we explain ourselves? Will we say we are hunting an invisible bug on an injured Uchiha? What do you suggest then? Izuna's temper flared. Shall we merely stand by and watch? Medical intervention, Tobarama proposed. We could disguise it as a special treatment. I have been researching a mental probing ninjutsu that can detect and detach anomalous energy from the nervous system using subtle chakra flows. It will not create significant disturbances. Your research? What is the success rate? Izuna clearly distrusted him. Theoretically, 90%. I will not allow my Uchiha brethren to be your guinea pigs. That is still better than you charging in and frying his brain. The two were at an impasse once again. Enough of this bickering, Lin Xiaoya interjected. She regarded the pained young man in the room. Let us proceed with Tobarama's plan. She made her decision. Izuna, your task is of greater importance. Izuna looked at her. I need you to use your Sharingan to create a blind spot for us outside. Lin Xiaoya articulated. I want this room to vanish from everyone's perception for the next 10 minutes. Neither passing ninjas nor any potential onlookers should notice anything amiss inside. This requires exceedingly intricate genjutsu control, not a powerful illusion that traps people in hallucinations, but rather an environmental genjutsu that misdirects perception. Those who see this door should instinctively overlook it. Those who sense chakra should automatically filter out any fluctuations from here. Izuna paused, then comprehended Lin Xiaoya's intent. This was far more challenging than simply rushing in to fight. All right, he acquiesced. Action, commence immediately. Izuna moved to a corner diagonally across from the room, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his three-tomo Sharingan had transformed into a more intricate kaleidoscopic pattern. His invisible ocular power emanated like ripples. In the corridor, A nurse carrying a tray of medicine approached room 307, her steps unwavering. As if the door were merely an ordinary wall, and she passed right by. Success. Lin Xiaoya and Tobarama exchanged glances and entered the room. Who are you? Uchiha Jian. On the hospital bed, warily regarded the uninvited guests, struggling to sit up. Do not move. Tobarama stepped forward, hands swiftly forming seals. Medical ninjutsu chakra, anesthesia. A gentle chakra infused into Uchiha Jian's body. He felt a warm current wash over him, alleviating much of the excruciating pain in his leg. His entire being relaxed. Special medical team from the Alliance. Lin Xiaoya presented the prepared explanation. Your injury is unique, involving nerve damage, and requires urgent treatment. Uchiha Jian's doubts dissipated significantly. Tobarama Senju is a top-tier medical ninja. The entire Alliance is aware of this. It is an honor for him to handle my case. Tobarama wasted no time. Approaching the bedside, his hands hovering above Uchiha Jian's nape, the location marked by the blueprint module where the black Zetsu fragment lay dormant. Mental probe, ready. Tobarama's fingertips emitted nearly transparent chakra threads, finer than a hair. These threads delicately pierced Uchiha Jian's skin. Lin Xiaoya stood by, her heart racing. The blueprint simulation module operated at peak efficiency, monitoring Uchiha Jian's vital signs and energy flow in real time. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Chakra probe, successfully entered. Commencing anomalous energy extraction. Found it. Adjacent to the 7th cervical nerve bundle, a nearly imperceptible clump of darkness lay in quiet ambush. Commencing separation. Tobarama focused intently. The chakra threads began to meticulously sever the connection between the darkness and the nerves. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The dark mass seemed to sense a mortal threat and abruptly contracted. It did not flee. Instead, it burrowed deeper into the nerve bundle at an accelerated pace. Not good, Tobarama exclaimed. On the hospital bed, Uchiha Jian's body arched violently, emitting a roar that was anything but human. His eyes turned pitch black. Chakra surging uncontrollably within him like a frenzied beast. The medical monitoring equipment at the bedside blared a piercing alarm, red lights flashing wildly. The black Zetsu fragment, upon being discovered, chose the most extreme course of action. It intended to perish alongside its host. Chapter 109. Self-destruction. The alarm's shrill sound echoed through the silent hospital room, resembling a death knell. Uchiha Jian's body convulsed violently, bones creaking under the strain. Dark patterns spread from his nape, like venomous snakes rapidly coiling around him. His chakra had completely spiraled out of control. It cannot be contained. Sweat beads formed on Tobarama's forehead. His chakra probe had not only failed to detach the entity, but was being corroded in return through the connection. A wave of pure, cold malice sought to taint his chakra. Sever the connection, Lin Xiaoya decisively instructed. No, Tobarama gritted his teeth. If severed, we will lose it entirely. It will fuse completely with the host's soul. At that point, Uchiha Jian will be beyond salvation. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the door to the room was violently thrust open. Uchiha Izuna stepped in, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan firmly fixed on his struggling clan member. Stand aside. He pushed Lin Xiaoya out of the way and formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, mental restraint technique. This was not a lethal illusion, but a secret technique of the Uchiha clan used to bind those whose spirits had gone awry. Several invisible mental spikes instantly pierced Uchiha Jian's sea of consciousness. Roar. Uchiha Jian's cry bore a note of agony. His struggles diminished in intensity. It's working. It is consuming his will. Izuna's kaleidoscope spun rapidly, deciphering the opponent's mental state. His hatred served as nourishment. Lin Xiaoya observed this scene, her brain racing with the blueprint module's calculations. Forced extraction, failure. Forced suppression, stalemate. This was not merely a contest of energy. It was a tug-of-war of wills. The will of Black Zetsu clashed against Uchiha Jian's resolve. And now, Black Zetsu was gaining the upper hand. It must be weakened. The way to weaken it is to cut off its source of sustenance. Uchiha Jian. Lin Xiaoya suddenly spoke. Her voice, though soft, resonated with exceptional clarity, piercing through the cacophony of blaring alarms and anguished cries. Look at yourself now. Do you wish to become a creature devoid of self-awareness? On the bed lay Uchiha Jian, momentarily frozen. A flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes, tainted by darkness. Your legs will heal. The Alliance will ensure that. Those who harmed you will face the consequences of the Alliance's laws. Lin Xiaoya spoke rapidly, each word striking like a bullet. But if you allow this darkness to consume you, you will lose everything. Your glory, your name. All that you embody as an Uchiha will be reduced to a mere husk driven by hatred. Tell me, Uchiha Jien, is your will so feeble? Is your hatred more important than your life, than your dignity as a ninja? Meanwhile, in the central plaza, the apologies from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama doused the most fervent flames of conflict like buckets of icy water. Chaos paused momentarily, yet a current of doubt and discontent simmered beneath the surface. Apologies? Who cannot utter them? A senior ninja from the Senju stepped forward, one of his arms still bandaged. Lord Madara, we respect your strength, but it was your Uchiha who instigated the private duel on Alliance soil. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Indeed, it cannot be dismissed. Voices from the Senju echoed in agreement. The Uchiha, unwilling to back down, glared defiantly. The hard-won tranquility threatened to spiral out of control once more. Uchiha Madara raised his hand, silencing the unrest among his clan. He regarded the leading Senju ninja and surveyed all present. He offered no explanation, no defense. You are right, he began. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Turning to face all the Uchiha, he declared, all Uchiha involved in this private conflict will be confined to the detention chamber, awaiting the final verdict from the Alliance Council. I, Uchiha Madara, as clan leader, acknowledge my failure to supervise adequately and shall forfeit my salary for 6 months, submitting a formal letter of reflection to the Alliance. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall unconditionally accept the investigations and judgments of the Alliance Guard and Council. His words resonated with authority, plunging the gathering into an eerie silence. All Uchiha gazed at their leader with incredulity. To submit to the council's judgment, led by the Senju? Such a notion had once been unimaginable, a profound humiliation. Senju Hashirama stepped forward, standing alongside Madara. The Senju clan echoed this sentiment. The rule of law is the cornerstone of the Alliance. Before the law, there are neither Senju nor Uchiha, only ninjas of the Alliance. Their declarations firmly quelled the assembly. To entrust familial matters to an institution transcending clan ties bore a significance far deeper than a mere apology. It heralded the emergence of a new order, supplanting the old rules. In the hospital room, Lin Xiaoya's words struck Uchiha Jien's soul like a heavy hammer. Who am I? I am Uchiha Jien. I am not a monster. A primal instinct for survival, a pride inherent to his identity as a ninja, erupted from the depths of his consciousness. He began to resist, fighting against the dark will that sought to corrupt his thoughts and magnify his hatred. Now, Izuna shouted. His Sharingan reached its zenith, forcibly erecting a mental barrier within Uchiha Jien's consciousness, isolating his self-awareness from the taint of Kurizetsu. Strip away. Tobirama seized this fleeting opportunity. His chakra probe glimmered brilliantly, resembling a tightening net that yanked the dark mass, now starved of sustenance, from the nerve bundle. With a sudden expulsion, a small blob of ink-like black substance was pulled from the back of Uchiha Jien's neck and fell to the ground. Jien's body slumped, unconscious, as the eerie black markings receded like a receding tide. The alarm ceased, the crisis averted. Tobirama exhaled, retrieving a specialized sealing scroll to contain the dark substance. However, just as the scroll neared the mass, it offered no resistance, merely wriggling slightly before vanishing like a drop of ink in clear water, dissipating into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Tobirama stood frozen, the scroll in his hand feeling absurdly awkward. Did it self-destruct? Izuna approached, gazing at the empty floor in confusion. Lin Xiaoya's heart sank. Self-destruct? No, that cannot be right. A creature that has lurked for millennia would not so easily choose annihilation. It defies logic, unless, of course, its demise was part of its plan all along. What was its objective? Chapter 110. The General. There was no residual energy. Tobirama crouched, fingers brushing over the floor where the fragment had dissolved. His perceptive abilities were unparalleled in the ninja world, yet he sensed nothing unusual, nor was there any physical remnant. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. Izuna's Sharingan also scanned every corner of the room, yielding no results. This bizarre circumstance sent a chill through the two seasoned warriors accustomed to life and death. A fragment that rushed into a hospital not for slaughter or intelligence, but ultimately chose to self-destruct. What was its purpose? Lin Xiaoya remained silent, motionless in her spot. Yet her mind raced at unprecedented speed, entering a hyper-focused state. Event recap. Kurizetsu fragment infiltrated. Behavioral logic analysis. targeting a hospital concentrated with negative emotions, parasitizing a weak and resentful host, opting for deep fusion upon detection instead of escape, ultimately choosing to dissipate after being extracted. Contradiction: its actions did not prioritize its own survival. Hypothesis 1. Deterrence. Demonstrating its capacity for mutual destruction. Probability: low. Such deterrence would be ineffective against the Alliance's upper echelon. Hypothesis 2. Testing. Assessing the Alliance's response capabilities and investigative methods. Probability: medium, but at the cost of losing a valuable fragment. Hypothesis 3. Lin Xiaoya's mind processed information rapidly, constructing and then discarding possibilities. Something was amiss. What had she overlooked? Dissipation. Why must it dissipate within the hospital? What lay within the hospital? Wounded, medicine, chakra, and air. Air. A chilling thought struck her like lightning, dispersing the fog of confusion. Alert. Redefining target behavior mode. The final objective is not self-destruction, but release. Initiating high-precision environmental particle scan. Scan complete. Anomalous pheromones detected. Non-material, non-energy, a type of informational spore resonating with chakra. Release source. Moment of Kurizetsu fragments dissipation. Transmission method. Air. Infection targets. All entities experiencing negative emotions, anger, resentment, fear, with unstable chakra. Infection effect. Subversion. In the shadows, it gradually and persistently amplified the host's negative emotions, distorting their perceptions and solidifying their hatred. Lin Xiaoya's body trembled uncontrollably as the realization dawned upon her. This was not merely a failed parasitism. Rather, it was an exquisitely calculated and malevolent sowing of discord. The mission of the Black Zetsu was not to possess a host, but to transform itself into a mental virus, a detonation of malice waiting to explode within the hospital. A haven for the susceptible. Uchiha Ken was nothing more than a vessel, a mobile petri dish. The Black Zetsu had successfully disseminated its toxic seeds within this room, infiltrating the entire hospital through the ventilation system. Those injured in the conflict, those already filled with animosity toward the opposing side, had now become its potential hosts. This infection was insidious and invisible, lying dormant, yet it would spread silently within the Alliance like the most dreadful of cancers, growing until one fateful day, when a catalyst would arise, leading all those contaminated to erupt in the most extreme and irrational hatred. Only then would true, irreparable disaster ensue. Xiaoya, what is wrong? Izuna noticed her distress. Lin Xiaoya abruptly lifted her head, her face drained of color. We have been deceived. Her words left Tobarama and Izuna momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Capturing the main body is a trap. Lin Xiaoya's voice was dry and hoarse. We believed we were on the 3rd level, but it resides on the 5th. It deliberately allowed us to capture it. It anticipated that we would stage a conflict to draw it out. It foresaw that the conflict would spiral out of control, producing numerous casualties, forcing them to converge in the hospital. It calculated that we would discover this split body and focus our efforts on it. Everything it has done is to ensure that this seed can be unleashed here and now, at this most opportune moment. The faces of Tobarama and Izuna turned as pale as Lin Xiaoya's. Following her logic, they felt a chill rising from their feet to the crown of their heads. They had fancied themselves as hunters, smugly watching their prey fall into a trap, oblivious to the fact that every action they took was part of the prey's design. They had unwittingly created the perfect environment for the enemy to operate. Go. Lin Xiaoya turned and dashed outside, back to the underground confinement chamber, the deepest part of the administrative building. As the three hurriedly made their way, Madara and Hashirama had just returned from the plaza, having quelled the unrest, their faces still showing signs of fatigue and relief from solving the problem. What happened? Hashirama began to inquire, noticing the grim expressions on the three's faces. But he stopped mid-sentence. Is there trouble? Madara asked directly. Lin Xiaoya had no time for a detailed explanation. She swiftly unveiled her suspicions regarding the mental virus. Upon hearing her account, the relief on Hashirama and Madara's faces instantly froze, replaced by the same shock and horror that marred Tobarama and Izuna's countenance. The 5 highest decision-makers of the Alliance stood before the heavy metal door, the atmosphere thick with tension. The recent victory now felt like a foolish jest, mocking them. It is mocking us, Izuna murmured. The clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi stood behind the door, sensing the almost palpable pressure emanating from the 5, causing even the air to hesitate. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoya pushed open the door. In the center of the room, the golden chakra cube still floated serenely, flawless and radiant, resembling a work of art. Yet now, in the eyes of the five, it was no longer a trophy but a Pandora's box brimming with malice. The moment they stepped into the room, a thought, without any forewarning, echoed simultaneously in their minds. It was neither a sound nor a language, but a pure intent, an ancient and frigid delight, tinged with a hint of mockery. It knew they had returned. It knew they had understood. It reveled in their expressions of despair, watching them plummet from the pinnacle of victory to the abyss of failure. The five turned in unison toward the golden cage, as that feeling of delight slowly coalesced in their minds, ultimately forming a painfully clear word: General. Chapter 111, Candor General. This term, devoid of emotion, yet brimming with the utmost arrogance and derision, reverberated in their minds like a cold steel needle, piercing through the illusion of victory and exposing the unfathomable pit beneath. The air in the room felt as though it had been sucked away. The golden cube remained suspended, stable, powerful, and perfect. Yet at this moment, it no longer symbolized achievement, but rather stood as a colossal gravestone, inscribed with the folly of the five. Curse it! The first to shatter the silence was Uchiha Madara. His wrathful chakra erupted like a tangible flame, causing the entire underground confinement chamber to tremble. His Sharingan bore down on the golden cage with murderous intent that seemed almost corporeal. I will tear it apart now. Burn it to ashes with Amaterasu. Let us see how it revels then, he declared, moving forward. Stop, Madara. Hashirama firmly grasped his shoulder, the gentle yet resolute chakra of would release restraining Madara's fury. It's futile. What you destroy will merely be this shell. Its will has already dispersed through those seeds. Hashirama's face was etched with pain and guilt, feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. Then we must act. Izuna's voice was equally filled with rage. It is mocking us. It is toying with us. We must immediately seal off the hospital. Tobirama interjected, the swiftest and most cold-hearted of the group. Isolate and interrogate all who have come into contact with the air of that room. Not a single one must be overlooked. His proposal sent the temperature in the room plummeting once more. Isolate and interrogate? That would mean hundreds of ninjas, the majority from the Senju and Uchiha clans, would be imprisoned as potential enemies. The fire we had barely suppressed with an apology would ignite again with tenfold ferocity. No, Lin Xiaoya, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable calmness, as if the word general had not affected her at all. All eyes turned to her. We cannot seal off, cannot isolate, and certainly cannot interrogate it. Lin Xiaoya regarded the group, enunciating each word carefully. Any extreme reaction we take now is merely applause for its script. What then shall we do? Just watch? Madara's anger had not abated. No. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. It believes it has won. Let us show it that it has misstepped on the wrong chessboard. Her mind, having transitioned from initial shock to a state of absolute rationality, began to devise a strategic counterplan. The core of Black Zetsu's tactics lay in sowing distrust, hatred, and division. Every action it took was aimed at exacerbating the existing rifts within the alliance. Therefore, the only way to combat it is to act in direct opposition. If it seeks to instigate suspicion among us, we shall offer them unwavering trust. If it desires to suppress us through violence, we shall grant them the most equitable of judgments. It seeks to transform our ninjas into beasts driven by hatred, while we aspire to cultivate them into citizens who truly comprehend the principles of the alliance. Lin Xiaoya's words rendered the four men present momentarily speechless. You imply that Hashirama seems to have grasped something. Let us speak candidly. Lin Xiaoya turned her gaze towards Madara and Hashirama. What you did in the square was commendable, but that was merely the beginning. An apology cannot resolve the fundamental issues at hand. We require a mechanism, one that is visible and credible to all, to address this conflict. Do you mean a trial? Tobirama immediately seized upon the key term. More accurately, a public hearing, Lin Xiaoya corrected. This is not about punishing anyone, but rather about clarifying the facts, proclaiming the law, and, most importantly, soothing the hearts of the people. Are you out of your mind? Izuna was the first to voice his opposition. At a time like this, gathering hundreds of resentful ninjas together for open confrontation? Do you not think it will create enough chaos? What if those infected lose control on site? He is right. Xiaoya, Madara furrowed his brow. This is far too risky. We do not even know who is infected and who is not. Therefore, we will not seek out those who are infected. Lin Xiaoya met their gazes. Let us assume that every individual could potentially be influenced by negative emotions. We are not treating an invisible virus, but rather the resentment that resides within everyone's heart. The breeding ground for the virus is hatred, injustice, and suspicion. If we eradicate the breeding ground, the virus will naturally perish. Her theory was far too advanced, too unfathomable. To combat a lurking monster that has existed for millennia with systems and the human heart, I require your cooperation. Lin Xiaoya did not give them much time to ponder. Hashirama, Madara, the two of you will serve as the order maintainers for the hearing. Your responsibility is not to suppress, but to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to speak within the framework of the law. Tobarama, Izuna. She turned to the other two. Your tasks are crucial. I need you to observe everyone in the periphery of the hearing in the most discreet manner. Tobarama, with your perception abilities and Izuna's Sharingan, I need you to identify those with the most extreme emotions and the most abnormal chakra fluctuations. This is not for the purpose of apprehending them, but to establish a watch list. They will be our first targets for psychological intervention. Psychological intervention? Another novel term. Finally, Lin Xiaoya directed her gaze towards the golden cube at the center of the room. As of now, completely disregard it. Cut off all external surveillance. Except for maintaining the chakra supply for the seal. Do not speak a word to it, nor provide it with any information. Let it remain in its box, awaiting patiently. Awaiting what? Izuna instinctively asked. Lin Xiaoya turned her head, looking at him calmly. Awaiting our complete upheaval of its chessboard. She did not possess Madara's apocalyptic aura, nor Hashirama's all-encompassing embrace. Yet, in that moment, the immense resolve she displayed, using the entire alliance as a pawn, wielding the human heart and institutions as weapons to launch a counteroffensive against an unseen ancient foe, deeply shocked all the powerful figures present. The alliance's first public hearing will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the central square. Lin Xiaoya issued the final directive. Announced this news to everyone. Chapter 112, The Hearing Dawn. The central square of the Peach Blossom Land was steeped in a solemn atmosphere. It was no longer a place for residents to practice morning exercises or stroll. It was now sealed off by a line of serious-faced alliance guards. In the center of the square, a makeshift platform stood half a meter high. There were no extravagant decorations, only a long table and 5 chairs. Below the platform, people stood densely packed. To the left were the Uchiha, and to the right, the Senju. In the middle, a 5-meter-wide no-man's land separated them, resembling a stark chasm. All ninjas involved in yesterday's conflict were summoned to attend. Their families and teammates also rushed to the scene. Thousands of people gathered here. Yet there was almost no sound of conversation. The air was thick with suppressed breaths and hostile, scrutinizing gazes clashing between the factions. Hatred, discontent, doubt, and anxiety. A myriad of negative emotions converged and fermented here, rendering the morning air dense and heavy. At precisely 9 o'clock, Lin Xiaoya, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Izuna appeared on the platform punctually. Their presence instantly quelled the commotion below. All eyes were fixed upon these 5 highest authorities of the alliance. Lin Xiaoya stepped to the forefront of the platform. She carried no notes, simply surveying the dark mass of people below with calmness. Today, the purpose of gathering you all here is neither to assign blame nor to impose punishment. Her voice, amplified by a simple chakra device, resonated clearly throughout the square. It is to resolve the issues at hand. The events of yesterday represent the most severe internal conflict since the alliance's inception. The damage inflicted is not merely the injuries of a handful of ninjas. It has caused a significant rift in the trust we collectively built. I understand that within each of you burns a fire of grievance, anger, and resentment. Today, this platform is for you. From this moment forth, all those affected by the conflict may come forward one by one. Speak of your grievances, express your demands, and voice your dissatisfaction with the alliance's handling of the matter. The 5 of us shall listen attentively. However, before you speak, I have but one request. Lin Xiaoya emphasized her tone. Based on facts, not emotions. You may state who harmed you, but you cannot declare that the entire opposing clan deserves death. You may request compensation and an apology, but you cannot make unreasonable demands that violate the alliance's principles. Who shall be the first to come forward? Her words fell, and the entire audience fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated such a format. Not a lofty decree, but a chance for them to speak. At the rear of the crowd, atop an inconspicuous building, Tobarama and Izuna stood side by side. Tobarama held a peculiar compass-like device in his hand, inscribed with intricate formulas. The needle of the device quivered slightly. "How is it?" Izuna whispered. His Mangekyo Sharingan scanned the crowd below incessantly, observing the chakra flow of each individual. "It is quite dire." Tobarama focused on the compass. "The concentration of negative energy in the square is at least 30 times higher than normal. My emotional resonance compass is nearly immobilized." This was a new device he had crafted overnight based on Lin Xiaoya's theory. It could not directly detect the virus, but it could sense the abnormal and highly synchronized chakra emotional fluctuations triggered by it. "I have identified 17 high-risk targets." Izuna's Sharingan reflected the figures of several individuals within the crowd. Their chakras resembled ignited barrels of oil, highly unstable. Additionally, their emotional fluctuations exhibited a peculiar resonance. Just then, movement stirred within the crowd below. A bandaged Senju ninja, pushed forward by his companions, ascended the platform first. His name was Senju, and he had been attacked by 3 Uchiha during yesterday's melee, resulting in 2 broken ribs. He stood before Lin Xiaoya, took a deep breath, pointed towards the Uchiha crowd, and shouted loudly, "I want to lodge a complaint. Uchiha Ro, Uchiha Tetsu, Uchiha En." Those 3 disregarded the alliance's prohibitions and attempted to kill me. If not for the timely arrival of the guards, I might have already died. His words fell like a stone into a still lake. Nonsense. In the Uchiha camp, a young man swiftly emerged, identified as Uchiha Taka, the very individual whom Senju had mentioned. "You were the one who first insulted Lord Madara with your words. We only acted in response. What have I said to offend him?" Taka retorted. "I stated that the confrontation between Lord Tobarama and Lord Izuna was a scheme orchestrated by the Uchiha. Was I mistaken? You seek your own demise." As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Madara Uchiha interjected, simply uttering 2 words, which enveloped the room in an invisible pressure. Taka, who had been so vociferous, abruptly fell silent, a look of fear creeping across his features. "What is your demand, Senju?" Lin Xiaoya pressed on. "I demand that, according to the laws of the Alliance, the 3 of them be severely punished. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan must publicly apologize to me," Senju declared, his voice unwavering. His proclamation stirred unrest among the Uchiha ranks. On what grounds does he presume to represent the entire Senju? At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged from the Uchiha crowd, Uchiha Izuna. He had descended from the rooftop and made his way to the center of the gathering. With deliberate steps, he ascended the platform and stood before Senju, much to the astonishment of all present. Then, he deeply bowed to Senju. "I, Uchiha Izuna, apologize for the reckless actions of my clansmen." A profound silence fell over the assembly. Everyone was taken aback. The staunchest adversary of the Senju, Uchiha Izuna, was offering an apology to an ordinary Senju shinobi? Senju was equally stunned, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. However, Izuna straightened up and shifted his tone. "This apology is for our actions, but the root cause lies in your slander against the Uchiha clan. We will not accept that. The hearing will uncover the truth. If my clansmen are at fault, they will face punishment. If you are at fault, the same will apply to you." His words were measured and reasonable, providing a means for Senju to save face while preserving the dignity of the Uchiha. Lin Xiaoya observed this exchange with a slight nod of approval. Izuna had matured. Yet, just as this delicate balance seemed poised to succeed, chaos erupted once more. From the crowd, an Uchiha ninja, who had lost an eye in yesterday's skirmish, suddenly let out a primal roar. "Hypocrites! All lies." His remaining eye blazed with irrational fury. "They killed my brother. Now they wish to buy us off with petty favors. I will never accept it." With a fierce motion, he drew a kunai from his pouch and lunged at the nearest Senju shinobi. "Die, you Senju filth." On the rooftop, Tobarama's compass needle plummeted to the bottom. Code red. Target emotional threshold breached. In that instant, time seemed to slow. The glint of the kunai sliced through the morning light, tracing a deadly arc. The targeted Senju shinobi had no time to react, and the crowd erupted in terrified screams. A meticulously organized hearing was on the verge of devolving into a gruesome slaughter. Yet, the kunai halted. It came to a stop less than a centimeter from the Senju shinobi's neck, caught effortlessly between 2 fingers. It was Senju Hashirama, who had mysteriously appeared amidst the turmoil. Having left the platform without anyone noticing, his face bore no trace of the usual gentle smile, replaced instead by an imposing gravitas akin to a mountain. Enough. His chakra, soothing yet inexorable, surged forth, instantly permeating the gathering. Those touched by this chakra felt their rampant anger doused by a refreshing force. The miniature application of wood release. Birth of the trees calmed the agitated hearts. The frenzied Uchiha ninja was momentarily stunned by Hashirama's presence. Yet, merely a second later, the irrational madness in his eyes reasserted itself, overwhelming his reason. "Let go of me. I want to kill him. Avenge my brother," he screamed, struggling violently as his chakra surged within him. "Your brother, Uchiha Yu, perished 3 years ago during a mission in the land of hot water, sacrificing himself to cover his teammates' retreat." A cold voice emanated from behind him. Uchiha Madara appeared as if conjured from the shadows, placing a hand upon the ninja's shoulder. The ones who ended his life were the explosive specialists of the Iwagakure. Among the teammates he shielded were 3 Senju and 2 Uchiha. Madara's tone was devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to dishonor the glory your brother earned with his life?" His words struck like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flames of rage within the Uchiha ninja. His struggles ceased, and the madness in his eyes faded, replaced by confusion, pain, and boundless sorrow. "Brother," he murmured, before collapsing, his body going limp. Madara effortlessly hoisted him and tossed him to the nearby Uchiha guards. "Take him away and confine him. Once he awakens, let him transcribe the Uchiha clan's rules 100 times." A tragedy poised to erupt was deftly averted by the 2 strongest men in the shinobi world. Executed with precision and effectiveness, the square returned to an eerie silence. Yet this silence bore something new, an undercurrent of reverence, contemplation, and a hint of doubt. On the platform, Lin Xiaoye observed the events unfold, her heart devoid of relief. She understood that this was merely the beginning. The virus was more insidious than she had anticipated. It did not simply amplify hatred, it twisted perceptions, altered memories, causing that Uchiha ninja to conflate old wounds from 3 years past with the conflict of yesterday, transforming them into an irreconcilable enmity. That was its most terrifying aspect. "The hearing shall continue." Lin Xiaoye's voice shattered the silence. Her expression remained placid, as if the preceding turmoil was merely a trivial interlude. This unwavering calmness, in the face of chaos, instilled a profound sense of stability among all present. The subsequent proceedings, though still charged with tension, avoided any further incidents of uncontrolled violence. Lin Xiaoye, Tobarama, and Izuna formed an efficient adjudicating machine. One person presented, another recorded, and a third provided preliminary judgments. Uchiha Ken, having instigated the conflict, was fined his entire month's earnings and placed under house arrest for half a month. Senju, having acted with excessive force resulting in injury, was required to bear all medical expenses, sentenced to 3 months of labor, and mandated to publicly apologize. Regarding the resource allocation dispute at the transfer station, the logistics department of the Alliance would reassess and publicly disclose all accounts within 3 days. A series of clear, just, and operationally sound resolutions were issued from the platform, devoid of favoritism or compromise. Everything adhered to the newly instituted laws of the Alliance. The murmurs within the crowd gradually increased. Well-deserved punishment. That Senju has always been arrogant, flaunting his status as a jonin. Uchiha Ken has also been penalized. It seems Lady Xiaoye truly does not favor any side. All accounts to be made public? Who would dare to tamper with them in the future? The tide of sentiment subtly shifted. The flames of hatred did not extinguish, yet they were confined within the cage of rules and procedures. People began to realize that, in addition to fists, there existed another means to resolve conflicts. As night fell over the administrative building, the conference room on the top floor awaited. Here, it has transformed into the highest command center of the Alliance. Lin Xiaoye, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna are seated around a vast sand table. The sand table features a 3-dimensional model of the entire Taoyuan village. The first phase has succeeded, Lin Xiaoye concluded. We have temporarily stabilized the situation and instilled the concept of law into everyone's hearts. Yet, we all know that this is far from sufficient. Today in the square, I marked a total of 34 highly infected individuals. Izuna's Sharingan, due to overuse, is laced with blood vessels. Their condition resembles that of the Uchiha ninja, exhibiting extreme emotional instability and cognitive confusion. My compass has yielded the same results, Tobarama interjected, producing his instruments. Moreover, I have discovered an even graver situation. He approached the sand table, retrieving 34 red-marked pieces from a box. One by one, He placed these pieces onto the sand table, corresponding to the locations of the infected individuals in the square today. Look, he pointed at the sand table. The others leaned in for a closer inspection. The red pieces were scattered across the corners of the square, seemingly without pattern. Observe their chakra resonance frequencies. Tobarama pressed a button on a controller beside the sand table. A low hum resonated as the 34 red pieces simultaneously illuminated with a faint red glow, beginning to flicker at a specific frequency. Initially, their flickering was chaotic. However, Hashirama soon detected an anomaly. The flickering frequencies of these two pieces are identical. He pointed to two pieces that were distantly placed. Not just that. Madara's Sharingan revealed further clarity. This cluster and that cluster are synchronizing their flickering. As he spoke, the scene on the sand table grew increasingly eerie. Those independent red dots, each representing a ninja, were being forcibly calibrated by some invisible force. From synchronization of a few points to a small area, and then to a response between two different regions. Ultimately, all 34 red pieces on the sand table flickered in unison, as if commanded by a unified metronome. Each flicker was in perfect harmony, one bright, one dim. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Lin Xiaoya's blueprint simulation module projected a blood-red final conclusion in her mind. Warning: distributed network structure formation detected. Determination: emergence of hive consciousness. Objective: Kagaya is attempting to link all infected individuals into a unified collective while under its control. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the pulsating red dots on the sand table, akin to synchronized heartbeats. She finally comprehended Kagaya's ultimate objective. It was not to instigate chaos. Rather, it aimed to establish an invisible kingdom within the heart of the alliance. Chapter 114. The quarrel. The conference room remained eerily silent. On the sand table, the 34 red pieces representing the infected flickered in unison like 34 malevolent hearts. Each flicker emitted a rhythm that was both unsettling and uncanny, as if an unseen specter was silently breathing within the highest command center of the alliance. The emergence of hive consciousness. The blood-red conclusion that Lin Xiaoya's mind projected shattered any lingering hopes among the assembly. Kagaya's ultimate intention became glaringly evident. It was not to create chaos that could be quelled. Rather, it sought to parasitize, incubate, and establish an entirely controlled invisible shadow kingdom at the heart of the Taoyuan village alliance. We must find them. Uchiha Madara was the first to break the oppressive silence. His Sharingan activated, the three tomos slowly rotating, reflecting the ominous red glow from the sand table. We need to locate all 34 of them. His voice bore no warmth, only steely resolve. Then, eliminate them. No. Senju Hashirama suddenly raised his head, his face etched with anguish and reluctance. Madara, they are our kin, members of the alliance. They are victims. A victim on the brink of igniting an entire powder keg ceases to be a victim. They become the fuse, Madara coldly retorted. Hashirama, suppress your misplaced compassion. This is not the time for hesitation. But they are 34 lives. Hashirama's protest resonated powerfully. We just vowed to resolve issues through law in the square. Are we to resort to slaughtering our own comrades? This is not slaughter, it is surgery. A calm voice intervened in the quarrel. Senju Tobarama approached the sand table, his fingers gliding over the flickering red dots as if touching some frigid specimen. Brother's concerns are valid, but Madara's decisiveness is necessary. I propose immediate implementation of the highest alert, isolating these 34 individuals and anyone who has had close contact with them. I will lead my team to conduct a psychological probe. We must understand the mechanics of this hive consciousness. Isolation? Investigation? Uchiha Izuna scoffed, the patterns within his Mangekyo Sharingan appearing particularly ominous. Tobarama, your words sound noble, but you intend to treat my kin as lab rats, don't you? Nearly half of the 34 are Uchiha. This is utterly unacceptable to him. For the safety of the alliance, some sacrifices are necessary. Tobarama stood firm. Then let us begin with your Senju clan members. You. The argument teetered on the edge of explosion. The 5 who had just united to resolve the crisis in the square found themselves once more on the brink of division in the face of the true threat. Hatred and suspicion began to fester like shadows within the room. Warning: high-level decision-making module is fracturing. Trust model is rapidly declining. Progress rate of Kagaya's plan. Phase 2, 45-46. Lin Xiaoya observed the fluctuating numbers on the system panel and closed her eyes. Kagaya had foreseen this step. It had anticipated their discovery of the truth, and calculated that they would instinctively resort to their most familiar, primal methods of resolution in the face of that truth. Madara's sword, Hashirama's benevolence, Tobarama's logic, and Izuna's protection. These, their most potent attributes, had now become the sharpest weapons for Kaguya to rend them apart. You are all mistaken. A cool yet resolute voice, quiet yet overpowering, cut through the cacophony of arguments. Lin Xiaoya opened her eyes, surveying the four men with their varying expressions. You have all fallen into its most obvious trap. She approached the sand table, extending her hand not towards the red pieces, but to the vast blank area representing countless ordinary citizens beyond the pieces. What will happen if we kill them? She posed to Madara. He remained silent. Fear, Lin Xiaoya answered for him. We would reap 34 corpses and instill terror in the hearts of tens of thousands. People will think, today, it is them. Will it be me tomorrow? She turned to Tobarama. And if we isolate them, what then? We will sow suspicion, she mused, then answered herself. We would transform the alliance into a vast prison. Everyone would scrutinize one another, wary of whether the person beside them might be the next infected individual taken away. Regardless of whether we choose to kill or confine, we are demonstrating a singular truth to everyone. Lin Xiaoya articulated each word with clarity. We are proving that the laws and rules we espouse are mere fabrications. We are proving that the Taoyuan Village Alliance bears no difference from those families that once ruled through violence. That is precisely what Kaguya desires. What it destroys will not merely be 34 individuals, but rather the most fragile yet invaluable entity we have painstakingly constructed, trust. The conference room once again fell into silence. But this time, it was not one of shock, but rather profound contemplation. So what do you propose we do? After a considerable pause, Ban finally spoke. His gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoya, a look of scrutiny intertwined with a final glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lin Xiaoya did not respond directly. Instead, she posed a question of her own. What facilitates the transmission and proliferation of the Black Absolute virus? Hatred, anger, sorrow. Quina immediately reacted, identifying all negative emotions. Precisely. Lin Xiaoya affirmed with a nod. It is akin to a spiritual fungus, thriving in the darkest recesses of the human heart. Therefore, what is the most effective means of combating such a force? She paused momentarily to allow everyone time for reflection. It is not to excise the decayed flesh, but to render the entire body extraordinarily healthy and robust. We must let sunlight illuminate every corner, depriving the fungus of any fertile ground to thrive. It seemed that Hashirama had comprehended something, as a spark reignited in his eyes. Lin Xiaoya extended her finger, gently sketching a vast circle on the sand table, encompassing the entirety of Taoyuan Township. My plan is to initiate the purification protocol. The first step will be guiding public opinion. We cannot disclose the truth about the hive consciousness, as it would incite panic. Tobarama, I need you and your medical department to promptly issue a statement defining this phenomenon as a post-war chakra stress syndrome, a condition that sounds scientific, can be understood, and is treatable. Tobarama immediately grasped her intentions, to acknowledge the existence of the problem while firmly retaining the authority to define it. The second step involves environmental transformation. Lin Xiaoya's fingertip landed on the central square of the alliance. Starting tomorrow, the alliance will launch the first phase of the co-construction plan. We will lay down 3 main thoroughfares, erect a new water purification tower, and expand the central hospital. All projects will publicly recruit personnel, offering generous remuneration. The most crucial requirement is that all construction teams must be composed of members from different clans. She glanced at Hashirama. I need you to employ wood release to construct the foundational framework for all projects overnight. When the sun rises the next day, we want everyone to witness a vibrant, hope-filled construction scene. We shall occupy their minds with tangible goals and substantial work, leaving them no time for mutual hatred. Absolutely. Hashirama nodded emphatically, as this was precisely the vision he had always dreamed of. The third step, and the most pivotal, saw Lin Xiaoya's finger finally resting on a vacant plot beside the administrative building. Here, we shall erect a memorial monument. A memorial? Quina frowned, recalling how even a small nameplate had nearly caused a significant disaster earlier that day. Indeed, but it will not belong to the Senju nor the Uchiha, Lin Xiaoya solemnly declared, gazing at everyone. It will belong to all those who perished during the Warring States period while striving to protect their families, irrespective of their clan. We shall engrave the names of all those we can gather upon it. We will communicate to everyone that their loved ones did not die due to old enmities, but rather in a misguided era. Their sacrifices ought to be collectively remembered, for their deaths have forged our resolve to end that epoch. Our objective is not to compel people to forget hatred, but rather to imbue their animosity with a higher, more profound significance. We must elevate familial vendettas into a collective aversion towards a barbaric era, as well as a shared aspiration for a peaceful future. Following her words, an almost palpable silence enveloped the conference room. Ban Sharingan had faded unbeknownst to him, as he stared intently at Lin Xiaoya, captivated by the vast cosmos of possibilities reflected in her eyes. He was capable of killing, of conquest. But this approach, reshaping the world's order from the very depths of the human heart, altering the foundational logic of civilization, was unprecedented, yet it sent a tremor through his very soul. It was far grander than his infinite Tsukuyomi. It was more authentic. You are wielding the human spirit as your battlefield, Ban murmured. Black Absolute seeks to sow thorns of hatred upon our land. Lin Xiaoya met his gaze unwaveringly. Then I shall cover this land entirely with the cement of hope. I shall see which seeds prove more resilient, its thorns or my foundation. She turned to Tobarama. Your research must not cease. Your isolation investigations can transform into mandatory health screenings. Your mental probing can evolve into psychological counseling. I require you to find the technical key to dismantle this hive network from within while we transform the external environment. You shall serve as our scalpel. But we must wait until the patient's immunity is at its peak before we operate. Tobarama fell silent, observing Lin Xiaoya. For the first time, he perceived in her a kindred spirit, a reflection of his scientific ethos within an expansive systemic thinking. Very well, he conceded. Among the five, had reached a consensus. Lin Xiaoya approached the colossal sand table, the flickering red lights still glaring. From a nearby box, she retrieved a pure white ghost stone, polished from the finest mother of pearl. With a soft sound, she placed the stone firmly at the center of the sand table, encircled by 34 red dots. The white stone settled, the red glow persisted. Yet the atmosphere surrounding the sand table seemed to shift entirely in that moment. The game had transformed. Her voice resonated in the hushed room. Now, we shall see who can place their stones faster. Chapter 115. The crevice, the door to the conference room, closed soundlessly behind them. The five individuals exchanged no further words. Yet the air was thick with a sense of impending assault. Hashirama was the first to depart, heading toward the central square of the alliance. Uchiha Madara and Kuina followed closely, aiming to consolidate all Uchiha security forces to maintain basic order amid the forthcoming upheaval. Tobarama turned to walk down a different corridor. His medical and intelligence departments prepared for an all-nighter. Lin Xiaoya remained in place, moving to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the slumbering Taoyuan township. The night was as deep as ink. Midnight. The residents of Taoyuan township were awakened from their dreams by a deep, pulsating vibration akin to the heartbeat of the earth. It was not an earthquake, but rather a sound of growth. Countless individuals flung open their windows, only to witness an unforgettable scene. In the vast open space of the central square, under the radiant moonlight, Hashirama stood alone at the center, his hands gently pressed against the ground. Would release, creation. But this time, what emerged from the earth was not a twisted, chaotic giant tree or a war machine designed to obliterate foes. Instead, it was a meticulously planned miracle, pulsating with the rhythm of life. Resilient wooden fibers burst forth from the soil at a visible pace, spiraling, intertwining, growing, and taking shape. Wide, smooth road frameworks extended from the square in all directions, precisely connecting every functional area. The outline of a towering water purification tower rose from the ground, its structure so intricate that it seemed not born of nature, but rather crafted with the utmost precision. Beside the central hospital, the skeletal frame of a new 3-story patient ward took shape in mere minutes. This was a miracle, the creative power of Hashirama Senju and would release. He did not recreate a forest. Rather, in a single night, he had constructed the very skeleton of a city's future. The entire Peach Blossom Village lay in an eerie silence. Every inhabitant was rendered speechless by an unimaginable force that had awed them. For the first time, they intuitively grasped that the power within the shinobi world, if not wielded for destruction but rather for creation, could manifest in breathtaking grandeur. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the renewed contours of Peach Blossom Village, the populace remained in a state of surreal bewilderment. However, even more astonishing revelations were soon to unfold. The bulletin board of the Alliance's administrative building was crowded with people. At the top was an official announcement from the Alliance's medical department, personally issued by Senju Tobarama, addressing the recent phenomenon of emotional instability observed among certain ninjas. The announcement, delivered in a calm, objective, and scientific tone, defined this condition as post-war chakra stress syndrome. It elaborated that due to prolonged exposure to a high-pressure combat environment, the mental and chakra systems of some ninjas had experienced temporary dysregulation, leading to magnified emotions, distorted perceptions, and susceptibility to negative memories. It was classified as an ailment. The announcement underscored that this condition was non-contagious and entirely treatable. The medical department had established a dedicated psychological support group to provide all ninjas with free health checkups and counseling services. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A disease? So it was merely an ailment? I knew it. Uchiha was typically a decent fellow. He acted as if he had lost his mind yesterday. The term post-war chakra stress syndrome seemed to encapsulate the situation. Panic, once given an understandable definition, rapidly dissipated, replaced by a sense of stability brought forth by scientific explanation. Adjacent to this announcement was another, more tangible one from the logistics department. The first phase of the Peach Blossom Village's cooperative construction project was officially launched. They were seeking to recruit 3,000 engineering personnel for road paving, water tower construction, and hospital expansion. The compensation was generous, with daily settlements and meals provided. The only stipulation: all teams must comprise members from at least 3 different clans, adhering to a unified supervisor, with priority given to those who complied. If the medical department's announcement served as a soothing balm for the populace's concerns, this recruitment notice was a potent stimulant, injecting reality back into their lives. Food, money, employment, these basic yet powerful motivators ignited enthusiasm in every heart. Hatred? Hatred cannot sustain one. But laboring on a construction site for a day could yield a steaming bowl of ramen and crisp new bills by evening. I'll sign up. I've done this before at home. Count me in. What's wrong with the Senju? As long as the pay is good. I could share a tent with an Uchiha. Mixed teams? How intriguing. I want to see if those Uchiha still act so arrogantly away from the battlefield. The winds of change had completely shifted. The seeds of hatred meticulously sown by Kurizetsu had yet to take root before being swept away by a torrent known as the infrastructure frenzy. The people's energy was consumed by more concrete and pragmatic goals, the construction of their homeland and the pursuit of wealth. In just one morning, Peach Blossom Village transformed into a bustling construction site. A team consisting of 1 Senju, 2 Uchihas, 1 Nara, and 1 Yamanaka struggled to transport a massive and heavy beam. Birthed by Hashirama, across the ground. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Silence enveloped them. The only sounds were labored breaths and the scraping of wood against the earth. 1 Senju ninja, the first to be provoked by Uchiha Ken during yesterday's hearing, glared at his 2 Uchiha companions with 100 grievances swirling within. Yet, they had no choice. The foreman had decreed that all 5 must finish moving these 10 beams to receive their wages for the day. At that moment, the leading Uchiha stumbled over a loose stone, causing the beam on his shoulder to teeter dangerously backward, heading straight for the Senju's feet. "Watch out!" shouted the Nara member instinctively. The Senju had no time to react. However, the anticipated pain never came. A shadow darted by at incredible speed. Another, previously silent Uchiha, unexpectedly abandoned his end of the beam and, using a body flicker technique, appeared beside the Senju, deftly catching the beam with one hand before it could crash down. Everyone froze. The Senju stared in disbelief at the beam so close to him, then at the Uchiha. The latter expressionlessly lifted the beam back onto his shoulder and coldly uttered 2 words: "Watch your step." With that, he resumed his forward march. The Senju opened his mouth as if to say something, but managed only silence. He silently resumed his grip on his end of the beam. The team continued onward, and no further words were exchanged. Yet this time, within the silence, an imperceptible crack seemed to form in the frigid barrier that had separated them. In the afternoon, as everyone immersed themselves in the sweat and fatigue of labor, Lin Xiaoya, accompanied by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, appeared atop a temporary platform in the central square. She announced the final and most crucial step of the purification agreement. "Here, we shall erect a memorial monument." The crowd fell silent, many brows furrowed in confusion. A memorial? For whom? The Senju? Or the Uchiha? Would this not spark further discord? Lin Xiaoya seemed to read their thoughts. This monument does not belong to any single clan. Her voice, amplified by a simple chakra sound device, resonated clearly throughout the square. It belongs to all those who, during this long era of warfare, sacrificed their lives to protect their families and villages, regardless of whether they bore the names Senju, Uchiha, or Yamanaka. We will send out teams to collect every name we can find, inscribing them one by one upon it. For it was not one another who killed them, but an erroneous, barbaric, and bloody age. Their sacrifices should not serve as reasons for our continued hatred, but rather as a shared determination to end that era and safeguard this hard-won peace. What we must do is not forget hatred. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the faces below, each reflecting confusion, pain, or shock. But remember that our common enemy is the war itself. In the square, one could hear a pin drop. An Uchiha genin who had lost his elder brother amidst the conflict stood frozen, recalling how his brother had fallen to a Senju blade. He felt hatred. Yet he also remembered his brother's dying words, urging him to live, to ensure their children would never know the battlefield. Suddenly, he recognized that Lin Xiaoya's words resonated with his brother's last wishes on a profound level. The animosity that had once threatened to tear him apart found a new, loftier outlet. So it was. His brother's death was not for the Uchiha to triumph over the Senju, but to prevent future wars? His body trembled slightly. In the subterranean confinement chamber, the golden cube floated silently. Suddenly, a faint ripple coursed across its surface. A cold, bewildered thought echoed within. It sensed the hatred, anger, sorrow, and suspicion that had pervaded the skies above Peach Blossom Village, the very sustenance of its hive network, thinning at an astonishing rate. In place of what it had never tasted before, there emerged an essence interwoven with sweat, fatigue, anticipation for the future, and a nascent will for community that had painfully sprouted from the ruins of hatred. To it, these emotions were akin to poison. The woman did not excavate the decaying flesh. Instead, she enveloped the entire land with something more resilient and domineering. In the consciousness of the Black Absolute, the image of Lin Xiaoya placing a white piece on the sand table flickered into view. Chapter 116. The competition in the square, a deathly silence prevailed. Lin Xiaoya's words struck every heart like an invisible hammer. The common enemy is war itself. This notion felt too foreign and even absurd to everyone present. From the day they learned to wield kunai, they had been taught that the target of their hatred lay before them, beneath flags emblazoned with different family crests. Now, someone was telling them that they had harbored hatred in the wrong direction. A member of the Uchiha, whose arm had been broken by the Thousand Hands ninja during yesterday's brawl, instinctively glanced at the arm dangling from his chest. He then lifted his gaze towards a Thousand Hands ninja not far off, whose face bore the scars of his own fireball technique, half-burned and grotesque. Yet in those eyes, he saw not the hatred and murderous intent he had anticipated, but a profound and hollow bewilderment, mirroring his own. If those who took our loved ones from us are not each other, but rather war, then what were we fighting for yesterday? This question pierced the minds of all present like a poisoned needle. No one could provide an answer. However, as they turned their gaze towards their former enemies, the murderous intent that had nearly consumed their reason indeed began to wane, replaced by an ineffable sense of absurdity and a heavier, more expansive sorrow. Like dark clouds looming over the entire square, an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow and his form stooped, trembled as he stepped out from the crowd. He hailed from a once thriving family decimated by war, now but an inconspicuous vassal in the Peach Blossom land. He faced the elevated platform, mustering all his strength to bow deeply, nearly folding in half. My son, my grandson, they all perished on the battlefield. His voice was hoarse and parched, as if worn down by sandstorms over a century. If their names could be etched in memory, the old man would die without regret. He uttered no words of thanks, nor did he offer forgiveness. He merely found a final resting place for a long-endured pain that had been acknowledged, yet found no solace. This bow served as a signal. Among the crowd, a second, then a third individual began to lower their once proud heads, silently. Not for anyone else, but for their lost kin and the damned era. The purification protocol swept through the Peach Blossom land with an unexpected, overwhelming force. By day, the Peach Blossom land transformed into the most bustling construction site in the ninja world. Thousands of ninjas shed their blood-stained combat vests and took up hammers and ropes. 1,000 Hands ninja formed hand seals and, with a commanding shout, executed the water release technique to blend a heap of cement and sand into perfect concrete. Opposite him, an Uchiha clan member activated his Sharingan, meticulously cutting steel rods with fire release, the precision akin to artistry. Sweat replaced blood. Arguments over wages supplanted life or death struggles. By night, the Peach Blossom Land morphed into the most vibrant night school in the ninja world. Countless ninjas gathered around campfires, learning for the first time how to calculate load-bearing capacities, plan drainage systems, and prevent plagues. Lin Xiaoya's easily comprehensible texts on basic engineering mechanics and public health prevention became more coveted than advanced ninja scrolls. Knowledge was transforming this world in an unprecedented manner. Of course, conflicts persisted. At the construction site of the water purification tower, a heated argument erupted. No. This main load-bearing structure must employ our 1,000 Hands interlocking method. It will ensure stability for 50 years, shouted a 1,000 Hands foreman. His face flushed with fervor as he pointed at the blueprints. Across from him, an elite Uchiha squad leader, also the deputy foreman, crossed his arms with a smirk. Foolish. Your method is too slow and wasteful. According to my plan, we can use fire release to center the critical nodes and earth release to reinforce them. And we'll have it topped in 3 days. Its strength will be at least double yours. Nonsense. That's a shoddy construction. The chakra structure will degrade over time, and the entire tower will collapse. You're the one talking nonsense. How can your antiquated carpentry compare to my Uchiha's precise chakra control? The argument escalated, their foreheads nearly touching, as surrounding workers halted their tasks, watching anxiously. It seemed on the verge of erupting into a full-blown brawl. Just then, a languid, disinterested voice interjected. Have you two finished your shouting? Nara Shikahiko strolled over, yawning, holding a small notebook. He was now the head of the newly established Engineering Supervision Department of the Alliance. Lord Xiaoya said that technical disputes are resolved not by volume, but by data. He scratched his ear with his pencil. How about this, you two today? Each take a small team and create a 1-meter-tall scale model using your respective methods. Tomorrow morning, bring them to the square for a public pressure test. Whoever's model uses the least materials, takes the least time, and withstands the greatest pressure will dictate the construction of the water purification tower going forward. He paused, his lazy gaze sweeping over the two, adding, and the loser will be penalized by cleaning public restrooms for a week. The two foremen from the 1,000 Hands and Uchiha clans were momentarily taken aback. A public test? Cleaning restrooms for losing. What kind of resolution was this? It was utterly unheard of. Yet, upon reflection, they found it difficult to conceive of a fairer method. All right, let us do it. The Uchiha captain quickly agreed, confident in his clan's precise chakra technique. Let the competition begin. It's time for you bumpkins to witness the true craftsmanship of the 1,000 Hands clan. The 1,000 Hands foreman was equally unyielding. Thus, a potential bloody conflict was diffused by a bet involving restroom cleaning. They exchanged fierce glares, then turned to gather their teams, barely pausing for dinner as they hurried to devise the most robust model using the least materials. Hatred still lingered, but it was now cloaked in a new guise of competition and rules. Chapter 117. A draw by the next morning. The central square of the Peach Blossom Land was filled to capacity. News of the water purification tower's structural debate had inexplicably spread throughout the alliance overnight. Everyone was eager to see which of the families, once locked in deadly combat on the battlefield, would prove superior on the construction site. In the center of the square stood 2 1-meter-tall scale models. On the left was the creation of the 1,000 Hands clan. The entire structure was composed of hundreds of slender wooden strips, each precisely fitted into the grooves of the others, relying solely on the principles of mechanics to form a perfect whole without a single nail or drop of glue. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the wooden strips, casting geometrically precise shadows on the ground, embodying the artisan's spirit passed down through centuries. On the right stood the Uchiha clan's creation. At first glance, the structure appeared much simpler, composed of only 20 robust main beams. Yet, at each critical juncture of the main beams, a faint sheen reminiscent of glass glimmered. This was a unique crystal formed by chakra solidified within the material after high-temperature sintering. It revealed a perfection at the microscopic level visible only to the Sharingan. This embodied the strength of a new era. The two foremen stood before their respective creations, their expressions far from pleasant, evidently having spent a sleepless night. Nara Shikahiko yawned as he emerged from the crowd. The rules were simple. He lazily gestured to a neatly stacked pile of stones prepared nearby. Each time, a 50-pound stone would be added to the top of the model. Whoever's model collapsed first would lose. Any questions before we begin? Senju's foreman inhaled deeply. None. Uchiha's captain scoffed. Let us begin. Shikahiko nodded and snapped his fingers. The two burly men responsible for the transport stepped forward, each lifting a stone and gently placing it atop the two models. A soft crack echoed from within both structures simultaneously, the sound of material beginning to bear the pressure. The crowd held its breath. The second stone, the third, the fifth, the 10th, both models remained steadfast. Sweat began to bead on Senju's foreman's brow. He could see that Uchiha's creation was far sturdier than he had anticipated. The chakra-centered crystal nodes were adeptly dispersing the pressure from above. Uchiha's captain was equally tense, his Sharingan fixed intently on his model. He could distinctly observe hairline cracks forming within those crystal nodes, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In contrast, the seemingly fragile wooden structure across from him revealed each beam bending slightly, not a sign of impending breakage, but rather a deliberate release of tension. Damn! The Senju truly possessed remarkable carpentry skills. The 15th stone, the 20th, whispers began to circulate in the crowd. I bet Senju will win. Nonsense. Uchiha's is clearly more stable. Stable? Look at that wood. It doesn't even sway. The arguments grew louder. Nara Shikahiko frowned, preparing to restore order when a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. Silence. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Uchiha Madara, appearing at the edge of the square, stood with arms crossed, his expression impassive. This is a technical competition, not a market quarrel. Any further disruption will result in confinement. The crowd quieted to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Just then, Senju Hashirama approached from the opposite side. He glanced at Madara and then at the two models, his face revealing intrigue. Interesting. He knelt down, scrutinizing the structures. The Senju employed traditional mortise and tenon techniques, allowing each beam to adjust its angle in response to pressure. Uchiha, on the other hand, utilized chakra to create a structure akin to a metallic lattice, exhibiting remarkable rigidity. Rising thoughtfully, he noted the contrast. One method relied on flexibility to overcome rigidity, while the other employed rigidity to counter rigidity. Both were commendable approaches. The foreman of Senju and Uchiha stood momentarily speechless, taken aback by the deity of the ninja world personally evaluating their creations and deeming both as valid strategies. They were at a loss for how to respond. The 25th stone, the 30th, the models remained upright, yet it was evident to all that they were nearing their limits. The gaps between Senju's wooden beams had nearly vanished, and the entire structure emitted a creaking sound that was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Uchiha's crystal nodes displayed visible cracks spreading like a spider's web. The next stone would determine the victor. The burly man lifted the 31st stone. Senju's foreman clenched his fist, knuckles widening. Uchiha's captain's Sharingan spun so rapidly it seemed on the verge of smoke. The stone descended slowly. A sharp crack resounded almost simultaneously. A crucial wooden beam in Senju's model finally succumbed to the pressure, splintering in two. Simultaneously, a core crystal node in Uchiha's model shattered. Then, both structures collapsed. Silence enveloped the square. A draw? Who won? Both foremen stood frozen, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Nara Shikahiko scratched his head, equally bewildered. He had not anticipated this outcome. Just then, Lin Xiaoya's voice emerged from the direction of the administrative building. Since it's a draw, let us not argue. She approached the center of the square, surveying the debris. Senju's method is suitable for long-term use with lower maintenance costs. Uchiha's is expedient for urgent projects. Therefore, the main structure of the water purification tower will utilize Senju's design, while the critical load-bearing nodes will be reinforced with Uchiha's chakra-centering technology. A collaboration between the two houses. She paused, glancing at the two foremen. As for the punishment of cleaning the restroom, their faces turned pale. You both shall do it together. 3 days each. Consider it a lesson in teamwork. Initially, the square fell into silence, then erupted into laughter. Senju's foreman and Uchiha's captain exchanged glances, ultimately unable to suppress their wry smiles and shaking heads. All right, we concede. In the crowd, a young Uchiha ninja observed the scene, feeling the pent-up frustration within him dissipate. He turned to a laughing Senju clansman beside him. Hesitating briefly, he finally spoke up. Hey, could you teach me that mortise and tenon technique? The Senju looked momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a smile. Sure. But you'll have to teach me your Uchiha's chakra precision control in return. A fair trade. The deal was struck, their hands clasping together. There were no grand declarations, no impassioned speeches, just two craftsmen discussing technique. Yet, this simple handshake bore more weight than any oath, as it represented a new possibility. In the underground confinement chamber, the golden cube's glow dimmed further. Kurizetsu could keenly perceive the intricately woven hive network disintegrating at an astonishing pace. The negative emotions within the individuals it had infected were swiftly neutralized by something called hope and purpose. No, that was not neutralization, it was transformation. The woman was transforming hatred into another form of motivation through construction and competition. She did not seek to eradicate hatred but provided it with a new outlet. This method stirred within Kurizetsu a feeling it had never experienced before, fear. For it suddenly realized that it faced not an ordinary opponent, but a true monster who understood how to reshape the human heart. Nightfall enveloped the highest conference room of the Alliance Administrative Building. Lin Xiaoya, Hashirama, Madara, and Tobarama once again gathered. The first phase of the purification agreement had been completed. Tobarama placed a thick report on the table. According to the medical department's monitoring, the emotional indices of the 34 highly infected individuals have all fallen below the safety threshold. Kurizetsu's hive network has collapsed. Izuna nodded in agreement. I personally checked the mental states of all Uchiha clan members. No abnormalities were found. That entity has indeed dispersed. Hashirama exhaled in relief. That's good. It seems Xiaoya's method is effective. Madara remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoya. He sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Lin Xiaoya did not exhibit a relaxed expression. She merely stared out at the night sky and calmly uttered a single phrase. The initial phase merely serves as an appetizer. The true purpose of the Black Absolute has yet to reveal itself. It is waiting. Waiting for what? Tobarama furrowed his brows as Lin Xiaoya turned to face the four individuals. Waiting for us to expose a flaw. She approached the sand table and gently tapped the location of Peach Blossom Village with her finger. Everything we are currently undertaking fundamentally contends against the most primal aspects of human nature: hatred, fear, and greed. These elements will not simply vanish due to a few infrastructure projects or hearings. They are merely suppressed. Once a sufficiently large fissure appears, she paused, they will erupt more frantically than before. And the Black Absolute is awaiting that very fissure. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room. After a long pause, Senju Tobarama finally spoke. So what shall we do? Lin Xiaoya raised her gaze to meet his. Deny it the opportunity. Continue to advance the second phase of the purification protocol. Keep everyone occupied. So occupied that they have no time to dwell on hatred. So occupied that their thoughts are consumed by tomorrow's wages and the new houses of the day after. Her eyes were cold and resolute. I intend to transform this alliance into a high-speed operating machine, with every individual serving as a cog within it. As long as the machine continues to operate, the cogs will not rust. Uchiha Madara suddenly laughed. Are you planning to turn everyone into mere tools? Lin Xiaoya cast him a glance. Do you possess a better solution? Madara shrugged. No, and I find this quite agreeable. It is certainly more interesting than incessantly battling. Chapter 118. The Memorial Stone. 3 days later, the Memorial Stone of Peach Blossom Village was officially completed. It was a 10-meter-tall black stone monument, prominently positioned in the central square of the Alliance. The surface of the stone was densely inscribed with names, an astounding total of 37,000. This was the result of the Alliance's intelligence department diligently gathering the names of all ninjas who perished during the Warring States era from various family genealogies, battlefield records, and even folk legends over the course of 3 days and nights. There were no distinctions of family or enemies, only names. A multitude of names, densely packed together. On the day of the unveiling ceremony, everyone in Peach Blossom Village paused their labors. Tens of thousands stood in silence in the square, without uttering a word. Only the sound of the wind passing over the stone produced a low, mournful wail. Lin Xiaoya stood before the monument, holding a bouquet of white flowers. She did not deliver a speech. She simply placed the flowers gently at the base of the stone and bowed deeply. Following her were Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Izuna, standing side by side as they bowed together. In that moment, Everyone in the square instinctively followed suit, bending down in unison. The sight was breathtaking, rendering one nearly breathless. An elderly woman with graying hair trembled as she approached the monument. She extended her calloused hand, laboriously searching through the myriad of names. Finally, she found it, Yamashita Kenta. He was her son, who had perished 20 years ago in an encounter with the Uchiha. Her fingers gently traced over the name, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "Mother has finally found you," she murmured. "Look, your name is inscribed on such a grand and beautiful monument. Mother is so proud." Her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion until she collapsed before the stone, weeping uncontrollably. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as if she were releasing 2 decades worth of suppressed anguish. More and more people approached the monument, searching for their loved ones' names. Fathers, brothers, sons, husbands. Each name represented a shattered family. Each tear shed was a fragment of unhealable pain. Yet in this moment, these pains finally found a place to rest, not in hatred, nor in revenge, but in remembrance, collectively honored by all. A young Uchiha ninja found his father's name inscribed on the stone. He reached out to touch it, but noticed a Senju clansman standing nearby, also gazing at the same area. Their eyes met, and the Uchiha instinctively clenched his fist. However, the Senju merely regarded him calmly before pointing to another name on the stone, Senju Ishii. "That is my brother. He died at your Uchiha's hands." The Uchiha ninja's breath caught in his throat, anticipating accusations or provocations. Yet the Senju simply remarked, "But now that I think about it, it probably wasn't you who killed him. You likely weren't even born at that time." He paused for a moment. "Well, it's all in the past." With that, he turned and walked away. The Uchiha ninja remained rooted in place. After a while, he suddenly called out, "Hey!" The Senju paused. "Was your brother a good person?" The Senju contemplated for a moment, then replied, "I don't know. But before he died, he gave me his last ration of food. So at least to me, he was." The Uchiha nodded. "My father was the same. He told me to survive." They exchanged glances once more, and this time, there was no hatred, only a silent understanding shared between fellow survivors. The day after the memorial stone was completed, the Alliance's administrative building announced a new policy regarding the initiation of a housing distribution plan. The announcement was straightforward. All ninjas and their families who worked in Peach Blossom Village for at least 3 months and had no serious disciplinary violations could apply for a residence constructed by the Alliance. The residences were categorized into 3 levels. Level 1 comprised single apartments of 30 square meters suitable for single ninjas. Level 2 consisted of family homes of 60 square meters appropriate for families with spouses or children. Level 3 encompassed multi-generational homes of 100 square meters designed for families with 3 or more generations. All properties would be owned by the Alliance, but the right to reside would permanently belong to the applicants and their descendants. The only stipulation was adherence to the Alliance's laws. Any infractions would result in the property being reclaimed. Upon the announcement, Peach Blossom Village erupted in excitement. Is the Alliance really distributing housing? Did I hear that correctly? Just 3 months of work guarantees a home? And with permanent residency? Is this for real? Countless individuals surged toward the administrative building, creating a throng so dense it was nearly impassable. The clerks responsible for reception were nearly hoarse from shouting, "Form a line, one at a time. No need to rush." The houses 1T disappear. Yet no one listened. Eyes ablaze with determination, people pressed forward. A home, their very own home, for these ninjas, who had long been displaced and homeless on the battlefield. Those 2 words held more allure than any advanced ninjutsu. A low-ranking shinobi from the Yamashita clan, caught in the crowd, felt his face flush from the exertion. "I fought on the battlefield for 10 years and never pushed myself this hard." A nearby Akimichi clan member gasped for breath. "Enough talk. If we don't squeeze in now, we'll miss out on the good spots." "What good spots? Aren't they all allocated by the Alliance? Are you foolish? It's definitely first come, first served. Those who apply first get to choose the best locations." With that statement, the crowd erupted into chaos. People surged toward the registration window like a flood, nearly overwhelming the Uchiha security team tasked with maintaining order. "Calm down," an Uchiha Jonin shouted, activating his Sharingan in a futile attempt to restore order. Yet no one paid him any heed. A Senju pushed past him without a backward glance, exclaiming, "Apologies, brother, but I have a wife and children waiting for me." The Uchiha Jonin took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to retaliate. "Forget it. After all, I want to apply as well." On the top floor of the administrative building, Lin Xiaoya stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the chaotic sea of humanity below. Nara Shikahiko stood behind her, his lips twitching. Madam Xiaoya, isn't this a bit too insane? We haven't even finished laying the foundation yet. Daring to promise the distribution of houses, should they fail to be constructed, Lin Xiaoya would turn her back without a second thought. However, they will indeed be built. With the manpower of the alliance combined with the wooden structures between the pillars, at least 500 units can be completed within a month. Furthermore, she turned to Lu Yin and asked, "Do you believe those who applied for housing will still harbor thoughts of causing trouble?" Lu Yin was taken aback. And then realization dawned upon him. "You mean?" Lin Xiaoya nodded. "Once a person has attachments and aspirations, they will not easily act foolishly. A house serves as the best attachment, binding everyone firmly to this land and to the alliance's rules." She paused, adding, "And do you not see? Those who fight tooth and nail for a house, and those who battle fiercely for family honor are essentially the same. The only difference is that the former does not end in death." Lu Yin fell silent. After a long moment, he sighed. "You are directing everyone's desires towards a safe outlet." Lin Xiaoya smiled. "Now you understand. The greed, fear, and hatred in human nature can never be eradicated. But they can be guided. As long as we provide them with something more worthy of pursuit than hatred, they will naturally lay down their weapons." Lu Yin shook his head. "But if this continues, the alliance's finances, fear not," Lin Xiaoya interrupted. "Once the first batch of houses is completed, I will initiate the next plan, the alliance's commercial district development project. By then, those who acquire housing will naturally seek ways to earn and spend money, and the alliance will benefit from taxation. Thus, a healthy economic cycle will be established." Lu Yin gasped. "You had this all planned out?" Lin Xiaoya did not respond, merely gazing out at the rapidly growing new city with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 119. Kagaya's arrival half a month later, in the eastern district of Peach Blossom Village. The first batch of residential buildings was officially completed. 5 three-story wooden structures basked in the sunlight, neatly lined up on the newly cleared land. Lacking extravagant decorations, they were built with sturdy, unembellished timber. Each building housed 30 households, totaling 150 units. While seemingly simple, each unit boasted an independent kitchen, bathroom, and even a small balcony to soak in the sun. For those who had long battled on the front lines, living among dirt and blood, and sleeping in cold tents, this was no mere house. It was a paradise from their dreams. On the day of the allocation ceremony, the entire eastern district was bustling with excitement, resembling a festive celebration. All the families whose applications had been approved clutched their housing distribution certificates tightly, their palms sweating and their faces flushed with exhilaration, unsure where to place their hands and feet. A middle-aged Uchiha Chunin, cradling his 3-year-old son, stood at the entrance of their new home, tears brimming in his eyes. "Son, do you see? This is our home. A real home." The child, innocent and curious, reached out to touch the pristine wooden door and asked in a sweet voice, "Daddy, is there a bed inside? A soft one?" "Yes." "Is there a pot? The kind Mommy can use to make meatballs?" "Yes." "So, does this mean we won't have to move anymore?" This question pierced the softest part of the Uchiha Chunin's heart. His throat tightened, and words escaped him. All he could do was hold his son tightly, resting his chin on the child's soft hair, finally managing to whisper 2 words through clenched teeth, "No more moving. Never again." Nearby, a newly assigned member of the Senju clan discreetly wiped away his tears. Hearing the commotion, he turned to glance at the Uchiha. Their eyes met in an awkward exchange. The Senju hesitated before raising his chin and gesturing to the side. "Hey." The Uchiha Chunin looked up, his eyes still red. "My home is next door." The Senju's words were succinct, indicating they would be neighbors. The Uchiha was momentarily stunned, staring at the familiar face of his former enemy, then fell into silence for a moment before nodding heavily. Yes. Neighbors. No handshake, no embrace. They each turned away, unlocking the doors to their respective homes. Yet, at the moment the doors closed, both men could not suppress the smiles that broke across their rugged faces, as the joyous atmosphere of housing distribution enveloped Peach Blossom Village. An uninvited guest silently appeared at the alliance's entrance. He was an exceptionally tall man, cloaked in a voluminous black robe that obscured his form. Most striking was the white mask that adorned his face, devoid of any patterns, featuring only 3 simple openings, 2 for eyes and 1 for the mouth. Simple, yet exuding an unsettling aura of eeriness and pressure. The Uchiha guards on duty immediately spotted him and rushed forward to block his path. Halt! Who goes there? State your name and purpose. The masked man remained silent, slowly raising his hand to reveal a palm wrapped in bandages. In his palm lay a pure black token, inscribed with an ancient surname, Kagaya. The guards' pupils dilated in shock, the color draining from their faces. Why, you are from the Kagaya clan? The masked man gave a slight nod, his voice sounding like two stones grinding together, dry and cold. I wish to see your leader, Lin Xiaoya. The guard swallowed hard, stumbling back in haste. Wait, I will report this immediately. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoya, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna, the 5 highest officials of the alliance, appeared at the entrance simultaneously. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Tobarama's chakra began to leak uncontrollably, while Madara's Sharingan activated, locking onto the intruder. The masked man regarded them, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming pressure. He spoke slowly. I am Kagaya Ao, the current clan leader of the Kagaya clan. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the crowd before settling on Lin Xiaoya. I am here today to discuss a transaction with you. Chapter 120. The transaction. As Kagaya Ao's voice fell, the air at the gate felt as if it had frozen. Lin Xiaoya remained silent, simply observing the man in the white mask before her. Tobarama had already placed his hand on the kunai at his waist, and Izuna's Sharingan was slowly rotating. Hashirama and Madara stood at the forefront, their chakras emanating to form an invisible barrier. Transaction? Madara's tone dripped with unmasked scorn. Since when did the Kagaya clan learn to negotiate? I only recall your kind being synonymous with slaughter and plunder. Kagaya Ao remained unperturbed, standing still as the gaze beneath his mask flicked to Madara before returning to Lin Xiaoya. I am aware that the Kagaya clan's reputation is far from favorable. Yet, it is precisely for that reason that I have come. He paused again. For I understand clearly that if this continues, the Kagaya clan will face extinction. At this declaration, everyone fell silent. Even Madara narrowed his eyes in intrigue. Extinction? Tobarama scoffed. The combat prowess of the Kagaya clan is among the best in the entire shinobi world. Who could possibly bring about your demise? Kagaya Ao shook his head. It is not outsiders who will destroy us. It is ourselves. For the first time, a hint of tremor entered his voice. Since the founding of our clan, we have thrived on battle. Our bloodline is inherently drawn to slaughter. Yet, this very desire is gradually consuming us. The current members of the Kagaya clan number less than 300, with more than half having perished in internal conflicts. He paused. At this rate, within a decade, the Kagaya clan will obliterate itself. Lin Xiaoya's gaze finally exhibited a flicker of change. She spoke, so, you wish for the Kagaya clan to join the alliance? Kagaya Tsang nodded. Indeed. I require a set of regulations that can restrain the members of the Kagaya clan, a means to redirect their thirst for battle elsewhere. He fixed his eyes on Lin Xiaoya. Only your alliance can accomplish this. Ban scoffed coldly. You certainly know how to calculate. Why should we assist in governing your band of lunatics? Instead of responding to Ban, Kagaya Tsang retrieved a scroll from his robes. This contains all the forbidden techniques of the Kagaya clan: early dance, Tang Song dance, iron wire flower dance, early fern dance, and the highest secret art, the Qilin dance. He placed the scroll on the ground, slowly pushing it toward Lin Xiaoya's feet. If the alliance is willing to accept the Kagaya clan, these techniques will be offered unconditionally. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. The forbidden techniques of the Kagaya clan are legendary throughout the shinobi world. Their terrifying physical arts and bloodline limits are what enabled the Kagaya clan to endure through the Warring States period. And now, Kagaya Tsang is willing to relinquish them all. Tobarama's expression became exceedingly complex. You have lost your mind. These techniques are the foundation of the Kagaya clan. Are you not afraid of rebellion from your kin? Kagaya Tsang remained silent for a moment. There has already been a rebellion. 3 days ago, I killed 17 dissenters. The remaining members are now confined within the clan territory. His voice carried a deep-seated weariness. I do not wish to kill my own people any longer. Hence, I have come. Lin Xiaoya crouched to pick up the scroll. She did not open it immediately, but instead looked at Kagaya Tsang. Do you understand what joining the alliance entails? It means you must adhere to the laws of the alliance. It means if any member of the Kagaya clan violates the rules, the alliance will impose unrelenting punishment. Even upon you, their leader. Kagaya Tsang nodded. I am aware, but that is precisely what I desire. He paused. Only sufficiently stringent regulations can suppress the Kagaya's bloodthirst. And your alliance possesses such rules. Lin Xiaoya stood up, casting her gaze toward Hashirama and Ban. What are your thoughts? Hashirama pondered for a moment. The combat prowess of the Kagaya clan is indeed needed by the alliance. Moreover, if we can use regulations to restrain them, it would be beneficial for the entire shinobi world. Ban sneered. Well said. But what if these madmen cause chaos within the alliance? Who will take responsibility then? Lin Xiaoya did not answer, but turned her attention back to Kagaya-tsang. I have a condition. Kagaya-tsang lifted his head. Speak. Once the Kagaya clan joins the alliance, all members must reside separately. No congregating, no forming armed factions independently. All Kagaya clan members must be integrated into the alliance's security or engineering teams under unified management. She paused. Can you comply? Kagaya-tsang remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding. Yes, but I have a request. Lin Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. What is it? I need a place where the Kagaya clan can unleash their battle desires. Otherwise, they will inevitably create problems. Lin Xiaoya contemplated. An arena. What? The alliance will establish an arena specifically to resolve internal conflicts. Anyone with grievances can settle them through combat in the arena. However, the rule is to strike to the point, no lethal force permitted. She gazed at Kagaya-tsang. Is this sufficient? Kagaya-tsang remained silent for a moment, then extended his hand. Agreed. Lin Xiaoya grasped his hand, their palms firmly clasped together. In that moment, the very landscape of the shinobi world shifted once more. 3 days later, in the central square of the Peach Blossom Village, another welcoming ceremony unfolded. However, this time the atmosphere was entirely different. Standing on the stage was the Kagaya clan. Those warriors exuding a primal aura stood at the center of the square, resembling a pack of beasts ready to pounce on their prey. The alliance members below instinctively retreated, even the Uchiha and Senju ninjas gripping their weapons tightly. Lin Xiaoya stood atop the platform, surveying the tense crowd below. I know what you fear, she began. The Kagaya clan was a nightmare during the Warring States era. They were bloodthirsty, brutal, and devoid of reason. But, her voice rose abruptly. That is the past. From this day forth, the Kagaya clan is a member of the alliance. They will adhere to the alliance's laws and accept its governance. If anyone doubts this. She glanced at Kagaya-tsang. Kagaya-tsang understood, stepping forward to remove his mask. His face was scarred, the left eye blind, with a horrific scar running from forehead to chin. Yet, at that moment, his visage bore no intent to kill, only a nearly humble plea. I am Kagaya-tsang, the clan leader of the Kagaya. I know that the Kagaya are viewed as monsters in your eyes. But today, I stand before you to apologize on behalf of all the Kagaya clan members to the alliance and to all those who have suffered at the hands of the Kagaya. He bowed deeply. The venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback. The leader of the Kagaya clan was actually apologizing publicly. Is this truly the legendary Kagaya? Kagaya-tsang raised his head, meeting the astonished faces below. I do not seek your forgiveness. However, I hope you can grant the Kagaya a chance to prove that we too can live like humans. His voice resonated with an exhaustion and despair that penetrated to the bone. Finally, someone from the crowd spoke up. Can you truly adhere to the rules? Kagaya-tsang nodded. We will. If any clan member violates the rules, I will personally execute them. Another voice questioned. Will you still kill in the future? Kagaya-tsang remained silent for a moment. Yes, but only those who deserve to die. He paused. The enemies of the alliance. With this statement, the atmosphere in the crowd began to shift slightly. Lin Xiaoya seized the opportunity to speak. From this day forth, the Kagaya clan will officially merge into the alliance. They will be dispersed and integrated into various departments for unified management. Simultaneously, the alliance will initiate the arena plan, allowing all internal conflicts to be resolved through combat in the arena. However, the rule remains. Strike to the point, no lethal force permitted. She surveyed the audience. Any objections? Silence reigned. Everyone was processing the news. After a long while, a Uchiha ninja raised his hand. I have a question. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Speak. Will we be allowed to participate in the arena? Lin Xiaoya paused, then smiled. Of course. The arena is open to all alliance members. Anyone can apply for combat. The Uchiha ninja's eyes brightened. Can I challenge a member of the Kagaya clan? Kagaya-tsang turned to look at him. Yes, but are you sure? The Uchiha ninja grinned. Absolutely. I've long wanted to test just how formidable the legendary Kagaya techniques truly are. Kagaya-tsang remained silent for a moment, then smiled in return. Very well. I await your challenge. In that instant, the atmosphere in the crowd finally relaxed completely. Whispers began to circulate, and some individuals appeared eager to engage. Lin Xiaoya observed this scene, silently exhaling a breath of relief. The new faction module integrates with the Kagaya clan. The alliance now comprises Uchiha, Senju, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Mizuki, Shimizuki, Kazamaru, Yui, and Hozuki. The faction's rating has elevated from regional dominance to strategic deterrence. Warning: the scale of your alliance has drawn the heightened vigilance of the daimyo of the Fire Country. Warning: the daimyo of the Fire Country has commenced a covert investigation into the alliance. The system's alerts flashed through Lin Xiaoya's mind. But she paid them no heed. She simply gazed at the crowd below, which was gradually relaxing, and calmly uttered a phrase. It was time for the next step. Chapter 121. The arena. The news of the Kagaya clan joining the alliance detonated across the entire shinobi realm like a bombshell. Conversations erupted everywhere. The Kagaya, known for their madness, had actually allied with the idyllic village of Taoyuan? This seemed impossible. Wasn't he the Kagaya clan famed for their refusal to cooperate with anyone? It was said that their clan leader personally participated and even relinquished the secret techniques of the Shikatsumiyaku. Was this not beyond absurdity? However, even more astonishing news soon followed. The Taoyuan Alliance announced the initiation of the Arena Project. A colossal circular arena sprang forth within a mere 5 days. A miraculous structure crafted by the hand of Senju Hashirama using wood release. With a diameter exceeding 200 meters and a height of 30 meters. It could accommodate thousands of onlookers simultaneously. The rules of the arena were straightforward. Anyone with a grievance could apply for combat. Both parties would sign an agreement and enter the arena to resolve their disputes with their fists. However, the stipulation was to hold back. Lethal force was strictly prohibited. Violators would be expelled from the alliance. Upon the announcement of these rules, the entire Taoyuan village erupted in fervor, particularly among the younger ninjas, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, a venue existed where they could engage in combat openly. I have long harbored a disdain for that Senju fellow. I must teach him a lesson this time. But can you really defeat him? Even if I can't, I'll still fight. After all, I won T-Die. On the first day of the arena's opening, the line for registration stretched 3 streets beyond. The clerk responsible for the registrations was nearly hoarse from shouting. Line up, one at a time, please. What? You wish to challenge the Kagaya clan? Very well, but first, you must sign a waiver regarding life and death. Didn't they say it's just to hold back? Yes, but if you get seriously injured, the Alliance won't be responsible. The challenger's face paled as he hesitated, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and signed. Just like that, the first battle of the arena commenced amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. The combatants were Uchiha In, a jounin of the Uchiha clan, and Kagaya Gon, a warrior of the Kagaya clan. The two stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by a dense throng of spectators. Uchiha In activated his Sharingan, holding a kunai, his chakra radiating outward. Kagaya Gon, unarmed, stood silently, exuding a primal, beast-like aura. The referee, Nara Shikahiko, positioned himself between them and raised his hand. You both understand the rules. Hold back, no lethal force. Violators will be expelled from the alliance. Both combatants nodded in agreement. Shikahiko took a deep breath and then decisively waved his hand. Begin. No sooner had the command been issued than Uchiha In sprang into action. His speed nearly instantaneous as he dashed towards Kagaya Gon, thrusting his kunai towards his throat. Yet Kagaya Gon did not flinch. Instead, he raised his palm and thrust forth a white bone spike. The Shikatsumiyaku's 10 fingers unleashed a volley of bone projectiles, faster than the kunai itself, striking it aside and hurtling towards Uchiha In's face. With a narrowed gaze, Uchiha In activated his body flicker technique, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, before he could regain his footing, Kagaya Gon was upon him. With a flourish, he unleashed the Shikatsumiyaku's dance of the wild fern, erupting with countless bone spikes that shot forth from his body, resembling a massive hedgehog charging towards Uchiha In. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated, executing several body flicker techniques while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball roared forth, engulfing Kagaya Gon entirely. The audience held their breath. Surely he had won. This was impossible. The Kagaya clan was not so weak. Yet, the next moment, a low growl emerged from within the flames. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the early fern. Countless enormous bone spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a white forest that instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. Uchiha found himself cornered, unable to evade the onslaught. Gritting his teeth, he activated his Sharingan, desperately searching for a flaw. But Kagaya offered him no quarter. Emerging from the forest of bone spikes, he was clad in an armor of white bone, resembling a monster risen from the depths of hell. It's over. He delivered a thunderous punch. Uchiha raised his arms to block, but the force was overwhelming, sending him crashing against the arena wall. Kagaya approached him, raising his fist. However, just as the fist was about to descend, he halted. You have lost. Uchiha, panting, gazed at the man before him and, after a moment, broke into a smile. I have lost. But next time, I shall prevail. Kagaya was momentarily taken aback, then he too smiled. Very well. I shall await your return. Referee Shikahiko stepped forward, raising Kagaya-gon's hand aloft. The victor is Kagaya-gon. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Kagaya, 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 how formidable. So this is the Shikatsumiyaku? I wish to learn it too. I yearn to challenge him. Lin Xiaoya stood at the highest vantage point of the audience, observing the ecstatic crowd below. Nara Shikahiko approached her and whispered, the impact of the arena has exceeded our expectations. Now everyone is discussing the battle of the Kagaya clan. The prior fear and rejection have begun to morph into curiosity and admiration. Lin Xiaoya nodded. This is the nature of humanity. Given an outlet for their emotions, they will forget their hatred. The arena serves as the perfect outlet. She paused. Next, we shall initiate the commercial district plan. Shikahiko looked taken aback. So soon? Lin Xiaoya regarded him steadily. The alliance now comprises 11 clans and over 50,000 ninjas. Such a multitude cannot be sustained merely by the alliance's resources. They must be motivated to act. The commercial district is the key to their mobilization. Shikahiko contemplated for a moment before nodding. I understand. I will arrange this immediately. Lin Xiaoya fell silent once more, her gaze fixed on Kagaya, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd, her eyes unfathomable. The arena system has been successfully activated. The efficiency of resolving internal conflicts within the alliance has improved by 300. The cohesion of the alliance has been enhanced. New module unlocked. Commercial system. Alert. The commercial system can transform the alliance's resources into an economic cycle, significantly enhancing the alliance's self-sufficiency. Warning. The daimyo of the Fire Country has dispatched spies to infiltrate Taoyuan. Warning. Your actions have caused extreme unrest among the daimyo. The system's alerts flashed in Lin Xiaoya's mind, but she remained unfazed. She merely turned her gaze towards the distance, where the capital of the Fire Country loomed. Daimyo, she murmured, it is time to extend my greetings. Chapter 122. Alliance currency 3 days later, in the southeastern corner of Taoyuan, a brand new complex of buildings emerged. This was the Alliance's first commercial district. A straight, broad main street was flanked by neatly arranged 2-story wooden shops, each featuring its own entrance and sign. At the street's end stood a 3-story trading hall dedicated to the transaction and auction of bulk goods. On the opening day of the commercial district, the Alliance's administrative department issued an announcement regarding the recruitment of business licenses for the district. The content was simple. Any member of the Alliance could apply for the right to operate a shop. The shops were categorized into 3 tiers: small shops of 20 square meters with a monthly rent of 10,000 ryo, medium shops of 50 square meters with a monthly rent of 30,000 ryo, and large shops of 100 square meters with a monthly rent of 100,000 ryo. All shop ownership belonged to the Alliance, but the operating rights could be passed down through generations. The only condition was the timely payment of rent and adherence to the Alliance's commercial regulations. Violators would have their operating rights revoked. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire Taoyuan township erupted with excitement. A new alliance was set to establish a commercial district, allowing individuals to open their own shops. The crowd surged toward the administrative building, a throng so dense that not even a drop of water could pass through. However, unlike the previous occasion when houses were allocated, this time many hesitated. 10,000 taels a month? Isn't that exorbitant? One lamented. Indeed, my monthly mission income is merely 5,000 taels. How could I possibly afford that? Another added. And can opening a shop truly be profitable? What if I incur losses? Murmurs filled the air. At that moment, a chunin from a mountain clan raised his hand. I wish to rent a small shop. All eyes turned toward him. The clerk in charge of registration lifted her gaze. Are you certain? The rent is 10,000 taels per month, and if you cannot pay, the lease will be revoked. The chunin clenched his teeth. I am certain. My family has been in the herbal medicine business for generations, and now is the perfect opportunity to establish a shop within the alliance. With proper management, earning 30 to 50,000 taels a month is not a problem. His words left those around him momentarily speechless. 30 to 50,000 taels? That's remarkably profitable, scoffed the chunin. Of course, the alliance has over 50,000 members, and there are hundreds of injured ninjas daily. The demand for herbs is substantial. Once I open shop, I need not worry about a lack of customers. His statement seemed to awaken the crowd. Gradually, individuals began to stir with enthusiasm. Indeed, with so many people in the alliance, various goods will surely be needed. I can make military rations. Perhaps I should open a shop too. My family has a traditional blacksmithing skill to craft ninja tools. I can make clothes. I can make shoes. In an instant, a long line formed at the registration window. With everyone clamoring to secure a store, the clerk barely had time to sip water. Form an orderly queue, one at a time. What? You want to rent a large shop? First, pay a deposit of 100,000 taels. What? You have no money? Then go to the Alliance Bank for a loan. What? The Alliance has a bank. Of course. Do you think the Alliance operates without one? Hurry up and don't waste time here. Thus, within a mere 3 days, every shop in the Alliance's first commercial district was rented out, with hundreds more awaiting the next batch of openings. Lin Xiaoya stood atop the trading hall, surveying the bustling streets below. Nara Shikahisa stood beside her, holding a report. The response to the commercial district has surpassed expectations. All shops from the first batch were rented out within 3 days. The Alliance's account has already amassed 5 million taels from rent alone. Furthermore, projections suggest that once these shops officially open, the Alliance's monthly tax revenue could reach at least 20 million taels. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Excellent. But this is insufficient. Shikahisa paused, taken aback. Insufficient? Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. The commercial district is merely the first step. Next, I intend to initiate the Alliance's currency plan. Shikahisa's pupils constricted sharply. Currency? Are you suggesting the Alliance will issue its own currency? Lin Xiaoya affirmed with a nod. Indeed. Currently, all transactions within the Alliance still utilize the Fire Nation's currency. If this continues, the Alliance's economic lifeblood will forever remain in the hands of the daimyo. I aim to establish an independent currency system for the Alliance. Shikahisa gasped. This is too audacious. Issuing currency is tantamount to challenging the authority of the daimyo. They will not stand idly by. Lin Xiaoya smiled. I am aware. That is precisely why I intend to proceed. The daimyo will inevitably take action against the Alliance. Rather than waiting for their strike, I prefer to act preemptively. Currency is the most potent weapon. Shikahisa remained silent for an extended period before finally sighing. What is your plan? Lin Xiaoya approached the window, gazing into the distance. The first step is to implement Alliance currency for all internal transactions among Alliance members. The second step is to establish an Alliance bank responsible for issuing and exchanging the currency. The third and most critical step is to establish credit. Lin Xiaoya's voice was calm, yet resolute. The Alliance currency must be tied to actual value. Each unit of Alliance currency must be backed by the Alliance's reserves of food, ninja tools, and land. Furthermore, all rewards for tasks issued by the Alliance will be settled using Alliance currency. Shikahisa's mind raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was no mere commercial plan. It constituted a complete, closed-loop independent economic system. From production tasks and construction to the circulation of the commercial district and financial banking. Every aspect was intricately interconnected. This, Shikahisa's voice was dry, is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Fire Nation. The daimyo will never tolerate an economy independent of their control. The war has already begun, Shikahisa, Lin Xiaoya countered, her gaze sharp as a blade. From the moment we established the Alliance, the battlefield has not been in the ninja world, but within the hearts and purses of the people. She approached the sand table, pointing to the burgeoning model of Taoyuan Township. What enables the daimyo to govern the Fire Nation? It is the samurai and the wealth they control. We are not afraid of the samurai, but of their wealth. Picking up a piece representing a ninja, she gently placed it on the model representing the commercial district. When a ninja realizes he can earn tenfold the income through his skills within the Alliance, can buy his own home, and ensure a stable upbringing for his children. Do you think the paltry rewards from the daimyo can still sway him? Shikahisa fell silent. seemingly envisioning an invisible net enveloping the entire Fire Nation with Taoyuan Township at its center. This net neither drew blood nor took lives. It quietly siphoned away the very foundation upon which the daimyo relied, diminishing their control over the ninjas. Lin Xiaoya observed his astonished expression and smiled. So do not worry. The daimyo's reaction is entirely within my calculations. The more they suppress the alliance's cohesion, the stronger it will become. Because I have given everyone something they cannot afford to lose, hope. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the commercial district, two men dressed in ordinary cloth, appearing to be itinerant merchants from afar, hurried through the crowd with their heads bowed. Yet their eyes scanned the surroundings greedily, like hawks. The vibrant streets, the bustling shops, and the ninjas' faces radiating excitement and anticipation caught their attention. One of the men lowered his voice. Something feels amiss. The demeanor of these people is unlike any ninja clan we've previously investigated. They resemble, he paused, seemingly in search of the right word, like civilians from the early days of nation building. The other man nodded solemnly. I saw members of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, and even Uchiha and Senju clans drinking in the same establishment. They did not clash. This is alarming. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. This is no longer just a ninja village. It has transformed into a nation. We must report this to our superior immediately. With that, the two quickened their pace, disappearing into the throng. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, at a tea house on the second floor, Uchiha Izuna held a cup of tea, his Sharingan slowly spinning within its socket, clearly capturing the silhouettes of the two men. He set down his cup, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The mice have entered. Chapter 123. The bank the Alliance intends to issue its own currency. This news swept through Taoyuan Township like a tempest within 3 days. On the day the announcement was posted, the entrance of the administrative building was once again besieged, teeming with people. However, this time, the fervor seen during the rush for houses and shops was replaced by a sense of confusion and unease. What is the Alliance coin? Why must we use the currency of the Land of Fire? From now on, will all task rewards be given in this Alliance coin? How will we purchase necessities? The crowd murmured, and the air was thick with a growing panic. Just then, Lin Xiaoya, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna appeared once more on the steps of the administrative building. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, addressing the thousands of bewildered eyes below her. Her voice, amplified by chakra, resonated clearly throughout the square. I understand that you all have many questions and concerns. I will address them now. Pausing briefly, her voice grew firm and resolute. The first question, what is the Alliance coin? It is quite simple. It is the currency of our alliance, a token earned through our own labor and sweat. Unlike the money from the feudal lords, which can be printed at will and devalued at any moment, each alliance coin is backed by reserves of gold, grain, and ninja tools in the Alliance Bank. Its value is determined by us. A stir rippled through the crowd. Lin Xiaoya continued without hesitation. The second question, why must we use the Alliance coin? Because we wish to take our destiny into our own hands. We do not want to bow to the feudal lords any longer, nor do we wish to be controlled by their wealth. The money we toil for can be rendered worthless by a mere word from them. Is this the life you wish to continue? No, someone shouted, followed swiftly by a chorus of agreement. We do not want that. Lin Xiaoya raised her hand, signaling for silence. The third question, how will we use the Alliance coin? Starting next month, all rewards for tasks issued by the Alliance will be settled in Alliance coins. Furthermore, all shops in the commercial district will accept Alliance coin as payment. You can use it to purchase houses, food, ninja tools, and everything else you need. She paused, glancing at Tobarama. Tobarama stepped forward, his expression stoic, delivering his words in a monotone. The Alliance Bank will officially be established tomorrow. All members of the Alliance can open an account free of charge, provided they present identification. The currency you currently hold from the Land of Fire can be exchanged for Alliance coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. This exchange rate will remain valid for 1 month, after which it will be adjusted according to market conditions. His statement reassured many, as a 1-to-1 exchange rate backed by a bank seemed favorable. At that moment, two notorious rivals, the foreman from the Uchiha and the foreman from the Senju, unexpectedly found themselves together at the construction site of the Purification Tower. The Uchiha foreman scoffed. What is so impressive about opening a bank? The Senju foreman retorted defiantly, you know nothing. This is finance. I will be the first to open an account. The Uchiha foreman shot back. Why should you be the first? I'll be waiting in line at dawn. You can wait. But I'll camp out at the bank entrance. They bickered, their tempers flaring as they prepared to clash. Bystanders quickly intervened, diffusing the tension with laughter. Yet, everyone understood that a new era was truly on the horizon. That evening, in the high-ranking meeting room of the Alliance, the atmosphere was somber. Hashirama wore a frown. Xiaoya's actions may indeed provoke war. The feudal lords will never tolerate us issuing our own currency. Madara leaned back in his chair, letting out a cold huff. War? When have we ever feared it? Without our own treasury, the Alliance will forever remain a vassal of the feudal lords. I believe this move is quite astute. Tobirama adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing the situation. The key lies in whether we can establish the credibility of the Alliance coin in the short term. As long as the internal economy of the Alliance can function stably, we can remain self-sufficient even if the feudal lords impose a blockade. Izuna turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoya. You certainly have a backup plan, right? Lin Xiaoya smiled. Of course. She approached the map, pointing at the capital of the Land of Fire. We do not aim to replace the feudal lords, but to ensure our own survival. Once they realize they cannot stifle us through economic means, they will be inclined to negotiate. For now, we must wait for their envoys to arrive. In the capital of the Land of Fire, within the keep of the feudal lords, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s yet with keen eyes, quietly examined a confidential report. The report was succinct, containing only a few lines. The Taoyuan Alliance has established a commercial district, issued alliance coins, and formed a bank. It has assumed the status of an independent kingdom. Beside him stood a stern-looking middle-aged man clad in samurai armor, the chief samurai of the feudal lords, Ito Kenji. My lord, this is treason. Ito Kenji's voice was icy. We must deploy troops immediately to suppress the Taoyuan Alliance. The feudal lord remained silent, gently tapping the surface of the table with his folding fan, the sound echoing monotonously throughout the room. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. No, war is foolish. Ninja against ninja will only unite them further. He gazed out the window, pondering. I am curious. What kind of woman could make the Uchiha and Senju set aside their enmity and compel Kagaya's ilk to submit? He smiled, though there was no warmth in it. Send someone. Bring my gift and my decree. Inform them that I wish to meet this leader of the Alliance, Lin Xiaoya. Chapter 124. The envoy. News of the feudal lord's envoy approaching spread like a boulder dropped into the tranquil waters of the newly established Taoyuan, creating ripples of tension throughout the Alliance. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire community once more. What do they want? Surely they are here to demand accountability for our issuance of currency. We have slapped them in the face. Are we headed for war? What is there to fear? With Hashirama and Madara here, we fear no one. The populace buzzed with speculation, while the highest echelons of the Alliance reconvened in the meeting room. Tobirama's expression was grave. They come with ill intent. I suggest we display our strength at the borders of the Alliance to show them we are not to be trifled with. Madara, arms crossed, coldly concurred. Agreed. Let those who dare challenge us find no way back. However, Hashirama shook his head with concern. Let us not escalate matters too severely. A peaceful resolution would be ideal. Izuna looked at Lin Xiaoya, curiosity evident in his gaze. They are coming for you. What are your thoughts? Lin Xiaoya's fingers lightly tapped the table, as if contemplating or waiting. After a long pause, she raised her head and surveyed the room, with neither arrogance nor subservience. We are an alliance, not their vassals. If they wish to meet us, let them come. The meeting room is located in the administrative building. Regarding the reception specifications, she smiled lightly. Let us adhere to the Alliance's rules. A cup of tea and a chair, nothing more. Tobirama paused for a moment, then understood her implication. This was a silent way of conveying that the status of both parties was equal. 3 days later, the delegation from the daimyo's domain, under the protection of an elite group of samurai, arrived in the Peach Blossom Village. Leading them was none other than Kenji Ito, the chief samurai of the daimyo's house. He rode atop a magnificent steed, adorned in splendid armor, his face bearing an unmistakable air of arrogance and disdain as he surveyed the newly risen city before him. Behind him, alongside the samurai, were several ominous-looking ninjas, loyal retainers from a few minor clans still faithful to the daimyo's house. Kenji Ito had anticipated a warm welcome from the crowd and the apprehensive leaders of the Alliance. However, the reality was starkly different. The streets were deserted, with only 2 members of the Uchiha Guard standing expressionless at the entrance of the Alliance, signaling for them to dismount and proceed on foot. Ito's countenance darkened instantly. How audacious! Do you know who I am? The guard merely replied calmly, we are aware. However, it is against the Alliance's regulations to ride within the city. Furious, Ito nearly drew his sword, but managed to restrain himself. He dismounted, seething with anger, and entered the administrative building. Inside the meeting room, Lin Xiaoya, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Azuna had been waiting for quite some time. There was no grand welcoming ceremony, no humble bowing, only 5 calm faces and 5 pairs of inscrutable eyes. Ito suppressed his fury and withdrew a golden scroll from his robe, unfurling it before the assembly. A decree from the daimyo, he proclaimed, his voice imbued with an air of superiority. To Lin Xiaoya, leader of the alliance, and the esteemed clan heads, heed my words. Yet, no one moved. No one knelt. Ito's face flushed crimson with indignation. Hashirama coughed awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension, but Lin Xiaoya interjected first. Lord Ito, our alliance does not practice kneeling. Please, speak plainly. The corners of Ito's eyes twitched in fury. He inhaled deeply and began to read the decree. It commenced with grand accolades for the Alliance's achievements in ending the Warring States period, then swiftly shifted to its core message. In recognition of the Alliance's remarkable accomplishments, we hereby granted autonomy. However, the currency, being the foundation of the nation, must not be tampered with. Henceforth, the Alliance shall abolish its currency and destroy all economic activities of the banks, reverting governance to the daimyo's house. The daimyo shall allocate 50 million ryo annually as funding for the Alliance. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room. 50 million ryo. It sounded substantial. Yet for an organization boasting over 50,000 ninjas, such an amount barely sufficed. It was a classic case of offering a slap followed by a meager treat. Hardly even worthy of the title, a mere moldy morsel of sugar. Ito rolled up the scroll, casting a haughty glance over the assembly. He lingered his gaze on Madara for a few extra moments. I have long heard of the Senju clan's loyalty to the daimyo and find it most reassuring. As for certain families, he added with a pointed sneer, I hope they do not tread the wrong path out of momentary ambition. Suddenly, a terrifying chakra erupted. Madara's Sharingan transformed into its kaleidoscopic form. Do you wish to die? His icy voice dropped the temperature in the room several degrees. Ito's face paled, instinctively taking a step back. It struck him then that this man before him was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, Lin Xiaoya unexpectedly smiled. She stood up and approached Ito, her expression warm and inviting, as though the earlier tension had vanished. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lord Daimyo. However, regarding the internal affairs of the Alliance, it must be decided by a council vote. She spread her hands innocently. It seems rather unfortunate, but our next council meeting is in a week. How about this? You could stay in Peach Blossom Village and explore our newly established city. Our arena has been quite lively lately. It would be an excellent opportunity for you to gauge public sentiment. Ito was utterly taken aback. He had envisioned countless scenarios. The other party might react with anger, fear, or even engage in a heated debate, perhaps even resorting to violence. Yet, he never anticipated that they would simply adhere to procedure. The council vote. What kind of farce was this? He felt as though the powerful blow he had prepared struck only a soft cushion, forceful yet ineffective. He wanted to erupt. But seeing Lin Xiaoya's impeccable smile and the 4 vigilant top-tier ninjas behind her, he understood that he could not act out. Here, he might not even know how he would meet his end. Ultimately, he could only begrudgingly utter a few words through clenched teeth. Very well. I await your decision. With that, he stormed out. Observing Ito's frustrated retreat, Narashikahiko emerged from behind the screen, a wry smile on his face. You've just kicked the ball back. Lin Xiaoya sipped her tea delicately. No, I merely wished for him to see how beautiful the world we have built truly is. So beautiful that no one shall dare to destroy it. She set her cup down and gazed out the window. The real battle has only just begun. Chapter 125. The tour. As Kenji Ito exited the administrative building, the midday sun pierced his eyes painfully. He felt like a laughingstock, arriving with the daimyo's decree. Brimming with the authority to intimidate, he was thwarted by the other party's casual adherence to protocol. What was even more frustrating was that he could not find a reason to unleash his fury. The other party was courteous, their smiles genuine, each word steeped in formality, rendering his pent-up wrath as ineffective as striking at empty air, causing a dull ache in his chest. Lord Ito, a voice called from beside him. Ito turned to see a man clad in a vest, hair tied up high, with a languid expression, leaning against a pillar at the entrance, yawning. And you are? Nara Shikahiko. The man straightened up and lazily bowed. By the leader's order, I am to accompany you for the next few days as you explore Peach Blossom Village. Ito's brow furrowed deeper. Another from the Nara clan, and it appeared he was no significant figure. Was Lin Xiaoya attempting to humiliate him in this manner? Shikahiko seemed to read his thoughts and grinned, revealing a row of tidy teeth. Please do not misunderstand, my lord. While I may not possess grand abilities, my strengths lie in my familiarity with the area and my tendency to speak little, ensuring I do not disturb your enjoyment. He paused and gestured invitingly. So, where shall we go first? The commercial district? The arena? Or the newly established ninja school? Ito snorted disdainfully. Take me to your bank. He was curious to see what a bank established by ninjas looked like, whether it resembled those rural moneylenders. Hastily constructed with a few wooden planks and 2 hired thugs to mark its opening. Shikahiko appeared unfazed and nodded. A fine choice indeed. Follow me. The Alliance Bank was located at the entrance of the commercial district, a 3-story structure entirely built of massive stones, appearing as sturdy as a fortress. At the entrance, there were no ferocious stone lions, only 2 solemn members of the Uchiha Guard standing like statues. Kenji Ito approached the entrance, and before he could step inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Within the bank's grand hall, an interminable queue stretched out of sight. The individuals in line hailed from various clans. There were burly men clad in the distinctive armor of the Senju clan, sharp-eyed Uchiha ninjas, rotund members of the Akimichi clan, and even a few pallid, brooding figures from the Kagaya clan. All stood quietly in line, no one cutting ahead, no one causing a ruckus. How could this be? In Kenji Ito's understanding, ninjas, especially those from prestigious clans, were notoriously unruly. Forcing them to queue so obediently was a feat more challenging than slaying them. He sidled up to a Senju ninja engrossed in a newspaper. What are you all doing? The Senju ninja glanced up, then returned his gaze to the paper. Exchanging money. Kenji furrowed his brow. Exchanging for what? Alliance currency. You mean exchanging currency from the Land of Fire for your alliance currency? Kenji's voice was laced with incredulity. Are you mad? What if that currency becomes worthless? The Senju ninja finally set down the newspaper, regarding him with a look of bemusement. First, the reserves of the Alliance Bank are right behind that wall. Can't you see for yourself? Following the direction the ninja pointed, Kenji beheld a massive wall, made of some translucent crystal. Behind it lay mountains of gold bars, neatly stacked boxes of ninja tool scrolls, and rare minerals emanating faint waves of energy. The dazzling golden light was blinding. The Senju ninja continued. Second, all future rewards for Alliance missions and transactions in the commercial district will be settled using Alliance currency. Do you think it will become worthless? He paused and pointed to a news item on the newspaper. See this? The 3rd residential area of the Alliance opens next month, and only full payments in Alliance currency will be accepted. I'm exchanging money to buy a wedding house for my son. With that, he resumed his focus on the newspaper, ignoring Kenji. Kenji stood rooted in place, as if struck by lightning. He had seen wealth before. The treasury of the daimyo was more extensive than this, yet he had never witnessed anyone so brazenly display their vault for all to see. What immense confidence this conveyed. Even more startling were the Senju ninja's words. Tasks, commerce, real estate. Xiaoyu was intertwining the interests of all with this small piece of alliance currency in a manner Kenji could not comprehend. Lahiko had somehow approached his side, offering a cup of tea. Lord Ito, would you like to open an account? They're giving away a limited edition tea set with new accounts. Kenji's lips twitched in irritation. He did not respond and turned to leave the bank. To the commercial district, he instructed, his voice now hoarse. The bustling vibrancy of the commercial district exceeded Kenji Ito's imagination once more. The wide streets were thronged with people, bustling shoulder to shoulder. The shops lining the roads were a feast for the eyes. There was a barbecue restaurant operated by the Akimichi clan, with a long queue at the entrance. Savory aromas wafting down the street. A flower shop run by the Yamashiro clan showcased vibrant blooms, with several young female ninjas selecting arrangements. There was even a weapons shop, where an elderly Uchiha with a missing arm leisurely sharpened a katana while puffing on a pipe. A Senju ninja and an Uchiha ninja were embroiled in a heated debate over the price of a ninja tool pouch. Boss, this pouch is too expensive. Lower the price. No way. This is the latest model, made from waterproof and fireproof materials, with shock absorption features. That doesn't justify a price of 5,000 alliance currency. You're robbing us. Buy it or don't. Kenji watched this scene unfold, feeling as though his worldview was crumbling. The ninjas he remembered were tools of slaughter. Living in the shadows, blood-stained war machines. They were meant to sweat in training grounds and fight desperately on battlefields, not haggle like common townsfolk over a few coins. He entered the weapons shop and picked up a finely crafted shuriken, his eyes scrutinizing it critically. Did you make this? The Uchiha elder lifted an eyebrow. What is wrong with it? Kenji scoffed. The balance is poor, and the blade is too brittle. It can only be considered a subpar product. He expected the proud Uchiha to erupt in anger, yet the elder merely took the shuriken, inspected it against the light, and nodded. You're right. This batch was crafted by apprentices and indeed lacks refinement. He pulled out another shuriken, entirely black, and handed it to Kenji. Try this one. As Kenji grasped the shuriken, its weight spoke of perfect balance, and the edge seemed sharp enough to slice through light itself, revealing the artisan's supreme craftsmanship. A fine item indeed, he exclaimed in genuine admiration. The Uchiha elder grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Naturally, I forged it myself. It's yours for 10,000 alliance currency. Kenji's expression froze instantly. He instinctively checked his pockets, finding only the gold notes issued by the daimyo's treasury. The Uchiha elder noticed his discomfort and waved dismissively. No alliance currency? Then go exchange some at the bank across the street. We don't offer credit here, nor do we accept foreign currency. With that, he resumed his work. Ignoring Kenji entirely, Kenji stood there, holding the priceless shuriken, feeling for the first time what it meant to be unable to move forward. The chief samurai of the daimyo couldn't even afford a shuriken here. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather that his money was not accepted in this realm. Lohiko ambled over leisurely, holding a skewer of candied fruit. Lord Ito, how about I lend you some? Kenji's face darkened like a pot's bottom. He set down the shuriken and wordlessly exited the shop. To the arena? He said, his voice tinged with a chilling intensity. He had witnessed the economy and the people's sentiments. Now, he sought to discover just how sharp the claws of this alliance truly were. Chapter 126. The invitation. As Kenji Ito approached the arena, he could hear the deafening cheers from over 100 meters away. The sound roared like a tsunami, waves crashing one after another from the massive oval structure, penetrating the air and filling his ears. He quickened his pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the arena, he noticed a large stone tablet inscribed with the rules of the arena. 1. The use of lethal ninjutsu is prohibited. 2. The defeated must concede, and the victor must immediately cease combat. 3. Those who violate the rules will be permanently banned and stripped of their alliance membership. 4. All grievances within the arena must not be taken outside. Kenji scoffed derisively. He did not believe such rules could restrain those ninjas driven mad with bloodlust. As he stepped into the arena, the sight before him froze his smirk in place. The arena was packed with people. At least 10,000 filling every corner of the stands. They hailed from various clans, clad in diverse attire, yet at this moment, they were unified in a singular purpose, fervently cheering for the battle unfolding on the field. In the center, two ninjas were locked in a fierce clash. One was a Senju ninja employing water techniques and physical combat. Another member of the Kagaya clan unleashed his bone spikes, which erupted violently from his body like a ferocious beast. Each collision stirred up clouds of dust, and every dodge elicited gasps from the crowd. Ito Kenji's gaze was fixated on the arena, waiting for that Kagaya to lose control, for the bone spike to pierce his opponent's throat, and for blood to splatter across the ground. Yet, that moment never came. The Kagaya's bone spikes consistently halted a mere 3 inches from his adversary. Meanwhile, the Senju ninja's water release merely repelled his opponent, never drowning him. They were exercising restraint, a fierce effort to hold back. Ultimately, the Senju ninja, exhausted, knelt and raised his right hand in submission. The Kagaya promptly retracted his bone spikes and stepped forward, extending his hand. The Senju ninja hesitated briefly before grasping it, using it to rise. The stands erupted into even more fervent cheers, with some chanting the names of the Senju and others calling for the Kagaya. No animosity arose from victory or defeat. They were merely appreciating a battle. Ito Kenji's fists clenched tightly. He found it hard to believe what lay before him. Yet he had to concede that Lin Xiaoya had accomplished something that even the daimyo's court could not. She had instilled restraint in these bloodthirsty killing machines. How is it, Lord Ito? Our alliance's arena is quite engaging, isn't it? Came the voice of Rookie Hiko from behind him. Ito Kenji did not respond. He merely turned to face Rukihiko, his eyes betraying a hint of complexity. Take me to the Ninja Academy. His tone had lost its earlier arrogance, replaced by an indefinable weariness. The Ninja Academy, located on the eastern side of the Alliance, was a vast complex. As Ito Kenji entered the school gate, he happened upon the end of a class. A throng of children poured out of the classrooms, chasing and playing on the playground. Some donned the garb of the Senju clan, while others wore the attire of the Uchiha clan, and still others sported the distinctive clothing of various other families. Yet, they played together without any barriers. A young Uchiha boy was embroiled in a debate with a Senju girl. My dad says Uchiha's fire release is the strongest. No way. My brother says Senju's water release is the best. The two children argued fiercely, their faces flushed and on the verge of a fight. Just then, a teacher approached and gently patted their heads. Both are formidable, but do you know? When fire release and water release are combined, they can create steam, which is far more powerful than using either technique alone. The children blinked, their understanding dawning slowly, before they clasped hands and ran toward the other side of the playground. Ito Kenji remained rooted in place, watching this scene, suddenly feeling a tightening in his throat. Memories of his own childhood resurfaced. He had also been a child of a warrior clan. His father had told him that enemies are enemies and can never become friends. His master had taught him that only by killing enemies could one protect oneself. It was under such teachings that he had traversed his path to become the chief warrior of the daimyo's court, a sharp blade. Yet now, observing these children, he found himself questioning the correctness of his life's journey. At some point, Rukihiko had approached him and offered a bottle of water. You seem weary, Lord Ito. Would you like to sit and rest? Ito Kenji accepted the water but did not drink. He merely held the bottle, gazing at the children frolicking on the playground. Lost in thought, after a long pause, he spoke. Can you truly safeguard all of this? Rukihiko smiled faintly. I don't know, but we will strive to protect it. He gestured toward the children, because they should not have to endure what we have. Ito Kenji fell silent. He took a sip of water and then stood. I must return. Please convey my message to Lin Xiaoya. He hesitated, looking at Rukihiko. I will report everything I witnessed to the daimyo. He refrained from elaborating on how the daimyo would decide, simply turning and departing. Rukihiko watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of deeper meaning in his gaze. By the time Ito Kenji returned to the administrative building, night had fallen. He did not seek out Lin Xiaoyan or any other high-ranking officials of the Alliance. Instead, he retreated to his room, sitting at his desk to begin writing his report. He wrote for an extended period, until the candles burned out and dawn broke on the horizon. When he finally set down his pen, the desk was cluttered with sheets of paper filled with his handwriting. He gazed at the papers, a mixture of fatigue and relief in his eyes. He knew that once he submitted this report, the relationship between the daimyo's court and the Alliance would be irrevocably altered. Yet he also recognized that he must report truthfully, for it was his duty, and he no longer wished to deceive himself. On the following morning, Ito Kenji departed from Taoyuan village with his delegation. He did not see Lin Xiaoya again, nor did he utter any harsh words. He simply turned back for one last glance at the city, observing the bustling populace, the construction sites, and the children attending school. Then he turned and left. In the Alliance's conference room, Lin Xiaoya sat at the head of the table, sipping tea slowly. Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna were seated beside her. He has gone, Tobarama remarked. He appears to have been quite shaken. Izuna scoffed. What good is being shaken? The daimyo will not relinquish control over us simply because of that. Hashirama sighed. Let us hope there will not be conflict. What we have just established cannot withstand the ravages of war. Madara remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoya. What do you think? Lin Xiaoya set down her teacup, her expression calm. Ito Kenji will report truthfully. It is both his duty and his nature. She paused. As for the daimyo, she hesitated. He will make a choice most advantageous to him. Tobarama frowned. Are you suggesting he will compromise? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Not a compromise, a transaction. She rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the city under construction. The daimyo is not a fool. He understands that suppressing us by force comes at too great a cost and may not succeed. Therefore, he will opt for another path, one that entails less risk and greater reward. Madara narrowed his eyes. Are you implying he will seek to negotiate? Lin Xiaoya nodded. And it will not be long before he does. No sooner had she spoken than an Uchiha guard hurriedly pushed through the door. Report. A letter has arrived from the daimyo's court. The daimyo invites our leader to the capital for the autumn banquet of the Land of Fire. Instantly, the conference room fell silent, all eyes turning to Lin Xiaoya. She took the letter, opened it, glanced at its contents, and smiled. It has come sooner than I expected. She placed the letter on the table and surveyed the room. It seems our esteemed daimyo can no longer wait. Chapter 127. The capital in the capital of the Land of Fire, a city that has stood for centuries. The very center of power in the land is manifested in its towering walls, resplendent palaces, and the noblemen clad in opulent garments. Yet at this moment, the ruler of this city, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, sat in his study, scrutinizing a thick report, his brow furrowed. Ito Kenji knelt before him, head bowed in silence. After a prolonged silence, the daimyo set down the report. Are you suggesting that this alliance is no longer a mere rabble? Ito Kenji nodded. Indeed, my lord. They possess a complete administrative structure, an independent economic system, and formidable military strength. More importantly, he raised his gaze to meet the daimyos. They have the support of the people. The daimyo fell silent. He lifted the teacup from the table, took a sip, and then spoke slowly. Public sentiment is the most unreliable and terrifying thing. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling capital outside. Ishido, do you know why I invited Lin Xiaoya to the autumn banquet? Ishido Kenji shook his head. The lord turned, his eyes carrying a hint of profound meaning. Because I wish to see what manner of woman can inspire such awe in you. Moreover, he paused. I intend to make her aware that the Land of Fire is still under my command. Ishido Kenji's brow furrowed further. My lord, do you mean? The lord waved his hand dismissively. I will not resort to violence. At least, not now. But I must make her understand that the alliance, no matter how powerful, is merely a part of the Land of Fire. She may have her own currency and her own rules. But the condition is that she must acknowledge me as the true sovereign of this nation. He returned to his seat, resuming his preparations for the autumn banquet. I want everyone to witness Lin Xiaoya bowing before me. Ishido Kenji lowered his head. Yes, my lord. Yet a flicker of unease rose within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that matters would not unfold as the lord anticipated. In the alliance's conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. We cannot go, Tobarama spoke first. This is clearly a trap. The lord intends to use this opportunity to humiliate you and suppress the alliance's influence in front of all the nobles. Izuna nodded in agreement. I concur. Attending would be falling into his snare. However, Hashirama held a differing view. But if we do not attend, the lord will have reason to claim we disrespect him and could use it as an excuse to act against us. At that point, we would be branded as rebels without justification. Obito scoffed. What of it? We can always fight. I would relish the chance to see if the Lord Samurai can withstand my Susanoo. Lin Xiaoya, seated at the head of the table, remained silent, quietly listening to the debate while lightly tapping her fingers on the table. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I will go. The room fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to her. But I will not go alone. Lin Xiaoya stood and approached the map. Tobarama and Izuna, you will accompany me. The rest of you will remain to guard the alliance. She turned to face everyone. The Lord wishes to humiliate me at the autumn banquet and undermine the alliance. I shall show him that he risks bringing disaster upon himself. Tobarama frowned. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiaoya smiled. Quite simply. If he wants all the nobles to see me bowing to him, then I shall demonstrate the true strength of the alliance. Strong enough that they will seek us out for collaboration. She pointed to the capital's location on the map. The autumn banquet is not merely the Lord's stage. It is ours as well. Obito's eyes brightened. You mean? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Yes. We are not going to submit. We are going to conduct business. She turned to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, prepare a gift. A gift that will make all the nobles envious. Shikaku paused, then quickly grasped her intent. A smile creeping onto his face. Understood. I will take care of it. 3 days later, Lin Xiaoya, accompanied by Tobarama and Obito, along with a guard of 30 elite ninjas, set forth on the road to the capital. They chose to travel on foot rather than by carriage, relying on their own strength. Each member of this team was an elite of the alliance, comprising water-style masters from the Senju clan, Sharingan wielders from the Uchiha clan, and bone-spike warriors from the Kagaya clan. Clad in unified alliance uniforms and carrying standardized equipment, they marched in perfect formation, exhibiting no signs of disorder. Villagers and townsfolk paused in their tasks, staring in awe at this extraordinary procession. They had never encountered such ninjas, organized and disciplined, not mere mercenaries or rogue fighters. An old farmer watched the team disappear into the distance, murmuring to himself, "This is the alliance. No wonder the Lord is so restless." Upon Lin Xiaoya's arrival at the city gates, the entire capital was abuzz. The guards at the gate trembled at the sight of the approaching team. They wished to stop them, but dared not, as the aura emitted by the three leading figures made even breathing feel laborious. Ultimately, the gate commander stepped forward, his voice quaking. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Lin Xiaoya halted and replied, "I am Lin Xiaoya, leader of the Tao Yuan Xiong Alliance, here at the invitation of the Lord to attend the autumn banquet." The gate commander's face turned pale. He quickly bowed. "Ah, esteemed leader Lin. The Lord has commanded that upon your arrival, you should proceed directly to the palace. I shall send someone to guide you." Lin Xiaoya nodded. "Thank you for your assistance." She led her team into the capital. On either side of the streets, countless citizens leaned out to observe the procession, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe. "Those are the alliance members. I heard they built a city even more prosperous than the capital. Is that true?" "Absolutely. My cousin's uncle's nephew works for the alliance and earns 5,000 alliance coins a month." 5,000? That's astonishing. The murmurs spread like waves throughout the streets. Inside the palace, the Lord sat high on his dais, surveying the elegantly dressed nobles below with a faint smile. "Esteemed guests, today marks the autumn banquet and the annual celebration of the Land of Fire. I have invited you not only to celebrate the harvest, but to announce an important matter." He paused, glancing toward the doors. "The leader of the Tao Yuan Xiong Alliance, Lin Xiaoya, will be joining us today. I hope you will all take the opportunity to witness firsthand the legendary leader of the alliance." The nobles exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement and intrigue. They all understood that the Lord was intent on asserting dominance over the alliance. At that moment, the palace doors swung open. Lin Xiaoya stepped inside. Clad in a simple black robe with a short dagger at her waist, her hair neatly tied up, revealing a composed and serene visage. Behind her stood Tobarama and Abido, two imposing figures radiating an overwhelming presence. The hall fell silent, every gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoya. The Lord's smile faltered as he realized that Lin Xiaoya's gaze was not one of fear or reverence, but rather calm, equal, and even scrutinizing. In that moment, he suddenly recognized that he might have underestimated this woman. Chapter 128. The Spring of Life. The grand hall of the autumn banquet shimmered with opulence. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the dome, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. The long banquet table was filled with the most powerful nobles of the Land of Fire, adorned in fine silks and jewels, their expressions ranging from curiosity to disdain. Watching Lin Xiaoya and her entourage enter, the Lord occupied the highest position, looking down upon them, flanked by Ishido Kenji and several high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. Lin Xiaoya reached the center of the hall and paused. She did not bow or kneel, simply gazing at the Lord as she spoke. "Lord, I, Lin Xiaoya, have come at your invitation." A murmur rippled through the hall. The nobles whispered to one another, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Why did she not bow? How rude. The Lord is seated above her. The Lord's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, waving his hand. "Leader Lin, you have traveled far. Your efforts are appreciated. Please, let someone provide a seat for Leader Lin." Soon, a servant brought a chair to the end of the banquet table. The corner of the grand hall was the most inconspicuous. Even some minor nobles occupied seats ahead of her, a blatant humiliation. The whispers of the nobles had escalated into overt ridicule. The leader of the alliance sat there, and the Lord was clearly sending her a message. How dare a mere ninja sit at the same level as a lord? Lin Xiaoya cast a glance at the chair before turning to face the Lord. "Thank you for your gracious invitation," she said, approaching the chair to take her seat. Hashirama and Madara stood behind her like two imposing guardians. The laughter of the nobles grew louder. The Lord's smile became even more radiant. "I have heard that your alliance has been flourishing recently," he remarked. Lin Xiaoya nodded. "Thanks to your lordship, we are faring reasonably well." The Lord lifted his cup and took a gentle sip. "I have also heard that you have issued your own currency," he said, his tone taking on a somewhat playful edge. "This is a grave misstep. Currency is the foundation of a nation. It cannot be issued recklessly." Lin Xiaoya's expression remained unchanged. "You are correct, my lord. Thus, the issuance of alliance currency has undergone strict scrutiny. We possess sufficient reserves and a sound economic system to ensure that each piece of alliance currency holds its corresponding value." The Lord scoffed. "And so what? Your alliance is ultimately just a part of the Land of Fire. No matter how refined your currency is, it can only circulate within your small territory. Outside of Taoyuan Township, who would recognize your alliance currency? He set down his cup and turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoya. I have summoned you today to convey that the alliance may exist, but it must adhere to the regulations of the Land of Fire. The abolition of alliance currency and the readoption of the Land of Fire's currency is non-negotiable. If you agree, I can overlook past grievances and even offer you some benefits. Should you refuse? He left the threat hanging in the air, and the meaning was crystal clear. Everyone in the hall held their breath, watching Lin Xiaoya, waiting to see whether the alliance leader would choose to yield or resist. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoya smiled. You make a valid point, my lord. Indeed, alliance currency can only circulate within Taoyuan Township. However, she rose, retrieving a delicate wooden box from her bosom and placing it on the table. But what if someone wishes to purchase this? The lord frowned. What is this? Lin Xiaoya opened the box, revealing a vial of crystal-clear liquid that emitted a faint glow under the candlelight. This is the latest miracle drug developed by the Alliance's medical department. It is called the Spring of Life. She turned to address the nobles present. You are all esteemed figures in the Land of Fire, and I presume you often worry about your health. This vial can delay aging, enhance physical strength, and even cure certain chronic ailments. You may test its efficacy. A stir erupted in the hall. Delaying aging and enhancing physical strength was an irresistible temptation for the aging nobles. An elderly noble seated in the front could no longer contain himself. Is what you say true, Chief Lin? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Indeed. If you have doubts, I can demonstrate here and now. She looked at the lord. My lord, are there any ailing individuals in the palace? The lord's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed that events were moving beyond his control, yet he nodded. Yes, one of my maidservants has been coughing up blood for years, and the court physicians are at a loss. If you can heal her, I shall believe you. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Then I would be grateful if you could bring her here. Soon, a pale and frail young maidservant was supported into the hall. With every few steps, she coughed, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiaoya approached her, opened the wooden box, and poured a small cup of liquid, offering it to her. Drink this. The maidservant hesitated, glancing at the lord. He nodded, and she accepted the cup, drinking it down in one gulp. The hall fell silent as everyone held their breath, fixated on the maidservant. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The maidservant's complexion began to regain its color. She took a deep breath, her eyes wide with disbelief. I am no longer coughing. She inhaled deeply again, then coughed a few times, but there was no blood, nor the agonizing pain she had endured. The hall erupted in gasps of astonishment. It truly works. This medicine is miraculous. I want it. I want to buy it. The noble's eyes glistened with eagerness. They stood up, turning to Lin Xiaoya. Chief Lin, is this medicine for sale? How much? I will buy it. I will pay double. Lin Xiaoya smiled brightly. Indeed, it is for sale. 1 vial costs 100,000 alliance currency. The hall fell into an immediate hush. 100,000 alliance currency. How much would that convert to in the currency of the Land of Fire? One noble gritted his teeth. I will buy it. But I don't have alliance currency. Can I exchange it for the currency of the Land of Fire? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. I'm afraid we only accept alliance currency. However, she turned her gaze to the noble. You may exchange the currency of the Land of Fire for alliance currency at the Alliance Bank in Taoyuan Township. The exchange rate is 1-to-1, fair and square. The noble paused, then clenched his jaw. Very well, I shall go tomorrow. Other nobles chimed in eagerly. I will go too. I want to buy. Chief Lin, can you sell me a few more vials? Lin Xiaoya's smile grew even more radiant. Of course, but the production of the Spring of Life is limited. We can only produce 100 vials each month. If you wish to acquire it, you must reserve in advance. She pulled out a ledger from her garment and placed it on the table. This is the reservation list. Those interested may register. The nobles surged forward, vying to write their names on the list. The lord sat on the high dais, watching the scene unfold before him. His expression stormy, as if he were about to burst. He finally understood. Lin Xiaoya was not there to submit. She had come to seize business from him. Moreover, she employed a method he could not refute, compelling all the nobles to willingly accept alliance currency. Ito Kenji, standing beside the lord, whispered, My lord, we. The lord waved a hand dismissively. No need to say more. He cast a complex glance at Lin Xiaoya. Chief Lin, you are truly skilled. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Thank you for your compliments, my lord. In truth, the alliance has many more valuable resources, such as new ninja tools, high-yield crops, and... She paused. A complete urban development plan. If you are interested, we can discuss it in detail. The Lord fell silent. He knew he had lost, at least for today. In this war without smoke, he had been utterly defeated. Yet he also recognized that this was merely the beginning. Lin Xiaoya and the alliance had become an entity he could no longer afford to ignore. He must reassess his relationship with the alliance. Chapter 129. Killing with a borrowed knife. The banquet concluded on an unceremonious note. After the last noble, satisfied with securing a reservation, was escorted out by attendants. The once lavish space fell into a deathly silence. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the empty banquet table, casting a cold glow. The Lord sat in silence atop the dais, his face a stormy shade of iron, his eyes aflame with anger, shock, and a hint of trepidation he was reluctant to acknowledge. Lin Xiaoya stood, giving a slight bow towards the Lord on the dais. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. It is getting late, so we shall not impose any longer. With that, she turned and, accompanied by Hashirama and Madara, exited the grand hall with poise, leaving no trace of longing behind. As their figures vanished beyond the hall's entrance, the Lord suddenly grasped the golden cup on the table and hurled it to the ground with force. Damn it! The cup spun across the smooth marble floor, producing a series of jarring sounds. Ito Kenji and several high-ranking officials knelt below, not daring to lift their heads. She transformed my banquet into her marketplace. She turned my nobility into her clientele. Before everyone, she struck my face with great force. The Lord's chest heaved violently, akin to a beast trapped within a cage. He had never endured such a profound humiliation. He had intended to use this feast to dismantle the alliance's momentum, to make Lin Xiaoya understand who truly held dominion over this nation. Instead, he had become the greatest fool of all. Ishido Kenji raised his head, his voice hoarse. My lord, we have all underestimated her. She is neither a brash fool nor a mere ambitious schemer. She is a merchant, the most exceptional merchant. She has pried open the highest echelons of the Land of Fire's market with an irresistible commodity, simultaneously imprinting the value of the alliance's currency in the hearts of every noble. An elderly minister, trembling, spoke up. My lord, what shall we do now? Those nobles have been intoxicated by the fountain of life. If we forcibly prohibit the alliance's currency, it could provoke a fierce backlash from them. At that point, before the alliance descends into chaos, we ourselves may be the first to falter. The Lord closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a long pause, he opened his eyes, the fury within transformed into a chilling coldness. Summon all cabinet ministers for a meeting at dawn. I wish to see if there exists a method, other than brute force, to confine this rampaging tiger back into its cage. As he exited the palace, the night wind in the capital was particularly tumultuous. Lin Xiaoya and her companions strolled along the wide street, surrounded by a ceaseless flow of people. However, this time, the gazes of passers-by had completely altered. No longer merely curious or awestruck, they now bore a glimmer of eagerness and calculation, akin to observing a moving gold mine. Zhu Jian followed closely behind Lin Xiaoya, a hint of excitement gracing his features. Xiaoya, you are incredible. I just saw the Lord's face turn pale. Ha ha ha. How did you conceive of such a strategy? Ben walked on the other side, silent, yet a rare approval sparkled in his eyes. Conquering a nation with a blade was within his confidence. But witnessing an entire noble class driven to madness by a mere vial of medicine, even against the Lord's will, was a method he had never encountered. It seemed far more effective than sheer force. Lin Xiaoya did not look back. Her gaze remained fixed on the brightly lit street ahead. This is not victory. It is merely the beginning. Her voice was calm, as if stating an undeniable truth. We have merely demonstrated our worth to them. Subsequently, they will exhaust every effort to possess this value or destroy it. The smile on Zhu Jian's face gradually faded. Are you implying that the Lord will not rest easy? Lin Xiaoya nodded. He will not. Moreover, he will employ methods that are more cunning and insidious than before. The real negotiation has only just commenced. Upon returning to their lodgings, the room was aglow with light. Nara Shikahiko sat at the table, his brow furrowed as he pored over a pile of scrolls. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoya's return, he immediately rose. How did it go? Zhu Jian plopped down onto a chair, lifting the teapot to his lips. A resounding victory. You should have witnessed the nobles scrambling to purchase our medicine. The scene was more vibrant than a wedding. Shikahiko turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoya, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Lin Xiaoya succinctly recounted the events that transpired in the grand hall. Yet, Upon hearing, Shikahiko's expression did not relax. "We may have underestimated the situation," he said. He handed Lin Xiaoya a scroll from the table. "This just arrived from Taoyuan village today." Lin Xiaoya unfurled the scroll, her brow furrowing slightly. The content was straightforward. Everything is proceeding smoothly, with stable production. However, a merchant claiming to be an envoy from the Land of Wind arrived in Taoyuan village this afternoon. He did not alert anyone and directly approached the logistics department, offering 3 times the price to secure all our future production of the Fountain of Life for the next 3 months. I managed to keep him at bay, but he does not seem inclined to leave easily. Zhu Jian's complexion shifted at once. The people of the Land of Wind? How did they find out? Shikahiko managed a wry smile. Such a life-extending treasure cannot remain hidden. I would wager that not only the Land of Wind, but also the lands of Thunder, Earth, and Water have likely dispatched their spies as well. Ban snorted coldly. Let them come. Let them taste the bitterness of being choked by us. Yet Lin Xiaoya shook her head. No, this is the true lethal move of the Lord. He will tacitly permit, even covertly encourage, the dissemination of this information. He wants everyone to know that the Alliance possesses a treasure. He aims to draw the attention of the entire shinobi world towards us. At that moment, we will become the target of all. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a precious jewel is a crime. The Lord seeks to use this as a weapon against us. Chapter 130. The auction. The atmosphere in the room instantly plummeted to an icy chill. The excitement that had previously lingered on Zhu Jian's face was wiped away as if by an invisible hand, leaving only a weighty gravity akin to mountains. The Lord's underhanded tactics were more vicious than he had anticipated. He had foreseen potential retaliation, the use of force, and various means of suppression. Yet he had never imagined that the opposition would resort to such a treacherous scheme, undermining the entire alliance and casting it into the world's opposition. Nara Shikahiko rubbed his throbbing temples, exhaling a weary sigh. This was indeed the most troublesome aspect. He rose, pacing back and forth in the small room. We are akin to a child clutching a gold ingot in a bustling market. The Lord of the Land of Fire does not wield a blade directly against us. Rather, he has opened our pocket, exposing our gold to all the bandits in the street. He paused, glancing at the others. Now, we face the insatiable greed of the entire shinobi world. A glint of cold light flashed in Ban's eyes. Then let us sever the hands that extend towards us. His voice was low, yet carried a chilling, murderous intent. Whoever dares to reach out shall be slain. We will instill fear in them, ensuring they no longer harbor any covetous desires. As soon as he spoke, an invisible chakra surged from his body, causing the candle flames on the table to flicker violently, the air in the room becoming stifling. Lin Xiaoya turned around, her gaze landing on the map hanging on the wall, ultimately fixating on the small mark at Taoyuan village. Violence will not resolve our issues. Killing one will only invite 10 more. Even if we eradicate those in plain sight, countless hyenas lurk in the shadows. The Alliance would then plunge into an endless cycle of warfare, precisely what the Lord desires. She paused, directing her gaze towards Shikahiko. What is the word from Taoyuan village? Upon mentioning this, Shikahiko's expression became somewhat peculiar, even bordering on awkward. Lord Tobarama's stance is to immediately implement a technological blockade, announcing that the Fountain of Life has reached a developmental bottleneck, with limited production. Simultaneously, he intends to raise the price tenfold, using the heightened threshold to deter some ill-intentioned individuals. This aligns with Tobarama's character, calm, pragmatic, and ruthlessly efficient. As for Lord Izuna, Shikahiko cleared his throat, seemingly organizing his words, as if suppressing something. Lord Izuna, accompanied by the Uchiha guard, besieged the inn where the Wind Country envoy was staying, citing suspicions of commercial espionage and the need for a friendly investigation. Currently, the envoy is being treated to tea at the headquarters of the guard. Hashirama's eye twitched as he nearly leaped from his chair. This is madness. Izuna is being far too reckless. That envoy represents the Wind Country. Even if he is merely a merchant, he embodies the dignity of his nation. Such actions could ignite diplomatic disputes. Yet, a faint smirk crept onto Madara's lips. Well done. Dealing with those shadowy figures necessitates such an approach. Lin Xiaoya, somewhat exasperated, supported her forehead. Izuna's protective and straightforward nature remains unchanged. However, she recognized this was merely a temporary measure. One could detain someone for a moment, but not indefinitely. The scheme laid out by the daimyo is a blatant trap, a conspicuous maneuver that compels one to leap into it. Do you wish to remain aloof? Unfeasible. Possessing a treasure invites suspicion, and if you refuse, others will seize it. Do you intend to confront them defiantly? Then prepare to be besieged by the entire ninja world, potentially leading to your demise. The room once again fell into a heavy silence. Hashirama pondered the possibility of a peaceful resolution, while Madara calculated how many lives would need to be taken to instill fear throughout the ninja realm. Rukia swiftly assessed the current resources of the alliance, contemplating how long they could sustain an all-out war, and the chilling results gripped him. Everyone found themselves cornered by the daimyo's maneuver. After a long pause, Lin Xiaoya's voice shattered the stillness. Since the daimyo wishes for everyone to gather, let us make the occasion even grander. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon her. Approaching the table, she seized a brush and, with fluid strokes, inscribed a few bold characters on a pristine scroll, the first Taoyuan rare treasures auction. She set down the brush, gazing at the assembly with a peculiar gleam in her eyes. The daimyo seeks to use others as instruments of his will? Then I shall graciously invite all these instruments into my courtyard. He aims to position us as the targets of scorn. Let us instead construct a stage, ascend it, and become the center of the world. Rukia's eyes widened in astonishment. An auction? He dashed forward, snatching the scroll as if it were a rare treasure, his voice trembling with excitement. I understand now. Brilliant. We shall not merely sell, we shall auction. Highest bidder wins. This way, the pressure shifts from us to the buyers. They will no longer be a coalition of robbers forcing us, but rather competing customers. Hashirama also caught on, slapping his thigh with exhilaration. Yes, let them fight amongst themselves. Let them bleed. We shall simply collect the profits. He looked at Lin Xiaoya with admiration. Xiaoya, how does your mind work? Madara regarded the characters on the scroll, his gaze deepening. He envisioned a battleground far more brutal and intriguing than war. Lin Xiaoya smiled. This is not enough. She reclaimed the scroll and, beneath the bold characters, added a line in smaller script. Entry requirement. Must possess an asset certificate issued by the Alliance Bank, valued at no less than 1 million Alliance coins. Auction currency, Alliance coins only. Rukia gasped in shock upon reading the new stipulation, regarding Lin Xiaoya with a near-reverential gaze. This is ruthless. This transcends a mere auction. It forcibly promotes our currency and banking system. Anyone wishing to participate must convert their gold into our Alliance coins and deposit them into our bank. Consequently, our bank reserves will surge to staggering heights. Our currency will no longer be confined to Taoyuan, but will evolve into the hard currency of the entire ninja world. Lin Xiaoya gazed out the window. The night deepened. The daimyo seeks to suppress us with power. We shall counter his scheme with profit. She turned to Rukia. Send a message to Tobarama, instructing him to release the Wind Country envoy whom Izuna invited for tea. Then, personally deliver this auction invitation to him. Inform him that the Wind Country will be our first esteemed guest. She then looked at Hashirama and Madara. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to Taoyuan. We must direct this grand performance ourselves. Lin Xiaoya paused, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Oh, and in the name of the Alliance Council, send the Fire Country daimyo a top-tier invitation as well. Let him know, as the host, we have reserved the most prestigious front-row seat for him. I wonder if he dares to attend. Chapter 131. Leverage and counter-leverage news spread like wildfire across the ninja realm overnight. The first Taoyuan rare treasures auction. This intriguing term, along with the exquisitely crafted invitation and the outrageously stringent entry requirements, swiftly became the focal point on the desks of high-ranking officials in various nations. In the capital of the Wind Country, the daimyo gazed at the urgent report delivered by the envoy, his usually jovial face now etched with seriousness. An auction accepting only Alliance coins? Lin Xiaoya certainly has grand aspirations. Standing before him was a gaunt, brooding puppeteer. This is clearly a blatant ploy. She uses the fountain of life as bait, compelling us to exchange our money for her Alliance coins and integrate into her economic system. Attending would only bolster her power with our funds. Yet if we do not attend, the fountain of life may fall into the hands of other nations. The Wind Country daimyo waved his hand irritably. Why wouldn't we go? Is it not just 1 million Alliance coins? The Wind Country can afford that. Inform them that we are determined to secure this auction at any cost. In the capital of the Lightning Country, the burly daimyo slammed his palm on the table, causing teacups to rattle. Preposterous. A newly formed ninja alliance dares to negotiate with us? 1 million Alliance coins? Why doesn't she just rob us? A robust ninja with dark skin stood respectfully beside him. According to intelligence, the Fire Country's nobles have already begun frantically exchanging for alliance coins. Rumor has it that the queue outside the Taiyuan Alliance Bank stretches beyond the city limits. The Lightning Country daimyo paused, then erupted in rage. A bunch of spineless cowards. Yet, he stroked his chin, eyes glinting. Is the fountain of life truly that miraculous? Yes, my lord. Our spies witnessed a dying patient walk after drinking it within a quarter hour. The Lightning Country daimyo fell silent. After a long moment, he clenched his teeth. Prepare the funds. We shall also attend. I want to see whether their medicine is more potent or our coffers more resilient. A similar scene unfolded in the Earth Country, the Water Country, and various other nations, as the allure of the fountain of life proved too tempting to resist. For those wielding power and wealth, nothing is more paramount than life and health. Lin Xiaoya expertly seized upon the vulnerabilities of all. In an instant, the entire ninja realm's funds began to surge toward the modest alliance bank in Taiyuan like a tidal wave. In the capital of the Fire Country, the atmosphere in the daimyo's study was oppressively tense, the floor littered with shards of broken porcelain. The cabinet ministers knelt on the ground, rendered speechless. The prominent lord trembled as he held the respectfully worded, yet provocatively charged invitation from the Peach Blossom Village. How cleverly Lin Xiaoya had turned his strategy into her own stage. He had intended to leverage the pressure from the renowned lords to compel the alliance into submission. However, Lin Xiaoya deftly transformed these lords into her guests, extracting considerable benefits from them in the process. Now, all eyes were fixed on the Peach Blossom Village, and no one paid heed to the stance of the Lord of the Land of Fire. He felt like a forgotten jester in a corner. Ito Kenji lowered his head and spoke. My lord, what shall we do now? Shall we go or refrain from attending? To go would mean acknowledging her status and acquiescing to her rules, rendering all our previous suppression a farce. To stay away would equate to willingly relinquishing our claim to the spring of life and forfeiting our voice at this international gathering, leading us to complete marginalization. It was a dilemma, one that left the Lord feeling profoundly stifled. He closed his eyes, the calm visage of Lin Xiaoya flashing in his mind. After a long pause, he opened his eyes, a glint of malice flickering within. Let us go? Why not? This is on my territory. If she wishes to take center stage, she must first seek my consent as the host. He turned to Ito Kenji. You shall lead the delegation personally. Ensure ample funds are carried. But our aim is not merely to acquire that vial of medicine. He paused, his voice turning frigid. Our objective is to disrupt this auction. I want everyone to witness that in the Land of Fire, I alone dictate the rules. Lin Xiaoya is simply unworthy. As the auction approached, the burgeoning city of Peach Blossom Village buzzed with unprecedented excitement. Delegations from various nations arrived in succession, laden with wealth and accompanied by guards. Senju Tobarama personally oversaw security, ensuring that every 3 steps a guard stood and every 5 steps a lookout was posted, leaving no room for even a fly to enter. Uchiha Azuna, leading the security team, maintained order within the city. Anyone daring to cause trouble in Peach Blossom Village would be unceremoniously escorted to the holding cells for a moment of calm reflection. The entire alliance operated like a finely tuned machine. The auction venue was set in the heart of the arena, where a magnificent auction platform was erected amidst a vast expanse. The surrounding stands were divided into distinct areas, each nation's delegation enjoying their exclusive boxes. The day before the auction, Lin Xiaoya, Hashirama, Tobarama, Izuna, and Kakashi stood atop the arena, gazing down at the venue that was about to become the center of the world's attention. Kakashi, holding a thick list, could hardly contain his excitement. The statistics are in. As of this afternoon, the Alliance Bank has absorbed deposits exceeding 3 billion in Alliance currency from various nations, all converted into Alliance coins. Our reserves have multiplied tenfold, Hashirama remarked, observing the bustling figures below. I never anticipated that we could draw the entire ninja world's attention without resorting to conflict. Tobarama, however, wore a serious expression. Now more than ever, we must remain vigilant. I can sense a plethora of unfamiliar, powerful chakras in the city. They are all drawn to the spring of life, and should any mishap occur, these individuals could easily become unruly. With his arms crossed, Madara coldly surveyed the scene below. A mere assemblage of rabble. Should they dare to act out, they shall all be buried here. Lin Xiaoya remained silent, her gaze drifting past the auction to the distant capital. She understood that her true adversary was not the greedy merchants below, but the lord seated in the palace, unwilling to concede defeat. He would undoubtedly come, and with a wrathful fury, she turned to Kakashi. Is the auctioneer prepared? Kakashi smiled broadly, revealing a set of perfectly aligned teeth. Absolutely. I shall take the stage myself. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Excellent. Inform everyone to prepare for the opening tomorrow. Let the entire ninja world witness our alliance's hospitality. Chapter 132. The auction commences on the day of the auction, before dawn broke. The streets of Peach Blossom Village thronged with people. Delegations from various nations, adorned in their most splendid attire, entered the arena amid the escort of guards. The Wind Country's delegation donned yellow robes, their heads wrapped in thick turbans. The Lightning Country's representatives, clad in black attire, carried short swords, striding with an air of confidence. The Earth Country's delegation, robust and wary, scrutinized their surroundings with keen eyes. The Water Country's envoy, draped in pristine blue kimonos, exuded a chilling aura with every movement. In addition to these great nations, representatives from numerous smaller countries and merchant associations adorned in a myriad of styles shared a common glint in their eyes: greed and anticipation. At the entrance of the arena, Tobarama personally led the inspection. Each individual seeking entry was required to present proof of assets issued by the Alliance Bank, along with identification. A portly merchant produced a gleaming certificate from his pocket, presenting it to the inspectors. This certifies my deposit of 1,500,000 Alliance coins. Is that sufficient? The inspector examined the certificate closely, verifying the seals and numbers before nodding. You may enter. The merchant smiled smugly, striding in with a confident gait. Tobarama observed the proceedings with a cold gaze. One of the Senju clan members whispered to him, Lord Tobarama, I am certain many spies and assassins have infiltrated among them. Do we truly wish to intervene? Tobarama replied nonchalantly, what does it matter? Their wealth is already deposited in our bank. Even if they intend to stir trouble, they must consider whether they can leave Peach Blossom Village alive. The clan member paused, then broke into a knowing smile. Inside the arena, the decor was opulent. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the lofty ceiling, casting a dazzling light. The auction platform was adorned with a thick red carpet, with an exquisite display stand positioned at its center. The surrounding boxes were lavishly decorated, each laden with fruits and delicacies, attended by dedicated servants. In the Wind Country's box, a gaunt puppeteer sat at the forefront, his eyes darkly fixated on the auction stage. 1,500,000 Alliance coins for entry. This alliance certainly has grand appetites. His attendant respectfully remarked, My lord, we have brought 5 million Alliance coins. That should suffice, correct? The puppeteer scoffed coldly. Sufficient? Do you know how much the other nations are bringing? The Lightning Country has prepared 8 million, the Earth Country 6 million, and even those smaller nations are ready with at least 2 to 3 million. This auction may prove more fierce than we anticipated. In the Lightning Country's box, a dark-skinned ninja was issuing directives to his subordinates. Remember, no matter how high the price escalates, we must secure at least one vial of the Spring of Life. This is the Lord's explicit command. His subordinate nodded, yet a look of concern crossed his face. But if the other nations bid fervently, our funds may fall short. The ninja replied coldly, if we lack sufficient funds, then devise a way to ensure we have enough. If necessary, we may employ certain unconventional methods. The eyes of his subordinate darkened with newfound ferocity. As delegations from various nations gradually entered the arena, a commotion erupted outside its grand entrance. A substantial procession appeared slowly at the end of the street, led by an opulent carriage adorned with gold and gems, shimmering in the sunlight. Surrounding the carriage were over 100 fully armed warriors, their armor polished to a brilliant shine, and the long swords at their waists clashed with a crisp sound. The crowd lining the streets parted, whispering among themselves. Who could boast such a grand entourage? Do you not know? That is the convoy of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Which daimyo has come in person? It seems so. This will be quite the spectacle. At the entrance of the arena, Tobarama furrowed his brow upon witnessing the procession. He turned to a clansman beside him and instructed, Go inform that Lord Akatsuki has arrived. The clansman immediately vanished from sight. The carriage halted at the entrance, and the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent brocade robe. Supported by attendants as he descended, it was none other than the daimyo of the Land of Fire. A rigid smile graced his face, yet his eyes betrayed a simmering anger. Following closely behind was Kenji Ito, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Tobarama stepped forward, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Welcome, esteemed daimyo." The daimyo glanced at him with a disdainful snort. "Tobarama Senju, your alliance certainly knows how to make a grand entrance. Must even I, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, undergo inspection at the entrance?" Tobarama replied, his expression impassive. "Such are the rules. I trust you will understand." "Esteemed daimyo." The daimyo's complexion darkened instantly. When had he, the ruler of an entire nation, ever been subjected to such treatment? Yet, he recognized that they were in the realm of the alliance, and that a display of anger would only further his humiliation. Taking a deep breath, he produced a golden token from his robe and tossed it to Tobarama. "This is a deposit of 3 million alliance coins I hold in the alliance bank. Is that sufficient?" Tobarama accepted the token, scrutinizing it before nodding. "You may enter." With a disdainful huff, the daimyo strode into the arena, accompanied by Kenji Idu and his retinue of guards. Observers from various nations rose to their feet in salute as the daimyo entered, and his expression softened slightly in acknowledgement. However, upon seeing his assigned position, his countenance soured once more. Although his box was at the front, it was not centrally located. The central box stood empty, evidently reserved for someone of greater importance. Kenji Idu whispered, "My lord, that position is likely designated for the leader of the alliance." The daimyo's fists clenched tightly. He had believed that as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he would be the most esteemed guest at this auction. Instead, he found himself denied even the best seat. This was a blatant humiliation. At that moment, the arena lights dimmed abruptly, silencing all conversations. A brilliant spotlight illuminated the auction platform. Nara Shikahiko, donned in a pristine black robe, ascended the stage slowly. With a professional smile, he boomed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the inaugural treasure auction of the Peach Blossom Village. I am your host, Nara Shikahiko." Sparse applause echoed from the audience. Shikahiko continued, "Before we commence, allow me to outline the auction rules. First, all bids must be made in alliance coins. No other currency will be accepted. Second, each bid must exceed the previous one by no less than 100,000 alliance coins. Third, successful bids require immediate payment. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit. Lastly, the use of force on the auction premises is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately expelled and have all assets confiscated." The final rule caused several faces to shift uneasily. Shikahiko's smile grew even brighter. "Now that the rules are established, let us welcome the leader of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance, Lord Lin Xiaoya." As his words faded, the arena doors swung open once more. A slender figure stepped into the spotlight. Lin Xiaoya, adorned in a simple white robe, with her black hair tied neatly behind her, bore no excessive adornments. Yet, the composed aura she exuded captivated everyone in attendance. Behind her stood Hashirama and Madara, flanking her like two formidable mountains. Lin Xiaoya approached the auction platform, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the daimyo. She offered a slight smile. "Welcome, esteemed daimyo." The daimyo's expression darkened further. Ignoring him, Lin Xiaoya turned to address everyone. "Welcome, distinguished guests who have traveled from afar to Peach Blossom Village. Today, we shall auction a treasure capable of transforming the entire ninja world. It is the Fountain of Life." As her words fell, a delicate crystal vial rose gracefully from the auction platform, containing a liquid that emitted a faint golden glow. The audience's breaths quickened in anticipation. Lin Xiaoya continued, "This vial of the Fountain of Life can slow aging, cure ailments, and even resurrect those on the brink of death. Its value is immeasurable. Today, we will auction 3 vials, with a starting bid of 1 million alliance coins." The crowd erupted in a frenzy. "Only 3 vials? That is far too few. 1 million to start? That is exorbitant." Shikahiko raised the auction hammer, calling for silence. "Please, everyone, quiet down. We will now commence the bidding for the first vial of the Fountain of Life. The starting bid is 1 million alliance coins. Do I hear any bids?" As his words hung in the air, a puppeteer from the Land of Wind raised his bidding paddle. 1,100,000. A dark-clad ninja from the Land of Lightning followed suit. 1,500,000. A rugged voice from the Land of Earth boomed. 2 million. The price surged at an astonishing rate, reaching 5 million in mere minutes. The daimyo's expression darkened ominously as he sat in his box. Kenji Ido whispered, "My lord, should we place a bid?" The daimyo coldly replied, "Not yet. Let them compete. We shall strike at the end." On the auction platform, Shikahiko's voice grew increasingly animated. 5 million. We have a bid of 5 million. Is there a higher offer? A chilling voice from the land of water rang out. 6 million. The puppeteer from the land of wind gritted his teeth. 7 million. The ninja from the land of lightning countered. 8 million. The price climbed to a staggering figure, forcing many representatives from smaller nations to abandon the competition, helplessly watching the great powers clash. At that moment, the daimyo finally raised his bidding paddle. 10 million. A palpable silence enveloped the arena. All eyes turned to the daimyo's box. 10 million alliance coins was an astronomical sum. The ninja from the land of lightning's expression shifted, ultimately lowering his paddle. The puppeteer from the land of wind fell silent as well. Shikahiko raised the auction hammer. The bidding for the first bottle of the Fountain of Life reached an astounding 10 million, with the auctioneer's voice reverberating through the arena. Just as he was about to strike the gavel, a languid voice echoed from the highest point of the venue, proclaiming 10,100,000. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes turned to the mysterious figure cloaked in black, his masked visage obscuring his identity, yet emanating an aura that instilled an inexplicable sense of dread among the assembled ninjas. The Lord's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched as he retorted, 11 million. The man in black chuckled softly, 11,110,000. The Lord's fists tightened in response, recognizing the blatant provocation. Kenji Ito, speaking in hushed tones, suggested, "My lord, this individual's identity remains unknown. Should we dispatch someone to investigate?" The Lord coldly replied, "No need for investigation. He is merely a pawn set up by Lin Xiaoya, aimed at inflating the price and forcing us to spend more." Taking a deep breath, he raised his bidding paddle, declaring 20 million. This figure exceeded everyone's expectations, causing a collective gasp to resonate throughout the arena. After a moment of contemplation, the man in black relinquished his paddle. The auctioneer, Lu Yen, raised his hammer, announcing 20 million. "Lord, the bid stands at 20 million. Is there any higher bid?" He continued, 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million thrice, sold. The gavel struck the table with a resounding thud, prompting thunderous applause throughout the arena. A hint of triumph graced the Lord's face as he cast a challenging gaze at Lin Xiaoya on the auction stage, reveling in his victory. Lin Xiaoya, however, merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Lu Yin resumed, "The first bottle of the Fountain of Life has been sold. We shall now proceed with the auction of the second bottle, starting at 1 million alliance coins." As the words left his mouth, representatives from various nations plunged into a new bidding frenzy. The Lord, seated in his private box, felt the smile on his face gradually fade as he realized he had already spent 20 million for the first bottle, while he had only brought 3 million in total. The remaining 17 million had been borrowed from the Alliance Bank. His funds were now insufficient. Kenji Ito, too, recognized the predicament, his face paling. "My lord, we lack the funds." The Lord's expression darkened, and he whirled to face Lin Xiaoya on the auction stage. This woman had been scheming against him from the outset, deliberately orchestrating a ruse to inflate the prices and compel him to pay exorbitantly. Consequently, he had exhausted his finances, securing only one bottle, while the remaining two would slip through his fingers to other nations. This was no mere auction. It was a meticulously crafted trap, with him as the most significant prey. Chapter 134. Temple of Fire. The competition for the second bottle of the Fountain of Life was even fiercer than the first. Representatives from the Wind and Thunder nations, like two enraged beasts, feverishly raised their paddles, driving the price from 1 million to an astonishing 18 million, with Thunder Nation ultimately claiming the second bottle. The dark-skinned ninja's face lit up with relief upon acquiring the Fountain of Life, but his subordinates wore grim expressions as their funds were dwindling. The auction for the third bottle escalated to a boiling point, with representatives from the Wind, Earth, and Water nations, along with several smaller states, joining the fray. The price soared past 20 million, finally resting at 23 million. The puppet master from the Wind Nation, having exhausted all his resources, secured the final bottle. Upon grasping the crystal vial, he slumped into his chair, as though he had just emerged from a life-or-death struggle. Lu Yen stood at the auction podium, his smile radiant and blinding. "Congratulations to the 3 esteemed guests for successfully acquiring the Fountain of Life. Please visit the backstage to complete the transaction after the auction concludes." He paused before continuing. "Next, we will proceed with the second auction item." The crowd fell silent, incredulous. "There is a second item? I thought only the Fountain of Life was up for bid." Lu Yen, with a beaming smile, replied, "Of course not. The fountain of life was merely an appetizer. What follows is something far more precious." With a snap of his fingers, a massive scroll slowly rose on the display platform, unfurling to reveal 4 prominent characters: land usage rights. The audience erupted into chaos. Land? What land? Is it the land of Taoyuan? Lu Yin cleared his throat. Indeed. Our alliance has decided to auction off the usage rights to 500 acres of prime farmland surrounding Taoyuan to interested nobles, with a usage period of 50 years. During this time, you may cultivate any crops or operate any industry on this land, reaping all profits for yourself. The only stipulation is that you must adhere to alliance laws and pay taxes punctually. The crowd fell into deep contemplation. Land is the most vital resource for any nation or family, especially in a fertile and strategically located area like Taoyuan. Securing the rights to this land equated to establishing a stable stronghold in the heart of the alliance. Many pairs of eyes sparkled with ambition. Lu Yin continued. The starting bid for this land is 5 million alliance coins, with a minimum increment of 500,000. The auction begins now. Barely had he finished speaking when a representative from a small nation raised his paddle. 5,500,000. Another merchant representative quickly countered, 6 million. The price surged rapidly, reaching 10 million in just a few minutes. The Lord sat in his box, his expression darkening ominously. He had no surplus funds at his disposal, yet he was unwilling to watch this valuable land fall into the hands of others. He understood all too well that if other nations acquired land in Taoyuan, it would be akin to driving a nail into the heart of the Fire Nation, posing a grave threat to its sovereignty. Kenji Ito whispered, "My lord, we must secure this land. We cannot allow other nations to establish a foothold on our territory." The lord gritted his teeth. "Borrow another 10 million from the Alliance Bank." Kenji Ito hesitated. "My lord, we already owe 17 million. Borrowing another 10 million would total 27 million. Can the treasury manage such a sum?" The lord coldly asserted. "Even if it cannot, we must repay it. Go." Kenji Ito, resigned, nodded and turned to leave the box. On the auction stage, the price had escalated to 15 million. The competition had dwindled to a few representatives from large nations. At that moment, the lord raised his paddle, declaring 20 million. This bold bid sent all competitors fleeing in terror. Lu Yin lifted the gavel, announcing, 20 million. "Lord, the bid stands at 20 million. Is there any higher offer?" A profound silence enveloped the arena. The auction concluded with the heavy sound of the gavel striking the table. The lord's face bore no expression of joy. He understood that he had once again fallen prey to Lin Xiaoya's machinations. His debts to the Alliance Bank had surged to a staggering 47 million. This sum, even if he were to deplete the national treasury, would be nearly impossible to repay. Lin Xiaoya, on the other hand, had effortlessly extracted 47 million alliance coins from him through this auction. Even more disconcerting was the fact that this currency had originally been acquired by him with the genuine gold and silver of the Fire Nation. In essence, he had spent 47 million to purchase a vial of medicine and a parcel of land that inherently belonged to the Fire Nation from Lin Xiaoya. This was not an auction, it was a heist. Standing on the auction stage with a beaming smile, Lu Yin declared, "The auction is now concluded. I extend my gratitude to all esteemed guests for their attendance. Please proceed to the back for the handover procedures." The guests began to rise, preparing to depart. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya's voice resonated, "Please hold on." Everyone halted, turning their gazes toward the auction stage. Lin Xiaoya stood, her eyes sweeping over all present. "Though today's auction has ended, I have an important announcement to make." She paused before continuing. "From today onward, the alliance will officially open its doors to commercial cooperation. Any nation, family, or merchant association that agrees to abide by the alliance's laws may establish shops and conduct business in Taoyuan Township. We welcome all to join us in mutual development and prosperity." The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated such an announcement at this juncture. The puppet master from the Wind Nation's eyes glittered with excitement. Establishing a shop in Taoyuan Township would equate to securing a stable commercial foothold in the heart of the alliance, an enormous opportunity for the Wind Nation. Meanwhile, the ninja from the Thunder Nation began to strategize internally. Lin Xiaoya continued, "Of course, establishing a shop will require the payment of certain rents and taxes. For further details, you may consult the Alliance's commercial department. We welcome all friends willing to cooperate." After a slight bow, she concluded, "Thank you for your attendance today." With that, she turned and departed from the auction stage, followed closely by Hashirama and Madara. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, yet it was laced with a myriad of complex emotions: excitement, apprehension, anger, and resentment. The Lord sat in his box, his expression stormy. He finally grasped Lin Xiaoya's true intentions. She did not aim to profit from the auction. Rather, she sought to attract the financial resources of various nations to Taoyuan Township. Through the opening of commercial cooperation, she intended to bind these nations' merchants and capital to her ship. Eventually, Taoyuan Township would become the economic epicenter of the entire shinobi world, and he, the Lord of the Fire Nation, would lose all control over the economy. This woman was formidable. She was not waging war against him. She was playing chess, and he had already lost. Ito Kenji entered, his face pale. "My lord, the Alliance Bank has agreed to lend us another 10 million. However, they require us to use the Treasury's tax revenue as collateral, and the interest is set at 10% annually." The Lord's fists clenched tightly. A 10% interest rate was nothing short of usury, yet he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, "Agreed." Ito Kenji nodded and left. The Lord remained in his box, staring at the empty display stage. Filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger. He had initially believed that this auction would demonstrate the Alliance's subservience. Instead, he had become the greatest loser, not only exhausting all his funds, but also accruing immense debts. What was even more alarming was that he was now firmly tethered to the Alliance's war chariot. If he failed to repay this debt, the Alliance would have legitimate grounds to seize the Fire Nation's tax revenues, reducing him to a mere puppet. He closed his eyes. Inhaling deeply, "Lin Xiaoya, you have won this round. But the war is far from over." As representatives from various nations departed after the auction, their expressions became increasingly complex. Some returned triumphant, while others left empty-handed. Excitement mingled with dejection, yet all recognized that this auction would mark a pivotal moment in the history of the shinobi world. From this day forth, the Taoyuan Township Alliance would become an unavoidable presence in the shinobi realm, and Lin Xiaoya's name would be etched in everyone's memory. In the backstage of the arena, Lin Xiaoya sat in a chair, perusing a thick ledger. Lu Yin stood before her, his smile radiant. "The figures are in." Today's auction yielded a total income of 61 million Alliance coins. After deducting costs, the net profit is 59 million. Moreover, the Lord still owes us 47 million in loans, with an annual interest of 10%, resulting in an interest payment of 4,700,000 each year. He paused before continuing. Additionally, over a dozen nations and merchant associations have expressed interest in establishing shops in Taoyuan Township. If all negotiations are successful, annual rents and taxes could add at least another 10 million. Hashirama, seated nearby, was left speechless. This is incredibly profitable. Over 60 million in a single day. Madara, leaning against the wall, remarked coldly, "While we have indeed made a profit, we have also incurred the wrath of many, especially the Lord. He probably wishes to eliminate us all." Lin Xiaoya set the ledger down, responding nonchalantly, "Let him harbor his resentment. He is already bound to our chariot. If he dares to turn against us, we will simply disclose his debts. At that point, his stature as a lord will collapse entirely." Tobarama entered, his expression grave. "Xiaoya, there is a situation." Lin Xiaoya looked up. "What is it?" Tobarama replied, "Our scouts have reported that after leaving Taoyuan Township, the Lord did not return directly to the capital, but instead went to a secret location. According to the scouts' descriptions, it appears to be the Temple of Fire." Lin Xiaoya's gaze sharpened. "The Temple of Fire? What could he possibly want there?" Tobarama replied solemnly, "The Temple of Fire is the oldest temple in the Fire Nation, inhabited by a group of monks who have practiced for many years. These monks possess a unique power known as the talents of the Celestial Clan. It is said that their strength rivals that of top-tier ninjas, and the temple has always been loyal to the Lord's house." Lin Xiaoya furrowed her brow slightly. "Are you suggesting that the Lord intends to utilize the temple's power against us?" Tobarama nodded. "It is quite possible. Although we have the upper hand economically, the Lord still holds many trump cards in terms of military might, and the temple is one of them." A brief silence enveloped the room as Hashirama rose, his demeanor serious. "What shall we do?" asked the figure, a hint of urgency in their tone. "Should we strike first?" Ban let out a cold chuckle. "What is there to fear? The monks of the Fire Temple, no matter how formidable, cannot surpass my Susanoo. Should they dare approach, I will show them what true power entails." However, Lin Xiaoya shook her head. "No, we cannot take the initiative. If we do, It will only serve to solidify the rebellion label that the daimyo has placed upon us. Other nations will seize the opportunity to intervene, and we will find ourselves in a passive position. After a pause, she continued, what we must do is wait. Wait for the daimyo to make the first move. Once he does, we will have the justification to counterattack. At that moment, not only will we be able to defeat him, but we will also occupy the moral high ground. Tobarama nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I will fortify the defenses of the Peach Blossom Village and closely monitor the movements of the Fire Temple. Lin Xiaoya rose and approached the window, gazing out at the brightly lit Peach Blossom Village. The daimyo's visit to the Fire Temple is likely not merely to seek strength. He intends to cloak his actions in a guise of righteousness, leveraging the temple's esteemed reputation. After all, the Fire Temple holds significant sway in the Land of Fire, with many common folk venerating its monks. If the temple were to openly support the daimyo, his oppression of us would become fully justified. How shall we respond? Asked Yukihira, furrowing his brow. Lin Xiaoya turned, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. It is quite simple. We shall pay a visit to the Fire Temple before the daimyo persuades them. Chapter 135. The location. The Fire Temple, nestled in the northern mountainous region of the Land of Fire, is an ancient edifice with a history spanning several centuries. Perched on a hillside, it is surrounded by swirling mists, appearing as if suspended in a celestial realm. Not only is it a sacred site for the Land of Fire, but it also serves as a spiritual pillar for countless souls. Throughout history, every daimyo has sought blessings from the temple's head monk upon ascending to the throne, rendering their rule legitimate. The monks of the Fire Temple have always been regarded as the purest and most just entities in the Land of Fire. Lin Xiaoya and her companions arrived at the foot of the Fire Temple in the early morning. Alongside her were Hashirama, Tobarama, and Yukihira. They carried no guards and stirred no commotion, advancing along the mountain path like ordinary pilgrims. Dense woods flanked the path, and the occasional sounds of birdsong and flowing water could be heard. Hashirama marveled. This place is delightful. The air is far fresher than that of Peach Blossom Village. It would be wonderful to stay here for a few days. Ban scoffed. Comfort? There are watchful eyes everywhere. Since our entry into the mountains, we have been under surveillance. Hashirama paused, instinctively glancing around. Where? I see nothing. Ban remained silent, continuing forward. Tobarama, trailing behind, whispered, Ban is correct. There are at least 20 monks monitoring us from the shadows. Their chakra is distinct, unlike that of ordinary ninjas. They must be the legendary sages. Lin Xiaoya said nothing, maintaining her pace as her gaze lingered on the temple, partially obscured from view. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the temple's grand entrance. The gate, constructed from massive stone blocks, bore the elegant inscription Fire Temple, exuding an aura of solemnity. Two young monks stood at the entrance, clad in gray robes, hands clasped together, their faces adorned with smiles. Esteemed guests, may we inquire as to your purpose? Lin Xiaoya slightly bowed. We are representatives of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance, seeking an audience with the head monk of the Fire Temple. The monks exchanged glances. One of them replied, the head monk is currently in seclusion and cannot receive visitors. If you wish to offer incense and pray, you may enter, but for other matters, you will need to return another day. Lin Xiaoya smiled gently. We indeed have pressing matters to discuss. We kindly ask for your leniency. The monk shook his head. Regrettably, we cannot defy the head monk's orders. Please return. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from within the gate. Let them enter. The young monks hesitated, but then respectfully stepped aside. The head monk beckons you. Please proceed. Lin Xiaoya nodded and entered the gate with her companions. Beyond the gate lay a long stone staircase, flanked by towering pine trees adorned with red prayer ribbons fluttering in the breeze. At the staircase's end stood a massive hall, where an elderly monk clad in a robe awaited. He appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his face etched with wrinkles. Yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness. The old monk clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. I am Dilu, the abbot of the Fire Temple. Welcome, esteemed guests. Lin Xiaoya reciprocated the gesture. I am Lin Xiaoya, honored to meet you, abbot. Dilu smiled. I have heard of your esteemed name, Lin. The deeds of the Peach Blossom Village Alliance have resonated throughout the Land of Fire. May I inquire as to your purpose today? Lin Xiaoya answered directly. I have heard that the daimyo visited the Fire Temple a few days ago and seemed to have an extended conversation with you. Might I ask what was discussed? Dilu's gaze flickered slightly. Your information is quite astute, Lin. However, the contents of my conversation with the daimyo are not for disclosure. Lin Xiaoya smiled knowingly. Even if you remain silent, I can surmise the essence. The daimyo undoubtedly seeks the Fire Temple's endorsement to suppress the alliance. He may even aim to leverage the temple's power against us. Dilu's expression grew serious. Be cautious with your words, Lin. The Fire Temple is a sanctuary, never engaging in worldly disputes. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Abbot, your statement is flawed. The Fire Temple may be a sanctum, yet its monks do not exist in a vacuum. Every morsel of food you consume, every garment you wear, every tool you utilize originates from the secular world. Your ability to practice in peace here is sustained by the tireless labor of countless folk below the mountain. Thus, the Fire Temple has never been detached from the mundane. Nor can you claim to be exempt. Dilu fell silent for a moment, then sighed. You speak with reason, Lin. Yet, the temple's stance has always been to support the daimyo's governance. This is our ancestral decree, a matter of principle. Lin Xiaoya replied calmly. Principles are lifeless, while people are vibrant. If the daimyo's governance is wise, supporting them is certainly commendable. However, should they be corrupt and incompetent, then to endorse them is to aid in their tyranny. Dilu's gaze sharpened. Are you implying that the daimyo's governance is corrupt? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Indeed. The people of the Land of Fire are mired in suffering. The fruits of their labor, harvested over a year, are largely surrendered to the daimyo's coffers. Their children are conscripted from a young age, destined to serve the daimyo as ninjas. They have no guarantees, no hope, and can only be driven like livestock by the Deming house. Meanwhile, the Deming house resides in opulent palaces, indulging in luxurious finery, yet remains oblivious to the suffering of the common people. Does such a Deming house merit the support of the Temple of Fire? Dilu's expression grew complex. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. I am aware of what you say, Benefactor Lin. However, changing all of this requires time and opportunity. I believe that one day the Deming house will improve. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Master, you are too naive. The Deming house will not change on its own, for they have no motivation to do so. They are currently comfortable. Why would they wish to alter that? Only when they feel threatened or pressured will they be compelled to change. The alliance is the entity that will exert that pressure. Dilu raised his gaze to meet Lin Xiaoya's. So, you wish for the Temple of Fire to support the alliance? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Precisely. The alliance does not seek to overthrow the Deming house, but to transform this nation. We aim to ensure that the people live well, with dignity. We aspire to establish a fair and just society where all are equal. All of this requires the support of the Temple of Fire. Dilu remained silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. Benefactor Lin, your ideals are beautiful, but I cannot comply. The ancestral teachings of the Temple of Fire require loyalty to the Deming house. I cannot betray those teachings. Lin Xiaoya's gaze turned cold. Master, are you certain you wish to refuse? Dilu nodded. My mind is made up. Lin Xiaoya took a deep breath and turned to leave. Just then, a commotion erupted within the main hall. A young monk rushed out in panic. Master, it's bad. The Deming house's army has surrounded the village at the foot of the mountain. They said if the Temple of Fire does not publicly support the Deming house, they will massacre the village. Dilu's face turned ashen. What? Lin Xiaoya turned, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her eyes. It seems the Deming house can no longer wait. Chapter 136. The army. Dilu's expression changed. He turned and walked swiftly out of the main hall, with Lin Xiaoya closely following. Standing on the steps of the hall, they could clearly see the situation below the mountain. A dark mass of soldiers surrounded the village, sealing it off completely. Torches illuminated half the sky, and the gleam of weapons flickered in the night. The villagers were herded into the central clearing of the village. Kneeling as one, children cried, women screamed, and men attempted to resist, only to have soldiers brandish blades at their throats. Dilu's hand tightened around his prayer beads. How dare they? His voice trembled. How dare they lay hands on innocent people? Lin Xiaoya stood beside him, her tone calm. Because the Deming house has never cared about the lives of the people. To them, the populace is but a tool, a pawn to be discarded at will. Dilu turned to look at Lin Xiaoya. Did you know this would happen? Lin Xiaoya nodded. I have studied Deming extensively. He will not easily relinquish any asset he can exploit. The Temple of Fire holds too significant a position in the Land of Fire. He cannot allow it to remain neutral. Therefore, he will surely employ some means to force the Temple of Fire to take a stand. Dilu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If I comply with the Deming house's demands, will these people survive? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. No. Even if you comply, the Deming House will find other reasons to continue exploiting the people. They need a compliant temple of fire, not one with its own thoughts. Today, they threaten you with the populace. Tomorrow, they will use something else. You will never escape their control. Dilu opened his eyes, pain flickering in his gaze. What should I do then? Should I just stand by and watch these people be slaughtered? Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. You can choose to trust me. Allow me to resolve this matter. Dilu paused for a moment. You? How will you solve it? Lin Xiaoya did not answer, but turned to Ban. Ban, take Hashirama down. Drive those soldiers away. Remember, do not harm anyone. Just drive them off. Ban scoffed. Not harm anyone. How dull. Lin Xiaoya shot him a glance. I said, do not harm anyone. We must occupy the moral high ground in this matter. If we strike first and kill, we will cement the accusations the Deming House has leveled against us. Ban pouted but nodded. Fine, I'll follow your lead. He turned and jumped down the steps, with Hashirama closely following. The two figures quickly disappeared into the night. Dilu stood on the steps, watching their departing figures, his eyes filled with unease. Can the two of them handle so many soldiers? Lin Xiaoya smiled slightly. Master, you will soon know the answer. In the village below, the soldiers were carrying out their orders. A general clad in armor sat atop his horse, looking down at the kneeling villagers. Listen, the abbot of the Temple of Fire. Lord Deming gives you a stick of incense as time to consider. If after the incense burns, you still do not express support for the Deming House, all these villagers will perish. His voice echoed in the night sky, amplifying the villagers' cries. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Who gave you the audacity to threaten the people here? The general paused, turning to the direction of the voice. Emerging from the shadows were two figures, a tall man with a gentle smile and a young man with black hair. His gaze as cold as if he were looking at the dead. The general furrowed his brow. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the army of the Deming House? Ban halted, scanning the surrounding soldiers. With these worthless scum, you dare call this a military force? The general's face turned ashen. Impudent. Guards, seize these two madmen. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of soldiers charged forward, brandishing their blades and shouting fiercely. But the next moment, all of them froze in place. For the black-haired youth merely raised his hand. A terrifying chakra erupted from him in an instant. Following that, a massive skeletal figure materialized behind him. The skeletal structure grew larger, soon transforming into a giant towering several dozen meters high. The giant was enveloped in purple chakra, wielding a colossal sword. The soldiers who had rushed forward were all left paralyzed with fear, their weapons clattering to the ground. The general's face turned pale. What kind of monster is this? Ban chuckled coldly. Monster? This is Susanoo. The force you shall never witness in your lifetime is upon us. He waved his hand, and the long sword of Susanoo swept across with a flourish. The blade stirred a tempest, casting all nearby soldiers into the air. They tumbled through the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Strangely, not a single one was injured. They were merely paralyzed by fear, trembling on the ground. Hashirama approached the villagers, speaking gently. Do not be afraid. We have come to rescue you. Now, you may return home. The villagers stared at him in disbelief, taking a moment to comprehend his words. Then, they rose collectively, kneeling and bowing deeply. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to thank me. You should express your gratitude to our leader. It was she who sent us to your aid. With that, he turned to face the general. Go back and inform the Lord that if he dares to harm the common people again, it shall not be so simple next time. The general's lips trembled, but he gritted his teeth and retorted, You will regret this. The Lord will not spare you. Obito scoffed coldly. Let him try. Let us see whether his army is mightier or my Susanoo. With that, he retracted Susanoo and turned away. Hashirama followed closely behind, and the two soon vanished into the night. The soldiers stood dazed, staring in the direction of their departure, unable to move for quite some time. The general clenched his teeth and ultimately ordered a retreat. He understood that they had been utterly defeated this day. On the steps of the Temple of Fire, Dilu watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the power of the Alliance? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Master, do you now comprehend? The forces of the Lord are utterly powerless in the face of true strength. Yet we do not misuse this power. We wield it solely to protect the people. Dilu remained silent for a long while before sighing. Lin, I concede. You are correct. The Temple of Fire can no longer support the Lord's forces. However, he paused, his eyes flickering with hesitation. The Temple of Fire cannot openly support the Alliance either. For once we declare our stance, we will become a thorn in the Lord's side. At that point, the Temple of Fire may face utter devastation. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Fear not, Master. I do not require the Temple of Fire's public support. I only need it to maintain neutrality. Do not support the Lord, nor oppose the alliance. This way, you will neither violate ancestral teachings, nor become the enemy of the Lord. Dilu was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened. Now that is a splendid idea. Lin Xiaoya continued. Moreover, I can offer the Temple of Fire some assistance. For instance, the alliance could regularly donate food and supplies to the temple. In exchange, the temple could extol the virtues of the alliance among the populace. This would ensure that the temple's status remains unscathed while the reputation of the alliance flourishes. Dilu pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, we shall proceed as Lin suggests. From this day forth, the Temple of Fire shall maintain neutrality, neither supporting the Lord nor opposing the alliance. Lin Xiaoya extended her hand. Then let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Dilu grasped her hand, a smile gracing his face. May our partnership be prosperous. Just then, Obito and Hashirama ascended from the mountainside. Hashirama wore a relaxed smile. It's done. Those soldiers have all fled. Obito remarked coldly. A bunch of useless cowards, too frightened to fight. Lin Xiaoya cast a glance at them. Thank you for your efforts. We should return now. Dilu pressed his palms together. May you all travel safely, esteemed guests. The doors of the Temple of Fire will always be open to you. Lin Xiaoya offered a slight bow before leading the group away from the temple. As they descended the mountain path, Hashirama could not restrain his curiosity. Xiaoya, do you think the Lord will go mad upon learning of this? Lin Xiaoya chuckled. Not only will he go mad, but he will also become increasingly ruthless in dealing with us. Thus, we must prepare ourselves. The days ahead will not be tranquil. Tobirama furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the Lord will take direct action against us? Lin Xiaoya nodded. He has no retreat now. The Temple of Fire does not support him. The nobles have been ensnared by our alliance currency, and the people's trust in him is gradually eroding. His only recourse is to suppress us by force. But that is precisely what we desire. Obito sneered. Let him come, then. I shall relish the opportunity to see how long his army can endure. Lin Xiaoya remained silent. Gazing into the distant sky, night gradually faded, and the eastern horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. A new day was about to commence, destined to be one of the most significant days in the history of the Land of Fire. Chapter 137. War approaches in the Lord's Hall. The atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. The Lord sat upon his throne, his countenance ashen. Kneeling before him was the general who had fled from the Temple of Fire. What did you say? The Lord's voice was low, each word squeezed out like a groan. You say the Temple of Fire has refused my demands? The general lay prostrate on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Why, yes, my lord. The abbot of the temple stated that they wish to remain neutral and will not support either side. The Lord abruptly rose, kicking over the tea table before him. Neutral? Who does he think he is? The Temple of Fire has been loyal to the Lord's house for generations. How dare he declare neutrality? Kenji Ito, standing nearby, murmured, My lord. Scouts report that Lin Xiaoya visited the temple last night. Moreover, Hashirama Senju and Obito Uchiha were also present. They repelled our forces at the foot of the mountain and rescued those villagers. The Lord's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? They repelled our forces? Those were 3,000 elite troops. The general trembled as he spoke. My lord, that Obito Uchiha summoned a colossal beast. The creature towered dozens of meters high, enveloped in a purple glow. Our soldiers were no match for it, and fled in terror. The Lord's expression darkened further. Incompetent fools. A band of worthless wretches. 3,000 men could not overcome 2 individuals, and you dare return alive. The general lay on the ground, too afraid to respond. Kenji Ito sighed. My lord, this is not the time to assign blame. We must devise a strategy to counter Lin Xiaoya's next move. The Lord inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Her next move? What could she possibly do next? Kenji Ito replied quietly. Based on my analysis, Lin Xiaoya has now secured the Temple of Fire, gained control over the nobles' economy, and won the hearts of the common people. She had yet to conquer the daimyo's mansion. Therefore, her next move would undoubtedly target it. The daimyo scoffed. Does she dare? The daimyo's mansion is a symbol of the Land of Fire, the very foundation of the nation. Should she dare to lay a hand on it, it would be an outright act of rebellion. At that moment, the entire shinobi world would not spare her. Ito Kenji shook his head. My lord, you underestimate Lin Xiaoya. She wouldn't attack the daimyo's mansion directly, as that would strip her of her moral high ground. Instead, she will employ other methods to gradually erode the power of the daimyo's mansion, ultimately reducing it to a hollow shell. The daimyo clenched his fist tightly. What do you propose we do? Ito Kenji contemplated for a moment. We must take the initiative. While Lin Xiaoya has yet to firmly establish her foothold, we must strike first, using the fastest speed and the strongest force to utterly dismantle the alliance. The daimyo furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting we send troops to attack Taiyuan village directly? Ito Kenji nodded. Precisely. Moreover, we cannot rely solely on our own forces. We must unite with other nations to confront the alliance. Only then can we ensure absolute certainty. The daimyo's eyes brightened. Indeed, we shall ally with other nations. Lin Xiaoya has organized an auction, has she not? The daimyos of those nations are all eyeing the spring of life covetously. We can leverage this to persuade them to join our military efforts. When the 5 great nations unite, no matter how formidable Lin Xiaoya is, she will find herself trapped. Ito Kenji bowed slightly. Your wisdom is commendable, my lord. I shall contact the envoys of other nations immediately. The daimyo waved his hand. Go forth. Remember, speed is of the essence. We must not afford Lin Xiaoya any time to react. Ito Kenji nodded and departed the great hall. The daimyo returned to his seat, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Lin Xiaoya, do you believe you have triumphed? You are woefully naive. This war has only just begun. In Taiyuan village, within the conference room of the alliance headquarters, all senior members had gathered. Lin Xiaoya sat at the head of the table, holding a report. The daimyo's mansion has begun reaching out to other nations. According to our spies, envoys from the wind, thunder, earth, and water nations arrived in the capital yesterday. Tobarama frowned. Are they uniting against us? Lin Xiaoya nodded. It is inevitable. The daimyo's mansion is now at a dead end. Their only choice is to ally with other nations and suppress us by force. Izuna scoffed. Let them come. I am eager to see if the combined forces of the 5 great nations can overpower us. Uchiha shook his head. We cannot be complacent. The combined armies of the 5 great nations number at least 100,000, while our alliance has merely 20,000 combatants. The disparity in numbers is too vast. Hashirama spoke solemnly. What shall we do then? Are we truly to engage in battle against 100,000 troops? Lin Xiaoya set down the report, her gaze steady. No, we will not confront them head-on, for that would lead to our utter defeat. Madara snorted. Are you suggesting we retreat? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Not a retreat, but a strategic relocation. She rose and approached the map hanging on the wall. Though the armies of the 5 great nations are numerous, they possess a fatal weakness. Their supply lines are excessively long. She pointed to several lines on the map. The army of the Wind Nation must traverse the desert, requiring at least half a month. The Thunder Nation's forces must cross the mountains, also needing half a month. The armies of the Earth and Water Nations face similar timelines. During this period, they will require vast amounts of food, water, and weaponry. If we sever their supply lines, chaos will ensue without a single battle. Tobarama's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we attack their supply convoys? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Precisely. Moreover, we must not only assault the supply convoys, but also set traps along their routes to create chaos. We will exhaust them before they even reach Taiyuan village. Uchiha pondered. This plan is feasible. However, we will need a considerable number of personnel. 20,000 to confront the armies of 4 nations may be insufficient. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Who says we have only 20,000? Let us not forget the countless villages we have liberated surrounding Taiyuan village. The villagers are eager to fight for the alliance. We can organize them to participate in this war. Izuna frowned. But those villagers are untrained and lack combat prowess. Sending them to the battlefield is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. I do not intend for them to engage in direct combat. I wish for them to handle logistics, reconnaissance, and intelligence. These tasks are well within their capabilities. Moreover, this will allow them to feel a sense of belonging to the alliance, fighting for their own future. Hashirama nodded. This approach is commendable. Not only will it address our manpower shortage, but it will also strengthen the cohesion of the alliance. Lin Xiaoya turned to face everyone present. Now, we must act swiftly. Tobarama, you will oversee the reconnaissance teams to monitor the movements of the 5 great nations' armies. Izuna, you will coordinate the attack teams specifically targeting their supply lines. Hashirama, you will organize the defense teams to secure the core areas of Taiyuan village. Uchiha, you will manage logistics and intelligence to ensure our operations proceed flawlessly. Madara, She looked at him. You will be responsible for mobile operations. Wherever danger arises, you shall go. Madara grinned. This is to my liking. Lin Xiaoya took a deep breath. This war concerns the survival of the alliance. We must emerge victorious, and we must do so with flair. Let the entire shinobi world know that the alliance is not to be trifled with. Everyone responded in unison. Indeed, as the meeting concluded, everyone departed to prepare for the impending war. Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, observing the bustling Taoyuan village outside. The streets were alive with activity. Children played. Vendors called out, and everything appeared so tranquil. Yet Lin Xiaoya understood that this peace would soon be shattered. War was on the horizon. Chapter 138. Attack 15 kilometers from the outskirts of Taoyuan village. A squad of 30 swiftly navigated through the dense forest. Leading the group was Uchiha Izuna, followed by an elite team composed of members from the Uchiha and Senju clans. This marked the first occasion where ninjas from both clans were amalgamated for a joint operation, which left Izuna feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, Lin Xiaoya's orders were unequivocal. The assault on the supply line must be executed swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly, with no room for error. Thus, he endured his discontent. The team halted in a clearing, and Izuna raised his hand to signal everyone to conceal themselves. 500 meters ahead lay the main trade route from the land of fire to the land of wind. Intelligence indicated that the first supply convoy from the land of wind would pass through this location that evening. A Senju clansman approached, lowering his voice to inquire, Lord Izuna, are we truly not to kill anyone? Izuna shot him a glance. Lin Xiaoya's orders were clear, seize the supplies without taking lives. She had emphasized that they must demonstrate to the soldiers of the 5 great nations that the alliance was not a band of bloodthirsty savages. The Senju clansman scratched his head, pondering, but if we don't kill them, won't they see us as easy prey? Izuna smirked. Are you out of your mind? Not killing them allows them to return with a message about our strength. This way, the subsequent troops will be more wary of us, and their pace will slow. The Senju clansmen appeared to comprehend the strategy. Time passed, and the sun began its descent. Suddenly, the sound of rolling wheels reached their ears. Izuna's eyes lit up, and he immediately signaled the team to tense up. Soon, a supply convoy consisting of 20 carts came into view, laden with food and weapons, accompanied by approximately 100 soldiers for protection. A smirk crept across Izuna's lips. 100 ordinary soldiers against 30 ninjas? This was akin to sending vegetables to the slaughter. He signaled once more, and the team dispersed. As the supply convoy entered the encirclement, Izuna leaped out. Attack! The moment his command fell, all 30 ninjas launched their assault. Fire release, water release, earth release. Various ninjutsu intertwined in the air. The soldiers had no time to react and were quickly thrown into disarray. Some attempted to resist, but as soon as they raised their weapons, they were sent flying by a powerful punch from a Senju clansman. The entire skirmish lasted less than 3 minutes. With all 100 soldiers left incapacitated on the ground, Izuna approached the leader of the soldiers, looking down upon him. Go back and inform your daimyo that the supplies are gone. If you want them back, come and retrieve them yourself. With that, he turned and left, swiftly taking all the supplies. Once they had retreated, the trembling leader finally managed to rise. He gazed at the empty carts, his face ashen. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Fire, representatives from the 5 great nations were embroiled in a heated debate within the daimyo's council chamber. The envoy from the Land of Wind slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, You and the Land of Fire promised to provide supplies. Yet our first convoy was ambushed midway. Now our troops cannot even eat. How do you expect us to fight? The envoy from the Land of Lightning voiced his dissatisfaction, stating, Our supply convoy also faced an attack. While we managed to preserve our goods, 50 soldiers perished. Who will take responsibility for this? The daimyo, seated in the main position, had veins bulging on his forehead. Enough. He slammed his hand on the armrest, causing the chamber to fall silent. Now is not the time to assign blame. Our enemy is the alliance, not each other. The envoy from the Land of Earth sneered. That may be true. But if we cannot secure our supplies, how can we continue to mobilize? Are we to send our soldiers to their deaths on empty stomachs? The envoy from the Land of Water echoed, Indeed, if the Land of Fire cannot manage this, we shall return to our respective homes. After all, the alliance has not provoked us. The daimyo's expression darkened. He understood that if he did not take decisive action, these representatives would indeed withdraw their forces, leaving him a complete fool. Ito Kenji, standing to the side, spoke softly. My lord, I have a proposal. The daimyo turned to him, asking, what is it? Ito Kenji approached the map, pointing to several locations surrounding Taoyuan village. The alliance can ambush our supply lines because our forces are scattered. If we concentrate all our troops and move together, they will be unable to strike. The envoy from the land of wind furrowed his brow. Concentrated action will slow our speed. Ito Kenji nodded. Yes, it will be somewhat slower, but it will ensure stability. Moreover, the total military strength of the alliance is only 20,000. Combined, our 5 great nations have 100,000 troops. Even if our pace is slower, once we reach Taoyuan village, they will find it impossible to escape. The envoy from the land of lightning contemplated this for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. This plan is feasible. However, gathering our forces will take time. Our troops are currently dispersed in 4 directions and will require at least 10 days to regroup. Ito Kenji smiled. 10 days is a mere trifle. We can afford to wait. The alliance cannot escape. The other envoys exchanged glances and ultimately agreed to the plan. The daimyo sighed in relief and waved them off to leave. Once everyone had departed, he turned to Ito Kenji. Do you believe this plan will succeed? Ito Kenji remained silent for a moment before replying. Honestly, I do not know. Lin Xiaoya is an unpredictable adversary. She always manages to strike us where we least expect it. The daimyo frowned. Are you suggesting we will lose? Ito Kenji shook his head. Not necessarily. While Lin Xiaoya is astute, she also possesses weaknesses. Her flaw is that she cares too much for the common folk. If we exploit this aspect, we may find a breakthrough. The daimyo's eyes brightened. You mean? Ito Kenji leaned in closer, whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing them, the daimyo's face revealed a sinister smile. Good, let it be so. I shall see if Lin Xiaoya can protect her precious commoners. At the headquarters of the Taoyuan Alliance, Lin Xiaoya was receiving a report from Tijian regarding the latest intelligence from the reconnaissance team. The armies of the 5 great nations have begun to gather. According to our spies, they intend to assemble at the border of the Land of Fire and then advance toward Taoyuan village. They are expected to reach the outskirts of Taoyuan village in 10 days. Lin Xiaoya nodded. 10 days is just right. Tijian frowned. What are you waiting for? Lin Xiaoya did not respond, but instead lifted a cup of tea from the table, taking a gentle sip. Tijian, what do you think the reaction would be if the 100,000 soldiers of the 5 great nations suddenly discovered that their homes were being plundered? Tijian paused, his eyes widening in realization. Are you suggesting we attack their capital? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Not an attack, but a liberation. With the armies of the 5 great nations deployed, their capitals are now in dire need of protection. Meanwhile, the villagers surrounding those capitals have long been oppressed. If someone stands up to provide them protection and food at this moment, how do you think they will choose? Tijian gasped. You intend to cut off their support at the source. Lin Xiaoya smiled. The daimyos of the 5 great nations believe that by gathering 100,000 troops, they can crush us. Yet they forget that an army requires support from behind. If the rear is in chaos, the front lines will also falter. At that point, their focus will not be on how to defeat us, but rather on how to secure their own positions. Tijian remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. This plan is indeed risky, but it is feasible. However, we do not have enough manpower to penetrate the territories of the 5 great nations. Lin Xiaoya stood and walked to the window. Who says we need to send people in? We only need to send a small contingent to spread the word. Inform the villagers that the alliance is willing to protect them and provide them with food. As long as they are willing to join the alliance, they can live a good life. The rest, they will manage on their own. Tijian frowned. However, should we proceed in this manner, we may be branded as instigators of rebellion. Lin Xiaoya turned, her gaze calm. Do you believe we still care for such labels, Feijian? The daimyo's office has already allied with the 5 great nations to wage war against us. At this juncture, our focus should not be on how others perceive us, but rather on finding every possible means to survive. Feijian took a deep breath and eventually nodded. I understand. I will arrange for our people to act swiftly. Lin Xiaoya patted his shoulder. Thank you for your efforts. As Feijian turned to leave, Lin Xiaoya settled back into her chair, picking up a document from the table that detailed the current resources of the alliance. We can sustain ourselves for 3 more months in terms of food. We have sufficient weaponry, and our manpower is barely adequate. Yet, the greatest challenge remains time. If the armies of the 5 great nations truly advance upon us, how long can the alliance endure? 1 month? 2 months? Or even less? Lin Xiaoya shook her head, casting aside such thoughts. Now is not the time for such musings. What I must do is to delay as much as possible. If we can prolong it long enough, internal strife will emerge within the five nations. At that point, they will unravel without any intervention from us. Just then, the door swung open, and Zhu Jian entered, a hint of concern etched on his face. Xiaoya, I just heard that you intend to send people into the territories of the five great nations. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Yes, is there an issue? Zhu Jian hesitated. Isn't that a bit too radical? After all, the daimyo of the five nations are not to be trifled with. If we truly incite their citizens to rebel, they will retaliate fiercely. Lin Xiaoya stood and approached Zhu Jian. Do you think the five nations would spare us if we do nothing? Zhu Jian opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Xiaoya continued. This world is never short of good people, but such individuals often do not live long, for their kindness prevents them from harming others. Yet, others will not spare you simply because of your goodness. Thus, we must take the initiative and disrupt the enemy's rhythm before they are prepared. Only then do we stand a chance of winning. Zhu Jian remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. I understand. But Xiaoya, I hope you remember, regardless of what happens, do not forget our original goal. We fight to protect the people, not for power. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Rest assured, I will not forget. Zhu Jian nodded and departed. Lin Xiaoya returned to her chair. Gazing out at the sky, dark clouds were gathering slowly. A storm was imminent. Chapter 139. Incitement in a small town at the border of the land of wind. A middle-aged man clad in tattered clothing stood at the center of the town square, surrounded by a throng of villagers. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly with each word. Dear fellow villagers, I know that life has been arduous for you. Each year, the taxes paid to the daimyo consume half of your harvest. The children go hungry, and the elderly cannot afford medical care. But have you ever wondered why this is the case? An elderly man in the crowd quivered, responding. What else could it be but fate? The man shook his head. It is not fate. It is oppression by someone, and that someone is the daimyo. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred restlessly. Are you mad? How dare you speak ill of the daimyo? Be careful, or you may be arrested. The man stood firm, raising his voice. I am not mad. I am merely speaking the truth. The daimyo resides in a resplendent palace, feasting on lavish delicacies while you dwell in thatched huts, subsisting on coarse grains and wearing patched clothing. Is this fair? The crowd fell silent. No one spoke, but the glimmer in their eyes spoke volumes. The man continued, Yet, an opportunity now lies before you. In the land of fire, there exists a place called Taoyuan Village, where the citizens are not burdened by excessive taxes. The children eat their fill, and the elderly can afford medical care. Moreover, the leader of Taoyuan Village has declared that as long as you are willing to join the alliance, you can live such a life. The crowd erupted once more. Is that true? How could such good fortune be possible? The man produced a token from his pocket, emblazoned with the alliance's emblem. This is the symbol of the alliance. If you do not believe me, you can venture to Taoyuan Village yourself. It is not far from here, merely a fortnight's journey. Surely, it is better to explore than to await death here. The crowd fell into silence. After a long pause, the elderly man spoke. If we go, will the daimyo pursue us? The man smiled. The armies of the daimyo are currently engaged in battle. They have no time to concern themselves with you. By the time they return, you will have already reached Taoyuan Village. The elder hesitated but eventually nodded. Then I shall give it a try. Remaining here is also a death sentence. With the first person taking the lead, others began to waver. Soon, over a dozen individuals expressed their willingness to accompany the man to Taoyuan Village. The man nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the square. He exited the town and entered a nearby forest, where a dozen others, dressed similarly, awaited him. How did it go? A young man inquired. The man smiled. Well, at least 20 people from this town are willing to leave. With others from surrounding towns, we should be able to gather 1,000. The young man sighed in relief. That is good. Lord Lin said that as long as we can spread the news within 10 days, we will have fulfilled our mission. The man nodded. Let us move. The next town awaits us. A group of them swiftly vanished into the woods. Such scenes were unfolding across various corners of the 5 great nations. The alliance had dispatched a mere 100 individuals, yet within only a few days, they had thrown the daimyos of the 5 nations into disarray. In the capital of the Land of Thunder, the daimyo sat upon his throne, listening to reports from his ministers. My lord, more than 500 people have fled from 3 towns at the border. They all claim to be heading to Taoyuan Village to join some alliance. The daimyo's expression darkened. Dispatch troops to apprehend these renegades. The minister chuckled bitterly. My lord, our forces are at the front lines. Fewer than 1,000 soldiers remain in the capital. If we send troops to capture them, and something happens in the capital, we will be unable to cope. The daimyo abruptly stood. Are you suggesting we simply allow them to escape? The minister bowed his head, hesitant to speak. The daimyo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Send orders to strictly investigate all suspicious individuals. Those who disseminate news of the alliance are to be killed without mercy. The minister nodded and departed. But he was acutely aware that such an order would be futile. The individuals spreading the news had already concealed themselves within the masses, making them impossible to locate. Even if they were found and silenced, it would not halt the spread of information, for the news had already circulated. The lands of earth and water faced similar dilemmas. As the citizens learned of Taoyuan village, they began to flee in droves, while the daimyos found themselves powerless. Their armies were engaged elsewhere, leaving them without sufficient manpower to suppress the unrest. More critically, they dared not to suppress, for doing so would incite public outrage, potentially leading to even greater turmoil. At the assembly point along the border of the Land of Fire, the armies of the 5 nations finally converged. 100,000 troops loomed ominously, their presence formidable. The daimyo stood upon a platform, surveying the soldiers below, feeling somewhat reassured. With this 100,000 strong, Lin Xiaoya would be unable to stir much trouble. Beside him, Ito Kenji frowned. My lord, we have just received troubling news. Our rear is in disarray. The daimyo turned. What is the issue? Ito Kenji replied quietly. The alliance has sent agents into our territories to spread news, inciting the populace to flee to Taoyuan village. Now, large numbers of citizens are escaping from all nations. If not resolved promptly, the consequences would be dire. The lord's expression darkened instantly. Lin Xiaoya had dared to act in such a way. Ito Kenji sighed, realizing that she was forcing them to divide their forces. Should they send troops back to suppress the rear, their front line would be insufficient. However, neglecting the rear would lead to complete chaos. The lord gritted his teeth and issued orders for each nation to send half of their troops back to maintain order, while the remaining 50,000 would continue the assault on Taoyuan Township. Ito Kenji shook his head. My lord, 50,000 may not suffice. Although the alliance consists of only 20,000, their combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, the terrain of Taoyuan Township is complex, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. 50,000 troops may not secure victory. The lord fell silent, acutely aware that Ito Kenji spoke the truth. Yet, he found himself with no other choice. Then let the 50,000 test the waters first. If they cannot succeed, we shall redeploy our forces. Ito Kenji nodded and turned to relay the orders. The lord stood atop the platform, gazing into the distance, a sense of unease swelling within him. He sensed that Lin Xiaoya harbored an even greater conspiracy against him. But for now, he could only take one step at a time. At the headquarters of the Taoyuan Township Alliance, Lin Xiaoya was engaged in discussions regarding their forthcoming strategy. The armies of the 5 great nations had already been divided. Now, only 50,000 troops remained on the front line. Tobarama furrowed his brow. 50,000 is no small number. Our forces only amount to 20,000. And we must allocate some to protect the civilians fleeing from the 5 nations. In reality, we have only 15,000 available for combat. Lin Xiaoya nodded in agreement. Thus, we cannot confront them head-on. We must employ strategy. Madara scoffed. What strategy could be better than me directly eliminating their commander? Without a commander, those 50,000 will become a disarray. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. That is too risky. Even if you eliminate the commander, there are still subordinates to contend with. It is an endless task. Madara smirked and fell silent. Lin Xiaoya approached the map. For the 50,000 to assault Taoyuan Township, they must traverse these 3 routes. She pointed to 3 locations on the map. The first route comes from the east, through a marshland. The second from the west, through a canyon. The third from the south, through a dense forest. Our objective is to set traps at these 3 points, making them pay a price for every step they take. Izuna's eyes lit up. You intend to employ guerrilla warfare? Lin Xiaoya nodded. Precisely. We may not withstand their frontal assault, but we can delay their advance. If we can prolong it long enough, their rear will encounter problems. At that point, they will retreat without our intervention. Hashirama pondered for a moment. This plan is feasible, but we will require a substantial amount of materials for traps. Lin Xiaoya smiled. There is no need for concern. Rokuhan has already prepared everything. Just then, Rukahan entered. Lord Lin, everything you requested is ready. 3,000 traps should suffice to give them a taste of their own medicine. Lin Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Let us now assign tasks. Tobarama, take 5,000 to the eastern marshes to set traps. Izuna, take 5,000 to the western canyon. Hashirama, take 5,000 to the southern forest. Madara, she turned to him. You will guard the core area of Taoyuan Township with the remaining troops. Should the front line falter, you will be our last line of defense. Madara grinned. Do not worry. With me here, no one shall step foot into Taoyuan Township. Lin Xiaoya took a deep breath. Then let us commence our actions. We must win this war. Everyone replied in unison, yes. After the meeting concluded, they each departed to prepare for the impending decisive battle. Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, observing the bustling activity in Taoyuan Township. She understood that the days ahead would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, she believed that as long as everyone worked together, they would surmount this crisis. For the alliance was not merely an organization. It was the hope of all who were oppressed and the dream of all who aspired to live better lives. And this dream would not be easily shattered. Chapter 140. The marshland in the eastern marshland. Tobarama stood before a muddy expanse, his brow furrowed. Behind him were 5,000 alliance warriors. This place truly makes for an excellent battlefield, a member of the Senju clan remarked. Tobarama nodded. The terrain of the marshland is intricate. The 50,000 troops must follow fixed routes to cross. Our task is to turn these routes into their nightmares. He turned to face everyone from now on. Divide into 10 teams. Each team of 500 will set traps at 10 key positions in the marshland. Remember, the traps do not need to be overly complex. They merely need to slow down their advance. A young ninja raised his hand. Lord Tobarama, what if the enemy discovers the traps? Tobarama smirked. Let them discover them. Once they do, they will have to stop and investigate. Stopping means wasting time, and time is precisely what we need most. The young ninja's eyes widened in understanding. Tobarama continued. Additionally, we will have some small teams ambush the enemy's scouts within the marshland, crippling their intelligence system and leaving them unaware of the dangers ahead. This will further slow their march. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Soon, the 5,000 dispersed, busily working in the marshland. Some were digging pits, others were burying stakes, while yet others were tying ropes to trees. The entire marshland quickly transformed into a vast web of traps. Meanwhile, in the western canyon, Izuna stood at the entrance, surveying the terrain. Towering cliffs flanked both sides, with only a narrow passage in the middle. This place is perfect for an ambush, Izuna sneered. He turned to the Uchiha and Senju ninjas behind him. Uchiha clan, ascend the cliffs and use your eyes to scout every corner. Senju clan, set traps at the canyon's base. I intend to turn this route into a dead end. A Senju member could not help but ask, Lord Izuna, how should we set the traps? Izuna shot him a glance, his expression tinged with impatience. Use whatever methods you excel at. Earth release, wood release, do as you please. My only request is to make the enemy slow down as much as possible and suffer as greatly as they can. The Senju member recoiled slightly, silenced by Izuna's glare. Ignoring them further, Izuna leaped onto the cliffs with a few elite Uchiha, surveying the entire canyon from above. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Come. Let me see just how formidable the armies of the 5 nations truly are. In the southern forest, Hashirama was leading 5,000 troops through the woods. Unlike Tobarama and Izuna, he did not set numerous lethal traps. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to use wood release to create illusions and mazes. Lord Hashirama, why are we not setting aggressive traps? A young ninja asked, puzzled. Hashirama chuckled, patting his shoulder. The purpose of war is not slaughter, but peace. If we kill too many, it will only deepen the hatred. I hope they will recognize the difficulty and retreat. The young ninja nodded, though with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Hashirama gazed at the dense forest, a flicker of worry crossing his countenance. He understood that while Lin Xiaoya's plan was brilliant, it was also perilous. Should they fail, the alliance would face utter ruin. Yet now, they had no retreat left. They could only place their faith in Lin Xiaoya, in the alliance, and in themselves. 10 days later, the 50,000 troops arrived at the periphery of Taoyuan Township in a grand procession. At the forefront stands General Yamamoto Jiro of the Land of Fire. Mounted on a towering steed, surveying the distant peach blossom village with a countenance replete with disdain. He commanded, let the army rest for the night. We shall launch a full-scale assault at dawn. A subordinate approached, whispering, General, Should we not send scouts to probe the way ahead? Yamamoto Jiro shot him a glance, retorting, what is there to scout? They are merely a rabble. Can they possibly withstand our 50,000 strong? The deputy dared not speak further and withdrew. As dawn broke, the Grand Army divided into 3 factions, advancing towards the marshlands, the canyon, and the dense forest. Yamamoto Jiro personally led 20,000 troops toward the eastern marshlands, believing it would be an effortless victory. However, he soon realized his folly. As the soldiers entered the marsh, trouble ensued. The foremost soldier suddenly found himself ensnared in a quagmire. Soon, several others followed suit, plunging into various mud pits. Yamamoto Jiro's expression darkened, and he promptly ordered, halt and inspect for traps. The soldiers advanced cautiously, using their spears to probe the ground ahead, but traps were plentiful: mud pits, ground spikes, and snares tied to trees. Any misstep could lead to a fall. The army's progress slowed to a crawl. To exacerbate matters, countless enemies lay hidden within the marsh, ambushing their scouts and messengers. Typically, a few shurikens would fly through the air and soldiers would drop, only for the attackers to vanish without a trace. Yamamoto Jiro, furious and helpless, dispatched men to pursue them, yet those sent also became lost in the marsh. By day's end, the army had advanced less than 5 kilometers, suffering the loss of over 100 soldiers. Yamamoto Jiro's complexion grew increasingly grim as he finally recognized the war was proving far more arduous than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the Western Canyon, the situation was even more dire. Upon the army's entrance, countless boulders tumbled down from the cliffs on either side. The soldiers, caught unawares, were crushed or injured in a considerable number. Following this, a deluge of shurikens rained down from above, filling the canyon with the cries of the wounded. The commanding general of the Land of Thunder was instantly reduced to a pulp by a falling boulder, plunging the entire army into chaos. Standing atop the cliff, Izuna observed the carnage below with a cold, expressionless visage. A bunch of inept fools, he remarked, while the Uchiha ninjas behind him wore equally indifferent expressions. For them, it was merely a one-sided slaughter. In the southern dense forest, the conditions were somewhat improved. The traps set by Hashirama were primarily designed to ensnare enemies rather than kill. Nonetheless, they caused considerable distress for the army, who floundered like headless flies, unable to find their way out. Some fell into pits while others became ensnared by vines. Though casualties were minimal, morale plummeted to rock bottom. Thus concluded the first day of combat, shrouded in an atmosphere of peculiarity. The 50,000 strong found themselves mired in stagnation, while the alliance suffered nearly no losses. Upon receiving the news at the daimyo's residence, there was a stir of disbelief. No one anticipated the alliance's resistance to be so formidable. The daimyo, seated upon his throne, listened to the reports from the front lines with a countenance as dark as a storm cloud. Incompetence, a bunch of incompetence. 50,000 cannot best 15,000. And they still have the audacity to return. Ito Kenji, standing nearby, murmured, "My lord, this is not the time for anger. We must devise a strategy swiftly." The daimyo took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "What do you propose?" Ito Kenji pondered for a moment. "Since we cannot engage them head-on, let us alter our approach. Lin Xiaoya claims to care for the common folk. We shall use them to threaten her." The daimyo's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting?" Ito Kenji leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing, a sinister smile crept across the daimyo's face. "Very well, let it be so. I shall see whether she will compromise for the sake of those commoners or watch them perish before her eyes." Chapter 141. Scorched Earth Plan. The night was as dark as ink. Within the temporary encampment of the 5 nations' allied forces, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The crackling of the campfire illuminated faces marked by anger, despair, and fear. Yamamoto Jiro sat at the main table, striking it with his fist, causing the water in the teacup to spill. "This is utterly absurd. This battle is too stifling." Before him stood several generals who had managed to return from the front lines, each appearing disheveled and grimy. The deputy general of the Western Army, a burly man from the land of Earth, rasped, "General Yamamoto, the route through the Western Canyon is utterly impassable. The enemy holds the advantageous terrain. We are mere targets below. Today alone, we lost nearly 2,000 men without even catching a glimpse of the enemy." The leader of the Southern Army also wore a pained expression. "General, the Southern Forest is even more treacherous. Our men enter as if into a labyrinth. They wander aimlessly. unable to escape. Though few have died, the morale of the brothers is nearly drained. Now, even the mention of the forest sends them into tremors. Yamamoto Jiro's face turned a deep shade of anger as he turned to his deputy. What of our side? What are our casualties? The deputy lowered his head, his voice trembling. General, we incurred over 800 losses in the marshlands today, most from falling into mud pits or being bitten by venomous insects. Most critically, our scouts have been nearly annihilated. We are left blind and deaf to the situation in the marsh. Useless. Yamamoto Jiro bellowed in fury. You are all useless. He could not comprehend how, with 50,000 elite troops well equipped, he had stumbled so disastrously against a group he deemed mere rebels. This was no longer war. It felt like mockery. An envoy from the Land of Thunder could not restrain himself. General Yamamoto, should we not re-evaluate the strength of the alliance? Their tactics are too peculiar, completely defying logic. At this rate, we shall collapse before we even reach Peach Blossom Village. Re-evaluate. How can we re-evaluate? Yamamoto Jiro snapped back. We have yet to even see the enemy's main force. Just these traps and harassment have thrown us into disarray. What does this indicate? It shows they dare not confront us head-on. They are merely a pack of rats hiding in the shadows. Although he spoke with bravado, doubt began to creep into Yamamoto Jiro's heart. He had come expecting glory but had unexpectedly encountered a formidable obstacle. At that moment, urgent hoofbeats echoed from outside the tent. A messenger burst in, rolling and scrambling, clutching a scroll aloft. Urgent military news. Orders from the daimyo's residence. The messenger, dispatched personally by Ito Kenji, handed the scroll to Yamamoto Jiro. Unfurling the scroll, Yamamoto Jiro quickly scanned its contents, his expression shifting from anger to a peculiar excitement. He raised his head, surveying those within the tent, his tone chillingly cold. Gentlemen, the daimyo's residence has illuminated a clear path for us. Since the Alliance's ninjas prefer to hide, we shall target those who cannot conceal themselves. A burly man from the land of Earth inquired, puzzled. Targets that cannot hide? What might those be? Yamamoto Jiro's lips curled into a cruel smile. Those newly allied villages. Isn't Lin Xiaoya proclaimed as the savior of the common people? Then we shall send her followers one by one to the afterlife. Yamamoto Jiro abruptly rose, commanding his troops to alter their course and circumvent the treacherous traps, directing them towards the southeastern region of Taoyuan Township, where the newly allied villages lay. I shall ensure that Lin Xiaoya comprehends that each soul she endeavors to protect will perish due to her defiance. The commanders within the tent were initially taken aback, their expressions quickly morphing into a tapestry of complex emotions. Attacking civilians was a cardinal sin in warfare. Such actions would irrevocably tarnish their reputation. Yet, upon reflection, it became apparent that this was the only viable means to break the stalemate. Moreover, they were bound to obey the orders from the feudal lord. Understood. The assembled officers responded in unison. Soon, the entire camp was abuzz with activity. 50,000 soldiers hastily dismantled their encampment, relinquishing 3 primary offensive routes, slithering like a colossal serpent towards the vulnerable underbelly of Taoyuan Township, the unguarded hamlets. At the headquarters of the Taoyuan Alliance, Lin Xiaoya stood before a vast sand table, simulating the battlefield. Tobarama, Izuna, and Hashirama had returned to report the outcomes of the first day. Well done, Lin Xiaoya acknowledged, nodding at the report. Our initial strategy has borne fruit. The enemy's morale has been significantly diminished. Izuna scoffed, a rabble of misfits, utterly incapable of standing firm. However, Tobarama frowned. Do not underestimate them. Yamamoto Jiro is no fool. He will not remain passive indefinitely. I fear he may have other schemes in mind. At that moment, a ninja responsible for intelligence burst into the room, breathless. Report. Lord Lin, urgent intelligence. What is it? Allied forces from the 5 great nations have suddenly redirected their entire army towards the vicinity of Baishir village and Xingmu village. What? Hashirama's countenance shifted dramatically. Those villages recently joined us and have yet to relocate. They are filled with the elderly, women, and children, utterly defenseless. Tobarama's expression darkened as well. They aim to assault civilians to coerce us into submission. How shameless. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, all eyes fixated on Lin Xiaoya. This was a blatant plot, a gruesome gambit laid bare. If the Alliance dispatched troops for rescue, they would have to abandon the well-prepared trap zones and confront 50,000 soldiers on the plains. With a mere 15,000 against 50,000, the odds were nearly insurmountable. Yet, If they refrained from intervening, those hopeful villagers who had sought refuge in the alliance would face slaughter. The alliance's long-established image as protectors would shatter, leading to a catastrophic loss of faith. At that point, disintegration of the alliance would be imminent. Damn it! Madara slammed his fist onto the table, fury radiating from his eyes. I will go and sever that Yamamoto's head. It is too late. Lin Xiaoya's voice remained eerily calm. Yet those who knew her recognized the tempest of rage beneath the surface. She approached the map, her gaze fixed on Baishur village. Even at full speed, it will take us at least 6 hours to reach Baishur village. And the enemy can arrive in no more than 3, Tobarama added, his lips quivering, a hint of pleading in his tone. Xiaoya, you must have a plan, right? We cannot stand idly by and watch them. Lin Xiaoya closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her gaze was resolutely calm. I do. She turned to face everyone present, articulating each word with clarity. Since they have forsaken humanity, let us not be bound by righteousness. Tobarama, contact all our operatives stationed around the capitals of the 5 great nations. Izuna, gather all the Uchiha elites skilled in infiltration and assassination. Hashirama, you and Madara will remain in Taiyuan Township to prepare for a true battle. Her voice turned icy, chilling to the bone. If they wish to compete in cruelty, then I shall indulge them to the fullest. Relay my orders to initiate the scorched earth strategy. If they dare to harm even a single villager, I shall ensure they pay with an entire city. The scorched earth plan was a last resort measure Lin Xiaoya had laid at the bottom of her war strategy, one that would not be easily enacted. Its essence was simple. In the face of an existential crisis, all forces hidden within enemy territory would cease their disguises and instead unleash the most direct and thorough destruction possible. Burning granaries, contaminating water sources, assassinating nobles, instilling terror, employing every means to incapacitate the enemy's rear, turning it into a wasteland. This was a mad plan of mutual destruction. Once initiated, there would be no turning back between the alliance and the 5 great nations. Hashirama's complexion turned pale. Xiaoya, think carefully. This will result in the deaths of countless innocents. Innocents? Lin Xiaoya countered. Are those villagers not innocent? Hashirama, I ask you, if today it were the Senju clan's territory under siege, what would you do? Hashirama was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, unable to respond. Lin Xiaoya's gaze bore into him, sharp as a blade. I understand your compassion, but now is not the time for mercy. The war has commenced. Retreat and compromise will not yield peace, only lead to more brutal slaughter. Our only choice is to strike until they fear us, until they are pained, until they dare not extend their claws again. She turned to Tobarama and Izuna, her voice resolute. Execute the orders. Tobarama and Izuna exchanged glances, both discerning the determination in the other's eyes. They simultaneously knelt on one knee. Understood. The two departed, leaving Lin Xiaoya, Hashirama, and Madara in the conference room. Madara approached Lin Xiaoya, grinning widely, revealing his white teeth. Now this feels right. It should have been this way long ago. Hashirama gazed at Lin Xiaoya's determined silhouette, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. He realized that from this moment forth, the history of the entire ninja world would embark on an entirely new, unknown trajectory. He could only choose to trust the judgment of the woman before him. In the night sky, several carrier pigeons soared upwards, disappearing into the darkness. A storm that would engulf the entire ninja world had officially commenced. Chapter 142, Victory in the Land of Fire, Baishur Village. This was a tranquil and harmonious little village. The villagers had recently received land with the assistance of the alliance, their faces alight with dreams of a hopeful future. The village head was overseeing the construction of a new watchtower at the village entrance with a few young men. Let us put in the effort. Once the tower is complete, we will see farther and be aware of any developments sooner, the old village head encouraged. Wiping sweat from his brow, one young man laughed. Village head, this is now alliance territory. What could possibly happen? It's all peaceful here. Exactly. I heard that the armies of the 5 great nations were utterly routed by the alliance and dare not approach at all. The villagers chattered, laughter filling the air, creating an atmosphere of serenity. Suddenly, a faint sound of hooves echoed from afar. The old village head paused, furrowing his brow as he looked toward the distance. What is that sound? The clatter of hooves grew closer and more intense, resembling a stampede of thousands. A dark line appeared on the horizon, rapidly expanding, flags emblazoned with national emblems fluttering in the wind. Cold armor and sharp spears reflected a chilling glimmer in the morning light. The smiles on the villagers' faces froze. "It's an army," a young man stammered. "Quick, run back to the village and hide." The old village head shouted, his voice filled with despair. But it was too late. The cavalry's speed was blinding. Like a whirlwind of darkness, they charged into the village. Yamamoto Jiro, mounted high, surveyed the panicked villagers as though they were lambs awaiting slaughter. He raised his hand, issuing a cold command: "Surround them. Let not a single one escape." The soldiers quickly spread out, encircling Baishur village completely. The villagers were herded into the central clearing, trembling and huddled together. A child weeps, a woman prays, and the men grip their hoes and sickles, their faces etched with terror and fury. Yamamoto Jiro rides forth, a mocking grin reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. "You are the followers of Lin Xiaoya," he declares, yet silence envelopes the crowd. With a derisive scoff, Yamamoto unsheathes his katana, pointing it menacingly at the old village chief. "I am addressing you, old man." The chief stands tall, meeting Yamamoto's gaze without a hint of fear. "We are the children of the Alliance, not anyone's followers." "Oh, the children of the Alliance," Yamamoto sneers cruelly. "Then let us see if your alliance can save you." He raises his sword, poised to strike. At that critical moment, a chilling voice pierces the air. "Stop!" Yamamoto hesitates, abruptly looking up. In the distance, a colossal skeleton of blue chakra hurtles toward them at an astonishing speed. Upon its shoulder stands a young man with black hair, Uchiha Madara. "Susanoo." Yamamoto's expression shifts in horror. He recognizes this fabled power. How did he come to be here? Madara offers no reply, casting a cold glance at the besieged villagers before fixing his gaze upon Yamamoto, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. "You will die?" As the words leave his lips, the immense chakra blade of Susanoo descends with a deafening roar toward Yamamoto. His pupils dilate in terror. He attempts to evade, but finds himself paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Helpless, he watches as the blade of death looms larger in his vision. No. His scream is swallowed by the thunderous crash. The ground splits open, a gaping chasm carved as Yamamoto and his steed are cleaved in two, a gruesome spectacle. The soldiers around him stand frozen, paralyzed by the horror of the scene. Madara retracts his blade, guiding Susanoo to descend slowly before the villagers. He leaps from Susanoo's shoulder. Approaching the old chief. "Are you all unharmed?" The chief, momentarily stunned, eventually responds, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "We are fine, thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving us." The villagers kneel, chanting, "Long live the Alliance." Madara furrows his brow, disliking such displays. "Enough, rise." Turning to the still-dazed soldiers. A glint of menace flashes in his eyes. "Now it is your turn." Just as he prepares to act, Hashirama's voice calls out from behind. "Wait, Madara." Hashirama descends beside him. "Xiaoya instructed us to avoid large-scale slaughter." Madara, impatient, retorts, "Should we spare these vermin who threaten the village?" Hashirama shakes his head. "Killing them will only incite further vengeance from the 5 great nations. Xiaoya's plan has commenced. We must drive them back. Let them return and inform their daimyos that the alliance is not to be trifled with." Madara scoffs, but ultimately sheaths his bloodlust. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Hashirama breathes a sigh of relief and addresses the soldiers, channeling his chakra, so his voice echoes across the battlefield. "Your general is dead. Lay down your weapons and return to your encampment, or face dire consequences." The soldiers awaken from their stupor, gazing at the abyss carved into the earth and the looming specter of the colossal figure above them, their fighting spirit extinguished. They discard their weapons, fleeing in a panic toward their origin. 50,000 troops scatter in disarray. Simultaneously, in the capital of the Wind Country, the storeroom of the daimyo suddenly erupts into flames, illuminating half the night sky. The guards attempt to extinguish the blaze, but it rages uncontrollably. Awakened from sleep, the daimyo rushes from the palace, witnessing the chaos, and collapses in fury, spitting blood. Who did this? No one can answer, for the arsonists have long vanished into the night. In the capital of the Lightning Country, several prominent nobles find their throats silently severed within their estates. By the next day, their cold bodies are discovered, leaving only a scattering of black feathers. The upper echelons of the Lightning Country descend into unprecedented panic. In the capital of the Earth Country, the most crucial water source has turned toxic overnight, causing those who drank from it to suffer excruciating ailments. The city grapples with a dire water shortage. The water country faces a similarly bleak fate. Overnight, evidence of the daimyo's corruption and embezzlement floods the streets. The populace, incensed, surrounds the daimyo's estate, demanding accountability. The Scorched Earth plan has officially commenced. The Alliance's retribution strikes swifter and harsher than anyone had anticipated. They do not assault the military, but instead target the very heart of the five great nations. News travels rapidly back to the battered remnants of the coalition forces, leaving them in stunned disbelief. They fight valiantly, only to find their homes plundered, morale shattered. Soldiers, no longer inclined to battle, yearn only to see their families. The remaining commanders convene to devise a strategy, but options dwindle. We must retreat. A dejected giant from the Earth country states, if we do not return soon, our nation will be lost. No one opposes. By dawn, the so-called coalition of the five great nations hastily retreats from the borders of the Fire Country. This grand campaign concludes in a manner no one could have foreseen. Taoyuan town celebrates a resounding victory. Upon hearing the news, the entire town erupts in jubilation, citizens taking to the streets to revel in their hard-won triumph. Lin Xiaoya stands atop the headquarters of the Alliance, gazing down at the celebrating throng, a smile finally gracing her features. She recognizes that from this day forward, no one will dare to underestimate the Alliance. It shall emerge as an undeniable force upon the historical stage of the ninja world. And she will lead this alliance into a new era, an era belonging to all commoners. Chapter 143. The Bill in the early morning of Taoyuan town. The atmosphere is anything but somber. Rather, the excitement from their one-sided victory permeates the air. Villagers sweep the streets, tidying up the remnants of celebration, each face alight with uncontainable joy. Yet, within the conference room of the Alliance headquarters, the mood is peculiar. Nara Shikahiko, bearing dark circles under his eyes, feverishly manipulates an abacus, the cacophony of beads striking together, creating a relentless din that grates on the nerves. Enough. Uchiha Madara can no longer endure the noise. Sitting cross-legged in a grand chair, he toys with the very sword that claimed Yamamoto's life just yesterday. If that infernal sound continues, I shall set it ablaze. The clatter ceases abruptly. Shikahiko lifts his head, his typically lackluster eyes now bloodshot, yet eerily bright. Ignoring Madara's threat, he turns to Lin Xiaoya, slamming the stack of papers onto the table. Chief, I've calculated the expenses. Lin Xiaoya, delicately holding a teacup and gently blowing at the floating leaves, is dressed in a loose cotton robe, appearing more like a neighborly sister who has just awakened rather than a formidable leader. Yet, no one in the room dares to treat her as such. How much? She took a sip of tea and casually inquired. Excluding the few landmines we lost and the traps that require refilling, our direct material losses in this battle are approximately 50,000 taels. Luyan swallowed hard, his voice somewhat ethereal. I was asking about the gains. His hands trembled slightly as he replied. The armor, weapons, and warhorses we collected from the battlefield, after depreciation, are estimated to be around 15 million taels. This does not account for the provisions and supplies left by the 50,000 troops, although they burned a portion of it. The remainder is sufficient to sustain our entire alliance for a year. Senju Hashirama, seated opposite Madara, scratched his head upon hearing this figure. Is it really that much? Does that mean we've struck it rich? Rich? Lin Xiaoya set her teacup down, the porcelain clinking against the table with a crisp sound. Is this scrap metal considered wealth? Hashirama, when will your vision match the scale of your chakra? Hashirama recoiled slightly, hesitant to speak. Lin Xiaoya stood up and walked to the wall adorned with a map of the ninja world. Her finger tapped the locations of the five great nations' capitals. Though the five great nations have retreated, it is only because they were wounded, not because they are subdued. Especially the daimyos. Their private coffers and heritage remain intact. Given a few years to recuperate, they will undoubtedly rise again. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and leaned against the window. So what are you implying? Take advantage of their weakness to seize their wealth, Lin Xiaoya replied, turning with a smile devoid of warmth, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Luyan, draft a list of war reparations. Luyan paused. Reparations? We won and still demand compensation? Why not? Lin Xiaoya spread her hands. They trespassed into our territory, damaged our grasslands, frightened our villagers, and severely disrupted our agricultural production. Moreover, to drive them away, Madara and Hashirama had to resort to force, resulting in significant mental anguish and labor costs. Shouldn't these be accounted for? A profound silence enveloped the room. Uchiha Izuna twitched his lips, glancing at his brother. Madara, however, appeared contemplative and even nodded. That makes sense. Activating my Susanoo is quite taxing on the eyes. Charging a wear-and-tear fee is justified. Hashirama gaped at the room filled with individuals espousing such bandit logic, feeling as though his worldview was being reformed. Yet Lu Yin hesitated. What should we write as the items? We can't possibly label it as fear caused to the villagers, can we? That depends on your eloquence. Lin Xiaoya resumed her seat, rhythmically tapping her fingers on the table. For instance, environmental protection fees, mental compensation, and fees for the display of special ninja techniques. Also, include the costs incurred from our scorched earth strategy in the 5 great nations' capitals. Labor costs, travel expenses, and poison costs should all be calculated at double, triple. Actually, Lin Xiaoya amended, considering it was behind enemy lines, the risks were high. As Lu Yin gazed at Lin Xiaoya, the awe in his eyes morphed into a fervent admiration. This was no mere leader. She was akin to a vampire clothed in human skin. Understood. He picked up the pen, swiftly inscribing on the paper. The daimyos of the Fire Country were the wealthiest, and since they initiated this conflict, their share would be the largest. The brash warriors of the Lightning Country valued their reputation, so we could inflate the honor loss fees. The Wind Country was impoverished, so let them settle their debts with mineral resources. Wait, Tobarama interjected. What about the captives? Everyone turned to Tobarama. Although many had escaped from the battlefield, over 2,000 captives remained. These individuals were currently held in a temporary camp in the west, and their daily sustenance was a considerable expense. Tobarama frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this expenditure. Killing them would have negative repercussions, while releasing them would be too lenient. Who said we would release them? Lin Xiaoya laughed. These are 2,000 strong laborers, perfect for our road construction, land reclamation, and new district development. They will work for their meals. And only after 3 years of labor will they be set free. What about the ransom? Madara inquired. Certainly, we shall collect it. Lin Xiaoya raised a finger. 5,000 taels per person for the respective nations to redeem them. Those who are redeemed will face no further repercussions. Those who do not will remain in Taiyuan as free laborers. I trust that the daimyos, for the sake of their reputation or to appease domestic nobles, will surely redeem some of their officers. Hashirama could not help but exclaim, 5,000 taels per individual? Isn't that exorbitant? How much do ordinary tasks cost? If you find it expensive, Lin Xiaoya retorted coldly, let them sign an IOU. Interest will accrue monthly, compounded. Our bank has just opened, and we are in need of such high-quality long-term loan clients. She surveyed the room, her voice steady and commanding. Remember, war is merely a means. Economic plunder is the true objective. I want the 5 great nations to spend the next decade worrying about repaying our debts, rather than forging weapons to strike against us. That is true peace. Uchiha Izuna observed Lin Xiaoya, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He had always thought the Senju clan too weak, and his brother too impulsive. But this woman was ruthlessly precise and unapologetically greedy. What if they refused to pay? Izuna posed the critical question. The daimyos might fear death, but they loved wealth more. Sending them this bill might result in it being torn to shreds. Lin Xiaoya produced a scroll from her sleeve and tossed it onto the table. This is the second phase plan for the Scorched Earth strategy. Everyone leaned in to examine it. Discovering the densely written coordinates of the private residences of each daimyo and high-ranking officials of the 5 great nations, alongside the hideouts of their favored concubines and illegitimate offspring. There were even detailed demolition plans for the underground sewer systems of the daimyo's estates. Inform them, Lin Xiaoya's voice floated lightly, that if they refuse to pay, our next visit to their capitals will not merely involve burning granaries. It will be Madara's meteoric onslaught. Madara raised an eyebrow. I never said I would hurl meteors. Just a scare tactic. No need for actual meteors. Lin Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively. Moreover, if we were to throw one, we would need to charge a transportation fee for the meteor. That would be too costly for them. Laughter finally echoed through the meeting room. Even the usually stern Tobarama had a slight smile on his lips. Lu Yin, go write a letter. Lin Xiaoya stood up, gazing out at the rising sun. The tone must be polite, the wording gentle, yet the figures must remain unchanged. Additionally, notify them that 3 days hence, a post-war peace negotiation conference will be held in Taiyuan. We shall invite the envoys of the 5 great nations to settle the accounts face-to-face. And if they refuse to come? Refuse? Lin Xiaoya turned, her expression obscured by the backlight, her chilling voice resonating. Then we shall send one of the captives' ears to them as a token. Inform them it is interest. Hashirama shivered. Just jesting, Lin Xiaoya suddenly smiled. Reverting to her sisterly demeanor, am I truly that cruel? If they choose not to come, so be it. Our Ombu could use some practice targets. A trip to the daimyo's residences sounds delightful. In that moment, all the formidable figures of the ninja world reached a consensus. It was better to offend Uchiha Madara than to owe Lin Xiaoya any money. Chapter 144. The Agreement 3 days later, in Taiyuan. To welcome the envoys of the 5 great nations. Lin Xiaoya specifically had the meeting venue chosen at the center of the arena where the Fountain of Life had once been auctioned. However, this time, there were no spectators. No auction stage. In the vast sandy expanse, only a massive long table was set. One end was designated for the representatives of Taiyuan, while the other was reserved for the envoys of the 5 great nations. The design of this open-air negotiation exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The towering spectator stands encircled like a mountain range, making those seated in the center instinctively feel small and uneasy. Coupled with Uchiha Madara standing at the highest point of the stands with his arms crossed, the fan emblem behind him fluttering in the wind. He resembled an eagle fixating on its prey. As the envoys of the 5 great nations entered, their legs quivered with trepidation. At the forefront stands the newly appointed foreign minister of the Land of Fire, a middle-aged man sporting a pair of small mustaches named Matsumoto. His predecessor, Ito Kenji, has found himself imprisoned due to the wrath of the daimyo following a failed strategy. Matsumoto, akin to a duck forced to swim, clutches a handwritten letter from the daimyo, his palms slick with perspiration. The envoys from the other 4 nations are no better off. They lower their heads, fearful of making eye contact with the legendary Azura. Lin Xiaoya occupies the central seat at the long table, flanked by Senju Hashirama on her left and Senju Tobarama on her right. Li Yuan, serving as the recording officer, sits at the far end. Thank you all for your arduous journey, Lin Xiaoya begins, her tone deceptively gentle, sending shivers down spines. The conditions in Taiyuan village are rudimentary. There is little to offer in hospitality aside from a simple table of tea. Please make do. Matsumoto quickly responds with a forced smile. Not at all, Leader Lin. You are too kind. The reputation of Taiyuan village now reverberates throughout the ninja world. It is an honor for us to be here. Since it is indeed an honor, let us get straight to the point. Lin Xiaoya wastes no time, signaling Li Yuan. He rises and distributes 5 thick bills to each envoy. Upon receiving the bill, Matsumoto's hand trembles as he opens the first page. What? 3 million ryo for turf restoration? Leader Lin, is this turf made of gold? Ah, Lord Matsumoto, you are misinformed. Lin Xiaoya replies leisurely. That turf was specially imported from the wetbone forest, a herb that nourishes the earth and was thriving until your cavalry trampled it, destroying its roots. 3 million ryo is already the discounted friendship price. And what about this 10 million ryo for mental anguish? An envoy from the Land of Lightning interjects, unable to contain his anger. So many of our men perished, and we still owe you for emotional distress? Oh dear, such loud words, my lord, Lin Xiaoya soothes, rubbing her ears. Your men's demise is merely a testament to their inadequacy. However, our villagers are innocent. When your 50,000 troops surrounded the village, Aunt Wang was so frightened she suffered a heart attack, and Grandpa Li lost his dentures. The children have been plagued by nightmares and bedwetting. Is this not worth compensation? Taiyuan village values the mental well-being of its citizens above all. The envoy from the Land of Lightning, his face flushed with rage, was about to slam his fist on the table when he felt an icy chakra lock onto him. He looked up to find Uchiha Madara glaring down at him coldly, as though he were merely a corpse. The envoy deflated, retreating into his chair, silenced by fear. Matsumoto wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued to read, his heart sinking further with each line. Leader Lin, this totals to 80 million ryo, he stammered. The entire annual tax revenue of the Land of Fire isn't even this much. Are you trying to drive us to our doom? Drive you to your doom? Lin Xiaoya feigned surprise. The daimyo's estate houses antiques worth a fortune. How could you possibly be out of funds? Besides, I never said you had to pay it all at once. She snapped her fingers, prompting Tobarama to present a stack of prepared contracts before the envoys. This is a long-term, low-interest loan agreement from Taiyuan village, Lin Xiaoya explained with a smile. If any of you are financially strapped, you can sign this. Repayment can be spread over 10 years with an annual interest rate of only 5%. We also accept collateral, such as mining rights, tax exemptions for ports, or management rights of certain border cities. The envoys finally grasped the reality. This was not merely compensation, it was a demand to cede land. They were being cornered economically and in terms of sovereignty, slowly eroding the 5 great nations. This is unacceptable. The envoy from the land of Earth stood abruptly. Ceding mining rights is tantamount to treason. The daimyo would never agree. Refusing? Lin Xiaoya sighed, her fingers gently tapping the table. That complicates matters. Madara, what do you suggest? Madara remained silent, but slowly unsheathed his long blade. The sound of the sword sliding from its sheath echoed ominously in the vast arena. Simultaneously, Hashirama sighed, bringing his hands together in prayer. Suddenly, the ground surrounding the arena cracked open, and massive wooden dragons erupted from the earth, coiling through the air. Their colossal heads directed menacingly at the negotiation table, sending wood shavings flying and instilling a sense of suffocating pressure. Hashirama, why do you always unleash wood release so recklessly? Lin Xiaoya chastised, you're scaring our guests. Hashirama chuckled sheepishly, apologies. I've had an excess of chakra lately, it's hard to contain. Even Liu Yuan could not suppress a facepalm at the sheer absurdity of it all. Yet, for the envoys, this was a genuine threat of death. One was an Asura capable of cleaving mountains, and the other was the god of shinobi, able to establish forests from barren land. Together, they could easily flatten not just the coalition of the 5 great nations, but their very capitals as well. Matsumoto, gazing at the enormous wooden dragon above, felt his legs turn to jelly. He realized that if he did not sign this agreement today, he might not even walk out of this arena alive. Furthermore, even if he returned home, failing to bring back a peace agreement would likely lead to his execution at the hands of the daimyo, with death looming on all sides. He resolved, very well, I will sign. Gritting his teeth, he picked up a pen and forcefully inscribed his name on the contract. With the first signature, the defenses of the other envoys crumbled completely. They exchanged glances, seeing despair and resignation mirrored in each other's eyes. I will sign as well. Me too. A half-hour later, 5 weighty contracts rested before Lin Xiaoya. She picked them up, scrutinizing each one, her smile finally bearing a hint of sincerity. Truly, you are sagacious gentlemen. Rising, she extended her hand toward Matsumoto. A fruitful collaboration awaits us. From this day forth, we shall maintain a creditor-debtor relationship. Do visit Taoyuan village often. We offer a 10% discount on all expenditures. Matsumoto stared at her pale hand, perceiving it as a claw ready to devour him whole. He stiffly shook it, desperate to escape this cursed place. Now that the serious matters are concluded, why not stay for a meal? Lin Xiaoya warmly invited. And no need. Matsumoto nearly leaped from his seat. National affairs are pressing, we must return to report. Farewell. Farewell. The envoys of the 5 nations fled the arena as if fleeing for their lives, not daring to look back. Watching their hasty retreat, Madara leapt down from the stands, landing beside Lin Xiaoya. Boring, he remarked, sheathing his sword. A bunch of spineless cowards. Spinelessness is easier to control, Lin Xiaoya mused, flicking the contracts in her hand. With these, the fates of the 5 great nations will rest in our grasp for the next decade. They will not only labor for us, but also assist in maintaining stability within the ninja world, as any conflict would render them unable to repay their debts. Tobarama observed the contracts with a glint of complex emotion in his eyes. Controlling nations through money and debt, this is far more astute than your village-building plan. Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, is it? As long as we can achieve peace, that is all that matters. Lin Xiaoya tucked away the contracts, her gaze drifting into the distance. This is merely the first step. Next, we must work to undermine them from within. Liu Yuan, prepare accordingly. I intend to establish the Taoyuan Village Ninja Academy. We will not only recruit our own, but also open enrollment to the entire ninja world. I want the next generation of the 5 great nations to become our students. Amidst the crucial conversation, Liu Yin lowered his voice, pondering whether the 5 great nations would indeed share the essence of their ninjutsu with others. After all, such knowledge constituted the very foundation of their livelihoods. Lin Xiaoya, in silence, rhythmically tapped her fingers upon the table. Outside, the cacophony of the training grounds could be heard, where a group of freshly inducted young ninjas were practicing under the guidance of Hashirama. Their movements were clumsy, yet their eyes sparkled with fervor. It is imperative that we adopt a different approach, Lin Xiaoya suddenly interjected, suggesting the teaching of universal techniques instead of each nation's secret arts. Universal? Lu Yin paused, taken aback. Chakra control, fundamental physical techniques, the use of ninja tools, and tactical theory, Lin Xiaoya enumerated. These are the essential skills required by all ninjas. Yet they are precisely what each nation neglects, being preoccupied with developing advanced ninjutsu while overlooking the fundamentals. A glimmer of realization sparked in Lu Yan's eyes. You mean we should cultivate from the grassroots level? Indeed, she affirmed, and in a standardized manner. Lin Xiaoya rose and walked over to the blackboard, taking up a piece of chalk. Consider how ninjas currently learn. It is either through familial secrets or master-disciple transmission. Both methods are inefficient and laden with personal biases. She sketched a pyramid on the board. We must establish a comprehensive teaching system, a beginner class for chakra extraction and control, an intermediate class for basic ninjutsu and physical techniques, and an advanced class for tactical coordination and command skills. Each level will have clear assessment standards, and only upon passing can one progress. This way, she continued, we would not only swiftly cultivate a multitude of competent ninjas, but we could also influence the entire ninja training paradigm throughout the ninja world. Lu Yin listened intently, though soon furrowed his brow. The issue remains, from where do we source the instructors? We cannot have Hashirama and Madara teaching the beginners, can we? Lin Xiaoya turned, a smile curving her lips. Of course not. We can borrow from the 5 great nations. Borrow? Yes, borrow. She set the chalk down. The 5 great nations currently owe us a significant debt and are undoubtedly troubled by how to repay it. Let us have them send ninjas over as instructors, and we shall deduct their salaries from the debt. Lu Yin gasped at the audacity of the plan. This maneuver was ruthlessly clever. Ninjas sent by the 5 great nations would, under the pretense of debt repayment, actually serve as hostages. Furthermore, having spent time in the Peach Blossom Village, they would be exposed to the ideals of the Alliance. Who knows? They might even be swayed to our cause one day. Yet another problem arises. Lu Yin cleared his throat. What if the 5 great nations refuse to send anyone? Refuse? Lin Xiaoya chuckled. Then I shall raise the interest rates. From 5% to 10. Should that not suffice, we shall escalate it to 20%. After all, they are the ones in debt. We are not begging them. Lu Yin was thoroughly impressed. 3 days later, the envoys from the 5 great nations returned to Peach Blossom Village, their expressions graver than before. Matsumoto held the latest notice, which read, in light of your nation's recent financial difficulties, we are pleased to introduce a labor for debt offsetting policy. Each dispatched Chunin instructor will clear a debt of 100,000 ryo. Each jonin, 200,000 ryo. Inquiries welcome, with no deception involved. Matsumoto's temples throbbed. We have already signed a contract, and now you wish to send people to teach? This is nothing short of coercion. Lord Matsumoto, you have misunderstood. Lin Xiaoya calmly sipped her tea. This is a favorable policy, not a coercive demand. You may certainly choose to repay your debts in the conventional manner. Yet, however, she interjected, setting her cup down, I have just calculated that under the current repayment rate, the Land of Fire would require approximately 15 years to settle its debts. The interest accrued during that period is quite considerable. She shook her head, feigning concern for their plight. Matsumoto clenched his fists. The interest over 15 years would be sufficient to acquire another half of the Land of Fire. What if we send instructors? He asked through gritted teeth. Then the process would be expedited significantly. Lin Xiaoya counted on her fingers. If your nation were to send 10 jonin and 30 chunin, it would clear 5 million ryo in a year. The debt could be settled in 3 years with ease. Moreover, these instructors would have their meals and accommodations provided in Peach Blossom Village, allowing your nation to save further on salaries. Quite a bargain, indeed. Matsumoto's complexion fluctuated. A mix of anger and realization. This was not a bargain. It was tantamount to sending the ninjas of the Land of Fire to serve as free labor. Yet, he had no choice. I need to return and consult with the daimyo, he stammered. Of course, such a significant matter warrants careful consideration. Lin Xiaoya stood, patting his shoulder amiably. But do not deliberate for too long. Interest rates will rise next month. After all, with inflation, we must also consider costs. Matsumoto stumbled out of the meeting room, feeling utterly drained. The other envoys from the 4 nations faced similar fates, their faces ashen, wishing only to vanish into the ground. Once they had all departed, Lu Yin emerged from the shadows, giving a thumbs up. This is truly brilliant. Not only does it resolve the issue of instructors, but it also secures the elite ninjas of the 5 great nations as hostages. Hostages are merely a byproduct. Lin Xiaoya approached the window, gazing at the construction site of the academy in the distance. What I truly desire is to dismantle the monopoly of the 5 great nations over ninjas. She turned, her gaze sharp. Consider how ninjas were traditionally recruited, either born into noble families or through sheer luck in finding a master. Commoners had no opportunity to engage with ninjutsu. The 5 great nations maintain their control over the entire ninja world through this monopoly. But what if we establish an academy accessible to all? Liu Yan's eyes widened in realization. Commoners could become ninjas. Precisely, Lin Xiaoya clenched her fists, and in large numbers. At that point, the advantages held by the 5 great nations would dissipate. We would possess the most formidable talent pool and the most comprehensive training system in the entire ninja world. More significantly, she paused, these ninjas graduating from the academy would owe their allegiance not to a particular family or nation, but to the alliance, the entity that provided them with opportunities and imparted strength. Liu Yan fell silent, finally grasping the magnitude of Lin Xiaoya's strategy. This was not merely a matter of establishing an educational institution. It was an endeavor to reshape the very power structure of the ninja world. Will the 5 great nations simply watch as you undermine their foundations? Liu Yan queried. They have no recourse, Lin Xiaoya smiled. Currently, they are in debt and must comply. By the time they realize and attempt to resist, our academy will have proliferated throughout the ninja world. By then, even if they wish to suppress knowledge, it will be beyond their control. She returned to the table, picking up the preparatory document, inscribing at the top, Peach Blossom Village Ninja Academy, the genesis of change in the ninja world. A month later, the first batch of teachers from the 5 great nations arrived in Peach Blossom Village. Matsumoto indeed capitulated, sending 10 jonin and 30 chunin from the Land of Fire. The other 4 nations followed suit, totaling over 200 individuals. As these ninjas disembarked from their carriages, their faces were etched with reluctance. They were here to repay a debt, not to teach, and to them, this was an utter humiliation. The reception was managed by Tobarama, who observed the disgruntled group with a stoic expression. I understand your discomfort, he began, but since you are here, it is best to settle in. The rules are simple. Teach diligently, conclude your lessons punctually, and refrain from causing disturbances. And if we choose not to teach well? One defiant jonin from the Land of Fire challenged. What can you do about it? Without a word, Tobarama raised his hand. A torrent of water erupted from the ground, spiraling into the air before gracefully landing at the feet of the offending jonin, soaking his shoes. I will not take any action against you. He withdrew his hand. However, should you fail to teach properly and the students are unable to learn, it is conceivable that they may inadvertently injure their instructors during training. After all, young people often struggle with controlling their strength. The jonin's face turned ashen, and he dared not speak further. The others, too, fell silent. Tobarama turned and led the group toward the academy. Follow me. We shall arrange your accommodations. Remember, here you are not the elite of great nations, but rather ordinary teachers. Work diligently, repay your debts, and return home promptly. Amidst the crowd, a young chunin muttered under his breath, what a wretched place, and they expect us to teach here? Before he could finish, a chilling voice interrupted him. Do you have any objections? Startled, the young chunin turned to find a stern-faced youth gazing intently at him. Uchiha Izuna. And no objections. He hastily shook his head. Best keep it that way, Izuna snorted. The young chunin swallowed hard, refraining from further comment. The team continued their advance, passing through the newly constructed gate into the heart of the academy. The buildings, infused with the scent of fresh timber, exuded a sense of novelty. The training grounds were expansive and level, while the classrooms were bright and immaculate. Even the dormitories surpassed their previous accommodations in their homeland. This alleviated some of the discomfort felt by certain individuals. Tobarama guided them to the dormitory building, distributing keys for individuals per room, with the freedom to choose their roommates. They were instructed to gather at 8 o'clock the following morning in the academic building, where an overview of the curriculum and regulations would be provided. Before departing, he added that there was hot water in the dormitories and that the dining hall would serve 3 meals a day, adhering to standards comparable to those of their ninjas. Although their wages were being used to settle debts, basic living necessities were still guaranteed. Work diligently, and perhaps you shall learn something valuable. With that, Tobarama left, leaving behind a group of teachers exchanging glances. Learn something? We are here to teach, Not to be students, scoffed a high-ranking ninja from the land of lightning. However, an older chunin beside him observed the academy's architecture thoughtfully and murmured, "I find this place rather intriguing." "What do you mean?" "Consider the layout of these buildings." The elder chunin pointed to the training grounds, classrooms, dining hall, and dormitories, all arranged along a coherent trajectory. Furthermore, have you noticed how the distances between the buildings are meticulously calculated for ease of movement and swift assembly in emergencies? What does this imply? It suggests that the architect of this academy possesses not only pedagogical insight, but also military acumen. The elder chunin lowered his voice. "I have a premonition that we may indeed learn something here." As night fell, lights twinkled to life in the idyllic village. Lin Xiaoya stood in her office, holding a list detailing the profiles of all the ninjas who would be teaching. 213 individuals, including 52 jonin and 161 chunin. She murmured softly. "A commendable start." A knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Tobiyuki entered, clutching a stack of documents. "The enrollment figures for the first batch of students have been compiled." "How many?" 830. Tobiyuki placed the documents on the desk, primarily comprising children from nearby villages, as well as some commoners drawn by reputation. Their ages ranged from 6 to 15. Lin Xiaoya perused the documents, scrutinizing the information of each applicant. Among them were children of farmers, merchants, blacksmiths, and even a few orphans. Yet, notably absent were any descendants of nobility or ninja clans. "Excellent." Lin Xiaoya closed the documents. "These are precisely the students I desire." However, Tobiyuki hesitated. "There are rumors from the 5 great nations that their nobles wish to send their children as well, and they are willing to pay a handsome sum." "Decline." Lin Xiaoya responded without hesitation. "This academy is intended for the common folk, not a playground for the elite. But their offers are substantial." "I said refuse." Lin Xiaoya raised her gaze, her eyes icy. "If we yield to money now, the very purpose of this academy will be lost. Remember, we aim to cultivate a force that will transform the ninja world, not another batch of vested interests." Tobiyuki nodded, choosing not to press further. The school year was set to begin on the first day of the following month. Lin Xiaoya rose and approached the window, gazing toward the academy. "I will personally deliver the inaugural lesson. What will you teach?" Lin Xiaoya did not reply, her eyes glinting with a certain light as she gazed into the distance. It was the light of ambition. Chapter 146. The opening ceremony on the eve of the inaugural day. Lin Xiaoya found herself unable to sleep. It was not due to anxiety, but rather excitement. She stood on the balcony of her office, observing the flickering lights in the direction of the academy. There resided over 200 reluctant teachers and more than 800 hopeful students. These individuals would become the first pieces in her quest to reshape the ninja world. "Still awake?" Hashirama's voice emerged from behind her. He approached with 2 cups of steaming tea, offering one to her. Lin Xiaoya accepted the cup, feeling the warmth seep through the porcelain into her palms. "I can't sleep. I have a sense that something significant will occur tomorrow." "You are more than adequately prepared." Hashirama leaned against the railing. "You have teachers, students, and materials. What could possibly go wrong?" "The issue lies not there." Lin Xiaoya shook her head. "I am concerned about the hearts of the people. Those teachers from the 5 great nations may not genuinely wish to teach. And while the students are filled with anticipation, most hail from humble beginnings, indoctrinated from a young age with notions of the ninja's superiority. Are you worried about potential conflict?" "Not conflict per se, but a clear divide is certain to exist." Lin Xiaoya turned to face Hashirama. "Thus, the opening ceremony tomorrow holds great significance. I must ensure that everyone understands that in this academy, there is no distinction of nobility, only a difference in strength." Hashirama remained silent for a moment before chuckling. "You tend to overthink things. It is quite simple. Just let them see hope." "Hope?" "Indeed." Hashirama pointed to the stars scattered across the night sky. "Do you know why those common children are willing to come here? It is not merely because you provide free education, but because you offer them a chance to rise. As long as they believe that through hard work they can grow stronger and alter their destinies, they will strive to learn." Lin Xiaoya paused, then smiled. "You are right." She lifted her cup and drank deeply. "I have been too hasty. Transforming the ninja world is not an overnight endeavor, but once the seed is sown, it will eventually blossom." The following morning, the entrance of the Taoyuan Ninja Academy was thronged with people. Over 800 students donned matching gray training uniforms, standing in orderly lines on the training field. Their faces were etched with excitement, trepidation, curiosity, and a hint of unease. For these children, who had labored in the field since childhood, the opportunity to engage with ninjutsu felt like a dream. The teachers stood on the opposite side. Their expressions varied. Some wore masks of indifference, clearly resentful of their fallen status, while others regarded the students with contemplative gazes. A few had already begun to whisper among themselves, strategizing on how to tackle their responsibilities. At precisely 8 o'clock, Lin Xiaoya appeared on the podium, clad in a simple black robe devoid of excessive embellishments. She commanded an undeniable presence. Hashirama and Madara flanked her, resembling twin sentinels. The training field fell silent in an instant. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the crowd and spoke gradually. "Welcome to the Taoyuan Ninja Academy." Her voice, though soft, was amplified by chakra, resonating clearly in every ear. "I understand that you have many questions. What is the purpose of this academy? Why admit commoners? Why are ninjas from the 5 great nations here to teach? Allow me to provide you with answers." Lin Xiaoya raised her right hand, a swirl of blue chakra coalescing in her palm, gradually shaping into a transparent short blade. "This is chakra." She lifted her hand, allowing the blade to glint in the sunlight. "It exists within each of you, irrespective of social status or lineage. The chakra of a noble is not inherently superior to that of a commoner, nor is the offspring of a ninja clan born with greater strength than you. The only difference lies in their opportunity to learn how to wield it, while you have not." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "But from this day forward, that disparity will vanish." Lin Xiaoya dispersed the chakra blade. "In this academy, each individual will have an equal opportunity to learn ninjutsu and wield power. Your achievements will solely depend on your own efforts, not your bloodline." She paused, directing her gaze toward the teachers. "As for these instructors, they hail from the 5 great nations and are seasoned ninjas. They will teach you chakra control, fundamental ninjutsu, physical techniques, and tactics. I expect you to respect them, but you need not fear them, for in this academy, you stand as equals." A few disgruntled murmurs arose among the teachers, but were quickly silenced. Lin Xiaoya pressed on. "Finally, I wish to convey the significance of this academy's existence." She approached the edge of the podium, looking down upon the sea of youthful faces. "The ninja world has been in turmoil for far too long. War, oppression, exploitation, countless individuals struggle in anguish. The root cause of all this lies in the monopoly of power, where a select few wield immense strength to oppress the majority, preserving their privileges. I intend to change all of this. I aspire to empower everyone, enabling each individual to seize their own destiny. When all possess strength, those who wield power to oppress others will no longer act with impunity." Her voice grew increasingly fervent and compelling. "This embodies the mission of the Taoyuan Ninja Academy, to dismantle monopolies, disseminate power, and genuinely realize equality in this world." As her final word resonated, the playground erupted with thunderous applause. The students, their faces flushed with excitement, were so moved that some of the younger ones even had tears in their eyes. From a young age, they had been told they were lowly commoners, forever unable to compare with ninjas. And now, someone was telling them they too could become strong and alter their fate. This revelation was more shocking than any splendid ninjutsu. Conversely, the teachers exhibited a different demeanor. Many wore grim expressions, clearly dissenting from Lin Xiaoya's assertions. To them, ninjutsu should be reserved for the elite. How could it be casually taught to commoners? Yet, some were lost in contemplation. The elder ninja who had remarked upon the academy's complexity yesterday murmured to himself, realizing her ambition was to fundamentally overturn the entire ninja world's order. Her aspirations were terrifyingly grand. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Xiaoya stepped back, signaling for Senju Hashirama to advance. Next, the esteemed teacher Hashirama would announce the academy's regulations. He approached the podium, cleared his throat, and unfurled a scroll. The first rule stated that all students must don standardized training attire, prohibiting any items that signify their identity. The second rule forbade discrimination or bullying among students based on their backgrounds or family circumstances. Any violations would result in immediate expulsion. The third rule mandated monthly assessments, with outstanding performers receiving additional training resources and rewards, while those at the bottom would be subject to remedial classes, with 3 consecutive failures leading to dismissal. Hashirama continued to enumerate the 15 rules, which encompassed various aspects of learning, conduct, and discipline. The final rule piqued everyone's interest. Upon graduation, students would have the freedom to choose their paths. They could join the alliance, return to their hometowns, or venture elsewhere. The academy would not compel anyone to remain, but hoped they would remember the opportunities they had been given. This stipulation surprised many. The students exchanged glances. They had anticipated that. Similar to the ninja villages of the 5 great nations, those trained would be bound by loyalty, not realizing they could choose freely. The teachers were equally astonished. No mandatory allegiance? Murmured a high-ranking ninja from the Wind Country to a companion. Is she out of her mind? What if they assist the 5 great nations after graduation? I don't know, replied the companion, but I sense she must have a backup plan. After the regulations were announced, Hashirama stepped down. Tobarama approached to begin the allocation of classes and teachers. Class 1 would be overseen by a teacher from the Fire Country, Jonin Yamada, and a Chunin from the Water Country. Class 2 would be led by a teacher from the Lightning Country. The allocation proceeded swiftly. With over 800 students divided into 20 classes, each comprising around 40 students, assigned a head teacher and 2 assistants. As the teachers received their class lists, they began escorting their students away from the playground to their respective classrooms. Lin Xiaoya stood on the podium, watching them depart. Your earlier speech was quite stirring. Madara suddenly interjected. Yet, I still believe you should compel them to remain loyal to the alliance after graduation. Otherwise, won't they merely serve others' interests? Not at all. Lin Xiaoya replied with a smile. People are inherently emotional. If you provide them with opportunities and skills, even if they are reluctant to join the alliance, they will not stand against us. Moreover, we possess ways to retain truly talented individuals. What methods? Madara inquired. Incentives. Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. I will ensure that the most exceptional students recognize that remaining with the alliance affords them greater rewards, higher status, and broader opportunities. As long as these incentives are compelling enough, they will naturally choose to stay. Madara snorted but fell silent. Hashirama approached, wearing a smile. How do you feel? Quite well. Lin Xiaoya replied, stretching her shoulders. The first day of school had passed smoothly. Now, it was time to observe the performance of both teachers and students. Are you truly at ease allowing individuals from the 5 great nations to teach? Hashirama expressed concern. What if they intentionally mislead or grow complacent? That is why I have arranged for supervisors. Lin Xiaoya pointed to several individuals clad in black at the edge of the playground. Each class will have an alliance ninja attending to monitor teaching content and teacher performance. At the end of each month, I will personally review their work. Anyone who dares to slack off will have their wages docked accordingly. That's quite ruthless, Hashirama remarked, but it does ensure a certain level of teaching quality. While the 3 conversed, they were abruptly alerted by a commotion in the distance. Lin Xiaoya frowned. What is happening? An alliance ninja hurriedly approached, panting. Chief, there's been an incident in Class 3. What kind of incident? A conflict between a teacher and students. Lin Xiaoya's expression darkened as she swiftly made her way toward Class 3, with Hashirama and Madara following closely. The classroom for Class 3 was on the 2nd floor of the teaching building. Before they reached the door, they could hear intense arguing from within. Who do you think you are to question me? I merely asked a question. Why won't you answer? Silence. You commoners are already fortunate to learn ninjutsu. How dare you speak back to me? Do you believe I won't teach you right now? Lin Xiaoya pushed open the door to find chaos inside. A tall jonin from the Lightning Country was berating a 10-year-old boy, whose face was flushed, fists clenched, yet he dared not retaliate. The other students huddled in their seats, too afraid to make a sound. What is going on? Lin Xiaoya's cold voice cut through the tension. Everyone was startled. The jonin turned to see Lin Xiaoya, and his expression shifted to one of complexity. Chief Lin, this child is so ignorant he dares to question my teaching. I asked you what was happening. Not for you to complain, Lin Xiaoya interrupted, directing her attention to the boy. Speak. The boy hesitated but finally murmured. I just don't understand why we have to close our eyes when extracting chakra. I believe we could do it with our eyes open to observe our surroundings. Nonsense. The jonin roared. Extracting chakra requires intense concentration. Closing your eyes is essential to eliminate distractions. What do you know, you novice? However, before the boy could respond further, Lin Xiaoya raised her hand to halt him. She approached the lectern and regarded the jonin. What is your name? Raisin, he replied, his head held high, still agitated over the earlier exchange. Raisin, you are correct that closing one's eyes helps beginners focus, Lin Xiaoya acknowledged, but the student's question is also valid. Raisin was taken aback. What? The essence of chakra extraction is the amalgamation of consciousness and physical energy. Closing one's eyes is merely an auxiliary method, not a prerequisite. Lin Xiaoya elaborated, turning to the boy. In fact, Many seasoned ninjas can extract chakra while moving in battle, without the need to close their eyes. The boy's eyes brightened. I knew it. But, Lin Xiaoya continued, you are not yet capable of that. Extracting chakra with your eyes open demands exceptional control and focus, which requires extensive practice to master. Therefore, until you truly acquire that skill, it would be wise to adhere to what teacher Raisin has instructed. The boy appeared somewhat disappointed but nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaoya turned to Raisin. Teacher Raisin, students asking questions is a positive sign. It indicates they are thinking. You should address their inquiries patiently rather than using your status and credentials to intimidate them. If you persist in this manner, students will hesitate to ask questions, undermining their learning. Raisin's face flushed, yet he found himself unable to retort, for Lin Xiaoya's words were undeniably accurate. Remember, you are teachers, not tyrants. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the room. Teaching is your duty and a means to repay your debts. If you are unwilling to teach, you may leave now and take your time repaying your debts. Raisin clenched his teeth, ultimately lowering his head. I understand. Excellent. Lin Xiaoya responded, turning to leave. Continue with your class. Once the door closed behind her, the classroom remained silent for a considerable time. Raisin inhaled deeply and returned to the lectern. What occurred earlier was my fault. He gazed at the boy, acknowledging the merit of his inquiry, yet admitted that his manner of response was flawed. He encouraged the boy to approach him after class with any further questions, promising a thorough explanation. The boy, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a smile, expressing his gratitude to the teacher. The other students exhaled in relief as the atmosphere in the classroom finally eased. Lei Shan resumed his lecture, his tone noticeably more gentle this time, even taking the initiative to ask the students if they understood the material. As they exited the teaching building, Zhu Jian could not help but remark, your approach just now was quite commendable. It provided the teacher with an easy way out while also maintaining the students' enthusiasm. This is merely the beginning, Lin Xiaoya reflected, observing the record book in her hands. She anticipated many similar conflicts in the future and felt compelled to ensure that everyone understood the importance of rules in this academy, rules that must not be broken. However, that child was indeed clever. Ban rarely offered praise, but he acknowledged that the boy's ability to extract chakra with open eyes indicated a quick intellect. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya smiled. Thus, I have resolved to focus on him. Such gifted and inquisitive students are precisely what we need. She closed her record book and looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly and the clouds drifted lazily. The tale of the Taoyuan Ninjutsu Academy had just begun. Chapter 147. On the right track a month later. The academy began to operate smoothly. The students transitioned from initial excitement and apprehension to acclimatization to the daily rigorous training. Although fatigued, each face bore an expression of fulfillment. The teachers, too, were no longer as resistant as they had been at the outset. On one hand, Lin Xiaoya's strict supervision system deterred any slacking, while on the other, they gradually discovered that teaching these common children was not as dreadful as they had imagined. At least these children were diligent and earnest. Unlike the aristocratic offspring from the 5 great nations who often displayed arrogance. That evening, Lin Xiaoya conducted her customary inspection of the academy. Walking alongside the training grounds, she observed clusters of students practicing basic martial arts. Though their movements were somewhat uncoordinated, every individual exerted themselves earnestly. Chief, Lu Yan approached from behind, holding a stack of reports. The results of the first month's assessments are in. He handed over the report, which indicated that overall performance was quite satisfactory. Out of over 800 students, 63 had successfully extracted chakra, a higher proportion than anticipated. Lin Xiaoya perused the report and inquired, how many are at the bottom? 21. Lu Yan pointed to the list. These children lack the physical fitness to keep up even with the most basic training. According to regulations, they will require additional tutoring. Make the arrangements, Lin Xiaoya instructed, closing the report. Additionally, provide nutritional support for these 21 students. Many common children suffer from malnutrition from a young age, which hampers their physical development. If we can remedy this, they may not lag behind. Understood, Lu Yan noted, then produced another list. There is one more matter. 12 students have performed exceptionally well, far surpassing their peers in both theoretical assessments and practical exercises. Lin Xiaoya took the list and scrutinized it. The first name was Asano Kenta, the boy who had clashed with Lei Shan in Class 3. This child truly possesses talent, Lin Xiaoya remarked, nodding. What about the others? For are from surrounding villages, their families being ordinary farmers. 3 are orphans raised in the Alliance's shelter. The remaining few come from diverse backgrounds. But they all share a common trait. They are tenacious. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaoye decided to form an elite class comprising these 12 individuals, providing them with the best instructors and resources for training. Will this not incite discontent among the other students? Lu Yan expressed concern, recalling Lin Xiaoye's earlier assertion of equality within the academy. Equality does not equate to uniformity, Lin Xiaoye countered, raising her head. Opportunities must be equally distributed. Yet resources should favor the exceptional. Only then can we ignite a spirit of competition among all students. I want every student to understand that through diligence and excellence, they can attain superior treatment. Lu Yan nodded thoughtfully. And the teachers? Who will lead the elite class? Let it be Zhu Jian, Lin Xiaoye replied without hesitation. His wood release is indeed formidable, but more importantly, his teaching ability is exceptional. Zhu Jian excels at simplifying complex concepts. Zhu Jian, huh? Lu Yan mused. All right, I will notify him. But are you certain he will be willing to teach? That fellow has been preoccupied with enhancing the academy's landscaping, claiming he wants to make it the most beautiful school in the ninja world. Lin Xiaoye smirked slightly. Zhu Jian's wood release is an incredible asset in battle, but using it for landscaping seems a bit of a waste. Tell him that if he declines to teach, I will have all the trees he planted cut down for firewood. Lu Yan chuckled. That tactic should be effective. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from the training grounds. Lin Xiaoye furrowed her brow and swiftly approached. A group of students had formed a circle, with 2 individuals facing off in the center. One was Asano Kenta. The other, a sturdy boy of around 14 or 15, appeared significantly more robust than his peers. What is happening? Lin Xiaoye inquired of a nearby student. It's a conflict between Class 3's Oshima and Asano from Class 1, the student whispered. Oshima accused Asano of being a sycophant, claiming he only performs well because he flatters the teachers. Before Lin Xiaoye could interject, Oshima had already thrown the first punch. His crude swing carried considerable force, though it lacked finesse. Asano deftly sidestepped, retaliating with an elbow strike. The impact landed solidly on Oshima's abdomen, causing him to grunt and stagger backward. Is that all you've got? Asano sneered. Dare to speak against me? Oshima's face flushed crimson as he roared, charging again. This time, he attempted a grappling maneuver rather than a straightforward punch. Yet Asano's reflexes were swifter. He ducked and tripped Oshima, who fell to the ground in an undignified heap. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students. As Oshima rose, fury ignited in his eyes. Just as he prepared to charge once more, he sensed a chilling chakra emanating from Lin Xiaoye. The crowd halted, turning their attention to her in unison. Enough, Lin Xiaoye declared, stepping into the throng. You are here to learn, not to brawl. But he insulted me first. Asano protested. And what of it? Lin Xiaoye retorted. If a few words provoke you to violence, how do you differ from a street thug? Asano bowed his head, silenced. Lin Xiaoye then addressed Oshima. And you? Are you so envious of another's achievements that you resort to name-calling? If you do not exert yourself, do not blame others for being exceptional. Oshima's face reddened further. He fumbled for words, but ultimately remained mute. Listen closely, Lin Xiaoye raised her voice, ensuring all could hear. In this academy, there is but one rule. Strength speaks volumes. The more capable you are, the greater the resources and status you will receive. However, this strength encompasses not just fighting prowess, but also academic performance, character, and teamwork. Asano Kenta, your academic performance is commendable, but your temper is too volatile. In the future, consider whether a confrontation is truly worth it before acting. Oshima, your physical capabilities are impressive, yet your intellect leaves much to be desired. Instead of wasting time envying others, focus on honing your foundational skills. Both boys lowered their heads, displaying signs of contrition. All right, disperse, Lin Xiaoye waved her hand. If this occurs again, expulsion will be the consequence. The crowd dispersed, and tranquility returned to the training grounds. Lu Yan approached quietly, remarking, such incidents will undoubtedly continue to arise. The more students there are, the more complex the conflicts. I am aware, Lin Xiaoye replied, observing the departing figures of the 2 boys. Yet this is a part of their growth. They must learn to manage their emotions amidst competition and find direction in the face of adversity. After a brief pause, she added, by the way, starting tomorrow, we will increase the frequency of practical training sessions to once a week. Students will be grouped for mock battles to simulate real combat. Practical training? Luyan expressed surprise. Isn't it too soon for them, having only trained for a month? Not at all, Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Theoretical knowledge alone will never prepare one for battle. Only through actual experience, enduring a few blows, can they comprehend the essence of combat. What about safety? Each confrontation will have a teacher supervising. And should anyone sustain serious injury, the session will be halted immediately, Lin Xiaoya assured him, having considered the matter thoroughly. Additionally, let the medical students participate to oversee post-battle treatment. It serves a dual purpose. Luyan nodded, making a note of her directives. As the two continued their walk past the teaching building, they spotted Lei Shan standing in the corridor, diligently writing in a notebook. Teacher Lei Shan is quite industrious. Luyan chuckled. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyu remarked, noting the significant transformation he had undergone over the past month. Lei Shan seemed to sense their gaze and lifted his head, meeting Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he approached them. Leader Lin, is there something you need? Lei Shan rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat awkward. I wanted to inquire if the academy might consider offering advanced courses. Advanced courses? Lin Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Courses that delve deeper into the theories of ninjutsu and tactical analysis. Lei Shan replied, his excitement growing. I've observed that although these children have weak foundations, they learn quickly. It would be a waste of their talents to only teach them the basics. Lin Xiaoyu paused for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. Teacher Lei Shan, you finally resemble a true educator. Lei Shan was momentarily taken aback before he too started to smile. Yes, when I was a ninja in the land of lightning. I never imagined I would one day find joy in teaching. He scratched his head, yet now, witnessing these children grow stronger day by day fills me with a sense of accomplishment. Advanced courses can indeed be offered, Lin Xiaoyu nodded, but not at this moment. Wait until this batch of students completes their foundational training, and then come to me. I will establish a special advanced class for you to oversee. Really? Lei Shan's eyes brightened. That would be wonderful. I will prepare diligently. He dashed back to his office, appearing rejuvenated by several years. Luyan remarked, just a month ago, this guy was clamoring to quit class. Now he is proactively requesting additional lessons. What a transformation. That's how it is, Lin Xiaoyu replied softly. Once they find their sense of purpose, they will willingly immerse themselves in it. Lei Shan's value lies in educating others. What about the other teachers? Luyan inquired. Not everyone can adapt as easily as Lei Shan. Take it slow, Lin Xiaoyu gazed toward the setting sun. Some require time, while others need motivation. As long as the academy continues to operate, they will eventually change. As night fell, students returned to their dormitories. Asano Kenta sat on his bed, flipping through the basic ninjutsu textbook, unable to sleep. Still thinking about today? His roommate asked softly. Yes, Asano nodded. I believe the leader was right. My temper is indeed too fiery. That's because you care too much about grades, his roommate chuckled. But that's understandable. After all, you are the strongest in our class. The strongest? Asano smiled wryly. I'm just lucky. There are many here with far greater talent than I. Then why do you push yourself so hard? Because I have no way out. Asano clenched his fists. My family is poor, and my parents have placed all their hopes on me. If I cannot become a ninja and change our fate, then I will be destined to toil in the fields like them for the rest of my life. His roommate fell silent, as did the others in the dormitory. They were all in the same boat, commoners bearing the weight of familial expectations, viewing this academy as their sole path to a brighter future. Thus, we must grow stronger. Asano lay back, staring at the ceiling. No matter how much effort it takes, we must become stronger. In the darkness, the eyes of several boys glimmered with the same light, a light named Hope. Chapter 148. Overwhelming Power. 3 months later, the Taoyuan Ninja Academy had become the most talked about topic in the entire ninja realm. Initially, the nobles of the 5 great countries mocked this mud-footed school. But when the first round of assessment results emerged, laughter turned to silence. Among the 800 students, over 300 had successfully extracted chakra, with 12 elite class students even mastering the basics of body duplication techniques. This speed surpassed the typical training cycle of the ninja villages in the 5 great countries by a full 2-fold. What was even more astonishing was that all these students hailed from commoner families. None were scions of ninja clans. This is impossible. A noble from the land of fire slammed his fist on the table at a gathering in the daimyo's mansion. How could commoners learn so quickly? Taoyuan must be fabricating results. Fabricating? Scoffed Matsumoto, the foreign minister beside him. You can see for yourself. The academy holds open classes every month, welcoming anyone to audit. The noble fell silent. For just last month, he had sent his own son to audit a session. Upon returning, the boy knelt before him, crying, stating that he had learned in 3 months what he had taken 5 years to grasp within the family. This is not fabrication. This is overwhelming superiority. The reason for this superiority was simple: the teaching methodology. The ninja training system of the 5 great countries remained rooted in the master-apprentice model, where a jonin mentored several genin, relying on oral tradition and accumulated practical experience. While this method produced highly capable ninjas in combat, it was inefficient and heavily reliant on the teacher's abilities. Lin Xiaoyu transformed all of that. She deconstructed ninjutsu training into standardized processes, from chakra extraction to hand seals, from basic physical techniques to tactical theory, each aspect possessing clear evaluation criteria and training methods. Students did not need to rely on intuition. As long as they practiced methodically, they could steadily improve. More importantly, she introduced a competitive mechanism, with practical drills every week and comprehensive assessments every month. Students with excellent performance received additional resources, while those who struggled had to attend remedial sessions. This environment of simultaneous pressure and motivation compelled every student to exert their utmost effort. As a result, within 3 months, the overall strength of these commoner children had approached the level of official genin in the 5 great countries' ninja villages. That morning, Lin Xiaoyu was reviewing documents in her office when Tobarama suddenly pushed the door open. "There's trouble." Lin Xiaoyu looked up, noticing Tobarama's serious expression. "What is it?" "The 5 great countries are making moves." Tobarama placed a report on her desk. "They have jointly issued a notice, demanding that the academy must open enrollment slots for the children of the nobility." Lin Xiaoyu picked up the report, glanced at it, and a sardonic smile crept across her lips. "They can no longer sit idle." "Not only that," Tobarama continued, "they also mentioned that if we refuse, they will recall all teachers from the academy and cease repaying war reparations." Lin Xiaoyu tossed the report back onto the desk. "Are they threatening me?" "Essentially, yes." Tobarama sat down in a chair. "They are quite anxious. The speed at which the academy is training commoner ninjas is too rapid. If this continues, the monopoly of the 5 great countries' ninjas will be completely shattered. Hence, they wish to prepare for both fronts, allowing their children to learn while using the recall of teachers as leverage against us." "Recall the teachers?" Lin Xiaoyu laughed. "Do they think those teachers still listen to them?" Tobarama chuckled as well. Indeed, after 3 months of collaboration, many teachers had fully integrated into the academy. They enjoyed stable salaries and witnessed their students grow stronger day by day, a sense of accomplishment unattainable while being mere cannon fodder in the 5 great countries. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu had long since bound these individuals to the academy's chariot through various benefits and incentives. Would they return now? Unless the 5 great countries could offer better conditions. "By the way, regarding the enrollment of noble children, how do you plan to handle it?" Tobarama asked. Lin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. "Let them come." Tobarama was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Lin Xiaoyu stood and walked to the window. "From the very beginning, I never intended to shut the door on the nobility. The timing just wasn't right until now. What are you aiming to achieve?" "To break down class barriers." Lin Xiaoyu turned to face him. "Imagine when the children of nobles sit in the same classroom as commoners, receiving the same training and participating in the same assessments. What will happen?" Tobarama's eyes lit up. "They will discover that they aren't much superior to commoners." "Exactly." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. "They may even find themselves lacking. The children of nobility, accustomed to a life of luxury, often lack the resilience and fortitude found in commoners. When they falter in assessments against their less privileged peers, their sense of superiority crumbles entirely. Conversely, the common children realize that the nobility are not as formidable as they had presumed, significantly bolstering their self-confidence." Indeed, Lin Xiaoyu returned to her desk and declared, "Therefore, I intend not only to admit the noble offspring, but also to integrate them with the commoners, sharing classrooms, dormitories, and dining tables. Through daily interactions, they shall dismantle their mutual prejudices." After a moment of silence, Fei Jian suddenly chuckled. "Your strategy is quite audacious. The 5 great nations think they are securing opportunities for themselves, yet they are merely providing you with tools." "Tools? Perhaps not." Lin Xiaoyu shrugged. "Ultimately, these noble youths are also victims. From a young age, they have been indoctrinated with the belief in their superiority, rarely given the chance to experience the real world. Now, I am granting them this opportunity. Whether they seize it is entirely up to them. And what of the recall of the teachers? He inquired. Do not concern yourself with that, she replied, resuming her seat. I shall send a letter back to the 5 nations, stating that the Academy welcomes any student, provided they pass the entrance examination. As for the recall of teachers, that is their prerogative. We shall not retain them against their will. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is. Lin Xiaoya picked up her brush to compose the response. Oh, and I should mention in the letter that should they proceed with recalling the teachers, their previous tenure at the Academy will no longer count towards that offset. Fei Jian grinned broadly. That tactic is brilliant. Those teachers who labored for 3 months to alleviate part of their debts will find that upon recall, their efforts would have been in vain. Consequently, the 5 nations will have to consider whether those teachers would even wish to return. With the letter in hand, Fei Jian departed. Lin Xiaoya continued her review of documents, her mind already devising the next phase of her plan. The admission of noble children to the Academy presents a pivotal opportunity. She aims to leverage this moment to expand the Academy's influence, showcasing that there is fundamentally no distinction between commoners and nobility. Once this barrier is dismantled, the entire class structure of the ninja world will begin to shift. Her objective is to mold the Peach Blossom Alliance into the heart of this new order. 3 days later, a response from the 5 great nations arrived. As Lin Xiaoya had anticipated, they accepted the conditions of the entrance examination but insisted on fairness and the right to supervise. Notably, the matter of recalling teachers was conspicuously absent from their letter. Clearly, the 5 nations recognized that these teachers had become increasingly unruly. When will the entrance examination be scheduled? Asked Lu Yen. In half a month, Lin Xiaoya replied. That should provide ample time for the 5 nations to send their participants. By the way, how are preparations for the exam progressing? Everything is ready, Lu Yen responded. Producing a document. It consists of 3 parts. The first part is a physical test, including running, push-ups, and pull-ups, basic exercises. The second part is a theoretical examination, primarily assessing knowledge of chakra and ninjutsu. The third part involves simulated combat, allowing candidates to face off against one another to evaluate their on-the-spot reactions and combat awareness. Excellent, Lin Xiaoya remarked, reviewing the document. These 3 components encompass the core qualities of a ninja. However, I have a suggestion for the simulated combat. Let the common students and noble candidates face off against each other. Lu Yen paused for a moment before comprehending her intent. You wish for the noble youths to experience firsthand the sensation of being bested by commoners? That is essentially the idea, Lin Xiaoya concluded, closing the document. They will inevitably face this reality. It is better for them to adapt sooner rather than later. Lu Yen could not suppress a laugh, envisioning the noble children returning home with bruises and scrapes. When news of the examination spread, the entire ninja world erupted in excitement. Commoners felt a surge of hope, viewing this as an opportunity for their children to shine, while the nobility grew anxious, fearing disgrace for their offspring in the impending tests. Families of the 5 nations began hiring tutors and investing heavily in ninjutsu knowledge and physical training, with some even enlisting retired elite ninjas to ensure their children excelled. Little did they know, the common children had been training rigorously at the Academy for 3 months and were far from the powerless farm kids they once were. Chapter 149. Observation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the examination, the Academy's grounds were teeming with spectators. In addition to over 200 noble candidates, numerous envoys and journalists from various nations had gathered to observe. Lin Xiaoya had intentionally opened the observation seats to demonstrate the examination's fairness to all. Welcome, everyone, to the Peach Blossom Ninja Academy, Lin Xiaoya announced from the podium, her voice amplified by chakra to reach the crowd. Today's entrance examination consists of 3 parts, each with clearly defined scoring criteria. All candidates' results will be announced on site, subject to public scrutiny. She paused, casting her gaze over the noble children. I hope you all understand that in this academy, there are no distinctions of status, only variations in capability. Regardless of your country of origin or family background, as long as you pass the examination, you may become a member of this institution. However, should you fail, I encourage you to return and strive for improvement. As her words settled, whispers erupted among the audience. The expressions of the noble parents varied. Some appeared anxious, others dismissive, while a few began to fret over their children's potential performance. The first physical test begins, the judge announced, and with a signal, the candidates commenced their run. 5 kilometers within a 30-minute limit was already a high standard for the average person, but for trained ninjas, it was merely a baseline. Yet, within less than 10 minutes, some noble children began to lag behind. "I can't do this anymore," panted a chubby boy, clutching his stomach, his face pale. "You can't manage 2 kilometers? A nearby common student exclaimed, astonished. "Don't you train?" "Train?" The boy gasped for breath. "I'm always carried around in a palanquin. I've never run this far before." The common student rolled his eyes and accelerated past him. Similar scenarios unfolded throughout the exam. The pampered noble children struggled to endure the demanding physical assessments. After 30 minutes, the results were revealed. Out of over 200 noble candidates, only 63 passed the physical test, leading to an elimination rate exceeding 70%. The observation area erupted into chaos. "This is impossible," a noble parent shouted. "The physical test is too difficult. This is an intentional challenge against us." "Challenge you?" Fei Jian retorted with a cold smirk as he stood up. "And what was the passing rate for those common students when they first entered the academy?" Luyan consulted his record book. 85%. A hush fell over the crowd. The noble parent's face flushed red as he sank back into his seat, finally grasping that it was not the examination that was too arduous, but rather their children who were lacking. The outcome of the physical test silenced all noble parents. They had presumed that their children, having enjoyed a life of abundance, would inherently possess superior physical qualities compared to the mud-dwelling commoners. The harsh reality, however, slapped them in the face. The common children not only ran swiftly, but also exhibited remarkable endurance, with some completing the 5 kilometers without breaking a sweat, turning around to run another lap. In stark contrast, among the noble offspring who finished, many collapsed, unable to rise, with several even succumbing to nausea. Next came the theoretical examination. The time is 1 hour, with a maximum score of 100. 60 is passing, the judge announced as the test papers were distributed. The candidates began to write. Lin Xiaoye stood at the podium, observing the examination through binoculars. The noble children appeared tense, their brows furrowed, pens hesitating over the pages. Clearly, these questions posed a challenge for them. The first question requires an elucidation of the essence of chakra and its extraction principles. The second question asks for a brief overview of the differences in chakra consumption associated with the 3 bodies technique and its applicable scenarios. The third question inquires about effective methods for preserving and utilizing chakra in arid desert environments. These inquiries are foundational for common students who have spent 3 months at the academy. However, for those noble offspring raised solely within family education, they appear somewhat advanced. The ninja training systems of the 5 great nations have never prioritized theoretical knowledge. They place greater emphasis on practical combat and experience. Many ninjas are unable to articulate the basic principles of chakra, knowing only how to wield it. An hour later, the exam papers were collected, and the grading proceeded swiftly. As the answers were standardized and merely required comparison against the scoring criteria, the results were once again astonishing. Among the over 200 noble candidates, only 41 passed the theoretical exam. Coupled with the previous physical tests, a mere 26 noble descendants remained in the examination hall. The expressions of the noble parents in the observation area were grim. They had invested substantial sums in private tutoring, only to find their children unable to pass even the theoretical exam. This was not merely a blow to the Academy's reputation, but a humiliation to their own status. The final segment involved a practical simulation. The referee announced that the remaining 26 candidates would engage in one-on-one combat against the Academy's common students. The rules were straightforward. Victory was achieved by incapacitating the opponent or eliciting a surrender. Upon hearing this, the noble candidates' expressions darkened further. They had just endured physical and theoretical assessments, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted, while the common students were fresh and prepared. Was this fair? Unfair. One noble candidate raised his hand. "We have already undergone 2 demanding tests, while they have done nothing. This confrontation is unjust." "Unfair?" Tobarama scoffed. "Tell me, does a real battle wait for you to recover before commencing? Will the enemy show mercy simply because you are fatigued?" The candidate fell silent. In the world of ninjas, fairness is a myth, Tobarama continued. What you face now is merely a simulated confrontation. If you cannot withstand this, you should abandon the notion of becoming a ninja and return home to inherit your family's legacy. His words were harsh, yet irrefutable, for this was the reality. The first match featured Matsumoto Ken, the second son of the Matsumoto family from the Land of Fire, against Asano Kenta from Class 1 of the Academy. Upon hearing his name, Asano stepped forward from the student ranks. He was no longer the frail farm boy from 3 months prior. Through rigorous training, he had developed a sturdy physique and sharp gaze. Opposite him, Matsumoto Kin presented the quintessential image of a noble youth, clad in an extravagant training uniform adorned with his family crest. "You are the commoner?" Matsumoto scrutinized Asano, his tone dripping with disdain. "I hear your grades at the academy are commendable, but that is merely because you have never encountered a true ninja. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between nobility and commoners." Asano remained silent, adopting a combat stance. The referee raised his hand. "Begin." Matsumoto struck first. His hand seals executed with remarkable speed, a clear indication of professional training. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward Asano, the scorching heat palpable. Gasps erupted from the observation area. The great fireball was a signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Although the power Matsumoto displayed was not overwhelming, it was lethal enough for a novice. However, Asano reacted swiftly. With a powerful push from his feet, he sidestepped to evade the fireball, which scorched the ground behind him. "You're quick to evade," Matsumoto sneered, "but how many times can you escape?" He formed hand seals again and unleashed 3 fireballs in succession. Asano deftly maneuvered between them, narrowly avoiding each one, yet he found his position increasingly constrained, soon pressed against the edge of the arena. "There's no escape left, is there?" Matsumoto grinned triumphantly. "Surrender. You are no match for me." Asano lifted his head, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Who said I'm retreating?" In that instant, he accelerated toward Matsumoto. The latter, momentarily taken aback, instinctively formed hand seals for another fireball. Yet, Asano did not dodge. Instead, he slid low just as the fireball was about to strike, slipping beneath it. "What?" Before Matsumoto could comprehend, Asano was upon him, executing a clean sweeping kick that sent Matsumoto crashing to the ground. Immediately, Asano mounted him, his fist raised. "Do you concede?" Matsumoto's face paled as he struggled futilely, realizing he could not escape. Gritting his teeth, he finally uttered, "I concede." The referee promptly whistled. Victory goes to Asano Kenta. Thunderous applause erupted from the observation area. The common spectators were flushed with excitement, some even moved to tears. They had been taught from a young age that nobles were superior to commoners, and yet, a common child had valiantly defeated a noble descendant in front of all. What did this signify? It implied that nobles were not invincible, that commoners could grow stronger, and that their children also had the potential to alter their destinies. Conversely, the noble parents' expressions grew increasingly grim. Matsumoto's father, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, trembled with rage. He had spent a fortune hiring a retired Uchiha ninja to instruct his son in fire release, only for this to be the outcome. His son could not even defeat a commoner? The next group emerged from the Land of Lightning, and the confrontations continued one after another. The results mirrored the first match. Although the noble offspring possessed some family techniques, their practical experience and physical stamina paled in comparison to their common peers. To make matters worse, their mentality was compromised. These noble children, raised with constant adoration, had never faced such setbacks. Once they found themselves at a disadvantage, their psychological defenses crumbled swiftly. Out of 26 confrontations, the noble children won only 5, and those were by the narrowest of margins. Chapter 150. The results after the examinations concluded, Lin Xiaoya announced the results. "Congratulations to the 5 students who passed the exam. You will officially become students at the Taoyuan Ninja Academy. As for the others..." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the noble descendants who hung their heads in shame. Failure is not disgraceful. What is disgraceful is the unwillingness to confront failure. The Academy's doors are always open. If you are willing to put in the effort, you may return to take the exam at any time. With that, she turned and departed the podium. In the observation area, the noble parents exchanged incredulous glances. "How is this possible?" gasped a richly dressed lady, her voice trembling. "My son has been trained by Uchiha instructors since childhood. How could he lose to those? She faltered. Beside her, her husband's face was ashen. "Enough. This is utterly embarrassing." Elsewhere, several nobles huddled together, whispering among themselves. "Lin Xiaoya is terrifying." "Terrifying? She is practically undermining our foundation. Did you not see how the commoners' gazes toward us have shifted? What are we to do? We cannot simply let this go." A gray-haired noble sighed. "What can we do?" The examinations were fair and impartial, supervised throughout, with results announced on the spot. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses. Shall we seek the daimyo's intervention? Claiming our children could not best commoners? What do you think the daimyo would think? The assembly fell silent. After a moment, the old noble sighed. Let us return and train our children diligently. Otherwise, we shall face humiliation again in the next examination. His words echoed the sentiments of all present. The nobles dispersed in small groups, their expressions as bleak as could be. Meanwhile, the 5 noble descendants who passed the exam were escorted to the dormitory area. As they opened the door, they were momentarily taken aback. This is our dormitory, a boy named Fujiwara Shu frowned, deeming it too shabby. The room is not large, with 6 beds arranged neatly. Apart from that, there are only simple tables and chairs. The walls are made of wooden planks, and the floor is covered with rough wooden boards, lacking even a carpet. The common student beside him raised his head and grinned. Do you know what I used to live in? A thatched hut that leaked wind and rain, freezing cold in winter. This is already paradise. Fujiwara Shu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He approached the bed assigned to him, staring blankly at the coarse bedding. Back home, he had always used silk bedding. Soft and comfortable. Need help? The common student walked over. It's my first time making a bed. I might not do it well. I'll manage, Fujiwara Shu replied, forcing himself to take the blanket and clumsily spread it. After a long while, the bed looked crooked and messy, resembling a bird's nest. The common student stifled a laugh. Want me to teach you? Fujiwara Shu's face turned crimson, but he eventually nodded. Sorry to trouble you. Not a trouble at all. We are classmates, the student said. I'm Taro Tanaka. I'm Shu Fujiwara. In the dormitory, there are no servants, no special treatment. Everyone must make their own beds and wash their own clothes. During dinner time, the cafeteria is bustling. A few noble students stand in line with trays, their expressions complex. We actually have to queue for food? Someone murmured. What do you expect? This isn't your home. The common student in front glanced back and added, don't forget to wash your own dishes. What? We have to wash dishes too? A noble youth nearly dropped his tray. On the first night, the atmosphere in the dormitory was awkward. Noble students and common students occupied opposite sides, ignoring each other. After lights out, one could hear restless tossing and turning in the darkness. Fujiwara Shu lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, discomfort by the rough bedding and the sound of snoring nearby. It was sheer torment. But what troubled him more was the sense of frustration in his heart. He had been taught since childhood that nobles were inherently superior, while commoners were mere lowly beings. Yet, today's examination had shattered that belief. The abilities, speed, and reflexes of those common children were not inferior to his, and some even surpassed him. Could it truly be that I was wrong? He muttered. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, a shrill whistle pierced the air. Rise and exercise. Everyone was roused from slumber and sleepily ran to the playground. A 5-kilometer morning run, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. This was the daily basic training. The instructor stood at the front of the line, his voice booming. Begin. The line started to move. At first, the noble students could barely keep up, but soon they fell behind. Fujiwara Shu ran, gasping for breath, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Each step felt like lifting a mountain. Keep up. Don't fall behind. The instructor's voice thundered in his ears. He gritted his teeth, but his vision began to blur, his legs weakened, and he felt on the verge of collapsing. Just then, Taro Tanaka reached out and pulled him. Hang on, just 1 more kilometer. Fujiwara Shu was taken aback, looking up at Tanaka, who was drenched in sweat but had unwavering determination. Don't talk. Conserve your energy, Tanaka urged, supporting him as they continued to run. 1 kilometer felt like a century to Fujiwara Shu. Finally, upon finishing, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Tanaka handed him a water bottle. Drink some water. Fujiwara Shu took the bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls before looking up at Tanaka. Thank you. No need to thank me, Tanaka smiled. We're classmates now. It's only right to help each other. Fujiwara Shu fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, why do you help me? We're not of the same kind. Not of the same kind? Tanaka raised an eyebrow. Here, everyone is a student. There is no such thing as different kinds. Fujiwara Shu was taken aback. He suddenly realized that the things he had once prided himself on were utterly insignificant here. I look forward to working together in the future. He extended his hand. Tanaka shook his hand firmly. At that moment, the 2 youths, originally belonging to different social classes, stood on the same starting line for the first time. The results of the entrance exams caused a stir among the 5 great nations. A grand noble from the Fire Nation slammed his hand on the table at a family meeting, exclaiming, "This is intolerable. How can our children live alongside those commoners? What if they go astray?" The elder seated at the head of the table sneered, "You mean learn to wash their own clothes, make their own beds, and rely on their own abilities? If that is going astray, then I wish all our children would go astray." The grand noble was left speechless. "And did you not notice?" The elder continued, "Those common children defeated our well-trained offspring in just 3 months. What does that signify? It signifies that our training methods are flawed." "But, no buts," the elder interrupted. "If we wish to maintain our family status, we must change. Either send the children to the academy for formal training or watch them be surpassed by commoners. Which do you choose?" The grand noble fell silent. The meeting room plunged into silence. After a long while, someone finally spoke. "The elder is right. Rather than letting our children live in luxury at home, it is better to send them to the academy to endure some hardship. Indeed, if this continues, our family will inevitably be eliminated. Then it's settled. For the next examination, let all the children from our family participate." Similar dialogues unfolded continuously among the noble families of the 5 great nations. Ultimately, more and more noble parents gritted their teeth and made the decision to let their children participate in the next entrance exam. However, this time, they no longer anticipated shortcuts or special treatment, but instead resolved to train their children earnestly in preparation for the exam. This was precisely the outcome Lin Xiaoya desired. Chapter 151. Expansion of the Academy. Lin Xiaoya stood by the office window, observing the students on the training grounds pouring sweat, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The plan was proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. Over 500 noble families from the 5 great nations have submitted applications to participate in next month's examination. Lu Yihan entered, holding a report. 500? Lin Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. It seems they have finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Not only that, Lu Yihan flipped through the report. Some neutral small nations have also inquired about sending their children to study. Of course, they can, Lin Xiaoya replied without hesitation. The academy's doors are open to all. Anyone who can pass the exam is welcome. But what about the academy's capacity? Expansion. Lin Xiaoya turned around. Currently, there are over 800 students in the academy, and with these 500 new applications, we may exceed 1,500 next month. The existing facilities will surely be insufficient, and we must expedite the expansion. Expansion requires funds, Lu Yihan reminded her. Money is not an issue, Lin Xiaoya smiled. The war reparations from the 5 great nations continue to flow in, and the academy has begun to charge tuition fees. Tuition fees? Lu Yihan was taken aback. Didn't you say education would be free? Free for commoners, but nobles must pay. Lin Xiaoya produced a document. I have already drafted the fee structure. Noble students will pay 100,000 taels per year, covering food, accommodation, and textbooks. Extra one-on-one tutoring will incur additional charges. Lu Yihan gasped. 100,000 taels a year is no small sum. An ordinary common family earns only a few thousand taels a year. 100,000 would sustain them for 20 years. Isn't that too expensive? Not at all, Lin Xiaoya shook her head. You must understand that nobles spend far more than this to train their children. Hiring tutors, purchasing equipment, and acquiring training resources easily totals several 100,000 taels. Now, I'm only charging 100,000, including food and accommodation. That's already quite reasonable. Moreover, she paused, this fee is not merely tuition. It serves as a psychological signal. When noble parents invest substantial resources into their children's education, they tend to place greater importance on the learning experience and come to value the institution more highly. Ah, you are merely gilding the academy, Lu Yin remarked. To which Lin Xiaoya smiled and replied, indeed, in a few years, students graduating from the Taoyuan Ninja Academy will become the most sought-after talents in the entire ninja realm. By then, tuition fees will surely rise. While they were conversing, a sudden uproar from outside caught their attention. Lin Xiaoya furrowed her brow and moved to the window to observe. Below, a group of students had formed a circle, with 2 individuals facing off at its center, one a commoner student, the other a newly enrolled noble, Fujiwara Shio. What is happening? Lin Xiaoya inquired of a nearby ninja. Report. Leader. Fujiwara Shio has clashed with a student from Class 3, the ninja quickly explained. It seems Fujiwara accidentally bumped into him during training. And the other insisted on an apology, but Fujiwara feels he did nothing wrong. Lin Xiaoya sighed. Indeed, the discord between nobles and commoners was not easily resolved. Let us go down and take a look. By the time Lin Xiaoya arrived at the training ground, tensions were palpable. You bumped into me. Why won't you apologize? The commoner student shouted angrily. It was unintentional. Why should I apologize? Fujiwara Shio retorted defiantly. Besides, you weren't even hurt, so why make such a fuss? What kind of attitude is that? The commoner student fumed. Do you think being a noble makes you superior? Here, everyone is equal. Equal? Fujiwara Shio scoffed. Then why do you cling to this trivial matter? I SNT it because I am a noble, and you seek to undermine me? Enough. Lin Xiaoya's voice rang out, commanding immediate attention. All eyes turned to her as she stepped between the two. She first scrutinized Fujiwara Shio, then the commoner student. Both of you are at fault. They were taken aback. Fujiwara, you did bump into him, and regardless of intent, you should apologize. It is a matter of basic courtesy. Lin Xiaoya fixed her gaze on him. In this academy, status does not equate to privilege. Nobles must adhere to rules as well. Fujiwara Shio clenched his jaw, ultimately bowing his head. I'm sorry. She then turned to the commoner student. As for you, holding on to this minor grievance and publicly chastising him does not uphold your dignity. It reveals pettiness. The commoner's face flushed with embarrassment. Remember, while it is true that everyone is equal here, equality should not be wielded as a weapon. Lin Xiaoya raised her voice, ensuring all present could hear. Do not seek out conflict merely because someone is a noble, nor look down upon another for being a commoner. What truly matters here is your strength and character. She paused before continuing. If you still have grievances, you may resolve them in a manner sanctioned by the academy. Take to the arena and fight. If you win, you may speak. If you lose, remain silent. With that, she turned and walked away. Silence enveloped the training ground. Fujiwara Shio and the commoner exchanged glances before turning away, returning to their respective groups. However, this incident was far from over. That night, Fujiwara Shio lay in bed, restless and contemplative. He recalled Lin Xiaoya's words and reflected on his own behavior, feeling a tumult of emotions. Are you still thinking about what happened today? Tanaka Taro, his roommate, asked from the adjacent bed. Yes, Fujiwara sighed. Was I too harsh? Not necessarily harsh, just a bit ill-mannered, Tanaka replied thoughtfully. I can understand you, having been pampered since childhood. It must be jarring to be treated like an ordinary student here. But, Fujiwara hesitated. I truly did not mean to bump into him. I know, Tanaka smiled. But do you understand why he was so angry? Why? Because he has suffered at the hands of nobles since childhood. His family once owned a blacksmith shop in a small town in the Land of Fire, and they were doing well. One day, a noble youth came and insisted on buying their shop. When his father refused, that noble had him beaten, and the shop was destroyed. Fujiwara was taken aback. Later, his father succumbed to his injuries, and his mother took him to escape to the Alliance's territory, Tanaka continued. Thus, he harbors deep resentment towards nobles. When you bumped into him, he instinctively assumed it was deliberate. Fujiwara fell silent for a long moment before asking, what about you? Do you harbor resentment towards nobles? I used to, Tanaka admitted candidly, but not anymore. Why not? Because I've come to realize that nobles are just ordinary people. Tanaka chuckled. Look at you. Though you are noble, you cannot outrun me. Your physical abilities are lacking, and you cannot even fold your own bedding. What makes you so superior? Fujiwara found himself chuckling despite the situation. So, don't consider yourself a noble, and don't see others as mere commoners. Tanaka turned over here. We are all students striving to grow stronger. Remembering this will help reduce conflicts. Fujiwara lay back, staring at the ceiling. Tanaka was right. He had yet to fully adapt to life at the academy. Yet, he was willing to adjust because he recognized in those commoner students a resilience, a diligence, and a fervent desire for the future that he had never encountered before. Tanaka, he called. Yes, tomorrow, I will go apologize to that classmate. Will you accompany me? Sure. Tanaka smiled. But you must treat me to a meal. No problem, Fujiwara grinned. The cafeteria food is on me. Not a chance. I want to eat at a restaurant in town. You. The two shared laughter, and eventually, the dormitory fell silent. Outside, moonlight bathed the academy's grounds, casting an aura of tranquility. However, Lin Xiaoya understood that this calm was merely fleeting. With an increasing number of noble students enrolling, similar conflicts would inevitably escalate. She needed to find a way to foster genuine integration among these children from different social classes. Lu Yan, prepare yourself, she instructed her assistant. Next month, The academy will host its first joint practice. Joint practice? Yes, Lin Xiaoya nodded. We will mix all students into groups, nobles and commoners alike, allowing them to learn cooperation through real combat. Only by facing life and death situations together can they truly set aside their prejudices. Lu Yin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's a commendable idea. However, the content of the exercises must be well designed, challenging, yet not overly dangerous. I have it figured out. Lin Xiaoya gazed out the window. This exercise will determine whether the academy can truly function as a cohesive unit. If we succeed, we will cultivate a new generation of ninjas capable of transcending class barriers. If we fail, she left the thought unfinished, but Lu Yin understood. If they failed, the academy would fracture into factions of nobles and commoners, ultimately leading to its collapse. We will not fail, Lu Yin assured her. I believe in you. Lin Xiaoya smiled. I also have faith in them. Chapter 152, Joint Practice. Upon the announcement of the joint practice, the entire academy erupted into a frenzy. What? We have to mix with nobles? A group of commoner students in Class 3 gathered together, discussing animatedly. I don't want to be grouped with those privileged ones. What if they drag us down? One complained. What do they have besides their family background? Tanaka Taro sat on his bed, remaining aloof from the commotion. He glanced at Fujiwara Shio across the room, who was intently polishing his kunai, absorbed in concentration. In recent days, Taro Tanaka has come to realize that Hidetaka Fujiwara is not as detestable as other nobles. Although his initial demeanor was haughty, he has made genuine efforts to amend his ways after their earlier conflict. Why are you so quiet? Someone inquired. What is there to discuss? Tanaka replied, snapping back to attention. It's merely a drill. There's no need for worry. You are far too optimistic. The individual shook his head. What if we end up with a noble who merely hinders our progress? That could be disastrous. Fujiwara raised his head and spoke. How can you be so certain that the one who hinders us must be a noble? A sudden silence enveloped the dormitory. It could just as easily be a commoner. Fujiwara stood, recalling a past practical lesson where a commoner nearly injured a teammate due to his inability to throw a shuriken properly. What do you mean? A student stood up. What I mean is, we shouldn't always resort to social status as a measure, Fujiwara asserted, looking directly at the individual. A strong person is strong regardless of their background. A weak person is weak, and that has nothing to do with their lineage. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew tense. Tanaka quickly stood up to mediate. All right, let us not argue. Fujiwara is right. Strength is what truly matters. The drill hasn't even begun. Let us not jump to conclusions. The student huffed and turned to leave the dormitory. Once the individual had departed, Tanaka glanced at Fujiwara. You know, your words might get you into trouble one day. I merely speak the truth, Fujiwara said, sheathing his kunai. I've had enough of this prejudice. It's as if all nobles are deemed useless and all commoners diligent and hardworking. It's simply not fair. Indeed, it is not fair, Tanaka smiled. But you must grow accustomed to such biases. They cannot be dispelled in a day. Fujiwara fell silent for a moment before asking Tanaka. If we were assigned to the same team, would you look down on me? Why would I? Tanaka patted his shoulder. Your physical fitness test scores rank in the top 10 of the class. You're stronger than many commoners. I'd be delighted to have you on my team. Fujiwara paused, then broke into a smile, the first genuine smile he had shown since arriving at the academy. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the noble students, the atmosphere was similarly charged. Have you heard? The drills will mix commoners with nobles. A boy named Ken Matsumoto frowned. Isn't that deliberately insulting us? Those commoners don't understand tactics. We'll have to direct them. Forget it, a student named Sato interjected. Don't forget, during the last practical lesson, 5 of us nobles couldn't defeat a single commoner. Matsumoto's face darkened. That practical lesson had been a source of humiliation for him. He had attempted to utilize his family's fire ninjutsu, only to be outmatched by simple physical techniques. That was just an accident, he insisted stubbornly. An accident? Sato scoffed. You know deep down whether it was truly an accident. Matsumoto opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. I think this drill presents an opportunity, Sato continued. If we can team up with strong commoners, we might learn a thing or two. Learn what? Their crude methods? Someone scoffed. Crude? Sato countered. A winning strategy is a good strategy, regardless of its style. The dormitory fell silent. After a moment, Matsumoto sighed. Well, it can't be helped. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. 3 days later, the joint drill officially commenced. All students lined up neatly in the academy's training ground. Xiao Lin stood on a platform, holding a list. In this drill, we will divide everyone into 20 small teams, each consisting of 8 members. Her voice echoed clearly throughout the venue. The team lists have been posted on the bulletin board. You have 10 minutes to find your teammates. As soon as the announcement concluded, students rushed toward the bulletin board. Tanaka squeezed through the crowd and found his name on the densely packed list. Team 7. Taro Tanaka, Hidetaka Fujiwara, Kinto Asano. He sighed in relief. Both Fujiwara and Asano were acquaintances, ensuring he wouldn't be entirely out of his depth. Tanaka, Fujiwara. Asano pushed through the throng. We're on the same team. I see, Tanaka smiled. Asano is here too. That is wonderful. Fujiwara appeared genuinely pleased, relieved to have at least 2 reliable teammates. Hey, what do you mean by that? Asano, who had approached unnoticed, asked. Are you implying the other teammates are unreliable? That's not what I meant, Fujiwara hastily clarified. All right, enough banter. Tanaka interrupted. Let us find the rest of our teammates. Team 7 quickly assembled, comprising Tanaka, Fujiwara, and Asano, alongside 3 commoners and 2 nobles. Let us introduce ourselves, Tanaka began. I'm Taro Tanaka, skilled in physical techniques and close combat. I'm Hidetaka Fujiwara, adept in fire techniques and mid-range combat. I'm Kento Asano, proficient in shuriken throwing and trap setting. The others introduced themselves in turn. A commoner named Yamada excelled in earth techniques, another named Ito specialized in sensory perception, while a third named Kobayashi was skilled in medical ninjutsu. Among the nobles, one named Takahashi was proficient in wind techniques, and another named Watanabe specialized in swordsmanship. The configuration seems quite promising, Tanaka analyzed. We have close combat, ranged attacks, sensory capabilities, and medical support. As long as we coordinate well, we should achieve commendable results. The question is, how do we coordinate? Takahashi frowned. We haven't trained together before. Then let us start now, Asano suggested. We still have a day to prepare. Is a day really enough? Watanabe questioned. If it's not enough, then it must suffice, Tanaka replied. It's better than doing nothing. The 8 began discussing tactics. Initially, the noble and commoner students spoke over each other, each refusing to concede. However, as the discussion deepened, they gradually recognized the merits in each other's perspectives. I think we could do it this way. Asano sketched a rough diagram on the ground. Ito will be responsible for sensing enemy positions. Yamada will create cover using earth techniques. Tanaka and Watanabe will handle close combat assaults. Fujiwara and Takahashi will provide mid to long-range fire support. And Kobayashi will be on standby to heal any injured members. What about me? Someone asked. You, Asano pondered, are highly mobile and should support wherever needed. Sounds good. Tanaka nodded. But we'll need to adjust based on the situation. Of course. The 8 became increasingly engrossed in their discussion, unaware that night had fallen. Let us call it a night. Tanaka stood up. We have an early training session tomorrow. Wait, Fujiwara suddenly interjected. I have a proposal. What is it? Let us have dinner together tonight, Fujiwara suggested. Since we're on the same team, we should get to know each other better. The group exchanged glances. I'll treat. Fujiwara added. What are we waiting for? Asano was the first to respond. Let us go. I'm starving. The 8 departed the training ground and made their way to the nearby town. Along the route, Takahashi approached Fujiwara and quietly asked, Are you truly treating? That's 8 people. So what? Fujiwara replied nonchalantly. It's just a meal. You've changed, Takahashi remarked. The old you would never have dined with commoners. The old me was foolish, Fujiwara laughed. Now I understand that becoming a strong individual has nothing to do with one's background. Takahashi remained silent for a moment before smiling and agreeing. You're right. The tavern in town was modest, yet the food was delightful. The 8 gathered around a large table, lively enjoying their meal. By the way, what do you think the drills will entail? Yamada asked between bites. Perhaps something like wilderness survival, Ito speculated. Given it's a joint drill, it will certainly test our team coordination. I heard there might be a competition, Kobayashi added, where teams will battle against each other. Now that sounds exciting. Asano's eyes lit up. If it's truly a competition, we must aim for first place. Achieving first place won't be easy. Watanabe poured cold water on the excitement. The other teams aren't pushovers. What are we afraid of? Tanaka raised his cup. As long as we work together, there's nothing we cannot accomplish. Here's to Team 7. Cheers. The 8 glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. In that moment, the divide between nobles and commoners seemed to fade away. Early the next morning, The joint drill officially commenced. Xiao Lin stood on the platform and announced the rules. This drill will last for 3 days and will take place in the dense forest to the north of the academy. Each team will be deployed to different locations, and your task is to locate the flags hidden deep within the dense forest within 3 days and return them to the starting point. There are a total of 5 flags, available on a first-come, first-served basis. The team that secures a flag can choose to conclude the exercise immediately or remain in the woods to seize flags from other teams. Additionally, combat between teams is permitted during the exercise, but lethal attacks are strictly prohibited. Should anyone sustain serious injuries, they will be promptly removed from the exercise area and considered eliminated. Finally, each team will be provided with 3 days' worth of rations and basic equipment. Once the rations are exhausted, you must find a way to manage on your own. Having spoken, Lin Xiaoya produced a box, instructing the representatives of each team to draw lots to determine their deployment positions. Taro Tanaka, representing Team 7, stepped forward and drew a slip of paper, Zone 7. He glanced at the note, noting it was situated in the southeastern corner of the forest. That was not an advantageous position. Kenta Asano frowned. Being the farthest from the forest center, it would take considerable time to locate the flag. There's no choice but to quicken our pace, Tanaka remarked. Half an hour later, all teams were teleported to their respective starting points. Team 7 found themselves amidst a thicket of towering trees, where sunlight scarcely penetrated. It feels quite eerie, Kobayashi shivered. Fear not. We are here, Tanaka reassured him. Ito, please sense if there are any other teams nearby. Ito closed his eyes, forming hand seals. Moments later, he opened his eyes, confirming that there were no other presences within a kilometer radius. Excellent, Tanaka nodded. Let us proceed as planned. Asano, you lead the way, Ito. Stay close and sense the surroundings. Yamada, be prepared to use Earth Release to handle any unexpected situations. Everyone else, maintain formation and do not fall behind. Understood. The 8 members began their journey deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstacles, sometimes swamps, at other times cliffs, and occasionally venomous creatures. However, with each peril encountered, the group swiftly reacted, cooperating effectively to navigate through. Stop. Ito suddenly raised his hand after about 2 hours of travel. What is it? Tanaka inquired. There are people ahead, Ito whispered. Approximately 500 meters away, I sense 8 chakra signatures. They must be another team, Tanaka concluded. What should we do? Asked Hidetaka Fujiwara. Should we circumvent them or confront them directly? Tanaka pondered for a moment. Let us observe the situation first. Asano, come with me to scout ahead. The rest of you stay here and wait. The two moved cautiously forward. Soon, they spotted the other team, Team 3, composed of 8 members, who were gathered together resting. Tanaka and Asano concealed themselves behind a tree to observe, noting that the opposing team appeared to be in poor condition, with 2 members visibly injured and another looking pale. Evidently exhausted. Looks like they've encountered some trouble, Asano whispered. Indeed, Tanaka nodded. But this presents an opportunity for us. You intend to launch a surprise attack? Asano asked. Taken aback. No, Tanaka shook his head. I wish to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Asano echoed, surprised. What do you mean? Look at their current state. Even if they find the flag, they may not be able to secure it, rather than allowing them to become prey for other teams. It would be wiser to ally with them. But the rules of the exercise dictate competition, not cooperation, Fujiwara interjected. The rules do not prohibit collaboration. Tanaka replied with a smile. And even if we cooperate, we must ultimately determine a victor. However, at least until that point, we can support one another. Asano contemplated this idea and found it appealing. You go ahead and negotiate. I'll provide cover for you. Taking a deep breath, Tanaka stepped out from behind the tree. The members of Team 3 immediately became alert, drawing their weapons. Don't be alarmed. I come in peace. Tanaka raised his hands. I am Taro Tanaka from Team 7, and I wish to discuss a proposal with you. What do you wish to discuss? The leader of Team 3, a civilian student named Ishikawa, scrutinized Tanaka suspiciously. You plan to take advantage of our misfortune? On the contrary, Tanaka asserted. I propose cooperation. Cooperation? Ishikawa was taken aback. Are you joking? This is a competitive exercise. I am aware, Tanaka stepped closer, but the rules do not state that we cannot collaborate. Given your current condition, you may not be able to defend a flag even if you find one. Ishikawa's expression shifted, but he did not refute Tanaka's claim. We can act together, Tanaka continued. After we find the flag, we will compete fairly. It is far better than being picked off by other teams. Ishikawa remained silent for a moment, then turned to his teammates. I think it's a viable option. One injured student spoke up. We indeed need assistance. But there are no buts, another student interjected. Even if we ultimately lose, we'll still have had a chance. If we refuse now, we won't have any opportunity at all. Ishikawa gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Fine, I agree. But let me make one thing clear. If you dare to pull any tricks, rest assured, Team 7 honors its commitments. Tanaka extended his hand. A fruitful collaboration. Ishikawa took his hand. A fruitful collaboration. With the two teams united, their strength significantly increased. Tanaka instructed Kobayashi to tend to the injured members of Team 3, while Ito and Team 3 Sensory Ninja scouted the surrounding area. 3 kilometers ahead, there is an open area. The flag may be concealed there. Ito pointed to the map. However, there are also chakra signatures from other teams present. How many? At least 2 teams, totaling 16 individuals. 16 against 16 is evenly matched, Tanaka analyzed. However, we possess 2 medical ninjas, which favors us in a prolonged engagement. But the opposing teams may also have medical ninjas, Ishikawa cautioned. Then we must aim for a swift resolution, Fujiwara suggested. Let us launch a surprise attack, while they remain unaware. No, Tanaka shook his head. We know nothing of their capabilities. A rash assault would be too reckless. What then? We will observe, Tanaka stated. Asano, you and Ishikawa go scout the area. Remember, do not let them notice you. The 2 nodded and vanished into the woods. Half an hour later, they returned. The situation is not promising, Asano reported. Both teams are quite formidable, and they have set traps in the open area. What kind of traps? Explosive tags, pitfall spikes, and more, Ishikawa added. It appears they plan to lie in wait for other teams to fall into their snares. What should we do? Someone inquired. Shall we circumvent them? No, Tanaka replied. The flag is right there. Circumventing would mean conceding. Then we must charge through. That is also not an option, Tanaka considered. I have an idea. What idea? Lure them out. Tanaka smiled. Since they have set traps, we can make them believe their trap succeeded. What do you mean? It's simple, Tanaka explained. We send a few individuals to deliberately trigger the traps, creating chaos. While they are distracted, the rest will launch a side attack. This plan is too risky, Ishikawa frowned. The ones triggering the traps are likely to get hurt. Thus, we must select agile individuals. Tanaka looked to Asano. Asano, can you handle this? No problem, Asano confidently replied. Avoiding traps is a piece of cake. I'll join as well, Fujiwara added. The more, the better our chances. Very well, Tanaka nodded. You 2 will be responsible for luring them. The rest will flank them. Remember, the moment they pursue you, we strike. Understood. With the plan established, the group began to move. Asano and Fujiwara were the first to approach the open area, deliberately making noise to attract the attention of the opposing teams. As expected, the individuals in the open area quickly noticed them. Someone's coming. A voice shouted. Prepare. Asano and Fujiwara exchanged glances and simultaneously accelerated towards the open area. Boom. The explosive tag was triggered, and the explosion echoed through the forest. They fell for it. The individuals in the open area shouted excitedly. 8 figures surged from the clearing, chasing after Asano and Fujiwara. At that moment, Tanaka and the others launched their flank attack. Now, Yamada formed hand seals, causing the ground to suddenly rise and block the opposing team's path. Takahashi unleashed wind release, whipping up a cloud of dust to obscure the enemy's vision. Oh no, it's a trap, the opposing team leader realized, but it was too late. Tanaka and Watanabe closed in, their teamwork seamless. One focused on offense while the other defended, quickly taking down 2 opponents. On the other side, Ishikawa led the 3rd squad into battle. A chaotic melee of 16 against 16 ensued. The clash persisted for approximately 10 minutes, culminating in the 7th and 3rd squads successfully vanquishing their adversaries. Breathing heavily, Tanaka Taro finally declared victory. Quickly, go find the flag, shouted Asano Kenta. The group surged into the open space, and soon, Fujiwara Hidetaka discovered a red flag beneath a large tree. Exhilarated, he raised the flag high, prompting cheers from the crowd. However, at that moment, Ito's expression abruptly changed. This is bad. Someone is coming, and there are many of them. How many? Tanaka Taro inquired. At least 3 squads, totaling 24 individuals. The crowd's faces paled. What should we do? Ishikawa asked. In our current state, we cannot combat so many. Tanaka Taro gritted his teeth. We must retreat first. The group promptly began to withdraw. Yet, the opposing force was swifter and soon caught up. Halt! A voice commanded. Leave the flag behind. Dream on. Asano Kenta retorted, turning back to hurl a few shurikens to fend off the pursuers. But the enemy, numerous and relentless, quickly closed in again. This won't do. Fujiwara Hidetaka stated. We cannot outrun them. Then we shall not run, Tanaka Taro declared, halting and facing the pursuers. Since we cannot evade them, we shall confront them head-on. But, no buts, Tanaka Taro insisted. We have 16 individuals, they have 24. Although we are at a numerical disadvantage, we just won a battle and our morale is high. If we coordinate well, we need not lose. You're right, Ishikawa agreed, also halting. At worst, we fight to the end. The others followed suit, adopting combat stances. The pursuers quickly arrived, led by Matsumoto Jiro, the captain of the first squad, a noble student. He regarded Tanaka Taro and the others with a cold smile. Do you think you can hold the flag with this pitiful lot? Let us see if you can. Tanaka Taro responded, fine. Then let me show you what true strength looks like. Matsumoto Jiro waved his hand. Charge. 24 individuals surged forward simultaneously. Tanaka Taro took a deep breath. Everyone listen up. According to our previous tactics, the melee group will hold the front line, the ranged group will provide fire support, and the medical team will be ready to treat injuries. Stay calm and maintain formation. The battle reignited. This time, the 7th and 3rd squads faced an enemy 3 times their number. However, they did not waver. Tanaka Taro and Watanabe charged to the front, bravely holding back the first wave of opponents 2 against 6. Yamada's earth techniques created barriers to shield his teammates. Fujiwara Hidetaka and Takahashi alternated their fire and wind jutsu to suppress the enemy's ranged attacks. Kobayashi and the medical ninja from the 3rd squad tirelessly tended to the wounded, ensuring the team's combat effectiveness did not diminish. The two sides engaged in a fierce struggle, but gradually, the disadvantage in numbers began to show. The members of the 7th and 3rd squads grew increasingly fatigued, while the enemy seemed to have ample energy left. We cannot continue like this. We will lose, Ishikawa panted. Just hold on a bit longer, Tanaka Taro urged through gritted teeth. As long as we withstand this wave, before he could finish. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking the center of the battlefield. Boom. The tremendous explosion sent both sides reeling. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged in the middle of the battlefield. Enough, the person said coldly. The exercise ends here. Tanaka Taro focused and recognized the figure as Tobarama. Teacher Tobarama. He exclaimed, stunned. What brings you here? Leader Lin sent me, Tobarama replied. She said your fighting has been too intense, and it could lead to casualties. But the exercise isn't over. It is now, Tobarama interrupted. You 2 squads have cooperated to defeat 2 opposing squads, and have withstood the assault of 3 squads for this long, which demonstrates your strength. For this exercise, your 2 squads tie for first place. Tie for first? The crowd exchanged glances. Indeed, Tobarama nodded. Now, come with me. Leader Lin has something to say to you. Chapter 154. Issues upon returning to the academy. Lin Xiaoya awaited them in the conference room. Aside from the 7th and 3rd squads, all other participating squads were also present. Well done, Lin Xiaoya remarked, observing everyone. Your performances in this exercise were commendable, particularly the 7th and 3rd squads. She turned her gaze to Tanaka Taro and Ishikawa. Not only did you find the flag, but you also repelled formidable foes despite being at a disadvantage. Such courage and wisdom are worthy of emulation. The crowd erupted in applause. However, Lin Xiaoya shifted the tone of her speech. I have also identified some issues. What issues? Someone asked. Coordination, Lin Xiaoya stated. Although you are all from mixed squads, many of you still instinctively trust only those of the same rank during battles. Nobles trust nobles, and commoners trust commoners. Such divisions will prevent your squads from reaching their full potential. The room fell silent. The reason the 7th and 3rd squads triumphed is that they truly embodied mutual trust. Lin Xiaoya continued. Regardless of whether you are noble or commoner, on the battlefield, you share a single identity, that of teammates. Only by entrusting your backs to your comrades can you survive. Remember this. She surveyed the room. At Taoyuan Ninja Academy, I do not concern myself with your backgrounds. I only regard your strength and character. If you still cling to class prejudices, you should leave at once, for such individuals are unwelcome here. The conference room fell into a profound silence. After a moment, Matsumoto Jiro stood up. Leader, I have a question. Speak. You mentioned breaking down class barriers to achieve equality between nobles and commoners, Matsumoto Jiro said. Yet, in reality, nobles are indeed stronger than commoners. That is a fact, not a prejudice. Is it? Lin Xiaoya smiled. Then tell me, in this exercise, who won, nobles or commoners? Matsumoto Jiro was momentarily at a loss for words. The seventh squad consists of 8 members, 4 nobles and 4 commoners, Lin Xiaoya continued. The third squad is the same. Did they win because the nobles were stronger or because the commoners were stronger? Matsumoto Jiro pondered for a moment. It was because they coordinated well. Precisely, Lin Xiaoya affirmed. Their effective coordination stemmed from their ability to set aside prejudices and truly regard one another as teammates. What about you? Even until the end, you were still fixated on who was noble and who was commoner. How could you possibly win? Matsumoto Jiro lowered his head, silenced. Well, that will be all for today, Lin Xiaoya stated, rising. You should all rest well. There will be a second round of exercises in 3 days. The second round? The crowd was taken aback. Yes. Lin Xiaoya smiled. This was merely a warm-up. In the next round, I will show you what true teamwork looks like. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of what Lin Xiaoya had in store. Back in the dormitory, Tanaka Taro lay on his bed, reflecting on the experiences of the past few days. From the initial mutual suspicion to the later camaraderie in battle, the relationship between him and his teammates had indeed undergone significant transformation, especially with Fujiwara Hidetaka. The once arrogant noble boy had now learned to interact with commoner students, even proactively shielding his teammates during combat. Tanaka, Fujiwara Hidetaka's voice interrupted his thoughts. Thank you. Fujiwara Hidetaka said. Thank you for not rejecting me because I am a noble. For what? If it weren't for you, I might still be living in my own world, believing that nobles should always be superior. Tanaka Taro smiled. Your ability to think this way shows that you have grown. Indeed, Fujiwara Hidetaka replied with a smile. Before coming to the academy, I never imagined I would one day become friends with commoners. Friends? Tanaka Taro raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Of course. Fujiwara Hidetaka said earnestly. You saved my life. How can we not be friends? Very well. Tanaka Taro extended his hand. Friends. Fujiwara Hidetaka grasped his hand. Friends. The two exchanged smiles. Outside the window, moonlight bathed the academy grounds in tranquility. Yet, Lin Xiaoya understood that this was merely a fleeting calm. Standing by the office window, she gazed at the distant lights, contemplating her next move. Shikihiko, she called. Here, Shikihiko emerged from the shadows. Have the details for the second round of exercises been finalized? Yes, Shikihiko handed her a document. As per your request, this round will be even more brutal. Lin Xiaoya took the document and quickly skimmed through it. Very good, she concluded, closing the file. Let us proceed accordingly. However, Luyan hesitated for a moment, wondering if this course of action was excessive. Do you think the true battlefield will show them any mercy? Lin Xiaoya turned around. Luyan fell silent. I understand your concerns, Lin Xiaoya remarked. But if they cannot withstand this minor trial, they are unworthy of becoming ninjas. I see, Luyan nodded. I will prepare. Wait, Lin Xiaoya called to him. What about Hashirama? He is still hesitating, Luyan replied. Your plan is too radical. He fears it may provoke a backlash from the 5 great nations. Backlash? Lin Xiaoya scoffed. They are already reacting. Rather than waiting for them to create trouble, we should take the initiative. But, there are no buts, Lin Xiaoya interrupted. Tell Hashirama that if he wishes to achieve peace, he must follow my instructions. Otherwise, Taoyuan village will inevitably be swallowed by the 5 great nations. Luyan sighed. I will convey your message. Go. After Luyan left, Lin Xiaoya gazed out the window. She was aware that her plan was perilous, yet she had no other choice. The 5 great nations would not idly watch Taoyuan village grow. They would strike at the academy eventually. Rather than remaining on the defensive, it was better to take the offensive and shatter the monopoly of the 5 great nations. The second round of the exercises would be the first step. 3 days later, the second round of exercises commenced. The students gathered once more on the playground. This time, Lin Xiaoya wasted no time in announcing the rules. You will be divided into 2 factions, the red team and the blue team. Each faction will consist of 10 squads, totaling 80 individuals. Your task is simple. Within 7 days, defeat the opposing faction and seize their headquarters. Note that there are no restrictions in this exercise. You may employ any means, including ambushes, traps, and even poison. The only stipulation is that you must not kill. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. This was no mere exercise. It was akin to real warfare. Additionally, Lin Xiaoye continued, the outcome of this exercise will directly affect your graduation grades. The losing side will have points deducted from every participant's score. Therefore, unleash your full potential. With a wave of her hand, she instructed the teams to gather their equipment and prepare to depart in 1 hour. The students exchanged glances, but none dared to voice their dissent. Tianzhong Taro and the 7th squad were assigned to the red team, while the 3rd squad fell under the blue team. It seems we will be rivals, Ishikawa remarked to Tianzhong Taro. Indeed, Tianzhong Taro smiled. But I will not hold back. Neither will I. Ishikawa extended his hand. See you on the battlefield. See you on the battlefield. The two shook hands before returning to their respective teams. An hour later, both factions set off toward the exercise area. The true test had only just begun. Chapter 155, Provocation Tactics in the Exercise Area. A rugged, rocky terrain unfolded before them. The red team's command post was established within a natural cave formed by tectonic movements, where the air was damp and water droplets clung to the rocky walls. A few candles flickered in the crevices, their flames swaying in the draft, casting shadows that elongated and contracted. Confronting them head-on? That would be suicidal. Tianzhong Taro crouched on the ground, gripping a dry branch as he jabbed it into the mud, marking several points. The blue team is composed of aristocrats. Matsumoto Jiro, though not particularly bright, possesses top-tier equipment forged from real gold and silver. We are armed with standard shuriken, while they wield chakra-conducting metals. Furthermore, their number of C-rank ninjutsu users is 3 times ours. Silence enveloped the surroundings, only broken by the rhythmic dripping of water. The red team members, mostly commoners, wore expressions of despair. What do we do? Just wait to die? Asano Kinta broke the silence, roughly polishing his shuriken with a rag. His movements unrefined and his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Chief Lin said there are no restrictions. How about I poison the water source? I brewed a special powder last night. It will surely leave them questioning their existence. In the corner, Fujiwara Shu frowned. As the only noble among the red team, he felt a visceral discomfort at such underhanded tactics. This is beneath us. What of a ninja's dignity? Dignity? Asano Kinta scoffed, interrupting him. Fujiwara, if you seek dignity, you might as well turn around and surrender. Matsumoto Jiro would graciously accept your sword and then kick you out of the ninja academy, branding you as worthless in your file. Fujiwara Shu's face flushed with anger, opening his mouth but unable to voice a retort. Enough of the bickering. Tianzhong Taro discarded the branch and brushed the mud from his hands. Poison is one option, but we cannot rely solely on that to win. Matsumoto Jiro may be arrogant, but Ishikawa is talented, and the water source is undoubtedly heavily guarded. To win, we must strike at their hearts. Strike at their hearts? The others leaned in closer. What is the greatest weakness of the aristocrats? Tianzhong Taro pointed to his own face. It is their pride, an inflated sense of superiority that makes them believe they are above all. He turned to Fujiwara Shu, his gaze intense. Fujiwara, you know Matsumoto Jiro well. If he discovers that we have split our forces, led by you, the disgrace of the nobility, to launch a grand ambush on their headquarters, while trampling upon his family emblem, how do you think he would react? Fujiwara Shu hesitated before offering a bitter smile. He would go mad. He would consider it a profound insult to be provoked by someone like me, a fallen noble. Even if he dismantled the headquarters, he would personally lead a team to hunt me down. Precisely, Tianzhong Taro grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that looked somewhat ominous in the flickering candlelight. We shall stage a grand performance, one that will leave him utterly foolish. For hours into the exercise, the blue team advanced swiftly. Matsumoto Jiro rode atop a massive gray wolf, a signature summoning beast of the Matsumoto clan, towering over ordinary students. Behind him trailed over 20 aristocratic students, all impeccably dressed, their ninja tool pouches bulging, and their chakra overflowing. Those commoners must be cowering in some rat hole, Matsumoto Jiro mused, stroking the wolf's mane with a disdainful snort. He issued orders for a fan-shaped formation. When we encounter the red team, show no mercy, just avoid killing them. Let them understand that the difference in bloodlines cannot be compensated for by rolling in the mud for a few months. At that moment, a scouting ninja came scrambling back, a peculiar expression on his face. Report, Captain Matsumoto, we have discovered the red team's whereabouts. Oh, where? How many? In the Western Valley. Approximately 30 individuals. bearing the emblem of Fujiwara Shu. Fujiwara Shu? Matsumoto Jiro's expression darkened instantly, as if he had swallowed a fly. What does that fallen noble want? They are insulting us, the scout stammered, unable to meet Matsumoto's gaze. What are they saying? Repeat it verbatim. They said that Matsumoto's people are merely soft-shelled shrimp hiding behind the fireball technique. The scout gulped, his voice dwindling. They also said you are a useless coward who would soil himself without his father, not even worthy to compare to a single toe of Fujiwara Shu. Rubbish. Matsumoto Jiro erupted in fury, tightening the reins, causing the wolf to growl in irritation. The surrounding aristocratic students were equally incensed. In their eyes, losing to anyone was acceptable. But being belittled by a traitor like Fujiwara Shu was unacceptable. Where is Ishikawa? Matsumoto Jiro shouted. As the blue team's vice-captain, the commoner Ishikawa hurried over, his brow furrowed. A map in hand. Captain, this is clearly a provocation tactic. The Western Valley is narrow, flanked by cliffs, perfect for an ambush. We should proceed according to our original plan and directly capture the red team's headquarters. Once we secure it, their insults will mean nothing. And what of provocation tactics? Matsumoto Jiro looked down at Ishikawa with disdain. In the face of absolute power, schemes are mere jokes. Ishikawa, take 10 men to guard our base. The rest will follow me. I will personally extract every one of Fujiwara Shu's teeth. Captain, this is far too risky. Silence. Am I the captain? Or are you the captain? Matsumoto Jiro's bloodshot eyes abruptly interrupted Ishikawa, commanding execution of orders. Ishikawa, observing the irrational Matsumoto Jiro and the surrounding noble students clamoring to punish the traitor, could only sigh in resignation. Very well. Matsumoto Jiro, with a fierce demeanor, led the main force towards the Western Valley, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, merely 2 kilometers from the Blue Faction's main camp, Tanaka Taro lay concealed in the grass, a makeshift camouflage ring of dried grass atop his head, revealing only a pair of keen eyes. Through the gaps in the leaves, he clearly observed the retreating figures of the Blue Faction's main force. The bait was taken, and it was a sizable catch, he whispered. Beside him, Asano Kenta chuckled, producing several dark green vials from his pocket, his carefully concocted enhancing agents. Should I add a little something for those left behind? I guarantee they will lose their combat effectiveness within 10 minutes. Go ahead. Be discreet, and do not overdo it, Tanaka Taro instructed. Remember, do not linger in battle. After administering the concoction, flee and create chaos. Once they are in disarray, we will charge. Asano Kenta made a no gesture with his hand, his body slipping silently into the shadows of the forest like a nimble raccoon. Tanaka Taro turned to observe the dozen or so Red Faction members lurking behind him. These individuals were the most inconspicuous civilian students in the academy, lacking familial heritage or expensive ninja tools. At this moment, each held their breath, gripping not legendary weapons, but prepared tripwires, bags of lime powder, pepper spray smoke bombs, and even coarse burlap nets for hunting wild boars. Brothers. Tanaka Taro's voice was low, yet carried an air of defiance. The forest leader once said, in battle, there is no dishonor, only victory or defeat. Today, we shall teach these lofty young masters a lesson. He paused, pulling a handful of sand mixed with iron filings from his pouch, tightly clenching it in his fist. The title of this lesson is The Harsh Realities of Society. Chapter 156. A night of nightmares. As night fell, a thin mist rose between the mountains. Although only Ishikawa remained at the Blue Faction's main camp with 10 others, the defenses were reasonably tight. Surrounding the area were caution traps, with 2 sensory ninjas taking turns on watch. Ishikawa sat by the campfire, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Matsumoto Jiro had taken the main force, and no news had returned. Faint explosions echoed from the Western Valley, followed by an eerie silence. Captain, have some soup. A team member offered a steaming bowl of mushroom soup. The evening air was cold and biting. Ishikawa took the bowl, poised to drink, when his movements suddenly halted. Where did this mushroom come from? I collected it just behind the camp. I checked, it's non-toxic, the team member explained. Ishikawa leaned in to sniff, confirming only the fragrant aroma of mushrooms. He scrutinized the bowl for a while, finally chuckling to himself, realizing he had been overly suspicious. The team members were all trustworthy. Noble science, how could they possibly tamper with something like this? He tilted his head back and took a hearty gulp. The warmth of the soup coursed through him. Everyone, have some to maintain your strength. Tonight may not be peaceful. However, the calm was shattered sooner than he anticipated. Merely 20 minutes later, a patrolling member suddenly clutched his stomach, turning pale as he squatted down, moaning, "Ouch, my stomach." Soon after, a second and third followed suit. Ishikawa felt a sharp agony in his abdomen, a thunderous gurgle echoing from within. The urgency of his need was overwhelming, forcing him to clamp his legs together. Unable to stand. Damn it, the soup. Ishikawa gritted his teeth, cold sweat soaking his back. He attempted to rise to sound the alarm, but his legs buckled, sending him crashing back to the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A sensory ninja shrieked, but his voice quickly shifted tones, culminating in an explosive flatulence. Just as chaos erupted in the blue camp, a multitude of dark spheres suddenly burst forth from the surrounding woods. Bang! 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 The spheres hit the ground and exploded. Not with detonating tags, but with a suffocating cloud of pepper powder and lime. Red smoke instantaneously enveloped the entire camp. Cough! My eyes! Don't come near. I need to go to the bathroom. Blue faction members coughed and wept, struggling to control their bowels as their combat effectiveness plummeted. Charge! Tanaka Taro commanded. And a dozen red faction members, donned in damp cloth masks and wielding wooden clubs, surged into the camp. This was no battle, it was a one-sided beating. Under normal circumstances, blue faction members might have been able to resist, but now, any attempt to channel chakra only intensified their internal turmoil. To avoid publicly soiling themselves, they could only huddle and endure the blows. This is really stimulating. Tanaka Taro swung his club, striking a noble student's helmet with a resounding clang. Weren't you all so arrogant before? Why so timid today? Tanaka, you despicable scoundrel. The noble student cried, clutching his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. Unsure if it was from the beating or the pepper powder. Despicable? Thank you for the compliment. Tanaka Taro grinned, delivering another blow. Ishikawa, as the captain, possessed remarkable willpower. He endured the excruciating pain, drawing a kunai to fight back. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose only half a meter before being shattered by a thick log. Tanaka Taro burst through the smoke, delivering a kick to Ishikawa's chest. Ishikawa flew backward, hitting the ground, and finally succumbed, letting out a defeated sigh. His face flushed a deep shade, despair closing his eyes. As a ninja, dying in battle was not terrifying, but experiencing social humiliation in such a manner was far more unbearable. Bind them. Tanaka Taro waved his hand, his tone calm as if instructing a market purchase. Gag them, don't let them bite their tongues. Also, provide them each with a pair of pants. We can't let them soil themselves. We still need to bring them back. Boss, you're surprisingly humane, Asano Kena chuckled, pulling several pairs of burlap trousers from his pouch. Humane my foot. I just find it stinky. Tanaka Taro rolled his eyes. In less than 10 minutes, the blue faction's main camp fell. Flags were torn down, and supplies were plundered. Meanwhile, in the Western Valley, Matsumoto Jiro was on the verge of madness. He had led over 20 men in circles for 3 hours, yet not a trace of Fujiwara Hidetaka was found. Instead, they had triggered countless traps. The traps here were particularly malicious, not fatal explosive tags but sticky webs coated in strong glue, pendulums laden with rotting fish entrails, and even spring-loaded wasp nests. At this moment, the noble squad, once resplendent in their armor, was now smeared with filth, several members' faces swollen like pig heads from wasp stings. Even worse, the persistent stench of fish was inescapable, repelling even the gray wolves in their ranks from approaching their masters. Fujiwara Hidetaka, come out, Matsumoto Jiro bellowed, brandishing his long sword at the empty valley. Boom. The response was a deafening explosion, not from ahead but from the direction of their main camp. A red signal flare ascended, marking the fall of the main camp. Matsumoto Jiro froze. Impossible. He stared incredulously at the red firework. That fool Ishikawa. 10 men couldn't defend a camp? Captain, we've been lured into a trap. A team member shouted in terror. This was a diversion. Silence. I know. Matsumoto Jiro gritted his teeth, his grip on the sword creaking. Retreat. Back to the main camp now? At that moment, countless torches ignited on the surrounding slopes. Fujiwara Hidetaka stood aloft, looking down at his disheveled former classmates. Beside him stood Asano Kenta and dozens of red faction members who had somehow circled back to this location. Matsumoto. Fujiwara Hidetaka's voice echoed in the valley, declaring, You have lost. I have not lost. Matsumoto Jiro's eyes blazed red as his chakra erupted wildly. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards the hillside, only to be thwarted midair by a wall of water. This was the ambush set by the red team's water ninjas. Do you still not understand? Fujiwara Hidetaka drew his long blade, pointing downward. Did you think this was a knightly duel? This is war. The sole purpose of war is to win. To achieve victory, we may resort to any means necessary. Nonsense. That is despicable. It is vile. Matsumoto Jiro roared. Come down and fight me one-on-one. One-on-one. Asano Kenta scoffed from the side. Brothers, let him see what a group fight looks like. With a sharp whistle, the red team members on the slope pulled out slingshots and blow darts. Target Matsumoto Jiro. Fire at will. Prepare. Fire. A downpour of mud pellets, rotten eggs, and blow darts laced with paralyzing toxins descended like rain. Matsumoto Jiro bellowed as he swung his blade to block, but the mud pellets disregarded any sense of honor, relentlessly targeting his face. A rotten egg struck him squarely on the forehead, yellow yolk streaming down his cheek, the foul stench nearly inducing his immediate retching. Damn it! Damn it! Matsumoto Jiro charged toward the slope, but suddenly his footing gave way, and he fell into a deep pit that had been dug in advance. The pit was lined with soft mud, cushioning his fall, but rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Fujiwara Hidetaka approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Matsumoto Jiro from a commanding height. Do you know what your greatest flaw is? Fujiwara Hidetaka began slowly. You hold yourself in far too high esteem. You think that having a good father will grant you victory in all things. But on the battlefield, no one cares who your father is. Matsumoto Jiro trembled, unsure if it was from rage or cold. Someone, bind them all. Fujiwara Hidetaka turned to leave. Take them back to base. This exercise must come to an end. Chapter 157. Practical combat training. The battle concluded without a hint of suspense. When Lin Xiaoya arrived at the scene with Tobarama and several instructors, she was met with a scene of utter devastation. The blue team members were all bound tightly and lined up neatly on the open ground. Matsumoto Jiro was the worst off, not only tied up like a dumpling, but also gagged with a rag torn from who knows where. His face bruised and exuding an indescribable stench, a foul mix of rotten eggs and some excrement. Meanwhile, the red team was cooking over a fire, using ingredients seized from the blue team. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoya, Tanaka Taro immediately set down his bowl and stood with his teammates. Report, leader. The red team has successfully completed the mission, annihilating the blue team with no casualties. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the area, her gaze lingering on the ashen faces of the noble students, before turning to Tanaka Taro. Did you use laxatives? Yes, Tanaka Taro admitted openly, and also chilly water. Super glue, wasp nests, and psychological manipulation. Standing behind Lin Xiaoya, Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched slightly. Though he typically advocated for pragmatism, he found the methods of these children rather crude. Release them, Lin Xiaoya instructed coolly. The red team members stepped forward to untie the blue team. As soon as Matsumoto Jiro was freed, he leaped up, tearing the rag from his mouth and shouting at Lin Xiaoya. I refuse to accept this. It's unfair. This is cheating. His voice was hoarse, filled with indignation and fury, instilled with the spirit of the samurai and noble etiquette from a young age. He could not accept such a defeat. If he had been outmatched in a fair contest, he would have accepted it. But to be taken down by laxatives and mud in his face, what was that? Unfair? Lin Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to him. She was half a head shorter than Matsumoto Jiro, yet her presence felt overwhelmingly oppressive. What do you find unjust? They poisoned us. They set traps. There was no direct confrontation. Matsumoto Jiro gritted his teeth. If we had fought openly, my team could have crushed them. Oh, Lin Xiaoya nodded, suddenly lifting her leg to deliver a kick to Matsumoto Jiro's abdomen. Ugh! Matsumoto Jiro doubled over in pain, and before he could react, a cold kunai was pressed against his throat. The air fell silent. If I were your enemy, you would be dead by now. Lin Xiaoya's voice was as frigid as ice. Do you think an enemy would spare you because you are a noble? Would they wait for you to assume a fighting stance before attacking? Do you think they would send you a challenge letter before attempting to kill you? Matsumoto Jiro broke into a cold sweat, feeling the kunai pierce his skin, blood seeping from the wound. You call them despicable? Lin Xiaoya withdrew the kunai, turning to address all the students. Let me tell you, on the battlefield, there are only the living and the dead. The dead have no right to speak of honor. Only those who survive have the opportunity to write history. She pointed at Tanaka Taro. He exploited your arrogance, your underestimation, and every resource he could. That is wisdom. And you, possessing chakra, are like a foolish bull led by the nose. Matsumoto Jiro's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched, yet he could not muster a single retort. Lin Xiaoya turned to the noble students, her tone softening slightly. I understand you feel wronged. You have been taught to be honorable and straightforward from a young age. But the world has changed. The 5 great nations will not adhere to our rules. If war breaks out tomorrow, do you think the ninjas from the Cloud Village would refrain from ambushing you simply because you are unprepared? Would the ninjas from the Rock Village refrain from using poison due to their underhanded tactics? No one spoke. Even the most unruly students fell into contemplation. This exercise, Lin Xiaoya concluded, the red team triumphed by breaking the shackles of conventional thinking. The blue team lost by being bound by so-called rules. She approached Fujiwara Hidetaka, patting him on the shoulder. Well done. Your ability to act against your former comrades shows you have grasped the essence of being a ninja. Fujiwara Hidetaka smiled wryly. Leader, please don't praise me. Matsumoto looked at me as if he wanted to swallow me whole. Hate is a good thing, Lin Xiaoya smiled, indicating he had learned a valuable lesson. At that moment, the previously silent Senju Tobarama stepped forward, holding a thick record book. Although the red team won, there were still issues. Tobarama's stern gaze swept over the red team. The dosage of poison was poorly controlled. If this were actual combat, you would have returned with a pile of corpses instead of prisoners. Furthermore, the bait tactic was executed too recklessly. Had Matsumoto Jiro not divided his forces and concentrated his firepower, your little tricks would have been instantly uncovered. Tanaka Taro scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. However, Tobarama's tone shifted, revealing a rare hint of approval. As your first unrestricted confrontation, your performance was acceptable. Receiving even a modicum of praise from Tobarama was more precious to these students than an S-rank mission evaluation. All right, everyone stand down. Lin Xiaoya commanded loudly. The red team is responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Dismantle all those traps. The blue team, go wash up. Once clean, head to the infirmary to receive your medicine. Tonight, the cafeteria will serve extra rations to celebrate the conclusion of the exercise. Hooray! The red team cheered joyfully, though the blue team hung their heads in despair. The mention of extra food made their stomachs grumble in protest. Late at night, in the headquarters office of the Peach Blossom Village, Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, gazing at the distant lights of the academy. Nara Shikahiko stood behind her, holding a recently delivered intelligence report. It seems this exercise has yielded good results, Shikahiko remarked. The students' spirits are markedly different. This is only the beginning, Lin Xiaoya sighed. Let them witness the dirtiness of tactics. It is better than dying on the battlefield later. By the way, leader, Shikahiko's tone suddenly turned serious. There are movements from the 5 great nations. Oh, have they finally grown restless? The daimyo of the Land of Fire seems discontent with our acceptance of noble offspring into the academy, but dares not voice it openly. Recently, enigmatic wandering ninjas have emerged along the borders, seemingly gathering intelligence on the academy. Lin Xiaoya scoffed. Wandering ninjas? They are likely disguised operatives from various nations. It is highly probable. Moreover, the bounty on your head in the black market has escalated to 80 million taels. A mere 80 million? Lin Xiaoya smirked. It appears I am still underestimated. She turned, her gaze sharpening. Send the orders to increase vigilance around the academy. Since they wish to play dirty, we shall indulge them. Just in time. The students have recently learned the art of poisoning traps and are in need of real-world targets. Lu Yin observed the smile on Lin Xiaoya's face and couldn't help but shiver. He suddenly felt that it was better not to provoke her, nor the peculiar group of students she had trained. The future of the ninja world would likely be turned upside down by this batch of graduates from the Taoyuan Ninja Academy, known for their disregard for conventional martial ethics. Chapter 158. Catching mice in the cafeteria of the Taoyuan Ninja Academy on a crisp morning, an eerie harmony permeated the air. The red team members devoured their servings of braised pork, their mouths glistening with grease. In contrast, the blue team members, though also served meat, wore ashen expressions, haunted by the nightmarish experience of the previous evening. Particularly for Matsumoto Jiro, the sight of any viscous brown substance now elicited a visceral reaction of nausea. Hey Matsumoto, if you're not eating, pass it over here. Tanaka Taro approached with his bowl, grinning as he pointed at Matsumoto's untouched plate. Matsumoto Jiro's eye twitched as he forcefully shoved the plate towards Tanaka, exclaiming, "Take it away. Just looking at you makes me sick." Exactly, Wasting food is shameful. Tanaka, undeterred, scooped the food into his own bowl and added, "By the way, I heard we don't have morning runs today." The leader mentioned a special activity. Fujiwara Hidetaka elegantly picked fish bones from his meal. Looking up at the mention of special activities, it wouldn't involve collecting bird nests or hunting wild boars again. Would it? I hope it's something more legitimate. Asano Kenta rubbed his arm, which had been scratched by branches while setting traps the night before, muttering, "As long as it doesn't involve making laxatives again." That stench lingered even after 3 baths. At that moment, the cold, unyielding voice of Senju Tobarama echoed through the loudspeaker. 7th and 3rd teams, gather your ninja tools. Assemble on the playground in 10 minutes. Latecomers will lose all credits for the month. 10 minutes later, on the playground, Lin Xiaoya stood with her hands behind her back, flanked by Uchiha Madara, who wore a contemptuous expression, and Senju Tobarama, who was perusing the roster. The sight of this triumvirate made the students uneasy. Your performance during yesterday's exercise displayed great creativity. Lin Xiaoya began, her tone neutral, especially the red team, who truly pushed the boundaries of ingenuity. However, I have heard some blue team members express dissatisfaction, claiming it was merely cleverness, lacking substance. Matsumoto Jiro straightened, his eyes silently affirming the sentiment. Very well, Lin Xiaoya snapped her fingers. Since you find the exercises insufficient, today we shall engage in something more authentic. According to our intelligence, several intruders have infiltrated the western forests surrounding the academy. The task is simple: locate and capture them alive. The students exchanged glances. Catching mice? Is that what we consider a special activity? Important note: the opposing force does not belong to the academy and will show no mercy. Lin Xiaoya's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. These are genuine adversaries. If you are killed, the academy will not be held responsible. We will merely send your ashes home. A stir rippled through the crowd. Are you scared? Uchiha Madara scoffed, releasing a hint of chakra, the oppressive aura silencing the playground. If you lack this basic awareness, you should return to your roles as pampered youths and farmers. Move out, Tobarama commanded succinctly. As Lin Xiaoya observed the 2 teams of students scampering out of the academy gate with trepidation, she turned to Lu Yen. Have the outer sentries been withdrawn? They have. Lu Yen rubbed his temples, looking resigned. You're playing with fire. Those are elite operatives from the 5 great nations, though there are only 4 of them. They could easily dispatch this group of novices. With Madara and Tobarama monitoring from the shadows, no one will die, Lin Xiaoya replied as she began to walk back. No training can substitute for the experience of shedding blood. Better for them to soil themselves here than on the battlefield, where they might not have the chance to change their pants. In the western forest, ancient trees towered above. The 2 small teams, comprising 16 individuals, advanced in a fan formation. Following the chaotic events of the previous day, the divide between the teams had diminished considerably. At least they had learned the basics of cooperation when facing an unknown threat. Tanaka, do you sense anything? Fujiwara Hidetaka whispered, his grip on the kunai tightening. Only 2 wild rabbits. Tanaka Taro crouched in the grass, his ear pressed to the ground. Strange. If these were true enemies, why would there be no traces left behind? Could the leader be trying to scare us? Matsumoto Jiro, though feigning bravado, hid behind a large tree, recalling the last time he had been told of a wild boar king, only to find Madara draped in pigskin. Be quiet. Asano Kenta suddenly raised his fist, signaling for silence. There's a tripwire ahead. The group held their breath. Asano cautiously parted the underbrush, revealing a thin, nearly invisible line strung between 2 trees. If not for his keen eye, it would have gone unnoticed. Looking up along the line, he discerned several explosive tags hidden among the foliage. This technique, Asano frowned, doesn't resemble our instructor's style. They design traps with educational purposes. This is purely for inflicting harm. It appears to be real. Fujiwara Hidetaka inhaled deeply, glancing at Matsumoto Jiro. Hey, noble heir, this is no trivial matter. If you are scared, you can hide in the back. Don't underestimate me. Matsumoto Jiro drew his long blade. Though his hands trembled, his spirit did not waver. Since they are enemies, let them witness the might of the Fire Nation's nobility. Just then, a sudden rush of air sliced through the atmosphere. Scatter! Tanaka Taro shouted, diving into a nearby pit. Several shuriken, accompanied by a chilling whistle, embedded themselves in the ground where they had just stood, penetrating deeply. Moments later, for figures clad in black bodysuits, their faces concealed by masks, descended from the treetops, encircling the students. Without uttering a word, one of the black-clad figures formed hand signs with remarkable speed. Earth-style, earth-spike jutsu. The ground trembled violently as sharp rock spears erupted like mushrooms after rain. A civilian student, slow to react, felt a jagged stone graze his thigh, blood instantly staining his pants. People could really die. Matsumoto Jiro watched the spattering blood, his mind reeling, witnessing a hue he had never encountered on the training grounds. What are you doing? Fight back. Tanaka Taro rolled out of the pit, clutching a handful of leftover chili powder from the previous day. Whoever they are, take them down. Chapter 159. Passing grade. The scent of blood ignited the student's senses. The injured student writhed on the ground, howls of agony reverberating like a saw, severing the last vestige of their youthful fantasies about the ninja games. This was no drill. The leader of the black-clad figures surveyed the trembling youths with icy indifference. His voice raspy and harsh beneath the mask. Is this what Taoyuan students are like? A bunch of undisciplined children. Finish this quickly. Capture those named Matsumoto and Fujiwara, and eliminate the rest. With the command to kill, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged through the students, striking their chests like a physical blow. Water-style, water surge jutsu. One of the black-clad figures unleashed a torrent of water at the fallen student. The pressure was sufficient to shatter rock. If it struck a person, it would surely break bones. Earth-style, earth wall. A wall of earth sprang up, blocking the water's path. Matsumoto Jiro pressed his hands to the ground, his complexion pale, chakra swirling chaotically from anxiety, yet the wall ultimately held firm. Quickly, drag him away. Matsumoto Jiro shouted, his voice cracking under pressure. Seizing the moment, Tanaka Taro hurled 2 smoke bombs. Boom. The gray smoke billowed out instantaneously. The cloaked figures swiftly retreated to avoid ambush. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The leader of the black-clad group formed a single-handed seal, summoning a fierce gale that instantly dispersed the smoke. However, once the haze cleared, the area was devoid of any presence. Have they fled? One of the black-clad men scoffed, likening them to a pack of rodents. No, the leader's gaze sharpened. They are below. Before he could finish his thought, the ground suddenly collapsed. It turned out that the earlier earthen wall was merely a decoy. The students had excavated a rudimentary tunnel using earth release. Act now. At the tunnel's entrance, Asano Kenta poked his head out, his slingshot already drawn taut. What was launched this time was not mud pellets, but specially crafted glass bottles. Crack, crack, crack. The bottles shattered at the feet of the black-clad men, releasing a thick amber liquid. What is this? The black-clad men instinctively tried to leap away, but found their feet slipping, causing them to crash heavily to the ground. The liquid was not only exceedingly slippery, but also emitted a nauseating stench, a mixture of rancid pork fat and expired natto juice. Hurry, ignite it. Fujiwara Shu shouted from behind a tree. Matsumoto Jiro and 2 other students adept in fire release simultaneously formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. 3 blazing flames surged forth, igniting the oil on the ground. Boom. Flames shot skyward. While such a level of fire release would not be lethal to a jonin, the slick, foul-smelling inferno was enough to provoke extreme agitation. Damn it, you little brats. The black-clad leader burst forth from the sea of flames, his garments charred and his mask blackened. He was utterly enraged, no longer holding back his strength, as he summoned lightning to his blade. Lightning release, false darkness. A sharp lightning spear aimed directly at Fujiwara Shu. The speed was blinding, leaving no time to evade. It's over. Fujiwara Shu's pupils constricted. Just then, a kunai with a rope ensnared his waist, yanking him back forcefully. The lightning spear grazed his nose, obliterating the tree behind him. Tanaka Taro rolled out from the nearby bushes, gripping the other end of the rope. Stop dawdling. Is this what you call noble strength? Thanks. Fujiwara Shu, shaken, felt cold sweat soaking through his back. Don't celebrate too soon. They're serious now, Tanaka Taro gasped, his earlier pull having drained all his strength. The 4 black-clad figures had now emerged from the flames. Though disheveled, they were not severely injured. They spread out, forming a standard hunting formation. Do not engage in ninjutsu. We lack the chakra. Tanaka Taro's mind raced, recalling Lin Xiaoya's words from the previous night about utilizing every available resource. Listen, Tanaka shouted. Bring me all the explosive tags. Asano, how many of those special materials do you have left? 2 bottles of concentrated chili water and a bag of lime, he replied. That will suffice. A fierce glint flickered in Tanaka's eyes, a gaze entirely uncharacteristic of a teenager. Matsumoto, take a few people to draw their fire. Don't engage directly. Just make them believe you're fleeing. You want me to be the bait? Matsumoto gritted his teeth. Because you look the most terrified and act the part best. Matsumoto Jiro cursed under his breath, turning to flee while shouting desperately, "Help. I'm done fighting. I want to go home." The black-clad men took the bait. In their eyes, the students appeared to have crumbled. Pursue. Don't let them return to the academy. The black-clad figures chased at full speed. When Matsumoto and the others suddenly veered around a large boulder, the black-clad men followed closely behind. However, what awaited them was not the fleeing figures, but a massive net woven from steel wire, laden with explosive tags. Detonate. Tanaka Taro triggered the seals. A deafening explosion shattered the silence. Though the black-clad figures reacted swiftly with substitution techniques, the shockwaves still propelled them away. Before they could regain their footing, a rain of white powder descended upon them. Lime powder. Ah, my eyes. One of the black-clad men screamed. Then came an even more insidious tactic. Asano Kenta and several civilian students brandished bamboo tubes, wildly spraying chilly water at the black-clad men. In such conditions of obscured vision and burning airways, even a jonin would find themselves disoriented. Now, collective assault. 16 students launched their attacks simultaneously. Kunai, shuriken, stones, and even some tossed their shoes. Though the black-clad leader couldn't see, he relied on sound to discern their positions, slicing through the incoming projectiles with fury. He unleashed chakra in a fit of rage, preparing to execute a wide-area ninjutsu to obliterate the children. Earth release, great mud river. The ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire, causing the black-clad leader to sink. Damn it! Just as he was about to form seals, a cold hand clasped his shoulder. All sounds vanished in an instant. The black-clad leader stiffly turned his head. Even without sight, he could feel a profound terror emanating from the depths of his soul. Senju Tobarama stood behind him, his crimson eyes devoid of warmth. To use a rank ninjutsu against a pack of children, Tobarama's voice was quiet yet struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. As ninjas, you have failed. Before the black-clad leader could finish his words, he collapsed to the ground, not killed but incapacitated by a disruption of his chakra pathways. The remaining 3 black-clad figures attempted to flee but were met with Uchiha Madara perched on a nearby branch, idly toying with a stone. An expression of amusement on his face. Flee. Madara flicked his finger. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds resounded as the kneecaps of the 3 black-clad men shattered, forcing them to kneel in unison. Silence enveloped the forest. The students stood in stunned silence, having just battled for their lives, now witnessing their formidable foes sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs. Is it over? Matsumoto Jiro collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, tears and snot streaking his face. Lin Xiaoya emerged from behind the trees, observing the disheveled and wounded students, nodding in acknowledgement. You fought poorly, she critiqued. Your coordination was awkward, your baiting was exaggerated, and your trap was rudimentary. The students lowered their heads. Yet, Lin Xiaoya's tone shifted as she continued, facing adversaries many times stronger than yourselves. Not a single one fled, nor did anyone abandon their comrades. Ultimately, you managed to outwit your opponents. She approached Tanaka Taro, brushing the dust from his shoulder. You have passed. These simple 3 words brought tears to the eyes of all the youths present. Chapter 160. Sponsorship fee. The infirmary of the Tao Yuan Ninja Academy was bustling with activity. Although there were no fatalities thanks to Tobarama and Madara's suppression, fractures, burns, and lacerations were inevitable. Kobayashi and several other medical students were tirelessly attending to the injured, simultaneously listening to their exaggerated tales of heroism. Let me tell you, that guy's blade was merely 0.01 centimeters from my neck. Matsumoto Jiro, lying on a hospital bed with his leg in a cast, was in high spirits. I didn't even blink. I countered with a great fireball. Come on, I distinctly heard you call for your mother, Fujihara Shu retorted from the adjacent bed, showing no mercy in dismantling Matsumoto's bravado. That was a tactic. Do you understand tactics? Matsumoto Jiro's face flushed red. Outside the ward, in Lin Xiaoya's office, the atmosphere was frigid. For captured black-clad men knelt on the floor, their chakras sealed. Their masks had been removed, revealing their unremarkable faces. They're quite obstinate. Senju Tobarama wiped his hands, remnants of the interrogation still evident. having pried open only a small crack with genjutsu and drugs. They belong to the covert operations of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, while two are mercenaries from the Land of Earth. Seated at the table was Lin Xiaoya, fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. It seems our esteemed daimyo is quite displeased with that compensation of 80 million ryo and wishes to renege while resolving the matter of the creditors. Kill them and send their heads back. Uchiha Madara leaned against the window. His tone is nonchalant, as if he were merely discussing the disposal of refuse or the prospect of burning down the Lord's mansion. Burning down the Lord's mansion? Who will compensate us? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Moreover, killing these insignificant lackeys serves no purpose. We must make them aware that Taoyuan village not only imparts knowledge but also collects debts. She retrieved a blank scroll from the drawer, picked up her brush, and began to write with a flourish. Lu Yen leaned over to glance at it, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The title of the scroll read, Cost Settlement List for the Special Training Personnel Dispatched by the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. The content was as follows. 1. Premium Training Fee. For individuals, 5 million ryo each, totaling 20 million ryo. Note: due to the excessive force employed by the training personnel, our students were severely frightened, necessitating an additional compensation for psychological distress. 2. Venue Maintenance Fee. Damage to forest vegetation, land leveling, and air pollution control, 8 million ryo. 3. Medical Resource Occupation Fee. Bandages, hemostatic drugs, and psychological counseling, 3 million ryo. 4. Custody Fee for Training Personnel. Since these elite individuals from your nation certainly do not wish for them to perish in a foreign land. A ransom of 10 million ryo per person, totaling 40 million ryo. 5. Late Fee. Given the previous slow progress of reparations from your nation, this bill must be settled within 3 days. Otherwise, enforcement procedures will commence. Total, 71 million ryo. Isn't this too exorbitant? Lu Yen murmured. These individuals combined are not worth 70 million. Worth or not depends on how one packages it, Lin Xiaoya replied, putting down her brush, blowing gently on the still wet ink. We shall clean these 4 individuals, dress them in our academy's uniform, and pack them into specially designed wooden boxes. The boxes will be labeled as valuable teaching equipment. Handle with care. And then? Lu Yen inquired. Then, I shall request Lord Madara to make a trip. Lin Xiaoya smiled at Uchiha Madara. There is no need for him to lift a finger. He merely needs to place the boxes and the bill on the dining table of the Lord's mansion, preferably while they are dining. Madara raised an eyebrow, taking the bill and glancing at it, a rare spark of interest flickering in his eyes. Delivering a package? How intriguing. 3 days later, at the Lord's mansion in the Land of Fire, the Lord was engaged in a luncheon with several senior officials, discussing how to counter the growing influence of Taoyuan village. That Lin Xiaoya is merely riding a wave of fortune. One official took a sip of sake. Once our umbu are successful, this rabble will undoubtedly disperse. Indeed, I have heard that the elite have been dispatched this time. Just as the words were spoken, a tremendous roar erupted from the roof. Boom! The exquisite ceiling shattered, and 4 massive wooden boxes, accompanied by a howling wind, crashed onto the banquet table, causing soup to splash and plates to shatter. The Lord, frightened, dove beneath the table, while the guards rushed in, swords drawn, in a state of panic. Who goes there? No one answered. Only a delicate scroll floated down like a leaf, landing precisely on a roasted chicken. The head guard trembled as he opened the scroll and read its contents aloud. With each word, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Simultaneously, the lids of the wooden boxes sprang open. The 4 missing elite umbu were bound and stuffed inside, their mouths filled with sweet potatoes. Clad in pink vests emblazoned with the words "Excellent Teaching Tools from Taoyuan Village." Though they were alive, their eyes were vacant, as if they had endured some horrifying psychological torment. The Lord crawled out from beneath the table, gazing at the exorbitant bill, then looking up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. Through it, he felt as though a pair of blood-red eyes were coldly observing him. Pay at once, he stammered, collapsing into his chair immediately. Right now? News spread throughout the ninja world like wildfire. Taoyuan Village's Ninja Academy not only repelled a combined assassination attempt from the 5 great nations, but also turned the tables to extort a substantial sum. More importantly, they showcased a brand new attitude. This was not an ivory tower, but a fortress capable of revealing its fangs at any moment. A week later, on the Academy's playground, students who had recovered from their injuries regrouped. After that battle, Their youthful innocence had faded considerably, replaced by a sense of composure and ruthlessness. Lin Xiaoya stood on the platform, holding a check. "I have good news to share," she announced, raising the paper aloft. "The Lord of the Land of Fire has generously provided the sponsorship fee for this practical training exercise. To commend your courageous performance, I have decided to use this money to construct a brand new library for the Academy, and—" She paused, gazing at the expectant eyes below. "Each of you will receive a brand new set of chakra-conducting metal ninja tools." Cheers erupted, resonating to the heavens. However, Lin Xiaoya understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. "Lu Yan," she whispered to her strategist beside her, "prepare for an expansion of enrollment. Since they wish to engage in assassination, we shall cultivate more monsters until they dare not entertain any ulterior motives." "Understood." Lu Yan closed his notebook. "However, the next batch of applicants may include more individuals with ulterior motives. That matters not." Lin Xiaoya turned her gaze towards the distant mountains. "Once they enter my doors, they will either become dragons or tigers. Even if they are spies, I shall mold them into my loyal followers." The sunlight illuminated her face, reflecting a disquieting confidence. The transformation of the ninja world had only just begun. Chapter 161, Second Batch of Enrollment. As news of Taoyuan Village Ninja Academy spread, the registration office for the second batch of enrollment was inundated on the very day the announcement was posted. Lu Yan stood by the window, observing the throngs of people below, rubbing his temples. "Leader Lin, the number of applicants has surpassed 2,000, with aristocratic offspring making up 60%. "Predictable," Lin Xiaoya remarked, flipping through the registration forms before abruptly halting. "This one here, Fuji Ken, is from the Fuji family of the Land of Fire, the very child of the official who was humiliated at the Lord's mansion last time." "Indeed." Lu Yan opened the intelligence dossier, "and this one is the second son of the Ishida family from the Land of Earth, whose family conveniently engages in arms trading at the border. The only son of the Chamber of Commerce president from the Land of Wind. In short, their backgrounds are all dubious." Lin Xiaoya slammed the registration forms onto the table. "Accept them all. All of them." Lu Yan was taken aback. "Aren't you worried they might be spies? What is there to fear?" Lin Xiaoya smiled. "I want them to come. When these aristocratic offspring return home, they will speak of how effective Taoyuan Village's teaching methods are. They will say that commoners, after training, can defeat nobles, and will affirm that the rules here are genuinely fair." She stood up and approached the window. "Lu Yan, do you know what the most insidious form of infiltration is? It is not blades or ninjutsu, but rather ideology. Once these noble offspring become accustomed to our rules and recognize our values, they will naturally become our mouthpieces when they return to their families." Lu Yan's eyes widened in realization. "You intend to cultivate them as your own." "Not just that." A glint of cunning sparkled in Lin Xiaoya's eyes. "I want the nobles of the 5 great nations to witness how their exorbitantly paid children are brainwashed here. By the time they realize something is amiss and attempt to withdraw their children, it will already be too late." 3 days later, the second batch of students was enrolled. On the playground, over 2,000 new students were divided into 2 formations based on their backgrounds. To the left stood the elegantly dressed aristocratic offspring, while the right was occupied by peasant students in patched clothing, a stark contrast. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the entire scene before speaking. "Now, everyone, remove your outer garments." The students exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what she meant. "Remove your outer garments, leaving only your undershirts," she reiterated coldly. Reluctantly, the aristocratic students shed their luxurious robes, revealing equally exquisite undershirts beneath, while the peasant students, upon removing their patched outerwear, displayed faded, worn cloth. "Excellent." Lin Xiaoya nodded. "Can you still distinguish who is noble and who is commoner?" Silence fell over the crowd. Indeed, once the outer garments were removed, their physiques appeared quite similar. From this day forth, the Academy will provide standardized training uniforms. Lin Xiaoya gestured for the assistants to bring forth a large pile of gray uniforms, lacking family insignias or rank markings, only numbered for identification. "Remember, here, your sole identity is that of a student." A noble youth could not refrain from raising his hand, addressing Lin, the leader. "My father has always said that nobles are inherently different from commoners." Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, challenging him. "In what way? Have you grown an extra head? Or are you naturally adept at chakra? Our lineage is pure, and our ninjutsu talents are superior." The boy straightened his back and declared, "Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to prove your claims." Lin Xiaoya gestured towards the commoner's formation. Choose any opponent. If you win, I shall allow you to don your own attire again. If you lose, you shall run 50 laps around the playground. The noble youth hesitated briefly before selecting the most frail-looking commoner boy. 5 minutes later, he found himself pinned to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. The commoner boy was among the first batch of graduates, retained as a teaching assistant. 3 months of rigorous training had honed his combat instincts far beyond those of the sheltered flowers. Is there anyone else who wishes to uphold the doctrine of lineage? Lin Xiaoya scanned the crowd, and silence enveloped the area. Excellent. She clapped her hands. We shall now commence class division. This time, we shall not categorize by birth, but by academic achievement. The assessment will consist of a 5-kilometer cross-country run, a theoretical examination, and practical combat. The top 200 in comprehensive rankings will enter the elite class, while the remainder will join the ordinary class. What? We have to take exams? A stir arose among the noble students. Aren't you all gifted? Lin Xiaoya sneered. Then prove it to me. The assessment begins now. At the starting point of the 5-kilometer run, over 2,000 students jostled together. The starting gun fired, and the crowd surged forward like a tide. The noble students, relying on their nutritional advantage, surged ahead, while the commoners maintained a steady pace behind them. After 3 kilometers, the situation began to shift. The noble offspring started to gasp for breath, their steps faltering, while the commoners, though not swift, exhibited remarkable endurance. The first to cross the finish line was a dark-skinned commoner boy, barefoot, his pant legs caked in mud, but his gaze resolute. Name? Lin Xiaoya inquired. Reporting, leader. I am Yamada Daichi from a rural area on the border of the Land of Fire, the boy replied, panting. I have worked alongside my father in the field since childhood, carrying water for 5 kilometers daily. Very good. Lin Xiaoya marked him on the list. Gradually, more commoner students crossed the finish line, while many noble youths either gave up midway or were assisted back. The theoretical examination was overwhelmingly one-sided. The questions, crafted by Lin Xiaoya herself, revolved around issues encountered in real combat. How to keep explosive tags dry in the rain. How to create the largest smoke screen using minimal chakra, and how to judge the trajectory of an enemy's attack. Such practical inquiries were too grounded for the noble youths, who were accustomed to theoretical instruction on family secret arts rather than these essential survival skills. Conversely, the commoner students, driven by necessity, possessed an innate understanding of these challenges. In the practical combat segment, Lin Xiaoya deliberately arranged mixed pairings of nobles against commoners. The result was a dismal success rate for the noble youths, with fewer than 30% prevailing. After losing a match, a noble youth from the land of Earth protested to the judge, claiming he cheated, asserting, he threw sand in my eyes. The judge was Senju Tobarama. He coldly regarded the boy. In battle, will your enemy inform you in advance of their techniques? This does not align with a ninja's honor. Honor. Tobarama's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Will it keep you alive? Remember, only those who return alive are victors. The dead have no right to speak of honor. His words rendered the noble students silent. They had been raised with the belief in the glory of their families, the nobility of their bloodlines, and the legacy of secret arts. Yet, no one had ever informed them of the true nature of the battlefield. As the assessment concluded and the results were announced, 150 of the top 200 spots were occupied by commoner students. A commotion erupted among the noble ranks. This is impossible. There must be a flaw in the grading criteria. I will lodge a complaint with the daimyo's office. Lin Xiaoya stood on the platform, allowing their uproar to unfold. When the noise began to subside, she spoke slowly, dissatisfied. That's good. Lin Xiaoya smiled, for this is reality. You have been pampered since childhood, believing yourself superior. Yet the truth is, you lack even the basic physical abilities of those who toil in the fields. The splendid ninjutsu you have learned is less practical than a handful of sand in true life and death struggles. Her voice turned increasingly cold. I shall say this once more. Here, there are no nobles, no commoners, only the strong and the weak. If you wish to enter the elite class, demonstrate your strength. If you desire respect from others, first learn to respect your opponents. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Now, everyone, go collect your uniforms and dormitory keys. Assemble promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Latecomers shall run 100 laps. The students dispersed, the noble youths wearing grim expressions while the commoners beamed with excitement. Lihian approached Lin Xiaoya, whispering, will this not completely offend those noble families? If it offends, then let it be. Lin Xiaoya gazed towards the setting sun. Do you know why I am doing this? To dismantle the barriers of class. Not only that, Lin Xiaoya turned. I wish to make the nobles understand that their proud lineage holds no value in the face of absolute strength. Only when they recognize this reality will they truly set aside their arrogance and stand on equal footing with the commoners. Yet, this process will be arduous. Pain is the price of growth. Lin Xiaoya smiled. And do you not find it amusing to witness those lofty nobles being harshly confronted by reality? Lihian forced a smile and shook his head. He suddenly realized that Lin Xiaoya was not merely educating students. She was conducting a social experiment, a study on class, power. In the future, the outcome of this experiment would reshape the very fabric of the ninja world. That night, in the noble student's dormitory, Fuji-kin lay on his hard wooden bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was the son of a minister from the land of fire, having lived a life of luxury. Yet today's assessment had made him acutely aware for the first time that all he held in pride was utterly inconsequential here. Hey, you are Fuji-kin, right? A commoner student from the adjacent bed suddenly spoke up. I am Sato Makoto. Your fire release was quite impressive during practical combat today. Fuji-kin was taken aback. You don't resent me? Resent you for what? I am a commoner, and you are a noble. Sato Makoto chuckled. Here? Who cares about your background? I only know that your fire release is indeed superior to mine. Next time we practice, I would like to learn from you. Fuji-kin remained silent for a long time before finally replying. All right. That night, many noble students found themselves sleepless, pondering a singular question. Does what they uphold truly hold meaning? This was precisely the outcome Lin Xiaoya sought. Chapter 162. The start of classes at 6 in the morning. The playground was already filled with students. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Over 2,000 students, and not a single one was late. Excellent. It seems yesterday's warning had an effect. She clapped her hands. Today marks the first day of formal classes. I shall impart a lesson. The students held their breath in anticipation. The theme of this lesson is, what is a ninja? Lin Xiaoya stepped forward. Some believed a ninja to be one who can wield ninjutsu. Others saw them as mere tools willing to sacrifice everything for a mission. And still others viewed them as the glory of their family or the sharp blade of their nation. She paused, but in my view, none of these notions are correct. A murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. Firstly, a ninja is a human being. Lin Xiaoya's voice grew serious. They possess flesh and blood, experience pain and fear, and have family and friends. Ninjutsu is merely a tool, a mission is but a means, and family and country are merely the objects of your allegiance. But you yourselves are the most important. A noble student could not restrain himself from raising his hand. Leader Lin, this differs from our family teachings. My father says that a ninja must be loyal, must obey, and must sacrifice everything for the family. Has your father ever sacrificed himself for the family? Lin Xiaoya retorted. The student was momentarily taken aback. No, I suppose not. Lin Xiaoya smirked. Because those who demand your sacrifice never stand on the front lines themselves. They hide in safe havens, using eloquent rhetoric to send you to your demise, building their glory upon your corpses. Her heavy words changed the expressions of the noble students. I am not saying that loyalty is unimportant. Lin Xiaoya shifted her tone, asserting that loyalty is predicated upon the worthiness of the recipient. If a family or nation merely exploits you without regard for your well-being, then such loyalty is worthless. As she surveyed her surroundings, she stated, the first lesson I impart to you in this utopian village is to learn to think. Reflect upon what is right and what is wrong. Contemplate the reasons for your battles and the identities for whom you fight. Only by understanding these can you become true warriors. The audience fell silent. Many students' eyes flickering with confusion intertwined with contemplation. Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Xiaoya clapped her hands. Let us commence today's training. Everyone shall run 20 laps around the field. The last 10 will receive half rations for dinner. The groans of protest arose, but none dared to disobey. Observing from the sidelines, Hashirama mused, is Lin Xiaoya intent on turning these children into rebels? Not rebels, but independent thinkers, Tobarama corrected. She is dismantling outdated notions, teaching these children to live for themselves. But is this truly beneficial? Hashirama pondered. If everyone only looks after themselves, won't the ninja world descend into chaos? Is it not already chaotic? Tobarama countered. The 5 great nations wage war against one another, families scheme against each other, and the common folk are oppressed to the point of suffocation. Rather than uphold this hypocritical order, it is better to shatter it and rebuild. Hashirama fell silent, acknowledging Tobarama's truth, yet as a former Hokage, he remained uneasy about such radical reforms. As the training continued into midday, Lin Xiaoya abruptly halted the proceedings. All gather, she commanded. The students, panting heavily, approached, some on the brink of exhaustion. Next, we shall conduct a small test, she announced, pointing to a large box at the center of the training ground. Inside are 200 lunches, but there are over 2,000 of you. The rules are simple. Compete freely. Whoever seizes it first claims it. Chaos erupted as soon as she finished speaking. Noble students, buoyed by their numbers, surged toward the box, while the commoners, despite their greater stamina, found themselves overwhelmed by the noble students' onslaught. Soon, the 200 lunches were entirely claimed. Those who succeeded rejoiced, while those who returned empty-handed hung their heads in despair. Excellent. Lin Xiaoya clapped her hands. Now, all who obtained lunch stepped to the left. Those who did not, to the right. The lines were formed. She approached the left side and said, "Congratulations on your successful acquisition. But do you consider this fair?" A noble student boldly replied, "This was your rule. Free competition is inherently fair. Is it?" Lin Xiaoya smiled. "What if I said those without lunch could band together to reclaim yours? Would you still deem that fair?" Panic spread among the left side students. "That's unfair. We've already claimed it. Why should they reclaim it? Rules cannot be changed arbitrarily." Lin Xiaoya fixed them with a cold gaze. "So, when the rules favor you, they are fair. When they do not, you cry injustice. This is your so-called fairness." Silence enveloped the audience. "I will tell you what true fairness is," she said, turning to the right side. "Your lack of lunch is not due to weakness, but rather a lack of unity. The noble students succeeded because they banded together, while you commoners, despite your greater numbers, fought alone." She gestured toward the left. "And you nobles, while victorious this time, have you considered that if the commoners united, could you still triumph?" Both groups fell into contemplation. Thus, the true purpose of this test was not to see who could snatch the lunches, but to teach you the value of cooperation. Lin Xiaoya clapped her hands again. "Now, everyone shall regroup. 10 individuals per group, mixed between nobles and commoners. Each group will appoint a representative to collect the lunches." The students exchanged glances, but ultimately complied with the directive. This time, order prevailed. Each group received a modest amount of lunch, ensuring that everyone had a share. "Remember today's lesson," Lin Xiaoya addressed them from the stage. "One can never prevail alone against the warmth of unity, whether noble or commoner. Learning to collaborate can yield miraculous outcomes." During lunch, students gathered in small groups. Fuji Kin and Sato Makoto found themselves in the same group, sitting under a tree in silence as they consumed their rice balls. "What are your thoughts on today's test?" Sato Makoto suddenly inquired. Fuji Kin pondered for a moment. Leader Lin was right. "We nobles have indeed grown accustomed to forming cliques, but that is because we were taught from an early age that only family is reliable." "And now?" Sato Makoto pressed. "Now," Fuji Kin replied, looking at his rice ball, "I'm uncertain. However, I believe that if we can collaborate with you commoners, we might truly achieve great things." Sato Makoto smiled. "Then let us give it a try. After all, we are all students here." They tapped their rice balls together, signifying a newfound understanding. Similar conversations unfolded across the playground. Lin Xiaoya stood by her office window, observing the scene with a faint smile. "Lahiko, see? The seeds have been sown. Yet, it will require time for them to sprout." Lahiko perused the report in his hands. "Moreover, the 5 great nations are already mobilizing. What actions are they taking?" Lin Xiaoya inquired. "They plan to unite and exert pressure on our utopian village, claiming our curriculum violates the traditions of the ninja world. They demand we cease admissions and surrender all educational materials." Lin Xiaoya scoffed. "They are afraid." "Indeed," Lahiko nodded. "If we continue this way, the power structure of the ninja world will undergo a complete transformation within a few years. By that time, the noble class of the 5 great nations will lose their monopoly over ninjas. Thus, they wish to crush us in our infancy." Lin Xiaoya turned. "But they have overlooked one crucial detail." "What is that?" "We are not fighting alone." Lin Xiaoya smiled. "These over 2,000 students represent over 2,000 families, spread throughout the entire ninja world. If the 5 great nations dare to act against us, they will face the wrath of these families." Lahiko suddenly understood. "So, you are using the students as leverage?" "Not leverage, but a connection," Lin Xiaoya corrected. "These students are learning not only ninjutsu, but also new ideologies. When they return to their hometowns and disseminate these ideas, the entire mindset of the ninja world will shift. By then, even if the 5 great nations wish to act, they will have to weigh the consequences. Lihiko admired her acumen. But don't celebrate too soon. Lin Xiaoya's expression darkened. The 5 great nations' willingness to unite in pressure indicates they are prepared for confrontation. A hard battle is likely on the horizon. What shall we do? Lihiko asked. We meet force with force. Lin Xiaoya's eyes gleamed coldly. If they wish to play, I shall engage them to the end. 3 days later, the united summons from the 5 great nations arrived at the utopian village. The content was straightforward. The Ninja Academy was to cease admissions immediately, surrender all educational materials, and submit to a joint investigation by the 5 nations. Lin Xiaoya read the summons and tore it into shreds. Reply that the utopian village does not succumb to threats. Lihiko chuckled ruefully. Leader Lin, your actions mean a complete severance with the 5 great nations. Let it be severed, Lin Xiaoya sneered. They think I fear them? Tell them that if they dare to strike, I will return all these over 2,000 students to their families to witness how the 5 great nations treat their children. However, this will tarnish the Academy's reputation. Reputation? Lin Xiaoya interrupted. You must remember that reputation is upheld by strength. If we cannot withstand even the threats from the 5 great nations, then no amount of reputation will suffice. She approached the window, gazing at the students training outside. Moreover, I have faith in these children. What they are learning here is sufficient for them to establish themselves in the outside world. Lihiko remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. I will respond now. Wait, Lin Xiaoya called out. Besides the response, I need you to do one more thing. What is it? Gather all the students. I wish to hold a general assembly. Lihiko paused, surprised. You intend to inform them of this matter? Of course. Lin Xiaoya turned around, stating that these children possess the right to know and the right to choose. I cannot make decisions for them. Lu Yan pondered, but what if someone wants to leave? Then let them go, Lin Xiaoya replied calmly. Those who remain are the ones who truly embrace our ideals. An hour later, over 2,000 students stood in a perfect formation on the playground. Lin Xiaoya stood on the platform, holding the torn fragments of a notice. Dear students, I have gathered you here to convey an important message. She raised the pieces of paper. The 5 great nations have issued us an ultimatum, demanding that we cease enrollment and surrender our teaching materials. Otherwise, they will take action against us. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. How dare they? We have done nothing to provoke them. This is unjust. Lin Xiaoya raised her hand for silence. I understand your anger, but anger will not resolve our predicament. We stand at a crossroads with 2 paths before us. She extended one finger. The first option is to compromise. We halt enrollment, surrender our materials, and dissolve the academy. You may return to your hometowns and resume your lives. A hush fell over the crowd. The second option is to resist, she continued, raising a second finger. We continue enrollment, persist in our teachings, and confront the 5 great nations head-on. However, this path is fraught with peril. It may lead to war, sacrifice, and even put your families at risk. She paused, offering them a moment of reflection. Therefore, I present you with a choice. Those who wish to leave may do so now. I will harbor no resentment or make things difficult for you. But if you choose to stay, be prepared to bear the consequences. Once again, silence enveloped the assembly as everyone contemplated their decisions. Fuji-ken clenched his fists, recalling his father's stern visage, the family's expectations, and the knowledge he had gained at the academy over the past few days. Sato Makoto lowered his head, his palms sweaty. He understood that staying could bring trouble to his parents. Yet, if he left, suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. Leader Lin, I will not leave. It was Fuji-ken. He stepped out of the line and stood before Lin Xiaoya. I am of noble birth. My father is a minister of the Fire Nation. Logically, I should side with the 5 great nations. However, in these past few days here, I have learned more than I have in 10 years within my family. He turned to face all the students. I know many perceive us nobles as lofty, looking down upon commoners. But I must say, this academy has taught me that, fundamentally, there is no difference between nobles and commoners. We are all human, with dreams, all striving to grow stronger. He took a deep breath. Thus, I choose to stay, not for my family, not for my country, but for myself. As his words resonated, another voice emerged. I will not leave either. It was Sato Makoto. He stepped out beside Fuji-ken. I am a commoner. My father is a farmer. Before coming here, I never imagined I could stand on equal footing with nobles. But now, I have achieved that. He looked at Lin Xiaoya. Leader, You once said that ninjas are first and foremost human. I may not understand loyalty or honor, but I know you have given me the chance to change my destiny. Therefore, I am willing to stay and fight alongside you. Soon, more and more students stepped forward, joining Fuji-kin and Sato Makoto. Some voices trembled, yet their steps were resolute. Nobles and commoners, boys and girls from different nations and families, all made the same choice, to remain. In the end, not a single one of the over 2,000 students left. Lin Xiaoye gazed at the scene before her, her throat tightening. She inhaled deeply and declared, "Excellent. Since you have chosen to stay, I assure you that Taoyuan village will not fall, and this academy will not dissolve. Regardless of the means the 5 great nations employ, we will endure. We will endure. We will endure." The playground echoed with the resounding voices of 2,000 students, united as one. In that moment, they were no longer nobles or commoners, nor enemies from different nations. They were students of the Taoyuan Village Ninja Academy, a cohesive entity, a force to be reckoned with. Lin Xiaoye turned to Lu Yin. "Prepare yourself. If we are to fight, let us do so with elegance." Lu Yin nodded, departing to make arrangements. Lin Xiaoye gazed into the distance, a slight smile gracing her lips. 5 great nations, if you believe you can crush me, then let us see you try. Chapter 164. Writing letters 3 days after the joint notice from the 5 great nations was dispatched. Replies arrived at the residences of the various daimyo. The correspondence contained a single phrase: Taoyuan village will not accept any threats. In the Fire Nation's daimyo residence, the atmosphere in the council chamber was tense, preposterous. An elderly noble slammed his hand down. "How dare a mere Taoyuan village act so arrogantly? We must immediately dispatch troops to obliterate that place. Indeed, we cannot allow such attitudes to spread. Otherwise, who will respect us in the future?" The nobles clamored, demanding military action. The daimyo of the Fire Nation remained silent in his seat, perusing another confidential report delivered by the Dark Forces. Within the Taoyuan Village Ninja Academy, over 2,000 students have chosen to stay. Not a single one is left. These students hail from various families across the 5 great nations, their associated powers intricately intertwined. Moreover, their parents have begun to petition the daimyo, urging him not to take action against the academy. Their reasoning is simple: the children are learning well. "Why should we instigate war? My lord," a confidant whispered, "if war were to break out, those 2,000 students would become hostages. What would the families think?" The daimyo of the Fire Nation rubbed his temples. He was not foolish and recognized that Lin Xiaoye was using the students as a shield. However, this tactic was ruthless, leaving him with no means to retaliate. "Send a message," the Fire Nation daimyo finally spoke. "Postpone the deployment of troops." "My lord," the elderly noble was alarmed. "If we do this, have we not lost?" "Lost." The Fire Nation daimyo chuckled coldly. "We have yet to act. How can we claim defeat?" He rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. Lin Xiaoye believes that by using students as a shield, she can rest easy. But she has overlooked one critical detail. What is it? These students will eventually return home. The Fire Nation daimyo turned around. When that time comes, these children will not only bring back ninjutsu, but also the ideals of Taoyuan village. And these ideas will ferment within the various families, ultimately tearing apart the entire ninja world. He paused for effect. At that point, we need not lift a finger. Taoyuan village will collapse under its own weight. The elderly noble suddenly understood. "My lord is wise." The Fire Nation daimyo waved his hand. "Prepare. Let our people infiltrate the academy and closely monitor those students. The moment an opportunity arises, we will strike." Simultaneously, the Earth Nation, Lightning Nation, Wind Nation, and Water Nation made similar decisions. Publicly, they postponed military action, but secretly intensified their scheming. The 5 great nations had reached a tacit agreement. Let Taoyuan village flourish for now, and when the time was ripe, they would annihilate it in one fell swoop. In the Taoyuan village office, Lin Xiaoye set down the report, a smile playing on her lips. The 5 great nations have postponed their deployment. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems our strategy has borne fruit." "Do not rejoice too soon," Lin Xiaoye cautioned, shaking her head. "They are not afraid of us. They are merely biding their time." "What time?" "The time when the students graduate and return home." Lin Xiaoye rose and walked to the window. "They wish for these students to become the tomb diggers of Taoyuan village." Lu Yin's expression changed. "Then what shall we do?" Quite simply, Lin Xiaoye turned to him. "Since they want the students to return home, we shall ensure that the students cannot go home." "Cannot go home?" Lu Yin was taken aback. "Are you suggesting I want these students to take root in Taoyuan village. Lin Xiaoya's eyes gleamed with determination. Let them consider this place their home. Let Taoyuan village become their true belonging. By then, even if the 5 great nations wish to act, they must weigh whether they can withstand the wrath of over 2,000 families. Luyan gasped. This strategy is even more ruthless than using students as shields. Lin Xiaoya intends not only to protect the students, but to transform them entirely into citizens of Taoyuan village. But how do we achieve that? Luyan inquired. Very simply. Lin Xiaoya smiled, embodying the essence of her home. Approaching the table, she picked up a document announcing the implementation of a new system at the academy starting today. All students would be permitted to write a letter home each month, which the academy would send out collectively. The content of the letters was unrestricted, yet they would undergo scrutiny. Scrutiny? Yes, Lin Xiaoya nodded. I must ensure that none of these letters contain anything detrimental to the academy. Simultaneously, I will arrange for some small gifts to be included in the letters, such as handmade crafts by the students or local specialties from the academy. Luyan suddenly understood. Though this tactic appeared simple, it was, in fact, quite ingenious. Through correspondence, students could maintain contact with their families, alleviating their homesickness. The small gifts would allow families to perceive that their children were thriving at the academy, thus fostering a favorable impression of it. Over time, these families would become supporters of the idyllic community. In addition to the letters, I shall establish a parent communication mechanism, Lin Xiaoya continued. Each month, the academy will report to parents regarding their children's academic progress, including grades, behavior, and health. Furthermore, parents could use this mechanism to provide feedback and suggestions to the academy. This way, parents would feel involved in their children's education, significantly enhancing their trust in the institution. Luyan sincerely admired her. Chief Lin, your strategy is truly remarkable. Remarkable is an overstatement. Lin Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively. I am merely going with the flow. She moved to the window, observing the students training on the field. These children are our greatest asset. As long as they stand with us, the 5 great nations cannot touch us. Luyan nodded and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya stood at the window, her gaze profound. She knew the 5 great nations would not relent. Fiercer confrontations were inevitable. Yet, she remained unafraid. For in her grasp lay not only over 2,000 students, but also the 2,000 families behind them, along with the collective desire for peace throughout the ninja world. As long as these forces coalesced, even the united front of the 5 great nations could not shake the idyllic community. On the training ground, students were engaged in physical conditioning. Fuji Kin and Sato Makoto ran side by side, having transformed from initial adversaries into close friends. I heard the academy is implementing a new system, Sato Makoto panted, allowing us to write home. Is that so? Fuji Kin's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. I've been missing my mother. You miss home? Sato Makoto laughed. I thought a noble like you would be accustomed to being away. Accustomed? Fuji Kin rolled his eyes. When I was at home, my father scolded me daily. Now that I'm away, I find he is not so unbearable after all. They exchanged smiles. After completing 20 laps, Fuji Kin collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the sky. Sato, what do you think will become of us? What do you mean? After graduation. Fuji Kin paused. Will we still be friends like we are now? Sato Makoto was silent for a moment, unsure. But I believe that as long as we want it, we can make it happen. Really? Fuji Kin smiled. Then it settled. No matter where we go in the future, we must keep in touch. Agreed. Sato Makoto extended his hand, sealing their pact with a handshake. In the distance, Lin Xiaoya stood by her office window, taking in the scene. A slight smile graced her lips. The seeds have been sown. Now, it is time to see how they will grow. As night fell, the academy descended into tranquility. Within the dormitory, students gathered in small groups, discussing the day's training. Fuji Kin sat on his bed, preparing to write a letter home. What should I write? He pondered, biting the pen. Just describe your life here, suggested Sato Makoto from the opposite bed, detailing how tough the training is, how terrible the food is, and how poorly you sleep. Go away, Fuji Kin laughed. If I wrote that, my mother would be heartbroken. After a moment of contemplation, he began to write. Mother, I am well in the idyllic community. Although the training is rigorous, I have learned a great deal. The instructors are impressive, and my classmates are very kind. You need not worry. I will take good care of myself. At this point, Fuji Kin paused. He recalled the events of the past few days. From the initial discomfort to now feeling integrated, he had experienced much. Especially his friendship with Sato Makoto had made him realize that commoners and nobles could indeed become friends. By the way, mother, I've made a friend here. His name is Sato Makoto, and he is a commoner. You might find it strange that I would befriend someone of his status, but he truly is a wonderful person, better than many nobles I have met. After writing this sentence, Fujikin hesitated, but ultimately decided to leave it in. He knew it might upset his mother, but he did not wish to lie, as this was his heartfelt truth. Once the letter was completed, Fujikin folded it neatly and placed it into an envelope, handing it to the dormitory supervisor. The supervisor accepted the envelope with a smile, assuring him that the academy would send it out on time. Fujikin nodded and returned to his dormitory, where Sato Makoto had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. Lying in bed, Fujikin stared at the ceiling. He suddenly felt as though he had found a sense of belonging here. This feeling was peculiar, offering him both comfort and unease. The comfort lay in the fact that he no longer had to disguise himself. He could be his true self. The unease stemmed from uncertainty about how long this feeling would last. After graduation, could he return here? Or would he be forced back into the hypocritical and calculating world of nobility? Fujikin closed his eyes, forcing himself not to dwell on these thoughts. At least for now, he was still here. At least for now, he was still free. In her office, Lin Xiaoya was reviewing the students' letters. She was not being deceitful. All letters would be sent out. However, before they were dispatched, she would meticulously read each one to ensure no content was harmful to the academy. Fujikin's letter was at the top of the pile. Lin Xiaoya picked it up and quickly skimmed through it. When she read the line about him being better than many nobles she had encountered, a faint smile appeared on her lips. It seemed this child had begun to transform. She stamped the envelope and placed it in the outgoing box. The subsequent letters bore similar sentiments. Some students complained about the exhausting training, others praised the academy's food, while still others described the new friends they had made. Lin Xiaoya examined each letter, gradually feeling reassured. These students were developing in the direction she had envisioned. They were beginning to embrace the ideals of the idyllic community, breaking down class barriers, and learning to think independently. If only she could have a bit more time, these students would completely become members of the idyllic community. By then, even if the 5 great nations wished to take action, they would have to consider the consequences. Lin Xiaoya raised her head to look at him standing nearby. Have the arrangements for the letters been made? They have been arranged. Lu Yin nodded. They will be sent out first thing tomorrow. Excellent. Lin Xiaoya replied with satisfaction. Remember to include a small gift with every letter. It can be a student's handmade craft or a local specialty. In any case, we must ensure that parents feel their children are thriving here. Understood, Lu Yin affirmed. Lin Xiaoya stood and walked to the window. The moonlight cascaded like water over the training ground. The students had fallen asleep, and the entire academy was enveloped in silence. Yet, Lin Xiaoya knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The 5 great nations would not relent, and fiercer confrontations were on the horizon. Her duty was to safeguard the idyllic community, protect these students, and uphold her ideals. Chief Lin, Lu Yin suddenly spoke. Do you think we can truly win? Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. Lu Yin, what do you believe winning entails? Winning? Lu Yin hesitated. It means defeating the 5 great nations and establishing the idyllic community as the center of the ninja world. That is merely a superficial victory. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. True victory lies in transforming this world. She approached the table and picked up a document. Look, this is the students' performance report. In just a few months, their progress has surpassed that of ninjas from the 5 great nations. What does this indicate? It signifies that our teaching methods are more advanced. Lin Xiaoya set the document down. But it's not just the teaching methods. More importantly, we have given them hope. She gazed out the window, reflecting on how these students, regardless of being nobles or commoners, had previously been trapped within their respective classes. Nobles believed themselves superior, while commoners felt they would never rise. Yet here, they discovered that they were all fundamentally the same. They realized that with effort, one could alter their fate. This is hope. Lin Xiaoya turned around, knowing that when one has hope, they will strive to seize it. This force is more potent than any ninjutsu. Lu Yin remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. That's good, Lin Xiaoya smiled. Go take a rest. There is much to be done tomorrow. Lu Yin turned and left, while Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, gazing into the distance. She knew the road ahead was long, filled with numerous challenges. Yet, she was unafraid. For in her hands lay not only the futures of over 2,000 students, but also the collective yearning for peace within the ninja world. As long as this desire remained, Taoyuan village would stand firm. As long as this desire persisted, she could continue her journey until the day this world truly embraced peace. Chapter 165. Seeds. 3 days later, the first batch of students' letters home arrived at various locations across the 5 great nations. Outside the Fire Nation's daimyo's residence, a messenger delivered a thick stack of letters to the gatekeeper. These were letters from the Taoyuan Village Ninja Academy. The gatekeeper received the letters, momentarily taken aback. Each envelope contained a small note detailing the student's name, class, performance ranking, and health status, along with a small packet that felt like some sort of dried fruit. What is this? He wondered. The academy stated it was hawthorn, harvested by the students and made into dried snacks for their parents to taste. The gatekeeper opened one letter and quickly scanned its contents, his expression shifting subtly. Inform the adults. Half an hour later, the daimyo of the Fire Nation pondered in silence as he held the letter. It was written by the son of a mid-level official within the daimyo's estate. The content was simple, yet it conveyed a sense of unprecedented ease. Father, I am doing well here. The instructors are strict, but the teachings are practical. Previously, I considered myself a noble, superior to others, but here, I see we are all the same. The sweat during training is equal, and the reprimands are equally harsh. I made a friend named Sato Makoto, who is a commoner. You might find that strange, but he truly excels. He runs faster than I do, fights better, and is cleverer in setting traps. When I asked him why he worked so hard, he said it was because he had no backup plan. Suddenly, I understood. We nobles have always had a safety net. If we fail, our families will catch us. But commoners do not have that. Thus, they fight harder and deserve more respect. Leader Lin said that in this world, there are only the strong and the weak, not nobles and commoners. I used to doubt it, but now I believe. The daimyo set down the letter, rubbing his temples. This Lin Xiaoya is truly remarkable. He picked up another letter, written by the daughter of a noble family. The content was more straightforward. Mother, I have learned so much here. I used to think commoners were beneath us, but here, commoner students are far more capable than I am. I ranked last in physical tests, barely passed theory exams, and lost 3 matches in practical combat. It is embarrassing. But the instructor said that being embarrassed is not terrible. What is terrible is not daring to acknowledge one's weaknesses. Now, I wake up at 5 every morning to run and practice ninjutsu until 10 at night. I do not want to be at the bottom anymore. The daimyo sighed. These letters may seem ordinary, but they are filled with Lin Xiaoya's intentions. She has the students write to their families, seemingly providing a channel for reassurance, yet subtly altering their perceptions. These changes are being conveyed through the letters to the noble families of the 5 great nations. My lord, a staff member whispered, these letters need not be discussed further. The daimyo waved his hand. Lin Xiaoya is undermining us. He stood up and walked to the window. She knows that as long as these students remain in Taoyuan village, we cannot touch her. The families behind these students will not allow us to act against her. But my lord, if this continues, when these students return, what are you afraid of? The daimyo scoffed. Are you afraid they will no longer obey? Afraid they will begin to question us? He coldly smiled. That is precisely Lin Xiaoya's objective. She aims to make these students her mouthpieces, bringing Taoyuan village's ideals back to the 5 great nations. So we do nothing? The daimyo turned away. Let her continue. The more individuals go to Taoyuan village, the greater the backlash against her will be in the future. But there is no but, the daimyo interrupted. Tell everyone below to let these letters pass freely. Let the parents see how well their children thrive in Taoyuan village. The staff member was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped the daimyo's intentions. This was a long game to catch a bigger fish. Simultaneously, the Earth Nation, Lightning Nation, Wind Nation, and Water Nation made nearly identical decisions. On the surface, they allowed the letters to pass, but behind the scenes, they tightened their strategies. The 5 great nations waited, anticipating the moment Taoyuan village would reveal a weakness, waiting for these students to become Taoyuan village's Achilles heel. In Taoyuan village, within the office, Lin Xiaoya set down the intelligence report, a smile gracing her lips. The 5 great nations have allowed the letters to pass. Yes, Lu Yin nodded, and they did not inspect the content. They believe themselves clever. Lin Xiaoya stood up. They think that by allowing me to cultivate these students, they can turn against me in the future. Isn't that the case? Lu Yin questioned. Of course not. Lin Xiaoya approached the window. They have forgotten one crucial point. Once an idea is planted, it cannot be uprooted. She turned to face Lu Yan. When these students return to the 5 great nations, they will find themselves at odds with their families. They will question their family's traditions, rebel against their family's arrangements, and seek like-minded individuals. Ultimately, these individuals will gather under the banner of Taoyuan village. Lu Yan gasped. He finally comprehended Lin Xiaoya's plan. She did not intend to use the students as shields. Rather, she aimed to transform them into seeds, scattering them throughout the 5 great nations. These seeds would take root and sprout within the very fabric of the 5 great nations, ultimately tearing apart the foundations of their rule. But how long will this take? 10 years, Lin Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. At most, in 10 years, the noble class of the 5 great nations will be utterly divided. 10 years, Lu Yan murmured. Yes. 10 years, Lin Xiaoya smiled. So, I am not in a hurry. I have all the time in the world to play this game slowly. As night fell within the academy dormitory, Fuji-ken sat on his bed, holding a letter he had just received in reply. It was from his mother. Ken, I am pleased to have received your letter. It is good that you can learn so much in Taoyuan village. However, I must remind you not to forget your identity. You are the eldest son of the Fuji family and will inherit the family business in the future. You may befriend commoners, but do not grow too close. Fuji-ken read the letter and remained silent for a long while. Not too close. He raised his head, looking at Sato Makoto on the opposite bed. Sato was skillfully cleaning his shuriken, focused and adept. Sato, he began, do you think nobles and commoners really cannot become friends? Sato paused his work and looked at Fuji-ken. Why do you ask? My mother wrote to me, Fuji-ken replied with a bitter smile. She told me not to get too close to commoners. Sato was silent for a moment. What do you plan to do? I don't know, Fuji-ken shook his head. I used to think this was a given. But now, he hesitated. Now I feel that there is really no difference between nobles and commoners. Sato Makoto chuckled. If your mother were to hear that, she would likely be furious. Then let us ensure she does not. Fuji-ken also laughed. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Just then, the dormitory supervisor knocked on the door. Fuji-ken, Sato Makoto, Leader Lin has summoned you. The two shared a glance and rose to follow the supervisor out. Inside the office, Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, her back facing the door. Leader Lin, Fuji-ken, and Sato Makoto greeted respectfully. Sit. Lin Xiaoya turned and gestured towards the sofa. The two took their seats, feeling a bit anxious. Lin Xiaoya approached the desk and picked up 2 letters. Fuji-ken, I have read your mother's letter. Fuji-ken's expression changed. Leader Lin, I need not explain. Lin Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively. I did not summon you for that. She placed the letters on the desk. I merely wish to convey that the choice is yours. Choice? Sato Makoto inquired, puzzled. Yes, choice. Lin Xiaoya regarded the two of them. You may choose to obey your family's arrangements and return to be a respectable noble or commoner. Or you may choose to remain in Taoyuan and become true warriors. Regardless of your choice, remember one thing. She paused. You are human, not tools. Fuji-ken and Sato Makoto were taken aback. Lin Xiaoya continued. Your families will tell you what to do and what not to do. Who can be friends and who cannot. Yet they forget that you have your own thoughts and judgments. Therefore, do not allow anyone to make decisions for you. Not even me. After stating this, Lin Xiaoya turned back to the window. Go back now. Reflect on what kind of future you desire. Fuji-ken and Sato Makoto stood, bowed and exited. Once outside the office, Fuji-ken exhaled deeply. Leader Lin is right. What do you mean? We are human, not tools. Fuji-ken turned to Sato Makoto. Sato, regardless of what my mother says, you are my friend. Sato Makoto smiled and extended his hand. Then we shall be friends for life. The two clasped hands. In the distance, Lin Xiaoya observed the scene unfold from her vantage point at the window. Ru Yuan entered, Leader Lin. Are you not concerned that the 5 great nations may discover this? And if they do? Lin Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. By the time they wish to intervene, it will be too late. She turned, a glint of coldness in her eyes. The seeds have already been sown. We await their roots to take hold and flourish. Chapter 166. The parent committee on the 5th day after the letters were sent, at a border town in the Land of Fire. 3 middle-aged men dressed in casual attire sat around a table in a tea house. Your son is also in Taoyuan. Yes, that boy insisted on going to Taoyuan. Mine too. Claiming that Taoyuan offers excellent education and that he need not concern himself with the family's reputation. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of resignation. Have you received the letter? I have. One of them produced a letter from his pocket. Take a look. The other 2 quickly scanned the contents. The letter was simple, merely assuring them of the sender's well-being, stating that life at the academy was fulfilling despite the rigorous training. Yet the final paragraph rendered the three men silent. Father, I have learned a valuable lesson here. A ninja is not a tool, but a human. We can fight for those worthy, but we should not die for those unworthy. The tea house owner approached with a teapot. Gentlemen, would you like some more tea? No need. The owner discreetly retreated. This statement was undoubtedly taught by Lin Xiaoya, wasn't it? One man whispered, lowering his voice. Certainly. Another scoffed. She is attempting to undermine us. However, the third man hesitated. Do you not find her reasoning somewhat valid? The other two were taken aback. My son nearly lost his life on a mission last year. Upon his return, the family merely provided a compensation sum. Not even a word of concern. The third man sighed bitterly. I found myself questioning whether such a family is worth my child's sacrifices. The tea house fell into silence. After a long pause, one of them sighed. Well, as long as the child is learning well there, we shall deal with the future as it comes. The other two nodded in agreement. After finishing their tea, the three men departed. The tea house owner stood behind the counter, watching them leave. A glint of significance in his eyes. He turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving a small notebook from the corner, quickly jotting down the dialogue he had just overheard. Another three. The owner closed the notebook and tucked it away. Such conversations had become a common occurrence over the past few days. The influence of Taoyuan was quietly permeating every corner of the 5 great nations. Simultaneously, in a valley within the land of Earth, a ninja clad in dark attire knelt before a middle-aged man, reporting, Sir, according to our investigation, there are currently 2,300 students at Taoyuan Academy, with 30% being noble offspring and 70% commoners. As for the curriculum, in addition to conventional ninja training, there is a considerable emphasis on ideological education. Lin Xiaoya frequently instills in her students the belief that ninjas are humans, not tools, and encourages them to question their family's traditions. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. This woman is truly troublesome. Sir, should we dispatch our Anbu ninjas? One suggested, making a slashing gesture across his throat. No, the middle-aged man shook his head. Acting now would only provoke the families of those students. Moreover, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are both in Taoyuan. Our people cannot infiltrate. Then we shall continue to monitor. The middle-aged man rose. Once these students graduate and return home, we will devise a plan. The Anbu ninja nodded and withdrew. The middle-aged man approached the window, gazing into the distance. Lin Xiaoya, do you truly believe that using students as shields will grant you peace? Such naivety. He chuckled coldly. When these students return to their families and realize they are at odds with them, they will comprehend how absurd Taoyuan's ideals are in the face of reality. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoya had no intention of allowing these students to return home from the outset. In the Taoyuan office, Lin Xiaoya set down the intelligence report and looked at Ryuan. The ninjas from the 5 great nations are monitoring the academy? Yes, Ryuan confirmed. But they are very cautious and have taken no action. They are waiting for the students to graduate, Lin Xiaoya stated blandly. Then we need not concern ourselves with them. Lin Xiaoya stood. We shall proceed as planned. She walked to the window, observing the students training on the field. Ryuan, notify everyone that starting today, the academy will implement a new system. What system? Family Contact Day. Lin Xiaoya turned around. On the last weekend of each month, students may invite their families to the academy for a visit. The academy will arrange accommodations and meals, allowing parents to witness their children's lives firsthand. Ryuan was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned. This tactic is more effective than letters. Letters can only convey information, but when parents visit the academy, they will see the true state of their children. Observing their well-being will naturally endear the academy to them. Moreover, during their visit, parents will also be exposed to Taoyuan's ideals. Over time, these parents will become supporters of Taoyuan. Leader Lin, your strategy is truly brilliant. I would not say brilliant. Lin Xiaoya waved her hand modestly. It is merely a matter of seizing the opportunity. She returned to her desk and picked up a document. In addition to Family Contact Day, I also wish to establish a parent committee. A parent committee? Yes, Lin Xiaoya affirmed, composed of students' parents, responsible for overseeing the quality of education and the well-being of students. The committee may also present suggestions and opinions to the academy. Ryuan gasped in astonishment. This move is even more cunning. Once the parent committee is established, it signifies parental involvement in the management of the academy. They will feel a sense of belonging to the academy, significantly enhancing their identification with it. Moreover, the existence of the parent committee will deter the 5 great nations. After all, the parents represent the influence of various families. If the 5 nations take action, it would mean declaring war against these families. I understand, Lian nodded. I will make arrangements immediately. Wait, Lin Xiaoya called out to him. There is one more thing. What is it? Inform Fei Jian to prepare a batch of communication devices. Lin Xiaoya paused. I want to send one to every student's parent. Communication devices? Lian was taken aback for a moment. Do you mean? Yes. Lin Xiaoya smiled. I want parents to be able to contact their children at any time. Lian was completely convinced. This strategy is akin to cutting off the enemy's resources. With communication devices, parents can reach out to their children and understand their circumstances. Thus, even if the 5 nations attempt to spread rumors, it would be futile, as parents can directly inquire from their children. Leader Lin, you are truly forcing the 5 nations into a corner. Not forcing them into a corner, Lin Xiaoya shook her head, but rather making them realize that times have changed. She walked to the window, gazing into the distance. This world can no longer be sustained by war and hatred. Lian fell silent for a moment, then bowed deeply. I understand. He turned and left. Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, her gaze profound. She knew the 5 nations would not rest easily. A more intense confrontation was inevitable. Yet, she was unafraid, for she held not only over 2,000 students, but also the backing of their families. As long as these families stood by her side, the 5 nations could not touch her. On the training ground, students were engaged in practical combat drills. Fuji Kin and Sato Makoto were on the same team, their synergy allowing them to swiftly defeat their opponents. Well done, you two, the instructor said as he patted their shoulders. Keep it up. Yes, they replied in unison. After training, Fuji Kin collapsed onto the ground, staring at the sky. Sato, what do you think will happen to us in the future? What do you mean? After graduation. Fuji Kin paused. Will we still be able to be friends like we are now? Sato Makoto was silent for a moment. I don't know. But I believe that as long as we wanna, we can. Is that so? Fuji Kin smiled. Then it's settled. No matter where we go, we will keep in touch. All right, Sato Makoto extended his hand. It's a promise. The two clasped hands in agreement. In the distance, Lin Xiaoya stood by the office window, witnessing this scene. A subtle smile graced her lips. The seeds have been sown. Now it remains to be seen what they will grow into. As night fell, the academy was enveloped in tranquility. In the dormitory, students gathered in small groups, discussing the day's training. Fuji Kin sat on his bed, taking out paper and pen to write his second letter home. Writing again. Sato Makoto, lying on the opposite bed, asked, How many is this? The second one, Fuji Kin replied with a smile. My mother said in her last letter that I should write more. Your mother is quite good to you. Indeed. Fuji Kin lowered his head and began to write. Dear mother, everything is well in Taoyuan. Last time you mentioned that I should not get too close to commoners. But I want to tell you that Sato Makoto is my best friend. He has taught me many things, such as what true effort and real friendship are. At this point, Fuji Kin paused, recalling Lin Xiaoya's words. You are human beings, not tools. Taking a deep breath, he continued writing. Mother, I know you wish for me to inherit the family business and become a qualified noble. But I want to tell you that I do not wish to become such a person. I aspire to be a true, strong individual. One who can protect those I wish to protect. So please forgive my stubbornness. After finishing the letter, Fuji Kin folded it, placed it in an envelope, and handed it to the dormitory administrator. The administrator accepted the envelope with a smile, assuring him that it would be sent on time. By the way, next month is Family Contact Day. You can invite your family to visit the academy. Family Contact Day? Fuji Kin was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the administrator nodded. A new rule set by Leader Lin. Every last weekend of the month, students can invite their families to the academy, and arrangements for accommodation and meals will be provided. Fuji Kin's eyes lit up. That is wonderful. I must have my mother come to see. The administrator smiled and departed. Excitedly, Fuji Kin returned to the dormitory and told Sato Makoto, Sato, next month we can invite our families to the academy. Really? Sato Makoto sat up. Then I will also have my father come to see. The two exchanged smiles. In the office, Lin Xiaoya was reviewing the second batch of letters from the students. Fuji Kin's letter was on top. She picked it up and quickly skimmed through it. Upon reading the line, I do not wish to become such a person. A smile graced her lips. It seems this child has truly transformed. She stamped the envelope and placed it in the outgoing mailbox. Luyan entered, Leader Lin. The notice for Family Contact Day has been sent out. Excellent, Lin Xiaoya nodded. How are the communication devices coming along? Fei Jian said the first batch will be ready in 3 days. Have him expedite the process. Lin Xiaoya stood up. I want the communication devices to be distributed to every parent before Family Contact Day. Understood. Lu Yin turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya walked to the window, gazing at the night sky. The moonlight cascaded over the training ground. The students had fallen asleep, and the entire academy was steeped in silence. Yet Lin Xiaoya knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The 5 nations would not relent. A more intense confrontation was imminent. Her task was to safeguard Taoyuan, protect these students, and uphold the ideals in her heart. Chapter 167. The aftermath. The news of Family Contact Day rippled through the community like a stone cast into a lake, creating waves of reaction. In the Fire Nation's Lord's mansion, within a secret chamber, a staff member whispered, "This Lin Xiaoya is exceptionally skilled." The Lord sat in the main seat, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest. Family Contact Day, she aims to let the parents witness their children's transformations firsthand. Sir, should we intervene? Intervene? The Lord scoffed. With what justification? Should we publicly admit to fearing that parents will see their children thriving in Taoyuan? The staff member fell silent. The Lord rose, moving to the window. Every step she takes is a calculated maneuver. Even if we see through it, we cannot stop her. He paused. Let those parents go. But send someone to follow and record everything. Understood. Meanwhile, at a hidden base of the Earth Nation's secret department, the leader scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, noting that Lin Xiaoya was weaving a net. Chief, should we? Do not act recklessly. The leader shook his head. Acting now will only drive those parents to Taoyuan's side. He tossed the intelligence onto the table. Continue monitoring. I want to see what tricks she can devise. On the training ground in Taoyuan, students were engaged in their daily drills, but today's atmosphere was noticeably different. I heard parents can come to the academy next month. Is that true? My mother can come. Of course it's true. It was personally stated by Leader Lin. At the edge of the training field, Fuji-kin and Sato Makoto leaned against the wall, resting. Are you planning to invite your father? Fuji-kin asked. Sato Makoto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Of course. I want him to see how strong I have become. Will your father agree? I'm not sure. Sato Makoto sighed ruefully. My father is a carpenter and rarely leaves the town. If he comes to Taoyuan, then write him a letter persuading him. Fuji-kin patted his shoulder. After all, the academy provides food and accommodation, so your father won't have to spend any money. That is true, Sato Makoto nodded. What about you? Will your mother come? She will definitely come, Fuji-kin smiled. My mother said in her last letter that she is eager to know how I am doing here. The two shared a knowing smile. In the distance, the instructor's whistle sounded. Assemble. The students quickly lined up. The instructor stood before the formation, surveying the crowd. I recently overheard your discussion regarding Family Contact Day, and it appears that everyone is quite excited. The students chorused, yes. The instructor scoffed, excited, my foot. Do you think that when your parents arrive, you can afford to slack off? The students fell silent in an instant. On Family Contact Day, the academy will arrange a practical drill. Your parents will witness firsthand what you have truly learned. The instructor paused momentarily, stating that, henceforth, the training intensity would be doubled. A collective groan erupted from the students. No whining. The instructor barked. If you wish to embarrass yourselves in front of your parents, then by all means, continue to be lazy. The students promptly hushed. Commence training. On the field, the students once again immersed themselves in their exercises. However, this time, each individual's gaze reflected a newfound determination. They did not wish to disgrace themselves before their parents. Within the office, Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, observing the students on the field. Lu Yin entered, reporting, Leader Lin, the first batch of communication devices has been completed. Is the quantity sufficient? She inquired. Indeed. Lu Yin nodded. At the current pace, we can complete all devices before Family Contact Day. Excellent. Lin Xiaoya replied. Inform everyone that on Family Contact Day, each parent will receive one. Understood. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment before adding. There is one more thing. Speak. Spies from the 5 great nations have been increasingly active lately. It seems they are gathering information on the students' parents. A faint smile crept across Lin Xiaoya's face. What are they planning? To threaten the parents? Perhaps, Lu Yin murmured. The 5 great nations will not sit idly by while we win over these parents. Let them try. Lin Xiaoya stated as she returned to her desk. Inform Tobarama and Hashirama to strengthen the patrols around the academy. Apprehend any suspicious individuals immediately. Yes. Lu Yin turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya sat down and picked up a list from her desk. It was the confirmed list of parents attending Family Contact Day, densely packed with names. Nobles, commoners, merchants, and ninjas from all walks of life were represented. 237, Lin Xiaoya murmured, more than I anticipated. She set down the list and gazed out the window. Night was approaching, casting a hazy glow upon the sky. The students continued their training on the field, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya chuckled. Oh, 5 great nations. Do you think that the arrival of parents will reveal my vulnerabilities? Quite the contrary. These parents will become my strongest shield. 3 days later, in a small town within the Land of Fire, a middle-aged man pushed open his front door, holding a letter. Father, a letter has arrived, he called out. Inside, an elderly man was repairing farming tools. Whose letter? He inquired. It's from Jenner. The middle-aged man opened the envelope and scanned its contents. Next month, the Academy is hosting Family Contact Day and invites us to attend. The elder paused his work. To Taoyuan Village? Yes. The middle-aged man handed the letter to the elder. Look, the Academy covers meals and lodging, and they mention practical drills to showcase the students' training results. The elder took the letter and read it carefully. This Lin Xiaoya, she has some ambition, he mused after a moment of silence. Shall we go? Yes, the elder replied. Setting down the letter. I want to see what kind of magic that place possesses to elicit such frequent praise from Jenner. The middle-aged man smiled. Then I shall respond. Wait, the elder called out. Don't write too much in the letter. Just say we will attend and remind him to prepare well. Understood. Similar conversations unfolded across the 5 great nations. Some were hesitant, others curious, and some skeptical. Yet ultimately, nearly all parents who received the invitation decided to visit Taoyuan Village. They yearned to discover what their children were experiencing there. In Taoyuan Village, within the dormitory, Fuji Jian sat on his bed, holding the recently received response letter. My mother has agreed, he exclaimed. Sato Makoto also received a reply. My father has agreed too. This is wonderful. Fuji Jian stood up. Let us greet them together. All right. Sato Makoto smiled, but I am feeling a bit nervous. Nervous about what? What if my father sees that you are my friend? Sato Makoto paused. He might find it odd. Fuji Jian blinked, then laughed. Let him think it's odd. We are friends, and that is the truth. Sato Makoto looked at him and eventually smiled. You are right. The two exchanged a high five. Outside the dormitory, the night deepened. The lights on the training field illuminated the entire academy. In the distance, Lin Xiaoya stood by her office window, observing it all. She understood that the forthcoming Family Contact Day would be a crucial game of strategy. The 5 great nations would dispatch observers. Those parents would arrive in Taoyuan Village filled with skepticism and curiosity. Yet she was unafraid, for she possessed ample confidence. The transformation of these students would speak volumes. Lu Yen, Lin Xiaoya called, and he emerged from the shadows. On Family Contact Day, arrange for a practical drill. Lin Xiaoya turned. Let the parents witness just how strong their children have become. Understood. Also, Lin Xiaoya paused. Inform Tobarama to prepare a batch of teaching devices and results for demonstration. I want those parents to see that Taoyuan Village is not merely a ninjutsu academy. Understood. Lu Yin turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya returned to her desk and picked up a document. This was her long-prepared plan. Family Contact Day was merely the first step. Next, she intended to establish a parents' committee, distribute communication devices, and transform these parents into ambassadors of Taoyuan Village's ideals. Step by step, she would dislodge the foundations of the 5 great nations. This war had already begun the moment I stepped into this world. Lin Xiaoya set down the document, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. Now, it was finally time to gather the harvest. Chapter 168. Arrival the day before Family Contact Day. On the Taoyuan Village training field, over 2,000 students were divided into 20 formations, undergoing their final rehearsal. Fuji Jian stood at the front of the line, palms slick with sweat. Tomorrow my mother will be here. He turned to his side, asking Sato Makoto, are you nervous? Sato Makoto wiped his forehead. How can I not be? My father has never traveled far. He took special leave for this. Then you must perform well. You too. The instructor's whistle sounded. Attention. The practical drill begins. The students swiftly dispersed, adhering to their established tactics. Fuji Jian and Sato Makoto were assigned to the same small team, their coordination already seamless. Earth release, earth wall. Fuji Jian formed hand seals, and a sturdy earthen wall rose from the ground. Sato Makoto quickly maneuvered around the side of the wall. His kunai aimed at the opponent. Water release, water surge. The opposing team's water release class retaliated, a torrent rushing towards Sato Makoto. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Fuji Jin countered with fire release, and steam enveloped the training ground in an instant. The instructor, standing atop a platform, nodded in satisfaction. This batch of students is progressing rapidly. Lin Xiaoya stood beside him, her gaze sweeping across the field. When the parents arrive tomorrow, let them witness this. Leader Lin, are you certain about arranging the practical drill? The instructor questioned, concern evident. What if an accident occurs? There will be no accidents, Lin Xiaoya interrupted. Madara and Hashirama will be monitoring from the shadows. Furthermore, the parents need to witness genuine combat to comprehend their children's growth. The instructor remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. After the drill concluded, the students returned to their dormitories. Fuji Jin lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Sato, what do you think my mother will think upon seeing that you are my friend? Sato Makoto was busy organizing his attire for the next day. What can she think? You've already written to her about it. True, but meeting in person is different. Fuji Jin rolled over. My mother has always taught me to maintain a distance between nobles and commoners. Do you still think that way? Fuji Jin hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Of course not. Sato Seiya smiled, and that was enough. The two fell into a momentary silence. Thank you, Sato. For what? For being willing to be my friend. Fuji-kin sat up. I never imagined that commoners could be so remarkable. Sato Seiya tossed a pillow at him. Stop that nonsense. You never thought you could be so weak either, did you? Fuji-kin caught the pillow and burst into laughter. Outside the dormitory, the night deepened. Lin Xiaoya stood by the office window, holding a list. It was the list of parents confirming their attendance for the family contact day, 327. More than she had anticipated. Shika entered. Leader Lin, all communication devices are ready. Excellent, Lin Xiaoya replied, putting down the list. We'll begin distribution first thing tomorrow morning. There's one more thing. Shika paused. The spies from the 5 great nations have been more active these past few days. They seem eager to act before the parents arrive. Lin Xiaoya turned. Act how? Uncertain, Shika shook his head, but according to intelligence, they are gathering information on the parents' itineraries. Lin Xiaoya narrowed her eyes. They plan to intercept the parents en route? Possibly. Then let them try, Lin Xiaoya sneered. Notify Ban and Hashirama to discreetly escort all parents. Anyone who dares to act must be captured immediately. Understood. Shika turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya returned to the window, gazing into the distant night sky. She was well aware that the 5 great nations would not relent. However, as long as the parents arrived safely at Taoyuan village and witnessed the changes in their children, it would all be worthwhile. The next morning, parents began arriving at the gates of Taoyuan village. The first to arrive was Sato Seiya's father, Sato Taiki, a burly carpenter with calloused hands. Dad. Sato Seiya rushed out and embraced his father. Sato Taiki patted his son's back. You've grown taller. Of course, I've grown taller. Sato Seiya beamed. I'm quite impressive now. Is that so? Sato Taiki scrutinized his son, noting his increased stature. Dad, let me take you to the dormitory. Wait. Sato Taiki pulled out a package from his pocket. Your mother asked me to bring this for you. It's all your favorites. Sato Seiya accepted the package, his eyes glistening. Thank you, Dad. The father and son walked side by side into the academy. Fuji-kin stood at the entrance, watching as his mother's carriage approached. As the carriage stopped, a middle-aged woman in elegant attire descended. Mother. Fuji-kin hurried to greet her. Fujin looked at her son, her eyes widening in surprise. You've lost weight. No, I've become stronger, Fuji-kin laughed. Mother, let me show you around the academy. Fujin nodded and followed her son through the gates. Her gaze swept across the playground, observing students training together, nobles and commoners mingling without distinction. She frowned. Ken, are you comfortable here? Absolutely. Fuji-kin turned his head. It's much better than at home. Fujin was taken aback. What did you say? I said it's better here than at home. Fuji-kin affirmed. At home. I could only associate with noble children. But here, I've made many friends. Friends? Fujin scoffed. Do commoners deserve to be your friends? Fuji-kin's smile faltered. He took a deep breath. Mother, Sato Seiya is my best friend. He is more capable and diligent than I am. Ken. Fujin raised her voice. Have you forgotten your identity? I have not. Fuji-kin raised his head, but I have also come to understand that identity does not define everything. Fujin stared at her son, speechless. In the distance, Lin Xiaoya stood on a platform, observing the scene unfold. It seemed some parents needed more time. Shika stood beside her. Should we intervene? No need. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Let them feel it for themselves. On the playground, parents continued to arrive. Some were astonished, some skeptical, and some pleased. But ultimately, all eyes were drawn to the students who were training. All assemble. The instructor's whistle pierced the air. The students quickly formed ranks. Standing at the center of the playground, Lin Xiaoya approached the front of the platform, her gaze sweeping over all the parents. Welcome to Taoyuan Village. Her voice resonated clearly across the playground. Today, you will witness the true training of your children. Lin Xiaoya paused, but before that, I have an announcement. All eyes turned toward her. From today onward, a parent committee will be established in Taoyuan Village. Lin Xiaoya scanned the crowd. The committee will be composed of you, the parents, responsible for overseeing the academy's teaching quality and the students' living conditions. Additionally, the parent committee can offer suggestions and opinions to the academy. Parents exchanged glances. What does this mean? Someone whispered. It means you are part of the academy, Lin Xiaoya replied calmly. Taoyuan Village is not a closed-off place. It is an open platform. She pulled out a small device from her pocket. This is a communication device. Each parent will receive one. You can contact your children at any time to understand their situation. The expressions of the parents began to shift. Some were amazed, some doubtful, and some showed signs of excitement. Leader Lin, can this device really contact our children at any time? Someone inquired. Certainly, Lin Xiaoya nodded. Moreover, the academy will regularly report on the students' academic and physical conditions. She surveyed the crowd. Your children are not confined here. They are growing. A brief silence enveloped the playground. Then, applause began to break out. The clapping grew louder, eventually echoing throughout the entire playground. Fujin stood among the crowd, gazing at Lin Xiaoya on the platform. What exactly does this woman intend to do? Chapter 169. The communicator during the first hour of Family Contact Day. The atmosphere on the playground was as tense as a taut string. Parents stood on the periphery while students occupied the center, separated by an invisible wall. Fuji-kin observed his mother's rigid expression, his palms sweating. Sato Taiki stood at the edge of the crowd, rubbing the hem of his rough garment. He had never seen so many nobles and never imagined his son would stand alongside them in training. Next, please watch the students' practical exercises, Lin Xiaoya announced, breaking the silence. The students quickly divided into two teams. Fuji-kin and Sato Seiya were on the same team, facing another team led by Matsumoto Jiro. Begin. The instructor's whistle sounded. Fuji-kin was the first to dash forward, forming hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. A wall of earth erupted, shielding against the opposing team's water attack. Sato Seiya followed closely, flanking from the side with a shuriken aimed at their opponent. Good coordination, Matsumoto Jiro sneered, but not enough. He formed hand seals, unleashing a fire attack. Fuji-kin immediately retreated, with Sato Seiya in tow. The two executed their movements seamlessly, without any verbal exchange. Fujin stood in the crowd, her pupils constricting slightly. She watched as her son and the common boy worked together with a synergy that surpassed even the noble children of their family. Sato Taiki clenched his fists. His son had grown stronger, not just physically, but in spirit. The confidence and determination in his eyes were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. The battle continued for 10 minutes. Ultimately, Fuji-kin and Sato Seiya's team emerged victorious. The students dispersed, returning to their respective parents. Fuji-kin approached his mother. How did I perform? Fujin remained silent for a moment. You coordinated well with that commoner. Fuji-kin was taken aback. He had expected criticism. But she merely stated a fact. Mother, but that does not mean I approve. Fujin interrupted. Kin, you are the heir of the Fuji family. You must not forget your identity. Fuji-kin took a deep breath, expressing that he had not forgotten. Yet he also understood that identity is not everything. Mrs. Fuji gazed at him, remaining silent for a while. Meanwhile, Sato Makoto escorted his father towards the dormitory. Father, this is where I reside. Sato Taiki stepped into the dormitory and surveyed the surroundings. It was modest yet tidy, with training schedules and performance rankings affixed to the walls. Sato Makoto's name appeared among the top 50. You truly excel, Sato Taiki murmured. Sato Makoto scratched his head, replying, I am still not strong enough. Fuji-kin is far superior. Sato Taiki was taken aback. That noble youth? Indeed, Sato Makoto nodded. He is my best friend. Sato Taiki opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, merely patting his son's shoulder. At lunchtime, the academy's cafeteria was filled with long tables, where students and parents mingled. Noble parents habitually sat together, while commoners congregated on the other side. However, the students were different. They sat in small groups, mingling freely, nobles and commoners alike, sharing laughter and conversation. Mrs. Fuji sat beside her son, observing Sato Makoto and Sato Taiki across the table. "Good afternoon, Aunt," Sato Makoto greeted politely. Mrs. Fuji nodded but remained silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fuji-kin added a piece of meat to his mother's bowl, saying, "Mother, try this. The food at the academy is delightful." Mrs. Fuji glanced at the meat in her bowl, hesitated for a moment, and eventually took a bite. Sato Taiki also offered a piece to his son, urging, "Eat more, you need to grow." Sato Makoto chuckled, "Father, I am already eating well every day." Thus, the two families shared their meal together. After lunch, Lin Xiaoya announced the specific arrangements for the parent committee. The committee, composed of 15 parents, was responsible for overseeing the academy's teaching quality and student life. She scanned the crowd, urging willing parents to register at the designated area. The parents exchanged glances. The first to step forward was Sato Taiki. "I volunteer." The crowd was taken aback. A common carpenter was the first to volunteer. Sato Taiki approached the registration desk and solemnly wrote down his name. "I do not understand lofty principles, but I wish to know what my son is truly learning here." He turned to face the crowd, adding, "If anyone bullies my son, I want to be informed immediately." His straightforward words resonated with many. The second to step forward was a noble parent. "I also volunteer." The third and fourth followed suit, and ultimately, all 15 spots were filled, with nobles and commoners evenly represented. Lin Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The parent committee is officially established. Next, please collect your communication devices." Lehian brought a box of devices to the stage. Each parent received one, palm-sized and inscribed with intricate symbols. "This is a communication device," Lin Xiaoya explained. "You can contact your children at any time to inquire about their well-being. The academy will also provide regular updates." The parents, holding the devices, exhibited expressions of astonishment. Mrs. Fuji scrutinized the device in her hands, questioning, "Can this truly facilitate instant communication?" "Of course," Lin Xiaoya affirmed. "If you doubt it, you can test it right now." Mrs. Fuji looked at her son. Fuji-kin also produced his device and pressed a button. Both devices emitted a soft glow. "Mother, can you hear me?" Fuji-kin's voice resonated from the device. Mrs. Fuji was astonished. She pressed the button and confirmed, "I can hear you." They exchanged smiles. Other parents began to experiment as well, and the playground was filled with exclamations of wonder. "This is remarkable. We can contact our children anytime. Leader Lin is truly thoughtful." Lin Xiaoya stood on the platform, observing the scene. She knew that these devices were more than mere communication tools. They were part of the network she had woven. As long as parents could contact their children at any time, the 5 great nations would be unable to spread rumors or sever the ties between the Peach Blossom Village and the outside world. Lehian approached her, whispering, "Leader Lin, the spies from the 5 great nations are still on the outskirts. Let them watch," Lin Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. "The more they observe, the more they will realize that Peach Blossom Village is not sustained by brute force." Lehian nodded. In the afternoon, the parents toured the academy's various facilities, the library, training grounds, infirmary, and dormitory. Each area was orderly, and every student appeared invigorated. Mrs. Fuji entered the library and saw the shelves brimming with books. "These are the academy's collection," Fuji-kin explained. "We can come here anytime." Mrs. Fuji approached the bookshelf and casually pulled out a volume titled Fundamentals of Ninjutsu. She opened the book, which detailed various ninjutsu principles and applications. "These books," Mrs. Fuji murmured, "even our family does not possess such a comprehensive collection." Fuji-kin smiled, saying, "That's why I assert that this place is better than home." Mrs. Fuji fell silent, suddenly comprehending why her son had made such a statement. Peach Blossom Village provided students with what their families could not offer. Not only knowledge, but also equality and respect. As evening fell, parents began to depart. Sato Taiki patted his son's shoulder, encouraging, "Study well, and do not disappoint your father." Sato Makoto nodded earnestly, "I will." Mrs. Fuji stood by the carriage, gazing at her son. "Ken, do you truly have no regrets?" Fuji-kin shook his head, "I have no regrets." Mrs. Fuji took a deep breath, then studied diligently. "But remember, you will always be a member of the Fuji family." Fuji-kin was taken aback. He had expected his mother to compel him to leave, but she merely urged him to remember his identity. I will remember, he assured. Mrs. Fuji boarded the carriage, departing from Peach Blossom Village. As the carriage passed through the gates, she glanced back. On the playground, students were training together, nobles and commoners alike, without distinction. Mrs. Fuji closed her eyes. She did not know whether this was right or wrong, but she recognized that her son had changed, becoming stronger and more resolute. Night fell. Lin Xiaoya stood by her office window, gazing at the distant lights. Lihian entered, reporting, "Leader Lin, all the parents have left. How was the feedback?" Most parents were quite satisfied. Lihian paused, but some harbored doubts. That is to be expected, Lin Xiaoya turned. One family contact day cannot change everyone's perceptions. However, as long as they observe, that is sufficient. Lihian nodded. Next, we will focus on the parent committee. Lin Xiaoya returned to her desk, intending to involve them in the governance of the academy, allowing them to feel they are a part of Peach Blossom Village. Understood, Lihian replied before departing. Lin Xiaoya sat in her chair, picking up a report from her desk. It detailed the latest movements of the spies from the 5 great nations. They were gathering information on parents, attempting to identify the weaknesses of Peach Blossom Village. Yet, Lin Xiaoya felt no fear. She was confident that these parents were beginning to change. As long as they witnessed their children's growth and the true nature of Peach Blossom Village, they would become the village's most formidable shield. In the distance, at the Fire Nation's daimyo residence, the daimyo sat in a secret chamber, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest. What is the outcome of the information gathered during the family contact day? A retainer bowed, reporting, "My lord, most parents were pleased. Especially the commoner parents, who praised Peach Blossom Village highly." The daimyo scoffed, praising it? They have been brainwashed by Lin Xiaoya. "My lord, should we?" "Do not act impulsively," the daimyo interrupted. "Taking action now would only drive those parents to align with Peach Blossom Village." He stood up and approached the window. "Let them continue. We will slowly tighten our net when the students return home after graduation." The retainer nodded in understanding. The daimyo gazed out at the night sky, contemplating. "Lin Xiaoya, do you think this will lead to victory? You are far too naive." Chapter 170. Attending a class. The applause on the playground gradually subsided. Lin Xiaoya stood on the platform, her gaze sweeping over the parents below. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is one final matter to address." She paused, informing the assembly that a parental class would commence next month. On the first weekend of every month, parents would be permitted to audit their children's courses. A murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. "Audit? We can attend classes? What does this mean?" Lin Xiaoya refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "Specific arrangements will be communicated through our messaging system." She then turned and exited the platform. Lu Yen followed closely behind, lowering his voice. "Leader Lin, was the parental class a spontaneous decision?" "Not spontaneous," Lin Xiaoya replied as she entered her office. "I have contemplated this for quite some time." Lu Yen frowned. "This would facilitate the infiltration of the 5 great nations into the academy." "They cannot infiltrate," Lin Xiaoya asserted as she took her seat. "I will personally design the curriculum for the parental class." Lu Yen was taken aback. "You will teach it yourself?" "Indeed." Lin Xiaoya picked up a pen from her desk. "I aim to demonstrate to the parents that the teachings of Taoyuan are not merely about ninjutsu, but about ideology." Lu Yen remained silent for a moment. "What do you intend to teach?" "I will teach them how to think." Lin Xiaoya inscribed a few words on the paper. "What true fairness is, and what true strength is." Lu Yen observed the words, his pupils narrowing slightly. The 5 great nations would not permit such content, even if they disallow it. "I shall teach it," Lin Xiaoya declared, raising her gaze. "Lu Yen, what does the rule of the 5 great nations rely upon?" Lu Yen pondered before responding. "Military might and bloodline." "Incorrect," Lin Xiaoya shook her head. "It relies upon ignorance." Lu Yen was momentarily stunned. As long as people remain unaware of alternative ways of living, they will forever submit. Lin Xiaoya rose and moved to the window. Yet, once they become aware, everything changes. Lu Yen inhaled deeply. "Do you wish for the parents to awaken?" "Not just the parents." Lin Xiaoya turned to face him. "It extends to their families, their villages, the entire ninja world." Lu Yen clenched his fists. "Leader Lin, this path will be arduous." "I am aware," Lin Xiaoya replied calmly, "but there is no other path to tread." She resumed her seat and retrieved a list from her desk. "Notify the members of the parental committee that the first meeting will convene tomorrow morning." "Understood," Lu Yen replied as he departed. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the list, a flicker of profound intent in her eyes. The 15 members of the parental committee were evenly divided between nobles and commoners. This was no coincidence, but a deliberate arrangement on her part. She intended for these two groups to collide on the same platform, gradually merging through their interactions. This was the essence of true change. As night deepened, Madame Fuji sat in her carriage, holding a communication device. She pressed a button, and the device illuminated with a soft glow. "Kenji, mother?" The voice of Fuji Kenji emanated from the device. "Have you returned?" "Not yet," Madame Fuji paused. "I am contemplating certain matters." "What matters?" After a moment of silence, she asked, "Do you truly believe there is no distinction between commoners and nobles?" Fuji Kenji hesitated. "Mother, why do you ask? Answer me." Fuji Kenji took a deep breath. "I believe there is no distinction." Madame Fuji closed her eyes. "If one day, your family stands in opposition to Taoyuan, which side would you choose?" Fuji Kenji remained silent for a long time. "Mother, I do not know." Madame Fuji opened her eyes. "You do not know?" "No." Fuji Kenji's voice trembled. "I do not wish to choose." Madame Fuji gripped the device tightly. "Kenji, you have changed." "I know." Fuji Kenji's voice gradually steadied. "But I do not regret it." Madame Fuji ended the communication, leaning back against the carriage. She suddenly realized that she could no longer comprehend her son. The carriage continued its journey. Outside, the night was illuminated by the distant lights of Taoyuan. Madame Fuji fixed her gaze upon that radiant glow, a complex swirl of emotions rising within her. It was both fear and anticipation. The following morning, the inaugural meeting of the parental committee convened in the academy's conference room. 15 parents gathered around a long table, clearly divided between nobles and commoners. Lin Xiaoya entered the conference room, her gaze sweeping over the assembly. "Welcome, everyone." She took her seat at the head of the table. "I outlined the responsibilities of the parental committee yesterday. Today, we shall discuss our first agenda item." All eyes turned to her. "The standards of the academy's meals." Lin Xiaoya produced a list. "This is the current meal menu. You may voice your opinions." The list circulated among the parents. A noble parent furrowed his brow. "Isn't this meal rather simplistic?" "Simplistic?" Sato Daiki replied as he took the list. "This is already quite acceptable." The noble parent scoffed. "For you commoners, perhaps it's sufficient. But for our noble offspring, it is far from adequate." Sato Daiki clenched his fists. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean," the noble parent raised his head. "Noble children require better nutrition, for they will bear greater responsibilities in the future." Sato Daiki stood up, exclaiming, "Nonsense." The conference room fell into immediate silence. All eyes fixed upon him. "My son is also to bear responsibilities. Why should he be denied good food?" The noble parent sneered. "Your son is a commoner. What responsibilities can he possibly bear? He can shoulder the responsibility of protecting the village." Sato Daiki shouted. "He can bear the responsibility of safeguarding his companions. Are these not responsibilities?" The noble parent was momentarily taken aback. The other parents also fell silent. Lin Xiaoya remained seated at the head of the table, observing the scene without uttering a word. After a lengthy pause, a noble parent spoke up. "Mr. Sato is correct." All eyes turned towards him. "Yesterday, I witnessed my son collaborating with his commoner classmates in battle." The noble parent paused. "They worked exceptionally well together. Without that commoner boy, my son might have lost." Another noble parent nodded in agreement. "I too witnessed it." Sato Daiki was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a noble parent would endorse his words. Lin Xiaoya rapped the table. "Everyone, let us temporarily set aside the issue of meal standards." She rose from her seat. "Now, I wish to pose a question to you all." The assembly turned to her. "What do you believe is the difference between nobles and commoners?" The conference room fell silent once more. No one responded. Lin Xiaoya approached the window. "Bloodline? Birth? Wealth?" She turned back. "None of these are the essence." The assembly was taken aback. "What is the essence?" Someone inquired. "The essence is opportunity," Lin Xiaoya replied calmly. "Nobles have greater opportunities for education, greater opportunities for growth, greater opportunities to become stronger." She surveyed everyone present. However, if commoners were afforded the same opportunities, they too could be as formidable as nobles. Sato Daiki clenched his fists. Suddenly, he understood why Lin Xiaoya sought to establish Taoyuan. Thus, what Taoyuan must do is provide equal opportunities for all. Lin Xiaoya returned to her seat. Regardless of nobility or commonality, she sat down. "Everyone, this is the philosophy of Taoyuan." The conference room was enveloped in a prolonged silence. Eventually, a noble parent spoke up. "Leader Lin, if this truly comes to pass, what will the ninja world become?" Lin Xiaoya raised her head. "It will transform into a better place." The noble parent chuckled bitterly, "But the 5 great nations will not permit it." I am aware, Lin Xiaoya replied serenely. Thus, I require your support. The assembly was taken aback. You are members of the parental committee, and also the disseminators of Tao Yuan's philosophy. Lin Xiaoya stood once more. Upon returning to your families, share what you have seen and heard today with more people. She surveyed everyone, urging them to show that there exists an alternative way of living. Sato Daiki was the first to rise. I am willing. The other parents exchanged glances. Ultimately, one by one, they stood. Nobles and commoners stood united for the first time. Lin Xiaoya observed this scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After the meeting concluded, the parents departed in succession. Sato Daiki approached Lin Xiaoya. Leader Lin, thank you. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. There is no need for gratitude. No, Sato Daiki solemnly remarked. Without the idyllic paradise of Peach Blossom Village, my son would never have had the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with the offspring of nobility. Lin Xiaoya gazed at him and replied, Mr. Sato, your son is indeed exceptional. Sato Daiki's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had always been intelligent since childhood, yet lacked the opportunity, until now. Lin Xiaoya continued calmly, moreover, this opportunity has been earned through his own efforts. Sato Daiki bowed deeply and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya stood by the window, observing the playground outside. The students were training, mingling freely, with no distinction between nobility and commoners. Li Yuan entered. Leader Lin, the spies from the 5 great nations have begun to stir. Lin Xiaoya turned, inquiring, what movements? They are gathering information on the members of the parents' committee. Li Yuan paused. It seems they have realized the threat posed by the committee. Lin Xiaoya sneered. So what if they do? She returned to her desk, picking up a document, instructing Ban and Zhu Jian to enhance protection for the members of the parents' committee. Understood, Li Yuan nodded and departed. Lin Xiaoya sat down, fixating on the documents before her. This was the latest intelligence from the spies of the 5 great nations. They were not only collecting information about parents, but also attempting to bribe some of them. Lin Xiaoya smiled wryly. Ah, the 5 great nations. You have finally begun to fear. But it is too late. The seeds have been sown, just awaiting germination. In the distant mansion of the Fire Nation's daimyo, the Lord sat in his private chamber, holding a dossier. The parents' committee? His aide bowed. Yes, my lord. Lin Xiaoya has established the parents' committee to involve parents in the management of the academy. The daimyo scoffed. She seeks to win over the parents. Shall we take action? My lord? No, the daimyo interrupted. Acting now would only endear those parents further to Peach Blossom Village. We shall continue to observe. When the time is ripe, we will act. The aide nodded in understanding. The daimyo approached the window, staring into the night sky. Lin Xiaoya, do you think that establishing the parents' committee will safeguard Peach Blossom Village? Such naivete. As long as we control a few key parents, your plan will crumble. He turned, a glint of malice in his eyes. Disperse orders to closely monitor the noble members of the parents' committee. Yes, the aide departed. The daimyo resumed his seat, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. This game has only just begun. Chapter 171. Bribery. Lin Xiaoya stood by the window of her office, her fingers gently tapping against the frame. The night outside was thick, illuminated by the lights on the playground. The students continued to train, nobility and commoners intermingling, sweat mingling on the same soil. Li Yuan entered, carrying a stack of documents. Leader Lin, the spies from the 5 great nations have begun their operations. Lin Xiaoya turned. What are they doing? They are attempting to bribe members of the parents' committee. Li Yuan hesitated, with a primary focus on the noble parents. Lin Xiaoya returned to her desk, taking a sip from her teacup. How many have been bribed? None so far. Li Yuan shook his head, but their offers are quite tempting. Lin Xiaoya set down her cup. What are the terms? Money, land, and elevated family status. Li Yuan opened the documents. The daimyo of the Fire Nation has promised that, should they cooperate, they will receive higher titles. Lin Xiaoya chuckled coldly. Titles? Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. They are well aware of what matters most to the nobility. Lin Xiaoya fell silent for a moment, focusing on those parents being approached. But do not interfere. Li Yuan was taken aback. Not interfere? Not interfere. Lin Xiaoya raised her head. I want to see how they choose. Li Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. If they choose betrayal, then let them betray. But if they choose to stay, it will prove that the ideals of Peach Blossom Village have truly taken root. Li Yuan took a deep breath, understanding. Lin Xiaoya approached the window, instructing Ban and Zhu Jian to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Li Yuan turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the lights outside. Oh, 5 great nations. Do you truly believe that bribing a few parents will dismantle Peach Blossom Village? Such naivete. The following morning, Lady Fuji sat in her family's reception hall, facing a middle-aged man dressed in finery. Lady Fuji, I am an envoy from the Fire Nation's daimyo. The middle-aged man smiled. I have come today to discuss a transaction with you. Lady Fuji lifted her teacup. What transaction? Quite simple. The man produced a document from his bosom. If you cooperate with us in the Parents' Committee, the daimyo's house is willing to elevate the Fuji family's title. Lady Fuji examined the document in silence. From Viscount to Earl. The man continued. This is an opportunity your family has long coveted. Lady Fuji set down her teacup. What would I need to do to cooperate? Very little. The man grinned. In the meetings of the Parents' Committee, you would merely need to voice some doubts regarding Peach Blossom Village, such as concerns about the quality of education, student safety, and food standards. Lady Fuji fixed her gaze upon him. Is that all? Indeed. The man nodded. You need not do much. Merely sow a hint of doubt among the other parents. Lady Fuji remained silent for a long while. I need to think. The man stood, of course. But please decide quickly. The daimyo's patience is limited. He turned and departed. Lady Fuji remained seated, her fingers lightly tracing the rim of her teacup. Titles. This had been the obsession of the Fuji family for generations. Yet, she recalled all that she had witnessed in Peach Blossom Village the day before. Her son fighting alongside common boys, the smiles of students unperturbed by class distinctions, and Lin Xiaoya's calm, yet resolute eyes. Lady Fuji closed her eyes. She suddenly understood why her son had spoken as he had. Peach Blossom Village had offered the students a dream where merit transcended status. And should she shatter that dream for the sake of a title? At the same time, Sato Daiki sat in his woodworking shop, facing a plainly dressed middle-aged man. Mr. Sato, I am a merchant from the Earth Nation, the man smiled. I hear you are part of the Parents' Committee at Peach Blossom Village? Sato Daiki nodded. Indeed. Excellent. The man pulled out a bag of gold. I would like to ask for your assistance. Sato Daiki glanced at the gold. What kind of assistance? Quite simple. The man nudged the bag. In the meetings of the Parents' Committee, voice some opinions detrimental to Peach Blossom Village. Sato Daiki stared at the gold, silent. This bag contains 500,000 taels. The man continued. Enough for you to purchase the finest house on this street and provide your son with a better life. Sato Daiki clenched his fists. 500,000 taels. A sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Yet he recalled the smile on his son's face at Peach Blossom Village, a smile filled with confidence and determination, one he had never seen before. Sato Daiki stood. Get out. The man was taken aback. What? I said. Get out. Sato Daiki pointed to the door. Do not let me see you again. The man's expression shifted. Mr. Sato, you must think this through. I am quite clear, Sato Daiki sneered. What my son has learned at Peach Blossom Village is worth far more than your 500,000 taels. The man stared at him, speechless for a moment. Ultimately, he pocketed the gold and turned to leave. Sato Daiki returned to his chair, his fingers gently caressing the workbench. Suddenly, he smiled. His son was right. Peach Blossom Village did not teach ninjutsu. It taught humanity. As night fell, Lin Xiaoya sat in her office, Lu Yuan standing before her. Leader Lin, the bribery attempts have failed. Lin Xiaoya raised her head. All of them failed? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. 15 parents. Not a single one accepted the bribe. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. She had anticipated that at least one or two would waver. To her astonishment, they had all refused. The reactions of Lady Fuji and Sato Daiki had been the most intense. As the conversation continued, Lu Yuan mentioned that Lady Fuji had directly expelled the envoy from her home, and Sato Daisuke had nearly resorted to violence. Lin Xiaoya fell silent for a moment. What was the reaction of the 5 great nations? They were taken aback. Lu Yuan paused. Though he had not yet surrendered hope, Lin Xiaoya rose and approached the window. The night outside was thick, yet the playground remained brightly lit. Lu Yuan, why do you think they would refuse? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Because they have glimpsed hope. Lin Xiaoya turned. Hope? Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded. They witnessed the growth of the children and embraced the ideals of the Peach Blossom Land. Lin Xiaoya smiled. So, they chose to believe in the Peach Blossom Land. Yes, Lu Yuan affirmed. They trust that the Peach Blossom Land can offer a better future for the children. Lin Xiaoya sat down again. Inform the members of the Parents' Committee that an emergency meeting will be held tomorrow. Understood, Lu Yuan replied before departing. Lin Xiaoya stared at the documents on the table. The bribery attempt by the 5 great nations had failed, but this was merely the beginning. They would undoubtedly resort to more drastic measures. Yet, she remained unafraid. For she knew the members of the Parents' Committee had rallied behind the Peach Blossom Land. On the morning of the third day, the emergency meeting of the Parents' Committee convened in the Academy's conference room. 15 parents gathered around the long table, with Lin Xiaoya presiding at the head. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that you have encountered some troubles recently, Lin Xiaoya stated directly. The 5 great nations have attempted to bribe you. The parents exchanged glances. But you all refused. Lin Xiaoya surveyed the room. I am truly grateful. Lady Fuji rose. Leader Lin, our refusal was not for your sake. Lin Xiaoya turned to her. Then for what reason? For the children, Lady Fuji replied earnestly. I have witnessed my son's growth in the Peach Blossom Land, seeing him become stronger and more confident. She paused. I do not wish for anyone to destroy this. Sato Daisuke also stood. I feel the same. Other parents nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaoya watched this scene, warmth swelling in her heart. I will not let you down, she promised, moving closer to the long table. However, the 5 great nations will undoubtedly resort to more severe tactics. The parents fell silent. They may threaten you, or even take action against your families, Lin Xiaoya continued. Thus, I need you to be prepared. Lady Fuji looked at her. Leader Lin, what do you intend to do? I will protect you, Lin Xiaoya replied calmly. But I also require your cooperation. Sato Daisuke inquired. How can we cooperate? Firstly, do not act alone, Lin Xiaoya instructed, producing a document. From today onwards, each of you will be accompanied by a guard. The parents were taken aback. A guard? Indeed, Lin Xiaoya nodded. They are the most elite ninjas of the Peach Blossom Land, tasked with ensuring your safety around the clock. Lady Fuji frowned. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. The 5 great nations have set their sights on you, and I cannot allow anything to happen. She looked at everyone. You are the shield of the Peach Blossom Land, and the future it holds. The parents exchanged glances. Eventually, Lady Fuji nodded. I agree. The other parents followed suit, nodding in agreement. Lin Xiaoya smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. She then turned and exited the conference room. Li Yuan followed closely behind. Leader Lin, regarding the guards, allow Ban and Hashirama to personally select them. Lin Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. They must be absolutely reliable. Understood. Lin Xiaoya approached the window, gazing at the distant sky. Oh, 5 great nations. Do you think that failing to bribe us will allow you to threaten us? Such naivety. As long as the members of the Parents' Committee remain steadfast, the Peach Blossom Land shall not falter. In the distant Fire Nation's daimyo's residence, the daimyo sat in a dark chamber, his expression grim. The bribery attempt failed? A subordinate bowed. Yes, my lord. All 15 parents refused. The daimyo sneered. They are indeed loyal. The subordinate cautiously suggested, my lord, should we take action? The daimyo interrupted. Since bribery has failed, let them understand the cost of their refusal. The subordinate hesitated. My lord, will this not? Not what? The daimyo glared at him. Will this not incite further hatred from those parents? The subordinate dared not speak. I do not care, the daimyo stood. As long as we can dismantle the Peach Blossom Land, any price is worth paying. He moved to the window, informed the umbu to prepare for action. Yes. The subordinate turned to leave. The daimyo gazed out at the night sky, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes.